Introduction asterisk. In this modern tale, a female agricultural expert, bearing an ancestral dragon egg, traverses time to become Daenerys Targaryen, a princess of House Targaryen, eventually becoming the ward of Viserys. She embarks on a tranquil life of farming, nurturing dragons, and caring for pets in another realm. However, the darkness of night looms ominously, compelling her to command a legion of dragons to vanquish her foes. Chapter 1. The Dragon Rider Daenerys. In the year 101 of the Conquest, during the early spring of March, Daenerys Targaryen closed a tome titled The Genealogies and Histories of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Gazing through the vibrant flora on her windowsill, she beheld the vast, tranquil waters of the narrow sea. Inhaling the refreshing scents of spring, her spirits lifted. The narrow sea, a slender expanse of water between the eastern continent of Essos and Westeros, had finally settled into calm after months of tumultuous storms. Every October, the sea would succumb to the frigid winds from the north, unleashing chaos that devoured countless ships and valiant souls daring to conquer its depths. Fortunately, Dragonstone, with its dual volcanoes, provided a temperate climate despite the strong winds. Particularly within Dragonstone Castle, the winters remained mild, allowing for the cultivation of tropical fruit trees, a rarity at this latitude. As Daenerys tended to her flourishing plants, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment washed over her. The vibrancy of her blooms was attributed to the meticulously crafted fertilizer she had devised. In a moment of inspiration, she had decided to utilize the colossal excrement of the dragons, combined with volcanic ash, to create compost. The results exceeded all expectations. The grass on the hills, the crops in the fields, and the fruit trees in her garden thrived remarkably, yielding abundant harvests. It seemed that anything associated with dragons was indeed extraordinary. Having dwelled in this world for 18 years, Daenerys had confirmed her existence within the realm of Game of Thrones. As she matured, fragments of her previous life grew clearer, revealing the complexities of this world. In her past life, she was a freshly graduated agricultural researcher who perished in a cataclysmic sandstorm while surveying a reforestation project in the desert. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the early tumult of a song of ice and fire, born on a day when the skies cleared after a storm, adorned with rainbows and auspicious clouds, marking her as a harbinger of fortune for the kingdom. Moreover, a delicate violet flame motif on her brow further distinguished her lineage, leading to an abundance of gifts on her name day each year. By the age of 4, she had cleverly orchestrated the discreet sale of trivial trinkets through her maidservants, amassing a treasure trove of 2 large chests filled with gold dragons, over 50,000 coins in total. Despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, whispers of her avarice spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. Consequently, nobles sought to curry favor with her, presenting her with copious amounts of gold dragons during their encounters. Although they endeavored to mask their expressions before a child, Daenerys could discern their barely contained delight, revealing their lack of acting prowess. Understanding the value of her burgeoning reputation, Daenerys embraced the opportunities it afforded her. She recognized that this realm adhered to the ruthless laws of a dark jungle, where wealth was nearly omnipotent, especially for a Targaryen with dragons at her command. With sufficient resources and formidable dragons, she harbored ambitions of becoming an empress. Yet, she was acutely aware of the precariousness of her position within House Targaryen, where internal rivalries could transform kin into adversaries at any moment. Although she had only skimmed the original texts, she had watched the series multiple times, rendering her relatively familiar with the narrative. Nevertheless, some elements diverged from her expectations. For instance, on the day of her birth, a catastrophic storm triggered significant geological upheaval on Dragonstone, resulting in the emergence of a vast new island, substantially larger than Dragonstone itself. Years later, the new island flourished with life, featuring a colossal active volcano. To secure greater influence, Daenerys forged a bond with her grandmother's former blue dragon, Dreamfire, at the tender age of 7. Dreamfire, the offspring of the Red Queen Melisandre and the bloodworm Krasnies, was the 4th largest dragon, surpassed only by Vhagar, Vermithrax, and the wild dragon, Viserion. When Daenerys contracted Dreamfire, she measured over 50 meters in length. However, due to prolonged confinement in her lair, her growth had stagnated. With Daenerys' dedicated care and training, Dreamfire regained her rapid growth, now nearing 70 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 140 to 50 meters. Her scales shimmered in deep blue, previously a lighter hue, with silver-tipped wings and formidable spines adorning her back and tail. In accordance with Targaryen tradition, each child received a dragon egg placed in their cradle upon birth. Daenerys's egg, a pale pink, had yet to hatch, remaining nestled in her room's hearth, warmed daily. She had attempted to invoke the hatching process through blood and tears, even contemplating the drastic measure of igniting the egg with fire, but refrained, as painful as it would be. However, the flame mark on her brow seemed to facilitate a connection with dragons in her dreams, allowing her to bond with Dreamfire effortlessly. Her auspicious reputation and striking beauty led her niece, Rhaenyra, to avoid her from an early age. Daenerys, indifferent to the whims of a child, acknowledged Rhaenyra's exceptional nature but recognized her pride. With the passing of her grandmother and mother, Daenerys found herself alone on Dragonstone, preferring its solitude to the stench of King's Landing, where Rhaenyra often lingered. After successfully bonding with Dreamfire, her uncle, King Viserys, granted her the new island of Dragonstone, even hosting a grand celebration in King's Landing in her honor. Yet, after collecting the nobles' gifts, she swiftly returned to Dragonstone, her coffers swelling to 255,508 gold dragons, 5,800 silver moons, 12,000 silver stags, and 8,052 copper stars, along with various coins. Since her arrival on Dragonstone, Daenerys established a disciplined routine, rising at 7 with the assistance of her maid. Breakfast was served from 7:30 to 8, followed by mornings dedicated to studying Valyrian court etiquette and various texts until 11 o'clock. Lunch is served, followed by a 2-hour rest. At 1 in the afternoon, studies in geography and history commence. Dinner is at 5, leading into free time. After dinner, Daenerys typically tends to her dragons, engages in light conversation with her handmaidens, and indulges in embroidery or other feminine crafts. She also takes care of her plants and feeds her dogs. Daenerys has 4 imposing mastiffs at Dragonstone, each one robust and formidable. Having observed the remarkable effects of dragon fertilizer on her plants, Daenerys decided to concoct a few seasonings to test their impact on animals and humans alike. Thus, she began to add these ingredients to her dog's diet. Fortunately, the results of her experiment were quite promising. Her 4 mastiffs indeed grew significantly faster and larger than their littermates, exhibiting exceptional strength. Once fully grown, they reach sizes exceeding that of ordinary mastiffs, nearly as large as calves. They take great pleasure in following Daenerys, instilling fear in knights who encounter them. Moreover, they have grown accustomed to the presence of dragons, often accompanying Daenerys to feed them, no longer intimidated by the majestic creatures. The products of dragons truly possess extraordinary efficacy. Chapter 2. The Dark Tidings. Daenerys finds immense joy in feeding dragons at Dragonstone, where loyal dragon keepers of House Targaryen are entrusted with their care and training. Most of these dragon keepers are descendants of the Targaryen family's bastards. It may be for this reason that dragons seldom harm them, yet their impure blood makes it difficult for them to bond with the creatures. These keepers are illiterate and speak only Valyrian, having been selected from a young age for their training. Many have been taken to King's Landing to continue serving the dragons there, leaving only a handful on Dragonstone. Every day, the dragon keepers drive sheep into the dragon's lair for the creatures to feast upon at their leisure. To be candid, this practice seems rather wasteful. While sheepskins and wool may not be costly, they still hold value, equivalent to 16 copper pieces, enough to buy 10 loaves of bread, sufficient sustenance for an adult for 5 days. Thus, Daenerys instructed the dragon keepers to slaughter the sheep, cure the meat, and then roast it on a large iron grill near the dragon's lair. Naturally, the keepers dared not remain close, but Daenerys did, for dragons seldom harm those of Targaryen blood, do they not? Over the years, Daenerys has accumulated a small fortune from selling sheepskins, amounting to several thousand golden dragons, even after sharing a portion with the servants who skin and purchase the sheep. To facilitate this, Daenerys sought out 12 teenage boys from the orphans in King's Landing, specifically to handle the skinning of sheep. These boys were chosen from hundreds of orphans, possessing both good looks and intellect. Daenerys envisioned training them as her personal guards. To this end, she hired a skilled mercenary knight, Boron, from King's Landing to teach them swordsmanship. Boron's skills rival those of the most esteemed knights, resulting in the boys making significant progress in their training, becoming adept at skinning sheep efficiently. Daenerys' niece, Rhaenyra, affectionately nicknamed them the Sheepskin Knights, and their reputation soon spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. However, Daenerys remained indifferent to their fame, for in this world, few things could be monetized, and she counted herself among them. Since Daenerys developed a fondness for feeding dragons, she visited each one, the bronze fury Vormesor, the gentle queen Silverwing, the hideous sheep stealer, and the old hag Vagr, making sure to pay her respects to each. The fierce dragon, the glutton, was one Daenerys dared not approach, for that ancient beast is both cunning and perilous. Vormesor and Silverwing had been left on Dragonstone by King Viserys for quite some time, likely due to his advanced age rendering him unfit to ride dragons any longer. Each time, Vormesor would seize the entire roasted sheep Daenerys prepared and depart without a second thought. He, along with Silverwing, rarely ventured from Dragonmount. Fortunately, Silverwing occasionally bestowed Daenerys with a knowing glance and did not reject her attempts at closeness. The sheep stealer, true to her name, only emerged to snatch the roasted lamb after Daenerys had left. She was quite unsightly, with muddy-hued scales that were neither black nor gray, but rather a sickly yellowish-brown. Her head was devoid of horns or barbs, reminiscent of Vagr. Vagr currently serves as Prince Aegon's mount, often choosing to return to Dragonstone, disliking the dragon lair. Yet she shows some respect towards Daenerys, roaring a few times and flapping her wings after being fed. Occasionally, she offers Daenerys a glance, as if to say, "You are quite commendable." Vagr enjoys resting on rocky outcrops along the shore, appearing lethargic when consuming sheep, but she willingly allows Daenerys to pet her and listens attentively as Daenerys whispers beneath her chin. From time to time, she emits a puff of smoke from her nostrils, perhaps in response to Daenerys. On this day, Daenerys soared on Dreamfire, circling the vicinity of Dragonstone, witnessing the island's gradual transformation into a place of prosperity after years of recovery. Upon concluding her flight and returning to the castle, Daenerys sensed an unusual atmosphere. Scholar Gladys solemnly informed everyone. The Black Crow brings dark tidings. Prince Aegon has passed away. Daenerys, like the others, was engulfed in profound shock. At that moment, the prudent Scholar Gladys quietly reminded Daenerys, "Your Highness, according to tradition, when a member of House Targaryen passes, a funeral pyre must be prepared on Dragonstone. We should begin our preparations." Upon hearing this, Daenerys steeled herself and began instructing her attendants to arrange the necessary preparations. "Sir Alfred, please ensure everyone remains vigilant. Have the fishing village increase patrols, particularly to scrutinize outsiders. Enforce a curfew during the funeral proceedings. Scholar Tigress, please prepare the necessary supplies. I trust you and Sir Alfred to manage this." The composed and gentle old scholar and the capricious captain of the guard, Alfred, replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. Annie, we can expect many female guests to visit. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing for their arrival." Annie, serving as Daenerys' lady-in-waiting, is also a noble woman from the Starkworth family of the Crownlands. "Yes, Your Highness. Leave it to me." "Very well. Everyone, off you go to prepare." After delegating the various tasks, Daenerys settled into the Dragonstone chair, gazing at the enormous model of Westeros laid before her, once more lost in contemplation. Dragonstone is an island formed by the eruption of the active volcano on Dragonmount, situated at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Beneath the mountain lies a rich vein of Dragonstone. For centuries, apart from Dragonstone Castle, the island has housed a modest fishing village of about 10,000 inhabitants. Numerous ships traversing the narrow sea dock here to replenish their supplies in fresh water or seek refuge from storms. Thus, though small, the fishing village has provided House Targaryen with some tax revenue. Before claiming the Seven Kingdoms, House Targaryen's primary income stemmed from its own overseas trade. Now, with the support of the Seven Kingdoms, the family fleet has long been reorganized into a royal navy, remaining in King's Landing as a mere display. Not far to the southwest of Dragonstone lies Driftmark, home to House Velaryon, a family hailing from Valyria. To the north is Crab Island, home to House Velaryon, a vassal house brought from ancient Valyria by House Targaryen. Despite the ancient and formidable nature of Dragonstone, the vassals belonging to the island are few, as the sparse population on its shores makes it challenging for the lord to muster an army. However, as the newly emerged island in the northeastern corner expanded its area several-fold, King Viserys summoned tens of thousands of displaced individuals from King's Landing to settle at the juncture of the new and old islands. This place has since blossomed into a small town known as White Sheep Town, thriving on sheep herding and the cultivation of barley, oats, and soybeans. Following her successful dragon riding, Daenerys boldly approached her great-grandfather, King Viserys, requesting the allocation of Goat Town and the new island of Dragonstone as her domain. Being the youngest dragon rider in Targaryen history, Daenerys was granted her wish as if appeasing a child, for they regarded that land as inconsequential wasteland. Thus, Daenerys found herself as a princess of a royal house with her own fief, an unprecedented occurrence within the Targaryen lineage. Traditionally, only the heir to the throne was deemed worthy of the title of Prince of Dragonstone, possessing governance over the island. The Targaryen family currently enjoys substantial wealth reserves and has yet to face a situation in which they needed to borrow from the Iron Bank throughout history. With a limited number of royal family members, they live in comfort, never perceiving gold dragons as particularly valuable. Consequently, Daenerys' actions were dismissed as mere child's play, a trivial game, and were not taken seriously. If that is their perception, then splendid. The new island of Dragonstone rightfully belongs to Daenerys Targaryen. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, no one shall interfere, lest they face the wrath of her dragon. She is well aware that historically, Rhaenyra had triumphed, yet was undone by a lack of funds and oppressive taxation, ultimately leading her to be ousted by the most formidable force in King's Landing. In the end, she found herself without the means even to pay for her passage back to Dragonstone. Chapter 3. The current state of Dragonstone. The construction of Dragonstone Keep employed the advanced Valyrian masonry techniques, a craft that was tragically lost during the cataclysm that befell Valyria, rendering Dragonstone Keep a singular marvel among the many fortresses of Westeros. The Valyrian stonework, undoubtedly an extraordinary skill, excelled in both castle construction and road laying. The enduring strength and remarkable smoothness of the Valyrian roads across Essos, which have withstood the test of millennia, serve as a testament to this mastery. Upon taking residence in Dragonstone Keep, Daenerys often found herself dreaming of the very moments when the keep was erected. She surmised that she had awakened the blood of the dreamers within the Targaryen lineage. Thus, during her subsequent forays into the dreamscape, she paid particular attention to the crafting of the Dragonstone. Gradually, she began to grasp some of the underlying principles. It became apparent that the essence of Valyrian masonry relied heavily on dragonfire and certain metabolic byproducts of dragons. After mastering the art of Dreamfire, Daenerys endeavored to construct a road reminiscent of the Valyrian highways in Goat Town. Though the outcome fell short of the original, it nevertheless resulted in a commendable black stone pathway. Consequently, Daenerys selected a cadre of artisans specifically to collaborate with her in the development of Black Dragonstone. To date, the Dragonstone produced remains somewhat crude. However, after the stonemason's refinement, it proved suitable for building homes and roads. She believed that, with continued experimentation, superior Dragonstone could eventually be forged. Under Daenerys' meticulous planning, Goat Town has burgeoned into a thriving settlement, characterized by uniform black stone streets and orderly black stone edifices. Moreover, she had them harness the nearby volcanic hot springs to construct dedicated bathing facilities and wastewater management systems. From the refugees in King's Landing, she selected a number of frail, elderly bachelors to manage the town's refuse and sewage. When combined with dragon excrement and volcanic ash, these materials fermented into excellent fertilizer. Today, Goat Town has cultivated nearly 10,000 acres of fertile land. Given the ability to harvest crops twice a year, Daenerys has significantly improved the yield of various grains over the past decade, particularly with the aid of dragon fertilizer, achieving yields that rival those of the real world. Last season, the barley yield reached an astonishing 180 kilograms per acre, a miraculous feat in a realm where the average yield hovers around a mere few dozen kilograms. The denizens of Goat Town firmly believe that this prosperity is a blessing bestowed upon them by Daenerys, the auspicious princess. They regard her as an incarnation of the Maiden of the Seven Gods. Though lacking the grandeur of Princess Rhaenyra's kingdom, she is undoubtedly closer to the hearts of the people. Now that New Island is her domain, Daenerys has the authority to establish her own tax policies. She has opted to collect only 40% of the harvest as rent, allowing the inhabitants of New Island to enjoy 2 years of abundant sustenance. As a result, Goat Town has become increasingly lively, with various crafts flourishing. Dragonstone Keep, constructed entirely from massive black dragonstone, features towers intricately sculpted in the likeness of dragons. Even the crenellations along the castle walls are adorned with a multitude of dragon-shaped gargoyles, serving as water spouts. The design within the castle is predominantly inspired by dragons. Smaller dragons adorn the door frames, while dragon claws extending from the walls serve as torch holders. Massive stone wings house the blacksmith's forge and armory, and dragon tails form arches, bridges, and outdoor staircases. However, Dragonstone is pervaded by a faint, unpleasant odor of brine and sulfur, and the overall color palette is rather somber. Rather than resembling a noble castle, it evokes the essence of a military stronghold. Perhaps the Valyrian Federation established Dragonstone with such a purpose in mind, though they had yet to take action upon the continent of Westeros before the catastrophic events that led to their own destruction. The Stone Drum Tower serves as the main fortress of Dragonstone. Whenever a storm approaches, the ancient walls reverberate with a thunderous echo, thus earning its name. The imposing structure, crafted from immense black stones, inspires a sense of awe. The dungeon below the fortress is characterized by oppressive heat and dampness, rendering the experience of imprisonment quite intolerable. Numerous secret passages and concealed staircases exist within the stronghold, the most prominent of which leads directly to the heart of Dragonmount via a grand arched stone bridge. It is from here that the Targaryen dragon riders would summon their great dragons and soar forth from the towering mountain. The Dragonstone Hall is situated at the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower, a circular chamber featuring 4 tall, narrow windows that face east, west, south, and north. Within the hall stands an enormous wooden table, intricately carved to depict a detailed map of Westeros. During the Conquest Wars, Aegon utilized this table to devise his battle strategies. The table measures over 17 or 18 meters in length, its width being approximately half that, tapering to less than 2 meters at its narrowest point. The corresponding position on Dragonstone has been meticulously designed, with a seat known as the Iron Throne elevated above the table, allowing one to survey the entire surface. The Dragonstone Hall boasts the finest natural light in the castle, making it a favored location for Daenerys and her handmaidens to attend lectures from Maester Dario. The entire hall is shaped like a dragon lying flat upon the ground, with visitors entering through its gaping maw. Adjacent to it, the kitchen resembles a curled-up dragon. The Aegon Garden lies to the east and south of the hall, facing the narrow sea, offering a breathtaking view. The garden is filled with the delightful scent of pine, towering black trees rising from the surroundings. Wild roses and towering thickets of thorns abound, while cranberry vines flourish in the muddy soil. After Daenerys discovered the merits of dragon dung, the flora here was tended to with even greater care. However, this secret is known only to the Unsullied, who are unable to communicate with the outside world, thus making it Daenerys' exclusive proprietary knowledge. The Dragon Tower is among the most picturesque of the towers on Dragonstone, with its apex crowned by a roaring dragon that exudes an air of superiority. This tower is designated for receiving noble guests, typically reserved for the most esteemed lords. The Sea Dragon Tower is one of the many towers on Dragonstone, situated facing the sea and resembling a slumbering giant. Beneath the Raven-esque cage atop the tower lie the chambers of the scholars, and the staircase within the tower is narrow and winding. Descending the steps of the Sea Dragon Tower, one traverses the hall adorned with portraits of the ancestors of House Targaryen, walking amidst the colossal dragon heads that adorn the central and inner walls. Passing through the iron gates of the fortress, one ascends the stairs to finally reach the Hall of Tables. Within the sanctum of Dragonstone, wooden statues of the 7 gods stand. The figure of the father is entirely gilded, the mother is draped in the finest silk, the crone's eyes are inlaid with pearls, the stranger is sculpted in a half-man, half-dragon form. The knight is clad in the armor of House Targaryen. The maiden is said to resemble Rhaenys, the sister of Aegon the Conqueror, while the smith is depicted as a Valyrian with white hair and purple eyes. These statues are carved from the masts of ships, the very vessels that the Targaryen ancestors used to flee Valyria. For centuries, they have been coated in layers of vibrant paint, gilded, silvered, and adorned with jewels. The sanctum houses several altars, as well as stained glass windows. It is said that on the eve of his conquest of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, Aegon knelt here in prayer. However, this is somewhat dubious, as Aegon is known to have converted to the faith of the 7 only after reaching Oldtown during his conquest. Thus, the sanctum must have been constructed afterward. Nevertheless, the people of this world are fond of intertwining their families and deeds with the divine, despite the undeniable existence of gods. In the time to come, Dragonstone will serve as a stronghold for Daenerys, and she resolves to manage it well, believing that only in doing so can she safeguard her family's dragons. Reflecting on how they had once perished meaninglessly in the Dance of the Dragons, she feels a tumult within. In truth, Dragonstone has expanded significantly with the emergence of a new island. In recent days, Daenerys has estimated that, excluding mountains and marshlands, the arable land on the new island encompasses no less than 500,000 acres, while the slopes and wetlands suitable for planting grasses, flowers, and trees exceed 1 million acres. Even the still smoldering volcano holds many exploitable resources. Daenerys has a rough plan in mind, yet immediate action is not feasible. However, she can begin to experiment gradually. Her current focus remains on learning, as she has struggled to integrate into this world over the past few years. Her unique identity limits her interactions, and the ingrained values of her previous life make it challenging to shift her perspective. Particularly, the fervent agricultural instincts of the Dragon Lords make it difficult for Daenerys to look down upon the masses from her lofty perch. Chapter 4. The enigmatic dragon dream. After 2 hours of quiet contemplation in the Hall of Tables, Daenerys felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, prompting her to obediently follow her maid back to her chamber for rest. Since establishing a pact with the Dreamfire, she has felt an extraordinary surge of vitality and an increase in her courage. Daenerys' room is situated in a high tower near the gardens of Dragonstone, originally nameless, but she has since christened it the Tower of Sacred Flame, because atop this tower stands a colossal dragon's claw torch platform. During winter, the blazing furnace envelopes Daenerys' chamber in a warm embrace. This warmth nurtures her love for flora, allowing her room to flourish with blossoms throughout the year. The fragrant aroma of fresh flowers successfully counters the acrid scent of sulfur that pervades Dragonstone. Moreover, behind the tower lies a vast hillside, perfectly suited for the repose of dragons. Dreamfire frequently rests here during the day, while at night, she ventures to the nearby volcano of New Island to spend the night. In a natural cavern near the volcano's crater, she has established her nest. Since Daenerys rescued Dreamfire from the dragon pit of King's Landing, the dragon's appetite has significantly increased, consuming dozens of roasted goats daily. Occasionally, Daenerys rides Dreamfire to hunt in the narrow sea, and on fortunate days, they may catch whales, sharks, and other large sea creatures. A single whale not only satiates Dreamfire's hunger, but also contributes several hundred gold coins to Daenerys' treasury. The St. Flame Tower is modest in size, comprising merely 3 stories, with a total area of just over 300 square meters. The ground floor houses Daenerys' kennel and the quarters of 12 knights sworn to her service. The second floor features a parlor and living room for receiving guests, as well as the rooms of her instructor, Boron, and her 2 nightly attendants. The third floor encompasses Daenerys' bedroom, study, and the chambers of her 4 handmaidens. Currently, her closest female attendants include 4 young ladies, the leader being the 16-year-old and from the noble Storkworth family, directly under the king's domain. The other 3 are 12-year-old Jairel, the second daughter of Count Mutton from the valley town of Ruiz, 13-year-old Layla from the same town, and 10-year-old Bashani, the first daughter of Count Rosby. Under their attentive care, Daenerys, after a simple wash, cradles her dragon egg and retires to bed. This dragon egg has accompanied Daenerys for many years, and due to the constant warmth from the hearth, it remains quite warm. Apart from Daenerys, others find the current temperature of the egg unbearable. In her dreams, Daenerys' consciousness transcends to an ethereal realm. It seems to be among the clouds, yet these mists resemble blazing flames. Daenerys feels her body light as a feather, compelling her to drift forward. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dark blue fire clouds obstructs her path. Upon closer inspection, what she perceives as fire clouds is, in fact, the immense dragon, Dreamfire, composed of flames. Since she has forged a bond with Dreamfire, Daenerys feels no fear before this formidable yet intangible dragon. Dreamfire lowers her colossal head, her pale golden eyes, as large as basketballs, fixated on Daenerys for a moment, before she bows her body. Daenerys climbs up onto Dreamfire's back, giving her ethereal scales a hearty pat. Instantly understanding, Dreamfire excitedly opens her mouth in a silent roar and takes to the skies. Although devoid of sound, Daenerys can distinctly sense her delight. This sensation is truly wondrous, akin to a profound telepathy of the heart. Indeed, it embodies the essence of such a connection. At this moment, it seems as though their emotions and souls are intertwined. In this fleeting instant, Daniela perceives that her mental communion with Dreamfire has become remarkably clearer, as if this dragon were an extension of her own being. Ascend, Dreamfire. Daniela attempted to convey the command within her mind. To her astonishment, Dreamfire responded, swiftly ascending to a greater altitude. Daniela soon realized that this dreamscape was enveloped in an environment reminiscent of fiery clouds, rendering it nearly impossible to discern directions, north from south, up from down. Accelerate, Dreamfire. Dive, Dreamfire. Dragonflame, Dreamfire. To her surprise, Dreamfire unleashed a dragon's breath of a hue unlike any seen in reality. While Dreamfire's flames are typically a vibrant orange-red, they transformed into a scorching blue-black inferno, radiating a heat that threatened to ignite the entirety of the dream realm. The surrounding temperature soared significantly. However, this warmth enveloping Daniela brought her immense comfort, dissipating all discomfort and fatigue. This sensation was exhilarating, unrestrained, and liberating, filling her with a serene joy that surpassed even her first experience of soaring on a dragon's back. Continue flying. Continue to revel in this delight. At that moment, A colossal green flame cloud approached rapidly from the distance, larger than the red dragon. Could it be Wagharl? The green dragon paused not far off, keeping a leisurely pace behind. How marvelous! As she sped through this boundless dream of fiery clouds, Daniela entered a state of unparalleled ease and freedom. Suddenly, an indistinct whisper resonated in her mind, not precisely a sound, but rather a distinct perception, if one were to articulate it. Gradually following the direction of this sensation, its intensity grew stronger. Stop, descend, Dreamfire. Sliding down the dragon's back, she beheld a pinkish-white, burning stone resembling a dragon egg, from which this perception emanated. Compelled, Daniela instinctively extended her right hand toward the large pink stone. Suddenly, a shockwave surged forth, striking her crown like a thunderclap. Daniela jolted awake from her dream, springing up from her bed, causing the dragon egg beside her to topple to the ground. Fortunately, the thick plush carpet cushioned the fall, and the egg remained intact. Why does this dragon egg possess such a radiant pink sheen? Connecting it to the pink stone from her dream, Daniela murmured, could this dragon egg be on the verge of hatching? Gazing at the early morning light, she realized that although it was still quite early, her drowsiness had vanished, and she felt particularly invigorated, her body brimming with energy. What an extraordinary dream! Your Highness, are you awake? Outside the door, Annie, having heard the commotion, inquired. Yes, Anna. In a moment, Anna entered alongside Bethany, both carrying toiletries. After a brief morning routine, Daenerys donned a gown of deep violet, befitting the solemn occasion of the funeral. Your Highness, said Maester Digoras, there will be no lessons today. Following breakfast, everyone must prepare to receive the royal entourage. Sir Cameron Tarth, Daenerys's loyal knight, approached her with utmost respect. Cameron, the second son of the Earl of Tarth, had been appointed as her personal knight alongside Harold at last year's tournament celebrating the king's birthday. Daenerys had even spent 100 gold coins to secure the knighthood of the drunken Kingsguard, Sir Claremont, for them. Being knighted by the Kingsguard was indeed an honor, and Claremont was diligent in his duties, personally training them for several months while at King's Landing. Now, both Cameron and Harold were considered formidable among their peers. Today, all royal family members and numerous noble lords are expected to attend. Please, go about your preparations. I shall remain here for a while. Daenerys instructed, and in the others after she had changed into her attire. Once they departed, Daenerys approached the silver-white dragon egg, its surface warm from the hearth, and gently caressed it. Is it you that I see in my dreams? She murmured, feeling a vibrant energy surging within the rough scales of the egg. Perhaps I should give it a try. With a gleam in her eyes, Daenerys whispered to Cameron after breakfast, who looked startled at first, then perplexed, before bowing and replying. As you command, my princess. Subsequently, Daenerys gathered everyone in the castle to await the arrival of the king and his entourage. Chapter 5. Preparing for the arrival from March onward, Dragonstone had enjoyed increasingly pleasant weather, and today the sun radiated with particular warmth. Additionally, due to the presence of an active volcano on the new island, the flora had begun to flourish exceptionally early this year, with many fruit trees and blossoms already in full bloom. It should have been a rare day of joy in a year, yet young Baelor, born in the first spring after a long winter, had tragically departed in this new season, a cruel jest of fate and the gods. Indeed, when has the world ever altered for the sake of any individual? After breakfast, Daenerys and Maester Digoras meticulously reviewed all the preparatory details once more, marking a moment of both learning and practice for Daenerys. In the eyes of Maester Digoras, she was an exceptionally capable pupil, not only quick to learn but also adept at applying her knowledge creatively, demonstrating extraordinary talent at such a tender age. Daenerys felt that in this life. Her intellect was truly remarkable, nearly photographic in nature. Furthermore, her physical strength was notably robust, especially after successfully bonding with her dragon. She sensed her power growing rapidly. Following her achievement, she began training in swordsmanship with Boros, and over the years, she had become quite a skilled swordswoman. In this world, funerals, particularly those of royal family members, are conducted with great care and ceremony. Daenerys' involvement in the arrangements serves as invaluable experience for her future stewardship of a household or domain. In this realm, the status of women is relatively respected. In the absence of a suitable male heir, women are permitted to inherit titles. However, the Targaryen dynasty has yet to witness such an occurrence. The Seven Kingdoms remain predominantly male-dominated, and the majority of the populace still favors male heirs over female ones. When compared to the traditions of other noble families in the Seven Kingdoms, Targaryen funerals are notably simpler. However, the use of dragon fire for cremation elevates the grandeur of the event, as the Targaryens are now the sole family with the capability to perform such a rite. Aside from the ancient Valyrian Federation, given Prince Balon's noble stature, the most prominent nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are expected to attend. Thus, meticulous consideration must be given to the culinary delights and fine wines prepared for the subsequent banquet, as well as to the spaces designated for the noble ladies to converse and relax. The arrangements must reflect royal dignity while avoiding excessive opulence. The Targaryens have always valued simplicity, hence the focus on quality in their preparations. Scholar Dagon was dispatched to the affluent Valerian family on Driftmark to procure the freshest seafood and an array of exquisite spices transported from the distant continent of Essos. Coupled with the storied provisions of Dragonstone, a banquet of considerable repute among the Seven Kingdoms could be assembled. In terms of tableware, besides the customary gold, silver, bronze, and aluminum items, Daenerys instructed Dagon to present several sets of intricately crafted Valyrian steel tableware, commissioned at great expense. These pieces, being her personal possessions, serve her ulterior motives as well. Each of the great houses, House Stark of the North, House Tully of the Riverlands, House Arryn of the Vale, House Tyrell of the Reach, House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, House Baratheon of Storm's End, and House Lannister of the Westerlands, will receive a set, with her own kin, the Valerians, also included. And all royal members shall partake. This Valyrian steel tableware encompasses bowls, plates, dishes, cups, knives, forks, barrels, boxes, pots, and trays, adorned with gold, silver, pearls, and precious gemstones. Daenerys has commissioned hundreds of these sets, utilizing thousands of kilograms of Valyrian steel, with each set costing well over a dozen golden dragons, epitomizing luxury. She intends to leverage the occasion to impress the noble class of the Seven Kingdoms, who are known for their penchant for competition. Daenerys is confident that after experiencing such opulence, they will covet a set for themselves. Would it be unreasonable to charge them tens of thousands for a set? Those unable to afford it might find themselves unable to hold their heads high in the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of ingredients, the quality stored at Dragonstone is undoubtedly exceptional. Coupled with the whale meat that Dreamfire caught a few days ago, which is now put to good use, this can be considered among the finest ingredients in the Seven Kingdoms. Daenerys has also prepared a type of Dragonfire wine, meticulously brewed by her. This wine is made by slowly fermenting an unnamed metabolic byproduct of dragons in the strongest barley beer for a month, followed by multiple distillations. Daenerys can confidently proclaim it to be the fiercest wine in the realm. Despite its potency, this Dragonfire wine is not harmful to the body and possesses the benefits of strengthening bones, making it safe even for pregnant women. For the banquet, it has been diluted in a 1:10 ratio, yet it remains the most exquisite of wines, albeit with diminished health benefits. Additionally, Daenerys has arranged for the herders of White Hill to deliver 100 plump goats. With the dragon lords of House Targaryen gathered, it is only fitting to serve food fit for dragons. The goats roasted by her very own skinning knights are particularly delectable, enhanced by Daenerys' exclusive secret barbecue sauce. This sauce, developed personally by Daenerys, is not complex in its ingredients and is quite similar to that of the Huagwa barbecue seasoning. However, after incorporating dragon metabolic products and sea salt harvested near the shores of Dragonstone, the flavor has remarkably improved. This inexpensive yet exquisite seasoning can undoubtedly rival the finest spices. If managed well, this seasoning business could serve as a lucrative source for Daenerys' coffers. When the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms gather, aside from indulging in drink and merriment, they are most fond of contests of strength. Although a grand tournament is inappropriate for a funeral, smaller-scale contests can serve as a fitting tribute to the deceased. Grandfather Balon, in his lifetime, took great pleasure in hunting and participating in tournaments, earning him the epithet Brave Balon. Thus, it was inevitable that some form of martial display would accompany his funeral. Consequently, Daenerys commanded her captain of the guards, Alfred, to prepare the training grounds. Some weapons and armor, which had gathered dust in the storerooms, were retrieved, and the knightly squires were tasked with restoring them to their former glory. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys rewarded Boros, her 2 personal knights, and 12 skinning knights with a set of plate armor and fine steel swords each. While the total value amounted to just over 60 golden dragons, it was still a considerable sum for an ordinary knight. Under Boros' guidance, Daenerys has recently made progress in her swordsmanship, and even Boros could not help but commend her potential to become a formidable knight. For this reason, he used his prize money to commission a finely crafted half-sword for Daenerys. The hilt was fashioned from dragon bone, and the blade was slender, measuring only half a meter in length. The scabbard was made from a silver alloy, adorned with 7 gemstones, making it perfectly suited for Daenerys' use. After waiting for over half an hour at the entrance with the others, Harold hurried over to report to Daenerys. Your Highness, they have arrived. His Majesty King Viserys has disembarked and is on his way to the castle. Chapter 6. The Gathering of Dragons. Everyone, prepare to welcome His Majesty the King and the esteemed lords. Daenerys commanded loudly to the assembly. The crowd promptly adjusted their attire and solemnly awaited the arrival of His Majesty the King. Harold leaned down and whispered to Daenerys, Your Highness, Princess Rhaenyra is not among the assembly. Oh, I see, Daenerys replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly dismissing the thought. After all, she shared little affection for her niece. What did it matter? Before long, the nobles led by the king arrived. The grand procession took over an hour, until all had entered Dragonstone. These nobles brought nearly everything they might need, for enjoying life was their foremost duty. Accustomed to their luxuries, they carried with them the comforts of home wherever they ventured. All Daenerys needed to do was issue a command. The remainder would be arranged by her servants. Having not seen each other for several days, her cousin Viserys and cousin-in-law Aemma rushed towards Daenerys. Viserys affectionately patted her shoulder, a weary smile breaking through his fatigue. Cousin, how have you been faring? He inquired. Aemma, grasping Daenerys' hand, remarked, It feels as though you've grown taller in just a few days. Cousin, Aunt, Daenerys responded sweetly, I have been well here. Though I do miss you both. I do not believe it. Ever since the arrival of Dragonfire, I feel as though I am losing this sister of mine, Viserys jested. I imagine you are living quite comfortably on Dragonstone. Surely, you hardly think of us. Viserys and Aemma had always been attentive to Daenerys, fostering a close bond. Pointing to Aemma's slightly rounded abdomen, Daenerys suggested, Aunt, why not stay with me on Dragonstone for a while? Surely, you could bear a healthy nephew. After all, they were of dragon blood, and only an environment like Dragonstone would be suitable for nurturing their bodies. Though Viserys and Aemma found Daenerys' words somewhat fanciful, Aemma, having suffered 2 miscarriages, was intrigued by the prospect. She spoke up. When the Targaryens resided on Dragonstone, indeed the survival rates for children were higher. Perhaps Viserys, eager for a male heir, was also inclined to try, and thus agreed, Let us stay and see. Perhaps it will yield fruitful results. Without further delay, they freshened up briefly, sipped some wine, and prepared to ascend to the dragon mount for the cremation ceremony. Just then, a series of resounding dragon roars pierced the clamor of Dragonstone. It was Prince Daemon, with Princess Rhaenys riding their mighty dragon. Princess Rhaenys Targaryen commanded her dragon, the Red Queen Meraxes, whose blood-red scales glimmered with ferocity. Measuring over 50 meters in length, adorned with silver spines along its neck and back, it was known as the fastest dragon in history. Rhaenys and Melias have fought side by side for many years, forging an exceptionally profound bond. Though her size ranks only 6th among the existing dragons, her combat prowess undoubtedly places her within the top 5. The bloodworm, Clarkashu, ridden by Daemon Targaryen, is cloaked in blood-red scales, much like her sister Melias, albeit slightly smaller in stature. However, Clarkashu possesses an elongated body, particularly with her notably long neck, which distinctly sets her apart from other dragons. It is said that she is the most prolific fire-breather among all dragons, possibly due to her unique anatomical structure. According to the Targaryen family's ancient texts regarding dragons, they were originally forged through a blood magic fusion of fireworms dwelling in volcanoes and bipedal dragons. The fire-breathing capabilities of the bloodworm may indeed be closely linked to her reptilian-like, streamlined physique. Among all dragons, Daemon's bloodworm ranks among the top 3 in terms of combat strength. Following the 2 red dragons is a yellow dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, with a wingspan approaching 30 to 40 meters. The dragon rider atop her is none other than Princess Rhaenyra, whose beauty while commanding her dragon is truly dazzling. Just as Daenerys marvels at Rhaenyra's appearance, a resounding dragon roar echoes forth as the now 70-meter-long Dreamfire approaches from the northeast. Perhaps due to the new volcano, Dreamfire, who had not grown significantly for quite some time, has undergone a remarkable growth spurt since arriving on Dragonstone. She now hunts various large marine creatures in nearby waters daily to satiate her hunger, as the daily ration of roasted lamb no longer meets her dietary needs. Shortly thereafter, sensing her master's presence, Vhagar, the second largest dragon, emerges from Dragonstone, his bronze-hued golden scales glistening as he soars. His length nearly reaches 100 meters, with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Silverwing, a gentle silver female dragon closely bonded with Vhagar, measures over 60 meters long, ranking 5th among the dragons. It has been quite some time since a gathering of dragons took to the skies. Clarkashu, the fiery bloodworm, extends her long neck, emitting a sharp, high-pitched roar that distinguishes her from many other dragons. Immediately upon the gathering of dragons, she leaps forth to assert her presence, though only her sister Melias responds with a low growl. Princess Renesis's Red Queen, the fastest dragon currently in existence, is the first to land near the pyre. Meanwhile, Vhagar and Silverwing circle above King Viserys, reflecting the deep bond between the two dragons and their master. Just then, with a mournful cry resonating through the heavens, the largest dragon, Vhagar, reveals its formidable form from the clouds. It seems that the passing of her master has deeply resonated within Vhagar, whose cries exude an overwhelmingly poignant sorrow. She alights beside the pyre, lowering her head to incessantly sniff the shrouded form of Balon. Soon after, the bloodworm, Caraxes, also descends nearby. Following closely are Vhagar and Silverwing, who settle not far from Vhagar, while Dreamfire lands directly beside Daenerys. Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, is the last to alight. The young girl, having flown such a distance on her dragon, is still brimming with excitement. In this moment, how can one not smile with such joy? Daenerys cannot help but internally scoff at her radiant expression. The congregation of 7 mighty dragons astonishes the noble lords of the 7 kingdoms, stirring within them a myriad of complex emotions. As the dragons finally quiet down, Viserys personally presides over the funeral. Having witnessed the passing of his last remaining child with a claim to the throne, the king, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, appears visibly worn. After a solemn period of mourning, Viserys commands Vhagar to ignite the funeral pyre. As the flames blaze, the firelight casts a solemn glow upon every face, each marked by gravity. Beyond King Viserys and Balon's progeny, are there truly any who grieve? Beneath their solemn expressions, what schemes and machinations lie concealed? In this moment of silence, the crowd stands vigil over the slowly dwindling flames. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, everyone is drawn to the sound emanating from the extinguished pyre. As a small pink lizard, no larger than a wild cat, crawls forth from the ashes. Chapter 7. The Passing and Rebirth. King Viserys, the venerable ruler, has never felt so profoundly alone, bereft of the comforting presence of his beloved queen, Alysanne. This solitude weighs heavily upon him. After nearly 60 years of reign, Viserys has received accolades unmatched by any other monarch. In the eyes of his subjects, Viserys has always embodied nobility and wisdom, regardless of age. His long, meticulously groomed white beard complements a crown adorned with 7 gemstones of varying hues. In simpler terms, he is a figure of undeniable dignity. This notion should not be underestimated, for the essence of nobility transcends time and culture. Judging by appearances never goes out of style. Viserys is an adept horseman, skilled with both spear and bow. His actions and thoughts are decisive and sagacious, always resolving conflicts through the most peaceful means, thus ushering in years of tranquility and prosperity for the realm. Throughout their lives, Viserys and Alysanne have brought forth 13 offspring, of whom 9 have reached adulthood. Tragically, their last 2 sons, Aemon and Balon, have now passed. In this moment, Viserys gazes silently at the dwindling pyre. The elder statesman has always maintained an air of calm composure. Yet the assembled nobles perceive a hint of desolation etched upon his otherwise stoic visage. Creak, creak, creak. As a pink hatchling dragon emerged from the ashes of her son's funeral pyre, even the old king, renowned for his composure, could not maintain his usual stoicism. A slight crack marred his impassive visage. The moment the hatchling clambered out of the remnants, it immediately made its way toward Daenerys. Observing the pink dragon crawling toward his niece, Viserys followed suit. Daenerys had been attentively watching the funeral pyre, after all. It was he who had discreetly arranged for the dragon eggs to be placed within the flames. Wasn't he at how the dragon mother had hatched 3 dragons? It was worth a try. Even if nothing hatched, it would not be a loss. If it did, the reward would be tremendous. As the pink hatchling approached her, Daenerys mentally congratulated herself, feeling fortunate. She rushed toward her little dragon, which was the size of a wildcat, and scooped it into her arms. The hatchling affectionately rubbed its warm little head against her chest. Daenerys gently stroked it, finding the experience of nurturing a dragon rather splendid. Dreamfire, who had been by Daenerys' side, noticed his master had acquired a new companion and immediately leaned in, gazing intently at the pink hatchling. Daenerys raised her hand and, in High Valyrian, instructed Dreamfire, "You must hunt for fine prey to feed the little pink dragon, so she may grow swiftly." Dreamfire snorted in discontent, casting a dismissive glance at the hatchling before taking flight. "Little Dany, is this your dragon?" Viserys inquired gently, bending down to address Daenerys. "Indeed, your majesty." Though to be precise, it is the dragon that has just hatched from my egg. It is not particularly precious. I initially intended to give my most cherished dragon egg to Prince Balon, so that he could gaze upon it whenever he longed for home, accompanied by the Targaryen legacy. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys pondered how Daenerys had forged such a close bond with two dragons. Daenerys was a kind and beautiful child, with bright silver hair and eyes that shimmered with a hint of purple, differing somewhat from the rest of her family, who typically shared silver hair and purple eyes. Such dark purple irises had not been seen before. To hatch a dragon and establish a close relationship with two of them suggested a commendable purity of bloodline. It seemed that every child named Dany in their lineage was remarkable. Your Majesty, look how adorable my little pink dragon is. No dragon of such vibrant hue has ever graced the history of the Targaryens. She is truly the embodiment of art. I believe she should be named Myrices. The goddess of art Myrices? An ancient deity of Illyria, she bore the same name as the only fallen dragon among the three founding dragons of House Targaryen. It was indeed a splendid name. Our little Dany has hatched her own dragon, Myrices. Ha ha ha, splendid. History is eternally cyclical. With every demise, there emerges a new beginning. A truth both simple and profound. Jaehaerys rose, extending his arms wide, and proclaimed loudly to the assembly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the dragon Myrices of House Targaryen has returned today. Congratulations to Daenerys, hailing Myrices. Myrices, Myrices, Myrices." Each dragon is a vital strategic asset to the Targaryen lineage. And the birth of a new dragon amidst the sorrow of his son's funeral is, at the very least, a source of exhilaration. Moreover, the sagacious Jaehaerys sensed that a multitude of conspiracies had already begun to weave around him in his twilight years. Daenerys, indeed, was a child born under auspicious omens. Alas, if only she had been a boy, Jaehaerys mused, allowing Daenerys to depart. As he observed her return to Emma's side, he turned back to continue the funeral rites. With the subsequent rituals of interment, sealing the grave, prayers, and the ensuing banquet still to be observed, Daenerys, suppressing her excitement, returned to Emma's side, cradling Myrices with a light-hearted step. Congratulations, Daenerys. Myrices is truly beautiful. She shall undoubtedly become the most exquisite dragon of House Targaryen. Emma, momentarily forlorn by her own compliment, added, "My dragon is far larger. Syrax is the deity of harvest and abundance, unlike your Myrices, which was felled by a mere arrow." They had initially suggested naming my dragon Myrices as well, but I declined, choosing the name Syrax myself, which befits my dragon far better. Rhaenyra, with pride, scrutinized Myrices while delivering a subtle jibe at Daenerys. "Indeed, my dear niece, it is said that the beautiful Princess Rhaenyra possesses a dragon named Syrax, as magnificent as its mistress, a true jewel of Westeros." She continued with a playful tone, "You must teach your aunt how to care for a dragon so splendidly." With sparkling eyes, Daenerys gazed intently at Rhaenyra. "No, it's not as exaggerated as that. You are my aunt, and rest assured, I shall always look out for you." Rhaenyra's cheeks flushed slightly with shyness before she straightened her posture. "Is that so? Then I shall rely on your guidance, your highness." "Such a cheeky one. You won't deceive me," Rhaenyra responded, appearing quite pleased. The notion of having an aunt seemed rather agreeable, and she took Daenerys by the hand as they walked together towards their mother, Emma. In that moment, the theatrics of Daenerys felt somewhat embarrassing. How to navigate this? By the time the series of rituals concluded, evening had descended, and the banquet commenced punctually in the Great Hall in the Gardens of Aegon. Chapter 8. The pleasures of nobility. At this moment, the noble lords and ladies had completely transformed their demeanor. Although their attire remained understated and dark-hued, it was far more refined than during the cremation ceremony. Men and women gathered in clusters, engaging in lively discussions that showcased their linguistic artistry, effortlessly transitioning into the sociable atmosphere of the banquet. Danila and Rhaenyra were escorted by Emma to mingle with the esteemed nobles, primarily comprised of high-ranking aristocrats, ministers of the royal court, and noble families. Among them were the 13-year-old twin brothers, Jason and Tylan Lannister from the Westerlands, who caught Danila's eye with their striking golden hair and blue eyes. Though their appearance did not possess the breathtaking allure of the Targaryens, they were undeniably captivating. The Lannister twins were equally entranced by the stunning beauty of Danila and Rhaenyra, yet the distance prevented them from exchanging greetings. Rhaenyra, eager to introduce her companions, brought Danila to meet her friend, Laenor Velaryon. Laenor, the 10-year-old eldest daughter of the Count of Driftmark, was a vivacious girl with silver hair and violet eyes. A true paragon of beauty, though she was of fair complexion rather than the dark-skinned portrayal from the television series. Beside her, the 8-year-old Laenor Velaryon was fixated on the Jason brothers, clearly fascinated by them. "Greetings, Laenor." "Oh, hello, Rhaenyra cousin, and Lady Daniela," Laenor exclaimed. "Your Malaise is truly a magnificent dragon." Daniela smiled and curtsied. "Thank you for your kind words, Laenor. Your sea smoke is also a beautiful and formidable dragon. Indeed, he is already 2 years old and growing rapidly, nearly the size of a calf, though he is not yet rideable." The mention of dragons sparked Laenor's interest, granting her a rare opportunity for conversation with the girls. However, Rhaenyra proudly interjected, "My Syrax is much larger than sea smoke. They hatch from the same clutch of eggs." Laenor immediately retorted, "That's because your Syrax has been hatched for 2 years." Laenor quickly pulled her younger brother back, expressing her disappointment. "Alas. Now it seems I am the only one left with an unhatched dragon egg. Aunt Daniela has already birthed Dreamfire, and now she has hatched Malaise. It's quite disheartening." Laenor's words made Rhaenyra, usually so proud, appear somewhat uncomfortable. Daniela, sensing this, smiled and suggested, "Perhaps Laenor could try hatching another dragon egg or venture to Dragonstone to tame one of the adult dragons. That way, she could even ride them." "Wouldn't that be splendid?" Daniela added, taking Rhaenyra's hand affectionately. "Rhaenyra, I've had the kitchen prepare several new desserts just for you. You must go and sample them." "Really? I shall make a point to try them. I adore desserts, but the Red Keep tends to offer the same few options. And I've sampled everything from the pastry shops in King's Landing." Daniela's desserts, tailored to resemble those from her own world, were undoubtedly novel, immediately capturing Rhaenyra's interest. This is delightful. And the presentation is so innovative." "Thank you, Aunt," Rhaenyra exclaimed. Let me tell you, as the two engaged in a heartfelt conversation, Sir Otto Hightower of the newly appointed Hand of the King was introducing his 12-year-old daughter, Alicent, to King Jaehaerys. "Your Majesty, this is my daughter, Alicent. She is gentle and serene, my most cherished jewel," he proclaimed, presenting to His Majesty, King Jaehaerys. Alicent's voice was warm and soft, her features delicate and charming. Jaehaerys nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "I find myself aging. Reading has become a bit of a challenge for me. Miss Alicent's melodious voice shall remain by my side to assist me in my reading." Otto immediately bowed respectfully. "Indeed, Your Majesty. It would be an honor for Alicent." Alicent followed suit and curtsied. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She then graciously took a wine cup from the hand of a maid and poured a glass of light golden wine for King Jaehaerys. Upon tasting the exquisite drink, Jaehaerys felt a warm sensation envelop him, instantly enamored by this delightful experience. "What a splendid wine. How have I never tasted this before? Your Majesty, this is the newly brewed Dragonfire wine from White Sheep Town. Quite delightful, I assent it. It also fortifies the body." Daniela, accompanied by Rhaenyra bearing 2 exquisite pastries, interjected, "The shepherds of White Sheep Town rely on this wine to withstand the biting cold." Jaehaerys held a vivid memory of the young girl who had hatched a dragon at Baelon's funeral and recalled how Baelon had once requested that the newly emerged island northeast of Dragonstone be granted to his granddaughter. "White Sheep Town, if memory serves, that is your domain, dear Daniela. How is it that you have managed to brew such splendid barley wine so swiftly?" Daniela beamed brightly. "Your Majesty speaks truly. White Sheep Town offers not only fine wine, but also these remarkable pastries." She picked up an elegant silver spoon, scooping a small piece and extending it to Jaehaerys. "Please, Your Majesty, do taste it." Leaning forward, Jaehaerys accepted the pastry with satisfaction. "This is indeed delightful. Is there lemon within?" Daniela's melodious voice chimed again. "Indeed. These lemons are from the trees of the Aegon Garden. Do try Rhaenyra's. Hers is even tastier." At this, Rhaenyra eagerly offered a spoonful of her pastry to Jaehaerys. This too is delicious. I adore this sweet flavor. Could it be pear?" Little Rhaenyra exclaimed excitedly. "Yes. This is my favorite flavor." The two princesses brought a long-forgotten joy to Jaehaerys, causing the elderly king to momentarily forget the presence of Otto and his daughter, as Daniela led him to explore her various inventions. As she gazed at the receding figure of Jaehaerys, Alicent restlessly turned to her father and remarked, "The two princesses are indeed stunning and have captured the favor of His Majesty." Otto, observing Jaehaerys and Daenerys, whispered, "You should cultivate a good relationship with them, just as you do with your brother. I believe they would come to appreciate you in return." He then placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, adding, "They are the youngest dragon riders of House Targaryen." Jaehaerys was not the only one who extolled the virtues of Dragonfire wine. Many nobles were equally enchanted by its exquisite flavor. Meanwhile, Sir Samwell, the tax collector from Whitehill, seized the opportunity to extol the myriad wondrous effects and the legendary brewing process of Dragonfire wine. "My lords," he declared, "the yeast used in the production of this wine can only be found near Dragonstone, and even the barley employed is fertilized with the ashes of sheep charred by Dragonfire. The brewing process incorporates several secret ingredients. While I cannot divulge their identities, I assure you they are related to dragons. After Samwell's eloquent promotion, this inexpensive barley wine was astonishingly priced at 1 gold dragon per barrel, equivalent to 50 pounds per gold dragon, nearly the cost of a warhorse. Nevertheless, the nobles clamored to place their orders, and by the end of the banquet, he had amassed a staggering 200,000 orders, marking the highest production for Whitehill in a year. Chapter 9. The dispute. As Jaehaerys savored desserts alongside Daenerys and the others, he observed Samwell tirelessly marketing Dragonfire wine among the nobles. Leaning closer to Daenerys, he whispered, "Little Daenerys, if you're allowing Samwell to conduct business at royal feasts, shouldn't he first settle the taxes?" In a generous tone, Daenerys replied, "This Dragonfire wine is merely for the noble lords. Our royal household has even finer selections. I can provide exclusive offerings for the crown at the same cost as Dragonfire wine." With a playful glint in her eye, she inquired, "What would our great-grandfather think of such sincerity?" Intrigued, Jaehaerys asked, "Oh, something even better? I must have a taste." Daenerys then gestured to her handmaiden, Annie, who promptly presented a beautifully silk-covered, deluxe version of Dragonfire wine. This exquisite wine was contained in a specially crafted, dragon-shaped transparent glass bottle, its hue a resplendent gold. The goblets for consumption were made of glass adorned with dragon bone, intricately carved with flame motifs. Annie respectfully poured a glass for King Jaehaerys, presenting it with grace. "This is Targaryen's Dragonfire. Please indulge, Your Majesty." Jaehaerys took a tentative sip, and an invigorating warmth surged from his mouth to his stomach, igniting a fiery sensation throughout his being. This explosive energy seemed to breathe new life into his weary body, prompting him to swiftly finish the entire glass. The old king's forehead instantly glistened with perspiration, yet his body felt considerably lighter. Daenerys, while dabbing the sweat from Jaehaerys' brow with a handkerchief, confidently stated, "What do you think, Your Majesty? This is the Targaryen's Dragonfire." "Excellent. The wine is splendid, and the name is even more fitting. Only this name is worthy of it." The crowd, noticing the commotion, subtly gathered closer. Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake, along with Princess Rhaenys, approached first. "What has brought such joy to His Majesty? Judging by your complexion, it must be good news." Jaehaerys raised his hand, signaling to Annie, "Pour Lord Corlys and Princess Rhaenys a cup of Targaryen's Dragonfire." Targaryen's Dragonfire? Although puzzled, both the sea snake and Rhaenys accepted the golden-hued wine from Annie's hands. Upon tasting it, even though they were renowned lovers of strong spirits, they were astonished by the potency of this libation. The wine was fiery and robust, yet invigorating to both body and spirit. "I have circumnavigated the globe 6 times with my fleet, yet I have never encountered a spirit that can rival Targaryen's Dragonfire," praised the sea snake sincerely. Rhaenys nodded in agreement, declaring, "The Dragonfire we just had was already a rare treasure, yet it pales in comparison to this. I have been feeling unwell lately, but after drinking this, I feel as if I have been miraculously healed." Jaehaerys, with a sense of pride, pointed to the dragon-shaped bottle in Annie's hand. "Of course, this is a royal wine exclusive to the Targaryens. Just one bottle costs 10 golden dragons." 10 golden dragons? Even the wealthiest of the 7 kingdoms, Lord Corlys, could not suppress his astonishment at the price. Yet, he quickly downed the exquisite wine in his cup and extended the empty vessel towards Annie. Observing this, Annie smiled and explained, "I apologize, Lord Corlys. Due to its potent medicinal properties, each person can only partake of 1 cup of Targaryen's Dragonfire at a time." Though disappointed, the sea snake reluctantly withdrew his goblet. "Is it merely a matter of price? I refuse to believe that a few cups of strong wine could cause any harm to me," boomed the Duke of Storm's End's eldest son, the 14-year-old Boros. As he pushed through the crowd, Princess Rhaenys, as his cousin, immediately tugged at his arm, saying, "You foolish boy, are you already tipsy this early? Mind your words in front of the king. Beware of Boros's wrath." Upon realizing it was this foolish lad, Daenerys interjected, "Young Master Boros may not be aware, but medicinal wine nourishes the sick. However, for a healthy person, excessive consumption may be detrimental. I refuse to believe that a little strong wine could affect me. How about we make a wager?" At that moment, Duke Boros had already rushed over. With a swift kick, he sent Boros staggering, exclaiming, "What is this place? Do you think you are in Wind's Rest, acting with such impunity?" Boros, undeterred, retorted, "What are a few cups of strong liquor? I refuse to believe it can truly affect a person." In the distance, Daemon Targaryen was lamenting to his brother Viserys, Even the goats in the valley stir more desire in me than that woman. How could I possibly father children with her? What utter nonsense are you spouting? Viserys, clearly taken aback by his brother's words, sternly admonished him. She is your wife, the head of House Royce from Stonehenge. How dare you tarnish her reputation in such a manner? I advise you to watch your tongue, or I shall have no qualms about severing it. Demon, however, remained unfazed, responding, if you can assist me in annulling my marriage to that woman, I would gladly offer you a choice of where to cut. I have no objections. How about this? I will help you contend for the crown prince's position, and once you ascend, you will aid me in dissolving my marriage? As Viserys grew increasingly exasperated by his brother's insolence, he landed a punch on him, warning, you will treat Lady Royce with the utmost respect, do you understand? Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Just as Viserys was about to unleash another flurry of punches, he suddenly heard the commotion between Daenerys and Boros and hurried over. A wager it is, Daenerys declared, seizing the moment as Boros had become incensed. However, since you seem indifferent to your own well-being, I would rather not squander my fine wine. Here's the deal. If you manage to consume this entire jug of Dragonfire wine without incident, I shall provide you with Dragonfire wine from Wind's Rest free of charge in the future. But should you falter, you will owe me 10 fully equipped, three-masted ships. Do you have any idea how much 10 fully laden three-masted ships cost? That is worth a fortune, Boros exclaimed, leaping up as if Daenerys had uttered something utterly preposterous. Daenerys merely scoffed. If you Stormlanders cannot afford it, then so be it. Your mind has never been particularly sharp. And if you were to drink excessively and come to harm, it would truly be a disservice to your devoted royal father. Who are you referring to? Boros bristled at the impertinence of a mere girl. Daenerys, unfazed, turned to confirm with Duke Baelmond. Do you support Boros in this wager? If you do not agree, I cannot trust that he will honor his word. After all, Storm's End is not what it once was. Let us not allow Boros to continue squandering. Duke Baelmond thought to himself, who does she think she is? While Wind's Rest may have declined politically, our house has never lacked for funds. Normally, he would dismiss such provocations as mere taunts. Yet, being belittled by a newly adult young girl stirred something in him. Thus, he impulsively declared, I support him in this wager. Chapter 10. The intrigues among nobles. As the moment approached, Daniela playfully grasped the hand of her great-grandfather, His Majesty King Viserys, and said, Your Majesty, why not serve as a witness? The ships and sailors of Storm's End are reputed to be among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. However, I confess my ignorance in these matters. I shall require your assistance in assessing their capabilities. Otherwise, if they take advantage of my youth, how would I know? King Viserys, harboring a significant grievance against Storm's End, was delighted to collaborate with Daniela, eager to see them falter at the hands of his granddaughter. He readily replied, You are indeed quite astute. However, when it comes to the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms, one must consider the Valerian family's Sea Snake fleet from Driftmark and the Redwine family's fleet from the Arbor. Therefore, let Lord Corlys and Count Robert be responsible for evaluating your spoils. Upon hearing this, Duke Beaumont immediately sensed something amiss and interjected. Our Baratheon fleet cannot compare to the quality of theirs, so, not a concern. King Viserys interrupted Beaumont's protest. Surely, a prestigious duchy like Storm's End can muster 10 fine, three-masted ships. Count Redwine instantly chimed in. Indeed, even if the quality of the vessels is somewhat lacking, we can simply equip them with additional resources. I have many skilled shipwrights on Driftmark. Should your ships not meet expectations, I shall gladly assist in their repair and enhancement, and only charge you for the costs incurred. Warships? Daniela had only wagered on three-masted ships, not warships. Corlys, the Sea Snake, directly countered Count Redwine's remarks. Robert Redwine retorted sharply, if not warships, then are we to assume they are mere three-masted galleys? Can Storm's End even handle such a bet? Princess Daniela, being young, cannot discern the differences among these three-masted vessels. Surely, she refers to the finest warships. Do you truly believe that the esteemed princess would settle for mere commercial galleys? As you might. Though Lord Corlys of the Sea Snake possessed great esteem, he could not quite match the verbal prowess of Count Robert Redwine, renowned across the Seven Kingdoms. Redwine spoke as if victory was already assured. Whether it be a merchant vessel or a warship, the outcome would reveal itself in due time. A few cups of strong liquor would not dictate the result. At this, Daniela promptly declared, It is always better to clarify matters beforehand. I had no idea there were so many classifications of three-masted ships. Let the wager be 9 warships and 1 three-masted galley akin to the Queen of Driftmark. This way, my seafaring endeavors will befit my station. Upon hearing this, Duke Beaumont's complexion turned a shade of iron gray. We of Storm's End possess no such opulent vessels. We can only muster 10 merchant, three-masted ships. If Her Highness the Princess finds them acceptable, let this be our wager." Princess Daenerys released King Viserys' hand and slowly approached Duke Beaumont, gazing up at the imposing figure adorned with a thick beard, her voice as cold as ice. "Is it that Duke Beaumont seeks to bully me for my youth, or does he simply disregard me as a princess of House Targaryen? Do you truly believe that I am only worthy of the most rudimentary of sailing ships?" As Daenerys spoke, she edged closer, her words resonating with fervor. "It was your eldest son who first disregarded noble decorum and publicly questioned my status as a royal princess. And now, you and your son conspire to humiliate me in this wager. How dare you now speak condescendingly regarding our stake? Do you truly believe that House Targaryen has lost the wrath of the Dragon King?" As Daenerys' furious and proud voice echoed through the gardens of Aegon, her dragon, Dreamfire, soared from the open grounds above her, emitting a resonant and furious roar, flames of orange and red swirling within its throat. The assembled nobles were taken aback, with many of the ladies gasping in shock. King Viserys, Prince Daemon, and Princess Rhaenys gazed up at the circling Dreamfire with excitement, their eyes alight with exhilaration. For while it is true that the Targaryens possess an affinity for dragons, few can forge such a profound bond. Even the most illustrious dragon lords of the Targaryen lineage have not been able to summon their dragons through mere emotion. Thus, Daenerys' display filled them not with discontent but with pride, as befits the scion of the Dragon Queen. Duke Beaumont, confronted by Daenerys' accusations and the intimidation of Dreamfire, felt a rush of shame and embarrassment, his face flushing crimson. "Princess Daenerys, you misunderstand me. That was not my intention. Storm's End simply does not possess ships of such quality. Then build or procure them," Daenerys retorted, her voice rising, leaving Duke Beaumont's head spinning. "Is it that the esteemed Duke of Storm's End lacks such capabilities? No wonder the pirates of the Stepstones and the Dornish are nearly upon your fortress. You lack the means to defend it." Her words struck deeply at Duke Beaumont. I am the Duke of Griffin's Roost. I have achieved countless victories for the Seven Kingdoms. How can you? I am a princess of House Targaryen." Daenerys interjected defiantly. "No matter your accolades, can they surpass the might of the Targaryen dragons?" At this moment, Lord Corlys Velaryon interjected, grasping Duke Beaumont's arm to silence him. "Today is meant to honor the late Prince Balon. This is a day of mourning. However, Princess Daenerys hatched a young dragon, which served to inspire and comfort the Seven Kingdoms. Let us heed the princess's words. I shall provide the grand vessel." Daenerys cast a deep glance at Lord Corlys Velaryon and said, "I am most grateful, my lord." At that moment, Viserys approached and took Daenerys' hand, saying, "Quickly, let the Dragonfire subside. The ladies are quite frightened." "Yes, cousin." Daenerys then commanded the Dragonfire to retreat in Valyrian. At this juncture, Anya prepared a fresh bottle of Targaryen fire wine and presented it to Boros, gently advising, "My lord Boros, this drink truly should not be consumed excessively. Do take care, and do not overexert yourself." Surrounded by onlookers, Boros was unwilling to relent, retorting, "Enough with the chatter, fill me a large cup." Anya reluctantly produced a dragonbone goblet and poured him a drink. Boros seized the cup and downed it in one gulp. The fiery, pungent sensation coursed through his throat and into his stomach, causing beads of sweat to form instantly. "Refreshing. Another." Anya complied and poured him another glass. Boros again raised the goblet and drained it entirely. Despite having prior experience, the intensity and stimulation of the drink were undiminished. However, this time, he did not break into a sweat. He felt a surge of energy rush to his head, followed by a trickle of salty liquid from his nose. Chapter 11. A conversation between cousins thinking it merely a runny nose. Boros wiped it carelessly with his hand, attempting to appear nonchalant as he boomed at Anya. "Excellent wine. Fill it up. Sir Boros, you have a nosebleed." Anya gently reminded him, stifling a laugh at his now disheveled appearance. The expressions of the gathered crowd were quite entertaining for Daenerys. Apart from a few, such as Duke Boros and Princess Rhaenys, who exhibited concern and offered caution, the majority displayed expressions of amusement. "Boros, perhaps it is wise to cease. It seems this wine truly should not be consumed in excess," Princess Rhaenys proclaimed. Astutely aware that Boros had already lost, she recognized that further bravado would only lead to greater embarrassment for him. Yet, Boros, oblivious to her intentions, insisted, "I am perfectly fine. Just a little nosebleed. Fill it up." His obstinate behavior drew scorn from the noble attendees, with many ladies discreetly covering their amused smiles with handkerchiefs or fans. Although others masked their reactions more subtly, Daenerys could still discern a sense of schadenfreude in their expressions, including that of her own cousin, Viserys, and Daemon. Even Lord Corlys Velaryon, who had maintained amicable relations with House Baratheon, could not hide his disdain. Sir Boros, you truly must refrain from any more drink. Your body cannot withstand it. You have only consumed 2 cups. It is evident that you are destined to lose. Why push yourself to the brink? Anne's words seemed to be encouraging, yet they only served to provoke Boris further. With his eyes wide open, Boris impatiently urged, "Enough with the nonsense. Refill my glass." While Anne continued her facade of persuasion, her hands deftly filled the glass once more. Ignoring the concerns of those who genuinely cared for him, Boris swiftly downed a 3rd cup of Targaryen's fire. The youthful and robust Boris, striving to steady his swaying body, exuberantly proclaimed, "Excellent wine. Excellent wine. Hick, fill it again." With a thud, his hefty form caused the Dragonstone floor to tremble, clearly indicating that he would not be fortunate enough to savor a 4th cup of Targaryen's fire that evening. "Oh dear, Sir Boris." Anne's exclamation, though filled with surprise and urgency, did not cause the perfectly held wine to sway, revealing that all the commotion was merely an act. "Boris." Duke Beaumont rushed to Boris's side, helping him up while frantically shouting at the nearby guards, "What are you fools waiting for? Take Boris away immediately. Fetch the maester at once." After a flurry of chaos, Boris was finally carried away by several guards to a room in the guest castle. Following Diggory's assessment, it was determined that Boris was simply intoxicated and would recover after a good sleep. The assistant was instructed to administer a few cups of sobering broth. Meanwhile, Daenerys had won the wager, securing 10 of the most advanced 3-masted ships, thereby carving out a small piece from Storm's End and Lord Corlys Velaryon. Ha! This Targaryen fire is indeed splendid, truly deserving of its name. Bring forth a cup for each of the esteemed lords and ladies present. Such fine wine should be shared. King Jaehaerys finally took charge of the proceedings. "Lord Redwine, I trust you will remain at Dragonstone for a while to assist Daenerys in evaluating the 10 3-masted ships from Storm's End." Lord Robert Redwine bowed with pride. "It is my utmost honor, Your Majesty." Servants quickly filled the glasses of all present with Targaryen fire. King Jaehaerys, with renewed fervor, raised his glass and declared, "To Targaryen fire, to the finest wine in the 7 kingdoms." The crowd, regardless of their true sentiments, heartily echoed, "To the finest wine in the 7 kingdoms." "Ha! The flavor of this wine is delightful, is it not, Duke Beaumont?" Cousin Daemon jested, savoring the taste of the fire while teasing Duke Beaumont. "When the tales of Targaryen fire are sung, surely the Baratheon name will not be forgotten. The ties between our 2 houses are indeed remarkable." Humph. Upon hearing this, Beaumont's countenance darkened akin to the bottom of a pot. However, he chose to disregard taming and directly requested Scholar Diggory to convey a message back to Storm's End, asking them to send forth their 10 finest 3-masted ships. Lord Corlys Velaryon fulfilled his promise as well, dispatching one of the best 3-masted galleys from the Velaryon family to Dragonstone. Duke Beaumont insisted on compensating the Velaryon family with an additional 3-masted warship. Prince Viserys then took Daenerys aside and whispered, "Daenerys, congratulations on winning 10 3-masted ships. However, you must understand that acquiring these vessels not only brings you wealth and attention, but may also provoke the envy and criticism of others. In the realm of nobility, power, reputation, and relationships often outweigh wealth and force." Viserys gazed steadfastly at his cousin Daenerys. She nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that her cousin was imparting wisdom on navigating this intricate world. Sensing that Daenerys had absorbed his words, Viserys continued, "When engaging with nobles, remain ever vigilant. Do not easily offend or trust anyone. Simultaneously, learn to wield your intellect to make them serve your interests. Remember, power lies in control, not in ostentation." "I shall keep this in mind, cousin," Daenerys replied resolutely. Viserys looked at her affectionately, seemingly nonchalant, before asking, "Daenerys, what are your thoughts on the dragons of House Targaryen?" Daenerys glanced at her cousin and deliberately replied, "They say the Targaryens are closer to the divine than mortals, for we can command dragons. Yet, perhaps the very notion that we can control dragons is an illusion." Viserys chuckled softly, stroking Daenerys' hair as he gently said, "Dragons indeed bestow upon us great power, but with that power comes responsibility. We must wield it wisely." After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys responded, "Cousin, you are correct. The dragons are our advantage, yet they require cautious handling. We can harness their strength to establish our authority and intimidate foes, but we must also be wary of not allowing the dragons to become objects of fear and jealousy for others." Viserys nodded in agreement, adding, "Furthermore, we must cultivate a bond of mutual understanding and trust with the dragons. Only by forging a deep connection with them can we better harness their power. Daenerys, today you have demonstrated to all the wisdom and strength of a Targaryen princess. I am proud of you. Chapter 12. Advising the brother on dragon's cousin, since grandfather's passing. Vhagar has become a dragon without a master. These days, she mourns daily above the narrow sea, surely grieving for our uncle. Daenerys meticulously observed the expression of Viserys, tentatively stating that she was currently the largest dragon of House Targaryen, uncertain of who might next tame her. Her cousin Laenor was eager to tame an adult dragon. One wondered if she harbored any hope of mastering Vhagar. Should she succeed, the might of House Valyrian's dragons would surpass that of House Targaryen. Daenerys' seemingly casual remark caused Viserys to pause momentarily, though he remained silent. With a continued smile, Daenerys remarked that her cousin had once been the dragon rider of the Black Dread, Vhagar's tamer. If anyone desired to tame Vhagar, it would undoubtedly be their father. Would he not consider a try? Viserys smiled gently, shaking his head, and replied that since the passing of Vhagar, he had no intentions of taming another dragon. As he spoke, a mixture of pride, regret, and an uncharacteristic nonchalance flickered in his eyes. Daenerys was taken aback. Her father, often regarded as a paragon of kindness, possessed such depth of emotion. In that moment, she gleaned insights into Viserys' reluctance to ride dragons. Firstly, having experienced the pinnacle of excellence, individuals often find it difficult to settle for anything less than extraordinary. This psychological phenomenon is widespread across various realms. For instance, those who have savored fine tea struggle to enjoy ordinary brews, just as connoisseurs of fine wine find it challenging to accept mediocre vintages. Could it be that Viserys, having ridden the Black Dread, now deemed Vhagar unworthy? Secondly, the disparity between high and low status complicates matters. Those of elevated rank often find it challenging to tolerate anything beneath their standards, while those of lower standing are more adaptable. This suggests that Viserys might not even harbor ambitions for the throne, given the considerable distance between his origins and royal aspirations, yet he had once tamed the Black Dread. Thus, as his stature increased, could it be that he preferred to forego dragon riding altogether? Thirdly, the principle of opportunity cost in economics illustrates that acquiring one thing necessitates relinquishing another. Once one has experienced the best, one becomes acutely aware of the inadequacies of prior choices. This tendency to prioritize makes individuals reluctant to compromise. It appears that the pride of House Targaryen is deeply ingrained in their very essence, transcending mere personality traits. Lastly, personal experiences and their psychological impact also shape this mindset. For instance, individuals who achieve their goals through perseverance often find the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction renders them unwilling to return to previous states. This psychological shift makes them averse to settling for suboptimal choices. House Targaryen, heralded as the closest to divinity, has their legacy intertwined with the Black Dread, the undisputed sovereign of dragons. Thus, have these factors led to the pride of Viserys being fully amplified? Self-awareness and self-improvement. Some individuals, through introspection and continuous self-betterment, ascend to new heights. This journey of personal enhancement elevates their standards, rendering them incapable of accepting choices that fall below their current level. In summary, the psychological logic of no longer settling after experiencing the best is primarily the result of various intertwined factors, including the contrast between peak moments and lower states, opportunity costs and trade-offs, personal experiences and psychological impacts, as well as self-awareness and self-improvement. However, even with an understanding of these reasons, Daenerys could not help but mutter, "You truly are a fool. Your future misfortunes are well-deserved. Cousin, after the passing of your grandfather, it is customary for you to inherit the throne, is it not? Do you lack a dragon for this?" Daenerys confronted the daydreaming Viserys boldly, jolting him back to reality, as he gazed at her in disbelief. "Did someone speak of me before you?" Daenerys shook her head. "No, isn't it obvious? Are you not the eldest male of House Targaryen? Is it not the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms for you to ascend the throne? Is it not so?" Viserys quickly interrupted Daenerys. "Please refrain from such talk. You are still young and do not understand certain matters. If someone were to overhear, who knows what troubles may arise." "Oh, I see." Daenerys replied with a pout. "So, will you continue to avoid attempting to tame Vhagar? I believe it is prudent to be prepared. Just in case. I'm saying just in case. If it truly were you. The Targaryen family has never had a king without a dragon. You must consider this carefully. While I may not grasp the intricacies of succession, I do understand that to attain what one desires, one must seize power and agency for oneself. I can choose to relinquish it, but I cannot be coerced into giving it up." Viserys found himself increasingly perplexed by this cousin of his. She was, after all, still a child. Yet her words and actions consistently took him by surprise. Just as he contemplated a response, Aemma and Rhaenyra approached. "What have you two been discussing for so long?" Viserys gently took Emma's hand and replied softly, "Oh, nothing much, just catching up after a long time." Rhaenyra then teased Daenerys, "Aunt Daenerys, I heard you wagered and won 10 three-masted ships from Boros. What is this? Do you aspire to follow in the footsteps of the sea snake and become a navigator? But we are Targaryens, after all. Why not simply ride a dragon wherever you wish? Why endure the hassle of sailing?" With an innocent expression, Daenerys countered, "Rhaenyra, is it so unreasonable for me to wish to travel by ship while riding a dragon? Why should I opt for choices that bring discomfort?" Before Rhaenyra could respond, Daenerys turned to Viserys with concern. "Traveling by ship can be quite taxing, cousin, and you must suffer greatly from seasickness, am I right? Thus, it would be wise to tame another dragon. That way, we could forego the ship entirely." Her words elicited laughter from Viserys, who realized that his cousin genuinely desired for him to tame another dragon. "Of course," Daenerys exclaimed, "can a Targaryen truly be considered one without a dragon? Moreover, I have discovered that forming a bond with a dragon brings benefits to one's health. Ever since I have harnessed the power of Dreamfire, I feel considerably stronger. Perhaps my sister-in-law should also consider taming a dragon. It might lead to healthier children." Hearing Daenerys' remarks, Viserys felt reassured, realizing that his cousin was merely assertive and realistic, rather than being driven by madness. Chapter 13. The fearless children. Rhaenyra sensed that her parents' attention had been captivated by Daenerys, which left her feeling rather displeased. She immediately retorted, "Father has already tamed Balerion. Why would he need to tame another dragon? Wouldn't that diminish his worth? It seems, Daenerys, that you are not only greedy for wealth, but also for more. You want everything for yourself." Daenerys quickly distanced herself from Rhaenyra, sticking out her tongue in jest. "I simply enjoy watching my niece Rhaenyra seethe with jealousy while being utterly powerless against me." Ha ha. Her playful words brought laughter to both Viserys and Aemma, rendering Rhaenyra speechless despite her prepared rebuttal. Aemma, suppressing her laughter, smiled and gently urged, all right. You two haven't seen each other in ages, and you choose to bicker instead of reconnecting. Rhaenyra, you just enjoyed the delicacies your aunt prepared. Have you forgotten her kindness so quickly? Daenerys, you are also a young lady now. You must be mindful of your image. You are princesses of House Targaryen and should serve as examples for the noble daughters of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you understand?" Rhaenyra obediently nodded. "I understand, mother." Daenerys, unfazed, replied, "I believe that having a remarkable niece representing House Targaryen is more than sufficient. My ambition is to be a formidable guardian of our family. I shall ensure that all who harbor ill intentions towards us bow before our dragons. If we, as royal princesses, cannot live according to our own desires, then what is the meaning of life? Wouldn't you agree, cousin and sister-in-law? And cousin, you must seriously consider my suggestion. Only strength can balance strength." Viserys and Aemma, inherently gentle souls, found themselves at a loss when confronted with the audacity of their kin. Thus, they chose silence and instead accompanied Daenerys and Rhaenyra into the realm of nobility for their customary social engagements. They believed that children, with gentle guidance, would mature in due time. After all, Daenerys, a royal princess of the highest esteem, was meant to live her life with a certain abandon. At tonight's banquet, the tale of Daenerys winning 10 ships from Boros in a wager was sure to dominate the headlines of the Seven Kingdoms for quite some time. It was likely that the troublesome offspring of various noble houses would find their own misdeeds more palatable in light of Boros's reckless actions. Yet, what could be done if they were met with disapproval? How many parents truly possessed the fortitude to contend with their children? Equally sensational that evening was Daenerys's fiery wine. The nobility, having savored it, developed an affinity for the drink, further fueled by Samwell's enthusiastic endorsements, leading many families to place orders. With the recent gambling incident involving Daenerys and Boros, there was an insatiable desire to stockpile the wine. These astute noblemen recognized the opportunity. Soon, not only the Seven Kingdoms, but also the free trade city-states would be abuzz with the amusing tale of the heir to storms and losing 10 ships. In a certain light, Boros's folly would secure him a place in history, forever known as Boros the loser of ships. Consequently, Daenerys's fiery wine would emerge as the coveted elixir of the season, presenting an excellent business opportunity for the nobles. After all, they were in contact with numerous minor nobility and their own trade networks, individuals who would find it difficult to procure the wine from Dragonstone without relying on their supplies. Thus, they promptly approached Samwell to increase their orders, resulting in over 500,000 golden dragons worth of requests by night's end. Fortunately, over the past 3 years, White Sheep Town had amassed a considerable stock of fiery wine, enough to fulfill these orders. However, future production would need to expand, as the distillery in Goat Town could only produce 100,000 golden dragons worth of new wine each month. To secure sufficient barley for brewing, Samwell traversed the Seven Kingdoms. Although Westeros had enjoyed a long period of stability, food reserves remained relatively ample. However, the cost of transporting grain was significant, and Dragonstone lacked products worthy of trade. Thus, grain merchants were often hesitant to venture to the island. To attract these traders, it was essential to offer products of tangible value. Daenerys's fiery wine marked the inaugural brand from White Sheep Town. Yet, due to its high price, sales had been limited in recent years. Conversely, the quality of cattle, horses, and sheep in White Sheep Town had significantly improved thanks to Daenerys's special feed, drawing numerous livestock merchants to the area. Coupled with the rich vegetation resources on New Dragonstone, the population of goats and sheep in White Sheep Town had surged to over 200,000 heads. In addition to providing sustenance for the dragons, Daniela earns tens of thousands of gold dragons annually. The herd of cattle has also expanded to several thousand heads, the majority of which are allocated to the serfs for agricultural purposes. Daniela has improved numerous agricultural tools and extended credit to the serfs for their use, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the farmers. After cultivating her extensive fields of arable land, they have also cleared substantial plots for themselves. In the first 2 years, Daniela exempted them from rent, prompting even some impoverished fishermen from nearby villages to voluntarily join in the agricultural efforts. Their newly cultivated fields now span around 40 to 50,000 acres. Starting this year, they will be required to pay rent to Daniela, which will yield her an annual income of over 10,000 gold dragons. Nevertheless, Daniela charges them only 40% of the market rate for rent, which is quite modest. However, the obligation of monthly labor remains significant, as Dragonstone Island is still in the development phase. Yet, Daniela does not leave them entirely without support, providing meals and a meager allowance. Over the past decade, due to the intensive development of Dragonstone Island, Daniela's treasury has seen little growth. Ultimately, her wealth was bolstered by occasionally commandeering the Dreamfire to raid the merchant vessels of notorious pirate clans and disreputable noble families from the free trade city-states, accumulating 5 million assorted gold coins. These seized ships were secretly dispatched to Taz Island, where they were refurbished by Count Taz and sold, with the better quality vessels integrated into their jointly operated merchant fleet. The close relationship between Daniela and Count Taz is facilitated by her personal guard, Cameron, who is the Count's younger brother, thus fostering rapid mutual trust. Additionally, the repeated pillaging of Taz Island by pirates supported by the Kingdom of Three Daughters has instilled a deep-seated hatred for pirates and the free trade city-states in Count Taz, making him more willing to collaborate with Daniela. The sailors and crew, especially those of slave origin, have proven to be obedient and reliable, while pirates and wealthy merchants have either been fed to dragons or sent to the mines. Presently, their fleet has safely returned from a comprehensive circuit of the free trade city-states, bringing back goods valued at no less than 10 million gold dragons. This expedition was primarily exploratory, deliberately avoiding high-risk areas and refraining from venturing into regions abundant in gold, silver, and gemstones. The main objective was to familiarize themselves with the situation in various free city-states in preparation for future endeavors. Daniela intends to personally navigate the Dreamfire on the next voyage. Chapter 14. Dance with Dragons. Since her successful bonding with the dragon, Daniela has attended royal banquets infrequently, apart from significant festivals, and thus finds herself somewhat unaccustomed to the social intricacies of the nobility. Under the guidance of Emma and Rhaenyra, she was compelled to feign smiles and engage in social pleasantries for over an hour, which proved to be quite taxing for her. Consequently, she sought an early opportunity to retreat to her chambers for rest. Uncertain whether it is for the sake of Daenerys' exquisite wine, the king and the nobles have shown no intention of departing for several days. Each evening's banquet extends late into the night, leaving one to ponder how many infatuated hearts have succumbed to their desires during this time. Even Daenerys' 4 handmaidens have been captivated by the charms of those noble lords. Had it not been for Daenerys' stringent regulations regarding her subordinates' conduct, one might question whether they would have retained their virtue. The 10 three-masted ships that Daenerys won were delivered yesterday, fully equipped, with a complete crew and laden with a month's worth of supplies. This marks the Duke of Beaumont's final act of defiance and dignity. Daenerys beseeched His Majesty Jaehaerys to exchange half of the crew with royal sailors. Thus, even if there were any ulterior motives among them, they would pose no threat. To refurbish these vessels, Daenerys withdrew 200,000 golden dragons from her treasury and entrusted them to Samwell. instructing him to find a reliable captain to take the ships to Bravos for modifications, while also procuring 10 warships in return. To ensure Bravo's earnest attention, Daenerys invited her devoted handmaiden, Jeriel's father, the Count of Seagull Town, to oversee this venture. Simultaneously, Samwell prepared to gather some unique products from Westeros to transport, thus making the round trip quite profitable. One morning, just as dawn broke, Daenerys was roused once again by the mischievous Murish, who, like a hungry pup, nuzzled against her while eagerly gazing with violet-hued eyes to express her hunger. Promptly, Daenerys rose and instructed the guards outside to have the kitchen deliver the prepared roast lamb. Murish relished the spiced meat, consuming several pounds before contentedly curling up to sleep in the black stone nest Daenerys had fashioned for her. With her own sleep eluding her, Daenerys summoned her handmaids to assist her in her morning routine. After a simple breakfast in her chamber, she donned her dragon-scale armor and mounted Drogon to hunt in the narrow sea. The previous night's revelries had concluded quite late, and the nobles were unlikely to rise early. With her lessons suspended for the time being, Daenerys sought her own amusement. Soaring above Dragonstone on Drogon, she observed the inhabitants of White Sheep Town already laboring in the fields. As the earth awakened, it was the season for sowing. The diligent farmers enthusiastically scattered the seeds of their hopes. Meanwhile, the distillery on the hillside north of White Sheep Town had scarcely rested, for the fiery wine had officially graced the stage of the Seven Kingdoms. With demand soaring, they could not afford to relent. In contrast, the fishing village situated by the port remained tranquil. The influx of nobles had brought an unprecedented number of patrons to the local taverns, inns, and houses of pleasure, prompting them to extend their hours into the late night. In Port Village, the most renowned establishment is the Fire Kiss Garden, clandestinely managed by Daniela. This exquisite 3-story, garden-style erotic haven was meticulously crafted by the skilled artisans of the Three Daughters Kingdom, for which Daniela has generously compensated. Every detail, from the decor to the courtesans and bed slaves, has been carefully curated through the efforts of Count Taz, resulting in a significant financial investment. Consequently, merchants who have visited Dragonstone Island find themselves irresistibly drawn back, providing Daniela with considerable illicit income while simultaneously serving as a vital source of intelligence. Nobility from the surrounding regions frequently patronize this venue, which has now become the most coveted locale among the aristocracy. Despite the exorbitant prices at the Fire Kiss Garden, these noble gentlemen remain unfazed, liberally dispensing their golden dragons into Daniela's coffers. Her cousin, Demon, is among the establishment's most devoted patrons, often spending the night at the garden, practically residing there of late. However, the revenue generated by the Fire Kiss Garden has been utilized by Daniela to dispatch agents across various cities to gather orphans and intelligence operatives. Since its inception, the garden has successfully collected over 1,000 astute orphans from diverse regions. In this world, nearly every city is home to a multitude of vagrants and orphans, making the task relatively straightforward. Upon arriving at Dragonstone Island, the most exceptional 100 children, after rigorous assessments and selections, are accommodated in a valley within Daniela's estate on New Dragonstone Island. Although the estate is simply constructed, it is equipped with all necessary facilities. Furthermore, it houses a plethora of talents, including gladiators, assassins, scholars, and healers, all procured at great expense by Count Taz from the Slave Bay. These children are to learn from these esteemed individuals, as Daniela endeavors to cultivate her own elite force for the future. Those who are not selected are sent to breweries, blacksmith shops, and farms to acquire basic survival skills, while the exceptionally gifted are directed to the Fire Kiss Garden. Currently, it is the season when whales, dolphins, sharks, and jellyfish migrate from the summer seas to the northern waters, making it a rare hunting season. Recently, Dreamfire has also captured a considerable number of large sea fish. As Daniela navigates Dreamfire through the skies, they soon encounter a substantial school of large fish. Dreamfire merely needs to skim the ocean's surface, vigorously flapping its wings to send the larger fish soaring into the air before incinerating them with a breath of dragon fire and swiftly consuming them. After approximately half an hour, they spot a massive school of migrating tuna, accompanied by a pod of dolphins and several great white sharks. After confirming their target with Daniela, Dreamfire swiftly dives towards a great white shark. The speed is so tremendous that it momentarily renders Daniela's ears deafened. With a powerful grip, Dreamfire's colossal claws ensnare the shark, swiftly ascending into the air. The captured shark, now airborne, is rendered motionless in fear. Many of the creatures in this world are considerably larger than those from Daniela's previous existence, perhaps due to the higher oxygen content in this realm. The colossal great white shark measured an impressive 14 to 15 meters in length, with an estimated weight of 10 tons. Satisfied with her catch, Daniela steered her dragon, Dreamfire, back. However, just as they were nearing Dragonstone Island, they unexpectedly collided with 3 juvenile dragons, each over 10 meters long, fleeing in terror. One was silver gray and slender, its scales shimmering with a misty hue under the sunlight. Gray Shadow? Daniela immediately recognized the unfortunate creature, the last of its kind to have been devoured by the Sun Eater, immortalized in the annals of Dragonstone. What was the story behind the other two? They appeared significantly more robust and larger than Gray Shadow. The green dragon bore a striking resemblance to Dreamfire, its body a rich copper blue, with black fangs and claws, adorned with scales of emerald and bronze that reflected light like jade. The largest among them was entirely black, with scales, wings, and horns as dark as coal, save for its striking emerald green, gem-like eyes. Chapter 15. The First Dragon Battle. Once Daniela spotted the menacing black dragon, the glutton, lurking behind the 3 juvenile dragons, the situation became clear. It seemed that the 2 unrecorded young dragons had fallen prey to the glutton. Dreamfire attack. The glutton was an ancient dragon of Dragonstone, rumored to be older than the infamous Black Death, Vhagar, a wild dragon. It was formidable, yet its size barely exceeded 100 meters, smaller than the bronze dragon, Vermithrax. Presently, Dreamfire had grown to 70 meters, unafraid of this foe. Moreover, the dragon rider's influence would significantly enhance Dreamfire's combat prowess. Upon receiving Daniela's command, Dreamfire surged forward, accelerating towards the glutton. With a deep and authoritative roar, Dreamfire's voice resonated among all dragons. Having finally cornered the 3 juvenile dragons, the glutton would not tolerate Dreamfire interrupting its feast, unleashing a furious roar in response. Hiss, Dragonfire! Just as the glutton entered Dreamfire's fiery range, Daniela commanded Dreamfire to unleash its flames. The deep blue fire engulfed the glutton in an instant. Yet, Daniela remained vigilant. As the Dragonfire subsided, she swiftly instructed Dreamfire to ascend. Her gaze remained fixed on the scene below. As anticipated, the cunning glutton, cloaked by the flames and smoke, opened its maw wide to bite at Dreamfire. Fortunately, Dreamfire had already gained altitude, causing the glutton's ambush to miss its mark. Daniela then directed Dreamfire to unleash another torrent of flames, obscuring the glutton's vision, before maneuvering to its blind spot. Dreamfire, silence. Leap onto its back and attack. Obeying the command, Dreamfire took advantage of the glutton's disorientation caused by the Dragonfire and swiftly darted towards its back. Yet the glutton, truly a cunning old dragon, demonstrated his craftiness just as Dreamfire was about to seize him from behind. In a sudden twist, this wily creature spun around, brandishing his claws toward Dreamfire while swiftly ascending in an attempt to rupture the oil sac nestled within Dreamfire's chest. Dreamfire, unleash your dragon flame. At such a close range, Dreamfire's fiery breath knocked the glutton off balance, igniting sparks on his wings. Upon witnessing the vile green flame erupting from the glutton's throat, Daenerys hastily commanded Dreamfire to ascend, narrowly evading the viscous, jet-like blaze that threatened them. The old dragon's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Daenerys could not help but reflect on her own mastery of Dreamfire. Despite her strategic acumen, the glutton had gained the upper hand. Over the years, Daenerys and Dreamfire had plundered no less than 1,000 ships and hunted hundreds of formidable creatures like whales and sharks, yet they still found themselves outmatched by the glutton. Fortunately, at that moment, the 3 young dragons had vanished behind the cover of clouds, momentarily out of danger. Thus, Daenerys instructed Dreamfire to maintain a safe distance from the glutton and steer clear of the dense cloud cover to avoid ambush. As long as she could push him back and protect the young dragons from harm, she was not inclined to continue the battle. She had already sacrificed a prized great white shark for this confrontation. The clash between Dreamfire and the glutton unfolded near Dragonstone, soon drawing the attention of the inhabitants of Dragonstone Keep. The bare-bottomed cousin, Demon, hearing the furious roars of the dragon, hastily dressed and rushed toward the bloodworm, Cleicus, perched on the rocks by the sea. Meanwhile, Cleicus was incessantly squawking at the fierce clash between the 2 colossal dragons. King Viserys, though aged, could not remain idle upon hearing that Daenerys was engaged in battle with her dragon. He promptly made his way to Dragonmount to summon his mighty dragon, Vhagar. Princess Rhaenys was the quickest to react. As Demon bolted from the fire-kissed garden, the old king had barely reached Dragonmount when the Red Queen, Melisandre, had already taken to the skies. Rhaenyra Syrax was resting in the gardens of Dragonstone, and she stealthily climbed onto the dragoness back, joining Melisandre as they both soared from the keep. Princess Rhaenys, observing Daenerys in combat alongside the swiftly following Rhaenyra, smiled with great satisfaction. This was indeed the essence of a Targaryen princess. The Red Queen, Melisandre, rightfully hailed as the fastest of dragons, swiftly traversed the distance from Dragonstone to the battlefield of Dreamfire and the Glutton in mere minutes. Attacked Melisandre. Although the Red Queen was now only over 60 meters in length, her bravery was unmatched, and she charged toward the Glutton with a resounding roar. While the Glutton had previously held some advantage against Dreamfire, the addition of Melisandre to the fray was bound to overwhelm him. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys fiercely clawed several deep gashes into the chest of the Glutton, eliciting anguished cries from the creature. Princess Rhaenys, increasingly impressed with Daenerys, could not help but internally praise her for possessing such remarkable dragon-riding skills at the tender age of 18. Truly a rare talent. At that moment, Rhaenyra finally arrived, skillfully guiding Syrax nearby. However, confronted by the chaotic clash of three colossal dragons, both Rhaenyra and Syrax dared only to observe from a distance, as the courage they had summoned in concern for Daenerys had been utterly expended. With the resounding roars of dragons, King Viserys riding Vhagar and Daemon riding Caraxes finally made their entrance. Upon witnessing this, the Glutton quickly harnessed its Dragonfire to drive back Dreamfire and Melius, then swiftly fled towards its lair. Princess Rhaenys, commanding the Red Queen Melius, closely followed the Glutton to ensure it returned obediently to its den. Viserys and Daemon trailed behind the Glutton, only returning alongside Rhaenys once they witnessed the cunning old dragon enter its lair. Meanwhile, Daenerys directed Dreamfire towards the location where she had discarded the great white shark, seeking her next quarry. Fortunately, it had yet to sink, and Dreamfire soon located it, swiftly grasping it and soaring towards Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, witnessing her aunt's nonchalance in the midst of such chaos, felt a surge of anger replace her earlier fear. She propelled Syrax directly towards Dreamfire, exclaiming, "Daenerys, you caused such trouble this early in the morning and still have the audacity to hunt sharks? I fear you are utterly beyond redemption." Daenerys merely pointed to her ears and then gestured dismissively, indicating her inability to hear. "I can't hear you. Nephew, be quiet." Rhaenyra, comprehending Daenerys' intent, found her fury intensifying. Chapter 16. Determined Viserion Dreamfire's speed far surpassed that of Syrax, prompting Daenerys to accelerate towards Dragonstone. Leaving Rhaenyra and her Syrax in a state of confusion above, Daenerys made a landing in front of the kitchens at Dragonstone. Upon seeing the princess arrive once more on a dragon, this time with a massive shark in tow, the kitchen staff quickly rallied to assist. "Everyone, come quickly. Princess Daenerys has caught another prize." Such scenes had become commonplace in the kitchens of Dragonstone. Each time Dreamfire captured a whale, shark, or other large sea creature, it was entrusted to the kitchen staff for processing. The fish meat and valuable portions were divided, with Daenerys taking 60%, the castle retaining 30%, and the remainder distributed among the kitchen staff. Thus, the kitchen personnel remained fiercely loyal to Daenerys, as her contributions had allowed them to accumulate considerable wealth over the years. With such bounty, they could provide their families with a better life. In the town of White Sheep, there exists the esteemed Daenerys Academy, established by Princess Daenerys herself. For a modest annual fee of 1 gold coin, common folk are afforded the rare opportunity to receive an education. In the realm of Westeros, knowledge is predominantly monopolized by the nobility and the citadels of learning, leaving the commoners with scant opportunities for enlightenment. The Academy conducts assessments each month, rewarding the top 5 students with tuition waivers and complimentary supplies such as ink, paper, and books. Currently, Daenerys Academy boasts over 100 students. With the support of Daenerys in recent years, the residents of White Sheep and the servants of Dragonstone have managed to accumulate some wealth. Naturally, they are inclined to invest in their children's futures, recognizing the generosity that Princess Daenerys extends towards those with potential. While outsiders may not perceive the transformations on Dragonstone, its inhabitants keenly feel the positive changes brought about by Princess Daenerys. They now harbor a renewed sense of hope for their lives. Today's catch, a magnificent great white shark, is anticipated to yield at least 300 golden dragons in revenue for Daenerys. Following the inaugural dragon battle, Daenerys is in high spirits. The skilled chefs deftly fillet the impressive shark within mere moments. The most coveted parts of the shark are its fins and flesh. In this world, the consumption of shark fins is not customary. Thus, Daenerys could be considered an innovator in this regard. This singular delicacy alone is sufficient for Daenerys to be immortalized in the songs of bards. Moreover, shark skin, cartilage, liver, and heart serve as excellent nutritional supplements, particularly beneficial for the pregnant Emma. The shark skin is also a superior material for crafting sword sheaths and bags. Daenerys has stockpiled considerable quantities of shark skin, whale skin, and seal skin. The scraps are charred to perfection by the dragon Dreamfire, who has grown accustomed to the flavors of these wild delicacies. The choicest portions of the shark are reserved for His Majesty the King and the royal family, while a delectable serving of sashimi is prepared for the noble lords. Additionally, a sumptuous shark fin soup is to be crafted for the king and the royal members, many of whom may not have had the pleasure of tasting it before. Ha ha ha. While others may be unaware, Prince Daemon and Lord of the Tides have surely indulged in such delights. The corpulent chef, Bose, could not resist making a jest at this remark. Close that foul mouth of yours. I would not hesitate to feed your tongue to the dogs if you continue. Chef Padma scolded, brandishing her rolling pin towards Bose. She, along with many other cooks and castle servants, was assigned to Dragonstone by Daenerys, with her salary funded by the princess. Beyond developing agriculture on Dragonstone and nurturing a reserve of talent, Daenerys has also supported numerous impoverished women with skills, assisting them in the creation of culinary delights, garment tailoring, and textile weaving. This not only secured their livelihood, but also ensured that whenever Daenerys had a sudden inspiration, there were hands available to help transform her ideas into reality. As a royal princess, since her successful dragon riding, Daenerys has received an annual stipend of 300,000 golden dragons, a significant increase from the previous 50,000. Thus, she is able to fund and employ these individuals without needing to concern herself with others' opinions. The stipends for members of the Targaryen royal family are not fixed. They are adjusted annually based on the royal income. However, since her great-grandfather Jaehaerys solidified his reign, there have been few changes for decades. Ordinary royal members receive a stipend of 50,000 golden dragons each year. As for luxuries such as silk, jewels, and fine wines, those depend on the king's mood, resulting in considerable disparities among royal members. Those who have successfully ridden dragons receive 300,000 golden dragons, primarily to cover the immense costs associated with feeding and caring for the dragons. The Prince of Dragonstone, however, receives a stipend of 500,000 golden dragons, along with other rewards that far exceed those of other royals. Nonetheless, like most royal members and other nobles, these stipends are primarily spent on lavish living and socializing among the aristocracy. After all, even private banquets hosted by royal members at the Red Keep come at their own expense, and any servants summoned to the castle require additional gratuities. The salaries of the personal guards and handmaidens surrounding royal members must also be paid from their own funds. Consequently, most royal members do not maintain extravagant lifestyles. Her cousin Viserys, being rather ascetic, has surrounded himself with only a few childhood companions and has shown little inclination to cultivate any direct heirs. As for Daemon, his stipend is likely squandered on revelry and women, though he has undeniably made a plethora of friends. After Dreamfire finished her meal, Daenerys instructed her to return to the dragon lair, while she hurried to Dragonstone Castle. Today's dragon battle was a significant event, and as the most crucial participant, her presence was indispensable. What? You say 3 wild dragons have appeared on Dragonstone? Daemon seemed to retain a lingering irritation, possibly due to the unresolved dragon battle. Daenerys playfully rubbed her ear, feigning annoyance. Daemon, why are you so surprised? Is there anything strange about this? There have been plenty of wild dragons born on Dragonstone, haven't there? Or do you think I could mistake even a dragon? Daemon immediately apologized, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was just so astonished. After all, aside from Rhaenyra's Syrax and your Malays, it has been quite a while since any dragon hatchlings have emerged from our Targaryen lineage. Daenerys smiled and teased. If only my cousin were to have a few more siblings, surely we would see more hatchlings. It seems you must put in some extra effort. Ha! Daenerys is right. You truly need to step up your game. Her cousin Viserys chimed in enthusiastically. King Jaehaerys observed Daenerys teasing Daemon and found it quite amusing. However, seeing Daemon's unabashed desire for Daenerys stirred a sense of unease within him. The glutton, cunning and vengeful, had temporarily retreated due to the gathering of dragons. Yet, once we depart from the capital, I worry he may not remain docile. Therefore, Daemon, you shall stay with Caraxes at Dragonstone for a while. By the time autumn arrives, the glutton will have sunk into slumber in the Dragon Mount, and all will be well. Yes, your majesty. Daemon dutifully acquiesced. Nevertheless, Daenerys sensed that he had not fully indulged in the pleasures of the Gardens of Fire. Furthermore, Viserys shall adopt Daenerys as his ward. She has reached the age for marriage, and you too shall take charge of her affairs. Yes, your majesty. The Viserys couple had already regarded Daenerys as their own daughter. Thus they gladly accepted this arrangement. Becoming their ward would elevate Daenerys' status further, and naturally, she had no reason to oppose it. Thus, Daenerys was bestowed a new identity, becoming the daughter of Viserys. Meanwhile, Viserys secretly resolved to attempt to tame Vhagar for Daenerys, for only this founding dragon could overpower the glutton's ancient beast. Chapter 17. Dragonstone and Shark Fin. The three wild hatchlings remained of paramount importance to the Targaryen family, already blessed with numerous adult dragons. Hence, safeguarding them was the royal family's foremost priority. However, since they were wild dragons, not hatched in Dragonstone, they had not received the care and training from dragon riders since infancy, making it exceedingly challenging to bring them into Dragonstone for protection. The three hatchlings were perpetually in peril, being targeted by the glutton. Although Dreamfire was formidable, it was still outmatched by the glutton. Consequently, King Viserys decisively ordered Daemon, riding the fierce Caraxes, to remain behind, to sever Daemon's lingering affections for Daenerys. He promptly declared her as Viserys' daughter. With the formidable dragon Caraxes present, even if the glutton were to attack the hatchlings again or seek revenge on Dreamfire, the two dragons together could withstand any threat. Moreover, with Daemon and Daenerys at hand, their splendid Targaryen lineage might very well attract the three hatchlings to Dragonstone, thus ensuring their safety. Furthermore, Viserys, having endured the loss of his children, felt his own vitality waning. The struggle for the throne was imminent. Placing the impulsive and restless Daemon far from King's Landing was in everyone's best interest. Understanding the unfolding events, the Targaryen family was naturally pleased. Their lineage had expanded with three more dragons, and Daenerys' demonstrated affinity for dragon riding greatly satisfied several elders. However, the other noble families perceived matters differently. Daenerys detected their veiled apprehension in their gazes. After all, the more dragons the Targaryens possessed, the less inclined they were to provoke the royal family lightly. Moreover, King Viserys is in the twilight of his reign. Who can predict the nature of the next monarch? Should another Aegon or Maegor emerge, the noble lords of the Seven Kingdoms shall certainly face dire consequences, hence their apprehension is entirely justified. Nonetheless, they outwardly display sycophantic smiles, showering His Majesty with a plethora of congratulatory remarks and praises. The exaggerated language and ostentatious gestures lead Daenerys to feel as though the milk in her cup has turned to curdled cream. Before long, the kitchen presented an array of exquisite dishes. Due to the Dragon War, breakfast and lunch were combined into a lavish brunch. In recent days, the nobles gathered at Dragonstone have found immense satisfaction in the culinary delights offered here, many of which they had never even heard of, let alone tasted. Thus, anticipation for the two daily feasts has become a ritual. Today's luncheon was no exception, alongside traditional delicacies of the Seven Kingdoms. The chefs also introduced new creations inspired by Daenerys' culinary vision, drawing from the rich gastronomic culture of the Far East. Catering to these rustic nobles proved to be a straightforward endeavor. However, Daenerys did not intend to showcase these delicacies merely for ostentation. She had already conferred with Samwell, planning to win over the great lords with fine food and exquisite wine, before broaching the subject of establishing a branch of the Fire-Kiss Garden in their territories, incorporating gastronomy, viniculture, accommodation, and local customs. The costs for space and construction would be borne by the great nobles, while Samwell would oversee the management, with profits split in a ratio of 3-7, favoring Samwell. Of course, such clandestine dealings would not escape the keen eyes of these astute nobles. Yet no one would dare bring such matters to light unless they wished to incur Daenerys' wrath. Presently, many prominent nobles from the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale have already expressed a willingness to collaborate with Samwell. They await the graduation of the apprentices from Goat Town, after which they can formally commence operations. Daenerys does not harbor expectations of significant profits from the Fire-Kiss Garden. Her primary aim is to gather intelligence and recruit talent. After all, the second sons of fallen noble houses and the gifted offspring of commoners are not uncommon. Uniting them could forge a formidable force. Among today's culinary offerings, the standout dishes featured shark meat. Even these highborn lords do not often indulge in such fare. Furthermore, given that this particular shark was linked to a battle with a dragon, the spectacle of dining on it only heightened the grandeur of the occasion. Especially when the elegantly crafted porcelain bowl containing shark fin soup was presented, its exquisite china and the translucent, sweet broth once again astonished the assembled nobility. At that opportune moment, Samwell stepped forward to elucidate, "Esteemed Your Majesty, lords and ladies, this sweet soup, made from shark fins, is not only delectable but also exceptionally nourishing, with benefits for health and beauty. The exquisite vessel designed for serving shark fin is known as dragon porcelain. Crafted from clay sourced from the imperial forest river and fired in a traditional kiln with the flames of the great dragon. Beyond this soup bowl, a plethora of tableware and vases are available. Esteemed guests are warmly invited to visit the Dragon Porcelain Shop in White Sheep Town for a delightful exploration and potential acquisition. However, as Samwell animatedly elucidated the details to the gathering, many attendees found their gaze drawn to Daniela. Several noble offspring, of a similar age to Daniela, appeared to be calculating their next moves. After elegantly savoring a bite of shark fin, Jaehaerys expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, this shark fin is delectable. Moreover, the quality of this dragon porcelain rivals that of the most expensive ceramics from the continent of Essos. It seems White Sheep Town has much to offer." Lord Corlys Valerion, an illustrious navigator who had embarked on 9 grand voyages, could not help but echo the sentiment. "This is truly fine porcelain. I must visit White Sheep Town." Such quality would surely be sought after even on the continent of Essos. With the endorsement of these 2 prominent figures from the 7 kingdoms, the nobles swiftly showcased their skills in flattery and eloquent discourse, as if this porcelain represented the very hope for the rise of the 7 kingdoms. Suddenly, Prince Daemon turned towards Daniela and remarked, "It appears that my expenses during my stay at Dragonstone could easily be covered by Princess Daniela. Pray tell, how many little treasures do you possess now?" Daemon's comment caught Daniela off guard as she was in the midst of explaining the preparation of shark fin to her mother and sister. She responded, somewhat perplexed, "Isn't the royal stipend for dragon rider's uniform? You, Prince Daemon, live carefree, supported by a wealthy lord's wife. Why then do you seek to profit from me, a humble caretaker of White Sheep Town? As an elder, should it not be your duty to care for me, the younger generation? I have always been quick to share any treasures I acquire. I have no hidden treasures. Otherwise, I would not have sold the gifts I saved from my childhood for money." Chapter 18. The contest for dragon porcelain shares you, insolent girl. I shall inevitably bring you under my command. While previously Daemon admired Daniela's beauty, he now found himself increasingly drawn to her spirited nature, leading to an inadvertent slip of coarse language. The room fell into an immediate hush. Prince Viserys Targaryen's expression darkened, and he rudely hurled the silver cup in his hand at Daemon's face, warning, "Mind your tongue. Should you speak so recklessly again, I shall personally see to it that it is severed." As Daemon wiped away the remnants of spilled wine, he awkwardly apologized. "Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. However, my admiration for Daniela prompted my indiscretion." Daniela, appearing unfazed by the exchange, calmly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, uncle. I hope you find joy in your time here. Should you find yourself in need of gold, I can lend you some. Rest assured, the interest will be minimal." Emma, the foster mother, observed Daniela's calm demeanor and refrained from offering her words of comfort. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra admired Daemon from a distance, finding her roguish uncle irresistibly charming. This brief interlude was soon overshadowed by the nobles' fervent discussions about dragon porcelain. As the elite of the 7 kingdoms, they were acutely aware of the potential fortunes that dragon porcelain could bring. In this world, only the empire of Et possessed the secrets to porcelain craftsmanship, with Westeros and Essos relying on imports from that distant realm. The treacherous sea routes and the considerable distance made these wares exceedingly costly, accessible only to the most affluent nobles and merchants. Even the great houses typically possessed only a few vases and plates, which were often displayed merely as decorative pieces. Due to the frequent conflicts within the Et Empire, high-quality porcelain circulated sparingly in the market. The exquisite white porcelain produced in White Harbor was among the finest available, hinting at tremendous profit margins. Now, as the cherished darling of House Targaryen, Daniela was not to be underestimated. However, the nobles would not easily relinquish the opportunity to stake a claim if it arose. Families like Lord Corlys Valerion and Count Redwine, who commanded ocean fleets, stood to gain significantly from acquiring dragon porcelain at preferential prices, adding a highly lucrative commodity to their trading ventures. Coupled with the fiery wine and the unique barbecue seasonings from Goat Town, these 3 items represented formidable products in the Essos market. Consequently, in their bid to win Samwell's favor, the nobles collectively made substantial concessions during their collaboration at the Fire Kiss Gardens, striving to establish a congenial partnership with him. Samwell and Daniela had anticipated the nobles' reactions and devised a strategic response. Thus, when offered olive branches, he accepted them, albeit cautiously. The allure of dragon porcelain was well understood by all, including King Jaehaerys. However, White Harbor was Daniela's fief, and the dragon porcelain was a product of her ingenuity. He was determined to protect the interests of House Targaryen. Prompted by the prospect of dragon porcelain, The gathering quickly concluded their meal and made their way to the porcelain shop in White Harbor. Although they had already been impressed by the quality of the dragon porcelain, they were still astonished by the diverse shapes and exquisitely decorated porcelain pieces displayed within the shop. Quick to act, several prominent nobles sought to purchase the entire collection. Samuel, however, regretfully informed them, "I apologize, my lords, but what you see here are merely samples and not for sale. Moreover, our porcelain firing techniques are not yet fully developed, and our monthly production is limited. We can only produce 100 complete sets of tableware, and the remaining 15 individual items total just 300 pieces." Disappointment was etched on the faces of the nobles upon hearing this. Upon witnessing the scene, Samuel mused to himself, "Indeed, as Her Highness the Princess has noted, these gentlemen possess quite the appetite." He promptly raised his voice and proclaimed, "However, we are in the process of expanding our operations and training more apprentices. I am confident that our output will gradually increase. By the end of this year, we anticipate a doubling of our production." Such a modest quantity? Lord Collis of the Sea Serpent furrowed his brows. "Indeed, the craftsmanship of dragon porcelain is exceedingly intricate, and we must ensure the quality of each piece, which requires a significant investment of time," Samuel eloquently explained. "And what of the price?" inquired Count Redwyn. "The price will be determined by the size, shape, and patterns of the porcelain," Samuel replied. "Take this set of dragon porcelain dinnerware, for instance. Its production is labor-intensive due to its completeness. Yet it is priced at a mere 1,000 gold dragons. 1,000 gold dragons. The assembly considered this price to be quite reasonable, as porcelain of such quality from the outer lands could fetch prices exceeding 10,000 gold dragons. Consequently, eager voices began to express intentions to place orders. Samuel, adhering to the prior agreement with Daenerys, addressed the gathering, "Esteemed lords, the value of porcelain is well understood among you. The dragon porcelain from our Ares town is forged with the power of Dragonfire, rendering it all the more precious. Thus, the quantity of this exquisite dragon porcelain is inherently limited. Only those present here today possess the means to procure it. Therefore, we have devised a rather novel sales approach. Our dragon porcelain will be sold via a subscription system. For example, with this complete set of dinnerware, only 100 sets will be available each month. However, to purchase a set monthly, one must first pay an annual subscription fee of 10,000 gold dragons." Samuel's words piqued the interest of the assembly. Lord Collis of the Sea Serpent could not help but exclaim, "Intriguing. Indeed, quite fascinating. I shall secure a subscription for 2 million gold dragons for the Valyrian family." Samuel, a touch embarrassed, replied, "I apologize, Lord Collis, but aside from members of the Targaryen royal family, individual family subscriptions cannot exceed 100,000 gold dragons." "Then, let it be 100,000 gold dragons for each item." King Jaehaerys interjected, "What privileges does my status as king afford me?" Samuel promptly responded with respect, "Certainly, your majesty. Princess Daenerys has decreed that we reserve 30 of each item for the royal family." Pleased by this, King Jaehaerys nodded in approval. "Very well, Lord Linman. I entrust the coordination of this matter to you." With the king and Lord Collis leading the charge, the assembly promptly began to vie for subscriptions. However, with the limited availability, they engaged in animated debate before ultimately reaching a fair distribution. The stock that was brought out from the store has been completely purchased by them. On this singular day, Daniela accrued nearly 2 million gold dragons. Chapter 19. A stroll through the orchard. As the prominent nobles vied for the qualification to purchase the dragon porcelain, her cousin Demon, with a roguish grin, approached Daniela and said, "Daniela, in assisting you to safeguard the territory, you ought to reward me with 10 or 8 pieces of dragon porcelain. When I come across something splendid, I shall think of you." Upon Demon's approach, Emma instinctively drew Daniela closer to her. Ranilla, witnessing Demon's audacity, excitedly chimed in, "I want some too. I want some." Daniela, with an air of haughty pride, declared, "I have already commissioned bespoke porcelain for each member of the Targaryen royal family. As the dragon riders of House Targaryen, how could we possibly use the same items as those from outside?" Daniela's words left Demon and Ranilla momentarily speechless. "You little wretch," was the unspoken sentiment shared between them. Daniela was indeed correct. They must always remember their royal lineage. Viserys, while verbally affirming this notion, inwardly rejoiced. "Thank the heavens I did not speak first." King Jaehaerys, having secured the lion's share of the dragon porcelain allocation, departed with the Kingsguard in satisfaction. Daniela and the royal members followed closely behind. As for the nobles, Samwell would adeptly manage them, being the second son of Count Setigar. His intellect and status were more than sufficient to handle the aristocracy. Cousin, cousin-in-law, demon, little sister, why not allow me to take you to the nearby orchard? It is the season of blooming fruit trees, and the hillside is quite picturesque, Emma suggested. Since arriving on Dragonstone, she had felt significantly better, and thus readily agreed. That sounds delightful. Though the flowers in the Aegon garden are lovely, I have grown weary of them these days. What say you, Viserys? I too wish to see it, exclaimed Rhaenyra, ever eager for adventure. However, Demon interjected at an inopportune moment. I was just about to take a ride on Caraxes to survey Dragonstone. Those 3 young dragons are yet unaccounted for, and I wish to search for them. I shall not intrude upon your family. With that, Demon briskly made his way toward Dragon Mount alone. Meanwhile, Daniela and her family, accompanied by their guards and handmaidens, leisurely traversed through White Sheep Town toward the northern hillside. Over the past 3 years, White Sheep Town had expanded several-fold. Nearly all its streets and buildings were constructed from black stone to alleviate the oppressive aura of the darkness. The rooftops were typically adorned with red tiles, and the doors and windows were painted in vibrant hues, coupled with the diverse trees planted along the roads, and the presence of flower beds and comfortably designed black stone benches. White Sheep Town radiated cleanliness and vitality. The expenses for the construction of roads and houses are entirely funded by Daniera. The subjects under her name have been allocated homes at low prices with installment payments, binding them firmly to this place as they gradually repay their debts to Daniera through diligent labor. In contrast, the free individuals who have come here to seek a livelihood can only rent accommodations. However, should they wish to become subjects of White Sheep Town, they too may enjoy the same privileges as the original inhabitants, along with the right to cultivate land. In the past year, due to the burgeoning success of White Sheep Town, tens of thousands of displaced individuals from the 7 kingdoms have settled here. In response, Daniera is currently constructing a village named Dreamfire, situated near the mountainous region, specifically designed for agricultural endeavors. The shops lining both sides of the main road are available for rent to merchants seeking to conduct business, with Daniera herself owning 7 of the largest and most prominent establishments. Among these, the most opulent is the Porcelain Shop, a 3-story standalone building encompassing over 3,000 square meters, complete with a courtyard, warehouse, and staff living quarters, occupying nearly 10 acres. Next in grandeur is the Tavern and Inn, specializing in dragon flame liquor, which covers an area of 8 acres, slightly smaller than the Porcelain Shop. Following that are the Silver Shop, Spice Store, Silk Shop, Crystal Workshop, and Blacksmith, each spanning 3 to 5 acres. However, apart from the Spice Shop, which thrives thanks to Daenerys' specially crafted barbecue seasoning made from dragon byproducts, the others have garnered only modest responses. Last month, Daniera invested heavily in acquiring several hundred artisans from the Slave Bay, who have now arrived and will soon be assigned tasks after acclimatizing to their new environment. Beyond White Sheep Town, a mountain stream leads to the orchards. Emma gazes at the lively orchard before her, instantly captivated. She affectionately embraces Daniera, exclaiming, "My dear Daniera, how do you always manage to come up with such brilliant ideas? The fruit yield from the valley is among the highest in the 7 kingdoms, yet no other orchard has been managed so beautifully." Viserys concurs, remarking, "Daniera truly embodies the dreamwalker spirit of our Targaryen lineage." To justify her imaginative endeavors, Daniera showcased traits of a dreamwalker to her family from a young age, attributing her current creations to this gift. After 3 years of development, the White Sheep Town orchard has expanded to over 40,000 acres, nearly covering the surrounding hills within a 10-kilometer radius. This year, most of the fruit trees have entered their fruitful phase, making this the most splendid time for blooming flowers, with petals fluttering in the wind, lifting everyone's spirits. Rhaenyra, rarely indulging her youthful nature, eagerly drags Daniera into the orchard, reveling in joyful abandon. As Viserys and Emma supported each other, they gazed with satisfaction at their 2 daughters, who were joyfully playing, their eyes filled with affection. Viserys tenderly caressed Emma's already rounded belly, and, with a face full of longing, said, "Emma, if you could bless me with a son, my life would be complete." Emma, in a rare display of playfulness, retorted, "Would you not cherish another princess like your daughters?" Viserys, with a doting smile, took Emma's hand and replied, "As long as it is our child, I shall love them unconditionally. However, having already been blessed with 2 remarkable daughters, I dare say a son this time would be splendid." Emma, with a hint of resignation, expressed, "I only wish for him to be born safely and to grow up as joyfully as his sisters." Viserys, "I cannot bear to endure the pain of losing a child again. Daenerys and her family were thoroughly enjoying their outing and were reluctant to return home. Consequently, Daenerys instructed her servants to prepare a feast at Dragonstone and suggested a picnic in the orchard, which was met with unanimous approval from her family. However, not wanting to wait too long, Daenerys ordered some sheep to be brought from Whitehill, eager to indulge in roasted lamb. The roasted lamb from Whitehill, enhanced by a special seasoning, had become a renowned delicacy throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Just as the family began to feel weary from their stroll, the marinated goat arrived. Daenerys took it upon herself to roast it for her family. This rare opportunity for togetherness filled them with joy. Chapter 20. An unexpected visitor in the orchard. The fragrance of blooming flowers mingled with the tantalizing aroma of roasting lamb, wafting far and wide. As royal members, Viserys and Aemma frequently accompanied His Majesty on hunts, and picnics were an essential part of such excursions. Yet, during those times, they were often ensnared in the intrigues and social obligations of the nobility, forced to uphold the decorum and etiquette expected of their station, which dulled even the most delectable of meals. To liberate themselves from such constraints, Daenerys had sent the guards and servants to a distance, allowing her family to revel in their own merriment. With roasted lamb and fine wine at their disposal, they savored the moment. The family took delight in preparing the goat together. Daenerys was in charge of seasoning. Her sister Rhaenyra turned the spit. Their mother Aemma spread out the cloth and arranged the utensils, while their father Viserys carved the meat. Casting aside royal etiquette, Viserys, along with Daenerys and Rhaenyra, heartily feasted on the meat and drank liberally, reveling in the joy of the moment. Even Aemma, pregnant, was swept up in their exuberance and could not resist taking a small sip of Targaryen's fire. Although this wine was deemed safe for pregnant women, having suffered 2 miscarriages, Aemma remained cautious. Despite Daenerys conducting numerous tests with the wine on pregnant women from Whitehill, Aemma had hesitated until today, when her spirits were high, to take a bold sip. Upon drinking, she felt a warm sensation envelop her body, particularly soothing the frequent discomfort in her abdomen. Aemma then exclaimed in delight, "It appears this Targaryen fire truly benefits pregnant women." As Daniela's family enjoyed their delightful meal, the Dreamfire residing near the volcano, whether drawn by the aroma of roasted lamb or sensing Daniela's joyous spirit, descended directly above them. Fortunately, the location chosen by Daniela was spacious enough to accommodate the Dreamfire's arrival. Upon its descent, Daniela promptly dispatched her guards to White Sheep Town to fetch more goats. Meanwhile, she offered the Dreamfire the remnants of a lamb that her family had left uneaten. However, the meager portion of lamb merely sufficed to satiate its hunger. Consumed in one swift bite, Daniela affectionately stroked the Dreamfire's large head, teasingly remarking, "Dreamfire, you are growing increasingly voracious. Thankfully, your master can earn a fortune, otherwise, you would surely devour me into poverty." Observing the tender interaction between them, Viserys and Aemma felt a swell of pride. Indeed, this was their child. Yet, upon hearing Daniela's jest about being unable to afford to feed the Dreamfire, Rhaenyra's previously quelled jealousy flared up once more. "You lack funds." Who is unaware that Princess Daniela of House Targaryen is the most astute at amassing wealth? Today alone, you must have earned several 100,000 gold dragons from dragon porcelain, nearly rivaling the royal treasury's annual tax revenue. Are you perhaps starting to save for a dowry? Daniela turned to Rhaenyra, her expression innocent. "A dowry? How could you think such a thing, dear sister? I have no intentions of marrying at present. How delightful it is to be with family. Moreover, royal princesses need not necessarily marry, do they? I believe it would be better to invite suitors to our home, thus allowing us to retain control over our own lives. Wouldn't that be preferable? What do you think, sister?" Rhaenyra found herself swayed by Daniela's reasoning, inadvertently nodding in agreement. "You make a compelling argument." Aemma, chuckling, interjected to admonish the 2 sisters. "By the 7, you 2 must cease this chatter. As royal princesses and paragons of the realm, you cannot indulge in such frivolous talk publicly, lest you become the subject of ridicule." Viserys gently took Aemma's hand, replying, "They are still young. Let them relish their current lives. Matters of the future can wait." Aemma shook her head in resignation, but chose not to pursue the topic further. The guards worked swiftly, returning in less than half an hour with over 20 plump goats. With 12 skilled knights on hand, the goats were quickly dispatched. They gathered all the roasting spits to commence the preparation of lamb. To alleviate the Dreamfire's impatience, Daniela placed 3 goats, seasoned to perfection, atop a massive stone, allowing the Dreamfire to roast them with its dragon flame. With the 3 succulent goats, the Dreamfire's hunger was sated, prompting a few contented roars. At that moment, a series of youthful dragon calls echoed near the volcano. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound. And soon 3 small dragons of various hues were drawn to the area by the enticing scent of blood and roasted meat. The dragons are highly intelligent beings, and the lair of the 3 young dragons has been discovered by greedy predators, rendering them too fearful to return to Dragon Mountain. After struggling to survive in Dragon Mountain, they ventured out in search of food today, driven by unbearable hunger, only to fall prey to their pursuers. Fortunately, they were rescued by Dreamfire and cautiously found a new cave near the new volcano where Dreamfire resides. However, today brought both fear and shock, and they failed to locate any food, leaving them in a state of extreme hunger as they followed the scent of blood and delicious aromas. Upon spotting Dreamfire, they immediately halted their advance with heightened vigilance, circling nearby instead. The appearance of the gray shadow is reminiscent of the black dragon, with the red hues removed, and the green dragon. Observing the situation, Daniela hurriedly instructed Dreamfire to lower its body. Dreamfire glanced at the 3 young dragons in the sky, let out a dissatisfied low growl, and then lay down. Consequently, Daniela commanded her servants to move 3 roasting racks to a secluded area away from the crowd, and urged everyone to take shelter within the fruit grove. With the lush fruit trees providing cover, they quickly concealed themselves from view. The dragons possessed exceptional vision and sense of smell, and soon the 3 young dragons detected the enticing aroma of roasted lamb in the open area. After circling a few times, they finally let down their guard and cautiously approached. Nevertheless, they hesitated to land, and after half an hour, the succulent goat began to emit a burnt scent. The strongest among them, the coal-black young dragon, was the first to boldly descend. He scanned the surroundings warily, and finding no anomalies, swiftly made his way to the roasting rack, devouring the meat ravenously. Seeing that the little black dragon was unharmed, the green dragon also bravely flew down, pouncing directly on another goat. However, the possessive little black dragon growled fiercely at the little green dragon to assert his claim over the food. Yet, the ravenous little green dragon paid no heed to the angry growls and quickly seized a fat goat, retreating to a distance from the little black dragon to devour it greedily, while the others concealed themselves in the fruit grove, growing somewhat impatient. The sight of the dragons feasting was exhilarating. Most excited of all was Viserys, for the presence of 3 healthy dragons holds significant importance for House Targaryen. Although none questioned Daniela's words from the morning, the absence of first-hand witness left a lingering doubt. Now, witnessing the 3 young dragons voraciously feeding in front of their eyes brought a satisfaction and thrill far beyond mere hearsay. Chapter 21. The favor of dragons in stark contrast to the bold little black and the brave little green, the inherently cautious gray shadow hesitated to descend. Even as hunger drained his strength and his 2 brothers feasted with gluttonous delight, the gray shadow remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. It is no wonder that in the original thread of fate, the gray shadow survived while his 2 brothers perished. This vigilance is indeed commendable, yet it also destined him to live a constrained existence. Daniera found it utterly perplexing how she, having evaded the relentless pursuit of the devourer, could have fallen prey to the half-crippled Sunfire. This was as bewildering as the way in which the rabble of King's Landing managed to slay dragons. Could it be that divine forces intervened? The faceless ones, perhaps? Yet, it is also plausible that the shade was simply too cautious, with insufficient sustenance and its diminutive size thwarting its escape from the half-destroyed dragon Sunfire. Now that Daniera had arrived, the shade's fortunes had undoubtedly shifted. During the shade's moment of hesitation, Little Black and Little Green had swiftly devoured 3 plump sheep, particularly during the contest for the 3rd roasted lamb. The 2 little dragons showed no regard for fraternal bonds. Little Black, having descended first, managed to consume his share before seizing the 3rd lamb. However, just as he took a few bites, it was snatched away by Little Green. Little Green, having finished his own roasted lamb, cunningly bit the leg of the 3rd lamb. And in a moment of astonishment for Little Black, he yanked the entire lamb over. He then voraciously consumed a substantial portion. The theft of food ignited Little Black's fury, prompting him to roar fiercely at Little Green. In contrast, Little Green was solely focused on the luscious lamb before him, offering no response to Little Black, which only fueled Little Black's rage. He leapt up and struck Little Green, leaving a deep gash on his chest. The searing dragon blood flowed forth, scorching the nearby grass. In pain, Little Green retaliated with a fierce roar, but cleverly used his hind legs to grasp the remaining lamb and flew away. Little Black promptly pursued him. They engaged in a fierce struggle for the remaining roasted lamb in midair. Ultimately, Little Black, owing to his slightly larger size, managed to snatch the remaining meat, triumphantly tossing the roasted lamb into the sky and catching it in his mouth, swallowing it whole. a rather impressive display. Seizing the opportunity while the little dragons were airborne, Daniera hastily summoned her servants to bring over 6 well-marinated sheep and piled them onto the grill, quickly adding firewood. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasting lamb wafted through the air. Little Black and Little Green, having eaten only a modest meal, could hardly contain themselves and swiftly descended. In an effort to endear herself to them, Daniera positioned herself not far from the grill. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety for Daniera. Even Aemma clutched Viserys' arm, worriedly questioning whether Daniera's actions were too reckless. Viserys, keeping a watchful eye on the little dragons, reassured Aemma, "Do not worry. The dragons will not harm one of pure Targaryen blood." However, the frequent movement of his throat betrayed that his composure was not as unshakable as it appeared. Unable to wait for the lamb to cook, Little Black and Little Green unleashed their dragonfire upon the unprepared sheep. To young Black's astonishment, his dragon flame bore a striking resemblance to that of the glutton, both exhibiting a dismal shade of green with a hint of a jet-like spray. In contrast, young Green's dragon flame shimmered in a delicate green tinged with gold, closely mirroring the hue of his own scales, with the green interspersed with a lustrous golden sheen. Although their flames lacked the scorching intensity of a fully grown dragon, they far surpassed the warmth of mere firewood, swiftly roasting 6 plump sheep to perfection. Young Black, unable to contain his eagerness, seized one and began to feast. Meanwhile, young Green delicately grasped one with his mouth, using his hind legs to snatch another, then flew to a distance away from young Black to indulge in his meal. This diversion allowed young Black, who had been keenly observing young Green out of the corner of his eye, to finally focus on his own feast. The ever-cautious Grey Shadow, unable to withstand his hunger any longer, cautiously flew to the roasting rack, seized a goat, and soared away until he vanished from sight. Young Black, with remarkable speed, devoured his sheep and promptly claimed the roasting rack, guarding the remaining 2 sheep beneath him to prevent them from being pilfered by either young Green or Grey Shadow. After a quarter of an hour, both young Black and young Green had finished their meal. Of the 9 sheep, only 3 skeletons remained, the skulls of the earlier sheep having been crushed and consumed, revealing the scarcity of their usual sustenance. It seemed both young Black and young Green were aware that these sheep had been provided by Daenerys. After satisfying their hunger, they gradually approached her. Young Black deeply inhaled her scent and affectionately nudged her with his head, displaying an unexpected display of endearment. Daenerys, emboldened, placed her hand upon his head, feeling his intense warmth. Her silhouette gradually became visible in young Black's vertical pupils. Just as Daenerys prepared to caress him further, young Black unfurled his wings and took flight. Following young Black's departure, young Green approached Daenerys, sniffed her, and after a thorough examination, took to the sky as well. As they departed, Daenerys lingered in a state of contemplation, momentarily lost in thought. Viserys and Rhaenyra shared a similar demeanor. As dragon riders, they understood well that the 2 young dragons were nearing a state of recognition towards Daenerys. However, it was an unyielding tenet that each Targaryen could only be acknowledged by a single dragon. What set Daenerys apart from previous Targaryens? Not only had she mastered Dreamfire, but her bond with her dragon, Meleys, was also profound, leading them to speculate whether Meleys would eventually recognize Daenerys as her master. The closeness of these wild dragons to Daenerys was indeed perplexing, until Cameron approached and softly whispered in Daenerys' ear, "Your Highness, the roasted sheep for Dreamfire is ready." Coming back to her senses, Daenerys promptly exclaimed, "Oh, very well, please carry the roasted sheep and follow me." The skinning knights lifted 6 plump sheep and quietly trailed behind Daenerys, making their way toward the massive stone where Dreamfire lay. After arriving, Daenerys approached Drogon, gently caressing his draconic lips, allowing him to fully relax. The skinning knights meticulously placed the roasted goats upon the boulder before retreating, for Daenerys had taught them that one should never turn their back on a dragon. Initially, Drogon was slightly displeased at being interrupted from his meal by a few hatchlings. However, upon beholding the 6 perfectly roasted, golden goats, all displeasure was swiftly forgotten as he voraciously devoured them, consuming each one with gusto. Since Daenerys had forged a bond with Drogon, it was rare to witness the great dragon feasting on meat and regurgitating bones. Indeed, considering the immense jaws and formidable bite force of an adult dragon, how could it possibly expel the bones of a goat barely large enough to fit between its teeth? It is said that dragons can even swallow stones to replenish their iron reserves. Thus, a mere goat bone would be of little concern. Chapter 22. The name of the dragon. Now, Drogon's appetite was insatiable. After consuming more than a dozen plump goats, he let out a contented roar, signaling his satisfaction. It is worth noting that he had feasted on no less than 1,000 pounds of shark scraps that very morning. Such voracity was indeed beneficial, as it ensured Drogon continued to grow at a rapid pace. By age, he was even older than Vhagar, the bronze dragon. Should his size surpass that of the Devourer or Vhagar, Daenerys' position within the royal hierarchy would undoubtedly become more secure. With the unforeseen developments surrounding Daenerys, one could only wonder if the blood dragon dance would ever unfold again in some form. Nevertheless, Daenerys understood that only by wielding substantial power could she maintain a favorable position, regardless of how circumstances might evolve. After Drogon had fully satisfied his hunger, the family members who had ventured to White Tree Town for picnic supplies returned. That day, Daenerys' family not only reveled in the early spring orchard scenery of White Tree Town, but also delighted in a barbecue picnic, strengthening their familial bonds. Following the picnic, Daenerys commanded Drogon to transport her family back to Dragonstone, showcasing her incredible dragon-riding ability once more. In the days that followed, Daenerys frequently guided Drogon while her adoptive parents explored the newly founded Dragonstone Island. Meanwhile, her sister Rhaenyra naturally rode her dragon Syrax. Occasionally, Daemon Targaryen would accompany them on his dragon, Caraxes. The family's relationships thrived amidst their shared experiences. The Devourer, a cunning and ferocious old dragon, had not shown his face since being driven away. Clearly, he was aware that everyone would be on high alert for him in the immediate aftermath. Remarkably, he seemed to understand the art of patience, allowing others to gradually forget his presence. One must admit that the wisdom and nature of dragons often mirror those of ordinary individuals. After King Viserys and the noble lords had divided the spoils of dragon pottery, they departed one by one. The Velaryon family, wishing for Aemma to successfully give birth on Dragonstone, chose not to return to King's Landing, instead opting to remain on the island. In the current timeline, perhaps King Viserys found solace in the birth of several dragons within House Targaryen, alleviating the grief of his lost son. Or perhaps the potent flames of the Targaryen dragons revitalized his spirit, allowing him to maintain a relatively robust health. Consequently, King Viserys did not engage in the customary selection of his next heir. However, the undercurrents of intrigue among the nobility never ceased. The Hightower family, bolstered by Otto Hightower's appointment as Hand of the King, exerted every effort to cultivate alliances with other noble houses, aiming to solidify Otto's power. Otto's daughter, Alicent Hightower, left a favorable impression on Viserys with her gentle demeanor and melodious voice, becoming one of his trusted attendants. Though she did not reach the heights of her counterpart from the original timeline, this was due in part to Daenerys presenting a stunning beauty, Audrey of Lys. To King Viserys, Audrey possessed the quintessential features of a noble Valyrian: platinum blonde hair and deep blue eyes, along with a petite frame and a gentle disposition that endeared her to the king. She was meticulously chosen by Daenerys from among the many beautiful maidens brought back by Lord Targaryen from the free trade city-states. Reportedly a descendant of a fallen Valyrian noble house, grateful for her salvation from the pleasure gardens, Audrey became an invaluable informant for Daenerys within the Red Keep and the capital. Meanwhile, the Velaryon family had begun to disperse considerable wealth, intentionally forging connections with the various noble houses across the Seven Kingdoms. Following the death of Prince Baelon and disregarding gender, Princess Rhaenys and her son Laenor emerged as the nominal heirs to the throne. Thus, the astute Lord of the Tides began to meticulously strategize, aware that Rhaenys, as a female heir, would face formidable challenges in her quest for the throne. He understood the necessity of securing friendships and recognition from the nobility to garner support in any future power struggles. In contrast, the once formidable Viserys appeared to be entirely absorbed in the desire for Aemma to bear him a son. In comparison, Daemon exhibited far more initiative. Even amidst revelries in the gardens, he did not neglect to forge connections with influential figures from the Seven Kingdoms. His followers included several noble second sons and wandering knights, for which he borrowed a substantial sum of 100,000 golden dragons from Daenerys. However, Daenerys was not inclined to squander her gold merely to bolster his retinue. Thus, through her informants, she selectively courted those among his associates who exhibited both commendable character and demeanor. 20 individuals directly formed their own Dragon Guard Knights. This was due to Daenerys' daily responsibility of guiding the sheep from White Sheep Town to the hillside orchards to nourish the dragons. With only 12 skinning knights under her command, it was evident that her manpower was insufficient. Her swordsmanship mentor, Boron, became the commander of these knights. Under Boron's unique training techniques and stringent expectations, the skills of these 20 knights advanced remarkably within a month. Moreover, their daily close encounters with the dragons filled them with immense pride. When one harbors a sense of honor, their spirit becomes distinctly elevated. Now, the 12 skinning knights and these 20 dragon guard knights exhibited a presence that rivaled the 7 elite white-cloaked royal guards beside the king. In recent days, Daenerys had personally nurtured 3 young dragons, significantly enhancing her bond with them. Aside from not having attempted dragon riding, she could now caress them with ease, and they responded with remarkable affection. Occasionally, her family accompanied her to feed the dragons, fostering familiarity between the young dragons and her kin. Although they did not display overt friendliness, they were entirely at ease in the presence of Daenerys' family. Consequently, her family bestowed new names upon the 3 young dragons. The Black Dragon was named Little Balerion by her sister Rhaenyra, in honor of the founding dragon Balerion. The Green Dragon, named Vagarana by Viserys, also joined the lineage of the new generation of founding dragons. As for the Silver Dragon, her mother chose to name her Grey Shadow, indicating the strong pull of historical precedent. However, with Daenerys and her Dreamfire as guardians, these dragons would undoubtedly avoid the tragic paths of the original timeline. With ample food supply, the 3 young dragons grew at an astonishing rate over the course of a month, nearly matching the size of Rhaenyra's Syrax. Chapter 23. The Glutton returns to action due to the frequent visits of Dreamfire and the 3 young dragons. The area within a half-kilometer radius of Daenerys' daily feeding ground had become barren. The massive rock where Dreamfire once perched had been scorched black by their dragonfire. To protect more fruit trees from devastation, Daenerys ordered the construction of a towering black stone wall, reaching over 10 meters in height. In the span of more than a month, the vicious dragon Glutton had remained dormant, having exhausted all the fishing villages and White Sheep Town. Restless, he often secretly rode his dragon to Spice Town on Tidal Island or crossed the narrow sea to Pantos and Tyrosh in search of revelry and excitement. It seemed that the golden dragon lent to him by Daenerys provided him with even more means to indulge in such pleasures. He remained blissfully unaware that all that is gained without effort inevitably bears a heftier price. The oppressive heat of the day weighed heavily upon the dimly lit and stifling chambers of Dragonstone, leaving both Aemma and Viserys feeling particularly vexed. In contrast, the sunlight in the gardens of Aegon was quite blinding, and the sea breeze was particularly fierce. Thus, Daenerys took to the skies astride Drogon, accompanied by her already flight-capable pink dragon, Meraxes, along with Viserys' family and her devoted handmaidens, joyfully making their way to the orchard of Dragonstone's new isle for some respite. Drogon, with his immense stature and broad back, could easily accommodate dozens of passengers. Recently, Daenerys had taken to frequently soaring through the skies with her handmaidens and guards, an exhilarating experience for them, as they were among the few nobles, aside from the Targaryen family, to have ever ridden upon a dragon's back. Historically, only the former Duke of the Vale, as a child, had been carried atop Vhagar by Princess Visenya. The orchard, lush with dense shade and a gentle breeze, proved far more comfortable than the stone castle. Drogon and Syrax perched amicably side by side upon a massive obsidian rock. Over the years of Daenerys' nurturing, Drogon's temperament and intellect had transformed significantly. He had grown more tolerant of other dragons and humans devoid of hostility. Through their shared experiences, the naturally gentle Syrax had also forged a bond with Drogon, leading to a cordial relationship between the 2 mighty dragons. Occasionally, Drogon would even take Syrax and the 3 younglings on hunts in the narrow sea, and under Drogon's protection, the young dragons, previously frightened by gluttonous foes, gradually reclaimed their inherent courage. Their graceful forms could often be seen soaring freely above the skies of Dragonstone. As Daenerys emerged, she had brought along an abundance of delectable pastries, fine foods, and exquisite wines. Her handmaidens had also packed picnic essentials and rudimentary toiletries. Upon arriving at the orchard, they quickly discovered a picturesque spot to savor delightful afternoon tea while admiring the orchard's enchanting scenery. Now grown to a height of 2 meters, the pink dragon Meraxes persistently implored Daenerys for sustenance. Meraxes was truly remarkable. Despite her slender and delicate appearance, her appetite was insatiable, consuming over 100 kilograms of roasted meat daily, with her size seemingly increasing by the day. The records of House Targaryen contain no mention of a dragonling growing at such an accelerated pace. Daenerys speculated that this phenomenon was closely linked to her own presence. Unlike the family records, which suggested that dragon riders only experienced dreams of dragons during the hatching phase, Daenerys initially believed she might possess the rare gift of a dreamwalker. However, she gradually sensed that her dragon dreams were far more profound than mere dreamwalking, as she entered that wondrous dragon dream each night. In her dragon dreams, apart from Dreamfire and Meraxes, Vhagar occasionally intrudes as well. Recently, the three little dragons have inexplicably begun to appear in her dreams, within the realm of her dreams. Their sizes differ significantly from reality. They are far more imposing and formidable. Daniela speculates that this might represent their peak forms, or perhaps her dream realm allows them to grow and evolve more effectively. Contemplating the faint pinkish-purple flame mark on her forehead, she muses that it might be a yet-to-be-activated transcendent ability. After half an hour, her dragon guardians arrived, ushering in dozens of plump sheep to the fruit grove. Daniela had previously arranged for roasting equipment, so the skinning knights swiftly began slaughtering, skinning, and marinating the lamb. They expertly set up the grill. Daniela discovered that lamb roasted over branches trimmed from the fruit trees produced an even more delectable flavor. Consequently, she accumulated a significant amount of dry twigs nearby, which would last for a year or two at the current rate of consumption. Whether it was the keen sense of smell of the three little dragons or Daniela's strong intent as she pondered how to summon them, their joyful dragon roars echoed from afar. Since Daniela nearly always had the pink hatchling Miraxis by her side, she had grown quite familiar with the three little dragons and enjoyed their company. The three little dragons, as brothers, were merciless in their competition for food, occasionally even engaging in fierce scuffles. Yet, they exhibited exceptional care for the pink hatchling, never contesting food with Miraxis and often offering him their share. Upon hearing the calls of the three little dragons, Miraxis hurriedly swallowed the morsel in his mouth and joyfully flapped his wings, soaring towards them. Their close bond redefined the collective perception of the Targaryen family's dragons. Just as everyone was delighting in the affectionate interactions among the hatchlings, a low, discordant roar resonated ominously from the direction of Dragonstone. Turning to investigate, they were taken aback by the sight of a massive, coal-black dragon that blotted out the sun. Rhaenyra, steer your Syrax away from here. Do not attempt to be brave. Daniela sternly instructed Rhaenyra before dashing towards the enraged Dreamfire, who had risen with a furious roar. Meanwhile, the three little dragons, accompanied by Miraxis, wisely retreated into the cave behind the volcano where they currently resided. The cave was quite narrow, allowing the hatchlings to pass through easily, while a colossal dragon like the Devourer would be unable to enter. However, the distance they had to traverse was perilously dangerous, as the Devourer's speed could easily intercept them before they reached the cave's entrance. Thus, Daenerys swiftly mounted Dreamfire and ascended into the skies, confronting the Devourer to buy sufficient time for the hatchlings to escape. With Dreamfire's current prowess, even if unable to defeat the Devourer, she was more than capable of holding her own against the formidable beast. In the face of the Devourer, Dreamfire finally regained her regal demeanor as the Dragon Queen, her powerful and wrathful roar resonating throughout the island. Chapter 24. The Bloody Dragon. The dragon's furious roar instantaneously alerted all inhabitants of Dragonstone, both old and new. The bustling crowd, previously engaged in their daily activities, hurriedly sought refuge behind whatever cover they could find. The dragon has arrived. The dragon has arrived. The lively streets of the fishing village and Whitehill were rendered eerily silent within moments. This adeptness at self-preservation had long been honed by the residents of Dragonstone, as large gatherings could easily attract the attention of the dragons, particularly the wild ones, known to be man-eaters. On Dragonstone, it was a common occurrence for livestock to be seized and devoured by dragons, and there had been numerous cases of shepherds mistakenly falling victim to these great beasts. Over time, the locals had developed effective methods of self-defense, which included immediately searching for cover and distancing themselves from the dragon. If escape was unfeasible, one must face the dragon directly. Turning one's back could be perceived as a challenge, provoking the dragon to strike mercilessly. The Dragon Watchers quickly led Viserys and Aemma into a nearby natural cave for safety. Viserys, will Daenerys be safe? That is the Devourer, the most ferocious of dragons. Aemma said anxiously, gripping Viserys' hand, seeking both inquiry and solace from her husband's words to calm her frayed nerves. Viserys gently took Aemma's hand, offering reassurance. Do not worry, Aemma. Dreamfire is also a formidable dragon. Besides, did she not already clash with the Devourer without consequence? She will surely be fine this time as well. Moreover, Dreamfire's speed far exceeds that of the Devourer. Fleeing will not pose a problem. Rhaenyra, demonstrating wisdom, swiftly directed Syrax towards Storm's End for Princess Rhaenys' dragon. The Red Queen Melisandre was among the most powerful surviving dragons of House Targaryen, capable of challenging the Devourer. If she and Dreamfire united, they could likely drive the Devourer away. After ascending, Daenerys did not hasten to attack the Devourer. Instead, she positioned herself before the ancient dragon, commanding Dreamfire to soar above, exerting a deterrent force to impede its advance. This strategic maneuver aimed to grant the hatchlings ample time to retreat into their lairs, while also affording the populace of both islands sufficient time to evacuate and avoid the impending dragon battle. Yet, despite Dreamfire's intimidating roar, the Devourer appeared utterly unfazed. He surged forward with great speed, lunging directly at Dreamfire. Though this ancient dragon, the oldest of his kind, did not possess a size commensurate with his age, his scales, more weathered and resilient than those of Vhagar, provided him with formidable defense. His less cumbersome and more agile form allowed him a swiftness that far surpassed that of Vhagar, coupled with his cunning and ferocious nature. The glutton was deemed the most fearsome dragon upon Dragonstone. In the face of the glutton's relentless charge, Daenerys wisely maneuvered Dreamfire to flee swiftly into the distance, opting not to engage the ancient dragon head-on. Instead, she aimed to buy time, awaiting the arrival of other dragons for a coordinated counterattack against the glutton. However, she was cautious not to distance Dreamfire too far from the glutton, lest it turn back to launch an assault on the young dragon or the crowd below. Currently, Dreamfire's speed surpassed that of the glutton, bolstered by an ample supply of food each day, rendering him far more vigorous. Thus, Dreamfire possessed the stamina and capability to circle around him. Alas, fortune did not favor them. Dragonstone, known for its storms, was beset by gathering dark clouds after a brief, sultry morning, heralding an impending tempest. As Dreamfire circled the glutton, the heavy clouds rapidly enveloped the sky, presenting a grave risk to both dragon and rider, as such dense formations were ideal for concealment and ambush. Consequently, Daenerys hastily directed Dreamfire towards Dragonstone's Dragonmount, where the terrain was intricate and the presence of Vhagar and Silverwing could be hoped for. She wished that the glutton's audacity might draw the attention of these two dragons, compelling them to act and thus drive away the accursed old dragon. Moreover, the winds near Dragonmount were more robust, preventing the formation of heavy clouds, allowing Daenerys and Dreamfire clear sight of the glutton. Yet, despite having circled the Dragonmount several times with the glutton in tow, reinforcements had yet to arrive. Cursed demon! How could he be gallivanting about at such a critical moment? Viserys, realizing that he had not seen the dragon bloodworm, Caraxes, in action, was consumed by worry that his younger brother had once again wandered off, transforming his anxiety into a simmering fury directed at Demon. Simultaneously, the resolve to once again command a dragon solidified within Viserys. He could not bear the thought of remaining helpless in a cave while his kin faced peril. Unexpectedly, as Daenerys piloted Dreamfire low over Dragonmount once more, a tawny dragon suddenly erupted forth, unleashing a torrent of searing orange flames upon the unsuspecting glutton, sending it staggering backward. The enraged glutton roared defiantly, its voice shaking the very clouds apart, before swiftly altering its course to charge at the newly emerged dragon. The colossal dragon found itself unable to evade, as it was swiftly seized by the Greed Eater, which clamped down on one side of its wing. Observing this, Dreamfire plunged downward with remarkable speed, unleashing a torrent of azure dragon flames that engulfed the head of the Greed Eater in an instant. With relentless momentum, Dreamfire dove onto the creature's back, its razor-sharp claws tearing fiercely into its flesh. The Greed Eater, in agony, was compelled to release its grip, and with a violent twist, sought to dislodge Dreamfire from its back. At that moment, Dreamfire's claws had already carved deep gashes into the Greed Eater's hide. As the beast turned, Dreamfire's talons clung tenaciously to the bloodied flesh, and utilizing the force of the Greed Eater's rotation, left behind two grievous wounds that exposed bone. Ultimately, when flung from the Greed Eater's back, Dreamfire savagely tore at one of its wings, leaving a lengthy gash that stretched over several meters. Undeterred by the blood cascading from its back and the injury to its wing, the Greed Eater finally managed to pivot and engage Dreamfire in a fierce struggle. They clawed at each other's scales with ferocity, exhaling dragon flames that seared their adversary. However, due to Dreamfire's advantageous position, it found greater ease in both delivering forceful strikes and evading counterattacks, thus gaining a slight upper hand in this brutal melee. Chapter 25. The Pact of Vhagar. The dragon that charged forth to assault the Greed Eater was none other than another adult wild dragon, known as the Sheep Thief. Measuring over 40 meters in length, it bore an unseemly appearance and was notably gaunt. Yet, a dragon remains a dragon. Perhaps it was incited by the Greed Eater's arrogance or had frequently suffered its bullying. Thus, with Dreamfire serving as the primary distraction against the vicious elder dragon, it seized the opportunity to launch an attack on the Greed Eater. However, its combat prowess was rather lacking, and even its ambush scarcely inflicted any significant damage upon the Greed Eater. Nevertheless, it indeed created a splendid opportunity for Dreamfire to strike, allowing her to gain a modicum of advantage in the ongoing dragon battle. Although the Greed Eater had bitten the Sheep Thief's wing, it had not inflicted severe harm, thus not impairing the Sheep Thief's ability to maneuver. Consequently, the Sheep Thief swiftly joined the fray against the Greed Eater. Seizing the moment, it soared into the air and unleashed a searing breath of dragon flames upon the already wounded back of the Greed Eater. In pain, the Greed Eater turned its head furiously towards the Sheep Thief, retaliating with a scorching barrage of sickly green molten dragon flames, which the Sheep Thief adeptly dodged. Meanwhile, Dreamfire capitalized on this distraction, swinging her massive tail with a whistling gale towards the Greed Eater. Caught off guard, the Greed Eater was knocked sideways by the forceful sweep. Observing this, the Sheep Thief opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and savagely bit into the exposed flank of the Greed Eater, tearing away a chunk of flesh before swiftly retreating. The Dreamfire unleashed a torrent of blazing azure flames, surging forth like tumultuous waves towards the glutton. Reacting swiftly, the glutton defiantly exhaled a sickly green fire in retaliation. The two flames intertwined, igniting the very air around them. The Sheep Thief circled behind the glutton, his claws rending a substantial chunk of flesh and swiftly devouring it, causing the glutton to writhe in agony. Enraged to the core, its eyes glowed crimson as it abandoned its confrontation with Dreamfire, turning to pounce upon the Sheep Thief. Seizing the opportunity, Daniela urged Dreamfire to accelerate fiercely towards the glutton, delivering a powerful kick to its lower back. This strike not only threatened to unbalance the colossal dragon, but also posed a significant risk of incapacitating its hind legs. The glutton found itself besieged from both sides, momentarily thrown into disarray. Yet, despite its grievous wounds and the debilitating blow to its rear, the experienced creature quickly regained its composure. The cunning and ruthless glutton realized that today would not yield favorable outcomes, for its strength had dwindled due to prolonged fasting, while the robust Dreamfire still exhibited considerable stamina. If this continued, it risked falling to these two dragons it had previously deemed inconsequential. Thus, it frantically flapped its wings, fleeing towards the narrow sea. Daniela, observing the Sheep Thief's frail form, called out, "Thank you, Sheep Thief. I will ensure to roast more succulent goats for you in the future." Although she was uncertain whether the Sheep Thief comprehended her words, she acknowledged that it was indeed the assistance of this ungainly dragon that had turned the tide today. Henceforth, she resolved to treat him with greater consideration. After all, though not particularly formidable, he was still an adult dragon, and fostering a bond could prove advantageous. As she followed the fleeing glutton, Daniela had no intention of pursuing it to the bitter end. Instead, she maintained a steady pace behind it, ensuring that it truly intended to abandon the fight for the day. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as the glutton reached a cliff by the seaside, the dragon Vagharl lunged forth, seizing the glutton's body and violently slamming it onto the beach. The already weary glutton, struck with such force, succumbed to unconsciousness. Shocked, Daniela cried out, halting Vagharl from delivering a potentially fatal blow. "No, Vagharl, do not kill him." Perhaps due to the many delectable roasted sheep Daniela had provided, Vagharl surprisingly ceased its advance, looking curiously at Daniela. Confirming her intent, Vagharl refrained from inflicting further harm, settling lazily on the nearby beach. Though its fierce gaze remained fixed upon the unconscious glutton, Daniela gracefully descended beside the devourer, who lay unconscious from grievous wounds. Upon confirming the creature's state, her heart finally found solace. The time had come for remedial actions. To express her gratitude for the contributions of Vagharl and the Sheep Thief during the battle, Daniela arranged for the meticulous roasting of hundreds of plump goats, which were delivered to their location. Since the Sheep Thief had long taken refuge in Dragon Mountain, the roasted goats destined for him were personally delivered by the dragon guards to the vicinity of his lair. One could be certain that the tantalizing aroma would not escape the notice of the Sheep Thief. As for Vagharl's share of the roasted goats, Daniela entrusted them to Viserys, who led the dragon guards in delivering the feast. Following the momentous dragon war, Daniela pondered that if Viserys could not steadfastly tame the dragons to protect their kin, she would have no choice but to relinquish faith in his perceived weakness. In the ongoing struggle for the throne, she would prefer to see her kin spill blood rather than allow her feeble Viserys to ascend the throne, potentially leading to further bloodshed. Due to the Devourer's immense size, it was impossible to move it. Thus, the dragon guards produced specially crafted, robust chains designed to restrain the colossal beast. Utilizing nearby boulders, they secured the Devourer firmly to the beach. This ferocious and ancient dragon had finally transitioned from a wild creature to one under domestication. However, Viserys did not let Daniela down. Seizing the opportunity while delivering roasted goats to Vagarel, he boldly approached the dragon in an attempt to tame the last remaining founding dragon of House Targaryen. Despite his usual gentle demeanor and seemingly approachable nature, Viserys, as a dragon rider capable of taming the black dragon Balerion, exhibited an intriguing charisma in the presence of the colossal beast. Unlike Daemon's reckless pride and raw masculine allure, Viserys embodied a calm, resolute, and unwavering presence. It appeared that within him lay a depth often unnoticed by others. Daniela stood a short distance away, anxiously observing their interaction. Having indulged in dozens of succulent sheep, Vagarel was in remarkably high spirits. As he gazed at the robust and determined man before him, he glanced at Daniela and caught a whiff of Viserys' scent. In a moment of clarity, the dragon Vagarel made a decision and gradually lowered his imposing form. Chapter 26. Lessons for Demon Vagarel, Dreamfire. This is what the audience prefers. The sheep thief, Bloodworm Clark. At this juncture, Viserys was still under 30, though slightly portly. He stood tall and robust, embodying the prime of his youth. Coupled with the distinct beauty typical of House Targaryen, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a striking gentleman. His mastery over the founding dragon Vagar captivated the maidens present, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Aemma, hand in hand with Daenerys, radiated sheer bliss. Not only was Daenerys safe, but her husband had also successfully tamed the most formidable founding dragon of the Targaryen lineage, Vagar. Her husband, Viserys, stood as the sole individual to have tamed both the fearsome Vagar and the dread dragon Balerion. His illustrious name would undoubtedly etch a vivid mark in the annals of Targaryen history. Today was a tumultuous day for Aemma, filled with both exhilaration and trepidation. Although she recognized Daenerys' bravery and the might of her dragon, Drogon, the notorious reputation of Vagar was well-deserved. She often heard tales from the royal family recounting Vagar's voracious appetite for young dragons and island inhabitants. Now, not only was Daenerys safe, but she had also managed to subdue the ferocious dragon, ensuring it would no longer wreak havoc. Viserys had finally resolved to tame a dragon once more, and he had succeeded in subduing Vagar, the largest dragon of all. Henceforth, he possessed the capacity to protect his family, alleviating the anxiety of allowing his loved ones to face external threats alone while riding dragons. Perched atop Vagar's saddle in the skies, Viserys' emotions were indescribable. He had never anticipated that he would tame a dragon of his own, let alone one as mighty as Vagar, second only to Balerion. No longer would he have to endure the sight of his family battling alone on dragons. The experience of riding Vagar brought him immense satisfaction, transforming his spirit entirely. A surge of ambition and valor seemed to well up within him. Suddenly, the storm arrived. Fortunately, Daenerys and her companions had prepared well, erecting tall tents at both the barbecue site and the beach for everyone's convenience. Barbecuing in the torrential rain introduced a unique charm to the occasion. As Viserys galloped through the stormy seas atop his dragon, Rhaenyra, seeking reinforcements from Storm's End, appeared alongside Princess Rhaenys, riding the Red Queen, Maleys, above Dragonstone. Upon spotting Viserys soaring through the skies on Vagar, they were momentarily taken aback. "Father," Viserys, at the sight of Princess Rhaenys. Viserys swiftly guided Vagar to land on the beach, joyfully braving the rain as he awaited his cousin's arrival. To satiate Vagar's immense appetite, the dragon keepers had been continuously roasting lamb. They planned to offer the fragrant roasted lamb as a gesture of gratitude for Rhaenys and her dragon Maleys' presence. "Congratulations, dear cousin." Princess Rhaenys hastened to the aid of Rhaenyra, swiftly riding her dragon, Maleys. The distance between Driftmark and Dragonstone is not far, and Maleys, being the swiftest dragon in Westeros, ensured their prompt arrival. To their surprise, the dragon battle had concluded before they even set foot here. Upon arrival, they beheld Viserys soaring majestically on Vagar above the narrow sea. Curiously, Rhaenys inquired, "Did you, dear cousin, ride Vagar to vanquish the greedy one?" It is no wonder she posed such a question, for aside from Vagar, no other dragon could have inflicted such grievous wounds upon the ferocious beast. Viserys proudly explained. It was Daenerys who rode Dreamfire, aided by the cunning of the sheep thief, who first defeated the greedy one. In the ensuing chaos, Vagar launched a surprise attack, thus incapacitating it. The credit for this victory, undoubtedly, belongs primarily to Daenerys and her mount, Dreamfire. "Is that so?" Rhaenys remarked, her satisfaction evident as she turned to Daenerys. "Good girl. You truly embody the spirit of House Targaryen. Cousin, you must bring Daenerys to Driftmark. I shall cherish her as if she were my own daughter. You know how few people captivate my interest, yet both your daughter and your ward have won my affection." The tradition of union between House Targaryen and House Velaryon has long been established. A union between these two children would indeed be fortuitous. Viserys refrained from providing a definitive answer. They are still quite young. Let them spend some time together before we consider marriage, he suggested. That suffices. Princess Rhaenys, ever forthright, declared, I shall ensure that one of these princesses becomes a bride at Driftmark. While Viserys and Princess Rhaenys deliberated over their children's futures, Daenerys had arranged for the roasted lamb to be presented before the Red Queen Meleys and Rhaenyra's dragon, Syrax. Exhausted and breathless, Rhaenyra rushed to embrace Daenerys, exclaiming, Daenerys, it is such a relief to see you safe. You have no idea how frightened I was. To urge Syrax to fly faster, I have nearly worn my hands raw. In that moment, Rhaenyra felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, though the relentless storm had drenched her. It was hard to discern whether her tears were those of joy or merely rain. Furthermore, upon their return, Syrax astonishingly kept pace with Meleys, the fastest dragon in all of Westeros. It seems Syrax possesses great potential. Rhaenyra's sudden display of affection left Daenerys somewhat taken aback, but it appeared that in times of peril, the bonds of blood are most readily ignited. Witnessing such a Rhaenyra, Daenerys found herself inexplicably fond of her. Her soiled, drenched garments went unnoticed by the fastidious Daenerys. To express gratitude for Princess Rhaenys' arrival, the Velaryons not only treated her dragon, Meraxes, to a lavish feast featuring dozens of plump sheep, but they also hosted a grand banquet in her honor at Dragonstone. The kitchens of Dragonstone are revered throughout Westeros, and thus, Princess Rhaenys dined with great delight, ensuring a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests alike. As the revelry continued, Prince Daemon returned, riding his dragon Caraxes through the ring. Unbeknownst to him, a momentous event had unfolded that day. However, he was greeted by a hearty goblet of dragon's fire wine and a scathing reprimand from Viserys. By the time he rejoined the banquet after emerging from the adjoining chamber, Daemon bore the marks of a bruised visage. Chapter 27. Valyrian steel today marked a brother's conflict with his sibling. Not only did Prince Daemon return with a battered face, but he also had no time to change his soaked hair and garments, feeling a sense of guilt as he re-entered the banquet hall. Yet, the assembled guests feigned ignorance, maintaining their elegant gestures and amiable expressions, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Nevertheless, the glimmers of schadenfreude in their eyes were impossible to conceal. Congratulations, Daenerys. How remarkable it is to gain the upper hand in a confrontation with the glutton. The ever-spirited Daemon, indifferent to the opinions of others, boldly pulled a chair beside Viserys at the head of the table. With a sense of pride, he produced 2 necklaces crafted from Valyrian steel from his pocket and presented them to Rhaenyra and Daenerys, saying, These are small gifts I brought back from Pentos for you. As princesses of House Targaryen, you should adorn yourselves with these Valyrian steel jewels. I had intended to present them on your birthdays, but given the day's significant events, consider this an early gift to assuage your fears. Valyrian steel is a wondrous alloy forged by the ancient Valyrians. Its raw materials are not rare or mystical. They are merely common steel. Its magic lies in the unique crafting process, where spells and enchantments are infused during the forging, aided by Dragonfire, rendering the steel extraordinarily light and resilient compared to ordinary metal. After the doom of Valyria, the techniques of crafting Valyrian steel were lost, resulting in no one being able to forge new steel. Weapons crafted from Valyrian steel are lighter, harder, and sharper than those made from the finest castle-forged steel. The surface of Valyrian steel reveals a wave-like pattern reminiscent of Damascus steel. As the knowledge of its forging has faded, the remaining Valyrian steel has become exceedingly precious and rare. To this day, there are approximately several thousand Valyrian steel swords in existence, with around 300 residing in Westeros. The majority of these exquisite blades are preserved by ancient noble families, each possessing its own name and tale. Additionally, the number of utensils and adornments crafted from Valyrian steel, cherished by the affluent, is even greater. The Targaryen family, being the sole surviving dragon lords of the ancient free cities of Valyria, possesses only 2 Valyrian steel swords, Blackfire and Dark Sister. They also own a Valyrian steel dagger and a ruby crown forged from Valyrian steel. Thus, it is indeed a rare and precious gift for Daemon to present 2 Valyrian steel necklaces to Rhaenyra and Daenerys. This gesture elicited a faint smile of satisfaction from Viserys, who had recently delivered a sound thrashing to Daemon. He imagined an explanation for Daemon's frequent travels between Dragonstone and the Free Cities, pondering whether it was solely to craft these 2 Valyrian necklaces. However, even this could not absolve Daemon of his transgressions. had it not been for the blessings of the gods and the assistance of two mighty dragons, who could fathom the dire consequences that might have ensued. Should Daemon continue in such a reckless manner, Viserys vowed to personally break his unruly limbs. Although Viserys still spoke with a tone of menace, those familiar with him understood that his fury had completely dissipated. While Valyrian steel necklaces are indeed precious, they are merely rare items to the multitude. The attendees of the evening feast, though few in number, were predominantly of noble lineage, with nearly all families possessing Valyrian steel weaponry. Sir Samwell Tarly, the tax collector from White Harbor, hailing from the Tarly family of Crab Isle, not only owned numerous Valyrian steel ornaments, but also a war axe forged from the same. Even Daenerys' two personal guards, from the Tarth family and the Darkland family, respectively, had Valyrian weapons concealed within their households, albeit of lesser renown. Even the 4 handmaidens attending Daenerys were from families that possessed various Valyrian steel artifacts. As the wealthiest family in Westeros, the Velaryons boasted a treasury filled with a multitude of Valyrian steel items. A scant few were brought along during their escape from the ancient Valyrian city-states, while the majority were amassed by Lord Corlys Velaryon during his 9 grand voyages. Princess Rhaenys, as the matriarch of the Velaryon family, frequently frequented their treasury, merely glancing up before indulging once more in the sumptuous feast before her. Only her sister Rhaenyra exhibited great excitement, rising from her seat to approach her Uncle Daemon, exclaiming joyfully, "Thank you, Uncle Daemon. Please, would you be so kind as to fasten it for me?" As Daemon adorned Rhaenyra with the Valyrian necklace, Daenerys subtly signaled to her handmaiden, Anya, with a glance. Annie quickly grasped the situation, rising to take a tray from a nearby maid, elegantly laying her silk handkerchief upon it. She then gracefully approached Daemon, who had just adorned Rhaenyra with the Valyrian necklace, but whose expression darkened instantly. With a single hand, he carelessly tossed the remaining necklace onto the tray Annie held. When Annie returned to Daenerys, bearing the tray adorned with the Valyrian necklace, she finally set aside her knife and fork, smiling warmly at her Uncle Daemon. "Thank you, Cousin Daemon. This necklace is exquisite, and I adore it. I suppose I shall reluctantly grant you a chance for redemption." Daenerys' words caused everyone to halt their actions, curiously anticipating her next move. Daenerys continued at a leisurely pace. "The reason His Majesty has assigned you to remain on Dragonstone is to utilize your dragon, Caraxes, in conjunction with the Dreamfire to expel the greedy ones and protect the 3 young dragons. However, during today's incident, you conveniently were not present. Fortunately, thanks to the blessings of the gods, the matter with the greedy ones has been resolved satisfactorily. Regrettably, cousin, you missed out and did not partake in it. Thus, in a sense, you have indeed neglected your duties. Therefore, regarding your support of 100,000 golden dragons, you must expedite repayment, for Dragonstone no longer requires Caraxes' guardianship." At this, Daemon's countenance grew even darker, while the onlookers reveled in his discomfort. "Of course, we could consider an alternative." Daenerys pivoted her proposal, stating, "To compensate for your absence in the battle with the dragons, I have a suggestion, or rather, I simply require a promise from you, cousin. Not only can we forego the matter of the 100,000 golden dragons, but I shall also cover all your expenses on Dragonstone in the future." Daemon's expression lightened slightly, though he still responded coldly, "Speak." Daenerys fixed her gaze upon her cousin Daemon, resolutely declaring, "All I ask is that you promise me, in the days to come, to unconditionally command the dragon on my behalf 5 times. The assembly, initially expecting further demands from Daenerys, was taken aback by the simplicity of her request. They had assumed she would ask Daemon to wield Caraxes against the other dragons. Yet now, with the most ferocious wild dragon, the greedy one, bound, and with Vhagar belonging to Viserys and Dreamfire to Daenerys present, what need was there for Caraxes to intervene? Chapter 28. Gem Veins Daemon, already feeling somewhat guilty today, did not dwell on the matter and casually agreed, "No problem. Isn't it merely a matter of dragon riding? This has always been my favorite endeavor. Moreover, even without this agreement, would I not act when called upon?" However, it was perplexing for Daemon, who, after readily acquiescing, felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Yet at that moment, he could not discern the reason for his discomfort and fancifully believed that Daenerys was merely concocting an excuse to alleviate some expenses on his behalf, perhaps merely speaking off the cuff. Thus, he decided to dismiss such thoughts and instead indulge in the exquisite wines and sumptuous feasts before him. The culinary delights and fine wines of Dragonstone were rare treasures in the 7 kingdoms, and for one like Daemon, who cherished beauty and libations, it was a moment to savor. To everyone's surprise, however, Daenerys' devoted handmaiden, Layla, approached with a prepared parchment contract. Both Viserys and Princess Rhaenys instinctively turned their gazes toward Daenerys, contemplating whether she had been prepared all along. Layla, with a serious demeanor, presented the inked parchment to Daemon, requesting his immediate signature. Layla, akin to Daemon's wife, hailed from the esteemed Royce family, being a cousin of Daemon's spouse. Due to Daemon's lack of respect toward his own wife, Layla harbored no favorable sentiments towards him. Thus, her typically icy demeanor turned even more solemn in his presence. Prince Daemon, this is the contract you promised. Please sign it once you have verified its accuracy. Daemon merely glanced at the document before inscribing his name with casual indifference, teasing Layla in the process. If your cousin were as beautiful as you, I would surely remain in Dragonstone indefinitely. Layla responded with a dismissive huff before retorting. Then perhaps you should ride a goat, Your Highness. I believe that would better suit your taste. With that, she took the signed contract and departed without a backward glance. Her words incited hearty laughter from Viserys, Princess Rhaenys, and others present. Truly, a formidable leader commands no weak allies. Princess Rhaenys remarked appreciatively. I quite like this girl's spirit. Daemon, unfazed, continued to relish the fine food and drink before him. Viserys, with a knowing tone, advised, Daemon, you might consider showing your wife a bit more respect in the future. Otherwise, the entire Royce family may come to despise you. Daemon downed his goblet of fiery wine and, brazenly defiant, proclaimed, And what of it? I have a dragon. I, Daemon Targaryen, shall drink the finest wine and pursue the most beautiful women. As for that woman from the Royce family, she is but a goat lacking flavor. The news of Daenerys' triumph over the greedy one spread throughout the 7 kingdoms in mere days, carried by the learned ravens. The title of Princess Daniera resounded once more throughout the 7 kingdoms, prompting numerous noble families with eligible male heirs to send letters expressing their intent to dispatch their sons to personally convey gifts to celebrate Daenerys' remarkable achievements. Even the unexpected tempest that raged for 3 consecutive days could not quell their fervor or deter their steps. On the 4th day, as the skies cleared, Daenerys hastened to mount her dragon, Dreamfire, and flew to the new volcano mountain range in search of her beloved Viserys and the 3 startled young dragons. Due to the relentless downpour in recent days, the young dragons had remained hidden within the volcanic caves. This morning, upon witnessing the return of fair weather, Daenerys promptly instructed her dragon guardians to procure several plump sheep from Goat Town and transport them to the orchard on the hillside, which had now become her designated feeding ground for the colossal dragons. Upon reaching the volcanic cave, Daenerys found that her guardians had already placed the marinated sheep upon the grill. As she was unaware of the exact location of the young dragon's lair, she commanded Dreamfire to emit a deep dragon rumble once they arrived in the vicinity, hoping to attract the young dragon's attention and elicit a response. Just like humans, each dragon possessed a unique voice, allowing them to easily recognize one another. Fortunately, the young dragons soon responded, with Viserys being the first to emerge from a narrow fissure in the volcano, clutching a gem the size of an apple. She gracefully alighted on Dreamfire's back and presented it to Daenerys, who was taken aback by the sight of the large purple gem. Her heart raced as she discerned that the core of this gem housed a walnut-sized, exquisite, high-quality purple diamond. In her previous world, purple diamonds were revered as the pandas of the diamond realm, their rarity and value unmistakable. The formation of purple diamonds occurs when the crystal structure undergoes plastic deformation during its creation, leading to a distortion in the lattice structure that results in the emergence of the purple hue. The rarity of purple diamonds primarily reflects the scarcity of their pure purple coloration, with their production being exceedingly limited across any realm. Furthermore, most purple diamonds are rather small, with a pigeon egg-sized specimen being a true treasure. The purple diamond Daenerys held, however, boasted a core of the highest purity and size comparable to a walnut, weighing no less than 120 carats. Strangely, when Daenerys grasped the purple diamond, she felt an inexplicable sense of joy and contentment. Could it be that this gem harbored some form of magic? It seemed that the young dragon's lair was far from ordinary. A surge of curiosity overcame Daenerys, prompting her to direct her dragon, Dreamfire, to perch at the edge of the volcanic fissure. At that moment, several young dragons, including Grey Shadow, emerged from the crevice. The fissure of the volcano measures merely 4 to 5 meters in width, just sufficient for a few individuals to traverse simultaneously. However, for the young dragon, measuring 15 to 16 meters in length, it was somewhat constricted. Fortunately, for the young dragon Viserys, with a modest length of just over 2 meters, passage was effortless. Thus, Daenerys, guided by the pink-hued young dragon ventured into the volcanic crevice. As Daenerys followed Viserys deeper into the fissure, the surrounding rocks exuded a gentle warmth, occasionally glimmering with faint light, reminiscent of mineral reflections. After a brief distance, an unexpectedly radiant expanse emerged ahead. Milesses chirped joyfully, eagerly darting forward into the luminous space. Upon closer inspection, Daniela discovered an abundance of diamonds in a myriad of colors scattered throughout the area. Although predominantly colorless, the colorful diamonds were exceptionally abundant. Purple diamonds resembled the mysterious stars of a dark night, scattered in the corners. Pink diamonds clustered like the bashful cheeks of a maiden, their soft hues dreamlike and ethereal. While blue diamonds gleamed like treasures forged from the depths of the ocean, radiating a cool and captivating light. Overwhelmed with delight, Daniela crouched down and gently lifted a blue diamond the size of an infant's head. Upon grasping it, she felt a peculiar energy coursing through her arm. Milesses nuzzled her affectionately, signifying that these diamonds were her discovered treasures. Filled with joy, Daniela embraced Milesses and planted a fervent kiss on her. She understood that these diamonds would bestow upon her immense wealth and power. In Chapter 29, perhaps magic truly exists. As Daniela excitedly selected from the array of exposed gemstones on the ground, the trio of young dragons, Balerion and the others, slowly returned to the cave. The ground was strewn with colorful diamonds of various sizes. Daniela first chose the vividly colored ones, carefully examining them in her hands, selecting only those that emanated a sense of extraordinary power to stow away in her oversized whale leather satchel. Fortunately, she had brought along this spacious bag, which contained an assortment of seasonings she had meticulously prepared for today's lamb roast. Little did she anticipate it would serve an even greater purpose. As the three young dragons entered and sensed Daniela's interest in the colorful stones, they approached the edge of the cave, directing their fiery breath at the nearby rocks. Their actions naturally captured Daniela's attention, prompting her to halt and gaze at the trio. To her astonishment, the seemingly ordinary brown-black rock wall began to melt under the intense heat of the dragon flames, with the color of the molten rock rapidly transforming. Illuminated by the dragoness fire, Daniela noticed that many areas of the cave began to reflect a shimmering radiance, while the scattered diamonds on the ground sparkled with resplendent brilliance. As the flames from the three-headed dragon dissipated, Daenerys was astonished to discover that amidst the molten rock, exquisite, translucent colored diamonds began to emerge slowly. Under the searing heat of the dragon fire, the previously dull diamond ores transformed into brilliant gems. The soil and impurities surrounding the diamonds melted away, flowing down as muted, colorful magma. This colorful magma cooled rapidly, congealing into rough, granular soil within mere moments, rather than solidifying into blocks. What surprised Daenerys even more was the sight of the three-headed dragon and Meraxes joyfully consuming the vibrant soil. Daenerys recalled having read in the ancient texts of House Targaryen about dragons consuming minerals. Certain dragons often displayed a particular affinity for specific ores. These minerals could accelerate a dragoness development, fortify their scales, and enhance the temperature and power of their flames. Reflecting on the profound change in her appearance and the hue of her dragon fire since bonding with Dreamfire, she pondered whether it was indeed related to her own consumption of numerous minerals. It seemed that the transformation of Dreamfire was not solely the result of her dragon dream. Since Daenerys' arrival, many things had indeed changed. She found herself muttering that perhaps the true boon of her crossing into this realm was the newly emerged volcanic island before her. However, she quickly chastised herself for naively focusing on agriculture and craftsmanship on Dragonstone, while overlooking this magnificent mountain of gems. How could she have failed to thoroughly explore it? Nevertheless, Daenerys regained her composure. History has shown that wealth is most alluring, yet the human heart is the most susceptible to trials. Until she possessed absolute might and authority, the secrets of this treasure trove must remain concealed. Nevertheless, exploration was imperative. Understanding the intricate details of this mountain was essential for implementing protective measures. Yet, there was no rush, for with Dreamfire and the three-headed dragon present, few would dare approach. It seemed her true concern lay with those relatives who could command dragons. The behavior of the young dragons indicated that they, like Daenerys, could effortlessly sense the uniqueness of these colored diamonds. Holding some of these gems brought Daenerys a sense of tranquility and joy. She was certain that the diamonds contained a wondrous energy, a form of magical power. As magical beings, dragons were particularly sensitive to such energies. Previously, the thick layers of earth may have dulled their senses. But as Dreamfire and the young dragons unearthed more magical gemstones, it was likely that the rich magical energy would not go unnoticed by other dragons. Daenerys ceased her search for colored diamonds and began to scrutinize the cave before her with great care. The cavern towers over 100 meters high and spans nearly a square kilometer, its floor strewn with an abundance of diamonds. Most of these gems were likely formed naturally during the uplift of volcanic islands. Deep within the cave, Daniela discovered 4 smaller chambers, 3 large ones, each roughly the size of a room, and 1 small one, scarcely larger than a doghouse, illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the crevices in the ceiling. Daniela was delighted to find that the 3 larger chambers were adorned with an array of brilliantly colored diamonds, each one surpassing the size of the gem gifted to her by Malasis, clearly chosen with care by Grey Shadow and his companions. The diminutive chamber, undoubtedly excavated by Malasis over the past 3 days, also contained a fair number of diamonds, though their quality paled in comparison to those selected by Grey Shadow. Just as Daniela prepared to explore further, Grey Shadow and his companions abruptly altered their usual demeanor towards her, vociferously warning her to halt her advance. Daniela promptly froze in her tracks. However, Malasis, fiercely protective, positioned herself between Daniela and the trio of young dragons, her small stature belied by the resounding roar that drowned out the warnings from Grey Shadow. With joy, Daniela approached Malasis, affectionately stroking her raised neck and whispering, "Indeed, my Malasis is the most considerate." Wishing to keep the diamonds within the cave concealed, she emptied her bag, depositing all the previously selected gems into Malasis's small chamber, retaining only the purple diamond gifted to her by Malasis and a carefully chosen deep pink diamond. The latter, when held, radiated a warmth that enveloped Daniela, prompting thoughts of her cousin Emma, who might find this diamond particularly beneficial during her pregnancy. Young Malasis, seeing Daniela place the chosen diamonds into her small cave, nuzzled affectionately against Daniela, emitting a soft, whimpering sound reminiscent of a playful puppy. Daniela then approached the warm, granulated, colorful soil, filling her bag with it. "Let us go. I shall concoct a seasoning for roasted lamb using this colorful soil, far more delectable than merely consuming dirt here," she declared, leading Malasis back up through the volcanic crevice. Upon emerging, Dreamfire's gaze fixated intently on Daniela's whaleskin bag. It seemed my suspicions were correct. The dragons possess an acute sensitivity to objects imbued with magical properties. Observing Dreamfire's behavior, Daniela understood the situation. Chapter 30. The dragon's culinary repertoire expands. How about a greenworm? As Daniela observed that Dreamfire's attention was fixated on her whale leather bag, she realized that the magical essence contained within the colorful clay had indeed captured Dreamfire's interest, and it was likely something she desperately needed. Hence, she opened the bag, revealing the vibrant clay within. "Dreamfire, are you intrigued by this colorful clay as well? Then let us proceed. I shall use this clay to roast some plump sheep for you." Understanding Daniela's intention, Dreamfire let out an exuberant roar, quickly lowering her body in anticipation. Once Daniela was comfortably seated, she flapped her dragon wings and soared towards the hillside grove designated for roasting sheep, with Viserys and the newly emerged little Balerion following closely behind. Upon reaching the orchard, Daniela combined the colorful clay with her freshly concocted seasoning, mingling it with whale oil and other animal fats, and instructed the dragon guardians to evenly apply it to the marinated sheep. The once grimy mixture transformed into a delectable sight when roasted over the fire. After teaching the dragon guardians how to handle the colorful clay, she assigned 12 skinning knights to prepare shovels and some burlap sacks. She first fed Dreamfire 10 plump sheep and 3 aged cattle until she was sufficiently satiated, before taking the prepared skinning knights on her back and flying towards the cave where the 3 young dragons resided. By the time Viserys and the 3 young dragons had devoured several plump sheep, 5 mature yellow cattle, and numerous pigs, Daniela had made multiple trips back and forth, excavating dozens of bags of colorful clay from the young dragon's cave. They also gathered the plethora of colorful diamonds scattered across the ground and arranged them outside Viserys' small den. Faced with this bounty of colorful diamonds, the skinning knights were momentarily stunned into silence, overwhelmed by the sight. However, having undergone rigorous cultural assessments, knight training, and loyalty tests, they quickly regained their composure and set to work as per Daniela's directives. Once the task was completed, Daniela, with a serious demeanor, admonished the skinning knights, "Remember, what has transpired today must remain a secret. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of the plump sheep you are so adept at handling. Do you understand?" Confronted with Daniela's fierce countenance, the skinning knights hurriedly knelt in trepidation, assuring her, "Rest assured, we will not utter a single word, Your Highness." These knights had personally dealt with the ferocious sea sheep that Daniela had brought back, despite the princess's usual kindness and leniency towards them. The thought of awakening her dragon wrath sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, It was this princess who had rescued them from the perilous confines of King's Landing. They are afforded a lifestyle akin to that of the Imperial Guard, which naturally engenders their unwavering loyalty to Daniela. This is perhaps one of the advantages of early cultivation. Once the intended intimidation was achieved, Daniela promptly spoke in a gentle tone. I genuinely believe in your loyalty. When you marry in the future, I shall bestow upon your bride a set of jewelry crafted from these exquisite gems. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The 4 or 5 dozen sacks of colorful earth will suffice for a considerable duration. Furthermore, applying this colorful earth to the succulent lambs enhances their flavor, making it easier for the dragons to digest and absorb. Dreamfire and the 4 young dragons evidently found Daniela's method quite satisfactory. Thus, today they displayed hearty appetites, nearly consuming half of the livestock. Fortunately, Daniela now enjoys a substantial and stable income from Dragonstone, thanks to her monthly earnings from dragon porcelain. Altogether, she receives no less than 500,000 golden dragons each month. Consequently, she is willing to invest heavily in ensuring a steady supply of cattle, horses, donkeys, pigs, sheep, dogs, and various essential goods transported to Dragonstone. Currently, the grain stored in the winery at White Sheep Town is sufficient for 3 to 5 years of use. Thankfully, during the construction of the winery, Daniela had several large grain storage warehouses meticulously designed, given that the efficiency of producing black stone increases with larger blocks. Constructing such large buildings proves to be a time-saving endeavor. Presently, a large pig farm is under construction and already in operation on New Dragonstone. Under Daniela's guidance, this method of large-scale farming, distinct from the traditional practices of Westeros, has piqued even the interest of Maester Tiger, who frequently visits the pig farm with his apprentices for observation. In truth, what technical prowess does this entail? It is merely a matter of differing perspectives and experiences. In this era, the living conditions of common folk are often abysmal. Even King's Landing is rife with filth. Who would have thought to house those seemingly dirty pigs in clean brick houses? Typically, they merely construct a simple shelter with wooden fences in an open space, which is considered a decent pig pen. Furthermore, there are usually serfs tasked with herding the pigs to forage for wild food, allowing them to graze on grass, leaves, aquatic plants, and duckweed in uncultivated lands or by the water's edge. Those without free-range conditions confine the pigs within small huts, feeding them grains, chaff, and vegetable scraps. Moreover, the majority of pig feed consists of inedible wild vegetables and root plants. Only the nobility occasionally enhances the diet of their fattened pigs with leftover scraps. The feed at Daniela's pig farm, however, is meticulously formulated. The weight of wild vegetables constitutes less than half of the total composition. The remainder consists of various grains, ground livestock, large fish bones, shells, and a secret blend crafted from the exclusive excrement of dragons, meticulously mixed in varying proportions. This has rapidly transformed the pigs at Daniela's farm into robust and well-fed creatures, while the quality of the offspring produced by the sows has notably improved. Daniela's pig farm is constructed entirely from black stone, with the ground also paved in the same material, featuring dedicated drainage channels for waste. Workers diligently clean the pig manure every day, which is then concentrated into large compost heaps. Daniela has instructed that her dragon, Dreamfire, along with 4 young dragons, can relieve themselves in designated areas, thus sparing her the need to continuously excavate dragon excrement from Dragon Mountain. According to reports from the elder overseeing that area, the dragons have comprehended Daniela's intentions and have complied. As the livestock traders bring in an increasing number of animals, the expansive wasteland of Dragonstone Island is gradually being developed into a natural pasture. The robust and aesthetically pleasing horses have been sent by Samuel to the warhorse breeding base, while the older and weaker animals, along with the culls from cattle and donkeys, are allocated to the residents of Bayong Town for farming and transportation purposes. The selected high-quality cattle and donkeys are placed in specialized breeding grounds for propagation. With the proprietary feed developed by Daniela, it is anticipated that the quality of these cattle and horses will significantly improve within a few years. Only those that have completely lost their labor capabilities or possess poor conformation will be relegated to the dragon's diet. Chapter 31. A flood of arrivals with the influx of livestock and grain merchants. The businesses in Fishing Village and Bayong Town have flourished. Over the past month, numerous caravans from the prominent families of the 7 kingdoms, who have signed orders for dragon flame wine and secured quotas for dragon porcelain with Samuel, have begun to arrive at Dragonstone Island. Naturally, they do not come empty-handed. Their cargo ships are laden with livestock, handcrafted goods, and local specialties. The mandrill family from White Harbor in the north has brought not only high-quality animal pelts and various livestock, but also a considerable amount of the north's unique sour grape wine and barley beer. The Northern Kingdom, situated at the northernmost point, is characterized by a cold climate and scarce resources. Its inhabitants must construct special greenhouses to cultivate vegetables and grapes during the warmer spring and summer months. Due to climatic constraints, large-scale vineyards are unattainable in the north, rendering their production exceedingly limited. However, the quality of their barley beer is commendable, which is precisely what Samuel has requested as a substitute for Golden Dragon transactions. The astute Samuel is well aware that, once processed through their brewery, this barley beer can be sold at exorbitantly inflated prices. The Riverbend region is the most affluent and productive duchy among the Seven Kingdoms, boasting an abundance of resources. In some areas, crops can even be harvested thrice a year. Consequently, the lords of Riverbend are predominantly wealthy, making it the region with the highest number of families entering into contracts with Samuel. The Riverlands boast both flat expanses and the southern slopes of majestic mountains, interspersed with vast valleys. The area enjoys ample sunlight and significant diurnal temperature variations, rendering it exceptionally suitable for viticulture. The Riverlands Kingdom is renowned for its wine production, with the finest golden wines of all Westeros originating from this region. This is also one of the items specifically recommended by Samuel for settlement purposes. The Riverlands serve as the primary breadbasket of the Seven Kingdoms, a base for livestock supply, and a realm of economic crops. Thus, their arrival not only brings copious amounts of fine wine, grains, and livestock, but also an abundance of silk, various economic crops, spices, and other valuable goods, making it the realm with the highest trade volume among all the duchies. To the northeast of Westeros lies the Vale, characterized by its mountainous terrain that is both defensible and difficult to conquer. The valley is predominantly composed of mountains and forests, rich in resources yet challenging to exploit. The Vale is a tranquil and serene land, sheltered by towering peaks, with fertile black soil at its center, broad and gentle rivers, and numerous lakes that glisten like mirrors under the sun. Wheat, barley, and corn are cultivated within the Vale, and the pumpkins harvested from its depths are notably larger and sweeter than those from the bountiful Highgarden. The Wickley family is famed for producing scented candles, meticulously crafted from nutmeg and other exquisite spices. The nobility of the Vale, led by the Arryn and Royce families, contributes a vast array of fruit products and fruit wines, alongside a significant supply of agricultural goods and livestock. Prices offered by Whitehill Town generally exceed the market rate by 10 to 20%. In fact, even the ailing and elderly livestock are accepted at lower prices. This is due to the considerable demand for livestock to feed the dragons daily, as well as the substantial meat consumption by the workers of breweries and pottery shops. Consequently, Dragonstone has become a favored trading post for livestock traders. Moreover, not only merchants from the Seven Kingdoms, but also traders from free cities have begun to traverse the seas to engage in commerce here. Following the conclusion of the funeral, King Viserys not only allocated substantial funds to commence the expansion of Fishing Village, but also dispatched tax officials and increased the number of guards. He even sent a royal fleet consisting of 15 three-masted ships to station at Dragonstone. Had it not been for His Majesty Viserys' exemption of trade taxes for merchants and Whitehill Town at Fishing Village, Daenerys was prepared to establish a new port herself. The Riverlands is a prosperous, bountiful, and densely populated territory. Its intricate network of rivers facilitates the exchange of labor and goods among its inhabitants. In times of peace, the rivers are bustling with small fishing vessels, grain-laden barges drifting downstream, and floating merchants mingling along the banks. For generations, the residents have been accustomed to transporting their harvests to the riverbanks, exchanging their produce with merchants traversing the waters. As the duchy closest to Dragonstone, the Riverlands holds the largest trading volume in grains and livestock with Whitehill Town. In addition to grains and livestock, the fishery resources of the Riverlands are remarkably abundant, yielding a bountiful supply of freshwater fish, pickled fish, caviar, and an array of other freshwater delicacies. Storm's End is situated to the south of the capital, King's Landing, bordered to the west by the Riverlands, to the south by the Sea of Dorne, and to the east by Shipbreaker Bay. In terms of area, it is relatively small among the Seven Kingdoms, with its interior characterized by rugged mountainous terrain, notably near Summerhall. The coastline is predominantly rocky, such as at the Storm's End point, and is adorned with expansive and lush forests, exemplified by the Kingswood near King's Landing and the rainforests along the northern shores of Dorne. To the southwest, a narrow expanse extending from the Red Mountains is known as the Dornish Marches, forming an effective geopolitical buffer zone that separates the historically antagonistic realms of Storm's End, Dorne, and the Riverlands. Countless battles have occurred in this region over the past centuries, resulting in numerous changes of ownership, until Dorne was eventually incorporated into the Seven Kingdoms, bringing a gradual cessation of hostilities. On the eastern front, Storm's End also encompasses several islands off its coast, the most renowned being the fabled Sapphire Isle of Tarth and the historically rich island of Estermont. Most vessels tend to avoid the waters near Storm's End, particularly around Shipbreaker Bay. However, just a few miles away, the waters near Tarth are astonishingly azure and crystal clear, hence its designation as the Sapphire Isle. Consequently, Storm's End is the most prolific region in the Seven Kingdoms for timber production and wildlife. The fertile lands surrounding Harvest Hall also serve as significant agricultural zones. Storm's End has provided Dragonstone with a wealth of timber and furs, which are undeniably crucial for the burgeoning construction of New Dragonstone and the expansion of the fishing village. Although the Westerlands are neither the largest in area nor the most populous or bountiful in resources among the Seven Kingdoms, it is undoubtedly the wealthiest. The region is mountainous, and its yields of gold and silver are astonishing. Key mining locations include Casterly Rock, Golden Grove, Castamere, New Nun, and the Penderin Hills, leading to substantial human investment in the extraction of these precious metals. Thus, the great nobles of the Westerlands have amassed vast quantities of gold and silver artifacts for trade. Additionally, the wines of the Westerlands are commendable, and the unique geography contributes to the exceptional quality of the livestock raised there. Particularly in the Sunset Sea, the marine resources are rich, and the earldoms reliant on oceanic fishing represent the majority of familial incomes in the region. Consequently, the Westerlands boast a commendable naval strength among the Seven Kingdoms. The twin sons of Lord Tywin Lannister, Jason and Tyrion Lannister, have recently returned to the Westerlands, once again bringing the family's caravan on the route to Dragonstone. Chapter 32. Continuing the exploration of the new volcano, it is evident that the specially blended seasonings crafted from colorful soils and the meticulous touch of Daenerys have rendered the roasted meats particularly palatable to the dragons. Today, both the Dreamfire and the four-headed young dragons exhibited an insatiable appetite, their food intake surging by an impressive 50%. To thrive, one must eat well. Observing the Dreamfire and the young dragons feasting with abandon, Daniela felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Once the majestic creatures had their fill, they sprawled lazily on the barbecue plaza, their eyes gently closing in contentment. Myricus boldly climbed onto Greyshadow's back, drifting into a light slumber. Notably, Greyshadow did not seem to mind this intrusion. Instead, as she ascended, he turned his head and emitted a few affectionate whimpers from his nostrils. Seeing that the dragons were satiated, Daniela instructed the dragon guardians to carry the remaining roasted livestock alongside her to the beach, where the glutton was restrained. After many days, the glutton had awakened from its stupor yesterday. However, this once mighty dragon, now weakened by hunger, had become increasingly irritable, especially as it was bound by enormous, custom-made metal chains. The surrounding sand and gravel had melted into glass-like forms under its scorching breath, further deterring any would-be providers of sustenance. After nearly a day and night of venting its frustrations, the irascible old dragon finally began to regain its composure. Although it was possible that this temperamental creature was merely pretending for the benefit of onlookers. Upon the group's arrival within the glutton's fiery reach, Daniela commanded them to halt. She had several aging yellow cattle led forth, their eyes blindfolded with strips of cloth, and placed the roasted livestock upon their backs. Once positioned correctly, the dragon guardians lashed the cattle sharply with whips, causing the old yellow cows to bolt towards the glutton. Upon seeing the cattle approaching its maw, the glutton's interest was piqued. Its searing, viscous, sickly green flames engulfed the cows, devouring them along with the roasted meat on their backs. Relishing this somewhat unique feast, the glutton's gaze shifted towards Daniela. From her whaleskin bag, she produced a richly magical purple diamond and waved it triumphantly in the direction of the glutton, which promptly erupted into a furious roar directed at her. In the future, it was decided that a frail old cow would be fed to it weekly. One must not allow it to overindulge, lest it regain enough energy to wreak havoc. After issuing her commands to the dragon guardians, Daniela turned to depart. When Daniela returned to the Orchard Barbecue Plaza, Dreamfire and the others had nearly digested their meal. Thus, she roused Dreamfire, guiding her as they soared towards the dragon's lair. Myricus and the three young dragons followed closely behind, returning to their volcanic abode. It seems that Myricus has grown fond of her new cave. It is no wonder, as the rich magical energies present there are crucial for her development. making it her preferred dwelling. The entrance to Dreamfire's cave is significantly larger than the volcanic crevices inhabited by the three-headed hatchlings, allowing even Waghar to enter and exit with ease. Moreover, the passageway shows clear signs of being scorched by dragon fire, with the surrounding rocks transformed into a glossy, obsidian-like form. They resemble both obsidian and the legendary dragon crystal. However, Daenerys is already aware that beneath Dragonstone lies a vast deposit of dragon crystal, thus her interest in these gems is rather muted. Dreamfire's cave is not only spacious and profound, but it also lacks any openings above, rendering it completely dark inside. Dreamfire, the Dragonfire. In fact, Daenerys and Dreamfire have reached a level of telepathic connection, allowing the dragon to sense Daenerys' desires even without spoken commands. Therefore, Dreamfire unleashed her scorching, pale blue flames towards the cave ceiling. Illuminated by the Dragonfire, Daenerys quickly discerned the state of Dreamfire's cave. While it may not boast the extravagant display of colorful diamonds found in the three-headed hatchling's lair, Dreamfire's cave is strewn with numerous exquisite rubies. Deeper within the cave where Dreamfire resides, Daenerys spotted a glimmer of gold. Clearly, it was a vein of gold, a veritable treasure trove. Under the relentless heat of Dreamfire's flames, a substantial amount of pure gold has already been refined. Indeed, this new volcanic island serves as my most significant boon. After all, this island was born alongside Daenerys. However, I find myself with no shortage of wealth. Let this serve as my reserve treasury. Furthermore, this location is an excellent site for hatching dragon eggs and nurturing hatchlings, as it is not only heated by the active volcano, but also rich in magical gemstones. These elements play a vital role in the growth and development of the hatchlings. Having confirmed the situation, Daenerys climbed down from Dreamfire's back and, in the darkness, felt around until her hand found a fist-sized, warm ruby. At that moment, Daenerys couldn't help but recall Melisandre's ruby that had the power to grant eternal youth. Surely, the rubies here cannot all possess such extraordinary qualities. However, Daenerys quickly laughed at her own greedy thought. What was she pondering? If such gems were commonplace, this world would be in chaos. Nevertheless, the ruby she had casually touched was indeed a rare find, as its color and size have never been seen throughout all of Westeros. Moreover, its warm, tactile quality would undoubtedly be of great assistance to her mother, Aemma. Thus, Daenerys promptly placed the ruby into her whalehide satchel and, guiding Dreamfire, set off to explore other areas. A unicorn accompanied her as Daenerys ventured near the volcanic caves of Dragonstone, where numerous caverns of varying sizes lay. However, only a few of these openings were large enough for Drogon to enter. After exploring 5 suitable caves alongside Drogon, Daenerys concluded her expedition, having inspected several smaller caverns. She discovered that nearly everything contained some form of treasure, with gold veins being the most abundant. Nevertheless, she also encountered deposits of diamonds, garnets, peridots, and obsidian. Sulfur and lithium veins were particularly plentiful, yet Daenerys, lacking a scientific background in her previous life, found herself ill-equipped to utilize such resources. The Targaryen family already possessed dragons, rendering the urgent pursuit of technological advancement unnecessary. Instead, she aimed to apply the knowledge from her former existence to benefit others, believing that a greater yield of crops and a more peaceful, unoppressed society would serve the lower classes far better. Chapter 33. Family Bonds and Undercurrents. Upon returning from the volcanic caves, Daenerys first visited the silver shop in White Sheep Town, presenting several colorful gemstones to the master silversmith, instructing him to create a few pieces of jewelry according to her specifications. When she revealed the gems from her whaleskin bag, the masters were left in awe, their mouths agape, as if they could fit the very stones Daenerys had brought back. "Your Highness, where did you acquire such exquisite gemstones?" one of them exclaimed. "In my 40 years as an apprentice, I have never encountered gems of such quality and size, and you possess 4 of them. It is truly remarkable." Another master echoed, "Indeed, to have the opportunity to carve such gems would be a fulfillment of a lifetime." Daenerys, uninterested in their musings, commanded, "Please craft a golden belt from this ruby. It is a gift from my mother, so do not make it overly extravagant. Comfort is paramount. The ruby must be in direct contact with her skin." Upon examining the ruby, the master realized it radiated warmth upon touch and understood Daenerys' intent. "Yes, Your Highness, I comprehend your wishes. You are indeed a thoughtful and filial daughter. This warm ruby is perfect for the expectant Princess Aemma." Ignoring the flattery, Daenerys continued, "From this pink diamond, create a set of jewelry. Please adhere to the traditional style of the Targaryen family. As this is a gift for my sister Rhaenyra, let it embody youth and vivacity." As for this blue diamond, craft a men's belt and a brooch. Utilize the metal from this Valyrian steel necklace by melting it down. With that, she produced the Valyrian necklace given to her by Daemon. Master O'Neill at the blacksmiths could indeed forge Valyrian steel. Once you have finalized the design, you might wish to enlist his assistance in forging it. Ever since Daniela adorned herself with the Valyrian necklace, she has indeed found herself engulfed in a dragon's dream. Fleeting glimpses of the ancient Valyrians crafting Valyrian steel flashing before her eyes. However, perhaps due to the necklace's rather rudimentary nature, Daniela struggled for several days to fully grasp its intricacies. Consequently, she was reluctant to keep this unsightly Valyrian steel necklace. As for what Daemon might think upon learning of this, it was beyond Daniela's contemplation. After all, is it not her right to utilize a gift she has received? This purple diamond shall be fashioned into a belt and a bracelet. For the bracelet, the remaining Valyrian steel will suffice. Once the artisans confirmed the styles Daniela desired, she harnessed the Dreamfire and returned to Dragonstone. As Miraxis grew larger, its hue transformed into a delicate pink through some ethereal filter. In the following fortnight, only Daniela and her family remained on Dragonstone. Daniela resumed her morning studies and sword practice. With her sister Rhaenyra's company, the monotonous routine of learning became much more enjoyable. In the afternoons, Daniela and Rhaenyra would join Emma for lessons in needlework. While Daniela displayed enthusiasm and a keen interest in embroidery, Rhaenyra seemed devoid of such passion, often finding herself pricking her fingers during the sessions. Nevertheless, she never missed Daniela's swordsmanship classes, and astonishingly, her skills improved remarkably in just over a month, indicating her innate talent for the art. This may also be attributed to Master Boros's commendable teaching. It is noteworthy that not only Daniela and Rhaenyra progressed swiftly in their swordsmanship, the 12 skinning knights, under Boros's guidance, matched the prowess of Daniela's personal guards. Cameron and Harold. One must understand that Cameron and Harold are among the finest young knights in the Seven Kingdoms, their martial prowess rivaling that of the Kingsguard. Particularly, with Daniela's special Dragonfire wine and secret spices enhancing their physical capabilities, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary men. Each dawn and dusk, Daniela would urge her father, Viserys, and Rhaenyra to mount the great dragon and hunt in the narrow sea. Daniela argued that dragons, much like humans, require diligent practice, lest their combat skills and physical abilities wane. Miraxis and the 3 young dragons, upon Dreamfire's emergence from the volcanic caverns, would naturally follow suit, creating a remarkable spectacle among the mighty dragons. Viserys had broached the subject more than once, suggesting that Daniela bring Miraxis and the other 3 young dragons to Dragonmount to be trained by the Dragon Keepers. However, Daniela firmly declined, insisting that allowing them to roam free would enable them to thrive far better. What a preposterous notion! If they were entrusted to the Dragon Guard for training, would that not grant others the opportunity to wield power over them? The Valyrian House of Lana has yet to successfully tame a dragon, and Daenerys is reluctant to bolster their family's standing during this critical period of succession. Moreover, in Daenerys' heart, these magnificent dragons have long been her personal domain, meant solely to be tamed by her future offspring. When Viserys later witnessed Daenerys effortlessly commanding the young dragons, he ceased to raise the matter. Although Viserys possesses a flaw of softness in character, he can still be regarded as a relatively commendable member of the royal family. The concept of the dragons being under the control of one's kin is fundamentally distinct from them being governed by the family as a whole. Additionally, the notorious ambitions of Lord Corlys Velaryon, who is aggressively vying for the next heir to the throne, have become common knowledge throughout the Seven Kingdoms. As imagined adversaries, it is improbable that they could ever genuinely coexist in harmony. Uncle Daemon, having received Daenerys' patronage, is currently commanding his bloodworm, Caraxes, as it roams the Seven Kingdoms, gathering support. However, unlike Lord Corlys' strategy of forging alliances with various lords through substantial financial means, Uncle Daemon focuses primarily on recruiting younger sons of nobles and wandering knights. With Daenerys' gardens of fire-kissed blooms flourishing across major cities and towns in the realm, a significant influx of migrants and diverse talents has been gradually congregating in Dragonstone. Facilitated by Samwell, the operators of the fire-kissed gardens, upon selecting those migrants without any questionable backgrounds, have generously provided them with sufficient funds to arrange their own passage with various noble caravans to reach Dragonstone. This can be considered their final trial. In just over a month, the number of migrants who have arrived in Dragonstone to settle has already reached 3,000 to 5,000. Their arrival has undoubtedly accelerated the development of Dragonstone, with vast tracts of arable land gradually being cultivated. Furthermore, due to Daenerys' recent extensive acquisition of livestock, The expansive pastures of Dragonstone have been nearly stripped bare, making it effortless for them to clear new fields. Chapter 34. The Visitors of Dragonstone currently. The number of quality livestock capable of breeding in White Harbor has surpassed 100,000, all grazing in designated pastures. Meanwhile, the livestock reserved as sustenance for the dragons has exceeded 200,000, grazing on the wastelands soon to be transformed into arable land. As these animals secure their own sustenance, they have thoroughly consumed the weeds on the barren land, making it considerably easier for farmers to cultivate these areas. Additionally, the manure from the cattle, horses, pigs, and sheep, after a year of fermentation, will enrich the soil further. Of course, the dense population of livestock may lead to some compaction of the land. However, the soil of Dragonstone is primarily composed of a substantial accumulation of volcanic ash, rendering it quite loose and fertile. Even though the surface may appear somewhat compacted, the advanced agricultural tools improved by Daniela can easily cultivate the land without causing significant disturbance. Furthermore, when the vegetation within the enclosed pastures has been largely consumed, the herders swiftly relocate their livestock to another meadow. Currently, the land development on Longshore Island is merely a few percent, leaving ample space for grazing. The abundant food and the plentiful magical energy within the volcano of Longshore Island have fostered remarkable growth among the dragons under Daniela's command. Miraxis, only a little over 2 months old, has already reached a size of 3 to 4 meters, making her the fastest-growing dragon in the history of the Targaryen family. Moreover, Miraxis's scales have begun to transition from a tender pink to a soft rose hue, with delicate reddish patterns appearing along her little ridges and spine, enhancing her fierce appearance. Despite her small stature, Miraxis is swifter than adult dragons like Menghua when it comes to catching fish, effortlessly diving into the water to seize large fish measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. She shares a harmonious bond with Grey Shadow, who also has a penchant for fish. When they go hunting together, they are the most enthusiastic in their pursuits. Over the past month, the 3 young dragons, including Grey Shadow, have begun to grow plump and robust, thanks to the roasted meat provided daily by Daniela. Notably, the young Balerion and Waghana have started to exhibit the formidable appearance characteristic of dragons. They bear wolf-like heads and horns, resembling Menghua and Haiyan, and like Balerion, they are of the warrior breed among dragons. In contrast, Grey Shadow's appearance is more akin to Silverwing, albeit with a noticeably lighter coloration, which is understandably linked to her youth. Menghua, too, has transformed from a pale blue to a deep blue over these 3 years. Just as Menghua, the imposing dragon, has settled into a tranquil routine with Daniela's family for a little over half a month, the arrival of young nobles from the 7 kingdoms has disrupted their peace. The first to arrive are the 12-year-old Medric Mandler and his 10-year-old brother Torin from the Mandler family of White Harbor in the north. Observing Medric and Torin's still thick hair, Daniela cannot help but silently lament the harsh reality of paternal baldness. These spirited young lads are likely to transform into balding, portly uncles by their 20s. The Mandler family originated from the Riverlands, but was expelled due to irreconcilable conflicts with the ruling family of that region. They found refuge with House Stark of the North, who granted them White Harbor and its surrounding territories. By controlling the North's only city, White Harbor, the Mandler family has become one of the wealthiest families in the North. White Harbor serves not only as a vital trade center, but also boasts abundant resources and a strategic location, allowing the Mandler family to amass substantial wealth. Throughout history, the Mandler family has been both capable and loyal vassals to House Stark and has maintained a favorable relationship with the Targaryen royal family. During the conquest that lasted over 50 years, one daughter of the Manderly family became a personal attendant to Queen Alysanne. Furthermore, King Jaehaerys once intended to betroth one of his princesses to the then Earl of White Harbor. Regrettably, that princess met with a tragic fate, perishing in a horse-riding accident before the wedding. The wealth of the Manderly family primarily derives from several sources: trade and commerce. As the principal port of the North, White Harbor attracted a considerable amount of trade, allowing the Manderly family to amass great wealth by controlling the port and trade routes. Land and resources. The agricultural and mineral riches surrounding White Harbor provided the Manderly family with a steady source of income. Taxation. As the lords of White Harbor, the Manderlys accrued substantial wealth from trade and taxation. Family enterprises. The Manderly family further increased their riches through various industries, such as agriculture and handicrafts. The wealth of the Manderly family not only exerted a significant influence in the north, but also established them as one of the loyal and powerful vassals of House Stark. Their affluence and influence granted them a notable position within the Targaryen dynasty as well. Accompanying the brothers Medric and Torrhen to Dragonstone were a dozen ships from the Manderley family, laden with cargo. In addition to an abundant supply of staple goods such as grain, livestock, barley wine, and hides, the Medric brothers also brought a wealth of exquisite silverware. Thanks to a prosperous silver mine near White Harbor that provided ample silver resources. Historically, the Manderley family operated a silver mint for the Kingdom of the North. However, with the onset of the Conqueror's War, that mint fell into ruin and has since become a refuge for the destitute of White Harbor. Moreover, the brothers presented several unique marine delicacies, such as seals and giant eels, native to the northern seas, as gifts for this visit. The sisters Emma and Daenerys received a complete set of silver jewelry adorned with gemstones, each set valued at no less than 1,000 gold coins, a generous offering indeed. As a result, the arrival of the two sons of the Earls was met with a warm welcome from the Targaryen family. In addition to a sumptuous banquet prepared on Dragonstone, as a gesture of gratitude, Daenerys piloted Drogon, taking the brothers on a few exhilarating flights around the island, much to the delight of the two handsome youths. However, while the elder brother Medric, at merely 16, exhibited remarkable maturity and composure, maintaining the grace befitting his noble lineage despite his excitement, his younger brother Torrhen was far more exuberant. The moment Drogon took to the skies, he could hardly contain his elation, exclaiming, "Wow, I am soaring on dragon wings. I, Torrhen, shall be the first in the Manderley family to fly a dragon. Ha! I will become a legend of the Manderley name, a hero sung about by wandering minstrels." The exuberance of this younger brother was indeed infectious. Meteoric, with a hint of embarrassment, apologized to Daenerys, saying, "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for our rudeness. This is due to Torrhen's excessive excitement. Please forgive us." Daenerys, unfazed, exclaimed, "It's all right. When one is joyful, one should express it loudly. After all, we are high in the sky, unseen by anyone. So there is no need to adhere to the rigid etiquette of the nobility. Meteoric, once we grow up, our troubles will only increase. While we are still young, we must seize the moment and indulge in a little madness." Unbeknownst to her, after uttering these words, Meteoric's eyes softened with such tenderness that they seemed on the verge of tears, and perhaps due to the altitude, his cheeks flushed with warmth. Chapter 35. Daenerys' path. By the time Daenerys, skillfully guiding Dreamfire, brought the two brothers back to the ground, the Mandeller siblings, having experienced dragon riding for the first time, were somewhat unsteady. The younger brother, Torrhen, unceremoniously collapsed onto the ground, while his elder brother, Meteoric, though his legs trembled, valiantly pulled Torrhen up while maintaining his noble composure. "Meteoric, did you bring what Samwell requested this time?" Daenerys inquired softly as she approached him. After taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Meteoric replied calmly, "Yes, Your Highness." As per Mr. Samwell's request, the Mandeller family collected samples from several clay-rich locations in the north. "I have brought them all, and the servants have already delivered the samples to the porcelain factory in White Sheep Town." Upon hearing this, Daenerys was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Let us hurry and take a look." Through her studies of the geographical records of the Seven Kingdoms, Daenerys discovered that although the North's frigid climate was unsuitable for agriculture, its vast lands were rich in mineral resources, particularly clay. Thus, she instructed Samwell to contact the Mandeller family to acquire some samples for examination. While the clay reserves in the royal forest were substantial, the quality was mediocre, exhibiting a somewhat grayish hue. Additionally, the dense rainforest vegetation made extraction cumbersome and posed a risk of damaging the ecosystem. Moreover, the royal forest was the personal hunting ground of the Lord of Westeros, and even Daenerys could not recklessly disturb it. Generally, even hunting a mere rabbit in the royal forest could lead to severe consequences, such as losing a hand or being exiled to the Night's Watch at the Wall. Currently, the limited extraction posed no significant issues for Daenerys given her status. But any plans for expansion would have to wait until her father, Viserys, ascended the throne. From where do these two types of clay originate?" Daenerys asked, delicately pinching a sample of fine, light-colored clay and a soft, warm purple clay, seeking clarification from Meteoric. He respectfully responded, "Your Highness, I shall provide the information. This white clay originates from the White Blade River, while the purple clay is sourced from the desolate mountains near the Wolf's Den. The quality of these two types of clay is commendable. Is the yield substantial?" Observing the samples in her hands, Daenerys felt immense satisfaction, for their quality rivaled that of kaolin. "Indeed, it is abundant," interjected Torrhen Mandler, eager to elaborate. "The White Blade River derives its name from the banks lined with this white clay, which from a distance resembles a gleaming white blade. The mountains near the Wolf's Den, on the other hand, are a deep crimson, and this clay is virtually inexhaustible. Upon hearing this, Daenerys's heart swelled with joy, and she promptly declared, "Excellent." Henceforth, the Mandler family can transport 5 ships of this clay to White Sheep Town each month, for which we shall compensate 500 gold dragons per ship. 500 gold dragons per ship? The Mandler brothers were taken aback by Daenerys's offer. Of course, Daenerys could lower the price considerably. Even 100 gold dragons would not be out of the question. Currently, the Mandler family's fleet earned only a couple of 100 gold dragons from each trade within the 7 kingdoms. However, she placed great value on the Mandler family's influence in the north and their unwavering loyalty. To secure their allegiance, mere trifles would not suffice. Furthermore, the cost of 500 gold dragons per ship was trivial compared to the high profits of dragon porcelain. This transaction would effectively tether the Mandler family to Daenerys' grand ambitions. Moreover, Daenerys aspired to utilize this opportunity to establish a popular porcelain factory in the north. During the forthcoming selection of the crown prince, the Duke of the North would undoubtedly support his aunt, Princess Rhaenys. Given the Mandler patriarch's character, Daenerys had little doubt that he would inform the Stark family about the dealings with White Sheep Town. Such a stable and low-investment venture would certainly involve the Stark family as well. This, too, explained Daenerys' decision to procure the purple clay from the Wolf's Den. In truth, modern dragon porcelain requires high-quality white clay, while the porcelain made from purple clay possesses a vintage elegance that White Sheep Town has yet to commence producing. However, the Wolf's Den does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Mandler family in White Harbor. Therefore, if the Mandler family wishes to exploit the purple clay there, they must secure the support of the Stark family. In the days that followed, Daenerys accompanied the Mandler brothers on daily tours of Dragonstone Island or took them to the orchards of White Sheep Town to feed the dragons. Witnessing the majestic dragons, seemingly divine, behaving docilely before Daenerys like great hounds, the Mandler brothers were filled with a profound admiration for her. Originally, Father Viserys hoped for his daughter Rhaenyra to collaborate with Daenerys. However, it appears Rhaenyra harbors a certain trepidation towards the bald, corpulent genetic traits of White Harbor, refraining from excessive interaction with the Manderly brothers. One must remember that King Jaehaerys still owes the Manderly family a royal marriage alliance. It seems she fears her great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, might whimsically entangle her in an unsuitable match. The Manderly brothers have commenced their training in knightly swordsmanship, yet their aptitude is, to put it mildly, lacking. Even when united, they do not measure up to Daenerys, who has trained for merely 3 years. However, they exhibit commendable skills in commerce and governance. In discussions regarding the development of Dragonstone, these 2 young noblemen, just over 10 years of age, transformed from their usual bashfulness in dialogues with Daenerys, speaking eloquently and articulately. On the 5th day following the arrival of the Manderly brothers, another group of youths from Skagos in the north reached Dragonstone. The leader, Dax Magna, is the eldest son of the chief of the Banya clan, hailing from the royal hall of Skagos. At merely 16, he stands an impressive 6 feet tall. Robust in stature, though somewhat unkempt, his bright, clear blue eyes, devoid of any distractions, immediately captured Daenerys' attention. While the Viserys family curiously observed this group of youths, who rarely interacted with the outside world, Daenerys' personal guard, Cameron Taz, approached to inform, "Your Highness Viserys, Jason Lannister and Tylan Lannister from Casterly Rock have arrived." Father Viserys promptly instructed, "Please, show them in." Before long, 2 proud and handsome youths, both tall and clad in red and gold finery, entered the hall of Dragonstone Keep, surrounded by numerous attendants. Tylan and Jason. Chapter 36. The Unicorn's offspring. With the arrival of the Lannister twin brothers from the Westerlands, over the following days, eligible youths from various noble families across Westeros began to arrive in droves, as if preordained, totaling nearly 40 to 50. Adding their attendants and guards, the visitors at Dragonstone Keep swelled to over 1,000, rivaling the scale of Prince Baelor's funeral. Naturally, these young nobles were accommodated in the guest rooms of Dragonstone Keep, while most of their attendants sought lodgings in the fishing village and sheepfold town, leaving only their close companions behind. This influx brought great joy to the inns in Sheepfold Town and the fishing village, which had long languished in quietude. Dragonstone began to buzz with activity this year. The merchants in Sheepfold Town fared better, as the town had been recently established, thriving under the prosperity bestowed by Daenerys. Even the shopkeepers benefited from loans and support provided by Daenerys herself. Since their arrival in White Harbor, the most immediate sensation they experienced was the benevolent protection of Princess Daenerys, which had significantly improved their lives. Thus, they regarded the sudden influx of visitors with a rather commonplace mindset. In contrast to the merchants of the fishing village, who had dwelled on Dragonstone for generations and had grown accustomed to its desolation and backwardness. The noble Targaryen family within Dragonstone Castle, while bestowing peace and stability, did not provide them with wealth or abundance. Consequently, the recent surge in business left the shopkeepers with a sense of surreal dislocation. However, those who managed to run their businesses in this impoverished fishing village were undoubtedly astute. They were acutely aware that this transformation was entirely due to Princess Daenerys, and thus, in the eyes of the common folk and merchants, her stature remained quite elevated. The young nobles of the great houses of Westeros were well aware of the purpose behind their visits to Dragonstone. In a bid to showcase their family's prowess, they presented lavish gifts to House Velaryon. Each offering was of considerable value, collectively exceeding 1,000 golden dragons. The gifts from the Lannister twins and the eldest son of House Hightower, Monty, were particularly exquisite, surpassing a total worth of 10,000 golden dragons, a remarkable display in the social circles of the Seven Kingdoms. However, amidst these golden trinkets, what pleased Daenerys the most were the pair of long-haired unicorn foals gifted to her by Drax. Consequently, she had instructed her attendants to quickly enclose a substantial area of prime pasture for the two young unicorns. In this world, unicorns were robust creatures with bear-like paws and tiger-like fangs, their bodies adorned with silvery, elongated fur. Their manes were of contrasting colors, one black and the other white, while the horns atop their heads sparkled with a diamond-like radiance in the sunlight. The foals presented to Daenerys by Drax were only the size of goats. Perhaps due to their prolonged time at sea, they appeared somewhat listless, perpetually displaying a lethargic demeanor and refusing to eat. After a day of adjustment, although their condition improved significantly, they still bore an air of exhaustion. Moved by their pitiable state, Daenerys felt a maternal instinct well up within her, prompting her to inquire of Drax, "Drax, what do unicorns typically enjoy eating?" Drax, whose voice was deep and hoarse due to his changing adolescence, yet still carried a certain charm, replied, "Your Highness, unicorns have a diverse diet. They consume moss, grasses, leaves, and even carnivorous rocky sustenance." "Is that so?" Daenerys pondered, realizing the stark poverty of Skagos, where such a noble magical creature had to subsist on whatever it could find. If unicorns eat anything, then it should be manageable. Thus, Daenerys hastily instructed her attendants to prepare a goat, seasoned with a melons of colorful earth, which was then sliced into tender strips. She gathered the freshest grass and mixed it in, placing the delightful mixture in the stone troughs of the two young unicorns. The aromatic spices, mingling with the savory scent of the meat and the fresh grass, immediately captured the attention of the two little creatures. Daenerys was certain that such a magical substance, coveted even by dragons, would irresistibly attract them. The unicorns rushed towards the trough, casting vigilant glances around them. Once they perceived no danger, they eagerly buried their heads in the feed and began to munch voraciously. However, after every few bites, they would lift their heads to cautiously survey their surroundings. Truly, they were astutely alert little beings. "Dax, how did you manage to capture such inherently cautious unicorns?" Daenerys inquired, probing Daxbanya for answers. "Your Highness, have you heard of the walkers?" Dax responded, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Daenerys. The brilliance of his azure eyes made her unwittingly reply, "Isn't that a magical affinity possessed by certain descendants of the forest and ancestral bloodlines, allowing them to control animals?" Upon hearing this, Dax's eyes sparkled even brighter, prompting him to ask, "It seems the princess is indeed knowledgeable. Do you believe in it?" Daenerys nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Of course I do. Our Targaryen lineage commands dragons. Is that not another form of being a walker?" Just as Dax was about to elaborate further, a large group of noble youths arrived in the distance, led by the twin scions of House Lannister and Mond Heidel of House Heidel. However, they were blocked from advancing by Daenerys' dragon guards and Dax's subordinates. "How dare you allow a savage to be alone with the esteemed princess? Should anything untoward occur, will you bear the consequences? Let us pass to protect the princess." A young lord from a prominent house of the Westerlands bellowed at the dragon guards. His words incited the ire of the youths from Skagos. "Pretty boy, who are you calling a savage? Speak again, and I swear I'll make you unrecognizable to your own mother." A burly youth stepped forward from the crowd, his voice booming like a bear's roar, instantly silencing the refined young lord from the west. From his youthful visage, it was evident that he was still quite young, yet he towered nearly 2 meters tall, his face adorned with a thick scruff. At that moment, Tywin Lannister exchanged a glance with a tall young man behind him, who was holding 3 large dogs. The young man promptly tightened the leashes of the proud hounds, and the 3 dogs, feeling the discomfort, lunged forward with a fierce bark. The tall young man immediately shouted vehemently, "You uncouth wild dogs. Do you not realize where you are? How dare you run rampant here? If you continue to howl, beware that I shall slay you for my drink. Unrefined mongrels ought to be cast out to the desolate wilderness to gnaw on mud. Let us see if you still possess the strength to bark and howl here. Such is the hue of the Myrisis. This is the present visage of the Myrisis." Chapter 37. The most difficult nature to tame. Hey, I ask you, the dog owner across the way, do you not comprehend the temperament of your own foolish dog? If you cannot restrain it, why unleash it to embarrass yourself? A slender, hawk-nosed youth from Skagos leapt and mocked. His 7 companions joined in, erupting in laughter. At that moment, Tywin Lannister feigned concern and loudly addressed his dog handler. "Since you cannot control them, let them go. There is no need to injure your own hands in vain. Such untamable beasts are of no use. Better to release them to seek their kind." Upon hearing this, the dog handler promptly loosened the leash, and 3 massive dogs charged towards the youths from Skagos. The dragon guards of Daenerys immediately drew their steel swords, ready to strike. Yet, facing the 3 ferocious hounds, the 8 youths from Skagos displayed no fear. The earlier tall young man clenched his fists, his gaze fierce as he fixed his eyes on the rushing dogs. As the 3 great dogs arrived beside the youths, jaws wide open to bite the tall youth, the bear-like boy suddenly swung his heavy fists, sending 2 of the dogs flying with a single blow each. Before the 2 yelping beasts even hit the ground, the last one was sent soaring by a powerful kick from the youth. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 large dogs landed several meters away, howling in agony, unable to rise again. Bravo, bear. Truly commendable. Alas, how pitiful these dogs have become on this continent. The youths from Skagos, witnessing their companion's remarkable prowess, erupted into ecstatic gestures. 2 of them, clad in animal hides with long hair cascading down, dashed forward, seizing the still howling dogs and, without hesitation, snapped their necks. They then sank their teeth into the beast's arteries, eagerly swallowing the warm blood that flowed forth. This gruesome spectacle caused many noble youths from the 7 kingdoms to retch in disgust. However, the youths from Skagos only shouted with greater excitement. This starkly highlighted the differences between Skagos and Westeros. Among the noble youths of the 7 kingdoms, some of the more hot-tempered individuals had already unsheathed their swords, eager to teach a lesson to the barbaric youth from Skagos Island. However, they were promptly restrained by Daenerys' protectors, the Kingsguard. Though these warriors also hailed from noble lineage within the 7 kingdoms, they held a certain disdain for the brash youths from Skagos. Nevertheless, those chosen by Daenerys to stand by her side were of commendable character. The Kingsguard understood their current responsibility to ensure that no conflict or mishap transpired among the visiting guests on Dragonstone. Failure to do so would result in their disgrace, akin to that of their colleagues who had been dismissed before them by Princess Daenerys. Upon noticing the commotion, Daenerys and Daario reluctantly left behind the 2 small unicorns they had been enjoying, swiftly making their way towards the gathering. As she walked, Daenerys summoned malaise in her mind, intending to intimidate the rowdy youths without needing to resort to Dragonfire. By the time Daenerys and Daario arrived at the scene, 3 large dogs had already met their end, leaving a gruesome sight of blood splattered across the ground. Observing the 2 long-haired boys with blood still staining their lips, Daenerys frowned and cast an irritated glance at Daario. The Skagos youths, upon seeing Daenerys approach, reined in their arrogance somewhat, for their leader had brought them to Dragonstone to meet the dragon-riding princess. "Your behavior is utterly barbaric." Daenerys chastised the 2 boys who had just consumed the dog's blood. Unfazed, one of the Skagos youths grinned and retorted, "This is how we live on our island. Survival of the fittest is the way of life. Besides, these dogs are doomed anyway. We cannot waste their precious lifeblood." Disregarding the insolent youth, Daenerys turned her attention to Daario. To her surprise, he nonchalantly explained, "Your Highness, drinking the blood of one's prey is a tradition from Skagos Island. They believe it instills courage and vitality in men. Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 have grown up among wolves and have always relished dog-esque blood. Thus, their actions should not be condemned." Just as Daenerys was about to respond, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and the massive form of Viserion swiftly approached overhead. As the golden dragon descended, her immense wings stirred a fierce wind that caused the assembled individuals to sway. The Skagos youths, their faces pale with fear, had never before encountered such a colossal and fearsome creature. "What a coincidence, you are all gathered here." Sister Rhaenyra sat majestically atop her dragon, her voice resonating with authority as she proclaimed, "Daenerys, we have received word from the herdsmen that a sheep farm in White Sheep Town has been ravaged by thieves, resulting in considerable losses of breeding stock. Let us investigate the matter together." "Very well, sister. I shall summon Dreamfire immediately, You may proceed ahead. Daenerys replied earnestly to Daemon. Daemon, I do not wish to dwell excessively on today's events, yet you must comprehend that this is not Skagos Island. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, one must adhere to its customs. I hold your traditions and way of life in the highest regard. However, you cannot exploit my territory as a pretext for unruliness. I trust you grasp the implications of my words, otherwise. Daenerys cast a meaningful glance at Daemon before refraining from further discourse. Instead, she addressed the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms, asserting, true nobility is never a mere display of superficial grandeur, nor is it a means to flaunt one's superiority over others. Genuine nobility brings joy akin to sunlight and rain, while truly virtuous actions resonate like a melodious tune, stirring the hearts and minds of those who witness them. Should you genuinely believe yourselves to be superior, then I hope to witness your character and magnanimity during your time on Dragonstone. With that, Daenerys, flanked by her dragon guards, departed with an air of pride. Observing the lack of excitement, Rhaenyra guided her dragon Syrax away as well. As the two princesses departed, the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms hastily exited the scene. As if the youths of Skagos Island nearby were tainted, Daemon surveyed his companions with his piercing blue eyes and murmured, if they dare provoke you again, we shall strike like a viper, severing their throats without hesitation. Only strength and blood command respect and submission. Indeed, Chapter 38, sometimes, means prove more effective than goodwill ever since Daenerys battled the gluttonous thief alongside the sheep marauders. Provisions of roasted livestock have been delivered to the vicinity of their lair every few days for her consumption. Unfortunately, most of these creatures were wasted, merely benefiting the wild beasts and raptors of the mountains. Though Dragonstone is strewn with stones, it harbors numerous raptors that thrive on marine fish. The mountains are also home to coyotes, foxes, and other wildlife. Particularly in recent years, as Daenerys has been feeding her dragons daily, the once wild dragons, accustomed to preying on these creatures, have grown disdainful of the meager offerings of flesh, leading to an increase in their numbers. The sheep thieves had previously delighted in poaching the herds of nearby islands. Both Tidespring Island and the River of Wind had reported sightings of their presence on numerous occasions. However, in recent years, since Daenerys has been consistently feeding the dragons at Longshan, she has scarcely engaged in poaching again. So it was unexpected that she had reverted to her old ways. Daenerys sensed that something must have transpired with the sheep thief, otherwise, such an abrupt change in behavior would be inexplicable. Upon perceiving Daenerys' summoning, Minghua swiftly arrived alongside Malasis and several other young dragons. Climbing onto Minghua, Daenerys hastened towards the sheep breeding farm. By the time Daenerys reached the scene, Samwell and several officials from Baijiang town had already arrived. The surviving breeding sheep had been relocated to an alternate barn by the herdsmen. Fortunately, this dragon attack incident resulted in no casualties, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Rhaenyra, in a state of ennui, sat atop her dragon, Zalakos, gazing at the barn that had been ravaged by the thief. Meanwhile, Zalakos' eyes were fixated on the charred sheep, evidently yearning for a meal. This illustrates the distinction between a tamed dragon and a wild one, with a dragon rider at their side. Even the most ferocious and irritable dragons exhibit remarkable decorum. The primary structure of this barn was constructed from black dragonstone. So despite the roof being torn off by the thief and a significant number of sheep having perished in the flames, the barn itself sustained minimal damage. Observing Malasis and the young dragons drooling over the already charred sheep, Daenerys inferred the reason behind the thief's attack on this barn. The breeding sheep housed here were of premium quality, meticulously selected by Daenerys herself, and their feed had been infused with colored soil and specially formulated nutrition. Consequently, over the past month, they had absorbed a hint of magical essence, which undoubtedly attracted the sheep thief. Although her carefully nurtured breeding sheep had suffered a significant loss, Daenerys felt more exhilaration than sorrow. Her method had indeed proven effective. By combining the colored soil with the special feed, not only could the quality of the livestock be significantly enhanced, but their flesh would also be imbued with a trace of magical energy. Such livestock would not only benefit dragons immensely, but could also serve to strengthen humans who consume them over time. Nevertheless, Daenerys was not inclined to allow the thief to act with impunity on her territory. Rhaenyra, let us teach that sheep thief a lesson. Otherwise, I dread to think how many of my pastures will suffer in the future. Rhaenyra, who had long envied Daenerys for her experiences in dragon battles, eagerly agreed, absolutely. With your Minghua and my Zalakos joining forces, that thief shall stand no chance against us. Let us hasten. Daenerys then pointed at the charred sheep, smiling as she said, Sister, there is no need to rush. Let the dragons devour these scorched sheep first. Eat. The two almost simultaneously commanded their dragons to commence their feast. However, with Dreamfire present, none of the other dragons dared to advance, except for Viserys. After Dreamfire had consumed 5 sheep, Daniela ordered her to withdraw, at which point the bold Viserys had already nearly finished off half of one. At that moment, Sirakos approached Viserys and let out an angry roar, attempting to drive away the little one. Yet, despite her small size, Viserys possessed a fierce temperament. She retaliated with a blast of dragonfire directed at Sirakos, before swiftly seizing her half-eaten sheep and fleeing the scene. Infuriated, Sirakos was about to retaliate when Rhaenyra intervened just in time, saying, "Sirakos, calm down, calm down." Soon, Sirakos was pacified by her sister and began to feast on the plump sheep before her. With Sirakos subdued, the 3 eager young dragons, including little Balerion, relaxed their stances. Daniela had no doubt that if Sirakos attempted to harm Viserys, Balerion and the others would undoubtedly band together to confront Sirakos. Although their size was only half that of Sirakos, 3 young dragons united would pose a challenge even for Sirakos. Yet, it was clear that neither Sirakos nor Rhaenyra had noticed the seemingly inconspicuous actions of the 3 young dragons. As 3 sheep remained, Rhaenyra halted Sirakos from continuing to eat, ensuring that each of the little ones would receive at least one. Once the dragons had finished their meal, the 2 sisters, Daniela and Rhaenyra, guided their dragons toward the lair of the sheep thief. The cave of the thief was located at the back of Dragon Mountain, with a small entrance through which Dreamfire could not fit. However, Sirakos and the 3 young dragons were perfectly sized for entry. In truth, dragons possess a strong territorial instinct. Had it not been for the glutton's proximity to the thief's cave, which threatened and offended her, the thief would not have acted so readily. The arrival of the dragons did not go unnoticed by the sheep thief, who emitted an enraged roar from within her cave, hoping to intimidate the encroaching dragons. This tactic often proved effective against wild dragons, as the echo within the cave amplified the roar, creating an illusion of greater power. However, this strategy lacked the same intimidation factor when faced with dragons ridden by dragon riders. "Daniela, your Dreamfire cannot enter this cave. Allow me to command Sirakos to flush her out," Rhaenyra suggested. "You shall remain at the cave's entrance, and when the moment arrives, we shall strike from both sides, ensnaring her as we did with the gluttonous beast, thereby preventing her from causing us further trouble." With that, I urged Syrax to crawl into the lair of the sheep thief. Meanwhile, the 3 young dragons, including little Balerion, followed suit at Daenerys' gesture. Chapter 39. A surprising delight. The sheep thief, realizing that her furious roar had failed to intimidate, was infuriated to see the audacious yellow dragon boldly entering her den. Enraged, she unleashed her scalding orange dragonfire, akin to a heavy storm cloud. Anticipating this, Rhaenyra commanded Syrax to release her own fiery breath, resulting in a collision of orange and tangerine flames within the narrow confines of the cave. The explosive dragonfire caused the temperature to soar, blackening the rocks at the point of impact. Observing this chaos, little Balerion and the other young dragons swiftly utilized their size advantage to encircle the sheep thief. They simultaneously unleashed their flames, one a dark crimson with shimmering scales, another an orange-yellow adorned with green patterns, and the last a brilliant white glinting with a pale blue sheen. Although Syrax was merely 2/3 the size of the sheep thief, and little Balerion and his companions were only half her size, the odds of 4 against 1 instilled fear in the thief. Typically cautious, the sheep thief quickly fled through the cave's open ceiling, only to be intercepted by Dreamfire, who circled outside. With a swift dive, Dreamfire's claws tore through the sheep thief's wings, causing her flight to falter. Seizing the moment, Dreamfire launched a fierce assault from below, raking at the sheep thief's belly and leaving her grievously wounded. At that juncture, Syrax and little Balerion arrived, joining the fray. In less than a quarter of an hour, they brought the sheep thief crashing down from the sky. Despite her attempts to take flight again, the severely injured thief failed repeatedly, ultimately rendered nearly unconscious. She succumbed to her injuries and was captured by Dreamfire, who carried her to the dragon's lair atop Dragonstone and locked her away. This was not a manifestation of Daenerys' cruelty. Rather, it stemmed from her immense investment in Dragonstone, where she had poured her heart and soul. Allowing a sheep thief to remain a lurking threat, capable of disrupting her nurturing grounds, was intolerable. One could only blame her own lack of discretion. Had it not been for her prior collaboration in the assault against the glutton, Daenerys would have surely imparted a far harsher lesson. After vanquishing the sheep thief, Rhaenyra, exhilarated from her inaugural participation in the dragon battle, eagerly returned to Dragonstone to regale her parents with tales of her triumph. The dragon guards of Long Mountain were elated at the prospect of tending to an additional dragon. In their long-formed worldview, serving a dragon represented the pinnacle of their existence. Furthermore, their families had been bound for generations to the roles of dragon guards and related duties, with the common tongue of Westeros forbidden to them. Consequently, the lives of most dragon guard families were steeped in poverty. This excitement, undoubtedly, was rooted in practical considerations. The emergence of an additional dragon would necessitate an increase in personnel at the dragon lair, thereby providing opportunities for their offspring to secure employment there. How astute Daenerys was. She promptly addressed the dragon guards, acknowledging the need for more hands to care for the newly arrived dragon. She suggested they summon some of their progeny, initially designating 20 positions, allowing them to collectively decide on the candidates. Their wages would be funded directly by her, alleviating the need to seek approval from the commander of the dragon guards in King's Landing. Let them collect their pay from Annie each month, she declared. Yes, yes. Thank you, Your Highness, expressed the dragon guards, who had been loyal to the Targaryen family since the era of Old Valyria, yet belonged to various familial factions. Those who had accompanied the royal family to the dragon's lair in King's Landing wielded significant power, determining the selection of new dragon guards and the allocation of duties. Naturally, perilous tasks with meager rewards were assigned to the less influential families, while opportunities to shine before royal members or accompany them in dragon training were monopolized by the ruling clans. Such is the nature of this world. Wherever there are people, discord, factions, competition, and inequity inevitably arise. Over the past 3 years, Daenerys had discreetly bestowed numerous benefits upon the dragon guards of Dragonstone. While others might overlook the immense contributions of these guards, Daenerys, with her near-divine perspective, understood that even seemingly inconspicuous individuals could prove pivotal at critical moments. The tragic fate of the Targaryen dragons in later generations and the near extermination of the dragon guards during the King's Landing uprising were directly linked. Without the protection of the guards, the scholars could easily target the surviving dragons of the Targaryen family. Thus, Daenerys sought to seize this opportunity to gather as many dragon guards under her command as possible, believing they would be invaluable in the future. Having addressed matters concerning the dragon guards, Daenerys once again took to the skies on Drogon, returning to the cave of the sheep stealer. She had noticed that the crafty Malays had not emerged since entering the thief's lair. This little scoundrel, who would not rise early without cause, surely must have uncovered something. The summit of the sheep thief's cave, being exposed, was sufficiently illuminated. Daenerys instructed Dreamfire to guard the entrance while she cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. Upon reaching the pile of dark rubble where the sheep thief typically took refuge, she discovered, to her astonishment, that Viserys was indeed slumbering there. Beneath her belly lay 2 exquisite dragon eggs. Viserys. In that moment, Daenerys fully comprehended the unfolding situation. The reckless Viserys had devoured the sheep thief's dragon eggs. It is well known that a dragon typically lays a clutch of at least 5 eggs. With only 2 remaining, it became evident that Viserys had consumed at least 3. Startled by Daenerys' furious outcry, Viserys suddenly soared into the air. As a dragon deeply connected to Daenerys, she had sensed her approach long before. However, whether due to the effects of consuming the dragon eggs or not, she now seemed terribly fatigued. It was only upon sensing Daenerys' wrath that she took flight to evade the impending trouble. Meanwhile, Daenerys hastily bent down to examine the 2 surviving eggs. One was a vibrant green adorned with silver swirling patterns, while the other was pure white, covered in star-like markings. Alas, this was indeed infuriating. It dawned on her that the sheep thief had been weakened from laying the dragon eggs, which explained his vulnerability to the sheepfold. Nevertheless, since the event had transpired, dwelling on it was futile. The acquisition of these 2 dragon eggs was, in fact, a delightful surprise for Daenerys. After all, they were discovered in secret, and thus, she intended to keep them. With the precious eggs cradled in her arms, she mounted Dreamfire and soared towards her lair, with Viserys anxiously trailing behind. Chapter 40. Planning the tournament. Fortunately, Daenerys had brought along a fire starter that day. Otherwise, maneuvering within the dim confines of Dreamfire's cave would have been quite inconvenient. Once inside, she located a volcanic fissure not far from Dreamfire's resting place, from which occasional bursts of geothermal energy erupted. Nearby, she gathered a substantial pile of rubies and buried the 2 dragon eggs within. As she caressed the life-infused eggs, a profound sense of fulfillment washed over her. Relying on the continuous flow of intense heat from the fissure and the magical essence contained within the rubies, Daenerys was confident that these dragon eggs would be relatively easy to incubate. Having secured the eggs, Daniela solemnly addressed Dreamfire and cast a glance at the timid Viserys hiding in the distance, saying, Dreamfire, Viserys, you must never harm the dragon eggs, understand? If you discover any more eggs, inform me immediately, and I shall reward you with delectable roasted livestock. With that, she shot Viserys a fierce glare. The two mighty dragons, already attuned to Daniela's thoughts, emitted a low, resonant response from deep within their throats. Aware of her misdeeds, Viserys seized the opportunity to approach Daenerys, affectionately rubbing her head against Daenerys' thigh. Since the deed had already transpired, what could Daenerys do? She could only lightly tap Viserys' head in a symbolic gesture, repeatedly admonishing her never to consume dragon eggs again. Upon exiting the cave of Dreamfire, Viserys returned to her own small lair to resume her slumber. It seemed that devouring dragon eggs had some benefits for dragons after all. After Dreamfire escorted Daenerys back to Dragonstone, she returned to her nest. With her vigilant protection, the two dragon eggs should remain safe. How about a brief appearance from the three little ones? Father, mother, we are quite impressive, aren't we? The sheep stealer has been captured and brought back to Dragonmount by Daenerys and me. Upon returning to Dragonstone, Rhaenyra eagerly entered her parents' chamber, animatedly recounting how she and Daenerys had triumphed over the sheep thief. Unfortunately, the Targaryen family currently lacked suitable dragon riders. Observing his daughter Rhaenyra's beaming pride, Viserys felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. Indeed, you two have accomplished a remarkable feat. However, do refrain from provoking dragons recklessly in the future. Livestock can be replaced. Losses are not of great concern. The dynamics of dragon conflicts are unpredictable, especially for dragon riders, where a moment's carelessness could lead to perilous consequences. Emma, standing nearby, expressed her own concerns. What troubles me is that once the visiting noble youths learn of this incident, it may stir up further complications. Finding a tranquil spot to enjoy the scenery has become quite challenging these days. Moreover, I am constantly subjected to the maids discussing their various exploits. Oh, it has become rather overwhelming. Viserys chuckled, shaking his head. These young noblemen are in the prime of their youth, brimming with energy that surely needs an outlet. At that moment, Rhaenyra excitedly proposed, Father, Mother, with so many noble youths from the Seven Kingdoms gathered together, why not host a tournament? Viserys and Emma agreed that Rhaenyra's suggestion was indeed a splendid idea. After all, everyone was well aware of the young noble's purpose for visiting Dragonstone, and a tournament would provide an excellent opportunity for the Targaryen family to better understand them. Thus, they engaged in earnest discussion. Not long after, Daenerys returned to Dragonstone and greeted her parents, joining the conversation. Once they had deliberated extensively, Viserys stroked his beard thoughtfully before slowly stating, Now there remains but one question. Hosting a tournament will require considerable manpower and resources. With the current personnel on Dragonstone, I fear we may fall short. After a brief moment, the family turned their collective gaze towards Daenerys. It was only natural, for unlike Daenerys, who possessed her own dominion, the Targaryens relied on the royal stipend for their livelihood. This year, due to the successful taming of Vhagar, their father, Viserys, would see an increase in his allowance. Though it had yet to materialize, Rhaenyra had some savings, but it was rather meager, for the upkeep of a dragon is no trifling matter. Particularly for a dragon like Syrax, which was in its prime growth phase, the annual expenses could easily exceed 200,000 golden dragons. Rhaenyra herself incurred costs of around 50 to 60,000 golden dragons each year, leaving her savings likely below 100,000. To host a respectable tournament, costs would start at a minimum of 2 to 300,000 golden dragons. Noticing the fervent glances of her family, Daenerys immediately grasped their intentions. However, the money-minded Daenerys would not play the fool without compensation. With a cunning smile, she declared, I shall arrange the expenses and manpower, but I require 80% of the profits generated from this tournament. Rhaenyra, perplexed, inquired, what profits could a tournament possibly yield? Viserys and Emma were equally bewildered, as their understanding of tournaments was that they were merely extravagant expenditures, showcasing the might and status of the royal family or the great nobles. Daenerys patiently elucidated, wherever there are people, there exists the potential for profit. Firstly, we can design the seating arrangements with various tiers, transforming the prime viewing spots into luxurious seating areas. We can then sell these seats at differentiated prices according to their status. Those noble young lords, eager to display their identities and rank before others, will surely be willing to pay a premium for these opulent seats to witness the games. Viserys quickly grasped the concept. Isn't this akin to the methods employed by the dual arenas of the free cities? Such an approach could attract the ire of the noble class across the Seven Kingdoms. I have reservations about this, Daenerys firmly responded. As long as we do not infringe upon the interests of others, their objections hold no weight. Should anyone dare to voice dissent, I shall let them feel the scorching heat of dragon fire. Dear cousin, or rather, father, she continued, traditions and customs are founded by pioneers. If the Targaryen family, capable of riding dragons, cannot innovate or adapt in such trivial matters, it would be a lamentable state indeed. Viserys, typically indecisive, found himself swayed by Daenerys' unwavering stance and chose to refrain from further discussion. Daenerys proceeded, secondly, we could discreetly establish betting opportunities. Such practices are not uncommon among the great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. It is a tacit understanding among them. Viserys had no objections to this notion, acknowledging that, indeed, as Daenerys indicated, it was a well-known secret among the aristocracy. However, what piqued Viserys' curiosity was Daenerys' almost complete absence from Dragonstone. How could she be so well acquainted with the subtle machinations of the nobles? Glancing at Rhaenyra, who wore a puzzled expression, it was evident that his eldest daughter, accustomed to mingling among the nobility, remained oblivious to these matters. Even his wife, Aemma, shared her ignorance. As the construction of the tournament grounds commenced, Daenerys, undeterred by her father's momentary distraction, continued, moreover, the tournament will undoubtedly incur considerable expenses for food and drink. To ensure the safety of both contestants and spectators, it would be prudent to entrust these provisions to specialized suppliers. We can open bids to external vendors, initially charging a fee for participation, followed by a revenue share based on their sales. Observing the bewildered expressions of her mother and sister, and even her father, Viserys, who appeared equally perplexed, Daenerys elaborated. The tournament in the Seven Kingdoms is fundamentally a display of power and wealth. The nobles would naturally be inclined to spend gold dragons to showcase their family's unique culinary delights and fine wines. Furthermore, if they gain recognition and admiration from others, wouldn't that lead to a continuous influx of wealth in the future? Upon hearing Daenerys' explanation, the others began to comprehend her reasoning, silently admiring her astuteness. Aemma, genuinely impressed, exclaimed, "What a novel approach. I am astounded you could conceive such an idea. If I hadn't witnessed your arrival into this world with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe I had given birth to such a clever daughter." At this moment, Viserys interjected, "We must also ensure the tournament grounds are sufficiently secure. As the attendees will be the scions of prominent families, any mishap could lead to significant complications." Rhaenyra, brimming with confidence, then proposed, "I have an idea. While there may not be many knights on Dragonstone, we have dragons. In addition to arranging soldiers and knights, we could have Vhagar, Dreamfire, and Syrax present at the event. I refuse to believe anyone would dare cause trouble in their presence. The spectacle would be even more captivating with dragons involved." Daenerys immediately concurred. "I believe my sister's suggestion is excellent. A tournament hosted by House Targaryen should indeed feature dragons. We could also hire some artists. Anyone wishing to be painted alongside the dragons could do so for a sufficient fee of gold dragons." Daenerys' proposal was met with Rhaenyra's enthusiastic response. "That's a splendid idea. How much do you think we should charge for this privilege?" After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys replied, "It should be no less than 1,000 gold dragons. However, for those audacious enough to wish for our assistance in mounting a dragon, the fee should start at 10,000 gold dragons." Upon hearing this, Viserys immediately voiced his disapproval. "This is not appropriate. Although the members of House Targaryen can command dragons, we cannot guarantee that these magnificent creatures will refrain from attacking strangers. This presents a considerable danger. Moreover, how could our dragons allow others to ride them?" Upon hearing this, my sister Rhaenyra expressed her discontent with a dismissive pout. Daenerys, however, countered, asserting that the essence of power lies in earning respect. By maintaining the dragon's aura of mystery and majesty, we can ensure that the world reveres House Targaryen. Yet, should we allow others to experience the might of our dragons up close, and should we alone possess the ability to command these formidable beasts, it might indeed shift their reverence from the dragons themselves to the members of House Targaryen. After nearly an hour of deliberation, the Targaryens, led by Silverwing Viserys, finally established a preliminary framework. Daenerys summoned Samwell, instructing him to execute their plans accordingly. She also dispatched her sworn knight, Cameron Tarth, and her personal handmaiden, Layla Royce, to assist Samwell as temporary aides. Cameron, with his diligent and tactful demeanor alongside the decisive Layla, would undoubtedly provide substantial support to the busy Samwell. Simultaneously, Daenerys personally invited Mederic from House Manderley in White Harbor to oversee the establishment of betting outlets and the recruitment of suppliers for the forthcoming tournament. Throughout the past days, Daenerys had grown to admire the capabilities of the Manderley brothers, particularly the 12-year-old Mediric, whose maturity and competence greatly impressed her. In response to Daenerys's earnest invitation, Mediric readily accepted. Fortunately, he had brought a considerable number of aides from White Harbor and promptly set about his tasks. As a dedicated tournament venue needed to be constructed, the event was scheduled for 1 month hence. Once the news spread, Dragonstone once again became the focal point of the Seven Kingdoms. The tournament's participants were restricted to the younger generation of the noble families across the realm, prompting even those families indifferent to royal alliances to send their offspring to Dragonstone. Daenerys chose the site for the tournament at the juncture of the old and new Dragonstone, located just a few kilometers northeast of White Sheep Town, and southwest across the river from the fishing village on Dragonstone. She envisioned this area as the future port of New Dragonstone, for it boasts a spacious harbor and deep waters, surrounded by rolling hills at the island's edge. By constructing fortifications on the rocky shores, safeguarding the entire port would be a relatively straightforward endeavor. Previously, Daenerys had hesitated to act due to financial constraints, but now, with the influx of 2 million gold dragons from Dragonstone and a monthly income of over 200,000 gold dragons, she was ready to proceed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the construction of the arena for the martial arts competition, Daenerys prepared to commence the groundbreaking work. With her mastery of the black stone manufacturing process, along with the assistance of Dreamfire, Myrixes, and the 3 young dragons, the speed at which the black stone required for the construction was refined saw a significant enhancement. Notably, her sister Rhaenyra and father Viserys occasionally arrived with their mighty dragons to lend their aid. Daenerys' abilities as a dreamwalker of the Targaryen lineage were no longer a secret within her family, so they regarded her capacity to forge black dragonstone with little astonishment. Rather, they expressed a keen interest in the forging technique itself, though upon witnessing it, they deemed it somewhat mundane. Nevertheless, Daenerys could distinctly sense that the black dragonstone being forged now was markedly different from that of the past. In particular, the black dragonstone crafted using the flames of Dreamfire and the dragons exhibited a quality superior to that produced by Syrax and Vhagar. Daenerys surmised that this was undoubtedly linked to magical energy, though her understanding of magic remained rudimentary. She could only faintly perceive certain ethereal fluctuations through her unique sensory abilities. However, she had become certain of one thing. The special energy contained within the gemstones residing in the cave of Dreamfire and the young dragons was indeed magical power. This was fundamentally the reason why their dragonfire differed from that of Syrax and the others. Chapter 42. The Thief. As news of the Dragonstone Island martial arts competition spread and construction of the new arena commenced, a multitude of vagrants and merchants flocked to the region from across the Seven Kingdoms. Each year, numerous nobles on the continent of Westeros found themselves bankrupt due to mismanagement or local conflicts. This compelled their subjects to seek refuge in the major cities to escape strife and survive. Additionally, countless commoners became displaced due to various natural disasters and calamities, as farming could no longer sustain their families. What was even more despicable was that many nobles and ecclesiastical organizations resorted to underhanded tactics to drive farmers from their lands for the purpose of consolidating land, raising more livestock, or cultivating specialized cash crops. This not only expropriated land, but also forced dispossessed farmers into becoming their cheap laborers, subject to their whims. Although slavery was prohibited in Westeros, the lives of many commoners bore little distinction from that of slaves. They toiled daily, often unable to secure even a single meal. In the eyes of many nobles, commoners were nothing more than two-legged livestock. Consequently, they showed little regard for their well-being, and any occasional relief provided to the displaced within their territories was celebrated as an act of virtue. This may also be a significant reason why, despite having a history spanning thousands of years, the population of Westeros has seen little increase. The likelihood of survival for refugees during their exodus is, in truth, quite low. Thus, those who endure must possess certain skills. Their keen awareness of the happenings across the Seven Kingdoms offers a glimpse into their capabilities. It is no wonder that the mob in King's Landing has emerged as the most formidable force in the realm of Game of Thrones. As the dragon-esque kiss garden blossomed in major cities throughout the Seven Kingdoms, a stable route for transporting refugees to Dragonstone was effectively established. Consequently, when news of the tournament spread, it was the influx of refugees, rather than the nobility, that arrived first. For these refugees, Daenerys had long since devised a strategy with Samwell and the others. Those willing to remain in White Sheep Town, after passing the vetting process, were assigned to work on farms and ranches. Generally, those who succeeded in the review were families, as having dependents encouraged them to abide by the rules. The remaining individuals were settled in a refugee camp situated between White Sheep Town and the tournament grounds. This camp was encircled by towering black stone walls, allowing for the erection of tents. Samwell also organized a militia to oversee security in the area, providing daily food rations free of charge. Most able-bodied men were recruited for the construction of the tournament venue, while the elderly, women, and children could find work in White Sheep Town, engaging in tasks such as sorting wool, cleaning streets, and transporting manure. Although their earnings were modest, they sufficed for their sustenance. Those of noble descent or possessing some martial prowess were temporarily assembled by Samwell into a security coordination team of 100. These individuals, well acquainted with the underhanded dealings among the refugees, were ideally suited to manage and supervise them. With a fixed salary and generous benefits in place, the members of this security team became the most stringent enforcers of rules among the refugees. One day, Daenerys was at the tournament grounds, leading Drogon and Missandei in forging black stone. A squad from the security team was escorting several thieves nearby, and among them was a tall, silver-haired woman who immediately drew Daenerys' attention. She commanded them to halt. The squad leader, known as Clever Jack, approached Daenerys with a servile grin, reporting, "Your Highness, these individuals are the thieves apprehended in recent days. Following Lord Samwell's judgment, their possessions were confiscated, and they were banished from the island." Daenerys called out to the silver-haired woman, "Lift your head. What is your name? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity?" The woman, initially bowing her head in trepidation, dared not meet Daenerys' gaze until her name was called. With a quivering voice, she replied, "Why, you are Lady Sansa?" Daenerys, observing the woman before her, though her face bore dirt, she remained strikingly beautiful, was taken aback in astonishment. Because Jaina was personally selected by Daenerys to serve as a maid to the bastard descendants of House Targaryen at Dragonstone, Daenerys, though taken aback, maintained a calm demeanor as she instructed the astute Jack. Given the current need for labor on the island, there was no urgency to drive them away. She ordered that they be sent to the training grounds to serve until the venue was completed, after which arrangements would be made to send them to the Night's Watch at the Wall. As for the women, they could be sold to the brothel. Since they were not inclined to pursue legitimate livelihoods under such favorable conditions, it was better to grant them their desires. Yes, Your Highness. Understood. I will make the arrangements at once." Jack, relishing the opportunity to establish his presence before Daenerys, felt a swell of pride as he brandished his whip and loudly rebuked the thieves. "Hurry along, you lazy bones. The princess has provided you with such splendid opportunities, and yet you squander them for disgraceful deeds. You scoundrels deserve a good thrashing. Move quickly, or beware of my whip, which is not blind." Daenerys led Jaina aside, her voice cold with disappointment. "Are you still unwilling to tell me the truth? Are you so willing to tarnish the Targaryen bloodline? Speak, what has transpired?" Upon hearing this, Jaina knelt down, tears brimming in her eyes as she lamented, "Your Highness, I am with child by Prince Daemon. My parents are pressuring me to terminate the pregnancy. I do not wish to, and thus I resorted to theft in hopes of escaping Dragonstone. Please, Your Highness, allow me to leave. Let me keep this child." "Does Prince Daemon know of your situation?" Daenerys inquired, her surprise palpable. Jaina shook her head, whispering, "Prince Daemon only favored me a few times during Prince Baelon's funeral, and thereafter he has ignored me. What good would it do to speak to him?" Jaina's words bore a painful truth. If Daemon was so cold towards his lawful wife, how could he be expected to care for a fleeting romance? After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys had formulated a plan and pressed Jaina further. "Even if I facilitate your departure, how do you intend to sustain yourself and your child?" Jaina faltered at this question, her voice uncertain as she replied, "I simply wish to leave Dragonstone first. Otherwise, my parents will force me to take the moon tea. I have not contemplated the future much beyond that. The world is vast. Surely, there must be a place for me. I could become a maid or even a courtesan, and I would surely find a way to raise my child." At Jaina's words, Daenerys could hardly contain her incredulity, nearly laughing in exasperation. "No wonder you are so strikingly beautiful, yet can be so easily forgotten by Daemon. Intelligence is a precious asset. It is unfortunate that you seem to lack it." Chapter 43. These men are truly infuriating with a mind like yours. I can scarcely imagine you surviving outside Dragonstone, let alone raising a child. If you genuinely wish to protect this child, I can offer you a path forward. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, the sorrowful eyes of Lyanna sparkled with hope. Daenerys continued, "But first, I must confirm something with you. Is your sole desire to ensure the well-being of this child, even if it means you cannot live together or even recognize each other in the future? Or do you insist on raising your child by your side, regardless of what may come?" Lyanna pondered for a considerable time before tearfully responding to Daenerys, "Your Highness, I only hope that this child can lead a good life, even if we cannot acknowledge each other." Though not particularly astute, Lyanna quickly grasped Daenerys' intent and made her choice. Pleased with her decisiveness, Daenerys continued, "I can arrange for you to stay in a secluded place where you can safely carry your child. Once you give birth, you shall work in the Garden of Fire and Kiss. With your beauty, you will thrive there. I will ensure that this child is raised within the royal household. But you must never reveal his lineage, for I cannot guarantee what might happen to you or your child otherwise." Lyanna hastily swore, "By the old and new gods. Once this child is born, I shall have no further ties to him, and I will never disclose his heritage." Daenerys paid little heed to her oath, knowing that should she ever waver, she could use her as a means to experiment with hatching dragon eggs. To avoid drawing attention, Daenerys instructed her subordinates to bring 2 veils. After disguising themselves, she led Lyanna towards the Garden of Fire and Kiss. To her surprise, the garden was bustling with patrons, nearly filled to capacity with the young lords from the 7 kingdoms. Observing this, Daenerys adjusted her veil to better conceal her features. "Lord Jason, it is said that the Garden of Fire and Kiss is currently the finest establishment in the 7 kingdoms," one silver-haired woman remarked. "Yet, I find it pales in comparison to the Golden Cat House in Lannisport. Our golden-haired ladies of the West have far more allure. The food and strong drink may indeed be flavorful, but nearby, Monty Hightower scoffed, "Humph. The airs of newly rich. If we speak of character, the girls of Honeywine Alley possess the most refinement on the entire continent of Westeros." In response, Jason Lannister retorted, "What are you suggesting? Has the brothel in Old Town become a bastion of knowledge akin to the Citadel? It seems the men of Old Town are lacking, allowing their women the luxury of idle chatter instead of attending to more pressing matters." Jason Lannister's words instantly amused all the noble youths present, eliciting hearty laughter. "Huh. The men of House Hightower have yet to experience the delightful charm of a woman's cherry lips, have they?" Daxus Banya scoffed. Upon hearing such indecent remarks, Daenerys, feeling disgusted, spat and quickly pulled Janna deeper into the Dragon's Kiss Garden. After ensuring Janna was settled with the overseer of the Fire's Kiss Garden, Daenerys hastily departed. However, to her surprise, she soon encountered a group from Skagos Island swaggering out of the Dragon's Kiss Garden. "Boss, the food at the Fire's Kiss Garden is absolutely delectable. It rivals that of Dragonstone," boomed the tall bear-like figure, savoring the memory. The 2 wolves nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Roasted meat, delicious, truly delicious." The lean hawk, irritated by their comments, leapt up, delivering a kick to each of them in frustration. "That place is a brothel. I sold a polar bear skin to treat you to sights of beautiful women, not to indulge in feasting and drinking." The slender youth, Lynx, looked perplexed. "What is appealing about those emaciated women? Our women from Skagos have larger figures and are far more attractive." At that moment, Daxus's gaze swept over Daenerys, and with an insinuating tone, he remarked, "Indeed, they are a bit withered." Daenerys felt a surge of offense from his words, immediately shooting him a venomous glare. Unfortunately, that very moment, she caught Daxus's scrutinizing gaze. "What are you staring at? Do you believe I want to gouge your eyes out?" Daenerys's fury reached its peak, and she unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. When did Skagos Island become so affluent? Affording visits to high-class brothels now? A bunch of shameless Northmen. With that, Daenerys unleashed her repertoire of coarse language she had mastered in this world. The young men, taken aback by the audacity of a mere girl to openly berate them, were on the verge of retaliating. However, Daxus swiftly intervened, commanding, "Do not engage. All of you, step back." His authority commanded immediate compliance, and they retreated several paces. Daxus then leaned closer to Daenerys, whispering, "Your Highness, do you truly wish to continue this tirade? The crowd is growing ever larger." Daxus's words filled Daenerys with both embarrassment and rage, prompting her to fall silent. Yet, in a fit of anger, she swung her fist and struck Daxus squarely in the face. A few blows later, she had him on the ground. For the martial skills and swordsmanship she had honed over the past 3 years were not in vain. She possessed a formidable strength. Moreover, Dax, fearing to harm Daniela, hardly exerted himself to resist. Consequently, Daniela mounted Dax and unleashed a flurry of punches. The youths of Skag's Island, witnessing this, were about to rush over but were promptly halted by Dax's commanding voice. "This is none of your concern. Stay put." After exchanging a dozen blows, Daniela's fury dissipated, and she delivered a heavy strike to Dax's chest before attempting to rise and depart. Unexpectedly, he seized her, pulling her down onto his broad, muscular chest. Seizing the moment, he whispered in her ear, "Do not worry, Your Highness. I shall not reveal your secret." Once she had vented her anger, Daniela quickly extricated herself from his grasp and sprinted away. Damn Dax. If it weren't for the fear of exposing my identity, I'd surely have my revenge. Meanwhile, Dax gazed intently in the direction Daniela had fled, a satisfied expression on his face, as if he had just indulged in a delightful massage rather than receiving a beating. The youths of Skaggs Island exchanged glances, bewildered by their leader's demeanor. Has the boss been struck senseless? He seems to be enjoying this, one mused. I suspect he's taken a liking to that scrawny girl. Another exclaimed. So the boss has a taste for that type. No wonder he dismissed all those beautiful women back on Skaggs Island. Chapter 44. You all better clean up and wait. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, Daniela hastily left the scene. Sensing her distress, Dreamfire and Molasses swiftly ascended to the location where Daniela was. To prevent causing panic among the crowd, Daniela quickly conveyed a mental directive to them to stay away from the throng. Over the past 3 years of companionship with Dreamfire, Daniela had mastered the art of mental communication. To her delight, she discovered that even though Molasses had only been with her for a few months, they too could connect telepathically. The Glyan family's dragon riders could almost always share a profound bond with their dragons, with Daemon and Rhaenys being exemplary figures. However, no one had yet appeared who could establish a simultaneous connection with 2 dragons while accurately conveying commands. After escaping the fishing village, Daniela rode Dreamfire directly to the administrative hall of Ares Town. At that moment, Samuel was discussing the details of the tournament with Medarek, Cameron, and Annie. Upon seeing Daniela, they immediately rose in respectful greeting. Daniela approached Medarek and inquired, "What is the fee you intend to charge for the tournament vendors?" Sensing her current discontent, despite her outward calm, Medarek cautiously replied, "Your Highness, we have tentatively set it at 1,000 gold dragons, adjusted to 10,000 gold dragons. If the Lannisters and the Hightower family wish to be included, grant them the finest positions and charge them a fee of 50,000 gold dragons." Such a sum? Samwell felt a sense of astonishment upon hearing Daenerys' directive. Daenerys confidently replied, "Do not underestimate the competitive spirit of those noble youths. Not only will they seek to showcase their family's prowess, but when gathered together, they will even engage in contests of who can project their urine the farthest." Her crude words rendered the attendees somewhat uncomfortable, while her personal maid, Annie, discreetly tugged at Daenerys' sleeve. Unfazed, Daenerys continued, "Rest assured and proceed boldly. For I believe the capabilities of those noble youths will far surpass your expectations. By the way, Medric, Torrin wishes to ask you for a favor." Medric immediately responded with respect, "Your Highness, I shall unwaveringly comply with your request. Please, do tell." Daenerys leaned closer to Medric and whispered softly in his ear, "Spread the word that I once spent 100,000 gold dragons to have my dragon take you on a flight around Dragonstone. Furthermore, I cradled you in my arms." At this, Medric's face flushed crimson. "Your Highness, this is inappropriate. It could tarnish your reputation." Daenerys nonchalantly continued, "Just do as I say. I am unconcerned with such matters. My reputation as a gold-hungry individual has long been established across the 7 kingdoms. Why should I care? Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely." Having issued her commands, Daenerys left the council hall with satisfaction. Myrish sighed, "It has been several days since I last visited those 2 dragon eggs. Today is a perfect opportunity to see them." Upon exiting the council hall, Daenerys was suddenly inspired to inspect the 2 dragon eggs. She summoned Drogon and returned to her cave. Gently caressing the 2 eggs, now warmed by the heat of the earth, Daenerys sensed a vigorous energy brewing within them. Remarkably, in just a few days, the life force of these eggs had notably strengthened. It seems this new volcano and the gemstones are indeed beneficial for the dragons. If only I could relocate all the Targaryen dragon eggs here. Who knows how many hatchlings could emerge? However, the Targaryen royal family maintains strict regulations regarding dragon eggs, and even Daenerys cannot easily acquire them. Alas, perhaps I could use the excuse of my mother being with child to procure a couple of eggs for experimentation. Resolute, Daenerys then commanded Drogon to soar towards the dragon lair in King's Landing, where the Targaryens had relocated all their dragon eggs after constructing the lair. Upon her return to Dragonstone, Daenerys had only ventured to Tarth a few times in the past 3 years, following her hunts across the narrow sea. Thus, her return to King's Landing marked a significant occasion. The reappearance of Drogon in the skies above the city instantly stirred the populace into a frenzy. Daenerys, riding Drogon, made her way directly to the dragon pit, but opted not to confine him within. Instead, she instructed him to await her outside. "Your Highness, the dragon guard greets you respectfully in Valyrian," they said. "I have come to select 2 dragon eggs for the child my mother carries. Please lead me there." "Yes, Your Highness." The guards walked ahead, guiding Daenerys toward the furnace room where the dragon eggs were stored. To ensure optimal incubation conditions, all Targaryen dragon eggs were kept in the furnace, nurtured daily by the warmth of coal. Consequently, the temperature in the egg storage room was quite elevated. Upon entering, even the heat-resistant Daenerys found it somewhat difficult to breathe. "Just wait for me at the entrance. I will choose at my own pace," she instructed. "Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, the deeper you go, the older the dragon eggs become. Among them are 2 that were brought from ancient Valyria." "Very well, I understand," Daenerys replied calmly, though her heart soared with joy. The lineage of dragon eggs from the ancient Valyrian era was far more formidable than those laid by dragons after their arrival at Dragonstone. However, Daenerys did not rush inside. She meticulously examined each egg. The furnace room was expansive, spanning over 100 square meters, filled with 4 to 5 dozen coal-burning furnaces. The dragon eggs appeared as if they had been sculpted from resplendent gemstones. Their immense size required Daenerys to cradle them with both hands. And each time she lifted an egg, it felt as though she bore the weight of the entire world. These eggs, having endured the passage of time, had transformed into eternal relics, yet they continued to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Their surfaces were adorned with scales resembling fine fish scales, exhibiting vibrant colors and intricate patterns, akin to the most exquisite jewels, exuding an enchanting allure. Even after countless viewings, Daenerys found herself captivated anew by their charm. At last, she stood before the 2 oldest dragon eggs. Upon opening the furnace that contained them, she discovered one egg was blood red, marked with swirling patterns, while the other was jet black, embellished with exquisite silver ripples. Gently caressing the 2 eggs, Daenerys sensed a strong magical resonance emanating from within, and they felt notably heavier than the majority of dragon eggs. How curious. If this is the case, why have these 2 eggs not yet hatched? Chapter 45. Greed for one's own merit. Daniela, without a trace of hesitation, placed the 2 most ancient dragon eggs into her specially crafted whale leather satchel. Indeed, it was rather heavy. Fortunately, Daniela had diligently practiced her martial arts and swordsmanship over the past 3 years, granting her considerable strength. Although it was somewhat laborious, she managed to lift it with ease. Along her way, she also seized a resplendent dragon egg, shimmering with a pinkish-purple hue, and added it to her bag. Observing that Princess Daniela intended to take 3 dragon eggs at once, the dragon guards, though hesitant to obstruct her, felt compelled to remind her, "Your Highness, taking 3 dragon eggs at once requires the king's permission." Daniela, naturally, wished to alleviate their concerns, explaining, "I shall present these dragon eggs to His Majesty. There is no need for you to worry." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon exiting the dragon's lair, Daniela immediately took to the skies on Dreamfire, soaring towards the Red Keep. According to Targaryen customs, dragon riders typically perch their dragons at the dragon's lair before returning to the Red Keep on horseback or by carriage. However, Daniela had no desire to endure the foul stench of King's Landing, so she chose to fly directly. The Red Keep had ample space for Dreamfire to land, and her control over the dragon was far superior to that of other riders, eliminating any risk of losing command. As Dreamfire appeared above King's Landing, King Viserys was promptly informed. He immediately instructed the servants to prepare refreshments, harboring a fondness for his spirited granddaughter. Especially since Daniela had amassed considerable wealth from the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms through her Dragonstone ventures. This endeared her further to King Viserys, who recognized that weakening rivals was a prudent strategy when acquiring greater strength proved challenging. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of this girl, who was boldly navigating Dreamfire towards the Red Keep. Truly, she was a remarkable young woman. Once Daniela had settled Dreamfire and arrived at the entrance of Maegor's Holdfast, she was greeted by Audrey and Alicent, who awaited her arrival. "Your Highness, the king has been expecting you for some time." The 2 lovely maidens, one exuding gentle grace and the other embodying serene charm, stood together as a delight to behold. "Greetings, Miss Audrey, Miss Alicent. I appreciate your warm welcome." Alicent immediately took Daniela's arm with enthusiasm, affectionately saying, "It is our honor, Daniela. I hope you don't mind me addressing you thus." Daniela, responding with polite embarrassment, replied, "It is quite fitting, as it fosters a sense of closeness." Audrey respectfully led the way ahead, maintaining a balance of warmth without excessive enthusiasm, which made Alicent's eagerness seem somewhat more deliberate in comparison. It appears that at this moment, Alicent's cunning is somewhat lacking, clearly not as adept as Audrey. Upon encountering King Viserys, Daenerys immediately rushed over affectionately, exclaiming, "Great-grandfather, what do you think of the 3 dragon eggs I have chosen?" As she spoke, she proudly opened her whaleskin bag, revealing the 3 dragon eggs before King Viserys. 3. Viserys was momentarily taken aback, then feigned a stern expression, remarking, "Even if your mother is pregnant, you can only select one. Why such greed to choose 3? Daenerys eagerly replied, "What if mother is expecting twins this time? I cannot be unfair to my sister. As for the extra one, I have recently devised a new method for hatching dragon eggs and plan to conduct an experiment. Although the chances of success are slim, it is certainly worth a try, wouldn't you agree? Great-grandfather, you must surely support my endeavor." Viserys chuckled. "If it were anyone else, I might not believe it, but for Daenerys, I am indeed curious to see how it unfolds. Very well, you have successfully persuaded me. Take the 3 dragon eggs." In truth, Viserys had always been perplexed by Daenerys' ability to hatch Mirian and the close bond she had formed with it. He sensed that this unique great-granddaughter might bring him new surprises, thus he allowed her to take the 3 dragon eggs. After sharing some refreshments with King Viserys, Daenerys took her leave. Upon returning to Dragonstone, night had fallen, yet she immediately placed the 3 dragon eggs in the cave of Dreamfire. Gazing at the 5 exquisitely colored dragon eggs, Daenerys felt a surge of joy and could not help but caress them. Unexpectedly, she found herself dozing off atop the 5 dragon eggs. In her slumber, Daenerys sensed she had arrived above a magnificent and extraordinary city, surrounded by a vast range of colossal volcanoes, their dark craters billowing thick smoke, obscuring the stars and moon in the night sky. However, the scorching lava and towering obsidian candles scattered across the volcanoes illuminated the night, casting a shadowy hue akin to congealed dark blood. The city's architecture soared into the clouds, rendered in hues of black and red, adorned with numerous crystalline magical lanterns that adorned the entire metropolis with a dazzling glow. Furthermore, many areas of the city were dominated by towering sphinx-like statues, their material strikingly similar to the black stone used in the construction of Dragonstone Keep. As she beheld those sphinx statues, Daenerys faintly discerned the murmur of ancient Valyrian chants echoing through the air. As Daniela longed for clarity, she was suddenly startled by the sound of fierce winds stirring behind her. Upon turning, she beheld 2 colossal dragons, one black and one red, hurtling towards her with alarming speed. Their heads were grotesque and terrifying, adorned with spines that extended from their skulls to the hardened, barbed tails. They appeared far more ferocious than any dragon Daniela had ever encountered. Their wings, vast enough to blot out the sky, beat with such force that they effortlessly dispersed the clouds above. Yet, despite their vivid realism, Daniela discerned a significant difference between these creatures and true dragons. They resembled beings forged from flames, exuding a menacing aura, yet lacking the life force that characterized genuine dragons. Just as Daniela's thoughts began to swirl, the 2 dragons closed in on her, transforming into torrents of black and red flames that instantly engulfed her. Prepared for this moment, Daniela felt no fear. Instead, she opened her arms wide, welcoming the fiery baptism. As she had anticipated, being consumed by the flames did not bring discomfort. Rather, she sensed her blood boiling with warmth. The melodic chants emanating from the Sphinx resonated clearly within her mind. It was, in fact, an incantation for forging Dragonstone. Chapter 46. The enchanted Dragonstone accompanied by the exalted ancient Valyrian chants. Daniela felt her blood surge with an exhilarating heat. This sensation was overwhelmingly pleasant, as if her body had transformed into something as ethereal as clouds and as warm as flames. Gradually, she found herself unconsciously joining in the chant, the rhythmic intonations of ancient Valyrian flowing from her lips. This invocation awakened a searing energy within her, which began to circulate rapidly, surging into her consciousness. Countless fragmented images of ancient Valyrian flooded into her memory, causing her mind to throb with intensity. Those vast, disjointed memories jolted Daniela awake from her reverie. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized that the torch she had planted beside her had long since extinguished. Clearly, a substantial amount of time had passed. How could she have succumbed to slumber so readily? The cave of Dreamfire was shrouded in darkness, prompting Daniela to place several torches near the spot where she had nestled the dragon eggs. This way, she could illuminate her path each time she entered to gather rubies or check on the eggs. A torch typically burned for 2 to 3 hours, yet the one before her had lost all warmth, indicating that considerable time had elapsed. Thus, Daniela once more fumbled for her flint to ignite another torch. By the flickering light, she noticed that the 5 dragon eggs before her now radiated an even more resplendent brilliance. Caressing the 2 dragon eggs from Valyria, Daenerys sensed that her recent dragon dream was undoubtedly connected to these eggs. Having established a bond through the dream, she hoped they would soon hatch. The dragon lineage bequeathed by ancient Valyria must surely possess unparalleled strength. As Daenerys emerged from the Dreamfire cave, she noticed the dawn had softly broken. Thankfully, before her departure, she had instructed her subordinates to inform Viserys and the others of their intent to return to King's Landing for the dragon eggs. They must have assumed Daenerys remained in King's Landing. When Daenerys, riding Dreamfire, arrived at the training grounds, the atmosphere was already charged with fervor. It was evident that generous benefits and high rewards could ignite the greatest enthusiasm among the people. Unlike the customary daily wage distribution across Westeros, Daenerys proposed to Samwell and the others a system of merit-based compensation. Those who exceeded their daily quotas would earn additional rewards. Consequently, the construction efficiency of the training grounds on Dragonstone surpassed that of other locations significantly. Moreover, utilizing the lightweight yet sturdy Dragonstone material accelerated the building process several times over, leading to substantial daily consumption of the stone. Thus, Daenerys found herself visiting the forging site every couple of days to assist the craftsmen in creating new Dragonstone materials. Today, Daenerys was particularly eager to reach the Dragonstone forge, yearning to test the efficacy of the spell she had learned in her dragon dream. Approaching the mold filled with forged Dragonstone materials, she mounted Dreamfire's back and placed her hands upon the dragon's spine, beginning to chant softly in High Valyrian. Essence of stone, flame of the earth's core, might of the gods, power of blood, forge the immortal creation. As Daenerys continued her incantation, she felt an extraordinary sensation, as if she were gradually merging with Dreamfire. A peculiar force seemed to envelop both her and the dragon. Dragonfire. In that moment, Daenerys instinctively commanded Dreamfire to unleash its flames. Dreamfire reared its head and let out a roar before directing a torrent of blue-violet dragonfire at the forged Dragonstone materials. The amalgamation of gravel, clay, dragon dung, and the bones and blood of livestock was instantly transformed into a molten pool. Even the carefully crafted stone molds began to show signs of softening. Had Daenerys not managed to rein in the dragonfire in time, those molds would have been utterly ruined. She had not anticipated that the incantation could enhance the temperature of Dreamfire's flames, a delightful surprise indeed. Moreover, Daniela could now distinctly perceive the joyful demeanor of Dreamfire and a hint of pride regarding her azure-purple dragon flames, which invigorated the somewhat weary Daniela. Although previously she and Dreamfire, along with Malasis, could establish a telepathic connection, it merely meant the dragons could sense Daniela's emotions and intentions. While she was capable of detecting shifts in Dreamfire's feelings, never had it been as pronounced and lucid as today. Do you believe you are the most beautiful among dragons? Daniela deliberately conveyed this thought to Dreamfire. In response, the dragon beneath her proudly raised her head, emitting a resounding roar and triumphantly flapping her immense wings. Indeed, Daniela discerned this sentiment with remarkable precision. Such mental perception transcended the realm of verbal communication, manifesting as a profound resonance and exchange of thoughts. Thus, the pair engaged in a playful exchange of ideas in their own unique manner. To Daniela's astonishment, Dreamfire indeed possessed an understanding and communicative ability comparable to that of an adult. It seemed irrefutable that dragons were beings of high intelligence. Before long, the newly forged dragonstone below had begun to cool and solidify. However, unlike the usual pitch-black hue, this newly created dragonstone bore a striking resemblance to Dreamfire's coloration, manifesting a much deeper indigo shade. Its surface was no longer as coarse as that of the black stone. Instead, it shimmered with a gem-like luster. This brought to Daniela's mind the grand edifices she had glimpsed in her dragon dreams, all constructed from stones akin to this. It was undeniably more beautiful than the pure black dragonstone. It appeared that the forging techniques mastered by her ancestors were perhaps of the most rudimentary sort in the ancient Valyria. The color was akin to that of the stones used for paving roads. The surrounding stone masons were instantly filled with delight. After all, compared to the somber black stones, this indigo-hued stone was far more aesthetically pleasing. Buildings constructed from this gem-like indigo dragonstone would undoubtedly set a precedent on the continent of Westeros. These artisans inherently possessed a spirit of craftsmanship, and their pursuit of excellence in their profession aimed to etch their names into the annals of human history. The indigo dragonstone undoubtedly offered them an opportunity to achieve lasting recognition. It is worth noting that even the coarse black dragonstones were legendary creations in the realm of Westeros. How much more remarkable were these gem-like indigo stones? As a result, the masons were suddenly ignited with even greater ambition. An ordinary arena could no longer satisfy their boundless enthusiasm. They hurriedly rushed to seek out Samwell to discuss modifications to the arena's design. Chapter 47. The grilled fish of the haddock family. Ignoring the excited stonemasons, who were already somewhat fatigued and ravenous, Daniela commanded her Dreamfire to depart. As for their modifications to the construction plans, Daniela felt her assistance would be minimal. It was best to leave professional matters to the experts. However, judging by their enthusiasm, they were unlikely to be satisfied without producing a masterpiece that would astonish the world. At present, the arena had merely completed its foundation. So whether expanding or altering the architectural style was quite feasible. She would allow them to tinker as they pleased. Daniela was not short on funds. If they truly managed to create something remarkable, it could be advantageous for her future endeavors as well. Why not embrace the opportunity? It is worth noting that the profits from the gladiatorial arena in Slave Bay were rather substantial. Unlike the brutal slave owners, Daniela had no intention of exploiting the enslaved for monetary gain. Nevertheless, hosting more visually appealing competitions at the arena was certainly a viable option. Alternatively, she could gather rare beasts or develop intriguing products. Organizing exhibitions as another excellent choice. As long as the venue was established, there were countless ways to monetize it. As Daniela glided low over the construction site of the arena on her dragon, she caught a whiff of an enticing grilled fish aroma. Looking down, she discovered that the refugees had spontaneously formed a small market at the newly built Dragonstone pier by the sea. This was quite intriguing. Thus, Daniela instructed Dreamfire to descend, and she strolled towards the quaint market. Upon her arrival, the crowd immediately parted, respectfully bowing and greeting her with their heads lowered. Your Highness, they exclaimed. Continue with your activities. I am merely here to browse. Daniela replied cheerfully. The market was not large, yet her voice resonated through much of it. Nevertheless, as she passed, the people remained tense and reverent, some too intimidated to move for quite some time. This reaction was not solely due to Daniela's popularity. Rather, it stemmed from the ingrained survival instinct of the people in this world. Within the territories of the nobility, lords wielded absolute power over their subjects. Numerous aristocrats had brutally punished or mistreated their serfs under the pretext of disrespect. The gaze of the crowd remained fixated on Daniela until she had moved far enough away for them to resume their normal activities. Were it not for the social prowess she had developed since arriving in this world, she might have fled in embarrassment, as she would have done in her previous life. Though the market was small, it was a treasure trove of diverse offerings. Items for sale included coarse linen garments, kitchen knives, sickles, vases, dishes, fishing nets, and products crafted from animal hides. In this vibrant marketplace, one can find a plethora of everyday items essential for life. Notably, the humble wares crafted by vendors specializing in common tableware, though simplistic in design, possess a certain charm. The utensils favored by the common folk in this realm predominantly consist of wooden pieces, rudimentary porcelain, and basic metal implements. Lacking access to luxurious pigments for embellishment, they skillfully utilize various natural dyes derived from flora to elegantly adorn these ordinary tools. While the patterns may not boast intricate sophistication, they exude a rustic and natural beauty. The bustling market is predominantly filled with fishermen hawking their catches of fresh seafood. Fish for sale, fresh and succulent. Come take a look, they proclaim. Women who dine on fish are the fairest. The young men who feast on fish are the strongest. The elders who savor fish live the longest. They offer a delightful array of oysters, bamboo clams, raw oysters, and scallops, alongside lively grouper, cod, tuna, trout, snapper, and giant squid. The variety of seafood here is impressive, with each fisherman presenting their catchy and humorous rhymes to entice customers. Although the strong odor of seafood can be quite off-putting, it provides Daniela with a rare glimpse into the rich tapestry of daily life. However, the finest seafood is often whisked away by the chefs of Dragonstone Castle and the affluent families of Whitehorn Town. Most commoners, particularly the newly arrived refugees, can only afford to purchase stale fish and spoiled shrimp. Before long, Daniela was drawn to the enticing aroma emanating from the breakfast stalls. The selection was limited, predominantly featuring black bread and various seafood porridge. The cleanest and most orderly was the grilled fish stall, which piqued Daniela's interest. A wooden sign, inscribed in the common tongue, proclaimed it to be the haddock family's grilled fish. A long queue had formed in front of the stall, a testament to the deliciousness of their offerings. Daniela joined the end of the line and inquired of those ahead. This grilled fish smells wonderful. How is it sold? Upon noticing Daniela's presence, the patrons immediately parted, eagerly granting her a place at the front. Your Highness, please, after you, she was urged. Daniela graciously accepted their kindness. Madam, your grilled fish smells divine. How much do you charge? Despite the commotion caused by Daniela's arrival, the fishmonger, Mrs. Haddock, remained calm, and continued her work, managing to bow gracefully and greet Daniela. Daniela couldn't help but admire the neat and tidy appearance of the fishmonger. "Your Highness," Mrs. Haddock replied with poise, "the grilled fish is 10 copper coins each." "Mrs. Haddock, please prepare 10 for me," Daniela requested. After speaking, she took a gold coin from her bag and handed it to the proprietress, continuing, "Let the remaining gratitude be directed towards those who made way for me." The queue that had been in front of Daniela only consisted of a mere dozen individuals. A single coin, even if shared among them tenfold, would suffice. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness." Upon observing the special seasoning sprinkled on the grilled fish, which was developed by Daniela herself, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "This seasoning is rather costly. No wonder your grilled fish tastes so exquisite." However, mere seasoning could not alone create such delectable fish. It seems that Madame Haddock also possesses her own unique recipe. Hearing Daniela's praise, though visibly excited, Madame Haddock maintained a calm demeanor as she replied, "Indeed, Your Highness, our ancestors grew up at the fishing village's wharf, and thus a remarkable grilled fish recipe has been passed down through generations. Receiving Your Highness's acknowledgement is our greatest honor. Although our grilled fish used to taste fair, it pales in comparison to the current allure. As you mentioned, thanks to the special spices we procured from the spice shop in Ares Town. When combined with our secret recipe, we can create this delectable grilled fish. Is that so?" Daniela then smiled and suggested, "Perhaps you could also experiment with chicken, duck, pork, and lamb in the future. They may turn out just as delicious." Chapter 48. Are there rumors? Madame Haddock worked swiftly and within no time had grilled 10 fish to perfection. She attentively wrapped each one in thin pancakes and then respectfully presented them to Daniela, all bundled together in a dry lotus leaf. Daniela, seeing such a novel packaging method for the first time, felt intrigued and inquired, "Your packaging method is quite innovative. With these pancakes accompanying the grilled fish, one could even forego a staple food. But where did you procure these dry lotus leaves? It seems that our Dragonstone island does not produce lotuses." Madame Haddock was forthcoming, replying warmly to Daniela, "My husband has accompanied Lord Sea Serpent on a few sea voyages and brought back these lotus seeds from the Summer Isles. We planted them in our own pond, and they thrive splendidly, blooming beautifully. They also yield sizable rhizomes, which can be cooked, though they lack flavor and are rather tough." "Is that so?" Daniela then produced a gold dragon and presented it to Madame Haddock, saying, "I am quite interested in this. Please send some of these plants' rhizomes and seeds to Dragonstone Castle. This gold dragon is your reward." However, Madame Haddock declined Daniela's gold dragon, explaining, "Those items hold little value. Since Your Highness is fond of them, I shall gladly send them to you without expecting any reward." Daniela gently placed the golden dragon beside her stall and said, "You may keep it. Otherwise, how could I bear to trouble you with a trip? I shall not disturb your business further. Wishing you prosperity, Lady Haddock." With that, Daniela swiftly departed the marketplace, carrying her packaged roasted fish. With the warmth still lingering on the lotus leaves, she arrived at Dragonstone's kitchen. Upon seeing Daniela return so early, Emma could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Did you return from King's Landing this morning? Isn't that rather early?" As Daniela unwrapped the lotus leaves, distributing the roasted fish to her family, she explained, "I came back last night. After visiting the forge this morning, I passed through a small market and thought the roasted fish looked delightful, so I brought some back for everyone. Last night, I was completely unaware." Emma exclaimed, "I've been feeling quite lethargic lately, so I have been going to bed early. No wonder." She glanced at her husband, Viserys. Emma, noticeably pregnant, assumed her early bedtime was the reason she did not know Daniela had returned. "The roasted fish does indeed taste excellent," Viserys observed, catching Emma's gaze. "Not just you. I too was unaware she had returned last night. Weren't you supposed to be selecting dragon eggs for the little prince in your mother's womb?" "Where are the dragon eggs?" Daniela replied mysteriously to Viserys, "I have placed them in a safe location. I will reveal them when my brother is born. As for now, it shall remain a secret." At that moment, her sister Rhaenyra suddenly interjected, "Daniela, I heard that you took the 10,000 golden dragons from the Manderley brothers and flew with them on Dragonback. Is that true?" Rhaenyra's words prompted both Viserys and Emma to turn their astonished gazes toward Daniela. Emma's mind was consumed by the single piece of information that Daniela had indeed taken the Manderley brothers. Did you truly take the Manderley brothers?" Although the customs of Westeros were relatively liberal, the nobility still held their honor and reputation in high regard. Daniela did not directly answer her mother's question. Instead, she countered Rhaenyra with a question of her own. "Sister, where did you hear such news? What were the exact words?" Caught off guard by Daniela's inquiry, Rhaenyra's face flushed, and her words became disjointed. I heard it from those noble youths. As for whether you took them or not, I am not certain. Did one of your handmaidens suggest that to you? So you need not forge a union with the Manderley family, is that it? Daniela discerned Rhaenyra's little ruse and promptly exposed her. The young girl dared to engage in palace intrigue? Although Daniela did indeed instruct Mederic to disseminate the information, she firmly believed that Mederic, given his character, would certainly omit the more provocative remarks. Witnessing Rhaenyra's speechlessness, Viserys and Aemma quickly realized that Daniela's assertions were entirely accurate, and their expressions darkened instantaneously. Viserys set aside his meal and, with a serious demeanor, turned to Rhaenyra, solemnly inquiring, "Is it as your sister has claimed?" Rhaenyra, merely a 10-year-old girl, lacked the depth of guile and had always been cherished by Viserys and Aemma. Even though she harbored some envy and jealousy towards Daniela, it was merely the innocent rivalry of sisters. This time, her fear of being married off to White Harbor had clouded her judgment, leading her to heed her maiden's exaggerated advice. Having been exposed by Daniela, she found herself at a loss for words and ultimately conceded. "Yes, it was my personal maid who urged me to say this. However, it is not their fault. I was simply too frightened of the prospect of being wed to White Harbor. I see that Daniela and Mederic are getting along splendidly. Perhaps this could even benefit them." Rhaenyra's words, resembling those of a mischievous rogue, left Viserys and Aemma exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for a response. "Aemma, our daughters have grown. It is time to impose stricter discipline upon them. They are nearing the age where marriage discussions will arise. If this continues, their reputations may indeed be at stake," Viserys eventually articulated, his voice strained with concern. What could Aemma say in reply? "Yes, I shall be vigilant. Once this child is born, I will ensure that they are well raised under my guidance." It was also the perfect time to replace Rhaenyra's maid, as some of Daniela's older attendants would serve well in this regard. "Are not Daniela's maids younger than mine?" Upon hearing her mother's intention to replace her personal maid, Rhaenyra immediately bristled. Meanwhile, Daniela smirked and remarked, "I believe mother refers to their emotional or intellectual maturity. Those maids of yours are fine companions, but with their limited intellect, one could easily become dulled in their presence. I think it would be wise for you to heed mother's counsel and select a few astute and virtuous attendants." Chapter 49, Fractures in Relationships. "Enough, Daniela," Aemma interrupted, not wishing for any rift to form between her daughters. "Your maids are indeed commendable, but they seem utterly incapable of restraining you. There is no other girl in the Seven Kingdoms as audacious as you. It seems prudent to find you a few strict attendants to temper your spirited nature." In order to avoid reigniting the flames of conflict, Daenerys promptly chose to remain silent. The previously delightful atmosphere of breakfast was thus tainted by Rhaenyra's words, leaving everyone somewhat at a loss for appetite. After breakfast, Aemma ushered them into her chamber, where she commenced her lengthy educational endeavor. Just as Daenerys felt she could no longer endure, her devoted handmaiden, Maya, knocked on Aemma's door like a savior. "Your Highness, the artisans from the silver shop in White Harbor have arrived with jewelry for you." Aemma was momentarily taken aback, pondering that she had not commissioned any jewelry from White Harbor. Could it be that Viserys intended to surprise her? Suppressing her curiosity, Aemma quickly led Daenerys and Rhaenyra to tidy themselves before gracefully declaring, "Please, let them enter." The silver shop had sent a master artisan accompanied by 4 elegant apprentices, each bearing trays covered with silk, perhaps due to it being their first visit to Dragonstone. The group appeared somewhat apprehensive, yet their gazes were clear and their manners respectful. "Your Highness, this is the jewelry we have specially crafted for you. Please take a look and let us know if any adjustments are needed." With that, the first young apprentice stepped forward, and the master artisan lifted the silk covering from the tray, revealing a magnificent golden belt adorned with a colossal ruby. Aemma gasped this. Although she was aware that Viserys' gifts were always exceptional, she could not have anticipated such grandeur. "My goodness, what an enormous ruby. This is truly priceless," her handmaiden exclaimed in astonishment. Hailing from a wealthy valley and having been a prince's consort for over a decade, Aemma was quite discerning. Yet, she had never laid eyes on a ruby of such size. Nevertheless, being the daughter-in-law of a duke, Aemma maintained her composure and instructed her handmaiden, "Please summon Prince Viserys." Then, as if unfazed, she picked up the exquisite belt from the tray, admiring it closely. As she felt the warmth emanating from the ruby, she was further astonished. "This gem is warm to the touch," the master artisan, with a proud demeanor, explained. "Indeed, Your Highness. The ruby not only warms to the touch, but also possesses significant nourishing properties for the body. We intentionally designed the belt to allow the ruby to come into contact with your skin." Aemma nodded in satisfaction, truly ingenious. The craftsmanship is top-notch. especially the softness and comfort of the leather, which is exquisitely rich in color. Is this whale leather? Your Highness has a keen eye. It is indeed whale leather. The silver belt of Viserys. Before long, Viserys approached. Emma, did you call for me? Have those mischievous girls upset you again? After breakfast, Emma had taken Daenerys and the others away, leaving Viserys, ever the devoted father, anxiously confined to his room, thus prompting his swift arrival. I summoned you to inquire about these jewels. When did you acquire such precious gems? I was entirely unaware, although surrounded by many. Emma's tone betrayed a hint of playful affection. Jewels? Gems? Viserys inquired, increasingly perplexed. Emma waved the golden belt in front of him. Isn't this jewelry something you commissioned? Why pretend to be in the dark now? Huh. The children have grown so much, yet you remain so oblivious. While Viserys relished Emma's playful demeanor, he was genuinely baffled. I have no means to procure such a grand ruby. It truly isn't me. At that moment, the master craftsman from the silversmith cleared his throat and spoke. Your Highness, Prince, these jewels were commissioned by Princess Daenerys for you. Not only for you, but also for Prince Viserys and Princess Rhaenyra. With that, he unveiled a second tray, revealing a silver belt adorned with blue sapphires set in whale leather, alongside a Valyrian sapphire brooch. This silver belt and brooch were crafted by Princess Daenerys for you, Your Highness. The presence of the large ruby on Emma's belt rendered the smaller blue sapphires on Viserys' belt less ostentatious. However, the peculiar dragon motif intrigued Viserys. The design on the belt was indeed unique, resembling a dragon but lacking wings, its body resembling that of a serpent with 4 claws. Though odd in appearance, it seemed to exude an even greater majesty than a dragon. Indeed, Your Highness, this motif was personally designed by Princess Daenerys, the master craftsman promptly clarified. Daenerys? At that moment, the family's gaze turned towards Daenerys, who was casually sipping juice. Emma shot her a pointed look. You, my dear, since you commissioned this, why didn't you mention it sooner? Daenerys thought to herself, if I had revealed it sooner, would I have witnessed such delightful reactions from you all? But she maintained an innocent facade, replying, wasn't it meant to be a surprise for my cousin, sister-in-law, and niece Rhaenyra? Rhaenyra's complete set of pink diamond jewelry, along with Daenerys' belt and Valyrian steel bracelet, should indeed be unveiled soon, as Rhaenyra's adornments are truly the most exquisite. Daenerys, known for her professionalism, deftly redirected attention. When the silversmith lifted the third tray, the entire collection of pink diamonds sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight streaming through the window. Although Rhaenyra typically held little interest in such ornaments, today she found herself captivated by the splendor of the entire set. The sunlight made the jewels appear even more dazzling. However, recalling her behavior that morning, Rhaenyra felt a wave of shame wash over her. This made the usually proud Rhaenyra feel utterly insignificant before Daenerys, igniting an uncontrollable fury within her. In a fit of rage, she overturned the tray in front of the assembly, exclaiming loudly at Daenerys, "Who cares for your wretched jewelry? Do you think these trinkets can buy my favor? No wonder you are so obsessed with wealth. You would resort to any means for money. You have brought disgrace upon the Targaryen name. I am ashamed to associate with you." With that, she swept out in a dramatic flourish. Chapter 50. The Dragonfire of Malay's Rhaenyra's actions left everyone present in stunned silence. The maidens and silversmiths instinctively lowered their heads, afraid to make a sound. Meanwhile, Daenerys' personal maid, Maya, hurriedly collected the scattered jewels and returned to Daenerys' side. Viserys couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache, while Emma experienced a dull ache in her abdomen. Yet, their greater concern was for Daenerys, fearing she might feel humiliated by Rhaenyra's outburst. Emma, rubbing her belly, approached Daenerys to offer comfort, saying, "I apologize, Daenerys, for the trouble caused. Rest assured, I shall teach Rhaenyra a lesson." Viserys chimed in, "Daenerys, thank you for the silver belt and brooch. I am quite fond of them. Rhaenyra likely feels a tinge of jealousy at your discernment. She is the one being unreasonable, so do not take it to heart." At that moment, Daenerys' mind raced with a flurry of thoughts, yet her face maintained an air of nonchalance as she laughed. What is happening here? It's perfectly fine. It seems Rhaenyra is simply feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, I exposed her intentions this morning. Perhaps her anger stems from her own shame. She is still young, and I shall not hold it against her. If she finds no value in this jewelry, I shall simply keep it for myself. I will not intrude upon my cousin and his wife any longer. Please, continue to try on the belt, and let the craftsman know if any adjustments are needed. I bid you farewell, cousin aunt." Having spoken, Daenerys swiftly departed with Jyrel. As she exited the room, she deliberately pinched herself hard, and tears immediately streamed down her cheeks. She then slightly turned her body, ensuring that Viserys and the others could catch a glimpse of her tear-filled, aggrieved expression. On her way back to her chamber, while adorning her wrist with the Valyrian bracelet, Daniela remarked to Jyrell, "Distribute this exquisite set of pink diamond jewelry among yourself, Anna, and the others. After all, you are not children anymore. Consider it in advance on your dowries." Jyrell shot her a reproachful glance, saying, "Your Highness, please do not jest at our expense. If it weren't for Sir Harold's stern punishment of the servants who gossiped about you and Mederic at Dragonstone, we cannot fathom what rumors might have circulated. This morning, I heard you were summoned by Princess Emma for a lecture. I hastily dispatched someone to White Sheep Town to fetch the silversmiths. You do not reward my cleverness yet delight in our mischief? How could you? Then will you accept this jewelry or not?" Daniela deftly cut to the heart of the matter, prompting Jyrell to cease her complaints. "Why would I refuse? Whoever declines such a treasure must be lacking in sense. These are exquisite gems, rare even in the Seven Kingdoms." Laughter erupted from Daniela at Gerald's response. Last night, through a dragon dream, Daniela not only mastered the incantation for crafting ancient Valyrian Dragonstone, but also became more attuned to magic. She could distinctly sense the magical energy within the amethyst of the bracelet coursing through her wrist and gradually enveloping her entire being. Although it did not immediately alter her physical state, she was confident that, over time, it would yield significant benefits. Time would reveal the outcomes. Eventually, the truth would surface. Such is the nature of objects, as well as of people. Upon returning to her chamber, Daniela took a brief half-hour nap before rising. She quickly selected a light red leather armor and donned her new belt. Jyrell and Bessani had already divided the set of pink diamond jewelry and adorned themselves. As and was the eldest and the head maid, they reserved the most precious necklace for her. Jyrell chose a ring, while the youngest, Bessani, opted for a brooch. To complement the exquisite pink diamond adornments, they all donned dresses in shades of pink. "How are preparations on Harold's side?" Daniela inquired of Jyrell while adjusting her attire. "The young talents from the various noble families will soon arrive, and we shall require ample assistance." As Jeriel deftly braided Daniela's hair, she promptly replied, "Rest assured. Everything on his end has been arranged. When have the younger sons and illegitimate offspring of those prominent families not been eager for the martial competition? However, Your Highness, must we truly recruit 300 individuals this time? While we currently possess an abundance of golden dragons, maintaining 300 noble knights will undoubtedly entail considerable expenses. Moreover, recruiting such a large number all at once complicates the rigorous selection of those with both integrity and capability. Dear Jeriel, does not our princess often say that time reveals a person's true character? Even with the wealth of information we gather, I believe it would be more prudent to keep them close and assess their abilities gradually." However, 10-year-old Baisani harbored a different perspective, asserting, "With a larger pool, we can naturally uncover more exceptional talents. In that light, even if we expend a bit more gold, it is ultimately worthwhile, is it not?" Daniela was taken aback by Baisani's remarkable shrewdness at such a tender age, evidently inheriting the Rosby family's acumen for commerce. "Ha ha ha. No wonder Annie always says Baisani is the best at counting." Jeriel chuckled. "Look, Baisani has already outshone you." Meanwhile, as Daniela prepared her attire, Dreamfire and Mirasis had heeded Daniela's summons and arrived above Dragonstone. Daniela then mounted Dreamfire, guiding Mirasis toward the site where the Dragonstone was being forged. This morning, the Dragonstone Daniela had crafted had fully taken shape, and thus she commanded Dreamfire to transport the pieces to the tournament grounds. In the annals of House Targaryen's history, it is unlikely that any dragon rider has ever employed a mighty dragon as a mere porter. This not only conserves considerable manpower, but also serves to strengthen the dragon's prowess. What could be more advantageous? Once Daniela had placed all the dragonstones in the positions designated by the masons, they promptly refilled the molds with fresh materials. This time, Daniela placed her hands upon Mirasis' chest and began to chant an incantation in High Valyrian. As the resonance of magic between Daniela and Mirasis reached its zenith, she exclaimed, "Dragonfire." Mirasis let out a resounding roar before unleashing a torrent of violet-hued, searing dragonfire upon the Dragonstone material. Indeed, this incantation not only facilitated the forging of magically imbued Dragonstone, but also augmented the potency of the dragon's flames. Yet, perhaps due to Daniela's repeated incantations that day, she felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her after concluding this spell. In contrast, Mirasis appeared invigorated. Daniela quickly seated herself upon a nearby stone, preparing to rest. "Are you tired?" Daniela had scarcely settled when she was startled by a voice seemingly echoing in her mind. Who is speaking?" At this moment, Mirasis leaned closer to Daenerys, persistently nudging her. "Are you tired?" This question echoed again in Daenerys' mind. "Mirasis, are you speaking to me?" Perhaps it was not quite speech, but rather a communion on a conscious level. Earlier that morning, after reciting the incantation, Daenerys and Dreamfire had also managed some form of mutual conscious communication, yet it paled in comparison to the precise understanding she shared with Viserys. Viserys, are you weary? I feel a bit fatigued, but a short rest will suffice. There is no need for concern. Daenerys affectionately stroked Viserys' head, her heart brimming with joy. Sensing Daenerys' emotions, Viserys chirped happily in response. Meanwhile, Daenerys noticed that the purple diamonds on her bracelet and belt were gradually emanating warm energy towards her, swiftly restoring her stamina. However, the diamonds themselves appeared to have dimmed significantly, causing Daenerys to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, recalling Melisandre's ruby, which could absorb magical energy for replenishment, Daenerys couldn't help but feel hopeful for her own purple diamonds. After more than half an hour, Daenerys felt her strength fully restored and decided to stretch her limbs. She glanced at the Dragonstone, which was nearly solidifying, and discovered that its hue had transformed into a deep purple-black, adorned with numerous pinkish-purple streaks. This coloration exuded a solemnity and an indescribable nobility. It seemed that different colors of dragonfire could forge dragonstones of various hues. Since her energy had just returned, she decided against experimenting today, planning to summon the 3 little ones for trials tomorrow. Meanwhile, the stonemasons gathered around the new-colored Dragonstone, exuberantly discussing how to arrange this novel type of stone. Earlier that afternoon, they had reached a consensus with Samwell to construct the arena as grand and magnificent as the Colosseum at Slaver's Bay. Just moments before, while Daenerys was moving the Dragonstone, Samwell had already consulted her regarding this. Although the budget would increase significantly, it would undoubtedly enhance the appeal of the venue. Given that Daenerys was not lacking in gold dragons, she readily agreed. In this world, whether building castles or large structures, the greatest expenses stem from materials and stonemason fees. With Daenerys now mastering the method of forging dragonstones, she had managed to save over 80% in costs. Additionally, the transportation of large stones was completed with the aid of the dragons, further conserving both labor and time. Thus, Samwell and his compatriots felt confident that they could construct the arena perfectly within just over a month, a feat that would typically take others over a year to achieve. Meanwhile, the location from which they were extracting materials for the construction of Dragonstone was also the site that Daenerys and Samwell had envisioned for the future castle. Thus, while excavating gravel and other building materials, they had inadvertently addressed a portion of the foundational work required for the castle's eventual construction. Upon regaining her strength, Daenerys, having discovered a colossal dragon at the Valyria ruins, was about to take flight when she noticed Mond of House Hightower approaching with several young nobles from the Reach. "Your Highness, Princess Daenerys." The group of noble youths regarded her with a measure of respect, particularly given that she could command both a large and a small dragon. After offering a courteous nod, Daenerys spoke in a calm tone, "Greetings. Would you gentlemen care to explore this messy quarry?" Mond Hightower quickly interjected, "Your Highness, we are not here to tour the quarry. We have heard tales of your dragon rides with the Manderley brothers of White Harbor over Dragonstone. Is it true?" Daenerys acknowledged with a nod. "Indeed, that did occur. However, I did not offer them complimentary flights. They each contributed 100,000 golden dragons towards the construction costs of the tournament grounds." She then inquired, "What about you, Lord Hightower? Do you wish for me to take you for a flight on my dragon? However, I must caution you, flying is not without its risks. I cannot guarantee that you will remain entirely safe. If you are timid or fearful, I advise against attempting it." As Mond and the other youths hesitated, a group from Skagos suddenly emerged. The wiry boy with a hawk-like nose, Egan, derisively addressed the young nobles from the Reach. "If you are fearful, perhaps you should refrain from trying. If you soil yourselves atop a dragon, be wary of being roasted by its flames. That would indeed be amusing." Laughter erupted as the simple-minded bear of a boy chimed in. "Isn't it said that the folk of the Reach love their fruit wine? Even their urine must carry a fruity aroma. I genuinely wish to witness that." The young nobles, despite their internal rivalries and factional disputes, instinctively united against the rugged youths from Skagos, perceiving them as little more than savages. Thus, in response to the jibes from the Skagos boys, Mond Hightower's indignation surged. We, from civilized society, conduct ourselves with decorum and careful consideration. Such concepts are beyond your comprehension. It is not a matter of courage when it comes to flying with Princess Daenerys. We can certainly afford the expenses incurred by having Princess Daenerys take us on a dragon ride. Can you?" Upon witnessing Mond Hightower's dismal countenance, Wolves 1 and 2 felt their eyes redden instantly, emitting feral howls from their throats. At that moment, Dax gently stroked their heads, calming their agitation. He then looked down upon Mon Hightower and remarked, "Since your Hightower family possesses such audacity, refrain from idle chatter and present your funds. Let us see you mount the dragon." Could it be that, as the two golden-haired Lannisters claimed, your Hightower clan remains oblivious to the exquisite charm of a woman's delicate lips? Or is it merely that you take pride in your own eloquence? Princess Daenerys, standing to the side, feigned ignorance, yet inwardly scolded. Must they always speak in such a vulgar manner? Chapter 52. The Dreamfire ignited. Mon Hightower was acutely aware that Dax, the wild man, was deliberately provoking him. However, in light of preserving the dignity of the Hightower family and his own reputation, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. To soar through the skies upon a dragon is indeed a privilege for me, Mon Hightower. After all, aside from the Targaryen family, there are but a handful of nobles across Westeros capable of flying alongside dragons. With that, Mon Hightower performed what he believed to be an impeccably gallant bow toward Daenerys, stating, "Provided the beautiful and noble Princess Daenerys is willing to accept my humble request, I shall gladly present you with 100,000 gold dragons." Yet before Daenerys could respond, he turned his head toward Dax with a sardonic smile, implying, regrettably, not every noble family in Westeros possesses the means to beseech the princess for such an opportunity. Wouldn't you agree? The nobles of Skagos, He then feigned profundity, adding, "Thus, it is best for certain individuals to recognize their circumstances sooner rather than later." Dax appeared unfazed by the sarcasm in Mon Hightower's words, responding with a calm demeanor. Only the inept coward relies solely on their family's glory to embellish their facade. The warriors of Skagos earn respect through genuine prowess. Therefore, I hope, Master Mon Hightower, you can showcase the splendor of your Hightower lineage atop the dragon. Mon Hightower shot Dax a disdainful look before respectfully addressing Daenerys. "Esteemed Princess Daenerys, may I have the honor of soaring with you on the dragon?" Daenerys replied coldly, "I must reiterate, whatever unforeseen events may transpire upon the dragon, I shall not be held accountable. However, the debt of 100,000 gold dragons is not to be overlooked." Mon Hightower replied confidently, "Of course. Everyone present can attest to my words." Having clarified all necessary points, Daniela ceased further discourse with them, turning to ascend the saddle of Dreamfire. Once she had calmed the dragon's temperament, she instructed, "Mond, you may climb along the dragon's wing, but be gentle. Do not provoke Dreamfire." Following this, Daniela continued to soothe the reluctant dragon through their mental connection, as she harbored no fondness for the Heidel family. Dreamfire, attuned to Daniela's sentiments, sensed her apprehension towards Mon Heidel and was equally disinclined to allow him upon her back. In contrast to the cooperative flight she shared with the Medarek Mandler brothers, Dreamfire was far less accommodating now. Gazing at the imposing creature before him, Mon Heidel took several deep breaths, mentally preparing himself, and then cautiously began to ascend along Dreamfire's wing. Throughout the process, every cell of the dragon's being exuded resistance, as if wishing to shake off this small intruder from her form. Secure yourself upon the spines of her back. Do not be careless. Once Mon had successfully mounted, Daniela instructed, "You may also tie your cloak to those spines for additional stability." "Very well, Your Highness." Mon Heidel obediently complied, though Daniela could distinctly hear the tremor in his voice. A flicker of disdain arose within her, and Dreamfire, sharing this sentiment, abruptly shook her body, startling Mond into a startled scream. Yet, Mond, being rather clever, quickly altered his tone to convey a semblance of cheer, giving the appearance of celebration to those cheering for him below. This incited a wave of excitement among his sycophants, their applause echoing fervently until Dreamfire, growing impatient, roared at them, silencing their exuberance. "Master Mond, prepare yourself. We are set to take flight." "Yes, Your Highness." Dreamfire, ascend. Dreamfire first sprinted a few paces along the ground before vigorously flapping her enormous wings, swiftly soaring into the sky. Mirasis followed joyfully, emitting soft cries as she trailed behind. The exhilaration of riding a dragon for the first time filled Mond Heidel with overwhelming emotion, a blend of excitement and anxiety nearly causing him to forget to breathe. The searing heat radiating from the dragon and the fierce winds at altitude enveloped him, inducing a strong sense of suffocation. Thus, it was not long before Mond Heidel began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Dania turned to glance at him, her voice rising in concern. "Mond, are you all right?" At that moment, Meng Dehater's ears had begun to ring, rendering Dania's words indistinct. Thus, he exclaimed loudly, "Your Highness, this sensation is utterly exhilarating, simply magnificent. To become a dragon rider from the green egg of a sheep thief is truly monumental." His voice, amplified by the ringing in his ears, was particularly loud, which only served to further irritate the already impatient Dreamfire. Without hesitation, Dreamfire executed a rapid vertical ascent. Soaring into the clouds, the unprepared Meng Hater was instantly engulfed in darkness, his limbs going limp. Yet, the remnants of his rationality and willpower compelled him to cling tightly to Dreamfire's spines, allowing him to endure. However, Dreamfire was not one to grant him respite easily. Once they reached several thousand meters above ground, the oxygen was exceedingly sparse, and the winds at such altitudes were fierce. Dreamfire began to perform acrobatic maneuvers, causing Daniera, seated in the saddle, to feel her rear and jolted painfully. Meng Hater, on the rigid back of the dragon, could only imagine the torment. Though he could withstand the jarring pain, he felt as if the world was spinning around him, on the verge of vomiting. Yet, with his wits still intact, he forced himself to swallow the nausea. He had no doubt that should he dare to vomit on Dreamfire's back, the dragon would unhesitatingly retaliate with a blast of dragon fire. Observing the persistence of this little bug, Dreamfire dove sharply from the sky, sending Daniera in the saddle into a state of weightlessness. However, as a seasoned rider with 3 years of experience, Daniera quickly regained her balance. In contrast, Meng Hater, who could only cling to the dragon's spines with his hands, was not so fortunate. Already pushed to his limits, in a daze, he inadvertently released his grip and fell directly from the dragon's back. Chapter 53. The Perils of Unrequited Affection. With a triumphant roar, Dreamfire, having set its scheme in motion, excitedly emitted a high-pitched dragon's cry. Then, with a graceful thrust, it caught the swiftly plummeting Meng Hater. Daniera was startled and quickly cautioned Dreamfire to cease its reckless play and to exercise caution with its claws, lest the only heir of the Hightower family be ruined. At that moment, Dreamfire had descended to a height of several dozen meters. Perhaps due to the restored oxygen levels or Meng Hater's robust constitution, he suddenly regained consciousness. "Oh, help me, your highness, help," he cried, and it was evident that the young master of the Hightower family had thoroughly soaked his trousers. An enigmatic liquid dripped onto Dreamfire's dragon claw. The intense heat from the dragon's body swiftly transformed this unknown substance into vapor. How could it possibly escape Dreamfire's keen senses? Enraged, Dreamfire immediately opened its massive jaws, intending to incinerate the wretched little insect. Sensing the shift in Dreamfire's emotions, Daenerys urgently called out, "Dreamfire, take him to the sea and wash him off, but do not harm him." At that moment, Viserys soared to Dreamfire's side. Despite being only 3 or 4 meters in size, Viserys managed to keep pace with Dreamfire effortlessly. It appeared that the title of the swiftest dragon in the realm of Westeros, previously held by the Red Queen Melisandre, was about to change hands. Moreover, Viserys was undeniably the most exquisite dragon among the existing ones, boasting an elegant appearance that made it a true beauty representative of House Targaryen. Once Sunfire was born, they would indeed make a splendid pair. Dreamfire, still fuming, charged towards the ocean, swiftly wielding its claws to dunk Mondothaidal repeatedly beneath the waves. This nearly caused the newly awakened Mondothaidal to be overwhelmed by the salt water, choking and coughing incessantly. Soaked to the bone, he found himself relieved that this unfortunate incident would at least conceal his embarrassing mishap. In a rather deluded train of thought, Mondothaidal mistakenly believed that Princess Daenerys had orchestrated this wedding to spare him from humiliation. If Daenerys were to discover his thoughts, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Wonderful." Originally, Daenerys had planned to take Mondothaidal on a leisurely flight around Dragonstone. However, an unforeseen incident had occurred after only half the journey, prompting her to return him to the quarry prematurely. When the others saw Mondothaidal, drenched and clutched in Dreamfire's talons, they were left utterly astonished. The youths from Skagos wore expressions of gleeful schadenfreude, their excitement unmistakable. Even the boys from the Riverlands struggled to suppress their laughter. Very few genuinely cared for Mondothaidal's plight. Dreamfire harbored no fondness for Mondothaidal and, when still a mere 2 or 3 meters above the ground, unceremoniously released him. Fortunately, this scion of House Hightower had trained for many years in martial arts. Although the fall was painful, it did not inflict significant harm. With the unfortunate incident having transpired, Daenerys could not simply pretend nothing had happened. Thus, she dismounted from Dreamfire's back and retrieved a vial from her whale leather satchel, containing a specially formulated ointment she had concocted after consulting with Maester Tigris, combined with her own knowledge of herbal medicine to treat injuries. This was a specially crafted salve from Dragonstone. The remedy for injuries proves remarkably effective. Do make use of it. However, the ever-glib young master of the Hightower family suddenly blushed crimson. "Thank you, Princess. I appreciate your thoughtfulness.
As long as you understand, Viserys, she replied. Simply deliver the promissory note for 100,000 gold dragons to Samwell in Ares Town. At this, Mond Hightower nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. Rest assured, Princess. I shall deliver it at once. In that moment, Daniela appeared, dazzling in his eyes, illuminating them with twinkling stars. Yet, Daniela was too preoccupied to notice Mond Hightower's expression. After handing over the ointment, she turned to leave. However, their exchange sparked another notion in Dax's mind. Could this pretty boy have been attempting something untoward with Daniela atop the dragon, only to be thwarted by her? He promptly called out to Daniela, who was about to mount the dragon. Your Highness, the two little unicorns have fully recovered. Shall we go and see them? Daniela, having nearly forgotten the two little creatures amidst her busy days, halted her steps and extended her hand. Let us hasten to the dragon together. Very well. Dax quickly assisted Daniela onto the dragon's saddle before securing himself on Dreamfire's back. Observing the closeness between Dax and Daniela, Mond Hightower felt a twinge of displeasure and immediately instructed his guards and noble companions. We must procure some exotic beasts quickly. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by those wildlings from Skagos Island. In the land of Westeros, Dax, from behind, gazed at Daniela. Still youthful, yet beginning to develop alluring curves, his lips curving upward, unaware of the mischievous thoughts brewing within him. Soon, they arrived at the pasture where the two little unicorns were kept. To avoid startling the little creatures, Daniela positioned Dreamfire and Viserys at a distance before walking with Dax towards the unicorns. The two unicorns, now frolicking joyfully across the lush grass, looked entirely different from their previous lethargic selves. Standing merely half a meter tall, their speed in full gallop surpassed that of an average adult horse. Upon noticing Daniela's approach, they bared their teeth and emitted low growls as a warning. At that moment, Dax's pupils turned completely white. Yet the little unicorns soon fell silent. Dax's sudden change caught Daniela's attention. As he rolled his eyes, she distinctly sensed a surge of energy. Under Dax's influence, the two little unicorns approached them docilely, and his pupils returned to their normal hue. It appears that your talent for the shapeshifter ability is remarkably high, Dax Banya. The young companions accompanying you from Skagos Island must also be shapeshifters, I assume. Daniela inquired with a seemingly nonchalant tone. However, the distant roars of two dragons alerted Dax to the fact that Daniela was, at that moment, quite displeased. Viserys swiftly darted toward Daniela's location. Chapter 54. The Children of the Forest. Viserys moved with remarkable speed, reaching Daniela in mere moments. Though still a young dragon, she had already grown to over 4 meters in length, and when she stood upright, she towered over the tall Dax. Upon arrival, Viserys immediately shielded Daniela with her body, glaring fiercely at Dax, her throat shimmering with flickering flames. Speak, Dax, what is your true intention in approaching me? With Viserys present, Daniela felt secure, allowing her voice to grow increasingly frigid, her aura fully manifesting. I believe that the cold winds of Skagos Island have not only bestowed upon you courage, but that the towering fishbeam trees have also granted you wisdom. I am still willing to listen to your explanation, and I hope for a satisfactory response. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to allow Viserys to savor the taste of human flesh. Seeing that Daniela's intent had turned deadly, Dax immediately knelt on one knee. Swearing earnestly to her, I, Dax Banya, vow in the name of the old gods that every word I speak henceforth shall be sincere, devoid of any falsehood. Your Highness, I genuinely wish to approach you, yet I swear, there is no malice or ill intent behind it. Do you recall our previous conversation regarding the shapeshifters? Daniela sensed that Dax's words were likely credible, yet she remained on high alert. Continue. As the princess stated, all of the companions I brought along are indeed shapeshifters. Furthermore, they have all successfully transitioned their respective animal partners. You may find what I am about to say hard to believe, but I assure you, my words are entirely truthful. Your Highness, since you are acquainted with shapeshifters, you must also be aware of the existence of the children of the forest. This is hardly a rare phenomenon. Many tomes contain legends and accounts of the children of the forest. Daniela gestured for him to proceed. 10 years ago, precisely on the day of your birth, a ferocious storm erupted over Skagos Island, which soon gave way to clear skies. At that time, I, a 6-year-old boy, ventured to the beach to play after the rain, fortuitously rescuing 2 children of the forest who had been swept to Skagos Island by the tempest. Little Bellerin, however, due to their diminutive stature, I initially mistook them for unfortunate young girls who had suffered a maritime disaster, and thus brought them back to my family's castle. Upon my arrival at the castle, the adults immediately recognized them as children of the forest. Initially, they intended to execute them, but through my fervent insistence, their lives were spared. and the healer was summoned to tend to their wounds. Fortunately, my unwavering protection of them coincided with my own sudden illness. Had it not been for the forest children's medicinal expertise, I would surely have perished. Strangely, since that grave illness, I awakened the talent of the wayfarer. With the assistance of the two forest children, the herbalist and the seer, I successfully traversed to a fully grown unicorn. The seer, endowed with the vision of green, remarked that both they and I should have faded into the annals of history. Upon hearing your news reach Skagga's Island, the seer was taken aback. At that moment, Daniela felt a pang of fear that sent a shiver down her spine. Could this seer be a terrifying entity akin to the three-eyed raven from the Game of Thrones? Sensing Daniela's emotional turmoil, Viserys immediately erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of dragonfire towards Dax. Fortunately, Dax, quick on his feet, executed a remarkable leap and rolled several times, narrowly escaping the inferno. Regaining her composure, Daniela swiftly utilized her telepathic abilities to soothe the raging Viserys, halting her fiery onslaught. Otherwise, the already down Dax would have had no chance of evading Viserys' wrath. At this juncture, not only was Dax covered in mud, appearing quite disheveled, but the two little unicorns were also so terrified by Viserys' fury that they lay motionless on the ground. They had been skittish since Viserys' arrival. Once it was evident that Viserys had been calmed by Daniela, Dax dusted himself off and returned to her side. I apologize, Dax. I became somewhat distracted, which allowed Viserys to lose control. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would have been unable to account for it to the Panama clan. It's quite all right, princess, after all. I'm unscathed. Dax, finally witnessing the might of a dragon's wrath, felt his inflated pride, born from his ability to command unicorns, deflate significantly. Is that seer one of the green prophets among the forest children? Daniela fixed her gaze intently on Dax, meticulously observing the nuances of his expression. Your Highness is also acquainted with the Green Prophet? Dax, upon hearing Daniela's words, found himself increasingly impressed by her depth, for according to the seer's own account, she had merely unlocked the vision of green but had yet to become a Green Prophet. She remarked that in his verdant dreamscape, we, both you and I, were once non-existent figures in the future. Yet now, our very existence has altered the course of that future. The Watcher perceives this as a perilous development. For should the gods become aware of such a phenomenon, they would spare no effort to eliminate us unknowns. My intention in approaching the princess is to join forces with you to confront the dangers that may lie ahead. Bagana, what now? Although Dax's intentions do not entirely convince Daenerys, she finds some truth in his revelations. Do you believe that merely by uniting our strengths, we can evade the gods' manipulative grasp? You should summon the two forest children. I find myself far more intrigued by them. Dax, the gods' methods are nothing more than whispers that sow discord in the minds of men, leading them unwittingly to become their puppets, pawns in the game of fate. The old gods of Westeros could not withstand the bronze weapons of the first men, nor have the Undul Seven ever manifested to save humanity. I believe the gods are worthy of listening to and respecting, yet I shall never entrust my life and future into anyone's hands, divine or otherwise. Daenerys' words ignited a spark in Dax's eyes. Your Highness, I have come to Dragonstone to defy fate. I believe in the power of human agency. As long as we wield sufficient strength, neither men nor gods can dictate our path. Chapter 55. The Singer of the Earth. Daenerys merely cast a deep gaze at Dax, choosing not to speak. Meanwhile, Melisys unleashed a torrent of fierce dragon fire towards the sky, her challenging stare directed at Dax, as if to say, this is what true power looks like. After Daenerys departed with Dax, the youths of Skagos began their journey toward the pasture where the unicorns resided. However, the distance was great, and they had yet to arrive. While awaiting their arrival, Daenerys approached the two frightened little unicorns, gently stroking their trembling bodies. Their pitiful demeanor was far more endearing than the earlier display of teeth and fierce roars directed at her. Unicorns are indeed magical beings of considerable spirit. Whether they sensed Daenerys' protective nature or were still under Dax's prior influence, it remained uncertain. At that moment, the two little creatures displayed remarkable docility before Daenerys, and, upon feeling the potent magic radiating from the purple diamond bracelet on her wrist, they seemed to revel in her gentle caress. It appears that utilizing the might of dragons to tame beasts is an effective approach. With the world's most formidable magical beings at her side, no creature dares to act audaciously before Daenerys. When the youths from Skaggas arrived at the unicorn pasture, two young unicorns were already behaving as obediently as two large dogs before Daenerys. The map of the Seven Kingdoms is at your service, Your Highness. The two diminutive boys, having removed their cloaks, finally revealed the true visage of the children of the forest. Although their skin was somewhat darker, their exquisite features were remarkably beautiful, with eyes reminiscent of elves and elongated ears. Furthermore, they possessed only 3 fingers, each thumb adorned with sharp claws. Greetings, Watcher, Herbalist. Daniera, captivated by the charming appearance of the children of the forest, could not help but gently inquire, "Might you share your story with me?" The green-eyed Watcher, after curiously appraising Daniera, nodded and began, delving beneath the earth, into the stones and trees. "This land you call Westeros was once the home of our kin long before the ancestors arrived. Yet even in those days, our numbers were few. The gods bestowed upon us longevity, but also limited our population to prevent us from overwhelming the world, much like deer in a forest devoid of wolves to hunt them. In the dawn of time, the sun that illuminated us was just beginning to rise. However, now our sun has set, while the sun of humanity shines resplendently. Your rise and prosperity coincide with our decline and demise. The giants are nearly extinct. They were both our calamity and our brethren. The great lions of the west have been slaughtered, unicorns are almost vanished, and only a few hundred mammoths remain. The ice wolves may outlast us. Yet their fate will also come to pass. In a world crafted by humans, there is insufficient space for either them or us to thrive." Listening to the Watcher's narrative, Daniera felt as though she were conversing with a bard of the earth and history, her words flowing melodiously. "Thank you, Watcher. Your voice is truly enchanting, akin to that of nature's own songstress. Indeed, you need not be so pessimistic. Humanity is a highly inclusive race. In the throes of war, they may exhibit greed and brutality, yet we cannot overlook their compassion and tolerance. In my understanding, an ideal realm should see humans, children of the forest, giants, and even beasts coexisting harmoniously, creating a scene that is richer and more beautiful. However, Princess, even in such an ideal realm, the architects of rules can only be humanity. Correct?" While Daniera's words momentarily stirred the Watcher, her extensive lifespan had rendered her accustomed to the shattering of dreams and the harshness of reality, and she quickly regained her composure. "Does this matter?" Daniera continued. "I believe that to maintain harmony in a world, it is essential for a strong and benevolent race to occupy the position of leadership, for this would facilitate the realization of such a vision. As long as we can once again hear the melodic chants of the children of the forest resonating across the land, allowing the giants who ride the mammoths to find refuge once more, it is paramount that all living beings have the opportunity to thrive and reproduce, is it not? Just as you mentioned, in a forest devoid of wolves, even the gentlest of deer can become a harbinger of disaster, can they not?" Daniera's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation. They held a profound admiration for this young princess. During this period, they meticulously examined the transformations that had transpired in White Sheep Town over the past 3 years. It could be said that among all the regions of Westeros, the inhabitants of White Sheep Town were the happiest. They not only enjoyed abundance, but also saw that those with skills were duly recognized, leading to a more prosperous existence. Furthermore, the rule of law in White Sheep Town was transparent, with all wrongdoers receiving stringent punishments, while the diligent and law-abiding were sheltered by the young princess. Even the livestock raised in White Sheep Town had become increasingly exceptional in quality. For the Watcher and the Herbs, ancient denizens of the forest, this was a sight they had never before witnessed. An elder dragon, the Watcher, and the Herbs exchanged glances, and astonishingly, they clasped hands and began to chant softly. Their song was composed in an ancient tongue, the meaning of which eluded Daniera and the others. However, the primal instincts and emotional currents embedded within their melody resonated deeply with all present, evoking profound feelings. Even Viserys, the 2 unicorns, and the distant livestock, Flora and Fauna, seemed to be entranced by the enchanting harmonies. As they sang to the earth, the gathering instinctively settled upon the grass, listening in serene silence. Daniera, too, found herself gradually drifting into a state between dreams and wakefulness, her consciousness traversing endless realms of time and space, returning to an era when the continent of Westeros was awash in fish-leaf trees and forests. In those days, countless primordial races inhabited this land: the Earth Singers, the children of the forest, towering giants riding colossal mammoths. Yet more numerous were the forest elves, closely resembling humans, the orcs who rode strange beasts, and the diminutive dwarves skilled in crafting fine equipment. However, due to the conflicts among the elves, orcs, and dwarves, they gradually faded into the annals of history. Subsequently, the children of the forest and the giants entered into a prolonged state of opposition and battle, until one day, the bronze-wielding ancestors arrived, felling the great trees and igniting fires to construct dwellings, driving away the original inhabitants, the children of the forest and the giants. In response, the children and giants united to resist the encroaching human ancestors. Eventually, one day, a vast white mist of ice descended from the distant land of eternal winter. At that moment, Daniera shivered, abruptly awakening from her reverie. Chapter 56. The sapling of the fishleaf tree when Daniera awoke. The chance of the Watcher and the herbs had long since come to an end. In order to avoid disturbing Daniela's dreams, they all quietly stood guard nearby, waiting for her to awaken. The Watcher, that terrifying entity from the land of eternal winter, what could it truly be? Upon waking, Daniela cautiously inquired of the Watcher. Your Highness, it embodies the darkness that extinguishes light, the cold that seizes warmth, a presence that life cannot dare to mention. However, in the near term, it poses no threat to the current realm of Westeros. Clearly, the Watcher was reluctant to disclose the truth about the White Walkers and the Night King to Daniela. Tales of the White Walkers had long been whispered within House Stark of Winterfell. Could it be that the dreadful entity you speak of is indeed the White Walkers? Since she was not explicitly informed, Daniela boldly articulated her thoughts. I have also heard that it was your children of the forest who created the first White Walker to combat the first men, yet you subsequently lost control over them. Ultimately, you had no choice but to ally with the first men to banish the White Walkers to the land of eternal frost. Together with the giants and the first men, you forged the wall to thwart the invasion of the White Walkers from the north. Your faith in the old gods, as well as your green seers, who can glimpse the past and the future, always led you to believe that your powers could steer events towards your anticipated outcomes. Yet, it is precisely your actions that have given rise to such calamitous disasters. How then could mortal beings truly comprehend the revelations of the true gods? In my view, the whispers of those deities in your ears merely turn you into pawns and accomplices. Thus, it is wise for one to live in the present, cherishing the people and matters at hand, while harboring thoughts of righteousness and compassion. Our reverence for the divine should be maintained in awe and respect. Perhaps we cannot combat fate, but at the very least, we must recognize that only by wielding sufficient power can we hope to alter our destinies. Since you have chosen to seek me out in search of a way forward, I hope that in the days to come, we can at least engage with one another honestly. By the way, Watcher, your green eyes must signify that you are among the children of the forest destined to become a green seer, correct? Daniela's words left all present in profound shock. Yet, the Watcher, having lived through countless ages, did not directly respond to Daniela. Instead, she calmly replied, Your Highness, much of what is recorded in those books is merely a distortion of the truth. However, I can sense your inner confidence and strength through your words, and I am increasingly convinced that you are indeed the one who can lead us to truly transform our fate. Although I am not a green seer, I can still perceive many visions of the past and future through the weirwood. I have witnessed countless scenes of my sister and me facing demise in Westeros. Yet, we do not wish to submit to fate. Hence, we are preparing to journey far from Westeros to other continents in search of a glimmer of hope. It was this pivotal decision that nearly led us to perdition in the tumultuous sea. However, it is precisely due to this harrowing escape that our future now brims with potentialities. Perhaps this marks a turning point in our destiny. Throughout more than a decade of relentless exploration, I have come to realize that the true force capable of altering our fate is the birth of your Highness, the Princess. It is not that the Watcher refrains from revealing the truths of many matters, but rather that such knowledge may not serve you well at this juncture. It could even adversely affect your current state of mind. Nevertheless, please trust that both I and the herbalist shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to your commands in the days to come, for you are the keystone to our future reversal of fortune. Once the black dragon egg hatches, we shall remain by your side, Your Highness. Dax interjected eagerly. My brothers and I are but children who escaped the clutches of death after the Watcher and the herbalist arrived at Scargy's Island. With that, Dax knelt before Daenerys, once again pledging his loyalty. Princess Daenerys, I renew my vow to you. I shall safeguard your well-being, keep your secrets, and should the need arise, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. In the name of the old gods, I solemnly swear. The other 5 youths from Scargy's Island promptly knelt behind Dax. United in their declaration, we pledge our loyalty to you, Princess, until death do us part. These boys, who often appeared boisterous, wild, and fierce, had grown increasingly fearful and reverent of the divine powers since their miraculous survival and the awakening of their changeling abilities. The Watcher frequently instilled in them the notion that fate was an adversary they could hardly confront, igniting a rebellious spirit within them. Yet, as they matured and bonded with their animal companions, they began to comprehend the terrifying and formidable nature of that supernatural energy. Thus, when the Watcher informed them that Princess Daenerys Targaryen could be the decisive force in altering their destinies, they hastened to Dragonstone without hesitation. During this time, they indeed witnessed Daenerys' uniqueness, a distinction that set her apart from any noble of the Seven Kingdoms, even within the Targaryen lineage, often regarded as closest to the divine. Their conviction that Daenerys could assist them in changing their fate solidified, prompting them to formally pledge their allegiance to her today. Upon the hatching of the red dragon egg, "I gladly accept your loyalty, young men from Scargy's Island," Daenerys responded, eager to welcome these changeling youths into her fold. However, she solemnly cautioned them. "I wish to believe in your vows, but I place greater trust in a person's actions. Therefore, in the days to come, let your deeds demonstrate your loyalty and worth." "Yes, your highness." For these rather straightforward youths from Skagos, Daenerys' words revealed the princess's exceptional magnanimity and grace. Consequently, they refrained from further discussion, rising with an air of utmost respect and caution, including Dax Bagna, who had previously teased Daenerys. "Your highness, look!" exclaimed the melodious-voiced child of the forest, as he produced a split seed from his bosom and presented it to Daenerys. During the recent earth chant, "The seed of the fishleaf tree in my possession has unexpectedly sprouted. It seems we can indeed plant fishleaf trees on Dragonstone." Daenerys accepted the seed, cradling it in her palm for a closer inspection. The ungerminated seed of the fishleaf tree was pure white, and upon germination, it had unfurled a pair of tender red shoots. "I have already chosen a small dormant volcano behind White Harbor as the site for my castle. Let us plant this fishleaf tree seed there." As the golden dragon egg hatched, Chapter 57, Daenerys' new incantation unfolded. Daenerys summoned Dreamfire, who transported the youths from Skagos and the two forest children to the site she had selected for the castle. It was a modest dormant volcano, rising no more than 1,000 meters in elevation, with a summit covering merely 4 or 5 square kilometers. The peak had been significantly leveled, and hundreds of workers tirelessly extracted rubble daily, transporting it to the stone mill to be fashioned into Dragonstone. Daenerys chose a higher, more densely vegetated area for Dreamfire to descend. The terrain was relatively flat, the soil rich, and a hot spring flowed nearby. "I envision creating a garden here. Can we plant the fishleaf tree seed in this soil?" Daenerys inquired of the herbalist. The herbalist surveyed the surroundings and concurred that the location was indeed suitable, for the fishleaf tree was remarkably resilient. With that, the child of the forest produced an obsidian dagger from her waist, excavating a small pit in the ground before carefully planting the fishleaf tree seed. After tending to the soil, the herbalist and the watcher cut their palms, allowing their blood to drip onto the tender shoots of the fishleaf tree while they resumed their low chant. As they chanted, the blood of the forest children swiftly melded into the shoots. Witnessing this, Daenerys felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from her brow, followed by an uncontrollable impulse. She seized the watcher's obsidian dagger, lacerating her palm to let her blood fall upon the shoots. In harmony with the forest children's chant, an ancient Valyrian incantation began to resonate in her mind, and she involuntarily joined them in their low recitation. As their chant concluded, their blood was completely absorbed by the tender shoots of the fishleaf tree. At this moment, the tender leaves of the weirwood had taken on a deeper shade of crimson and had grown somewhat larger. Daniela felt an inexplicable, yet profound connection with the weirwood, as if she could sense the happenings around her through its essence. Within her heart, a realization began to dawn. In the common tongue, did not the root of weirwood share a kinship with werewolf, suggesting a being that is half human, half tree, or akin to a treeman? Perhaps the reason why the children of the forest and certain descendants of the ancients could observe the past and foresee the future through the weirwood was that their bloodlines had formed a bond of recognition with it. Was this not akin to the relationship between House Targaryen and dragons? To validate her suspicions, Daniela summoned Viserys to her side and, with a swift motion, drew blood from her dragon wing, allowing the fiery dragon's blood to drip onto the soil nearby the weirwood. She hesitated to let the blood fall directly upon the tree, for the temperature of dragon blood was exceedingly high, and the thought of inadvertently scorching it was too absurd to entertain. Then, she began to chant the incantation that had just come to her in a moment of clarity. A quarter of an hour later, as Daniela concluded her recitation, the scene before them left everyone astonished. Viserys's blood had indeed been completely absorbed by the weirwood. Remarkably, within that brief span, the weirwood had grown to over a foot in height, transforming its once pallid trunk into a striking pattern of black and white, resembling a zebra's stripes. Even the blood-red leaves, reminiscent of human palms, elongated, resembling dragon claws taking on a human form. The onlookers were rendered speechless. their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the bizarre weirwood. A gentle breeze swept through, and the group of young individuals, each possessing some latent abilities, could not shake the feeling that this small hill had undergone a subtle transformation. Although this hill was not the highest on Dragonstone, it afforded an impressive view of the entire island and much of the surrounding landscape. Beneath the hill, the dormant volcano continued to emit geothermal springs, which could be harnessed for the castle once completed, becoming a distinctive feature of Daniela's stronghold, much like Winterfell in the north. Dragonstone was blessed with numerous hot springs, which contributed significantly to its abundant freshwater resources. Even in the frigid winter months, verdant life thrived in the areas where the spring waters flowed. Over the past 2 years, glassmakers and crystal artisans, acquired at great expense by Daniela from Marine, had utilized the warmth of the springs to create expansive glass greenhouses. Thus, even during the coldest winters, Daniela could enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits at Dragonstone Castle. Last winter, due to a significant increase in production, substantial quantities were sold to the nearby Chowtu Fortress and Junlin. Although the earnings were modest, they provided Daniela with an income of 4,000 to 5,000 golden dragons over the winter, sufficient to cover the expenses of her team. In the various free trade city-states, those skilled in craftsmanship often find themselves in the unfortunate status of slavery. Once they grow old or their physical condition deteriorates, they are discarded by merchants and slavers alike, much like refuse. Thus, countless artisans, possessing remarkable skills yet living in hardship, inhabit these free trade city-states. While these craftsmen may have lost some of their labor capacity, their memories and technical prowess remain intact. Daniela, recognizing their value, invested heavily to bring them back, appointing them as instructors to teach the apprentices of Sheep Town. In return, these master craftsmen received favorable treatment, including spacious and well-lit accommodations provided free of charge, alongside dedicated servants to manage their daily lives. Their sole focus was to impart the knowledge they had accumulated throughout their lives to the apprentices. Over the past 2 years, Daniela has successfully acquired no fewer than 3,000 artisans from the free trade city-states. The flourishing of Daniela's various enterprises in Sheep Town owes a decisive debt to these craftsmen. After all, even with her imaginative ideas, it would be challenging for Daniela to swiftly turn them into reality on her own. With the assistance of these skilled individuals, whenever Daniela shares her innovative concepts, they are able to swiftly devise practical implementations that can be realized in the world. This applies to dragon porcelain, Dragonfire wine, glass houses, Dragonstone forging, jewelry making, and more. Your Highness, how did you come to know of the blood sacrifice ritual of the old gods? The eldest watcher, recovering first from his astonishment, inquired of Daniela with curiosity. Daniela, not one to tease, candidly responded with a playful tone. If I said that I merely heard your chanting and it instantly enlightened me, would you believe it? Chapter 58. Practicing archery through the cultivation of the fishbeam wood, Daniela has gained new insights and understanding of certain extraordinary powers in this world. Perhaps fishbeam wood and magical creatures like dragons possess the ability to attract, gather, and absorb wandering magical elements. Those who can establish a close connection with them, under specific conditions, may harness a portion of the magical energy they accumulate, while the Valyrian dragon riders may demonstrate dragon fire in a more tangible manner. Is it not true that the ancestors' ability to perceive the past and predict the future through fishbeam, which shares a remarkable similarity with the Targaryen family's dragon dreams and the unique talents of dreamwalkers? According to the Targaryen records, all dreamwalkers are descendants who have successfully ridden dragons. Perhaps the limitations of their own bloodline, in conjunction with the dragon's magic, is the key factor enabling them to possess such abilities. Indeed, whether this is the case will require Daniela to explore gradually in the future. At this moment, she could distinctly sense that the fish leaf tree before her was swiftly drawing in and gathering the surrounding magical energy. This caused the blood within Daniela to feel remarkably more invigorated. Young dragon Malasis shared this sensation. Around this mere foot-high fish leaf tree, Malasis felt that her efficiency in absorbing magical energy was no less than that in the gemstone cavern. Perhaps this was destiny. After listening to Daniela's explanation, the watcher couldn't help but exclaim that the fish leaf tree had evidently transformed. Although it stood only a little over a foot tall, its rate of absorbing magical energy surpassed that of ancient trees thousands of years old. It was no wonder that everyone since the small hill before them had become somewhat extraordinary. After all, they all possessed some extraordinary physiques, making them particularly sensitive to the fluctuations of magical energy. Daniela was quite pleased with this. After all, with the presence of this unique fish leaf tree, Her castle might gradually become as wondrous as the Wind Whisper Fortress and the Abyssal Wall. It seemed prudent for her to visit the Wind Whisper Fortress and the Abyssal Wall in the future, perhaps to uncover the secrets behind their marvelous architecture. Subsequently, while Daniela was drawing blood from Dreamfire, she sent Malasis to summon little Balerion and the others. Uncertain whether the fishleaf tree could exhibit such miraculous performance in the future, she decided to establish a connection between the tree and the dragons under her control all at once. Fortunately, under the incantations of Daniela and the two children of the forest, both Dreamfire and Grey Shadow successfully established a bond with the fishleaf tree. The dragon blood from these mighty creatures caused the tree to grow a few more inches. However, when Daniela later attempted to experiment with the blood from two young unicorns, she discovered it was no longer effective. Afterward, Malasis directly moved all the gems from her lair to surround the fishleaf tree, reconstructing her nest in this new locale. She remained vigilant day and night, unwilling to depart easily, to shield Malasis from the elements. Daniela forged and erected a towering circle of massive dragon stones around the fishleaf tree. Fortunately, with Dreamfire's assistance, this monumental task was rendered feasible. Otherwise, it would have been an arduous endeavor relying solely on human effort. As an adult, Daniela found that her actions of commanding dragons to transport dragonstones, charging riding fees, or frequently taking people on flights were not well received by the dragon wardens and her sister, Rhaenyra. The dragon warden's reasoning was something Daniela could comprehend. In their worldview, dragons were sacred and noble beings, unfit for menial labor or casual interaction with ordinary nobles. They believed such behavior could undermine the dignity of dragons and the Targaryen family. Yet, Rhaenyra's words were far more scathing. She believed that Daniela's actions not only demeaned her own worth, but also relegated the proud dragons of her lineage to the same status as mere cattle. It was utterly nonsensical, a manifestation of self-degradation and ignominy. In response, Daniela merely chuckled, for she found no merit in debating with those of such a lowly understanding. It was akin to a rural laborer hauling goods in a cart, mocking a person driving a Rolls-Royce, exclaiming, "Look, that person in the Rolls-Royce is also transporting goods. Surely, there is little difference between a Rolls-Royce and my cart." One can only imagine how others would perceive such a statement. The individual driving the Rolls-Royce does so by choice, while the laborer is confined to his cart. Anyone with a modicum of sense would only ridicule the one in the cart. Since the youths of Skaggs Island formally pledged their loyalty to Daniela, she promptly equipped them with a complete set of knightly armor, swords, and steeds, hoping they would make a remarkable impression in the upcoming tournament. With less than a month until the competition, although their martial prowess was formidable, they were not well versed in the knightly customs of Westeros. Thus, Daniela instructed Boron to intensively train them. Given their foundational strength, their improvement in knightly skills was remarkably swift. Meanwhile, Daniela began to learn archery from the adept lookout, who wielded a fishbeam longbow with such finesse that he could hit the mark every time, even at great distances. Daniela, being a woman, despite her growing martial abilities, faced inherent physical limitations that would place her at a disadvantage in prolonged confrontations with men. However, mastering exceptional archery would alter the dynamics entirely. Perhaps due to her keen perception, her progress in archery was astonishing. Within just 3 days, she could shoot with pinpoint accuracy. Nevertheless, her arm strength, endurance, and firing speed required extensive practice, as mastery of any skill, beyond innate talent and physical attributes, demands persistent effort. To alleviate the monotony of her archery practice, Daniela had many blunt-tipped arrows crafted and enlisted Miracis and Grey Shadow as moving targets for her training. This not only enlivened her archery sessions, but also honed the young dragon's evasive skills and crisis awareness. Daniela's aim was remarkably accurate. She consistently targeted their eyes. Miracis and the others, initially dismissive, were startled when Daniela struck their eyelids several times. They were alarmed, as the only vulnerability of the dragons lay in their eyes. The history of the Valyrian and Targaryen families reveals that the vast majority of dragons perished at the hands of common folk, often struck down by arrows piercing their eyes. Consequently, they became exceedingly cautious. Over time, their agility in evading projectiles and their foresight in recognizing perils significantly improved. In Chapter 59, the competition intensifies. The breeding grounds in White Horse Town now boast over 200 warhorses, with the total number of mature steeds surpassing 2,000. The stables alone occupy hundreds of thousands of acres. Under Daenerys' meticulous selection and optimization over the past 3 years, the quality of these horses has markedly enhanced. Whenever a dragon soars overhead, the horses instinctively gallop, creating a breathtaking and fervent spectacle across the lush pastures. Previously, When Uncle Demon patrolled Dragonstone, his gaze seemed perpetually fixed on Daenerys. Particularly in the last 2 years, the foals born have exhibited remarkable changes in both size and physical attributes, undoubtedly influenced by the enriched fodder Daenerys provided. Recently, Daenerys has experimented by incorporating magical soil into their feed, rendering these steeds increasingly wild and difficult to tame. Only 12 skilled knights, having nurtured bonds with these horses from a young age, successfully tamed 3 steeds each. In contrast, the 20 knights recently summoned to serve as dragon guards exerted considerable effort to tame their own horses, which were from earlier litters. As the saying goes, a fine horse deserves a fine saddle. An exceptional warhorse significantly enhances a knight's prowess. The dragon guards are already quite pleased with their mounts. Thus, when Dax and his companions effortlessly tamed the most spirited horses in the stable, they quickly garnered the respect of the dragon guards. Perhaps the camaraderie among men is inherently simple and pure. Initially, the dragon guards looked down upon the youths from Skagos, but after witnessing their success in taming the steeds, they bonded as if they had known each other for years, resembling long-lost brothers. Especially as Dax, through his remarkable strength, vanquished all challengers among the dragon guards. He has now emerged as their leader. With Dax as a benchmark of strength, the dragon guards, who previously considered themselves formidable, have intensified their training. In truth, aside from Dax, each of the young men from Skagos possesses exceptional abilities. The giant-like Baelor, with his unmatched brute strength, has even had a custom-made 120-pound war hammer and a set of heavy multi-layered armor commissioned by Daenerys. When Baelor wields his hammer, even Dax refrains from competing against him. For at that moment, Baelor truly resembles a human tank. Though the swordsmanship of the Wolf brothers is rather average, their movements are swift and their cooperation seamless. Consequently, Daenerys commissioned a set of finely forged steel sabers in the style of the Mongolian curved blade, enabling them to fully unleash their martial prowess. In close combat, the brothers' alliance makes it exceedingly difficult for Dax to secure victories as effortlessly as before. IG has always taken great pride in his archery skills, which rival those of the venerable Forestborn Watchers. He often boasts of his superior intellect, claiming that anyone who crosses his path will forever remember him. Notably, he is the sole scavenger youth to have brought his shape-shifting giant eagle to Dragonstone. It is no wonder that Dax encounters Daenerys with such ease. Call, possessing a shy disposition, generally refrains from speaking much. However, when he strikes, his actions are swift and merciless, wielding an obsidian dagger. To fully harness his potential, Daenerys had the blacksmith craft a pair of steel claw gloves inspired by Wolverine's claws, much to Call's elation. His combat techniques stemmed from insights gleaned from his shape-shifting shadow cat, and these steel claws undoubtedly amplify his combat effectiveness. With well-suited weapons and equipment, the scavenger youths have dramatically enhanced their combat capabilities, immersing themselves in fervent training. Absent this group of scavenger boys as imagined adversaries for the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms, the seemingly united noble army of Westeros has begun to fracture internally. Particularly, the Mound Heidel from the Riverlands and the Lannister brothers from the Westerlands have turned Dragon's Kiss Gardens into their daily display arena, vying to showcase their family's strength. No matter how formidable the Lion of the West, Jason, may be, can he truly rival the dragons of House Targaryen? Moreover, the lions that the Lannister family boasts are unlikely to best Daenerys' fierce mastiffs. What need is there to flaunt such claims incessantly? To soar upon the back of a dragon is the true mark of a man. I, Mount Heidel, would consider my life well lived. For I shall forever be recorded as the first heir of my family to ride a dragon. Today, in my joy, I shall cover the expenses for the entire gathering. Mount Heidel exclaimed with excitement, addressing the madam with a loud voice. Indeed, young Master Hightower. It is no wonder one who has graced the back of a dragon possesses such a grand spirit. The madam, delighted by the influx of wealth, beamed with joy. Yet, when it comes to the competition of riches, how could the Lannister family concede defeat? Madam, bring forth 5 towers of wine. This place lacks sufficient brilliance. The wine tower stands as a distinctive feature of the Dragon's Kiss Garden, akin to the renowned champagne towers of later generations. However, at its pinnacle rests a magnificent crystal goblet, brimming with the potent Dragonfire wine, ignited in a glorious blaze, illuminated by the flames. The entire wine tower radiates a dazzling beauty, creating an exquisite spectacle. Yet, its splendor comes at a steep price, with a single tower costing a staggering 1,000 gold dragons. In contrast, Mond, the illustrious Metarek from White Harbor, has soared far more times than you, yet he does not exhibit such arrogance. Moreover, he ascended and descended from the dragon's back unscathed, unlike certain individuals. I have heard whispers that one was unceremoniously cast down by the Dreamfire, as if he were mere refuse. Ha! My dear brother, such remarks are rather unfounded, interjected Tyrion Lannister, keen to add fuel to the fire. I have heard from some fishermen that a certain someone was flung from the dragon's back, only to be caught by Dreamfire and dunked in the sea for a few moments, soaking wet. Perhaps some were left in such fright that they soiled their trousers, inciting the wrath of Dreamfire. Remarkably, this great dragon seems quite intelligent, even discerning sense. Tyrion's words elicited a chorus of laughter from those present. Mon Hightower, his true nature inadvertently exposed, felt his face flush with embarrassment. However, given the formidable presence of the Lannister guards, he refrained from expressing his displeasure openly. Instead, he slammed his goblet onto the ground with a resounding crash before storming off. Ah, Master Hightower, the compensation for that goblet will be calculated separately, called out the brothel keeper in a sing-song voice, just as Mond exited the gates of the Dragon's Kiss Garden. Chapter 60, Promotion of Cremation Recently. Perhaps due to Daenerys exerting too much mental energy while practicing archery, she has been retiring to bed early, often slipping into a dreamless slumber until dawn. Occasionally, she does find herself entering a dragon dream state. However, it seems that a peculiar connection with the fishbone has altered her experience during her recent dragon dreams. Her perspective surprisingly shifts to that of Mirror or Dreamfire. This is a stark departure from her previous dragon dream experiences, resembling more the dream state of a wayfarer. Yet, this transformation has unveiled intriguing revelations. When her perspective aligns with Dreamfire, she can discern the surroundings within the pitch-black confines of Dreamfire's cavern. No wonder the great dragons fear not the darkness. They possess the gift of night vision. Daenerys also attempted to manipulate Dreamfire's form, gathering all the rubies within. Contrary to her expectations of needing to acclimatize to Dreamfire's body, she found herself moving with an agility and freedom akin to her own. It dawned on her that when she entered Dreamfire's consciousness, Dreamfire's awareness remained alert, creating a fusion of their minds, albeit with Daenerys' consciousness prevailing. This sensation was far more profound than the psychic connection she had experienced while riding the dragon. Through the eyes of Dreamfire, Daniela beheld an entirely different realm. The varying intensities of the magical rubies scattered across the ground were as vividly apparent as flickering candle flames before her. Thus, Daniela guided Dreamfire to excavate several larger rubies within the dragon's lair, the largest of which exceeded the size of a watermelon. The magical essence contained within it was so potent that even through Dreamfire's perspective, it evoked a blinding sensation. Meanwhile, the magical elements in the surrounding environment began to converge towards Dreamfire's being, resembling the gathering sparks of a fire. Turning her gaze towards the 5 dragon eggs she had placed in Dreamfire's cave, they appeared to dance like 5 distinct flames of different hues. The elemental magic from the earth and the surroundings continuously flowed towards them, causing their luminosity to intensify. However, among the 5 eggs, only the dark flame exhibited faint soul vibrations, while the other 4 resembled pure, untainted flames devoid of any soul essence. Could it be that the hatching of dragon eggs necessitated the infusion of a soul? Reflecting on the moments when Daenerys hatched 3 dragon egg fossils and her own experience with hatching Mirror, Daniela felt as though she had grasped an elusive truth. Yet, before she could ponder further, she was roused by Layla. Your Highness, it is time to awaken. Your body has yet to fully develop. It would be wise not to exert yourself excessively with archery practice at this stage. Layla chided gently as she assisted Daniela to rise. I find this quite agreeable. At least Lady Emma understands the rigors of the princess's archery training and does not insist she adhere strictly to etiquette. Galadriel, who was assisting Layla, remarked with a smirk. Recently, Princess Rhaenyra has endured quite a bit of hardship. I hear she spends her mornings confined to the Queen's chamber learning proper decorum. Since the conflict with her sister Rhaenyra, Daniela had taken her breakfasts alone in her room. Both Viserys and Emma perceived Daniela as wronged and refrained from commenting. Yet, every day, they would send someone to invite her for lunch and dinner. However, Daniela had declined the invitations 7 or 8 times under the pretense of needing to practice archery. Even when she did attend, she would merely partake in a brief meal before hastily departing, with little conversation or interaction. Are you not aware? Mont Delter paid 100,000 gold dragons for the princess to let him experience dragon riding. Bethany interjected, brimming with curiosity. Upon learning this, Princess Rhaenyra announced her own offer. She would only require 10,000 gold dragons to take someone flying. However, to her surprise, after Harwin of Harrenhal paid the fee, Syrax refused to allow him near. Consequently, Princess Rhaenyra had to personally intervene and assist Harwin in climbing onto Syrax's back. only to be unceremoniously thrown off mid-flight. Fortunately, Harwin displayed remarkable agility, managing to catch the princess and cushion her fall beneath him. Otherwise, calamity would surely have ensued. Regrettably, Harwin's own arm was broken in the process. If any random creature could effortlessly mount the back of a dragon, then it would not be solely the bloodline of House Targaryen that could master dragons. The ever-sardonic Rhaenyra scoffed. Moreover, can the skills of dragon riders truly be compared? It is merely Syrax's youth and amiable temperament that spared him. Had it been another, more irascible dragon, a mere breath of flame would have inflicted far graver injury than a shattered arm. And what of that Harwin Strong, who is lauded as the bone-breaker? It seems his own arm has become the first casualty, indeed a true bone-breaker. Daniera paid little heed to the gossip of the maidens, for her ambitions extended far beyond the trivialities concerning that foolish Rhaenyra. After a simple breakfast in the funeral tower, Daniera swiftly called upon Dreamfire and soared towards Whitehill. Promoting cremation? Samwell and the others were taken aback by Daniera's proposal. Your Highness, only House Targaryen currently practices cremation in accordance with the ancient Valyrian tradition. Such customs do not exist in Westeros. Forcing this change may incite public dissent. Of course, I am aware. However, Dragonstone is a nascent isle, and Whitehill has only been established for a little over 2 years. What traditions could possibly exist? In fact, the tradition of Dragonstone is indeed cremation. We can construct a cremation tower, and those who wish to hold cremations there shall be rewarded with a silver coin. As for those who insist on burials, let them transport their deceased to suitable burial grounds. Regardless, burials are not permitted in my domain. In this world, the Lord's word is absolute law. Once Daniera had resolved her decision, they could not refuse her. To expedite the completion of the cremation tower, Daniera, accompanied by Dreamfire and Murish, spent a single day at the quarry, procuring all the necessary stone materials. Thus, 3 days later, the cremation tower was completed. To attract attention, Daniera specifically retrieved a ruby the size of a grinding stone from Dreamfire's lair, which the stonemasons crafted into an exquisite diamond shape. This was then placed atop the cremation tower upon a bronze pedestal, beneath which lay a colossal, perpetually burning coal furnace, concealing a red dragon egg within. Only her personal guards replaced the coals daily, leaving others unaware of the true contents. Consequently, while the populace felt considerable confusion, the grandeur of this funeral venue inspired a willingness to partake. The residents of Whitehill eagerly organized funerals for their departed loved ones at this site. Regrettably, after several such ceremonies, Daniera, observing through Dreamfire's eyes, noted that the dragon egg atop the tower exhibited little change. Until one day, after an old dragon guardian from a fishing village held a funeral here, Daniela discovered a wave of spiritual energy emanating from the dragon egg. Chapter 61, The Three-Eyed Crow. This revelation invigorated Daniela, as it became evident why the Targaryen family's ancestral saying is blood and fire intertwined, revealing a deeper significance. Ascending to the pinnacle of the tower, Daniela caressed the now transformed red dragon egg, sensing the surging vitality within. Thus, it seemed that the dragon egg could gradually begin its incubation. Simultaneously, Daniela noticed that with the recent increase in cremations, the magical potency contained within the ruby or she had placed at the tower's summit had also intensified. Clearly, her decision to construct this cremation tower was indeed wise. Consequently, Daniela relocated all 5 dragon eggs to the loft at the top of the cremation tower, fashioning a new incubating chamber for them there. Additionally, she gathered a considerable quantity of rubies and various diamonds to adorn this incubation space. Since the cremation site was guarded by her loyal attendants and hounds, it was nearly impossible for anyone to intrude and investigate. The opulent funeral venue and the promise of a silver stag reward facilitated the smooth promotion of Daniela's cremation plan. Of course, behind the scenes, many speculated about Daniela's intentions, with some even suggesting that she was employing the cremation rituals for some dark blood magic. Even the scholars from Dragonstone began to look into the matter. However, they concluded that apart from the extravagant construction of the cremation tower, everything else was quite ordinary. And thus, they let the matter rest. Meanwhile, Samwell and Mederic provided a grandiose excuse to the public, claiming that the elaborate promotion of cremation in Whitehorn was merely an effort to enhance the traditional influence of the Targaryen family. Gradually, this explanation was accepted by the populace. However, the prospect of a silver stag reward ignited ulterior motives in many opportunistic individuals. Eventually, smugglers emerged, specifically trafficking corpses to Whitehorn for cremation. Upon receiving a report from Samwell regarding this, Daniela instructed him to adopt a lenient stance, as with her current wealth, she could afford to cremate the entirety of Westeros' population, should it come to that. One night, as Daniela fell asleep, she once again entered a dragon dream state. This time, however, she experienced it from the perspective of Viserys. Through Viserys' eyes, Daniela discovered that the efficiency with which the fishwood absorbed magic was even greater than that of a dragon, albeit different from the scattered sparks of energy that dragons gathered. The fishwood before her continuously absorbed the surrounding fiery, red sparks of magic, while simultaneously drawing in the occasional chilling energies that drifted by. The searing hot energy was gathered into the branches and leaves of the fishwood, while the cold energy was directed toward its roots. The fiery red energy enabled the fishwood to grow even taller. Yet that ominous energy enables the roots of the fish liang tree to penetrate even more deeply. The Mira cyst, residing beside the fish liang tree, becomes intertwined with this dual energy, absorbing its essence. The crimson magic fortifies the Mira cyst, fostering rapid growth, while the chilling energy bestows upon it enhanced wisdom and a gradual elevation of its spiritual power. No wonder the Mira cyst has become so reluctant to part from the tree since its arrival. However, as Daniela meticulously studied the transformations of the Mira cyst and the wonders of the fish liang tree, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the tree. Suddenly, a raven, measuring over 3 meters in length, materialized upon the fish liang tree, marked by a third eye upon its crown. With the appearance of the three-eyed raven, Daniela's consciousness was abruptly severed from the Mira cyst. She instinctively reclined upon the back of the Mira cyst, fortunate that it had grown to nearly 4 meters in size, sufficient to support her weight. Three-eyed raven, heretic, you should not exist within this timeline. Return whence you came. With that, the colossal raven lunged toward Daniela. However, the fiercely protective Mira cyst would not allow such a brazen display before it. It immediately unleashed a torrent of dragon flames toward the raven. Daniela hastily began to chant a spell to amplify the might of the dragon flames. In an instant, the Mira cyst's flames engulfed the raven, but it shuddered violently, exploding into a multitude of slightly smaller black ravens, which sought to circumvent the Mira cyst and assault Daniela upon its back. With Daniela's spell enhancing its flame, the Mira cyst's dragon fire intensified, incinerating most of the ravens into ash. Yet, as the chilling aura surrounding them thickened, an ever-increasing number of ravens continued to emerge. The Mira cyst found it increasingly difficult to fend them off, allowing several ravens to evade and dive towards Daniela, pecking ferociously at her. The sharp beaks of the ravens tore into her flesh, drawing blood and eliciting cold sweats from Daniela. However, the pain did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited a boundless fury within her. Daniela felt a flame igniting within, especially the fiery mark upon her brow, which now blazed with unparalleled intensity. Three-eyed raven, this is my dream. Mira cyst, unleash your dragon flames. With a fierce roar, the Mira cyst expelled a searing purplish-red dragon flame, incinerating a vast swath of ravens into nothingness. At this moment, Daniela experienced a profound awakening. She extended her arms, and a mysterious power within her seemed to awaken. The lingering dragon flames of Molasses, under Daniela's conscious control, instantaneously surged and expanded, igniting all the crows in their vicinity. To prevent the three-eyed crows from reforming, Daniela commanded Molasses to devour the charred remains of the crows. Simultaneously, she cast a fierce glance at the nearby fishlow, warning, if you dare to provide energy to the three-eyed crows again, beware that I shall incinerate you. The fishling moo, which had already formed a connection with Daniela, appeared to possess a semblance of sentient awareness. It truly severed the channel through which the three-eyed crows drew energy from her. Who are you? What manner of being are you? The three-eyed crow finally displayed a hint of trepidation, realizing that it had transferred the majority of its consciousness and spiritual power into this temporal dimension. Yet now, it felt itself ensnared within this realm. Although it possessed the ability to traverse time and space, its combat prowess was rather lackluster. The large crows, born of condensed magical energy, could contend with ordinary beings. But against a dragon like Molasses, even a juvenile dragon, it stood no chance. It could only blame itself for provoking the wrong adversary. Did it think that its ability to travel through time rendered it invincible? How audacious to invade Daniela's dreamscape and confront her. After savoring the delectable crows, Molasses, without further prompting from Daniela, zealously began to consume them. These crows were aggregations of energy, far more nourishing than ordinary flesh. Chapter 62. The Coming Storm. The three-eyed crow, now deprived of its energy supply channel by Fishlamut, found itself unable to draw energy from it or return to its original temporal reality. Condemned to be gradually consumed by Molasses amidst boundless fear and despair, Although the magic contained within the three-eyed crow was predominantly frigid, it possessed a slight restorative quality for Melissa's soul. This particular avatar sent by the three-eyed crow bore its primary consciousness and was imbued with a significant amount of ancient godly energy accumulated by Vishnu from its era. Through countless experiences of rectifying established histories, the crow understood that any variable was not easily dealt with. Thus, it had taken Daniela, this heretic, quite seriously. However, the three-eyed crow never anticipated that Daniela could directly command Vishnu to sever its connection with the divine tree. The crow's endeavor not only resulted in utter failure, but also necessitated an extended slumber to recuperate its consciousness, in addition to squandering a substantial amount of ancient godly power. As Melissus devoured the three-eyed crow completely, no one noticed that many ancient Vishnu across the continent of Westeros began to wither and decay. In contrast, the Fishravu on Dragonstone Island has inexplicably flourished to a height exceeding 3 meters, its black and white branches and blood-red, claw-like leaves exuding of vibrant vitality. As the Fishravu continues its exuberant growth, Daenerys perceives that her body is also undergoing some extraordinary transformations. Her sensory abilities and perceptions have experienced a remarkable enhancement. Since her arrival in this world, she has harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the ambiguous deities inhabiting it. She approaches all forms of divine worship with reverence. Be they the 7 gods, the old gods, or the myriad deities scattered across the eastern continent of Essos. Each one commands her utmost respect, and she dares not to underestimate or offend them lightly. Moreover, she refrains from meddling in the course of history, wary of provoking an uncontrollable chain reaction as a result of her foresight. This caution is a significant reason for her preference to remain in the sanctuary of Dragonstone Island. For like the island itself, she is a being that ought not to exist within the annals of history. It is here that she finds a profound sense of security. Unexpectedly, despite her vigilance, she has attracted the attention of the three-eyed raven. It seems that mere avoidance and retreat will not dissuade hostile forces from their intentions. Observing the rapidly growing Vishnu and the slumbering Meriones, who has succumbed to sleep after consuming the raven, Daenerys' resolve to grow stronger intensifies. Meanwhile, the sun gradually ascends, casting warm rays upon her. The refreshing sea breeze, along with the scent of trees and grass, awakens in harmony with the morning light. Just as Daenerys prepares to relish the beauty of the sunrise, she is suddenly seized by a sharp pain in her abdomen, jolting her from her dream. To her embarrassment, she realizes that a warm flow has involuntarily emerged beneath her. Layla. Since it is still early, Daenerys reluctantly calls out to Layla, who is on night duty in the adjacent sitting room. Upon hearing Daenerys' anxious cries, Layla rushes into the bedroom. What is it, Your Highness? Have you had a nightmare? No. Please prepare some warm water and fresh garments. Daenerys lifts her blanket to reveal the situation beneath. Upon seeing the crimson stain, Layla quickly comprehends the matter at hand. The maidservants act swiftly, promptly replacing the sheets and bedding. Layla then assists Daenerys in settling back down, ensuring that hot ginger syrup and a warm water bag filled with heated water are readily available. Not long after, Emma arrives, having received news. Now 5 months pregnant, Emma's belly has grown considerably. My Daenerys has finally matured. Emma lovingly kisses Daenerys on the forehead before gently massaging her abdomen, imparting maternal wisdom in her ear. Due to Daniela's remarkable physical constitution, she experienced only mild abdominal discomfort and no other symptoms. Additionally, her years of experience from a previous life equipped her with the knowledge to handle such matters adeptly. Thus, after spending a tedious 5 or 6 days perusing books in her room, she finally emerged from the clutches of her inconvenient menstrual cycle. During this period, news of Daniela's maturation spread throughout Westeros like wildfire, hastening the steps of noble youths eager to participate in the upcoming tournament. Simultaneously, within the Red Keep of King's Landing, the royal council meetings were rife with escalating tensions regarding the succession. Since the passing of Balon, His Majesty King Viserys' health had been in a steady decline. Although Daniela's concoction, the Targaryen Dragonfire wine, provided the king with a semblance of vitality during the morning council sessions, by afternoon, his vigor waned significantly. Only a final cup of Dragonfire wine before sleep could grant him a peaceful night's rest. In close attendance to the ailing king, both Audra and Alicent offered him a modicum of solace. Alicent's gentle nature and Audra's humor brought comfort to the weary elder, earning them considerable favor from King Viserys. However, unlike Audra, who appeared only when necessary, Alicent seemed eager to linger by the king's side, offering her mature insights at opportune moments. On numerous occasions, as Viserys drifted between wakefulness and slumber, he mistook Alicent for his clever daughter, Sanella, returned from Volantis. In moments of idle reflection, the king would quietly observe the two youthful maidens, akin to buds poised to bloom. Through them, he felt a fleeting connection to his long-lost youth. It was only in their innocent company that the old monarch felt momentarily liberated from the treacherous political machinations of King's Landing. The various proceedings of the royal council had naturally drawn the keen attention of the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms. While the lords showed little concern for which Targaryen ascended the throne, they were acutely aware of the potential benefits and ramifications that the new ruler might bring. Unlike his father, Viserys, who remained comfortably on Dragonstone awaiting the birth of his child, both Ser Harwin Strong and Daemon had already begun their fervent activities in King's Landing. Duke Boros Baratheon, as the maternal uncle of Princess Rhaenys, was wholeheartedly devoted to supporting his niece or her offspring's claim to power. Through his alliance with the Sea Snake, Lord Corlys Velaryon, he had established close ties with numerous nobles. Meanwhile, many with Targaryen blood coursing through their veins were also operating in the shadows, preparing for the impending power shifts. Chapter 63. The social structure of Westeros. After breakfast, the rejuvenated Daenerys hastened to summon Dreamfire and made her way to the Dragonstone Forge. During Daenerys's period of rest, the shortage of Dragonstone had begun to impede the construction of the arena. Fortunately, Daenerys had been diligent, having forged a considerable amount in advance. Your Highness, from the moment Dreamfire took to the skies, the craftsmen at the stoneworks had taken notice, and thus they respectfully awaited her arrival. Your Highness, the walls of the arena and the viewing stands are nearly complete. In just over 10 days, the main grandstand and waiting areas, as well as the pens for exotic beasts, will also be finished. The lead craftsman reported proudly on the progress of the project. The specifications of our arena in White Sheep Town are certainly on par with those grand amphitheaters of the Slaver's Bay. Yet, while theirs took years, even decades to construct, we've accomplished this in just over a month, thanks to the assistance of Dragonstone and Dreamfire. The other craftsmen chimed in. Indeed, historically, arenas built with the aid of Dragonstone and dragons have only been seen in Old Valyria. Nowhere else has ever achieved such a feat. This is truly unique in Westeros. Even in the annals of architectural history, our arena deserves a place in the chronicles. Amidst the craftsman's self-congratulatory remarks, Daenerys began to softly chant Valyrian incantations, Dracaries. It seemed that after vanquishing the three-eyed raven, Daenerys's magical affinity had amplified. As a result, the flames emitted by Dreamfire, bolstered by her incantation, took on a bluish-black hue. After unleashing 3 bursts of Dragonfire, Daenerys finally felt a hint of fatigue. With the Dragonstone production for the arena completed, she mounted her dragon and soared to the administrative hall of White Sheep Town. Your Highness, Samwell, Mederic, Cameron, and it immediately rose and bowed respectfully upon Daenerys's arrival. Noticing the noticeably slimmer figure of the once rotund Samwell, Daenerys jested, "It seems you've all been working quite hard lately. Even Samwell has shed some weight." The group couldn't help but laugh at her remark. Samwell, patting his belly, responded with a hearty laugh, "Ha, if it is as the princess says, then I suppose this counts as an employee benefit. However, it has indeed been quite busy lately. The arena is nearing completion, which will free up a significant number of hands. Moreover, the nobles attending the tournament are gradually arriving. With so many people, incidents are likely to occur. So considerable effort must be invested in security and in arranging accommodations for the noble lords. After all, there are not many who qualify to reside in Dragonstone Keep. Other families must resolve their own accommodation issues. The inns in the fishing village have long been fully booked, yet we do have some vacant rooms in White Yangjun, which I have arranged to be cleaned and temporarily rented out to those nobles, allowing us to recoup some rental income. The challenge lies in the substantial influx of small merchants and refugees accompanying these nobles, which has indeed stretched our current security resources thin. After deliberation, we have begun to recruit a group of young individuals from the town to form a temporary security patrol. Fortunately, the Princess's Dragon Guard and the garrison from Dragonstone are available to assist in their training. I am confident they will soon be ready for official duty. The most pressing concern remains the management of the large number of idle refugees. Daenerys could not help but wonder why, given White Yangjun's generous resettlement conditions, these individuals would prefer to remain as refugees rather than become citizens of the town. Samwell shook his head with a wry smile, explaining that most of these refugees had previously endured severe persecution or could no longer bear the heavy tax burdens, military service, and labor obligations, leading them to choose the life of a free person. If they could survive, they would not easily accept citizenship. The social structure of Westeros is organized into a complex hierarchical system, commonly referred to as the feudal lord system. At the core of this system lies land ownership and territorial governance, which tightly interconnects various social strata, forming a pyramid structure from the king at the apex down to the lowest tier of commoners. Within this system, each member has a clearly defined position and responsibilities, their actions governed by a strict set of rules and obligations. At the pinnacle stands the king of the Seven Kingdoms and the Lord Protector of the realm, King Viserys Targaryen, who wields the greatest power. Beyond his direct dominion, the other kingdoms are required to pay him taxes and tributes annually and, in times of war, to respond to his call for troops and resources. Beneath him is a series of nobles, including dukes, earls, and other lordly figures, who enjoy considerable autonomy within their respective fiefs while also bearing the responsibility of maintaining peace in their territories. These nobles exchange their fealty to the king for land and other privileges, a relationship known as vassalage. In addition to the secular power structure, Westeros is home to a formidable religious institution, the Faith of the Seven, alongside the Citadel, which monopolizes the transmission of knowledge. These entities play a crucial role in the social life of Westeros. They not only provide spiritual guidance and control over the populace, but also wield significant political and economic influence. The Archbishop, as the leader of the church, holds a status second only to the monarch, while local bishops and priests from cathedrals form other important components of the church. Each noble castle also houses a scholarly institution, which not only guides and assists the lord in managing the fief, but also takes on responsibilities related to education, healthcare, communication, and even midwifery. Certainly, during the reign of the Seven Gods Church in Mage, the church's armed forces were nearly obliterated by the royal family in several wars. Following this, we encounter the free folk and the vassals. The free folk refer to individuals who are unbound by any lord, cultivating their own land while enjoying certain rights and liberties. They may also have opted for trade or various handicrafts. Conversely, the majority are vassals, the very foundation of the lordship system, tasked with providing sustenance and services to their lords, and without their lord's consent, they are forbidden from leaving their domains. If they are fortunate enough to have a benevolent lord or during prosperous years, their lives may be tolerable. However, when their lord is indifferent to their plight or during times of war and calamity, these vassals endure immense suffering and hardship. At the lowest societal echelon are the beggars, the homeless, and criminals, marginalized groups living in the shadows of society, often subjected to discrimination and injustice. In Chapter 64, The Roar of the Glutton, we find that in the developed cities of Westeros, the presence of vagrants and marginalized individuals poses significant risks, becoming fertile grounds for crime and malevolence. This is akin to the sanitation issues and frequent chaos in King's Landing, largely attributable to the influx of vagrants and marginalized groups in these urban areas. It is therefore understandable that Samwell and his companions are troubled by this situation. With the upcoming tournament, over 100,000 vagrants and idlers have surged into the refugee settlement area of White Sheep Town, while most seek to earn a living. A considerable number among them are criminals. Recently, the dungeons of Dragonstone have been filled with dozens of unskilled offenders, and over 100 robust individuals have been sentenced to labor by Daenerys. Once the construction of the tournament grounds is completed, thousands of temporary workers and their families will face significant economic pressures, undoubtedly exacerbating the security concerns around White Sheep Town. Hence, it is imperative that the construction in White Sheep Town proceeds without interruption. After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys decisively declared that, since the blueprints for Dragonstone Castle have been finalized, construction should commence on the castle following the completion of the tournament grounds. This not only allows the workers engaged in building the tournament site to continue their employment, but also provides additional job opportunities for the throngs of vagrants. Given the grand scale of Dragonstone Castle, even if constructed entirely from Dragonstone, it will take several years to complete. By that time, the entirety of New Dragonstone will likely be well developed, ensuring ample space to accommodate them. Indeed, Your Highness. With that, we can proceed to recruit more laborers. With the benefits we offer, those vagrants may finally experience a few years of improved living conditions. Samwell and Medi Rick had previously deliberated on this matter. However, constructing a castle is a significant undertaking, and they naturally hesitated to take unilateral action. Moreover, with Princess Daenerys recently unwell, they felt it inappropriate to intrude upon her. Now that Princess Daenerys has proactively broached the subject and granted her authorization, they have accepted with alacrity. To have the opportunity to participate in the construction of a magnificent castle is indeed a noteworthy milestone in one's life. By the way, Your Highness, regarding your earlier suggestion to have the herdsmen castrate the non-breeding warhorses, I have conducted experiments, and it has proven effective. The temperament of the castrated warhorses has indeed become much gentler, yet their stamina and combat capabilities remain unaffected. Samwell further reported to Daenerys that although a few horses succumbed to infections during the initial trials, the current castration techniques have matured significantly, minimizing the risk of mishaps. We have also extended this castration technique to the breeding of cattle, sheep, and pigs. The castrated animals have not only become more docile, but also exhibit improved weight gain. The advantage of being a lord in this world is that any innovative ideas can be entrusted to subordinates, who will execute them admirably. Furthermore, Daenerys observed that despite certain backwardness in this world, the profound historical depth of nearly 10,000 years has endowed its people with exceptional craftsmanship in various manual trades. With a little guidance and inspiration, the results they produce often leave Daenerys pleasantly surprised. Subsequently, they each reported to Daenerys on recent developments in White Sheep Town, to which she provided her insights and directives. Particularly, the rapid development of White Sheep Town has exceeded everyone's expectations, necessitating Daenerys' decisions regarding future expansions and the establishment of new farms. Unbeknownst to them, their discussion had extended into the late hours, with both lunch and dinner being resolved in the administrative hall. Such occurrences had become commonplace for Samwell and his companions. However, the fact that Daenerys joined them for their meals left the several gentlemen feeling somewhat bashful. As they exited the administrative hall of White Sheep Town, Cameron leaned close to Daenerys and whispered, "Your Highness, the caravan from Tar's Island has safely returned from the eastern continent." This caravan journeyed all the way to the eastern city of Quails. On its return, it was laden with a total of 50 ships worth of goods, though 8 ships were lost to various extreme weather conditions during the voyage. Cameron's words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Daenerys' eyes. "Has everything I requested been brought back?" Cameron nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it has. 1,000 unsullied and 200 gladiators have been temporarily settled on Tar's Island to learn the common tongue, along with 5,000 artisans of various trades, including the scholars, healers, and esteemed attendants you specifically requested. A total of 10 elephants of various breeds have been procured, and fortunately, they were fed our unique fodder from Longshore Island as instructed by the princess. Although many of the elephants appeared somewhat languid during the latter part of the journey, there were no casualties reported. It is also rumored that there are numerous rare and exotic creatures aboard, which the princess will surely delight in. Once the secret codes and passages behind Longshore Island are completed in a few days, we shall transport both people and goods to the island." Nestled between Longshore Island and the newly established Longshore Island is a large, gourd-shaped harbor connected by northern mountain ranges. The entrance is narrow and elongated, allowing passage for only a single 3-masted sailing ship at a time. However, the interior space can accommodate several hundred large vessels simultaneously. The bottom of this gourd-shaped harbor lies at the foot of the small hill where Daniela intends to construct her castle, a site she fortuitously discovered while soaring through the skies on her dragon. Consequently, Daniela has commissioned the construction of a secret dock here and has excavated several hidden warehouses into the mountainside along the harbor's edge. Once the castle is complete, this will serve as Daniela's exclusive harbor and covert passage. As Daniela engaged in lively conversation with Cameron, a sudden, furious roar from the Devourer pierced the air. Without hesitation, Daniela mounted Dreamfire and soared towards the source of the commotion. Cameron, too, swiftly summoned the Dragon Guards and the security team from White Sheep Town, rushing desperately towards the shoreline. Upon Daniela's arrival, she discovered that the dozen guards stationed there lay lifeless in pools of blood, while her 2 duty-bound blood guards bore bruises and were bound and gagged. Surrounding the Devourer, several mercenaries had already been engulfed by his green dragon flames. Among them, 2 burly men hastily retreated towards the sea, carrying a charred figure that was once robust. Additionally, 2 silver-haired noble youths, supported by guards, hastened towards the ships by the shore, followed closely by a panicked silver-haired middle-aged man. Chapter 65. The wealthy child witnessing the scene before her. Daniela was immediately consumed by fury. Although she had surmised the identities of her adversaries, she had no intention of showing mercy. Dragon Flame. The deep blue flames of Dreamfire swept across the 3 moored, 3-masted ships, instantly igniting the sails and the deck, where sailors were attempting to set sail. The engulfed individuals did not perish immediately. Instead, they screamed in agony, plunging into the sea. The fierce flames illuminated the waters, casting a brilliant glow. Given the considerable expense of the 3 ships, Daniela was reluctant to destroy them completely. She merely needed to ensure they could not flee. After dealing with the crew aboard, Daniela landed Dreamfire directly on the beach, intercepting the fleeing marauders. "Drop your weapons and get down," she commanded angrily. as Dreamfire ignited a significant portion of the guards trailing the audacious thieves. The surviving dozen or so guards, along with the two silver-haired youths at the forefront, dared not make any further movements. They immediately discarded their weapons and knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Please don't burn us. Please don't burn us. Daniera chose to ignore their pleas, instead commanding Dreamfire to keep a watchful gaze upon them until her personal guards arrived to subdue them completely. Only then did Daniera slide down from Dreamfire and confront the leading youth, demanding, "Speak. Who are you? Why do you dare to covet the desires of the glutton?" "Your Highness, I am Cecily Magaya, the son of Princess Daniera. My father is Maradona, the governor of the Volantis Tiger Party." The handsome youth, tears streaming down his face, crawled toward Daniera, lamenting, "I heard that you are to host a martial arts competition, and I came to observe. It was said that there is a bound dragon here, and out of curiosity, I ventured to take a look. I truly harbor no ill intentions. Your Highness, I implore you to see the truth." At that moment, Cameron approached with a remarkably ornate sword and a Valyrian dagger featuring a dragonbone handle, presenting them to Daniera. "Your Highness, this Valyrian steel sword was confiscated from him. It seems his identity is indeed extraordinary." Daniera, taken aback, accepted the sword and unsheathed it, gazing at the ebony blade adorned with exquisite wave patterns. She confirmed it was indeed Valyrian steel. She could sense the sword pulsing with a potent magical aura, and the hilt bore ancient Valyrian inscriptions proclaiming, "In the presence of the divine." However, upon noticing the newly inscribed name Sweet Widow on the hilt, her demeanor soured, and she inquired with irritation, "Did you name this sword?" Yes, Your Highness. In Volantis, we are fond of sweets and sweet wines, so I chose this name for the sword. Your father must dote on you, bestowing such a precious Valyrian steel sword upon a bastard son." The handsome youth, noticing Daniera's willingness to converse, seemed to forget his precarious situation. "I am currently my father's only son, so he showers me with affection. Additionally, the Magaya family possesses a collection of Valyrian steel swords, which is why this one was granted to me. It is said that this sword once belonged to a prominent family among the 40 dragon lord families of ancient Valyria. The Magaya family acquired it during the Blood Century. The Blood Century refers to the lengthy period of turmoil that engulfed the continent of Essos for over 100 years following the Valyrian Cataclysm. In truth, the Valyrian Cataclysm did not annihilate all descendants of the dragon lord families. Many who were abroad on vacation or business, along with their dragons, survived. Numerous among them have sought to re-establish their power and revive the glory of the Valyrian Confederation. However, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, they gradually vanished without a trace. Ultimately, the only surviving descendants of the Dragon King lineage were the Targaryens, who were merely scraping by on Dragonstone. The arena's exterior, with its scorched hues and grandiose style, was merely a reflection of its true magnificence. At that moment, a child of the forest, accompanied by the dragon guards, approached Daenerys respectfully and reported, "Your Highness, only 5 of those soldiers survived. The others have perished." Upon hearing this report, Daenerys, who had initially been in high spirits due to acquiring a Valyrian sword, felt her mood darken with anger. She solemnly instructed Cameron to properly tend to the injured. The families of the deceased soldiers must be cared for. In addition to the standard compensation, each family shall receive an extra 100 gold coins. After all, these rascals must have brought along a considerable amount of valuables. Having spoken, Daenerys' gaze shifted to another silver-haired youth and a middle-aged man beside him, remarking, "By your appearance and attire, you must have some noteworthy background. Pray tell, who are you?" The tall, slender, silver-haired youth replied in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, I am Situ, the son of Princess Daniera. However, I am merely the son of a humble merchant, and I am here solely to observe the spectacle. I truly know nothing." With that, he lowered his head deeply. Cameron's confiscated Valyrian dagger, made from dragonbone, originated from this slender youth. His foolish demeanor immediately drew disdain from the nearby Cecily. "Your Highness, he speaks no falsehood. Situ's father is the chief benefactor of the ruling party of Volantis." He then pointed to the robust man, gravely wounded and barely clinging to life, who had been scorched by the dragon's fire, saying, "His name is Savan, the eldest illegitimate son of Princess Daniera. His father is the leader of the Volantis Great Axe Mercenary Company." Indeed, these 3 were unmistakably the sons of Princess Daniera vying for the claim to the throne. Daenerys then instructed the herbalist, "Please see if he can be saved. Do all you can to preserve his life." The herbalist approached Savan, retrieving a vial of potion from his satchel and administering it to him. He then applied a greenish herbal paste to the areas of Savan's body that had been nearly charred to a crisp by dragon fire. At this moment, A significant portion of Savan's armor had already liquefied, merging with his flesh. However, the helmet, breastplate, and shoulder guards remained intact, fortuitously protecting his vital areas and allowing him to survive. Remove the intact pieces of armor from him and bring them to me, Daenerys commanded upon observing the preserved armor. Her heart stirred. The dragon guards immediately stepped forward, stripping the armor from him and presenting it respectfully before Daenerys. Humph! It is indeed crafted from Valyrian steel. As Daenerys gazed closely, she immediately recognized that the well-preserved armor was entirely forged from Valyrian steel. These were no mere bandits. They were veritable harbingers of fortune. She mused inwardly. Chapter 66. Further gains. And what of you? By your attire, you must be a native of Dragonstone, correct? Daenerys turned her icy gaze towards the middle-aged man with silver hair, inquiring coldly. Your Highness, I am but a humble fisherman, named Gaiman, born and raised in this village. He replied, his head bowed low, too fearful to let Daenerys glimpse his face. Gaiman? Intriguing. You dare bear that name on Dragonstone? I find myself curious about your tale, Daenerys remarked, her tone laced with mockery and discontent. Realizing the disdain in her voice, Gaiman quickly pressed his forehead to the ground, kneeling before Daenerys. I am but a humble descendant of Gaiman Targaryen, the second head of the family upon their arrival at Dragonstone. Oh, so you possess the blood of House Targaryen. No wonder your demeanor is far more dignified than the average person, Daenerys replied, her tone sharpening. If you are indeed a bastard scion of House Targaryen, why then do you conspire with outsiders to attempt to steal the Targaryen dragons? You, who would betray your own kin, are far more loathsome than those bandits from beyond. Gaiman, taken aback by her sudden rise in volume, pleaded, Your Highness, please, spare me. I merely saw their wealth and offered my services as a guide. I had no knowledge of their audacious intent to thieve the Targaryen dragons. I am wronged, Your Highness. Having grasped the situation, Daenerys found no amusement in Gaiman's feigned humility and waved her hand, commanding her guards to take them all away and imprison them. She then instructed Cameron, first, secure the 3 bastards of Princess Sanella at the estate. Keep them under strict supervision to ensure no whispers escape. As for Gaiman and the others, they shall all be confined in the dungeon. Send for Gaiman's family and investigate closely who among them he associates with. Understood, Your Highness. Once Cameron had escorted everyone away, Harold Darklyn, who had extinguished the fire on the 3-masted ships and dragged them to shore, began to tally the supplies on board. Meanwhile, Daenerys, accompanied by the remaining individuals from Starksile, set her course towards the direction of the Devourer, eager to ascertain its condition. Your Highness, that dragon is currently in a state of fury. We should not approach, Darklyn advised. Fear not. We shall remain beyond the reach of its flames, Daenerys responded calmly. At this moment, the glutton was devouring those who had perished in his dragon fire, the metallic chains that bound him rattling as he strained against them. The dragon, a creature of remarkable intelligence, possessed the ability to gradually melt away the chains that constrained him with his fiery breath. However, the chains were forged from a special alloy, with a melting point exceeding 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. By the time the dragon could liquefy the chains, the intense heat would likely inflict fatal harm upon him. The youths of Skaggs Island, despite hailing from the savage Northern Isles and having witnessed various scenes of bloodshed and cruelty, were likely witnessing for the first time a dragon incinerate a person before consuming them. Thus, while they did not exhibit any overt signs of discomfort, they all felt a twinge of unease. The once sacred image of the dragon diminished in their hearts. This reflects the psychology of empathy towards one's own kind. No matter how powerful one may be, the relentless execution of tyranny and brutality will inevitably provoke retaliation from those who have suffered under such oppression. The root cause of the calamities faced by the surviving dragon lords and dragons after the Valyrian cataclysm, as well as the dragons historically slaughtered in their lairs, stemmed from the collective wrath and fear that the populace directed towards them. For countless centuries, the Valyrian Federation enslaved the people of the entire continent of Essos, accumulating resentment that the Valyrian dragon lords could endure as long as they possessed sufficient power to suppress it. However, when the cataclysm provided an opportunity, they swiftly sought to obliterate every dragon and the lineage of dragon lords at any cost. The Blood Dragon's rampage plunged the 7 kingdoms into years of chaos, leaving the common folk to suffer greatly. The successive falls of dragons led the people to no longer regard them as untouchable divine beings, which incited the mob to storm the dragon's lair in King's Landing. Daenerys, undeterred by the whispers of the masses, participated in the construction of the arena to demonstrate that dragons are not merely formidable instruments of war, but also possess significant roles in other realms. Look, Your Highness, That great axe appears to be forged from Valyrian steel, the Watcher suddenly exclaimed, pointing to some scattered weaponry lying several meters from the glutton. Daenerys, lacking the keen eyesight of the Watcher, hesitated to venture closer, as it lay within the range of the glutton's fiery assault. Dax, hurry to White Sheep Town and send back a herd of culled oxen and old horses, Daenerys instructed. Dax promptly understood her command and set off towards White Sheep Town. Meanwhile, the glutton, preoccupied with his feast, had already noticed Daenerys. This ferocious old dragon, never before tamed by the Targaryen family, showed no mercy towards the bloodline of House Targaryen, especially towards Daniela, the instigator who has bound him here. The glutton harbors a deep-seated aversion. Should Daniela dare approach, he would undoubtedly unleash his fiery breath upon her without hesitation. As Harold and his companions were nearly done unloading the ship's supplies, Dax and his crew finally drove a dozen old cattle and horses forward. In a bid to divert the glutton's attention, Daniela skillfully summoned Dreamfire above the creature's head, inciting an immediate and furious response from the ancient dragon, who felt gravely insulted. Meanwhile, Dax and his team blindfolded the old cattle and horses, delivering sharp cuts to their hindquarters to spur them into a frenzied dash towards the glutton's position. Seizing the moment, the swift Waldorf brothers and Kai rushed forth to reclaim the scattered weapons. At this juncture, the glutton had already reduced the charging cattle and horses to charred remains. Alas, how unfortunate for the hides of those beasts. With the task seemingly accomplished, Daniela descended gracefully on Dreamfire, eagerly accepting the colossal axe described by the lookout. How heavy it was. Though Daniela possessed considerable strength, it required nearly all her might to lift the formidable weapon. Its obsidian hue and exquisite wave patterns bespoke its Valyrian steel origin. Chapter 67. Such forged steel? Gazing upon the immense and weighty Valyrian axe, Daniela's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid day it was. Valyrian steel is renowned for its lightweight, resilience, and resistance to rust, dullness, or breakage. This axe weighed at least as much as 2 or 3 of the Targaryen family swords, Blackfire, due to its considerable heft. Daniela had Dax hold it aloft while she brandished a torch to examine it closely. Her fingertips grazed the axe, and she could distinctly sense the surging magical energy contained within, far more potent than that of the Widow's Kiss. The axe, along with its dragonbone handle, measured nearly 2 meters in length, with the upper half of the handle crafted from dark dragonbone and wrapped in beast hide. The blade was an asymmetrical double-edged behemoth, adorned with intricate designs inscribed in Valyrian script. Zulfagar. Daniela softly sounded out the inscription. Bonebreaker. What an imposing name it bore. Such a razor-sharp axe could sever not only a man's spine, but cleave a warhorse or a great bear in two with a single stroke. Dax, holding the axe, was equally exhilarated. Had Daniela not been admiring it, he would have nearly succumbed to the urge to wield it fervently. Just then, Samwell and his men arrived at the shore, guiding a dozen horse-drawn carts. News had reached that treasures seized from 3 three-masted ships were being deliberately delivered. With Samwell and Cameron present, Daenerys found herself disinterested in their enumeration of the loot. Instead, she instructed her herbalist and lookout to accompany her, wielding the Longclaw and the Valyrian dagger, Firefall, as they navigated the Dreamfire back to Dragonstone. Since both the herbalist and the lookout were female children of the forest, Daenerys arranged for them to reside in her Tower of the Holy Flame. The herbalist possessed commendable medical skills, adept not only in concocting various herbal salves and potions, but also knowledgeable in caring for pregnant women and assisting in childbirth. Consequently, Daenerys often brought her to examine her mother, Emma, and under her care, Emma's health improved significantly. During her menstrual period, Daenerys engaged the herbalist in discussions regarding the traditional medicinal theories of the Flowering Kingdom, which proved immensely beneficial, providing her with new insights and ideas for developing herbal remedies and potions. Upon returning to the Tower of the Holy Flame, Daenerys refreshed herself briefly before retreating to her chamber to once again admire the 3 precious Valyrian weapons. Late into the night, she cradled Longclaw and slowly drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Daenerys found herself in what appeared to be a forge. Due to the intense heat, the air felt thin and stifling. Hundreds of robust blacksmiths sang ancient Valyrian incantations, their focus unwavering as they hammered the dark alloy in their hands. Though their hair was cropped short, the hues of pale gold or silvery strands, coupled with their distinctly purple or blue eyes, revealed their Valyrian heritage. Nearby, several dragons lay coiled, ready to unleash their fiery breath to soften or melt the alloy when needed. The scene shifted abruptly to a blazing furnace, where a few Valyrian craftsmen commanded dozens of expressionless slaves, callously guiding them toward the inferno. Daenerys was horrified to discover what appeared to be the lifeless body of a young dragon within the furnace. The next moment filled her with dread. She, usually bold and unyielding, found herself trembling uncontrollably. Was it fear, anger, sympathy? Perhaps it was a mixture of all three. The slaves were mercilessly thrust into the furnace by the craftsmen. As the flames consumed them, the slaves seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. But they could only emit a piercing scream before being entirely engulfed by the fire. On the opposite side of the furnace, several Valyrian dragon riders chanted incantations while commanding their dragons to unleash scorching flames upon the furnace. Under the searing heat, both the slaves and the dragon's corpse gradually melded into the molten alloy. As the flames subsided, a substantial slab of Valyrian steel began to take shape. All the Valyrians wore expressions of profound satisfaction. The dozens of slaves they had offered in sacrifice seemed as inconsequential as common fowl. Daenerys had never felt such an overwhelming urge to extricate herself from the dream of dragons as she did this time. Yet, it appeared as if she were ensnared, endlessly witnessing the Valyrians forging Valyrian steel. Naturally, Daenerys harbored an insatiable desire to learn the ancient methods of creating Valyrian steel. However, the realization that it required the blood of living beings made her think it better that such practices had been lost to time. Even if Daenerys did not wish to learn, through the relentless repetition, she inadvertently absorbed the incantations related to the forging and the sacrificial rites. When she awakened the following morning, her bed was completely drenched in sweat. As she gazed upon the three Valyrian weapons she cherished, her emotions became exceedingly complex. Rhaella. Daenerys called for her devoted handmaiden. After changing and refreshing herself, she merely partook of a light meal before summoning Dreamfire, mounting the Sweet Widow, and soaring directly towards King's Landing. Daenerys instinctively believed that the heads of House Targaryen must possess some knowledge of the ancient secrets of Valyria. However, over the years, she had perused nearly every tome in her family's library that chronicled the mysteries of Valyria, yet found little of practical value concerning its significant legacies. Despite the Targaryen family's current plight, they were still one of the 40 noble houses of dragon lords. Even if they were not directly involved in the grand affairs of ancient Valyria, it was implausible that they would be entirely ignorant of the methods for forging Valyrian steel. The same applied to the creation of Dragonstone, which was not particularly difficult to master. Any dragon rider with command of the appropriate incantation could forge it with ease. Furthermore, since Dragonstone Island was constructed under the aegis of House Targaryen and had not suffered any cataclysm, it was inconceivable that the knowledge of Dragonstone's creation could have been lost. The only explanation Daenerys could fathom was that House Targaryen was reluctant to let the outside world know they still possessed fragments of ancient Valyrian wisdom. Moreover, it was likely that they had intentionally allowed such knowledge to fade away with the destruction of Valyria. Nevertheless, Daenerys felt that at the very least, the successive heads of House Targaryen would have ensured the oral transmission of this knowledge. The only one who could possibly enlighten Daenerys now was her great-grandfather, King Aegon IV. Chapter 68. The wisdom of King Aegon IV. Indeed, it was a rare and exquisite sword. King Aegon IV held the Sweet Widow in his hands, examining it with care. This Valyrian blade was of similar proportions to the Targaryen's dark sister, yet its embellishments were far more opulent. The lavish scabbard and hilt were adorned with an array of precious gemstones and golden threads, and the pommel was set with a ruby the size of a quail's egg. Perhaps others may remain oblivious, yet Daenerys can discern the faint magical vibrations embedded within this ruby. Great-grandfather, observe the ancient Valyrian inscriptions adorning the blade. They must represent the family motto of some dragon lord lineage from the Valyrian era, do they not? Daenerys inquired seemingly nonchalantly. Yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon King Jaehaerys' countenance, anxious not to miss even the slightest flicker of his reaction. By the gods, he murmured softly, tracing the inscriptions on the sword, as he gradually sank into profound contemplation. His once clouded eyes appeared to lose their focus, becoming remarkably profound in their depth. Oh, it comes back to me. This is the family motto of House Targaryen. The Targaryens, the Valerians, and the Hightors rank among the foremost of the 40 dragon lord families. House Targaryen is particularly renowned for its abundance of sorcerers and master blacksmiths, having long been entrusted with the forging of Valyrian steel weaponry for the Valyrian Confederation. At this revelation, Daenerys eagerly pressed further, House Targaryen? Why have I never encountered any accounts of these dragon lord families in our family's archives? King Jaehaerys gazed at Daenerys with affectionate eyes. What is this? Little Daenerys finds herself intrigued by the ancient Valyrian tales. With utmost seriousness, Daenerys nodded. Who wouldn't be fascinated by that grand and wondrous realm? If mere curiosity sufficed, Tales of ancient Valyria abound throughout Westeros and Essos. Those bards could recite their stories for centuries and still not exhaust them. With renewed enthusiasm, King Jaehaerys continued. However, many seek more than mere amusement in these narratives. They strive to unearth deeper truths and, from those truths, derive power and profit. During the Blood Century, countless Dragon Lord descendants and their mighty dragons perished, not solely due to the hatred harbored by the peoples of the East towards Valyria. Far more potent than hatred in driving people to madness and unscrupulous actions is the allure of profit. The dragons of Valyria, its magic. The secrets of Valyrian steel and Dragonstone, along with the immense wealth that remains, are the true catalysts of their demise. Though King Jaehaerys presently appeared as a carefree and benevolent elder, his profound gaze seemed to pierce through Daenerys herself. Thus, she boldly inquired, "Great-grandfather, do you imply that the Targaryen family has not been devoid of ancient Valyrian legacies, but rather has deliberately allowed them to fade into obscurity?" Confronted with Daenerys' perplexity, King Jaehaerys refrained from a direct response, instead posing a counter-question. "What leads you to that conclusion?" With a smile, Daenerys retorted, "That hinges on whether the destruction of the Valyrian Confederation was a matter of destiny or of human design." Ha ha ha, what an amusing little girl. It seems that within your draconic dreams, you must have witnessed quite a few things, haven't you? Daniela feigned nonchalance and spoke with a sense of satisfaction. Is the forging of Dragonstone and Valyrian steel included? At that moment, King Jaehaerys' expression suddenly grew more solemn as he remarked, "Little Daniela, this world is far more intricate than we can comprehend or recognize, be it through human actions or the judgment of the gods. What you must remember is that absolute power, while significant, cannot resolve all matters. The human heart is the most elusive, human nature often cold and selfish, and human wisdom prone to deception. Yet, human strength remains paramount. A competent lord or king need not engage in every task personally. One must learn to discern individuals, select them wisely, and inspire loyalty among subordinates to ensure they willingly serve and sacrifice for you. Such considerations are paramount for a good lord or king. A great lord and king must also master the art of selfishness, but they must understand that their greatest self-interest is the welfare of the realm." Daniela was perplexed as to why her great-grandfather had suddenly begun imparting governance wisdom to her. However, as a venerable king, he was capable of conveying a lifetime of wisdom in such accessible terms, and she listened with utmost seriousness. After all, her combined existence of merely over 30 years hardly equipped her with true knowledge of statecraft, though she had managed to stir up activity on Dragonstone. Much of it relied on her foresight and the capable individuals she had gathered due to her royal princess status. Thus, in the confines of his chamber, King Jaehaerys dedicated an entire day to instructing Daniela on the management of territories, speaking from morning until dusk, even resolving their lunch simply in the sitting room. Whether it was due to the king's recent solitude or Daniela's exceptional ability to grasp concepts, he displayed no signs of fatigue throughout the day of discourse. "Great-grandfather, dinner time has arrived. Shall I accompany you to the dining hall?" "Very well. After listening to this old man prattle on all day, you must be growing weary of me, yes?" Daniela quickly shook her head, replying, "How could that be? As long as you are willing to share your thoughts with me, I would gladly stay by your side forever." Upon hearing this, King Jaehaerys burst into hearty laughter. "Among all the princesses of our Targaryen lineage, I dare say you are the most cunning and audacious. Ha ha ha. Miss Audrey, Miss Alicent, please come in." Daniela called over the two favored handmaidens of King Jaehaerys to serve him and accompany her to the dining hall for their meal. After dinner, Daenerys accompanied King Jaehaerys for a leisurely stroll in the gardens of the Red Keep for half an hour before assisting him back to his chambers to wash up and retire for the night. Perhaps due to the abundance of conversation earlier, the king swiftly succumbed to slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys borrowed the two Valyrian steel swords of House Targaryen, Blackfire and Dark Sister, cradling them as she nestled into bed. In her dreams, she was once more transported to the realm of the Valyrians, witnessing the forging of Valyrian steel. However, this time, amidst the shifting scenes, she encountered a most peculiar sight. Chapter 69, The Shadows in a Dim. Sweltering place resembling a cave or a mine, two figures cloaked in robes appeared to be conspiratorially whispering. Daenerys felt compelled to approach, yet an inexplicable sense of dread emanating from one frail silhouette halted her steps. "I can only assist you to this extent. Do not forget your promise," insisted the silver-haired man with Blackfire, reiterating, "No matter what transpires henceforth, you shall not harm my family, correct? All mortals must face death," the cloaked figure assured. Completely shrouded beneath its robe, "as long as your family steers clear of slavery, Divine favor shall naturally be bestowed upon you. Thank you for all that you have done. Farewell." With that, the figure gradually faded into the shadowy passage. Once it had vanished, the torch-bearing silver-haired man turned to depart as well. At this moment, the dreamscape of Daenerys shifted once more. She found herself atop a towering structure devoid of a roof, with the pinnacle adorned by a colossal sculpture of a sphinx. Dark Sister hung upon the walls of the chamber she occupied. "Daenerys, you truly dreamt of the fall of Valyria, did you not?" Upon hearing a commotion from the adjoining space, she hastened over. "Indeed, father, nothing in this world is immortal. When a flower blooms in its most resplendent form, it signifies its imminent decline. Likewise, when darkness reaches its zenith, light is nigh," remarked a striking maiden with platinum hair draped in gossamer azure. Raising a goblet of golden wine, gazing contemplatively at the thriving city before her. Just as Daenerys intended to draw closer for a better look, the maiden abruptly turned, her gaze locking onto Daenerys' position. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Daenerys jolted awake from her dream. Yet, the maiden's voice seemed to transcend time and space. Echoing in her ear, "You have finally arrived, the one who will lead us home." Gazing at the 3 Valyrian steel swords scattered by her bedside, and reflecting on the fragmented images from her dream, Daenerys couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. It seems that the destruction of Valyria is indeed a calamity of nature, perhaps concealing an even greater conspiracy. What role does one's own family play in this affair? With a mind full of confusion, Daenerys felt somewhat disoriented throughout the morning. Even in the presence of King Viserys, her attention waned. "Dear Daenerys, did you not sleep well last night?" King Viserys inquired with genuine concern. "Or did you have another dream?" "Yes, I dreamt of some incomprehensible images," Daenerys replied candidly. Viserys gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not dwell on what you cannot understand. In time, all will be revealed to you. Of course, time can also allow you to forget much. You are still so young. You should truly enjoy life. Daenerys, never let your dreams ensnare you. And do not pay too much heed to the whispers of the gods in your ears. I dreamt of my great-grandmother, Daenerys, the one who foresaw the fall of Valyria. She said I am the one to lead them home." Daenerys resolved to share her experience openly with this wise king. Her words indeed stirred a rare excitement in the usually solemn King Viserys. "What?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, his aged yet strong hand gripping Daenerys' shoulder as he sought confirmation. "Are you certain she told you that you are to lead them home?" Though the grip was painful, Daenerys remained composed and resolutely nodded, stating, "In the dream, it seemed she could see me. When our eyes met, she did say those very words." What significance does this statement hold? The gravity of her revelation clearly affected King Viserys deeply. Thus, Daenerys probed further, "Great-grandfather, why are you so moved?" Her inquiry allowed Viserys to gradually regain his composure. "It is merely an ancient tale passed down from old Valyria," he explained. "Daenerys, the story I am about to share with you is not a secret among the noble families of Valyria, but it must never be divulged to outsiders." "I swear," Daenerys affirmed. Viserys resumed his enigmatic demeanor, his gaze growing deep and distant. "The world knows of old Valyria's rise from the 14 flames of Essos. Yet few understand that their lineage traces back to the Amethyst Empress of the Dawn Age. The Dawn Age, the precursor to the Golden Empire, spanned territories from the Bone Mountains in the west to the Grey Waste in the east, bordered by the Shivering Sea to the north and the Jade Sea to the south. During that time, the Isle of Thunder in the Jade Sea also belonged to the Dawn Age. The first ruler of the Dawn Age was a mortal king, said to be the only son of the divine Night Lion and the Lady of Light. But do deities truly exist in this world? When the faithful beseech the heavens in fervent prayer, who among them has ever witnessed a genuine response? It is but a facade, a mere embellishment conjured by rulers to adorn their own narratives. I perceive it as the dominion of those who wield formidable powers. Legends tell of an emperor whose palanquin was sculpted from a luminous pearl, carried by 100 queens. This sovereign ruled for a millennium, until he ascended to the stars to reunite with his ancestors. Subsequently, the throne passed to his eldest son, the Pearl Emperor, who reigned for 1,000 years. Thereafter, the crown was inherited by successive rulers: the Emerald Emperor, the Tourmaline Emperor, the Onyx Emperor, the Yellow Sapphire Emperor, and finally the Opal Emperor. Each emperor's reign grew progressively shorter, contending with increasingly dire circumstances. Barbarians and beasts encroached upon the kingdom's borders. Vassals became ever more arrogant and rebellious, and the subjects of the realm sank deeper into decadence. Upon the ascension of the Opal Emperor's daughter, the Amethyst Empress, her brother's envy ignited a rebellion, usurping the throne and declaring himself the Bloodstone Emperor. Thus, the kingdom was enveloped in terror and servitude. The Bloodstone Emperor reveled in the study of dark and dreadful sorcery, marrying a fierce and cruel woman, and frequently indulging in cannibalistic feasts. Moreover, he forsook the worship of the deities of the land, instead venerating a fallen black stone from the heavens. This bloodshed in the Far East ultimately ushered in an era of prolonged darkness. The Maiden of Light turned her back on the world, while the Night Lion descended to punish humanity for their excesses. Darkness reigned for an interminable span until a great warrior, Eider, emerged, wielding the messenger of light and rallying the remaining souls of conscience to combat the tyranny, ultimately restoring light to the world. Yet, this grand empire could never rise again. The entire realm fragmented, with disparate tribes living in suspicion of one another. War, greed, and murder perpetuate to this day. Daniera, much like the lives of mortals, witnesses that every flower, every tree, and every dynasty has its own fate. Regardless of their might, they inevitably partake in the cycle of rising from weakness to strength, only to succumb to decline. Humanity delights in the presence of light, yet remains oblivious to the existence of darkness that accompanies it, often preferring to hide within the shadows of others. Chapter 70. Forgetting the Past. Fearless of the future, Jaehaerys spent nearly an entire day recounting the oral history of the Valyrian dragon lords to Daniera. The eloquence of King Jaehaerys, coupled with his extensive experience in governance, endowed him with profound insights and judicious judgments on myriad matters. Thus, those seemingly mundane and implausible historical tales, when articulated by him, made Daniera feel as if she were living through those epics herself. Moreover, while she immersed herself in the narrative, Daniera retained an objective, fair, and wise perspective on the bygone events. She couldn't help but muse that had King Jaehaerys taken Viserys under his wing for a few formative years, perhaps upon ascending to the throne, he would have been less prone to commit the myriad blunders of history. As descendants of the great Valyrian civilization, we have endured countless hardships and have finally succeeded in resurrecting the dragons through the flames of Valyria's 14 fire, thereby establishing a vast empire that governs the entirety of Essos. However, the rise and brilliance of Valyria have become a nightmare for the majority of the inhabitants of Essos. In their insatiable quest for indulgence and the pursuit of even more terrifying power, the noble families and sorcerers committed innumerable atrocities to satisfy the desires of the dragon lords. While the citizens of the opulent city-state of Valyria lived lives rivaling that of the divine, the mines beneath the volcano echoed with the anguished cries of countless souls. Humanity was lost. Despite Valyria's grandeur enduring for over a millennium, despite their dominion over the most formidable dragons and various forms of magic, they ultimately vanished in the cataclysm. Whether it was the wrath of the gods or a consequence of human folly, it was undeniably the dragon lords who brought upon themselves the ire of both heaven and humanity. From the words of King Jaehaerys, Daenerys could clearly sense his lack of pride in Valyria's past. Furthermore, she perceived that this sentiment was likely a common value among the Targaryen lineage. Thus, Daenerys continued her inquiry, "Great-grandfather, why do the dragon lords not compile these precious histories into a tome for the family to understand? After all, reading history imparts wisdom, poetry cultivates grace, mathematics fosters precision, science deepens understanding, ethics instills solemnity, and the study of logic and rhetoric sharpens discernment. All knowledge shapes character." Seeing Daenerys, at such a tender age, articulate such profound thoughts, King Jaehaerys could not help but take her hand with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Oh, my little Daenerys, were you a prince? I would surely bestow upon you the title of Prince of Dragonstone. Ha ha ha, let's forego the title of Prince of Dragonstone. If you truly cherish me, great-grandfather, grant me the title of Prince of New Dragonstone instead. And if a more melodious name could be bestowed upon New Dragonstone, that would be even better. That way, the title would sound more illustrious. Though young, I am aware that the lords of Westeros would rather see the Seven Kingdoms turn to ash than allow a woman to govern them. There are so many unclaimed territories in Essos and Sithorios left untended. Rather than vying for the decayed power of the Seven Kingdoms with those antiquated lords of Westeros, I would prefer to ride my dragons and carve out my own kingdom." Ha ha, excellent ambition. Truly worthy of our Targaryen lineage's sole dragon rider capable of commanding 2 dragons simultaneously. Daenerys' words elicited hearty laughter from King Jaehaerys. For reasons unknown, the old man felt an instinctive certainty that his great-granddaughter's remarks were not mere childish whimsy, nor were they spoken thoughtlessly. Considering that Daenerys had transformed the once barren New Dragonstone into a realm of prosperity greater than that of a large earldom in just 3 years only reinforced his conviction. The elderly gentleman found himself under the delightful illusion that his great-granddaughter possessed the ability to transform dreams into reality. With the conversation having taken such a turn, Daniela candidly inquired, "Great-grandfather, considering that grandfather has been deceased for over a month, might you contemplate appointing a new Prince of Dragonstone?" Upon hearing Daniela's words, King Viserys' kindly, clouded eyes suddenly deepened with contemplation. "Oh, my dear Daniela, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Daniela replied with serene composure. "Surely the first candidate would be my distant uncle, Vagon, who resides in the citadel." King Viserys, smiling, responded, "When your grandfather passed, I reached out to him immediately. However, he declined my proposal, citing the oaths of the scholars. He also suggested convening a great council, allowing the lords of the Seven Kingdoms to collectively recommend the next heir." Having long been aware of the inevitable course of history, Daniela carefully considered her words and remarked, "A great council? Why should the affairs of House Targaryen be subject to the opinions of those lords? That seems rather indulgent. Wouldn't this lead them to believe they have a say in matters of royal authority? The ultimate outcome would merely revolve around the choices of Princess Rhaenys and my father. If my father is chosen, does that not establish a precedent where male heirs are perpetually deemed superior to female heirs? Conversely, if Princess Rhaenys is selected, would that not compel House Targaryen to adopt the Valerion name? Regardless of the outcome, it appears to sow the seeds for future royal discord." Viserys' eyes sparkled with newfound interest. "Oh, pray tell, how do you envision this unfolding?" Daniela, displaying a maturity beyond her years, continued. "If my father were to be chosen, he currently lacks a male heir. Should he remain without one, it stands to reason that he would prefer to pass the throne to his daughter rather than to any male relative. Wouldn't that incite conflict? On the other hand, if Princess Rhaenys were to be elected, it is likely that the Valerion family would no longer be the closest allies of the Targaryens, but rather their most formidable adversaries. Either outcome harbors significant risks." King Viserys began to perceive the depth of his great-granddaughter's insight. "Oh, what do you propose as a solution?" Daniela, with a hint of playful discontent, replied, "Great-grandfather, is this not a matter for you as king to ponder? Why place such a burden on a mere 10-year-old child? I do have some rather immature notions. Thus, it is established that should the Targaryen family require a female heir to the throne, her husband and children must all adopt the Targaryen surname. Furthermore, the queen's consort shall be granted only a title of honor, devoid of any political power. The ultimate safeguard of Targaryen rule lies in the dragons. I believe it is prudent to utilize this Grand Council to formulate a governance system for the dragons. For instance, Targaryen dragon riders shall not engage in civil strife. Should any contravene this decree, all dragon riders shall unite in retribution, lest they forfeit their right to command a dragon. What has transpired is merely prologue. Love all, trust few, and betray none. I have squandered time, and time has in turn wasted me. In bleak days, do not allow cruel fate to revel. Since fate has come to humiliate us, we ought to retaliate with a demeanor of calm. A wise individual never laments failure. They instead optimistically seek ways to salvage the situation." Chapter 71. Who points whom? Viserys gazed at his articulate great-granddaughter, his heart heavy with the lament that Daenerys was merely a princess. Although many of Daenerys' ideas were still not fully formed or mature, her vision and perspective were gradually becoming evident. Thus, he could not help but subtly impart the wisdom he had gained over his 50 years of governance to the young princess before him. Despite her tender age, Daenerys was remarkably receptive to his teachings, offering feedback and presenting her own views in return. The conversation between the two continued late into the night, only concluding when the maidservant reminded them to retire to their chambers. The following day, Daenerys indulged in a rare opportunity to sleep in. When she finally rose from her bed, it was nearly noon. After a brief wash and a light snack, she made her way to King Viserys' study. As the maidservant had informed her, he would likely be occupied with paperwork at that hour. Along the way, Daenerys took a moment to gather some fresh flowers from the garden, arranging them in a vase. "Good morning, great-grandfather." After exchanging pleasantries, Daenerys placed the vase upon King Viserys' desk. "Good morning, Daenerys." "Ah, splendid. The fragrance of these blooms invigorates the spirit. Please take a seat. I shall attend to these documents shortly." "Very well." Daenerys then selected a book from the shelf and settled quietly by the window to read. However, it seemed that due to King Viserys' recent backlog of paperwork, it was not long before the newly appointed hand of the king, Otto Hightower, entered with a stack of documents in hand. "Good morning, Your Majesty." "Good morning, Princess Daenerys." Rising, Daenerys offered a slight bow. "Good morning, Sir Otto." Sir Otto respectfully placed the documents on King Viserys' desk. "Your Majesty, here are the documents for today." If I may speak candidly, you have reached an advanced age, and your health has only recently begun to improve. It is imperative that you take care of yourself and retire early for proper rest. After saying this, he turned his serious demeanor toward Princess Daenerys and remarked that he had heard that she was quite studious and had recently received personal tutelage from His Majesty the King. However, I believe that Maester Tiger of Dragonstone possesses ample knowledge to satisfy Her Highness's curiosity. Of course, should that prove insufficient, you may also consider requesting a scholar from the Citadel to instruct you. Upon hearing this, both King Viserys and Princess Daenerys displayed expressions of confusion. Whom was he implying? Sir Otto, hailing from the esteemed Hightower family, was renowned for his vast erudition and had been appointed as the new hand of the king due to his scholarly reputation. Yet his performance fell short of expectations, serving as a cautionary tale for future prime ministers. Knowledge alone cannot resolve all issues. Although he was remarkably organized, his arrogance, candor, and aggressiveness alienated many noble lords, including King Viserys in later years. I shall expedite the processing of the documents. You may take your leave now, Lord Otto. King Viserys stated, his tone seemingly bland yet imbued with an undeniable firmness that brooked no dissent. Otto, being newly appointed as the hand of the king, found it difficult to withstand the authority of Viserys. Thus, he bowed and prepared to depart. However, Daenerys would not indulge him, preferring others to be uncomfortable rather than herself. She approached Otto with a hint of dissatisfaction and said, Sir Otto, I have not been sleeping well in my chambers these past few days. I believe I heard the sounds of mice breeding within the Red Keep yesterday. Since you have ample time, please attend to this matter promptly. After all, everything concerning the Red Keep hinges upon you. It would be quite unfortunate if you were to be bitten by a mouse when it multiplies uncontrollably. You are, after all, the hand of the king. The foul stench of King's Landing is already wafting to the Red Keep. Yet Old Town, with its similar scale and rich history, remains clean and fresh. Surely, a man of your esteemed lineage from House Hightower possesses the experience to resolve this issue swiftly. Daenerys's words elicited quiet laughter from the attending maidens. Audrey, with an innocent expression, chimed in, the princess is absolutely correct. These two problems are indeed the most intolerable. If the hand could address them, they would be resolved in no time. The entire city of King's Landing would sing your praises. Mousecatcher? Cleanser of filth? Audrey mused silently, plotting how to spread Lord Otto's new titles far and wide. Although Alicent could not fully grasp the subtleties of their conversation, she instinctively sensed that their words were rather unkind towards her father. However, her limited eloquence left her at a loss. She wished to speak up for him, but did not know where to begin. She could only anxiously survey the assembled company. At that moment, King Viserys interjected, suggesting that Lord Otto should first address these two most urgent and significant matters. The rest could wait, and of course, he could delegate the handling of other issues to someone else. Their remarks deepened Otto's already stern expression. Yes, Your Majesty, Otto replied respectfully, then turned once more to Princess Daenerys, saying, Thank you for your reminder. I shall attend to it. Clearly, Princess Daenerys possessed a sharper perception than most. With a hint of indignation, Otto departed. After Otto's exit, King Viserys picked up the stack of documents he had brought and began to flip through them. Daenerys, observing this, inquired with curiosity, Great-grandfather, why do you always turn the documents upside down when reviewing them? Viserys, with a mysterious air, whispered, The documents they wish for me to see are placed on top, while those they prefer I do not see are tucked away beneath. Why should I grant them their wish? His words amused Daenerys, revealing an unexpectedly charming side of the renowned figure in Targaryen history. Alicent, watching from a distance, took note of this, determined to share the incident with her father at the first opportunity. Alicent, King Viserys suddenly seemed to recall something and called out to her. Yes, Your Majesty. Recently, I have observed Prince Daemon's tumultuous behavior in King's Landing. He appears overworked and intoxicated daily, with no steady companion to attend to him. Please go and care for him for a time, and once I have selected someone suitable to serve him, you may return. Upon hearing Viserys' words, Alicent felt a wave of dismay wash over her. Yet, she could not refuse. She forced herself to nod in a semblance of calm, saying, Yes, Your Majesty. I will take good care of Prince Daemon. However, Daenerys noticed that Alicent was nervously biting her nails to the point of drawing blood. Chapter 72. A different tale. After Alicent left, Audrey and the other maidens, at Daenerys' behest, went to comfort her. King Viserys spent nearly an hour attending to the accumulated documents from the past few days. Finally, he spread his arms wide, displaying a look of relief that starkly contrasted the dignified image of a king as legend portrayed. At last it is done. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms are never without their incessant demands. Fortunately, next month the town of Ares will host a martial arts competition, diverting the attention of many. Otherwise, the multitude of petty disputes I must resolve daily would undoubtedly increase. Daniela approached King Viserys from behind, compassionately massaging his shoulders. After all, her great-grandfather was the most sagacious arbiter of the Seven Kingdoms. This is what one might call the burden of the capable. Moreover, being vexed by these trivial matters is far preferable to encountering any significant calamity, is it not? Ha! King Viserys was once again amused by Daniela's words, bursting into laughter. I find myself rather curious about your profound animosity toward Otto, she remarked with an air of nonchalance. Is it that apparent? I firmly believe that one's hands should always heed the command of the mind. Their sole purpose is to transform our thoughts into reality, much like how we women embroider. It is often said that a girl has clumsy hands, yet no one claims a woman cannot stitch beautifully due to a lack of mental direction. If an individual's hands refuse to obey, it may merely invite ridicule. However, if a nation's hands are unresponsive, it could lead to disaster. As she spoke, Daniela was unaware that her grip had tightened considerably. King Viserys, pondering her words, nodded thoughtfully, but chose not to pursue the topic further. It seems that as one ages, there is a particular fondness for reminiscing about the past, and even a ruler who has governed for over 50 years is not exempt from this inclination. Thus, after addressing Daniela's inquiries regarding the history of Valyria, he recounted the significant events following the Targaryen family's conquest of the continent of Dorne. Naturally, these narratives were all presented from the Targaryen perspective. According to the family's lore, Aegon had foreseen the end of the human world, a calamity that would commence from the distant north, heralded by a winter's icy breath that would envelop the realm in darkness, with lurking terrors poised to annihilate all living beings. For humanity to endure, the Targaryens must ascend to the throne and unite the entire realm of Westeros against the encroaching cold and darkness. This secret has been passed down through generations of kings since the time of Aegon. This prophecy, referred to by Aegon as a song of ice and fire, is indeed compelling. Were it not for my chance overhearing an old scholar mention that the long table in the Hall of Tables was being crafted even before Aegon's birth, I might have believed it entirely. Rulers often delight in cloaking their reigns in divine mythos. Nonetheless, Aegon's A Song of Ice and Fire has been remarkably well packaged. At the very least, my father, Aenys, believed in it, passing the prophecy down to my brother Aegon and sharing it with my mother. They too held it in unwavering faith. My mother even asserted that the throne of Maegor could not endure due to his ignorance of this prophecy. Her words proved prophetic. As the formidable Queen Visenya and the ruthless Maegor ultimately faltered on their path to power, to the Seven Kingdoms and the Church, Maegor undoubtedly posed a tremendous calamity. However, he indeed aided the Targaryen family by dismantling the armed forces of the Church, thereby stabilizing the royal reign and enhancing my esteemed reputation. Thus, I find myself inclined to believe in this prophecy. I shall pass this tale on to the next heir to the throne. But Daenerys, do you fathom why I share this story with you? It is merely a prophecy, yet it seems unnecessary to treat it with such gravity, akin to the secret succession of the Qing dynasty. Fortunately, Aegon shared the prophecy with his wife. Had it been solely entrusted to him, they might have both met their doom at the Lake of the Gods. As mere words, if the prophecy were to be kept clandestine, it could simply circulate within the family. There would be no need to pass it on to the heir apparent. In the face of immense disaster, would it not be more beneficial for the entire family to unite against external threats? You make a valid point. Yet, therein lies Aegon's brilliance. No one can resist the allure of sovereignty, and the path to power is inherently solitary. By intertwining the prophecy with the crown, he ensures that those who wield power will hold the prophecy in unwavering belief. The longer one occupies such a position, the more isolated they become, thus reinforcing their conviction in the prophecy, for it may ultimately serve as their only source of strength. Even the most foolish monarch would take every precaution against even the slightest threat to their rule. However, the concern arises if that monarch possesses a soft heart. Should they become aware of the prophecy, they might hesitate, leaving the Targaryen family vulnerable to the scheming lords. Your father, Viserys, appears to be such a gentle soul, which is precisely why I chose to share this prophecy with you. Daenerys, as a formidable Targaryen, I hope you will one day safeguard your tender-hearted father. As for my great-grandfather, surely you do not wish for me to embody the role of Maegor? I am, after all, a benevolent Targaryen. Perhaps great-grandfather should bestow this heavy responsibility upon my sister Rhaenyra. She is the eldest and the light of the Seven Kingdoms. My aspirations lie in establishing my own kingdom on the continents of Essos and even Westeros. Haha, such dreams do not diminish. As long as you can summon the tenacity you exhibited this morning in dealing with Otto when the time arises, you shall be a formidable ally to your father, keeping those scoundrels in check from time to time. Moreover, observing the plight of your subjects in White Harbor reveals your capabilities. Otherwise, do you believe the lords are merely drawn to your title as the Dragon Princess, flocking to Dragonstone for that reason alone? In the eyes of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, you are now regarded as a dragon princess who can lay golden eggs. Your influence, with but a call, rivals mine. King Viserys, in a rare moment of levity, made a jest. Haha, how astonishing it is that my great-grandfather places such trust and significance in me. Shouldn't I express my gratitude in some manner? Firstly, assist me in bestowing a splendid name upon my newly acquired Dragonstone. Daenerys leaned against Viserys' arm and extended her other hand, declaring, secondly, I desire the title of Prince. Chapter 73, The Tale of Alysanne. Very well. Without hesitation, King Viserys acquiesced. Did you not name your residence at Dragonstone the Tower of the Holy Flame? I believe that name is quite fitting. Henceforth, the new island shall be known as Holy Flame Island. I shall inform the Grand Maester to make this known across the Seven Kingdoms. Your investiture as Prince of the Holy Flame shall occur during the tournament, thus adding to the festivities of the event. Thank you, great-grandfather. Daenerys, in a rare display of affection, nestled against King Viserys, indulging in a moment of tenderness. The old king had not felt such familial warmth in many days. Haha. However, Daenerys, the continent of Essos is far more complex than it appears. Its power dynamics are intricate, and the bloodshed instigated by various deities through their devotees is no less fierce than that among the lords of these seven kingdoms. The faceless men of Bravos, the savages of Dothraki, the informants of Pentos, the courtesans and poisoners of Lys, Volantis, the Slavers' Bay, and even more distant realms harbor forces that cannot be underestimated. While you are still young, you should venture forth and explore. Otherwise, as you age, you will find less and less time to pursue your passions. Alysanne and I were once fervent travelers. On one occasion, we journeyed with 6 dragons and a considerable entourage to the Wall in the north. Moreover, Alysanne and I rode our dragons to assist the Night's Watch in repelling a formidable army composed of wildlings, shapeshifters, and giants. The air beyond the Wall is indeed frigid. Even Alyssanne's mighty dragon, Silverwing, was reluctant to fly over it. Witnessing the hardships faced by the Night's Watch, the compassionate Alysanne proposed to grant them additional lands and aided in constructing a new fortress, Deep Lake Keep. Alysanne funded the construction with her jewels, while I dispatched workers to build the castle. However, you must understand that the North's harsh climate has forged the cold demeanor and heart of House Stark. Daenerys sensed a lingering resistance in King Viserys' heart as he mentioned the Stark family. I recall it was the year 58 of Aegon's reign when Alysanne and I planned our inaugural visit to the North. According to our arrangements, the delegation set off ahead, while Alysanne and I would follow on Dragonback to meet in White Harbor. Yet, at that crucial moment, envoys from Pentos and Tyrosh suddenly arrived in King's Landing. These 2 city-states across the Narrow Sea had been at war for years, hoping I could mediate a peace negotiation. Due to the ongoing conflict affecting the maritime trade of King's Landing, I found myself compelled to address their issues first. Alysanne resolved to venture alone to the north, to avoid offending Duke Aelric Stark, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against our Targaryen family. The Duke's brother had perished during the quelling of the Night's Watch rebellion, a rebellion instigated by the very church forces I had dispatched to the Wall. Thus, the Stark family bore a significant resentment towards the Targaryens. However, upon Alysanne's arrival in White Harbor aboard Silverwing, she was met with an unexpectedly warm reception. Count Manderly even organized a small tournament in honor of the Queen, and in response, she enthusiastically facilitated a marriage alliance between the Count's son and a southern noblewoman, while also appointing the Count's daughter as her handmaiden. Yet, Alysanne understood that the true challenge lay in Winterfell. Although the Manderly family resided in the north, their roots were in the Riverlands, and they still adhered to the faith and traditions of the Seven. In stark contrast, Duke Aelric Stark was an austere and humorless man of the north, his rigid countenance rivaling the cold ice upon the Wall. Upon her arrival in Winterfell, Alysanne felt the chill of the Duke's demeanor. He forbade Silverwing from entering the castle and expressed disdain for the royal entourage. Nevertheless, Alysanne was not one to relinquish her efforts easily. Each time she recalled her queen, a warm smile would grace the face of King Viserys. Rather than perceiving the Duke's frosty reception as an affront, she engaged him with genuine sincerity, ultimately earning the respect of this proud and forthright northerner. At that moment, I found myself ensnared in a quagmire with Prince Pantos and King Tylos, struggling to reach an agreement due to a lack of trust. Thus, Queen Alysanne, on a whim, decided to fly to the Wall to visit the Night's Watch. Alysanne left behind a plethora of stories at the Wall, and even today, one can hear the locals recounting her various deeds and virtues. She dined and drank ale with the brothers of the Night's Watch, patrolled the haunted forests alongside the Rangers, ascended the Wall to visit nearby fortresses, and attentively listened to the needs and hardships of the Watch. Additionally, she convened a women's court in the nearby Mole's town, earnestly hearing the sufferings of those women, marking the gradual decline of the First Knight rights across the Seven Kingdoms. It was not until 6 months later that I flew to the north to reunite with the Queen. Regrettably, Duke Aelric and I did not become close allies, but thanks to Alysanne's mediation, the northern tour concluded smoothly and successfully. The allocation of vast lands to the Night's Watch had somewhat soured the Stark family's sentiments. Consequently, the relationship between the North and King's Landing has remained tenuous over the years. Only the Manderley family has consistently maintained a profound friendship with our Targaryen lineage. Furthermore, Alysanne and I had once established a betrothal with Count Manderley, but alas, various circumstances prevented its realization. I have heard that you have been getting along quite well with Maegor of the House of Manderley. Indeed, Maegor possesses a commendable character and remarkable capabilities. He is currently a trusted aide to Samwell. Once my castle of Dragonstone is completed, I shall undoubtedly appoint him as my hand of the prince. Ha ha. Daenerys interrupted any further comments that may have been forthcoming from Jaehaerys. While Maegor is admirable, Daenerys has not developed any romantic feelings for him. Emotions would merely serve as stumbling blocks on her path to queenship, and she has no desire to prematurely sip from that poisoned chalice. King Jaehaerys understood that matters of the heart cannot be rushed, and besides, Daenerys is not one to be easily manipulated. Thus, the old king quickly shifted his tone, saying, "That is excellent, indeed. The friendships forged in youth are often the most genuine and sincere. If one can cultivate a few reliable friends, one's life will be immensely enriched. The 7 youths you have gathered from Skagos are commendable, particularly that one named Dax. I have heard he is not only skilled in combat, but also possesses notable leadership qualities. You should nurture his potential, much like my Kingsguard, who serve as the strongest shield against danger. Especially as a young woman, it is essential to cultivate trustworthy allies. For the path of a lady lord is fraught with challenges in this world." Chapter 74. The Royal Council. Daenerys has garnered significant insights during her visit to King's Landing. Not only learning some secret histories of Valyria, but also gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the ascendants of the Targaryen dynasty's previous monarchs. Particularly, she has established a profound bond with King Jaehaerys, whose wisdom and magnanimity command her respect. Conversely, Daenerys' intelligence and vivacity bring comfort to the old king's heart. She believes that her great-grandmother, Queen Alysanne, earned her illustrious reputation not solely due to her exceptional qualities, but also because of her wise and enlightened husband. Although Daenerys did not uncover the connection between the destruction of Valyria and the Targaryen family, she has at least confirmed that they were forewarned and well prepared for the events that transpired. Furthermore, their relationships with other Dragon Lord families were not particularly amicable. From a positive perspective, their aversion to slavery can be viewed as a form of familial virtue. Daenerys speculates that it is perhaps this very quality of the Targaryens that has led to their exclusion by other Dragon Lord families, while the liberated free trade federations refrained from further hostility toward them. However, this remains merely Daenerys' intuition, lacking substantial evidence. However, historical records and family chronicles reveal that the Targaryen lineage has indeed harbored numerous figures reminiscent of the Virgin Mary. It is also plausible that the Targaryens, aware of the cataclysm that befell Valyria and the consequential uprising of the enslaved, exhibited a staunch opposition to the institution of slavery. Notably, Aegon the Conqueror audaciously declined an alliance offered by Volantis, which ought to have been more advantageous given their closer ties, to conquer the Three Daughters' Kingdom. Instead, he wielded Balerion to decimate Volantis in conjunction with the Three Queens' Kingdom and the Free Cities. Such actions starkly contrast with the prevailing worldview that prioritizes self-interest. From the intelligence currently at her disposal, Daenerys surmises that the Targaryen family must be wary of certain forces, likely the agents of various deities represented by the faceless men of Braavos. Daenerys has been in King's Landing for 3 days, and she perceives these days as the most fulfilling since her arrival in this realm. Although she has long recognized her true aspirations in this world, she has adeptly harnessed every available resource to fortify herself step by step. Yet, throughout this journey, she has largely operated in solitude. How different it is now to have such a sagacious elder guiding her, allowing her to conserve considerable effort and avoid numerous detours. In her previous life, Daenerys was not particularly distinguished by exceptional intelligence. Were it not for the robust condition of her current body and mind, she might have doubted her ability to achieve her present accomplishments, even with her advanced knowledge and understanding of this world's historical trajectory. Meanwhile, Aegon, in Daenerys' company, found immense solace. After all, no matter how articulate or astute the handmaidens might be, they could not provide the familial joy that Daenerys brought him. Despite the significant age gap between them, they shared a profound spiritual resonance that stirred the once tranquil depths of Aegon's heart like ripples in a serene lake. Thus, Aegon endeavored to offer Daenerys everything within his power, as if his actions were not merely an expression of affection, but also a means to atone for the neglect he had shown towards his beloved daughters. This illustrates that even the most formidable kings, when they reach a state of decline and encounter someone who resonates with their spirit, can easily become enamored rulers. Historical figures such as Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Kangxi seem to exemplify this phenomenon. Therefore, it does not seem entirely foolish for Aegon, whose political acuity might not be as pronounced, to lavish such affection upon Daenerys. On the fourth day, after sharing breakfast with King Aegon, Daenerys was unexpectedly summoned to the royal council in the capacity of a wine-bearer. At this gathering were only the hand of the king, Otto Hightower, Grand Maester Rune, the Master of Coin, Lyn Namby's Barley, and Sir Laenor Velaryon, Captain of the King's Guard. The Minister of Maritime Affairs, Serpentine Corlys Velaryon, resigned in a fit of anger when King Jaehaerys failed to bequeath the title of heir apparent to his wife. Meanwhile, the position of Minister of Justice has remained vacant since the passing of King Jaehaerys' second son, Aemon Targaryen, and was never established during the reign of King Jaehaerys I. Daniela, attending the royal council for the first time, felt a thrill of excitement, albeit with a hint of trepidation. After exchanging pleasantries with the other ministers, she hurriedly poured a glass of fine wine for each participant before quietly standing beside King Jaehaerys. Otto, as the presiding officer of the council, took a sip of the wine poured by Daniela, cleared his throat, and discreetly cast a glance at her before speaking. "Your Majesty, I have just received word that a band of thieves from Volantis managed to reach the beach where the Greedy One is bound 4 nights ago, intent on stealing a dragon. They have since been apprehended by Princess Daniela. I believe they should be escorted to King's Landing for trial by the Royal Council. We must ascertain whether this was an individual act or a provocation from Volantis, as it pertains to diplomatic relations and cannot be taken lightly." "Indeed, I was already aware of this matter," King Jaehaerys replied, clearly understanding Otto's intentions and opting not to engage further. "Princess Daniela has handled it quite well, and there is no need for the council to concern itself." "Your Majesty," Otto interjected, "Princess Daniela is still quite young. This situation is delicate. Any misstep could provoke Volantis, which would be most unfortunate." Before King Jaehaerys could respond, Daniela spoke up assertively. "Lord Otto, you have claimed to be well-read during your time in Old Town. Surely you have perused the laws of the 7 kingdoms? Dragonstone is my domain, and I alone possess the authority to address any incidents of theft that occur there. This is an inviolable right granted to me by the laws of the 7. I fail to see upon what principle you presume to interfere in this matter. It seems the adage holds true. No matter how much one reads, if one cannot apply that knowledge, it is all in vain." Otto brazenly retorted. "The primary duty of the Royal Council is to uphold the peace and stability of the 7 kingdoms. Any actions that may jeopardize this are within the Council's purview to address. It appears that the appointment of a Minister of Justice is urgently needed, otherwise, your Council may find itself the subject of ridicule for lacking a knowledgeable individual." Daniela first addressed King Jaehaerys respectfully, then pivoted to Otto with pointed sarcasm. "Lord Otto, as the head of the Royal Council, should not your first order of business be to ensure that the Council's seats are filled? A sound institution is essential for its effective and normal operation, is it not?" Chapter 75. Candidates for the Imperial Council. If the supreme governing body of the 7 kingdoms were to find itself lacking nearly half of its members, one might wonder whether to deem such an Imperial Council utterly ineffectual and a mere facade, or to commend the few lords present for their omniscience, managing to resolve matters of 7 with merely 4. Yet, this reasoning falters. The very establishment of 7 seats in the Imperial Council was to align with the doctrines of the 7 faith, was it not? The Old Town boasts a university that imparts knowledge and the Grand Star Cathedral that upholds virtue. How is it that Lord Otto, hailing from the esteemed lineage of the Old Town, dismisses such profound principles, even daring to meddle in the domestic affairs of other lords? Daniela's words were swift and biting, accompanied by the unique, buoyant tone of youth. For a moment, several ministers present found themselves utterly dumbfounded. Having temporarily quelled Otto's imposing presence, Daniela sauntered before him. Her voice dripping with disdain. You cannot even manage your own duties, yet you cast your gaze upon others. With such a failure to prioritize and such questionable integrity, how could you possibly navigate the relations between the two realms? That would be as unlikely as encountering a White Walker. Faced with the scathing remarks of a mere 10-year-old girl, Otto, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly contain himself. He rose in indignation, directing his fury towards King Viserys. This is utterly unbelievable. A royal princess dares to berate and insult the prime minister in the Imperial Council. This is the gravest affront and disrespect to the council. This matter must be deliberated here. Yet Viserys remained unmoved, raising his hand to silence Otto, and spoke. What say you, esteemed lords present? The Grand Scholar Rintel was the first to respond. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, should a lord fail to submit an arbitration request to the Imperial Council, the council lacks the authority to interfere in any thievery occurring within a lord's domain. Otto Hathar, unyielding, retorted, but the glutton is a great dragon, a creature of the royal lineage. You are indeed correct, Lord Otto. The Minister of Finance, Lord Linman Bisberry, interjected. The glutton is indeed a dragon, yet it belongs to House Targaryen. It is a creature of the Targaryens, not of the Seven Kingdoms. The Imperial Council has no jurisdiction over matters concerning dragons. I find Princess Daniela's assertions quite valid. The Imperial Council can only function effectively when fully staffed. Otherwise, one may easily become lost, and some might even be uncertain of the rights they can exercise. Otto Hathar attempted to counter, but was swiftly interrupted by King Viserys. Since there is a consensus among us, this matter shall conclude here. It is a private affair of Dragonstone, and the Imperial Council shall not interfere. Viserys decisively curtailed Otto's opportunity to continue, firmly concluding the discussion. Daniela cast a disdainful glance at Otto Hightower, revealing his relative naivete in the realm of political maneuvering. Simultaneously, she felt compelled to maintain a heightened vigilance towards this insidious old man, merely because she had set two minor traps for him the previous day. He audaciously sought to exploit the royal council to target a mere 10-year-old princess. This demonstrated his narrow-mindedness and unscrupulous nature. Upon realizing that His Majesty the King had made a definitive decision, Otto understood there was no longer any need to persist in this matter. He obediently responded, As you wish, Your Majesty. I shall promptly replenish the council's membership. However, Daniela was determined not to allow him the opportunity to expand the Hightower family's influence. She interjected, Lord Otto, let us not forget that you have two pressing issues to address: the infestation of rats in the Red Keep and the foul stench pervading King's Landing. While they may seem trivial, they bear significant consequences. The rat plague could usher in dreadful diseases, and if the sanitation conditions in King's Landing continue to deteriorate, it could severely contaminate and obstruct the water wells and drainage systems that my great-grandfather painstakingly invested in restoring. The cost of constructing sufficient wells and drainage systems was enough to fill the entire council chamber with gold dragons. No matter how robust a dam may be, it can collapse due to the smallest of ant hills. The Great Wall, no matter how lofty, was built brick by brick. If any brick falters from the onset, it is unlikely that the wall could endure for a millennium. As the Prime Minister of the Council, you must possess a grand vision and a far-reaching perspective. A lack of capability can be cultivated over time, but if one is deficient in character and wisdom, then the greater the power one wields, the more catastrophic the potential disasters that may arise. Daniela's words left the members of the Royal Council utterly speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Viserys, filled with pride, erupted into hearty laughter. Now you understand why this old man could converse so animatedly with young Daniela for 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, Daniela's remarks had rendered Otto Hightower increasingly unsettled, his usually calm mind now a tangled mess. Lord Lyman Beesbury, the most seasoned member of the council, regarded Daniela with admiration. Having only heard whispers of her prowess in managing territories and her abundance of creative ideas, it was evident now that she possessed extraordinary intelligence, noble character, and a broad-mindedness worthy of her lineage as the youngest dragon rider and the dual dragon princess of House Targaryen. The university representatives, Renator and captain of the Kingsguard, Lion Redwyn, nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting their approval. In a buoyant mood, King Viserys seized the moment to propose. Then let us suggest suitable candidates for the council seats. Upon hearing this, the members immediately began to confer amongst themselves, though consensus proved elusive. Daniela leaned closer to Viserys and whispered, Great-grandfather, during the lifetime of Duke Martin Targaryen, when he served as the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He achieved remarkable success with the assistance of Lady Fossoi of Florence. Moreover, for decades, the High Court has been under the stewardship of Lady Fossoi, whose management of the territories and resolution of disputes among the lords of the Riverlands have garnered widespread respect. Though I am young, I have heard of Lady Fossoi's illustrious reputation, and I believe her appointment as Chancellor of Justice would be most fitting. Although Daniela's voice was soft, the small size of the council chamber ensured that all present could hear her. Lord Linman Beesbury, however, expressed his disapproval, stating, "Your Highness, you may be unaware that while it is known that much of the Duke's work was managed by Lady Fossoi, he was still the one officially holding the title of Chancellor of the Exchequer. In the annals of the Seven Kingdoms, there has never been a woman appointed to the council. But, my Lord Linman, the council has only existed for a few decades, has it not? History and precedent are forged by great individuals. The most suitable person is one who can accomplish the task, regardless of gender. Furthermore, the role of Chancellor of Justice requires not only unwavering integrity and keen insight, but also the ability to exercise mercy judiciously. In this regard, women possess a natural advantage over men. Daniela continued to walk around the long council table, akin to a speaker or a preacher. Since the time of our forebears, every established custom and law we have adhered to was created by great leaders or wise individuals in response to the challenges of their times. When my great-grandfather ascended the throne at the age of 14, he restructured the council amidst turmoil, retaining loyal supporters such as Demon Valerion and Lord Cobray, while also appointing capable figures like Lord Moss and Lord Redwine. Was it not these meritocratic innovations that swiftly resolved the aftermath of the chaos caused by Maegor, paving the way for a new era in the Seven Kingdoms? Queen Alysanne convened the council to abolish the First Knight rights and granted new lands to the Night's Watch. Collaborating with her advisors, she established the Jaehaerys Code, improved the roads of the capital, dug wells, and cleared waterways, all of which transformed King's Landing and benefited the realm. Since my great-grandfather took the Iron Throne, he constructed major thoroughfares such as King's Road, Rose Road, and Gold Road. This not only facilitated travel across the Seven Kingdoms, but also significantly enhanced trade and communication among the various regions. Moreover, the unification of the Seven Kingdoms is a feat that had not occurred for thousands of years, yet the Targaryen family achieved it. From that point on, the Seven Kingdoms emerged from conflict and chaos, bidding farewell to bloodshed and ignorance. Over these past decades, the people of the Seven Kingdoms have lived in peace and prosperity, and the lords enjoy their wealth and security. Surely, this is the legacy of their groundbreaking achievements. In this day and age, esteemed individuals have ascended to the esteemed position of the small council of the Seven Kingdoms, leveraging their remarkable talents and abilities. Do they not yearn to be remembered through the ages, akin to the great leaders and sages of history, for their sagacious and pioneering initiatives? Princess Daenerys' impassioned rhetoric transported the members of the small council back to their youthful days filled with vigor, igniting within them an undeniable impulse. "I concur," declared Ser Lion Redwine, the captain of the Kingsguard, the first to voice his agreement. "Though I have been away from my family for quite some time, I vividly recall that my mother and sisters managed the affairs of our lands and resolved disputes with a competence that rivals any man. Moreover, the maternal grace bestowed upon them by the mother allows them to soothe the suffering of our subjects with greater ease. The purity granted to them by the maiden enables them to empathize more profoundly with the woes and turmoil of the world. The wisdom brought forth by the crone equips them with the means to address conflicts with a gentler approach. As Princess Daenerys has aptly stated, perhaps a wise woman is even more suited to hold the position of the Minister of Justice than her male counterparts. Therefore, I am in agreement. As the successor to the former Minister of Finance, Duke Tyrell, I approached my new role with the utmost caution, fully aware of the complexities and challenges that accompany the finances of a realm, particularly that of the Seven Kingdoms. It was then that the Minister of Finance, Earl Linman Beesbury, spoke up. He noted that among the lords, there were many who, out of disdain for the troubles of literacy and arithmetic, could not even ascertain the quantity of gold dragons in their vaults. His words elicited smiles from the gathered assembly. Indeed, Earl Linman affirmed, the successive Dukes of Storm's End have deemed literacy and arithmetic as skills only necessary for scholars. They believe all that is required of them is the ability to perpetuate their lineage and to ride into battle. The words of Maester Rune Tull provoked laughter, even from the usually stern Otto Hightower, who revealed the faintest hint of a smile. Suppressing his amusement, Earl Linman took a sip of fine wine to clear his throat and continued, however, The meticulous accounts left by Lady Felicity have spared me considerable trouble. It is often said that she could count apples before she even learned to walk. Thus, I too support Lady Felicity's appointment as Minister of Justice. I concur, echoed Maester Runtull. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Otto Hightower. I agree, he proclaimed. In truth, given the current circumstances, Otto, as the Prime Minister of the small council, had only recently taken office and had yet to establish a firm foothold in the Red Keep. His opposition would bear little weight and could potentially offend House Tyrell. The ancient town controlled by the Hightower family occupies a transcendent position in the Riverlands. Nonetheless, they must nominally accept the jurisdiction of House Tarly. Offending them would undoubtedly yield no benefits for the Hightower family. King Jaehaerys cast a profound glance at Daenerys, then briefly surveyed the increasingly disheartened Otto Hightower before speaking. Lord Runethel, let us promptly dispatch a raven to summon Lady Hightower to King's Landing to assume the role of Minister of Justice. Subsequently, we shall deliberate on suitable candidates for the positions of Master of Ships and Head of Intelligence. At this juncture, Otto Hightower had composed himself and promptly interjected. Aside from House Velaryon, the families capable of succeeding the Master of Ships are limited to the Lannisters of the Westerlands, the Redwine family of the Arbor, and the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands. The pirates of the Iron Islands are hardly a viable option. Lord Lynn Minbusbury outright dismissed the Greyjoy family. However, I have heard that Count Tarth of Evening Hall has recently returned from a voyage to Essos, and the fleet of House Tarth has expanded to over 50 ships. Although their strength does not rival that of House Velaryon or the fleet of the Arbor, they are certainly comparable to the Lannisters. Thus, I believe Count Tarth should also be considered. Lord Runethel expressed a differing opinion, acknowledging that these individuals indeed possess the capability to serve as Master of Ships. However, we must concede that, at present, the most formidable naval power in the Seven Kingdoms still belongs to House Velaryon. Furthermore, the Velaryons and Targaryens have maintained a close relationship through intermarriage for centuries. Despite Lord Corlys resigning in anger from the position of Master of Ships, the Velaryon family has never relinquished their duty to safeguard the Narrow Sea. If we were to hastily appoint a new Master of Ships now, it could exacerbate the already fragile relationship between the two great families. Lord Runethel's words were undoubtedly sincere and judicious, thus garnering unanimous agreement. Consequently, discussions regarding the Master of Ships position were temporarily halted. As for the Head of Intelligence, no suitable candidates immediately came to mind. Therefore, today as Council convened only to confirm Lady Hightower of House Tarly as the Minister of Justice. Upon the conclusion of the Council, this news swiftly spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, carried by the Ravens of the Red Keep. Chapter 77. Visitors from Dragonstone. Daenerys' inaugural council meeting, bolstered by her eloquent rhetoric and the favor of King Jaehaerys, thus commenced with auspicious success. The recommendation of Lady Hightower for the position of Minister of Justice was merely Daenerys' initial endeavor. If she aspires to shift and reshape this world, relying solely on herself will undoubtedly impose significant pressure. Hence, she intends to facilitate the emergence of more female figures on the larger stage of Westeros. In the realm of the Seven Kingdoms, where countless lords vie for power amidst the tumult of natural disasters and territorial disputes, the demise of male heirs is a rather commonplace occurrence. Thus, some formidable noble women seize the opportunity to govern their families. Although control typically reverts to male successors once their offspring reach maturity, Daenerys' forthcoming endeavor is to provide a broader stage for the women of the Seven Kingdoms. Upon accompanying King Jaehaerys back to his chambers, Daenerys was taken aback to find her personal maid, Visani, along with Layla and her sworn protector, Harold Darklyn, waiting for her. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," they greeted, bowing respectfully before stepping aside. "How did you arrive from Dragonstone?" Daenerys inquired, surprised by their unexpected presence. With King Jaehaerys in attendance, even the typically sharp-tongued Layla spoke with a newfound decorum. "Your Highness, Prince Viserys and Queen Aemma are concerned that you might feel uncomfortable without familiar faces around. Hence our swift arrival." Daenerys, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, feigned a slight disdain, though inwardly she felt quite pleased. "With my great-grandfather's care at the Red Keep, how could I possibly feel out of place? You are far too concerned." At that moment, Jaehaerys interjected. "The court meeting today has left me with a headache, and I find myself rather fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. Daenerys, you may attend to your own matters." "Yes, great-grandfather," Daenerys replied with a respectful bow, then turned to Audrey, instructing, dully, "Please light the incense I entrusted to you while my great-grandfather rests. Ensure he does not sleep too long. About half an hour should suffice. Otherwise, he will feel worse this afternoon." "Yes, Your Highness." Jaehaerys affectionately ruffled Daenerys' hair before retreating to his chambers with the assistance of Audrey and the other maids. Once back in her own room with Layla and the others, Daenerys eagerly closed the door and asked, "What has transpired?" The ever-enthusiastic Bassani was quick to respond, "Your Highness, we discovered that an assistant scholar at Dragonstone has been exploiting the raising of ravens to relay messages to the Citadel." "Is Maegor involved?" Daenerys questioned, harboring a deep-seated distrust of the scholars at the Citadel, particularly due to their backing by the ambitious Hightower family. Ever since her arrival at Dragonstone 3 years prior, she had remained vigilant of their machinations. Indeed, it seemed that Otto Hightower had only recently taken office as the Hand of the King, and their network of spies throughout the Seven Kingdoms was already in motion. Although the Hightower family outwardly appears to be detached, they have strategically embedded their agents and informants throughout the various territories of the Seven Kingdoms, utilizing the scholars of the Citadel and the clergy of the Seven. Perhaps in many regions, these contingencies may never be activated in a lifetime, yet they could prove invaluable in critical moments. Daenerys has long held the conviction that the demise of the Targaryen dragons in history was not without the machinations of the Hightower family and the Citadel. According to the evidence currently at my disposal, it seems that the Tigress is entirely unaware of the underlying schemes. Only the assistant scholar has been apprehended and is now detained in Whitehorn. After rigorous interrogations by Cameron and Dax, he has divulged considerable information. The primary task assigned to him by the Citadel involved uncovering the methods of crafting dragon glass and dragonstone, as well as gathering intelligence on the group known as the Devourers. It is no wonder that Otto Hightower mentioned the Devourers during the council meeting. Evidently, the individuals from Volantis have already attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives upon entering Westeros. Considering that Princess Senya had previously fled from Old Town, Daenerys cannot shake the feeling that there must have been collusion between the Hightower family and Princess Senya. "My lady, the fleet we had sent to Braavos for refitting has returned. In addition to the 10 three-masted ships we initially welcomed from Storm's End, we have now acquired 25 of the most advanced three-masted vessels with the gold dragons we took with us. Furthermore, as you predicted, there are indeed many elderly and frail shipwrights in Braavos, living in dire conditions. This time, Captain Volfus, along with the families of those craftsmen, has brought back around 300 to 500 individuals. They have all been settled in Whitehorn. It is thanks to their guidance that we successfully captured numerous specimens of the purple sea snails you mentioned in the nearby harbor of Braavos. They have now been introduced into the waters of Gord's Bay for cultivation, and their condition appears promising. It seems we may succeed in breeding them." Daenerys surmises that Braavos harbors a plethora of retired shipwrights due to the sheer scale and complexity of their shipbuilding industry, which sustains nearly half of Braavos' common folk. With an abundance of laborers, the value of talent diminishes. The elderly and frail are inevitably supplanted by the strong and vigorous. Though they may lack the physical prowess of the youth, their wealth of knowledge and expertise remains intact. Unfortunately, constrained by the prevailing attitudes of this era, they seldom consider seeking their fortunes elsewhere. Thus, once the meager savings they have accrued are exhausted, they inevitably succumb to hardship. The decision to consolidate them on Dragonstone is a strategic move to leverage their skills in cultivating a cadre of shipwrights of our own. While Daenerys may not possess expertise in shipbuilding, she has certainly encountered the general designs of renowned seafaring vessels throughout history. As they diligently conducted their research, Daenerys was untroubled by the prospect of eventually developing the most advanced vessels in the world. After all, the Targaryen family had already secured dominance in the skies. Should they also achieve a breakthrough in maritime supremacy, even if they could not replicate the glory of Valyria, Daenerys could still hold significant hope of establishing her own kingdom. The purple sea snails could yield purple dye, which represented one of Braavos' vital economic resources. Aside from the Braavosi and the Tyroshi, very few in this world were privy to this secret. However, Braavos had profited handsomely from the purple dye, while the Tyroshi had squandered their share on dyeing their hair and beards to showcase their uniqueness. If these purple sea snails could successfully proliferate on Dragonstone, it would provide Daenerys with yet another lucrative avenue for wealth. Chapter 78. The first strike against Hightower. Once Bassani had finished speaking, Layla produced a list and presented it to Daenerys. "Your Highness, this is the inventory of items seized from the ship of the band of thieves from Volantis. Please take a look." "Very well, thank you." Daenerys accepted the several sheets of pale yellow paper from Layla and examined them closely. This pale yellow paper was the result of nearly 2 years of effort by Daenerys, who had instructed her craftsmen to create it. The initial batches of paper were exceedingly coarse, barely suitable for writing, although they served well as scrap paper or for wrapping. Consequently, in Dragonstone Castle and White Sheep Town, scrap paper had become a common household item, as Daenerys distributed it as part of the welfare and wages for her people. Of course, even scrap paper was subject to strict regulation under Daenerys' oversight, and its trade remained prohibited. The pale yellow paper suitable for writing had only been produced for a few months. Due to its limited availability, Daenerys was not yet inclined to introduce it to the market, as she had broader plans in mind. Daenerys had tasked Count Taz with acquiring a substantial number of high-quality scholar slaves from outside the realm, intending to establish her own academy on the Isle of Flames. At that point, her newly developed paper would play a crucial role. After all, the significance of this innovative paper extended far beyond mere cost reduction. Its historical importance lay in the opportunity it afforded many to learn cultural knowledge, fostering the rapid dissemination and development of culture. Historically, the introduction and evolution of paper had played a monumental role in the Western Renaissance and several cultural explosions. Currently, the dissemination of knowledge in Westeros was largely monopolized by the academies, with only the nobility possessing the requisite resources and finances to pursue cultural education. After all, the cost of parchment in this world was exorbitant. A single book often required the hides of hundreds of sheep, valued at around 1 golden dragon, equivalent to approximately 10,000 units of purchasing power in the real world. The price of books naturally tends to be quite steep in Westeros, with most volumes exceeding 10 golden dragons. When it comes to esteemed literary works by renowned authors, the cost may reach hundreds or even thousands of dragons, often beyond reach. However, in this realm, the buying and selling of books is a rather uncommon occurrence. It is typically only the bankrupt nobility who, driven by necessity, relinquish their family's cherished collections. Alternatively, those bandits and pirates who stumble upon books seldom appreciate their value and are likely to sell them through their own illicit channels. In Westeros, the majority of the tomes in noble families' collections are transcriptions by scholars supported by the family, hailing from the citadel, or gifts exchanged among nobles. Consequently, most lords take great pride in their family libraries, as these tomes embody not only a crucial vessel for familial heritage, but also a reflection of the family's depth and dignity. Gazing at the list in her hand, Daenerys mused that the 3 illegitimate sons of Princess Rhaenyra had indeed exceeded her expectations, arriving with such a wealth of riches. Did they truly believe they had a chance of gaining the Targaryen royal family's recognition as contenders for the throne? Previously, Daenerys had speculated that their visit was merely an attempt by Rhaenyra to assert her presence before her aging father, to inform King Jaehaerys that she had established her own kingdom in Volantis. Yet, upon examining the extensive list before her, Daenerys found herself compelled to reconsider their motives with a more conspiratorial lens. They had brought over 1,000,000 golden stags and Volantine coins alone. The size of the stags is comparable to that of copper coins in Westeros, yet 2 or 3 stags could be exchanged for a single golden dragon. The front of the stags bears a crown, while the reverse displays a skull, symbolizing the duality of glory and sacrifice in their minting. This profound message conveyed by the stags is indeed compelling. Moreover, the precious silks, gemstones, jewelry, antiques, spices, and woven tapestries filled 3 grand ships. If their intention was merely to vie for the position of heir while conducting a bit of trade to earn some profit upon their return, they would not have brought such an abundance of stags. After all, the value of the cargo alone neared 400,000 to 500,000 golden dragons. They could easily sell these goods and procure distinctive products from the continent of Westeros instead of journeying so far with such vast wealth. Furthermore, these items are highly sought after in Westeros, making their sale exceedingly simple. Thus, their true purpose must surely lie in attempting to forge alliances with certain nobles of the 7 kingdoms, or perhaps to aid their mother in repaying the favor of those who assisted her escape from Westeros. House Hightower, consider this a mild lesson for now. Future endeavors shall be arranged with greater care. Since Princess Rhaenyra escaped from Old Town, I shall ensure that this burden falls squarely upon the shoulders of your esteemed house. Closing the list in her hand, Daenerys promptly took out paper and pen to compose a confidential letter. She then addressed Sir Harold. Kindly contact the captain of the Kingsguard to inform Lord Rhaenys that I shall be visiting the Maegor's Holdfast this afternoon. Please assist in arranging a carriage and escort. Yes, Your Highness. Due to the tight schedule in the afternoon, Daenerys had a brief lunch before instructing Layla and the others to prepare ample provisions to load onto the carriage as they made their way to Silk Street. Silk Street, located in the northern part of King's Landing, serves as a haven for the affluent. Many noble families from the 7 kingdoms have established grand estates or elegant villas in this area. Exiting the Red Keep, they traversed a straight avenue that connects the southeast and northwest of King's Landing, reaching their destination in under an hour. The almshouse was purchased by Daenerys with most of her savings after hosting a fundraiser at the Red Keep on her 5th name day. As they passed through the vibrant Silk Street, a clean and tidy road soon appeared before them, leading to the almshouse. Originally a noble residence, it fell into disrepair after its inhabitants were executed for aligning with the wrong faction during the reign of Maegor. Daenerys transformed this 2-acre estate into a 3-story structure and opened its doors to many homeless orphans and elders, establishing it as an almshouse. The Firekiss Garden, operated by Samwell, lies less than half a mile away, boasting an expansive area of 6 to 7 acres replete with exquisite gardens and courtyards. The daily expenses of the almshouse are covered by the Firekiss Garden, and the young women there often come to assist in caring for the orphans and the elderly. Chapter 79. Daenerys' almshouse. At the entrance of the almshouse stand 2 towers, one known as the Cradle of the Dragon God, and the other as the Gift of the Dragon God. Following Daenerys' design for the almshouse, a rotating dragon-shaped box was installed beneath one of the towers, allowing people to place abandoned infants inside. The rotating box would then deliver them to the side of the almshouse, where a bell could be rung to alert those inside of the new arrival. The primary purpose of this mechanism was to provide a discreet and safe means for mothers who had suffered shame and hardship, or those unable to care for their children, to relinquish their infants. The other tower serves as a means for the children of the almshouse to write their wishes and place them in the box, which rotates to the outside, enabling kind-hearted individuals who wish to assist the almshouse to fulfill those wishes. After the establishment of the almshouse, Daenerys ensured that someone collected these wish notes daily and worked to help realize their desires. Even after her departure to Dragonstone, she appointed a dedicated individual to oversee this endeavor. The aspirations of these children are remarkably simple. They merely yearn for some delectable food, clothing, or practical educational supplies. Those capable of independently pinning their wishes have undoubtedly undergone systematic training at the orphanage. The institution primarily imparts literacy, arithmetic, and fosters a sense of gratitude and loyalty towards the Targaryen family. Much like the Red Keep, the architecture of the orphanage is replete with dragon motifs. Naturally, children raised in such an environment will subtly develop an affinity for dragons. For the older children, the orphanage also cultivates practical survival skills. To this end, Daenerys specifically requested a 100-acre estate by the banks of the Blackwater River from King Viserys. Besides supporting the orphanage, this estate provides the children with lessons in farming, herding, and various artisanal skills conducive to earning a living. Although the time is still short to observe significant results, Daenerys firmly believes that once the seeds are sown, they will eventually grow into towering trees. The arrival of Daenerys has filled the children with uncontainable excitement, although they have never met her. A tapestry depicting her at the age of 7, commanding dragons, adorns their classroom. They are aware that the orphanage was constructed by Princess Daenerys and that their daily sustenance, warmth, and educational opportunities, along with their future vocational training, are all supported by her. Thus, for these orphans, most of whom have lost all memory of their parents, Daenerys assumes the role of a maternal figure. Hence, upon hearing the news of her visit, they were ablaze with enthusiasm, sweeping the already spotless street outside the orphanage once more. Unanimously, they donned their favorite garments and scrubbed their hands and faces clean. When Daenerys descended from her carriage, the orphanage's headmaster, Old Nan, had gathered all the children at the entrance in eager anticipation. "Your Highness," though their voices lacked harmony and their manners were somewhat haphazard, Daenerys sensed the most genuine sincerity emanating from them. Witnessing the excitement and respect radiating from their eyes, she felt that her efforts over the years had indeed been worthwhile. "Old Nan, it appears you have truly nurtured the children well. This road before the orphanage is perhaps the cleanest in all of King's Landing. What could escape the princess's gaze? To receive your praise is an honor. However, I believe your visit today is not merely to commend this old man. Ogian is not a devout monk. Despite being a member of the Seven Gods Church, he holds no aversion towards the old gods, the King of Light, the God of Many Faces, or the myriad deities that inhabit the continent of Essos. Naturally, a monk of such disposition would not adhere to the doctrines of the Church. Aside from not fathering any illegitimate offspring, he seems to have indulged in all the vices a man might pursue. This has rendered him quite unpopular within the Seven Gods Church. Thus, although he is officially a monk, he spends his days mingling with the destitute under the guise of preaching, while in reality, he engages in drinking, gambling, and visiting brothels alongside the impoverished. Remarkably, he evades the scrutiny and capture of the Church's watchful clergy and narrowly escapes expulsion from the Church by the Archbishop. The day he faced expulsion, he fortuitously crossed paths with Danila, who was visiting the Grand Cathedral with Emma for an infrequent outing. This serendipitous encounter led Daniela to take a liking to him, arranging for him to become the director of the orphanage. The expressions on the faces of Princess Emma and the Archbishop were quite the spectacle, and they immediately lodged a vehement protest, only to be swayed by a few of Daniela's remarks. After all, is it not because of humanity's imperfections that the divine imparted doctrines and sent monks to save the world? If he could reform, would that not exemplify the greatness of the seven gods? If you expel him, would it not proclaim to the world that the seven gods are incapable of instigating change? Ogian did not disappoint Daniela. He managed the orphanage exceptionally well, leveraging his years of experience in the underbelly of society to recruit numerous specialists as educators for the children. Prior to the establishment of the Fire Kiss Garden in King's Landing, the orphanage served as Daniela's intelligence hub. The influx of professionals to White Sheep Town after its construction owes much to Ogian's efforts. Moreover, it remains a mystery how Ogian acquired the skills to tame ravens from the scholarly city, yet he successfully raised numerous birds such as pigeons, magpies, parrots, and falcons at the orphanage. The two towering structures at the entrance have now become his aviary. Ignoring the unseemly aspects of Ogian's character, Daniela enthusiastically embraced each child before leading them towards the orphanage's grand classroom. There, she, along with her handmaidens, distributed food and gifts to the children, subsequently engaging in conversation for over an hour. Your Highness, I heard that your Dreamfire is larger than a horse. You are mistaken. It is larger than an elephant. You are all wrong. It is even larger than a house. I have seen her soar over King's Landing. Her shadow can obscure half a street. Your Highness, I have heard that dragons are made entirely of fire. Wouldn't tea sitting on her back be scorching? As Daniela had anticipated, the children were thoroughly captivated by the lore of dragons. To provide them with a more tangible sense of a dragon's grandeur, Daniela called for Dreamfire to make an appearance. Although the courtyard of the orphanage is quite spacious, it is barely sufficient for Dreamfire to alight. It is easy to imagine the profound visual impact that her descent from the heavens would have on the children. In the days since Misha Leah's arrival at King's Landing, Daenerys did not confine Drogon to the dragon's lair. Instead, she settled him in the garden of the Red Keep. She had no desire to deprive her dragon, accustomed to soaring freely over Dragonstone, of such liberty. Lacking the delectable roasted lamb of Dragonstone, Drogon found the goats provided by the Red Keep rather unappealing, spending his days hunting over Blackwater Bay. However, the scarcity of large prey here rendered his efforts fruitless. In comparison to the idyllic life on Dragonstone, Drogon was somewhat discontent to remain in King's Landing. Upon landing, Drogon obediently lowered his head and softly crooned to Daenerys, as if expressing his grievances. Although the children at the orphanage were enamored with dragons, the actual sight of Drogon sent them into a frenzy of terror, many wishing to flee at once. Yet, a brave little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, with striking platinum hair, boldly positioned herself between Daenerys and Drogon. Her beautiful violet eyes fixed unwaveringly on the dragon, embodying the essence of a guardian. The girl's instinctive act warmed Daenerys' heart, prompting her to gently embrace the child and softly inquire, "Brave little one, what is your name? Aren't you afraid to stand before Drogon?" Afraid. The once valiant girl now trembled with fear, her teeth chattering as she spoke. The dragon's eyes are terrifying. So much fire, so frightening. Daenerys tenderly stroked the girl's hair, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I am here, and Drogon will not harm you. Brave little one, you still haven't told me your name." After Daenerys' comforting words, the girl regained her composure and shyly replied, "Shiri. Your Highness, I am Shiri." At that moment, Ogian approached Daenerys, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Princess. She may be the illegitimate daughter of Prince Baelon." Daenerys was not surprised by this revelation, for there were indeed many silver-haired bastards of House Targaryen in the flea-ridden corners of King's Landing. However, the girl's instinctive bravery bore a striking resemblance to the valiant character of her grandfather, Baelon. It was said that in his youth, Baelon had once struck the head of the fearsome dragon, Balerion, with a wooden sword upon entering the dragon's lair for the first time. "Fear not, everyone. Drogon will not harm you," she proclaimed. "Dragons possess great intelligence. They do not easily inflict harm upon humans." Daniela, while soothing the crowd, took Shiri's small hand, and together they approached Dreamfire. Gently, Daniela caressed Dreamfire's cheek with Shiri's hand, then pressed her own cheek tenderly against the dragon's head, attuning herself to Dreamfire's emotions through a profound mental connection. "Dreamfire, my good girl." The sight of a human and a dragon in such intimacy left the onlookers in awe, for in their experience, dragons were deemed fierce, savage, and aloof. Yet here was Dreamfire, before Princess Daniela, resembling more a colossal pet dog. so gentle and harmonious. Once Dreamfire was calmed, Daniela smiled and addressed the gathered crowd. See, dragons are not as fearsome as you imagine. Rest assured, while they possess tremendous destructive power, under the guidance of a dragon rider, they become our greatest guardians. Daniela's intention was to inspire reverence rather than fear towards dragons. Historically, the audacity of the commoners in King's Landing to assault the dragon's lair stemmed from the continual demise of Targaryen dragons, leading them to believe that dragons were no longer sacred or inviolable. As the fear of dragons waned and the tribulations wrought by the blood dragons surged, this trepidation transformed into boundless resentment. With the incitement of certain malcontents, they felt emboldened to confront dragons with mere flesh and blood. Once this Pandora's box was opened, the various factions' extermination plans against dragons unfolded seamlessly. Thus, Daniela aspired to reshape the dragon's image in the hearts of the people, fostering a more positive and constructive perception. After all, many significant events were bound to transpire in Westeros, and she could seize the opportunity to establish dragons as the guardians of the realm. Subsequently, Daniela personally took the hands of the children from the orphanage, allowing them to feel Dreamfire's warmth up close. Can you sense Dreamfire's heat? Do you know? It is because of the dragon's existence that the summers in Westeros have become increasingly prolonged. Remember, before the Targaryen family ruled the Seven Kingdoms, winters in Westeros were truly dreadful. Not only the children, but the elderly and staff from the orphanage gazed intently at Dreamfire, as they seldom had the chance to witness a dragon so closely. For those outside the Targaryen lineage, dragons were often seen soaring in the skies above. To them, the dragon appeared as a divine being, exalted and distant. Historically, a pivotal moment that led to dragons descending from their celestial pedestal was the Green faction's foolish display of Melee's dragon head to the commoners of King's Landing, inciting the belief that dragons could be easily slain. The people of Dorne, in contrast, had never feared dragons. Instead, they harbored deep-seated hatred and disdain. Is it not because both the people of Loinor and Dorne have once committed the atrocity of dragon slaying? After engaging the children with Dreamfire, the teachers escorted them away. Yet, Daenerys retained Shireen, asking, "Shireen, would you like to stay by my side as my personal maid?" I would," Shireen shyly responded. It was astonishing how this ordinarily timid girl, who appeared somewhat frail, dared to stand boldly before Dreamfire when it descended. After entrusting Shireen to Layla, Daenerys accompanied Ogion to his aviary. "Assist me in gathering the evidence regarding Princess Salira's departure from Old Town, particularly the involvement of House Hightower." After handing Ogion a confidential letter, Daenerys continued, "Also, make contact with a woman named Mysaria from Essos to investigate her background." Mysaria from Essos? Isn't she the infamous courtesan from the Garden of Fire? She has become quite renowned throughout King's Landing. I hear she is currently involved with Prince Daemon. Moreover, she often supports the children of the orphanage and has cultivated a considerable influence in the Flea Bottom. Chapter 81. The Hidden Dragon. Oh, it seems your information is indeed well informed. This aviary is truly extraordinary. I suspect that your little birds have spread throughout all of King's Landing," Daenerys remarked, scattering corn to the gathering doves. Ogion, proud of his intelligence network, smiled in flattery, "All thanks to your highness's support. However, no matter how numerous the birds in this aviary, they only dare to fly low. Only dragons are worthy of soaring above the clouds." As he spoke, Ogion reverently presented a list from his robe to Daenerys. "Your Highness, this is the current list of minor lords and some fallen knights supported by the aviary. They will all participate in the tournament at Dragonstone, where you can gather them under your banner." This was a significant maneuver for Daenerys. She understood the limitations of solitary strength, and the intricate web of interests among the great nobles was exceedingly complex. The price of subduing them would be steep. However, the continent of Westeros is home to numerous minor lords and lesser nobles, most of whom are not particularly affluent. Thus, their family fortunes are often barely sufficient to sustain the training of the heirs, leaving many younger sons to carve their own paths upon reaching adulthood. This explains the enduring existence of organizations akin to the Second Sons throughout the various eras of Westeros. Hence, Daenerys tasked Ogion with establishing the aviary to secretly support and nurture these minor lords while consolidating their younger sons under her influence. After approximately 15 minutes of discussion within the aviary, the two emerged. Subsequently, amidst the children's reluctant farewells, Daenerys embarked on her journey homeward. The first time Shireen rode in the royal carriage, her curiosity knew no bounds. Yet, she remained composed, seated beside Daenerys, daring only to observe with her keen eyes. From a side glance, Shireen's facial features bore a striking resemblance to those of Viserys and Daemon, undoubtedly suggesting her lineage as the illegitimate niece of the Targaryens. Moreover, her hair color and the hue of her eyes indicated a strong dragon bloodline. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Daenerys dressed Shireen in her own childhood garments and then took her to meet King Viserys. Observing Shireen's unmistakable Targaryen traits, the elderly king could not help but form a conjecture, for such features were not uncommon in King's Landing. Once the handmaidens escorted Shireen away, he turned to Daenerys with a question: "Whose child is this?" "It is said to be the blood of Prince Baelon." She does bear some resemblance to Baelon. "Then you should raise this child well by your side. Our Targaryen bloodline is indeed dwindling. Would it not be splendid if your mother were to bear a little prince this time? Why, does our great-grandfather only favor little princes?" Upon hearing King Viserys' words, Daenerys retorted defiantly, "I do not believe that being a Targaryen princess is in any way inferior to being a prince." "Haha." King Viserys laughed heartily. "If all princesses were like you, they would indeed be more valuable than princes." As the grandfather and granddaughter engaged in lively conversation, an urgent report from the King's Guard interrupted them, stating that the leader of the Dragon Guards had matters of great importance to discuss. The king's demeanor shifted with urgency as he commanded, "Let him in at once." The Dragon Guards, tasked with the care and protection of the Targaryen dragons, would not bring forth trivial news, and any matter concerning the dragons was of utmost significance to the Targaryen lineage. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." In Valyrian, there is no distinction between princess and prince. Both are encompassed by the same term, corresponding to the Westerosi title of prince. The situation with Ameloth is dire. He may not endure much longer. The Dragon Guard reported, sorrow etched upon his face. Ameloth. Daenerys was taken aback by the mention of a dragon named Ameloth in the dragon pit. Upon hearing this, King Viserys' vitality visibly waned, and he murmured to himself, "Is it Girai's Ameloth, my daughter?" However, he quickly regained his composure and rose to instruct the King's Guard, "Prepare the carriage. I must go to the dragon pit." Though Daenerys was still unclear about the situation, she knew that the journey from the Red Keep to the dragon pit would take over half an hour by carriage, and given the king's frail condition, she suggested, "Great-grandfather, allow me to take you there on Dreamfire, to spare you the jostling of the carriage." "Very well, let us depart." Thus, Daenerys summoned Dreamfire, soaring towards the dragon's lair with the aged king. Upon Dreamfire's back, King Viserys briefed Daenerys on the circumstances. To their astonishment, nestled deep within the lair were 4 colossal dragons: Amelos, the dragon of Princess Garys; Himelos, the dragon of Princess Magna; Anthelos, the dragon of Princess Daniela; and Apollos, the dragon of Princess Visenrila. These magnificent beasts had been hatched by the 4 princesses and raised within the confines of the dragon's lair. Except for Princess Sanila, the other princesses, despite having birthed dragons, never became dragon riders. Following Princess Sanila's attempt to flee atop a dragon, King Viserys ordered the dragon guards to conceal the 4 dragons deep within the lair, resulting in their knowledge being obscured from the outside world. After the princesses' demise, King Viserys would occasionally visit them, and upon seeing them, it was as if he beheld his departed daughters. No wonder it is said that the Targaryens possess a streak of madness. Even the renowned King Viserys could indulge in such reckless acts. These 4 dragons were hidden away with such ease. The absence of these majestic dragons in later history can be attributed to the old king's influence. It is likely that all 4 dragons perished before his demise, explaining their absence during the subsequent era of the Blood Dragon Dance. Apart from King Viserys and his queen, only a handful of his children were privy to this knowledge, and upon their passing, the 4 dragons had already met their end. Daenerys, perplexed, wondered why so many of King Viserys' children, despite having never been recorded as dragon riders, was it only Vagon who bore the title of the Dragonless? It turned out that their dragons had all perished prematurely, much like many nameless dragons of House Targaryen, leaving no names or records behind. For instance, alongside Balerion, there were 4 other dragons that arrived on Dragonstone. Furthermore, within the Targaryen records, there is an account of Princess Rhaenys living on Dragonstone, where numerous young dragons roamed the courtyard, with a few taking to the skies as wild dragons. Yet, thereafter, no further records exist. Chapter 82, The Lament of Amelos' Grandfather. Among your offspring, only Prince Vagon is labeled as the Dragonless. Did the other princes and princesses not hatch dragons? Daenerys could not restrain her curiosity and inquired of King Viserys. After a moment of contemplation, King Viserys spoke. Daenerys' dragon succumbed shortly after her passing. Sanila's dragon escaped Dragonmount and became a wild dragon, the very one that was recently captured and imprisoned in Dragonmount. The dragon eggs of the other princes and princesses perished before they could hatch. The remaining 4 dragons were locked away deep within the lair long ago. I had hoped that family members would tame them and one day soar through the skies. Alas, it appears that the Targaryen lineage has dwindled significantly. So it was. Such extravagance is disheartening, as the 4 colossal dragons remain confined within the depths of their lair. Even releasing them to roam as wild dragons would be preferable. Dreamfire, swift as the wind, soon reached the entrance of the dragon's den. However, upon gazing at the imposing bronze doors, Dreamfire's demeanor shifted to one of agitation. It seemed that after tasting the sweetness of freedom, Dreamfire had no desire to be ensnared in the lair once more. Dreamfire, you may wait outside. You shall not be imprisoned again. I am aware that the vast expanse of the sky is your true home. Daniela hastily reassured Dreamfire in Valyrian, though her words were largely directed towards her great-grandfather, King Viserys. For Daniela and her dragons, Dreamfire and Meraxes, had long since established a profound connection. As she dismounted from Dreamfire's back, King Viserys hurriedly followed the dragon guards deeper into the lair. Daniela had always believed herself familiar with the dragon's den, having tamed Dreamfire within its confines and wandered its halls many times before. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered hidden doors and secret passages. This time, she accompanied King Viserys through an inconspicuous bronze door, entering a vast chamber that, though dimly lit, was not entirely stifling. This was a place she had never encountered before. No wonder the 4 colossal dragons were concealed so effectively, remaining undiscovered by others. As they stepped into the cavern, Daniela was greeted by the weak, mournful cry of a dragon. The sound sent a shiver through her, igniting a wave of profound sorrow, despair, and fury within her heart. Under the guidance of the dragon guards, they soon found themselves before a feeble brown dragon. The creature lay helplessly on the ground, its scales dulled and shedding in places, revealing rough, scarred skin beneath. Once vibrant, its deep green wings now appeared lifeless. Its half-closed eyes reflected exhaustion and pain, and its breathing was weak and labored, each rise and fall seemingly requiring all its strength. Unable to restrain herself, Daniela stepped closer. The dragon sensed her presence and lifted its head slightly, emitting a low growl that conveyed both warning and feeble resistance. The dragon guards quickly intervened, concerned that the dragon might suddenly lash out. Daniela gently pushed past them, inching closer to the dragon. Daniela, King Viserys called out, alarmed at her approach. Be cautious, they have been confined here for a long time, and their tempers may be volatile. Turning her head back with confidence, Daniela replied, Do not worry, great-grandfather. Everything will be fine. As she began to chant an ancient Valyrian incantation, she slowly advanced toward the dragon. Upon hearing Daniela's melodic utterances, the dying ember of Amalos's life force began to flicker with renewed vigor. Thus, he could not help but open his emerald green eyes, curiously observing the little girl approaching him. Soon, the reflection of Daniela was cast upon his gaze. Daniela cautiously placed her hands upon the dragon's kiss of Amalos, continuing her melodic incantation. With her singing, the magical energy she conveyed finally resonated and fused with the power within Amalos. As Daniela's chant echoed, the surrounding sparse magic began to converge towards them, while the energy from the purple diamonds in her bracelet and necklace gradually flowed through her hands into Amalos. This infusion rejuvenated the previously weary Amalos, as the flickering flame of life within him, after several pulsations, grew vibrant once more. When Daniela felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, she ceased her singing. At that moment, Amalos's condition had evidently improved significantly. The onlookers were filled with joy. After all, a full-grown dragon was of paramount importance to the Targaryen family. The great dragon of their ancestor should not be confined within a cave, as such confinement only led to weakness. Surely, Viserys understood the implications of Daniela's words. A dragon unbound from the control of a dragon rider was indeed perilous. Moreover, the Targaryen family had not been without its share of illegitimate offspring over the years. Should any of these dragons fall under the sway of another, it would pose a grave threat to the Targaryen reign. Now, the revived Amalos appeared remarkably docile before Daniela. He gently nuzzled her with his enormous head, seemingly expressing gratitude. A somewhat fatigued Daniela leaned against his large head, affectionately stroking Amalos's cheek. In response, Amalos narrowed his eyes, displaying an expression of pure enjoyment. This dragon bore a striking resemblance to the silver-winged ones, with intricately patterned brown scales adorned with silvery lines and striking green wings that rendered him truly magnificent. Grandfather, look. Amalos seems to be quite fond of me. Let me take him back to Dragonstone. I can care for him just as I do for little Baelor and the others. This would not only sustain the dragon's vitality, but also deter others from approaching them without permission. King Viserys, however, harbored a reluctance to let others take the dragons away. He had entrusted all his longings for his departed daughters to these magnificent creatures. Otherwise, he would not have been so obsessive in confining them deep within the dragon caves, where they eventually met their silent demise, never to be spoken of again in the annals of the Targaryen legacy. Yet, the near demise of Amelos that day stirred a flicker of doubt within him. Thus, King Viserys did not respond to Daniela immediately, instead engaging in an intense internal struggle between conflicting desires. Daniela observed that Viserys, despite the circumstances, was still unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to command the dragons. With no other recourse, she began to chant the ancient Valyrian incantation once more. As her magic resonated with that of Ameloth, Daniela issued a command to the dragon. Dragonfire, Ameloth, Anthelos, Himelos, Apollos. Chapter 83. The dragon takes flight. Witnessing Ameloth unleash a torrent of dragonfire at Daniela's behest, King Viserys and the assembled dragon guards were rendered speechless. They understood that this was a clear indication of a successful dragon bonding ritual. While Daniela's ability to command her own hatched dragon, Viserys, had surprised them, it was somewhat comprehensible. After all, the gentler dragon, Silverwing, displayed a certain affinity towards her, being familiar with the Targaryens. Viserys had taken nearly a decade to hatch under Daniela's care, hence her bond with the creature did not raise too many eyebrows. However, this was Daniela's first encounter with Ameloth. Moreover, the fact that Daniela had merely sung a few verses to improve Ameloth's condition was indeed astonishing. Only King Viserys understood that Daniela's chant was far more complex than it appeared. Although her song had visibly enhanced Ameloth's state, the others, unaware of the ancient Valyrian incantation, assumed Daniela was merely singing to the dragon, reminiscent of the ancient lullabies passed down in the Targaryen lineage that could awaken slumbering dragons. Together we bask in the flames, soaring high. Hear my song, as blood and fire entwine. The fire speaks volumes, the price has been paid, the magic of blood. With words like flames, gazing into clear eyes, three shall walk together. I sing for you, united we shall ascend. As Ameloth's orange-hued dragonfire, laced with green ripples, illuminated the dim cavern, the surrounding temperature surged. Viserys finally made his decision. Release the chains. Since Daniela was able to control Ameloth, the king was reluctant to keep the dragon confined within the depths of the cave any longer. A dragon that had accepted a bond could not easily be claimed by another, especially by those of diluted bloodlines. With Daniela aiding in controlling Ameloth, the dragon guards swiftly removed the chains that bound him. Under Daniela's guidance, Ameloth took considerable time to navigate his way from the narrow passage to the grand hall of the dragon lair. Through the massive bronze doors of the cavern, Ameloth finally beheld the vast expanse of sky once more. Ecstatic, he flapped his mighty wings and released an exuberant roar. Then, summoning all his strength, he sprinted fiercely before leaping into the air. Amorlos, with a fervent urgency, stirred the air with his dragon wings, toppling several dragon guards at the entrance. Breathing in the fresh air and reveling in the long-lost blue sky and white clouds, Amorlos could not help but roar joyously. Despite the lengthy absence from flight, he swiftly acclimated to the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the heights. Like a great hound released from confinement, he frolicked in the sky, experimenting with various aerial maneuvers. His exuberant display captivated the citizens of King's Landing, who paused in unison, gazing up at the seemingly frenzied dragon above. Look, a dragon we have never seen before. One exclaimed. Indeed, behold his splendid green wings. Another noted, this dragon appears to be around 20 to 30 meters long. It must be its first flight, judging by its excitement. Could it be that yet another Targaryen has successfully bonded with a dragon? They speculated. It bears a resemblance to Silverwing, yet its scales seem akin to Vhagar. Perhaps it is the offspring of the two? Some elders, having witnessed numerous dragons from the Targaryen lineage, could not resist boasting to those around them. Unbeknownst to them, a raven had recently taken flight from the Red Keep, heading towards Old Town. Dreamfire, who had been resting outside the dragoness lair, instinctively lifted her gaze toward Amorlos, letting out two soft calls directed at Daenerys, who had just emerged from the lair. Had Daenerys not let her out, Dreamfire's condition would not have been much better than Amorlos's. Unlike Amorlos, who had been confined deep within the lair since childhood, Dreamfire had experienced the vastness of the world. Her time spent in the lair was the darkest chapter of her existence. Thus, her bond with Daenerys ran deep. She endeavored to fulfill any peculiar requests Daenerys made. After soaring for over half an hour, Amorlos finally exhausted his strength and reluctantly returned to the lair's entrance. However, This time, no amount of persuasion from the dragon guards could compel him to re-enter. After such a long flight, he must be weary. Let us bring a few sheep for him to feast upon here, Daenerys instructed the guards. Grandfather, since Amorlos refuses to return to the lair, let him remain outside for now. Once he has regained his strength, I shall escort him back to Dragonstone, she added. King Viserys, though somewhat reluctant, recognized Amorlos's desire to remain outside. No effort from the guards would succeed in forcing him back, and Daenerys clearly showed no intent to cooperate. Thus, the old king acquiesced to Daenerys' wishes. Then, I entrust Amorlos's care to you. I am confident you will look after him well. At that moment, the Kingsguard arrived, ushering the royal carriage forward. King Viserys mounted his carriage and departed for the Red Keep. Shortly thereafter, the dragon guards drove the flock of sheep towards them. Regrettably, the skinning knights were absent, resulting in the waste of several sheep skins. As the sheep approached, the famished Amelost eagerly crawled forward and incinerated several with a breath of dragon fire. Amelost, wait, Daniela called out. Swiftly climbing onto the back of Dreamfire and retrieving a pouch of specially prepared barbecue seasoning for dragons. Although Amelost was ravenous, he heeded Daniela's command. With the seasoning in hand, Daniela hurried to the charred goats and evenly sprinkled the spice over them. Once done, she instructed Amelost, feast upon this. The seasoning will greatly benefit you. Upon receiving the command, Amelost devoured the goats with fervor, savoring the distinct flavor of the roasted sheep. Amidst his frantic eating, he occasionally glanced at Daniela, emitting low, eager growls. In no time, Amelost had consumed a dozen goats, prompting the lead dragon guard to exclaim with delight. It has been quite some time since Amelost has eaten so heartily. His condition must be improving. Chapter 84. Unbinding the dragon's restraint. Amelost appears to be recovering well. Take me to assess the condition of the other dragons. Daniela seized the opportunity to address the dragon guard leader. I suspect the other dragons might not be faring much better. Upon hearing Daniela's words, the leader of the dragon guards bowed his head, responding with evident hesitation, Your Highness. Without the king's command, no one is permitted to approach the other dragons. Daniela furrowed her brow at his response, but recalled how the dragon guards had always been dutiful and fiercely loyal to House Targaryen, obediently following the king's orders. They belonged to a lineage of nearly servile origins. It would indeed be a challenge to encourage them to exercise flexibility. Thus, Daniela instructed the dragon guard leader. Then you must seek the king's permission at once. Inform him that I wish to inspect the other dragons. Should the need arise, I will release them from their lairs. I shall remain here with Amelost for a while longer. Be swift in your return. At that moment, the sated Amelost reclined comfortably in the plaza outside the dragon's lair, lazily swishing his long tail. After giving her orders, Daniela walked slowly toward Amelost. Upon seeing her approach, Amelost excitedly lowered his head to the ground and crouched, clearly inviting Daniela to mount his back. Nearby, Dreamfire, witnessing this, stood up and angrily roared at Amelost, who defiantly raised his head and bellowed back at Dreamfire. Their actions immediately terrified the dragon guards nearby. The volatile Dreamfire could effortlessly rend Ameloth to shreds if provoked. Dreamfire. Enough. Daniela had no choice but to halt and return to the sulking Dreamfire's side. Upon seeing Daniela approach, Dreamfire triumphantly let out one last roar at Ameloth before once again bowing down. All right, Dreamfire. Ameloth is still young. Why must you be jealous of him? While caressing Dreamfire, Daniela continuously soothed her through their telepathic bond. Eventually, Dreamfire reluctantly lowered her head and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Ameloth, standing at a distance, rose irritably, continuing to growl at Dreamfire. However, the now pacified Dreamfire could hardly spare him a glance. Daniela shook her head in resignation. Unable to suppress her thoughts, it seems that having more dragons under her control also brings its own troubles. Who would have thought that these dragons could be so possessive? As Daniela approached Ameloth again, Dreamfire finally showed no reaction. Yet, she kept her eyes slightly ajar, covertly glancing at him, her expression seemingly conveying that a new favorite could be acceptable, but it must first earn her approval. Observing Daniela's approach, Ameloth immediately subdued his temper, happily lowering his body and eagerly nudging his large head closer to her. However, today, Daniela had no intention of riding him. After all, he had just recovered from a serious illness and had exhausted his energy. Although he had consumed a considerable amount of roasted lamb, his strength had not significantly returned. Thus, Daniela merely indulgently stroked his massive head and attempted to establish a deeper telepathic connection. Yet, it was evident that their brief acquaintance limited the clarity of their bond. Daniela could sense some of his emotions, but they were quite vague, far less intense than her connection with the likes of Bellerin. Under Daniela's gentle touch, Ameloth soon succumbed to slumber. It was then that Daniela realized how fatigued she had become. It seemed she had overexerted herself while chanting the Valyrian incantations. She returned to Dreamfire's side, leaning against her large head to rest. In Dreamfire's presence, Daniela felt her strength returning much more swiftly, and the energy lost from the purple gems on her jewelry began to replenish more rapidly as well. After approximately an hour, the envoy who had gone to the Red Keep to seek King Viserys' opinion finally returned. Your Highness, His Majesty has granted your request, and, if necessary, allows you to release several dragons. Thank you for your efforts. Let us hurry. Under the guidance of the dragon guards, Daniela once again ventured deeper into the dragon's lair. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a dimly lit subterranean dragon cave. Your Highness, within this dragon's lair resides the Apollosis, hatched by Prince Viserys, who is nearing 30 years of age. He is one of the most majestic among the 4 great dragons. Together we shall bathe in the fierce flames and soar through the skies. Listen as I sing, for our blood is intertwined. The fire has revealed everything. The price has been paid, and the power of blood magic flows, with words as fiery as flames, gazing into those crystalline eyes, as 3 walk together. I sing for you. United we shall take flight. Daenerys gently began to chant the Targaryen lullaby for dragons at the mouth of Apollosis' cave, and with her song, the mighty dragon finally awakened from his slumber. Slowly, the awakened Apollosis crawled toward the cave's entrance, and the only sound in the silent lair, apart from Daenerys' voice, was the clanking of iron chains. Upon feeling the chains that bound him, Apollosis unleashed a furious torrent of golden-brown flames towards the cavern's ceiling. Remarkably, his flames exhibited a splattering effect. Unlike the viscous jets of the Devourer and young Viserion, his fire resembled the explosive burst of fireworks. Thus, even after his flames extinguished, remnants continued to smolder upon the lair's ceiling and ground. Indeed, Apollosis was rightfully regarded by the dragon guards as the most imposing of the 4 great dragons. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Red Queen Melisandre, adorned with sharp spines from chin to tail. However, the scales on Apollosis appeared significantly thicker than those of Melisandre. His claws were immense, and even his hind legs boasted numerous sharp spines. Observing Apollosis, Daenerys could not help but internally lament how the Targaryen kings seemed to court death, allowing such a magnificent dragon to be imprisoned throughout history. Had Apollosis been allowed to grow freely on Dragonstone, his renown would surely rival that of the Red Queen Melisandre. Though Apollosis appeared to be in decent condition, Daenerys could clearly sense that his magical flames had dimmed considerably. Without hesitation, she commanded the dragon guards to unshackle him, free him from his chains, and release him from the lair. Following this, Daenerys also set free the red dragon Shamoros, hatched by Princess Magna, and the bronze dragon Anthelos, hatched by herself. Chapter 85. The 3 dragons ascend. The red dragon Shamoros, hatched by Princess Magna, was nearing 40 years of age, making him the eldest and largest among the 4 dragons. His body was cloaked in scales of crimson tinged with purple, and his head was disproportionately larger than that of an ordinary dragon, with dark purple horns and claws that deviated from the norm. In terms of physical prowess, it was likely that no dragon of equal size would dare to challenge him in close combat. Anthelos, a bronze dragon, bore a resemblance to Silverwing and Amalauros, but was notably more slender. What sets Anthelos apart are his enormous dragon wings, which are markedly larger than those of an ordinary dragon. Adorned with dense golden speckles, the tips of his wings reveal a hint of purplish red. And coupled with his robust tail, Anthelos possesses a significant advantage in speed. Upon emerging from their lair, the 3-headed dragons, much like Amolos, eagerly took to the skies. Indeed, Anthelos was the swiftest among them, soaring through the air with the agility of a cunning hare, leaving Shimalos and Apollos far behind. Apollos, his metallic-scaled body shimmering with a dazzling bronze hue under the sunlight, exuded a regal presence. Each powerful flap of his wings further enhanced his kingly aura. In contrast, Shimalos, despite his seemingly robust physique, exhibited a certain clumsiness while flying, trailing far behind Anthelos and Apollos. Within a few hours, 3 unfamiliar 3-headed dragons appeared over King's Landing, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. After all, even the beggars on the streets beneath the emperor's feet possessed some understanding of politics. It seems that the struggle for the crown prince is not as straightforward as it might appear. Indeed, within a single day, 4 dragons have emerged. The lords can no longer meddle in the contest for the crown prince with impunity. Recall how, in days of yore, Conqueror Aegon and his queen swept through the 7 kingdoms with their 3-headed dragons. Now the royal family boasts over a dozen battle-ready dragons. Yet, one must not forget that the Velaryon family also possesses dragons. Only dragons can slay dragons. After the dragons ascended, Daenerys commanded her dragon guards to drive out a flock of goats, ordering Drogon to incinerate them with dragon fire, while she sprinkled her specially crafted barbecue seasoning over the charred remains. The aroma of roasted lamb proved irresistible even to Amolos, who, having already dined, found himself indulging once more. Even Drogon, accustomed to fine fare, began to partake in the feast. Fortunately, the vicinity of the dragon's lair was home to numerous goats, and the lords of the realm often offered goats and fat pigs as tributes. Thus, the dragon's den was well stocked with meat. The trio of dragons, having flown for merely 20 minutes, soon exhausted their stamina. The first to succumb was Shimalos, the large-headed red dragon, who, after circling King's Landing a few times, returned to the lair panting. Upon seeing the roasted goats before him, he eagerly devoured 3 before finding himself unable to consume more. Despite his seemingly plump exterior, his body was surprisingly weak. At this stage of rapid growth, how could he possibly thrive on such a meager amount? The second to return was Anthalos, who, upon landing, was equally captivated by the abundance of roasted lamb and was eager to partake in the feast. However, despite having satiated himself, Shimuros furiously roared at Antelos, adamantly refusing to allow him to approach. Daniela attempted to intervene, but the formidable Shimuros menacingly directed his gaping maw towards her, the orange flames already simmering in his throat, as if ready to unleash a torrent of fire at any moment. Observing this, the dragon guards swiftly wielded their long dragon-handling rods to drive Shimuros away. Fortunately, Shimuros, having been raised by these guards since his infancy, complied with their commands, allowing them to quickly usher him to a distance. Meanwhile, Antelos rushed towards the pile of roasted sheep and began to devour them voraciously. However, he could only consume 2 or 3 before feeling unable to continue. Learning from Shimuros' example, Daniela refrained from approaching directly. Instead, she began to softly chant the Targaryen lullaby meant to awaken dragons as she gradually neared him. Antelos, displaying a temperament far more docile than that of Shimuros, welcomed Daniela's proximity, leaning in to gently sniff her. As Daniela tenderly caressed his dragon head, she began to softly recite the ancient Valyrian incantation. With each verse, Antelos felt a surge of intense energy coursing through his being, akin to a pile of firewood rekindled by a gentle breeze. This sensation brought him immense comfort, simultaneously enhancing his fondness for Daniela. After she had chanted the incantation 3 times and a wave of fatigue washed over her, Antelos, overwhelmed by comfort, involuntarily exhaled a stream of orange dragon fire into the sky. At that moment, it was as if Antelos's entire being had been invigorated, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed, even as his appetite began to return. He sensed that the sheep he had consumed earlier was being rapidly digested, prompting him to continue his feasting. Meanwhile, the visibly fatigued Daniela retreated to the side of Dreamfire to recuperate her strength. At this juncture, the high-flying Amasses also felt weariness set in and returned to the dragon lair. His appetite, however, far exceeded that of Shimuros, as he effortlessly devoured 5 or 6 plump sheep before lazily resting on the ground outside the lair. "Should we escort them back to the lair, Your Highness?" The dragon guards, though steeped in a legacy of nurturing dragons for thousands of years, had never encountered anyone like Daniela, who could command multiple dragons simultaneously. Thus, they found themselves at a loss and turned to her for guidance. "Please return Shimuros and Amasses to the lair," Daniela instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." Although Daniela may not yet be able to fully control Amolos and Antelos, she could at least direct them with ease, making their return to the lair unnecessary. However, Shimuros, Amasses, and Daniela have yet to establish even the slightest connection. It would be prudent to return them to the dragon's lair for safekeeping. Otherwise, should they escape and become wild dragons, it would pose a significant problem. Chapter 86. Controlling dragons is an artful endeavor. After several immersions in the ancient Valyrian incantations, Anthelos's appetite remarkably increased, and he devoured a considerable number of plump sheep. The remaining few were efficiently dispatched under Daniela's direction by Dreamfire and Amolos. Although Daniela is quite affluent, her commendable trait of frugality has always been her hallmark. Reluctantly, Shimuros and Amasses were still herded back into the dragon's lair by the dragon guards. Observing the 2 massive dragons' obedience under the guidance of the dragon guards, Daniela couldn't help but reflect on the tragic fate of the Targaryens. Had it not been for the rabble that decimated all the dragon guards throughout history, the Targaryen family would not have seen all their dragons perish, ultimately rendering them incapable of hatching anymore. She resolved to protect these dragon guards. These seemingly inconspicuous figures hold far more significance for the Targaryen lineage than mere knights. The loyalty cultivated over millennia by the dragon guards is incomparable to that of the knights of the Seven Kingdoms, whose fidelity is contingent upon their character and moral standing. Once the dragon guards successfully ushered Shamoros into the lair, Daniela instructed the leader of the dragon guards, "Please report to His Majesty the King. I shall escort Amolos and Anthalos to the sacred flame and will return by tomorrow at the latest." "Yes, Your Highness." With that, Daniela approached Amolos, saying, "Wait a moment. I shall take you to a better place. You must follow closely behind Dreamfire and me, understood?" As she gently stroked his head, she conversed with him in Valyrian, striving to convey her intentions through a telepathic connection. Amolos quickly responded, and Daniela sensed that he had grasped her intent. She then turned to Anthalos, and although it took a bit longer, he too ultimately comprehended Daniela's purpose. Consequently, Daniela mounted Dreamfire, who soared into the sky first. She continuously transmitted her commands to Amolos and Anthalos through their mental link. After circling the lair several times, Amolos and Anthalos finally took to the air. Under Dreamfire's leadership, the three dragons swiftly flew towards Dragonstone. The leader of the dragon guards and several young dragon guards remained at the entrance of the lair, watching as Dreamfire and her companions vanished into the horizon. "Father, has there ever been a member of the Targaryen family capable of commanding multiple dragons?" A young man, with a slightly darker complexion and violet eyes, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of the dragon guard leader beside him. According to the tales handed down through generations, the Targaryen lineage has never encountered such circumstances. However, it is said that several esteemed dragon lord families possess the capability to wield the dragon's horn, an artifact that grants them dominion over dragons. As for whether one can earn the allegiance of a dragon merely through the recitation of ballads, as Prince Daenerys has done, that knowledge exceeds our current legacy. Since Daenerys successfully commanded Vhagar, the dragon's capabilities have been maximally harnessed. Its size, speed, and dragonfire now far surpass those of historical Vhagar. At present, the Red Queen Melisandre is certainly not the swiftest dragon on the continent of Westeros, as Vhagar's velocity is undeniably comparable. Furthermore, my bonded dragon, Viserys, is poised to soon eclipse Melisandre in speed. To accommodate Ameloros and Anthalos, Vhagar did not unleash its full potential, considering that one dragon was recovering from illness and the other had just regained its strength. Though the distance from King's Landing to Dragonstone is not particularly far, it constitutes a significant journey for Ameloros and Anthalos. Throughout the flight, Daenerys endeavored to establish a mental connection with them, yet she sensed a considerable barrier between them. Their mutual awareness felt tenuous and fragmented. While Ameloros and Anthalos could perceive that Daenerys was issuing commands, they remained utterly oblivious to their meanings. It was akin to conversing with someone in a foreign tongue they could not comprehend. They knew she was speaking, yet the content eluded them completely. Thus, throughout the journey, Ameloros and Anthalos often gazed at Daenerys with bewilderment, their expressions seemingly asking, "Sister, what are you saying?" Nevertheless, this miscommunication lent an element of amusement to the otherwise monotonous flight, and before long, they found themselves soaring above the Isle of Sacred Flames. Daenerys guided Ameloros and Anthalos to a vast natural cavern near Vhagar's lair. Although the entrance was smaller than Vhagar's, the interior space was far more expansive. The rich ambient magic enveloped them, rendering the environment ideal for establishing a new home. Once inside the cave, Ameloros and Anthalos expressed their satisfaction with the surroundings, as the potent magic felt akin to a soothing immersion in a hot spring. They quickly grew fond of the place, each selecting a corner of the cavern to settle into. There, they exhaled dragonfire to create their own lairs. Dragons possess an innate ability to construct their nests, relieving Daenerys of any concern in that regard, allowing her to command Vhagar and depart. After several days away, Daniela first returned to Dragonstone to visit her parents, briefly recounting her recent experiences in King's Landing. Her sister Rhaenyra happened to be present as well. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had been faring quite well lately. At the very least, her attitude towards Daniela remained amicable. "Here, this is a beautiful ruby necklace I recently acquired. I believe it would suit you splendidly, so I shall gift it to you," Rhaenyra proclaimed, presenting the exquisite piece with a touch of pride. Daniela joyfully accepted the necklace, immediately replacing the purple diamond one she wore around her neck. "Thank you, sister. I adore it." Seeing her sister's delight, Rhaenyra let out a sigh of relief, her expression easing considerably. "I'm glad you like it. I earned the funds for this while riding Syrax and handling Harwin's dragon. Quite the venture. Goodness. You managed to break his arm, and yet didn't he return the money? Despite her internal sarcasm, Daniela feigned gratitude, replying, "Thank you, sister, for thinking of me with your first earnings." Both Viserys and Emma felt a wave of relief seeing the sisters finally thawing their relationship. However, Rhaenyra lamented, "Alas, my venture was thwarted. At the last moment, Syrax flung Harwin off, and subsequently, no one sought my services again." Chapter 87. You have no choice amidst Rhaenyra's lament. Queen Emma was both amused and exasperated by her words. She turned to her husband with discontent, exclaiming, "By the seven, Viserys, listen to this. Your two daughters are now solely preoccupied with thoughts of wealth. Whatever happened to the dignity befitting Targaryen princesses? The noble families of the Seven Kingdoms must be laughing at their folly." Viserys, however, held a different perspective. "I see this as a positive development. Whether managing a domain or ruling a kingdom, one must wield both gold and sword. Only by mastering both can one claim the right to discuss morality and decorum. Otherwise, one becomes a lamb awaiting slaughter. No amount of virtue or etiquette can fend off hunger or the blade of a thief." Excellently said. What father just articulated is indeed profound. The simplicity of his words belies the significant truth they convey. Daniela exclaimed, her admiration for Viserys growing as she realized his wisdom. She had previously underestimated her portly father. "I too find Father S. insights quite compelling. He is remarkable." Rhaenyra chimed in, echoing her sister's sentiments. At that moment, Viserys appeared somewhat bashful, chuckling softly. "During my time on Dragonstone, I frequently visited White Sheep Town, and, through my prolonged interactions with Samwell and others, I gradually gleaned certain insights. In truth, Daenerys has genuinely achieved this, which leaves me, as her father, feeling rather ashamed. With the wealth now present in White Sheep Town and the mighty dragons under Daenerys' command, she certainly holds a measure of influence even before our grandfather. Otherwise, His Majesty the King would not have consented to your request to bring 2 dragons back to Dragonstone." Upon hearing this, Daenerys jested. "Did great-grandfather permit me to bring the dragons to Dragonstone solely to alleviate the royal family's expenses associated with their upkeep? After all, Myrisys, little Balerion, and the other dragons collectively require an annual subsidy of 180,000 gold dragons according to royal standards." Her words evoked laughter among the company. "I dare say many across the Seven Kingdoms would be willing to pay such a sum for the privilege of shouldering that responsibility." After finishing his statement, Viserys shifted the conversation, lamenting, "Alas, they lack the capability to simultaneously control so many dragons." Daenerys, having forgiven Rhaenyra for her previous rudeness thanks to a necklace offered by her, noted the rare easing of tensions between the sisters. Thus, Viserys promptly ordered a small banquet to be held at Dragonstone that evening, extending invitations to all the nobles who had arrived on the island. Seizing the time while they prepared for the feast, Daenerys returned to her Dragonstone tower and retrieved another set of pink diamond jewelry crafted for herself, which she then sent to Rhaenyra via Jarrell. This set was markedly simpler than the last one Daenerys had commissioned, featuring significantly smaller diamonds. Afterward, Daenerys hastily mounted Dreamfire, directing her flight toward the estate where Princess Cerys, the 3 bastards, were imprisoned. This estate served as a clandestine training ground for her personnel, nestled on a hillside and shrouded by trees, rendering it known only to her subordinates. As Daenerys flew over White Sheep Town, she drew the attention of Myrisys, who had been slumbering beneath the fishbone. Having not seen Daenerys for several days, Myrisys eagerly flapped her wings and pursued her. To Daenerys' delight, she discovered that in less than a week, Myrisys had grown considerably, now measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length, evidently a result of her consumption of the 3-eyed crow's avatar. Moreover, Myrisys' speed was now sufficient to easily catch up to Dreamfire. Upon reaching her, Myrisys emitted a joyful dragon's roar, performing a series of whimsical aerial maneuvers above Dreamfire, as if showcasing her recent advancements to Daenerys. Daniela, through her telepathic abilities, generously showered her with compliments, further inflating Myrisys' pride, prompting her to soar ahead of Dreamfire, showcasing a series of aerial acrobatics. Annoyed, Dreamfire unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards her, but Myrisys deftly evaded the flames. In the face of Dreamfire's indifference, Myrisys was instantly incensed. Resembling an irate teddy bear circling an Alaskan Malamute, she began to roar furiously at Dreamfire. Yet, Dreamfire remained unfazed, ignoring her completely. Amidst the playful brawl of the 2 colossal dragons, they swiftly arrived at Daniela's secret estate. Thanks to the herbal care, Savan, who had been scorched by the Devourer's flames, was nearly healed. It must be acknowledged that the Targaryen blood coursing through his veins was notably resilient, as he exhibited traces of the Unsullied's fortitude. Otherwise, even with the protection of Valyrian steel armor on his upper body, it would have been implausible for him to recover so easily. Meanwhile, although the three brothers were well-fed and well-watered within the estate, they found themselves utterly deprived of personal freedom, which left them thoroughly disgruntled. After all, whether in Lys or Volantis, they had long grown accustomed to a life of revelry and excess. As was their custom, the three brothers drank in silence, exchanging grievances. What exactly did this Targaryen princess desire? Whether to execute or release them, she offered no clarity. As Situ poured a drink for Cecily, he leaned closer to express his frustrations once more. Cecily downed the exquisite wine in one gulp and despondently remarked, "I fear our fate is grim. Consider this. She has confiscated our Valyrian weapons along with treasures and supplies from those 3 ships. If she releases us, we would undoubtedly seek vengeance for those riches. And if she chooses to eliminate us, it would be a clean resolution." Cecily's words struck Situ like a frostbite, causing him to slump back into his chair. At that moment, one of their guards unexpectedly entered and announced, "Princess Daniera wishes to see you." "Follow me." The guards escorted the trio to a plaza within the estate. There stood Daniera, poised beneath the imposing shadows of the 2 dragons, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Dreamfire and Viserys, they instinctively halted in their tracks. And Savan felt his muscles twitch involuntarily, a reflex born from the fear of fire. However, they gradually approached Daniera, bowing respectfully. "We greet you, Your Highness." Though Daniera was not particularly tall, her aura radiated an imposing presence. "Do you wish to live or die?" As soon as Daniela's words echoed in the air, Dreamfire and Viserys simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing a thunderous roar directed at the 3 of them. Although diminutive in stature, Viserys is renowned among dragons for her thunderous voice. Presently, only the towering red dragon, Shamoros, seems capable of matching her vocal prowess. As their roars reverberate, the searing gusts emitted by the dragon's nearly unsteady Sesu and his companions, while Marassus's elevated tone causes their ears to hum incessantly. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Situ collapses onto the ground, leaving a damp patch beneath him. Witnessing this, the shadowy Dreamfire instinctively takes several steps back, unfathomably perplexed. Viserys turns her head in disdain after catching a whiff of a peculiar scent. Though Sesu strives to maintain an air of composure, the tremors in his lips and hands betray him. "Your Highness, committing regicide in Westeros is a grave sin. Please, do not act impulsively. Whatever your demands may be, we shall endeavor to fulfill them." Among the trio, Savrin displays the most calm demeanor, although he typically revels in the art of combat. This does not imply he is a mere brute. Given that Princess Daenerys had dispatched someone to rescue him from severe burns inflicted by Dragonfire, they were unlikely to cause her harm. Thus, he remains largely unperturbed by the dragon's intimidation. Daenerys observes their reactions closely, forming her assessment, and then speaks. "From this point forth, I will pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Should there be even a moment of hesitation, I will not hesitate to allow you a taste of Dragonfire." While regicide is indeed a serious offense in Westeros, punishing a guilty relative does not fall within that category. Furthermore, I can scorch you with Dragonfire without taking your lives. As she speaks, Daenerys glances at Savrin, who, having narrowly escaped the Dragonfire, involuntarily twitches. Situ and Sesu turn pale, for they have witnessed Savrin's dire state and wish to avoid experiencing such agony themselves. "Your Highness, please ask away. We shall speak freely and thoroughly," Sesu hastily assures Daenerys, his eyes brimming with sincerity, practically urging her to inquire further. Sensing the atmosphere has shifted, Daenerys calmly inquires, "Who sent you here? What is your purpose in Westeros? Which families have been in contact with you? Are they connected to Princess Rhaenyra's escape from Old Town?" "Your Highness, it was our mother, Rhaenyra, who sent us. She received word that the Targaryen royal family may convene a prince's tournament. Thus, she tasked us with gauging King Viserys' stance, while also aiding her in fulfilling the promise made during her escape. The family maintaining contact with us is Lord Key of the Sun House. At that time, our mother, Princess Rhaenyra, initially fled from Old Town to Kuai Town, and subsequently took a ship to escape to Lys. She had vowed that if they could arrange for a vessel to whisk her away from Westeros, she would repay them with a ship laden with treasures. The Kuai family of Sun House, located in a count's territory southeast of 3 Towers, was not displayed on the map. If your primary purpose is to express gratitude, then why did you audaciously venture to Dragonstone to steal a dragon?" At this moment, Seyasli cast a resentful glance at Situ and replied with great pride, "It was because, while passing through Tyrosh, we heard the news of Princess Daenerys subduing and binding the wild dragon, the Devourer, on the beach. relying on the fact that our fathers were descendants of Valyria and now possessed the blood of House Targaryen. We wished to see if we could also tame this great dragon and become dragon riders. As Seyasli spoke, his voice grew softer. We believe that if we could become dragon riders first, it would bolster our chances in the competition for the crown prince's position. Hearing his words, Daenerys found a measure of honesty and softened her tone. Do you possess any evidence of correspondence with Sunhouse? Although the Kuai family, now surfacing, is merely a vassal of House Hightower, severing one of their limbs would still be a notable achievement. After all, compared to the other 3 vassals of the Hightower family, the Kuai family has always been their most loyal hound. With the support of House Hightower, they have secured vast lands at the mouth of the Torrentine River, and their wealth ranks among the upper echelons of the nobility in the 7 kingdoms. Yes, we do. With that, Seyasli produced several sealed letters imprinted with the distinctive 6 yellow flowers of Sunhouse. Daenerys quickly perused the letters and felt her spirits lift. Splendid. These letters will suffice. She promptly instructed her attendant nearby, fetch pen and paper, and have Mr. Seyasli transcribe everything he just mentioned. However, merely clipping the wings of the Kuai family did not satiate Daenerys' ambitions. She began to discreetly ponder how to ensnare House Hightower as well. Since the connection to the Kuai family had been fully exposed, it would suffice to ensure that the individuals dispatched to Old Town for evidence would entangle this line with House Hightower, compelling them to drink from the same cup. Moreover, Daenerys had not anticipated that Princess Daniera was already aware of the impending crown prince election. It was evident that the Citadel would not escape entanglement this time. After all, the matters of the Grand Council were private correspondence between Prince Aegon and King Viserys, unlike history, where news had spread shortly after the death of Prince Baelon. The Kuai family and the academic city are inextricably linked, and thus the Hiddle family bears the burden of negligence. This time, even if they cannot be utterly devastated, at the very least, they shall experience a significant loss. As Daniela pondered silently, Syvan suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, we received some news while passing through the kingdom of the Third Daughter, which I believe may pique your interest. It is said that the kingdom of the Third Daughter has united to form a fleet aimed at eradicating the pirates of the Stone Steps Islands. What? Daniela was genuinely taken aback. Could it be that the kingdom of the Third Daughter intends to take action against the Stone Steps Islands so soon? Or perhaps certain events in this world have undergone a transformation. In that case, let us teach the kingdom of the Third Daughter a lesson. Thank you, Syvan. This is indeed a piece of news that intrigues me. At this moment, Cecily had completed his testimony. After Daniela reviewed it, she spoke with satisfaction. As long as you cooperate well, I shall not make things difficult for you. When the time is right, I will naturally allow you to return to Varantis. Chapter 89. Strategizing for the Stone Steps Islands. Having obtained irrefutable evidence to eliminate the loyalists of the Hiddle family, Daniela joyfully steered her Dreamfire back to Ares Town and immediately summoned Samwell and Dax. Have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you? Once everyone had gathered, Daniela promptly inquired. Cameron, Daniela's sworn knight, was the first to respond. Your Highness, the Skinning Knights have selected 360 trainees from the orphan youths of the Longguard family and Ares Town, who are now undergoing training at Dragon Mountain. Finally, we have sufficient manpower for roasting lamb every day. The Skinning Knights can also now dedicate their time to combat training. Haha. Furthermore, as per your instructions, the Longguard has been expanded to 300 members. This was made possible due to the recent martial tournament, where young knights from the 7 kingdoms have converged on Dragonstone Island. They are currently receiving naval combat training with the Holy Flame Fleet and are ready to serve you at any moment. The Holy Flame Fleet currently comprises 35 ships, with its purple gold 3-masted vessels being the most advanced ocean-going ships in the world. Among them, 10 were won back by Daniela from the heir of the Duke of Stormlands, Boros, and she spent 2 million gold dragons to acquire 25 additional ships from Bravos during their refurbishment. The sailors and shipwrights of the Holy Flame Fleet are fully equipped and prepared to sail on missions at any time. Cameron understood that Daniela was preparing for a grand voyage, which was a dream shared by many young individuals, including himself, so his eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Hearing this, Daniela felt a surge of joy and replied, Excellent. Just in time. The allied fleet of the 3 kingdoms is ready to take action against the Stone Steps Islands. Let us be prepared to reap the benefits while they are engaged in their own dog-eat-dog conflict. Your Highness, shall we seize the Stepstone Islands? Cameron inquired, perplexed. Although the vast expanse of ocean encompassed desolate isles, the presence of rampant pirates seemed to render it futile. Samwell interjected, elucidating, however, the geographical significance of the Stepstone Islands is paramount. They serve as a crucial link between the continents of Westeros and Essos. and are the sole passage for the seven kingdoms into the narrow sea and the summer sea. To command the Stepstone Islands is to grasp the throat of those entities reliant on maritime trade. Yet, achieving absolute dominion over the islands would not be a simple endeavor. For the power dynamics, there are exceedingly intricate. At that moment, Dax, visibly bruised, confidently proclaimed, "Your Highness, the Unicorn Mercenary Company stands ready to clear the Stepstone Islands for you." It was then that Daenerys noticed the numerous injuries adorning the faces of the 5 Stark boys. The formidable Eagler, appeared to have a broken arm. What has transpired? Who has left you in such a state? In Daenerys' recollection, few in the Seven Kingdoms possessed the prowess to inflict such damage upon them. Meanwhile, Samwell, Cameron, and the others could hardly contain their amusement at the scene. Dax proceeded to explain, "Did you not instruct us to seize the opportunity presented by the tournament to gather forces and form a mercenary company? If we do not subdue the mercenaries, they will not heed our commands. Particularly the 200 gladiators Cameron has brought back, each one a formidable warrior. To win their allegiance, I feel as though my very bones are on the verge of shattering. Thankfully, the herbal tinctures are effective, and the Dragonfire wine provided by the princess restores our strength swiftly. Otherwise, I would truly be at my limit. Nevertheless, I am pleased to report that the Unicorn Mercenary Company has now assembled 500 mercenaries." At that moment, Dax's pride resembled that of a magnificent peacock. With 300 knights, 500 mercenaries, along with 1,000 unsullied from Tarth, and 35 three-masted ships, we shall have sufficient strength to conquer the Stepstone Islands. Once I secure the Dragon's Lair and King's Landing with the assistance of Shamoros and Abassos, these great dragons will be more than capable of safeguarding the Stepstone Islands. Daenerys contemplated this for a moment before instructing Cameron and Dax, "Prepare yourselves swiftly. Lead all the Dragon Guard and the Unicorn Mercenary Company to establish a stronghold on Tarth. When the conflict between the Triumvirate and the pirates of the Stepstone Islands reaches a decisive conclusion, you shall strike and ensnare them all." "Yes, Your Highness. We shall obey your command." Cameron and Dax eagerly knelt, filled with enthusiasm. It seemed that the thrill of battle resonated deeply within the hearts of every spirited youth. With that, Daenerys turned her gaze towards the children of the Forest Sentinel. The Watcher immediately rose and respectfully reported, "Your Highness, I have currently selected 30 talented young maidens from White Sheep Town for archery training. However, it seems that the southern region has lost the old god's faith for far too long, and the ancestral bloodline has thinned significantly. I have scoured Dragonstone Island and Flame Island, yet have only discovered 7 maidens endowed with the talent of the aberrant." At this point, the Watcher's expression grew somewhat awkward, yet being a being of countless ages. She continued with composure, "Moreover, their successful transformations have all yielded those renowned felines that you commanded to be retrieved from across the world." Ha ha. At that moment, the Shadow Lynx wayfarer Kai burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "The mice within Dragonstone Keep shall surely meet their doom." However, his jest sparked a thought in Daenerys. She then consoled the Watcher, saying, "This is already quite commendable. After all, our Targaryen lineage has dragons, whether they are cats or beasts. They are all the same in the eyes of dragons. These 7 maidens are, in fact, more beneficial to me. Let us bring them all to Dragonstone Keep today to serve as my handmaidens. It will also be a splendid opportunity to observe their prowess in catching mice." Her words elicited laughter from everyone present. "Your Highness, if war breaks out in the Stepstones, I fear the tournament may not proceed as scheduled." Mederick of House Manderley from White Harbor reminded Daenerys, "The arena is nearly complete, with only the details of the decorations and arrangements left to finalize. Moreover, most of the noble families from the 7 kingdoms have already arrived. To this, he proposed, if war indeed erupts in the Stepstones before the tournament, it may be wiser to postpone the competition. Once we achieve victory in the Stepstones, we could host a grander celebration in its honor. Furthermore, with the 7 kingdoms enjoying a long-standing peace, should war break out in the World Islands, the young, fervent knights will surely rush to the battlefield. Thus, the victory in the Stepstones will resonate as a triumph for all 7 kingdoms, and the tournament held thereafter will be etched in history with vibrant colors." One cannot deny the wisdom in Mederick's words. Daenerys immediately concurred, "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. So let us await the eruption of battle in the Stepstones before formally notifying everyone." Chapter 90. Time is of the essence, Your Highness. There has been an alarming increase in cremations in White Sheep Town recently, leading to a shortage of timber supplies. Furthermore, numerous smugglers have begun transporting corpses from various regions of the 7 kingdoms for cremation, hoping to claim the reward of 1 silver stag. Samwell lamented to Daenerys with a gloomy expression, "You may be unaware, Your Highness, but on the highest spending day for cremation services, we expended 3 golden dragons. I fear that the smugglers have already trafficked the bodies of all 7 nations, and it is evident that many have been exhumed and refurbished. By the gods, these individuals have truly abandoned all moral boundaries in their pursuit of wealth. Upon hearing Sir Samuel's lamentations, Daenerys directly inquired of Cameron whether a significant number of the slaves purchased from Slave Bay were indeed of priestly origin. Indeed, as you have stated, Your Highness. However, they have now been assigned by Sir Samuel to assist at the school in White Ram Town. Yes, Your Highness. At the mention of this, Samuel was instantly invigorated. As per your instructions, those scholars are diligently engaged in the composition of systematic teaching curricula and textbooks. Therefore, I have temporarily arranged for the literate priests to teach the children of White Ram Town to read. Of course, the several thousand artisans have also been allocated to various workshops in White Ram Town. With the construction of the arena nearly complete, I have redirected all of them to expedite the development of the dock at Holy Flame Island. The addition of these craftsmen has significantly accelerated our construction pace. However, I regret to inform you that our stock of Dragonstone has been entirely depleted. Daenerys never anticipated that the more talents she amassed, the less time she would have for herself. It seems she must devise a means for those dragons to be effective even in her absence. Fortunately, given the intelligence of the dragons, they should comply with the directives she issues. It is certainly worth a try. Someone, fetch me pen and paper. With a newfound resolve, Daenerys commanded her attendant. Once the writing materials were prepared, she swiftly began sketching, and before long, a design for a grand cremation pyre was complete. It was quite simple. Essentially, a gigantic stone trough with numerous compartments the size of coffins, with a thick layer of molten steel at the bottom. Wait, I will first procure Dragonstone from the quarry. Then, instruct the workers to hastily construct this cremation pyre in the square. The necessary steel can simply be cast into the stone trough, and tomorrow morning, I will have Dreamfire utilize Dragonfire to refine the scrap metal into steel plates. Additionally, remember to bring all the priests and Dragon Guard apprentices to the cremation pyre tomorrow morning, as I have plans to arrange. I will also train the dragons to feed there in the future. Yes, Your Highness. After Daenerys received further reports and issued additional commands, she departed the administrative hall and headed towards the quarry. The stonemasons, who had been furrowing their brows over the depletion of Dragonstone, were suddenly filled with excitement upon seeing the silhouette of Dreamfire in the sky. Your Highness, it is astonishing that within just a few days of Daenerys' departure, the market's Dragonstone models have multiplied several-fold. Your Highness, as the Dragonstone has been entirely utilized, we have taken this opportunity to create several new models. The chief stonemason promptly approached Daenerys to report that preparations for your castle are imminent, necessitating a plethora of new designs. This is merely a fraction of what is to come. Very well, I understand. Without further delay, Daenerys swiftly instructed Drogon and Viserion to unleash their flames. And in a mere quarter of an hour, all materials within the models were thoroughly melted. Daenerys was pleasantly surprised to discover that the fusion of Drogon's deep blue-black flames and Viserion's pink flames resulted in a striking deep purple dragonstone. The stonemasons were nearly doubled over with laughter, for purple dye is exceedingly rare, rendering purple a symbol of nobility in this realm. Should castles be crafted from these purple dragonstones in the future, they would undoubtedly be regarded as true purple fortresses, capable of dazzling the eyes of nobles from all 7 kingdoms. By the time Daenerys completed her tasks, the evening banquet on Dragonstone had commenced. She hastily returned to her chamber, donned a simple yet elegant evening gown, and adorned herself with the ruby necklace gifted by Rhaenyra before making her way to the banquet hall accompanied by her handmaiden. The youthful nobles of the 7 kingdoms had already gathered, showcasing their charms like peacocks in full display. Rhaenyra, too, basked in the admiration of the crowd, wearing the exquisite pink diamond jewelry that Daenerys had sent her. Upon Daenerys' entrance, all eyes were immediately drawn to her. She approached Rhaenyra, exclaiming, "Sister, you look absolutely radiant today." Rhaenyra wore a complex purple velvet gown embellished with golden lace, her bodice adorned with pearls and gemstones that shimmered brilliantly. On her hands, she sported the pink diamond ring Daenerys had given her, along with a splendid gold ring, twirling them to captivate the attention of those around her. In terms of attire, Rhaenyra indeed outshone Daenerys. Yet, while Rhaenyra's prideful and vibrant nature attracted admiration, the strong and agile Daenerys garnered the favor of the noble youths. Although the sisters had broken the ice in their relationship, true intimacy remained elusive. Rhaenyra could only respond to Daenerys' compliment with a formal, "You too, sister. Though your gown is simple, it appears quite comfortable." Before the young men could encircle her, Daenerys briskly made her way to her parents, seating herself beside the expectant Emma. Thanks to the herbal remedies from the children of the forest, Emma's health had markedly improved. The ruby belt Daenerys gifted her was always worn at her side. "How are you, mother? Is your health well these days?" Daniela gently placed her hand on her mother's abdomen and inquired softly. Emma, with a look of contentment, replied, "Yes. I feel splendid. Both the herbal concoctions and the ruby belt you gifted me have been immensely beneficial." At that moment, Sir Mont Dadel, clad in knightly attire, approached Daniela, visibly anxious, and said, "Your Highness, Princess Daniela, I have heard of your fondness for Valyrian weaponry, and thus I have brought the ancestral sword of the Hightower family, Vigilance." He then presented a sword adorned with an ancient green leather sheath before her. Daniela could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "Sir Mont, are you offering this for my admiration or as a gift?" Mont Dadel was momentarily taken aback by Daniela's words. However, he soon blushed and replied, "If the princess desires, I would be honored to present it as a betrothal gift." Chapter 91. The new cremation ceremony. Mont Dadel's declaration caused Daniela's expression to darken, and even Princess Emma appeared troubled. Prince Viserys expressed his discontent directly, exclaiming, "The Hightower family truly displays poor judgment. Such an extravagant gesture." He then instructed his nearby guards, "Sir Mont Dadel is inebriated. Hasten to escort him back to his residence to prevent any unnecessary disturbances." Yes. Two of the guards promptly seized Mont Dadel and unceremoniously dragged him from the banquet hall. This spectacle elicited expressions of schadenfreude from the other young nobles, particularly the twin brothers of House Lannister from the west, who displayed their amusement most openly. This minor incident significantly dampened Viserys' previously cheerful demeanor. As he observed the noble youths surrounding his eldest daughter, Rhaenyra, he could not help but regard them with a scrutinizing gaze, increasingly finding them displeasing. Meanwhile, the earnest Medrick brothers, who had been discussing matters of Whitehill Town with Samwell in a corner, once again caught Viserys' attention, further enhancing his admiration for the Mandel brothers from White Harbor. Irritated, Daniela soon concocted an excuse to leave the banquet and retreated to her chambers. After a brief refreshment, she donned her nightgown and sat by the window, contemplating how to deliver a significant blow to the Hightower family under the night sky. The following day, after breakfast, Daniela invited her father and sister to ride their dragons to the cremation tower. Following a night of urgent construction, the cremation pyre designed by Daniela was nearly complete. The vast pyre featured 20 individual recesses, capable of accommodating the cremation of 20 individuals simultaneously. These recesses were now filled with ordinary steel, while all the slave priests and dragon guard apprentices stood respectfully in formation around the pyre. Samwell and the Medrick brothers had also arrived early at the cremation tower, eager to witness what Princess Daniela had in store. The skinning knights have transferred all the barbecue grills from the orchards of Ares Town to a nearby location. At this moment, dozens of plump sheep are being roasted over an open fire. Shortly after Daenerys and her dragon arrived, 5 colossal dragons emerged from the depths of Sacred Flame Island, namely Amolos and the young Balerion among them. Due to the considerable size difference between Amolos and Anthalos compared to the younger Balerion, the 3 juvenile dragons remained vigilant, maintaining a cautious distance. They distinctly formed 2 groups, even though they lagged behind. The young Balerion and his companions had long since acclimated to the presence of Dreamfire and Vagrel, so upon landing, they quietly surveyed their surroundings, ultimately fixing their gaze on the distant sheep roasting on the grill. In contrast, Amolos and his kin, having been confined in their lairs, were largely oblivious to the outside world. Thus, upon encountering the formidable old dragon Vagrel, they halted warily at a distance, restlessly emitting low, shrill calls. They frequently cast anxious glances towards Daenerys, seemingly seeking her reassurance. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Daenerys raised her voice, declaring, "I have summoned you all here today to accomplish a matter of great significance together. As you are aware, cremation is a tradition not only of House Targaryen, but also of ancient Valyria. In our beliefs, those who undergo cremation ascend to the divine palace in the heavens. Furthermore, those who are cremated by the fire of dragons receive the blessings of the gods. Today, I shall impart a sacred prayer, bestowed upon me by the gods in a dream, to our temple priests and dragon guards. Prior to this, I will allow you to witness the miraculous essence of this prayer." With that, Daenerys dismounted from Dreamfire's back and approached the immense dragon Vagrel, placing her hand upon her wing, and began to chant softly, "Essence of stone, flame of the earth's core, might of the gods, power of blood, forge the immortal creation. Blood and fire share a common source, exchanging blood for fire, exchanging fire for blood." As Daenerys chanted, Vagaril sensed an unusual energy emanating from Daenerys, causing a resonance within her own bloodline and fire magic. Once Vagaril felt her energy synchronizing perfectly with Daenerys's, a connection was forged between their consciousnesses, albeit temporarily due to her dragon rider, Viserys' presence. Nevertheless, she obeyed Daenerys's command and unleashed her searing dragon fire upon the cremation pyre. Much like Dreamfire and Miracis, Vagaril's bronze flames began to intermingle with a turquoise luminescence, raising the temperature of her fire by an additional 20 to 30%. Consequently, beneath her dragon fire, the steel within the recess of the pyre rapidly melted into a liquid state. As Vagaril's dragon rider, Viserys was acutely aware of the true color of Vagaril's flames. Thus, the Targaryen prince, initially approaching the matter with a jesting spirit, began to meticulously recall Daenerys's ancient Valyrian incantations. Both Viserys and the temple priests, along with the newly appointed Dragonstone apprentices, were quite familiar with the Valyrian tongue, allowing many to recite Daenerys's prayers with ease. When Daenerys had chanted her incantations moments ago, whether it was the Dreamfire, Mirian, or young Balerion and Amolos, they all felt a stirring of both bloodline and magic within them. As the liquefied steel required several hours to cool, Daenerys instructed the priests and Dragonstone apprentices to familiarize themselves with and memorize the incantations they had just heard. Meanwhile, she, along with her father and sister, led the dragons to the roasted sheep to commence their feeding. Waghar and Syrax, having grown accustomed to the roasted lambs just like young Balerion, could be nourished solely by the skinning knights. However, Amolos and Anthalos, having just arrived at the Isle of the Sacred Flame, remained highly cautious of others aside from Daenerys and were not inclined to befriend anyone. Therefore, Daenerys had to personally oversee their feeding. Once the dragons were satiated, the molten steel on the pyre had cooled sufficiently for Daenerys to proceed with the next steps. She commanded the pyre workers to bring forth 20 individuals prepared for cremation, placing them directly into the steel troughs. The searing steel quickly ignited their shrouds, leading to the gradual combustion of their hair and flesh. Daenerys then directed everyone to chant the prayers she had imparted. As their voices unified in song, Daenerys sensed a remarkable shift in the energy surrounding the pyre. The dragons, too, became invigorated by the collective chant. Upon reaching the third repetition at Daenerys' behest, all the dragons unleashed torrents of searing flames towards the pyre. This resulted in the 20 corpses being instantly reduced to charred remnants, while the semi-solid steel beneath them took on a hue of ashen gray. Chapter 92. The cremation priestess with such a grand spectacle orchestrated by Her Highness. Was it her intention to utilize dragons for the cremation rites henceforth? Although Samwell was visually gratified by Daenerys' display, he expressed his bewilderment to Mederic. While it saved on firewood, the expense of employing dragons and priests for prayers surely exceeded any savings. Can you fathom the deeper significance behind Her Highness's intentions? Mederic shook his head in disagreement, stating, "The princess's motives are not for us to presume. However, such a scale of cremation ceremony is certainly not something everyone is entitled to partake in. The usual cremation ceremony, enhanced by the presence of a majestic dragon, already brings a radiant glow to the faces of the deceased's family, not to mention the added allure of a silver coin. If the affluent or nobility seek to attain a higher level of grandeur, they must indeed pay a price. The number of dragons and the scale of the priests are certainly matters open to negotiation. Once cremation ceremonies become firmly entrenched in tradition, those desiring a lavish farewell will have to part with a considerable sum." Mediric's words suddenly enlightened Samwell, who chuckled. "Ah, you clearly possess an understanding of Her Highness the Princess. I knew it. Every gesture of the princess carries profound significance." After joining the others in chanting the Valyrian prayer multiple times, Viserys inexplicably sensed a surge of power coursing through his body. Moreover, the moment the command was given for Vagar to breathe fire, he felt an inexplicable bond tightening with the dragon. This sensation captivated Viserys, even as he found himself increasingly perplexed by his daughter Daenerys. Could this be the essence of a dreamwalker as formidable strength? Initially intrigued, Rhaenyra grew impatient after several hours of inexplicable waiting. Although she had memorized the prayer taught by Daenerys, it had failed to capture her attention, and she remained oblivious to the dragon's fiery transformations. Meanwhile, as the group collectively chanted the Valyrian prayer, Daenerys distinctly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. Among the most pronounced were her father Viserys and a red-haired temple slave from the House of the Light. Indeed, many temple priests of slave origin bore traces of magical energy, and even amongst the descendants of the Dragon Guard, several exhibited hints of such power. After the first wave of corpses had been cremated, Daenerys retained only those who exhibited traces of magical energy, allowing the rest to disperse. Though her father Viserys felt a tinge of reluctance, he departed with understanding. Rhaenyra, eager to return, swiftly took to the skies on Syrax's back to Dragonstone. Ultimately, only 20 maidens of temple slave priest lineage remained, alongside a handful of Dragonguard descendants and the dragon keepers tasked with tending the cremation pyre, as well as the skinning knights who assisted Daenerys in feeding the dragons. "What is your name?" Daenerys inquired of the red-haired maiden. The girl possessed a heart-shaped face and deep crimson eyes, her copper-red hair cascading gracefully over her exquisite form. Her snow-white, delicate skin lent her an air of both poignant vulnerability and alluring beauty. Her voice was both melodious and chilling. "In response to your highness, I was referred to as number 7 when I was sold at the slave market. The mother who raised me, a bind shadow warrior in Ashar, named me Meryl. Do you believe in the Lord of Light?" "Indeed, your highness. The long night is fraught with peril. Only the flames have brought me solace amid endless suffering, dispelling the cold and darkness." Daniela gazed at the intriguing young girl before her and whispered, "Look, no flame in this world can rival the dragonfire of the great dragons. If you are determined to serve the Lord of Light, you must first serve the dragons." Meryl looked toward the distant dragons, and a flicker of firelight seemed to dance in her crimson eyes. "As you wish, your highness. From this day forth, I shall serve the dragons with the same devotion I offer to the Lord of Light. I hope that you all will, like Meryl, fervently pray for the dragons and the departed as you honor your deities." Daniela turned to all the temple priests present and proclaimed, "Here, we shall establish a temple for your faith, a place where all on Holy Flame Island may freely choose their beliefs. I shall respect and support your faith. All hail the gods. All hail the dragons. All hail Princess Daniela." Upon her words, all the temple priests respectfully knelt before her in unison. At that moment, the temperature at the cremation pyre had diminished considerably, and the dragon guards distributed stone-handled scrapers to the families of the deceased, allowing them to conveniently gather the ashes. Soon, the ashes of the first 20 deceased were collected with ease, and the dragon guards brought forth another 20 bodies. This time, Daniela allowed only young Balorian to approach the pyre. The priests instantly understood what to do, kneeling before the pyre in reverent prayer, chanting the Valyrian prayers. After the 5th recitation, young Balorian finally felt the urge to unleash dragonfire. The sickly green flames ignited all 20 bodies in no time. Next, Daniela instructed the Dragon Guard trainees to assist Grey Shadow in cremating the 3rd batch of bodies. Since the Skinning Knights and young Balorian had grown quite familiar with the process, when it came time for Vagana, Daniela attempted to guide her to the pyre with the help of the Skinning Knights. The results were promising. They could now carry out the cremation ceremony independently, without Daniela's intervention. After all the bodies of the day had been cremated, Daniela was pleasantly surprised to discover that chanting the Valyrian incantations during the cremation ritual did not deplete her energy. Rather, it seemed to invigorate her magical essence. Moreover, aside from Amolos, Anthelos, and the Skinning Knights, who were still unfamiliar and unable to perform the cremation independently, all was proceeding smoothly. The 3 young ones have now completely mastered the art of cremation under the guidance of the Skinning Knights, rendering the presence of Daniela unnecessary. The temple priests, who have felt the surge of magical energy brought forth by the cremation ritual, have developed a profound affection for their work. Thus, they have become the earliest cohort of cremation priests on the Holy Flame Island. After cremating all the bodies of the day, Daniela instructed all the temple priests to return to White Ram Town, while she, accompanied by the Skinning Knights and Dragon Guard trainees, made her way to the loft of the cremation tower where the dragon eggs were to be placed. Upon entering the cremation tower, Daniela distinctly sensed the intensified magical energy emanating from the colossal raw ruby at the tower's apex. When they ascended to the dragon egg incubation room on the top floor, Daniela discovered that the magical energy here was even more potent, rivaling that of the Dreamfire's cavern. Gently caressing each of the searing dragon eggs, Daniela felt their increasingly vigorous life force and could not help but muse that her decision to construct this cremation tower was indeed fortuitous. All 5 dragon eggs exhibited signs of life, particularly the 2 petrified eggs from ancient Valyria, which had always contained a formidable reservoir of magic. Now, having received the essence of the soul, they seemed poised to hatch at any moment. Typically, the Skinning Knights were responsible for tending the flames in the incubation room, so they had grown accustomed to the presence of these dragon eggs. For the dozen or so Dragon Guard trainees, most of whom hailed from Dragon Guard families, this was their first encounter with dragon eggs. Since the construction of the Dragonstone's lair, all dragon eggs had been promptly sent to King's Landing. The children born into Drakengard families held an innate reverence and loyalty towards the dragons and the Targaryen lineage. Thus, upon witnessing the dragon eggs, they instinctively knelt and began to chant the Valyrian prayers that Daniela had taught them that day. Over the centuries, Dragonstone Island had also been influenced by the culture of the seven gods. Hence, these Drakengard trainees continued to recite the prayers 7 times in accordance with the customs of the faith. During this process, Daniela was pleasantly surprised to observe that, with each invocation, the life force within the 5 dragon eggs grew increasingly vibrant. Moreover, the surrounding rich magical energy continually flowed into the eggs. Daniela had not anticipated that the ancient Valyrian incantations would possess such remarkable efficacy. She instructed the Drakengard trainees to collaborate with the Skinning Knights in caring for the dragon eggs and the dragons, allowing them to come to the incubation room for prayers every morning and evening, in hopes of hastening the hatching of the eggs. "Yes, Your Highness," all the Drakengard trainees exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable, particularly for those hailing from Drakengard families. The opportunity to tend to the dragons was regarded as the pinnacle of their accomplishments. Furthermore, these children already possessed a systematic understanding of dragon care. With the recent contributions from Daenerys, it is believed that they will undoubtedly evolve into the most exceptional dragon guards under her reign as the Targaryen princess. Furthermore, Daenerys' approach to training the dragon guards significantly diverges from the traditional practices of House Targaryen. Historically, the dragon guards of House Targaryen spent their days tending to the dragons and cleaning up after them, leaving them ample leisure time. In contrast, Daenerys' newly selected dragon guard trainees are not only responsible for the care of the dragons, but also undergo nightly training under the tutelage of Master Barristan every day. Had the historical dragon guards of the Dragon Pit possessed any semblance of martial prowess, they would not have been so easily dispatched by the mob, akin to helpless animals. At the very least, they could have liberated the dragons from their bindings in a timely manner. After all, when faced with soaring dragons, even the most reckless mob would find themselves at a loss. Having organized the duties of the pyromancer and the dragon guard trainees, Daenerys first escorted Ameloth and Anthelos back to their lair, then made her way with Meleys to the mutated weirwood tree. This weirwood had flourished remarkably, its trunk imbued with potent magic. Standing beneath the tree, Daenerys felt an invigorating serenity envelop her, the tree's aura enlivening her own magical essence. It was no wonder Meleys cherished this place so dearly. It was likely the primary reason for his rapid growth during this period. Beneath the weirwood, Daenerys found her mind extraordinarily clear, and as she pondered the myriad thoughts weighing on her heart, a torrent of inspiration began to coalesce around her. How had she not realized that the weirwood possessed such an effect? It was time to contemplate how to contend with the Hightower family. Watchers, herbalists, do you forest children possess any methods to control a person's mind? Daenerys inquired of the 2 forest children upon her return to Dragonstone. The 2 exchanged glances, concern flickering in their eyes. The Watcher cautiously responded, "Your Highness, controlling a person's mind is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Numerous greenseers, in their misguided attempts to correct history, have resorted to whispering in people's ears through the Green Dream, attempting to manipulate their consciousness. Yet, such actions often provoke the most chaotic aspects of human nature in those they seek to control, which is why I do not advocate such practices. This is also the fundamental reason I departed from the forest children to embark on my own quest for a new green seer. I believe that the fate of any individual and the course of events should never be predetermined. The world feels imbued with infinite hope precisely because of the uncertainty of the future. If everything were preordained, would not all efforts and sacrifices become a tragic farce?" Upon hearing the words of the Watcher, Daenerys candidly expressed her agreement, stating that her vision in the Dream of Dragons revealed a future in which House Targaryen's dragons might face impending doom at the hands of Hightower. Hence, she felt compelled to eliminate this threat as swiftly as possible. Currently, the arrival of Monty Hightower on Dragonstone served as a pivotal piece in her strategy against them. In the dead of night, the 3 brothers from Volantis, the Selwyns, languidly consumed their spirits within their chamber. "Cephaly, when do you think Daenerys will grant us our freedom?" Celto lamented, feeling increasingly suffocated by their confinement. Although they were treated to fine food and drink, this young merchant, accustomed to a life of revelry, found the captivity unbearable. Cephaly downed his drink of Dragonfire whiskey and, equally frustrated, retorted, "You ask me, but who shall I inquire of? I have already expressed all that I needed to, leaving nothing concealed from her. I can only hope she experiences a moment of conscience and decides to release us." He pondered, "Do you think she would resort to silencing us permanently?" At that moment, Celto's mind raced with apprehension. After all, Both our Valyrian weapons and the wealth from those 3 ships hold significant value. If she desires to possess them peacefully, eliminating us to ensure our silence may indeed be her most prudent course of action. Sethly countered, if she intended to kill us, she would have done so by now. Why would she lavish us with fine fare? I doubt it. Perhaps she wishes to extract more from us. He mused. Is it not customary among the nobility of Westeros to redeem themselves with gold dragons? Perhaps Daenerys harbors similar intentions, given her reputed avarice. Though a flicker of hope lingered in Sethly's heart regarding Daenerys' intentions, the shadow of doubt loomed larger. His previous life in Volantis had been quite splendid, and he did not wish to meet his end here. Yet, they had risked their entire fortunes on this venture, and even if they were fortunate enough to return to Volantis, their father might not extend further support. With these thoughts, resentment welled within Sethly. I should never have heeded your words about the dragons. Had I not harbored such aspirations, we could have profited handsomely from those 3 ships. We could have forged connections with the nobles of Westeros, establishing ties for future endeavors. Celto, displeased by Sethly's attempt to place all the blame upon him, retorted, Did I incite your greed for dragons? Was our primary purpose in coming to Westeros not to seek the opportunity to tame dragons? Otherwise, do you believe our father would invest so heavily in a bastard? While Sanella may be of Targaryen blood, she is ultimately but a courtesan. Would your esteemed father have regarded you with favor had it not been for his ambitions concerning the Targaryen dragons? Now it seems that your inability to earn the recognition of the dragon has led you to shift the blame onto me. Sethly, who has always been subservient before me, dares to speak in such a manner, igniting my fury. Truly, you embody the essence of a contemptible merchant's son, consumed by thoughts of profit and loss. According to our original plan, we aimed solely to win over the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to garner the Targaryen royal family's approval, hoping for a chance to acquire their dragon eggs. Had you not presented the news of the greedy one, urging us to take a bold risk, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. Moreover, you even incited Savon to participate in their tournament, seeking to showcase the 2 princesses of the royal family to gain their favor, hoping to return with a princess as a prize. As they continued to speak absurdly, Savon, feeling increasingly aggrieved, interjected to halt their bickering. Enough. Let us not turn on each other. Princess Daenerys will not act against us. Otherwise, she would not have sent someone to heal me and provided us with ample sustenance. I observed that during the interrogation, Princess Daenerys seemed more concerned with the Hightower family of Old Town. At that moment, Savon was suddenly alerted by the sounds of a commotion outside. The group fell silent, attentively listening to the activity at the door. Before long, the door was violently kicked open, and a band clad in fine green armor stormed in, led by Mond Hightower wielding a Valyrian steel sword. Who are you? Though Savon was still recovering from his injuries, he instinctively positioned himself in front of the others. Having always taken on the role of protector, Mond Hightower's eyes were filled with madness, for he had come to rescue them. I am Mond Hightower. It was my grandfather who sent your mother away from Old Town. If you wish to survive, follow me. I have an opportunity for you. Sethly's spirits soared at this revelation, and he rushed to the forefront. Are you truly here to save us? Mond Hightower, growing impatient, replied, Do not waste any more time. If we attract more attention, it will complicate our escape. Very well, I shall accompany you. Sethly was eager to leave that place, hastily preparing to depart, only to realize he had nothing to take with him. Resigned, he stood beside Mond Hightower. However, Sethly hesitated to follow this enigmatic young lord of the Hightower family. Thus, Sethly spoke up, You boldly slaughtered your way in here. Do you not fear the Targaryen royal family will not spare your family? That is not your concern. I am prepared to face any consequences for my actions. Mond Hightower declared, his eyes now a fierce crimson. Enough of this idle chatter. Choose to follow me or face your demise here. The choice is yours. Seeing that Mond Hightower had spoken to this extent, Savon and Sethly felt it inappropriate to say more, and obediently stood beside him. Under the escort of over 30 knights and attendants from the Hightower family, they swiftly made their way to the cremation tower. They swiftly dispatched several guards stationed there and hurried towards the dragon egg hatching chamber. Is this a dragon egg? Sethly exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the 3 dragon eggs roasting on the furnace. How could this be? In an instant, Sethly realized why Mond Hightower had come to their rescue. Only members of House Targaryen could hatch dragon eggs and command the mighty dragons. And all 3 of them possessed commendable dragon blood. Savon and Situ also understood the implications, exchanging glances filled with foreboding. It seemed the situation had escalated tremendously. Unable to suppress his discomfort, Savon pressed against his still-healing wound, causing blood to surge forth. In pain. He instinctively covered the wound with his hand, and quietly leaned against the wall. Yet, at that moment, no one noticed his subtle actions. In this world, dragons were the dream of nearly every man. Now, the 3 exquisite dragon eggs lay before them, and all present gazed at them in a trance. They say dragon eggs are as exquisite as the finest gems, and this reputation was indeed justified. The Oathkeeper beside Mond Hightower couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, to have the fortune of witnessing them is a life well spent." It was said that these 3 dragon eggs had been personally selected by Princess Daenerys during her recent visit to Dragonstone. Those around Mond began to murmur in agreement, captivated by the mention of Daenerys' name, which brought a hint of tenderness to Mond Hayter's otherwise fervent expression. He reached out slowly towards the dragon eggs. Even through his leather gloves, he felt a wave of warmth emanating from them. How hot they are, even more so than a dragon's scales. Mond Hightower mused, lost in his cherished memories while caressing the dragon eggs. Despite the eggs being uncomfortably warm, he ultimately took it upon himself to retrieve them from the furnace, placing them into bags that his attendants had prepared in advance. The sturdy leather bags began to sizzle under the intense heat of the dragon eggs. And even as his gloves were scorched, Mond paid it no mind. "Let us go." With the dragon eggs in hand, the group hastened towards the beach, where several 3-masted ships of the Hightower family were already docked. Chapter 95. The first female minister of the Privy Council on June 1st, 101 AC. Lady Felicity took her seat at the Privy Council in King's Landing for the first time in her capacity as Minister of Justice. Although her husband, Duke Tillier, had always been the one in the spotlight as the Chancellor of Finance, it was she who had tirelessly managed the actual affairs behind the scenes. Thus, attending the Privy Council as a formally appointed minister was a novel experience for her. Despite being renowned for her astuteness and capability, Lady Filanchute could not suppress a flutter of excitement within her. With her husband Martin Tillier now deceased, her son Massos Tillier lacking in competence, and her grandsons Velis and Marguerite still in their youth, the Tillier family was now entirely reliant on her and the Duchess for support. Securing the position of Minister of Justice at the Privy Council would undoubtedly bolster her authority over the Tillier legacy and aid in maintaining the stability of the Riverbend Duchy. After concluding the matters slated for discussion at the Privy Council that day, Lord Linman Bisberry, the Chancellor of Finance, enthusiastically proposed to King Viserys, "Your Majesty, today marks Lady Filanchute's inaugural attendance at the Privy Council, and she is the first woman in the history of the 7 kingdoms to hold such a title. Therefore, I suggest we host a grand banquet to celebrate this groundbreaking moment." The Grand Scholar Luntel smiled in agreement, affirming that it was indeed a cause for celebration. Although Otto Hightower was reluctant, he recognized the futility of opposing the sentiment and calmly stated, "I concur." It seemed that the Hightower family, as fellow power brokers of Riverbend, was not particularly keen on the Tilliers becoming involved in the kingdom's affairs. Seeing that the consensus leaned towards celebration, King Viserys graciously declared, "Then let us organize a splendid event. It has been far too long since the Red Keep has experienced such merriment." At that moment, Danila, who had been accompanying King Viserys with poetry and wine, suggested, "Great-grandfather, Lady Filanchute is indeed the first female minister of the Privy Council in the history of the 7 kingdoms. I believe that on this special occasion, the women and children of King's Landing should be made aware of your wise decisions. Therefore, I wish to represent the royal family in offering solace to the orphans and the elderly in our city. This would be a celebration of the people as well." Danila had been in King's Landing for over 20 days, growing increasingly close to King Viserys, and they were nearly inseparable. Even during Danila's cultural and martial arts lessons, King Viserys often accompanied her. He was almost always willing to grant her requests, so naturally, he wholeheartedly supported her suggestion to showcase the royal family's benevolence. "Very well. And since Miss Marguerite is present, let her accompany you." Marguerite, the eldest daughter of Duke Massos, was a gentle and intelligent 9-year-old girl who had come to King's Landing with her grandmother, Lady Filanchute, and had been assigned by King Viserys to serve as Danila's personal maid. Now, Daenerys is accompanied by numerous handmaidens, in addition to her loyal companions Layla and Bisani, who have accompanied her to King's Landing. She has brought along 7 young girls known as the Seekers, with the addition of 5-year-old Shiri and Magali. Their outings have become quite lively. In light of this, J. Harry's has commissioned the rearrangement of the 4th keep at the Red Keep for Daenerys' solitary residence. As the daughter of a duke, and under the personal tutelage of the esteemed Lady of the Emerald, 9-year-old Magali has proven to be exceptionally capable. Within less than an hour, she has prepared all the necessities for their journey. "Your Highness, I have ensured that the bread I prepared is soft and easy to digest, and the cooks have added extra sugar and cream to suit the palate of the masses," Magali reports, item by item. Additionally, I have brought fine linen from the riverlands to gift them, so they may have clothing made. You have been most considerate, Daniera responds. The children and elderly often find the usual fare rather coarse. These soft breads will be quite suitable for them. The fabric is also commendable, after all. Even if we offered them silk, they would be reluctant to use it. Just as Daniera and her party are about to depart the Red Keep in their carriage, a breathless young knight approaches them with haste. Your Highness, he gasps, adjusting his breathing as he respectfully bows to Daniera and her companions. I greet you, Your Highness, and esteemed ladies. Greetings, Sir Gallen. The young knight is Gallen Bisbury, the 14-year-old grandson of Lord Linman Bisbury, the Master of Coin, who was recently knighted by Sir Rain of the Kingsguard. Tall and broad-shouldered, Gallen possesses a youthful visage that radiates warmth when he smiles. Your Highness, my grandfather has sent me to accompany you for your protection. Then we are grateful for your assistance, Sir Gallen. Although the Bisbury family, residing in Honeycomb Keep, is a vassal of House Hightower, their relationship has soured since Lord Linman assumed the role of Master of Coin. Daniera suspects that King Jaehaerys appointed Lord Linman to this position with the intention of creating divisions. Therefore, she has always maintained a close rapport with Gallen Bisbury. Magali also bows politely to Gallen. We appreciate your guardianship. However, Layla seems to find no sense of security in the youthful knight and points skyward, saying, Sir Gallen, do take a look at that. Gallen's attention is immediately drawn to the 3 dragons soaring above, and he appears momentarily stunned, as if his vitality has been drained. The atmosphere turns awkward. At this moment, Bassani opens the carriage window and expresses her gratitude to Gallen. Sir Gallen, thank you for the honey you gifted us last time. We all enjoyed it immensely. Do feel free to bring us more in the future. Ha ha ha. The sound of laughter, as melodious as silver bells, shattered the silence of the scene. On the balcony of the Red Keep, King Jaehaerys, Lord Lyman, and Lady Lena sipped fine wine while observing the children below as they prepared to depart. Ah, to be young, King Jaehaerys remarked, feeling nostalgic as he watched the vibrant energy of the youth, as if he were transported back to his own youthful days. Lady Lena, upon hearing this, teasingly countered, each age possesses its own merits. The fervor of youth, the wisdom of middle age, and the openness of old age, there is no need to envy one another. The most important thing is to savor one's own life. Well said. Come, let us 3 old souls drink a toast, laughed Jaehaerys. His spirits lifted as he raised his glass. At that moment, however, Grand Maester Rune had rushed in, panic-stricken, brandishing a sealed letter. Your Majesty, a message from Dragonstone informs us that the heir of House Velaryon, Mondor Velaryon, has stolen 3 dragon eggs. Chapter 96, The Faceless Ones? The Dragons Ascend. What did you say? King Jaehaerys exclaimed in disbelief, seeking confirmation from Grand Maester Rune, causing the glass in his hand to shatter. The atmosphere, which had always been characterized by the old king's wisdom and benevolence, now radiated an overwhelming pressure that engulfed everyone present. Lord Lyman Beesbury, standing beside King Jaehaerys, was so intimidated by the king's aura that he broke out in a cold sweat. Even Lady Lena, accustomed to grand affairs, felt a chill creeping down her spine. Before King Jaehaerys, Grand Maester Rune fell to his knees. Your Majesty, the ravens from Dragonstone report that Mondor Velaryon slaughtered the guards of the pyre last night and absconded with the 3 dragon eggs contained therein. Prince Viserys has already taken Vagor to pursue him, but thus far, no word has returned. Good, very good, King Jaehaerys replied, his fury transforming into a sardonic smile. What a resounding echo from Old Town. What a guardian of the Citadel. What a family of Velaryons. Rune immediately dispatched ravens to summon Lord Velaryon to King's Landing for a proper explanation to the Targaryen royal family. Furthermore, he ordered the immediate summoning of Prince Daemon and Princess Rhaenys to assist Viserys, insisting they must retrieve the 3 dragon eggs at all costs. Yes, Your Majesty. Grand Maester Rune hastily scrambled towards the Raven Tower. Ser Laner, arrest Otto Velaryon and all relatives, knights, and servants of House Velaryon residing in King's Landing. Yes, Your Grace. The captain of the Kingsguard promptly led his contingent of white cloaks and red keep guards towards the Prime Minister's tower and the Velaryon family's residence in King's Landing. Lord Lyman Beesbury and Lady Marjorie Tyrell exchanged a subtle glance, both silently acknowledging the impending tempest that loomed over the 7 kingdoms. Meanwhile, Daenerys and her companions had just arrived at Flea Bottom to distribute food and clothing when they noticed the grim-faced guards of the Red Keep hastily making their way towards the noble quarter. What could have transpired? We have only just departed from the Red Keep, Garland Beesbury pondered. Confusion etched across his features as he observed the hurried movements of the royal guards. Several of Marjorie's young companions sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, their anxiety palpable. Witnessing their distress, Daenerys quickly reassured them, stating, "Regardless of what has occurred, let us first complete our task at hand. Once we return to the Red Keep, all will be revealed." At that moment, the elderly and children of Flea Bottom had already begun to converge towards the distribution point. Harold and Garland swiftly organized the guards to help form an orderly line, vigilantly protecting Daenerys and the young women by her side. "Please remain calm and line up in an orderly fashion. We have ample provisions of food and clothing for everyone," Daenerys called out to the somewhat boisterous crowd. "Please queue on the right and exit to the left after receiving your items." This single-file formation would maximize efficiency and minimize chaos. Daenerys had often employed this method during her previous visits to Flea Bottom, and the residents had long since grown accustomed to it. Thus, with the knights and guards maintaining order, the line quickly formed. However, the conditions in Flea Bottom remained deplorable, and soon Daenerys and her companions' skirts became soiled. Over the past 2 months, Otto Hightower had exerted considerable effort in improving the sanitation of King's Landing, yet with little success. Initially, he had personally funded several thousand gold dragons to hire the impoverished inhabitants of Flea Bottom to clean the city. Yet, within days, the streets descended back into disarray. Daenerys' covert informants discovered that many of the sanitation workers had deliberately neglected their duties, believing that Otto would hire them again if they maintained the filth, thus securing a continuous stream of income. Regrettably, their ruse was soon uncovered by Otto. Consequently, he issued a decree prohibiting the careless disposal of refuse and sewage, threatening severe penalties for violators. He also instructed the noble knights and attendants to form a monitoring team that would patrol King's Landing daily, meting out punishment to those who failed to comply with the law. Nevertheless, the vastness of King's Landing and its populous nature meant that the results were not significant. Moreover, deploying such a large number of personnel was not more cost-effective than hiring the impoverished for cleaning duties. In the ensuing weeks, Otto devised numerous strategies, ultimately resorting to either hiring workers for sanitation or assigning personnel to oversee cleanliness. Thus, although there had been some alleviation of the sanitation issues in King's Landing over the 2 months, no fundamental improvement was achieved, and Otto had expended tens of thousands of gold dragons in the process. Each time funds were allocated for the removal of refuse, it was invariably heaped outside the walls of King's Landing. This unfortunate situation exacerbated the already dire sanitary conditions for the destitute who had taken refuge in makeshift shelters along the walls. Ultimately, it was the director of the orphanage, Ogian, who proposed a solution to Otto, offering to arrange for the transportation of waste far from King's Landing. However, he requested a monthly payment of 3,000 golden dragons. Given the previous expenditure exceeding 10,000 golden dragons, Otto reluctantly acquiesced to Ogian's proposal, hoping for a remedy in this desperate situation. The orphanage's estate was situated not far from King's Landing, and Daenerys had previously instructed them in the method of fermenting organic fertilizer. Additionally, the dragon droppings collected from the dragon pit were all transported to the estate by Ogian. What others shunned became the finest fertilizer within the confines of the estate. Nevertheless, the limited size of the orphanage's estate meant that such an abundance of organic fertilizer could not be fully utilized. Hence, Daenerys had recently leased the management rights of her mother's dowry estate, a vast expanse of over 10,000 acres bequeathed by her grandmother, Princess Daniera, and her grandfather, the Duke of the Vale. Although the past few years had been favorable for harvests, the yield remained disappointingly ordinary. Thus, Daenerys secured the lease based on the estate's average annual output as rent. Her mother, Aemma, had no objections, as her income remained unaffected and she was relieved from the burdens of management. With Ogian's intervention, the filth of King's Landing was significantly reduced. However, the most impoverished and neglected slums saw little improvement, remaining a forsaken corner, seemingly forgotten by all, including the gods. Just as Daenerys and her companions had distributed half of their supplies, she suddenly sensed a notable surge of magical energy emanating from the crowd. Instantly alert, Daenerys recognized that such a level of magical intensity could only belong to someone who had undergone specialized training. After exchanging a glance with Harold, she turned to Marjorie and said, "Marjorie, I leave this in your capable hands for the moment. I must attend to something." "Very well, Your Highness. I shall oversee matters here," Marjorie replied. Hastily, Daenerys led her 2 sizable Ao dogs towards a less populated area. In that moment, she identified the individuals radiating magical energy: an elderly woman selling sweet water, a brooding middle-aged man, and an innocent young girl. Chapter 97. No longer concerned for your lives for her safety while traversing the flea market, Daenerys consistently opted for the more spacious thoroughfares, bringing her closer to the cathedral square. At that moment, Dreamfire, Abysos, and Himoros had descended from the skies, landing upon the square. The crowd that had gathered there hastily fled at the sight of the colossal dragons approaching. However, the throngs escaping from the square quickly obstructed the path ahead of Daenerys. Evidently, the fear of the dragon far surpassed their reverence for the royal princess. The oncoming crowd, heedless of all else, surged towards Daenerys, the two direwolves by her side. Sensing the impending chaos, prepared to charge at the throng. Vermithrax, Gorgon, quiet. Daenerys swiftly restrained them and retreated to the wall, evading the tumult of the crowd, while allowing the two beasts to shield her in a protective formation. Upon seeing the two dire wolves, each the size of a calf, the crowd instinctively parted, granting Daenerys the opportunity to inch closer to the square that lay just ahead. However, she soon discerned that three figures had morphed into something more sinister, rapidly converging upon her. They moved like phantoms, agile and deft, skillfully maneuvering through the throng. It was undoubtedly the Faceless Men. To think that Braavos could no longer tolerate her presence so swiftly. Daenerys had long braced herself for this confrontation. After all, she was determined to establish her own kingdom. Her ability to command dragons was no longer a secret, awakening the deep-seated fears of the free cities, long subjugated by the Valyrian dragon lords. It was hardly surprising that they would deploy Faceless Men to quash any potential threat at its inception. Nevertheless, Daenerys had been preparing for this very moment. As the ominous presence of the Faceless Men drew nearer, she mounted Gorgon, exclaiming, "Gorgon, charge!" Gorgon's deep, resonant barks startled the crowd ahead, prompting many to give way. Yet, due to the sheer volume of people surging forward, numerous individuals were caught off guard. Gorgon swatted them aside with a powerful paw, leaping over the masses, propelling Daenerys forward with alarming speed. This caused many to stumble, further congesting the throng behind her. Even the most adept Faceless Men found their speed significantly hampered by the unyielding tide of humanity, widening the gap between them and Daenerys. Just as she turned the corner, poised to reach the grand cathedral square, a cloaked shadow leapt forth, lunging towards Daenerys on Gorgon's back. It was only then that she sensed the wave of magical energy emanating from the assailant. A surge of alarm coursed through her. This was a master of the Faceless Men. Without a moment to ponder, she drew the Valyrian dagger, Fire's Fall, from her belt, chanting swiftly, "Blood and fire. Let the flames flow." At that instant, as the Faceless Man launched his attack, 6 or 7 agile large cats sprang from the rooftops, swiftly pouncing on the assailant, sending him plummeting to the ground. The cat's claws dug fiercely into the Faceless Man, tearing at him with frenzied ferocity. Especially the large cat that leaped onto his head unexpectedly tore away his human skin mask. The Faceless One fiercely wielded the dagger in his hand, inflicting severe injuries upon several large cats. At that moment, another mastiff, Alm, lunged at the Faceless One, whose weight caused him to emit a muffled grunt. Alm first sank his teeth into the man's thigh, violently flinging him aside. Seizing the opportunity while the Faceless One lay on the ground, he lunged for his neck with a fierce bite. In the face of such peril, the Faceless One exhibited no hint of panic. He swiftly swung his dagger, slicing through Alm's belly with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers, also wounding several more advancing large cats. However, in that brief span, the surrounding crowd had already fled. Sensing the arrival of Daniela on the Dreamfire, the Faceless One prepared to launch another attack on her perched atop the mastiff. Yet, the dark blue dragon flame surged towards him with unrelenting force. Despite his agile form, the lower half of his body was engulfed in flames, turning to char and causing him to faint from the excruciating pain. Ignoring the Faceless One, Daniela hurriedly climbed onto Dreamfire's back. Meanwhile, 3 other Faceless Ones had already arrived a few meters away. Upon witnessing the dire state of their companion and the terrifying presence of Dreamfire, they recognized the futility of their mission and swiftly retreated into the crowd. However, Daniela would not grant them the luxury of escape. The magical fluctuations surrounding them shone like beacons in the darkness. Evading Daniela's perception was impossible. Fortunately, the street between Fleet Street and the Cathedral Square was sufficiently wide to accommodate Dreamfire's massive form. At this juncture, Daniela disregarded the lives of the common folk, commanding Dreamfire to trample over them in pursuit of the 3 Faceless Ones. Yet, the crowd had already succumbed to terror at the sight of the colossal dragon. The path ahead was blocked, rendering even the most agile of the Faceless Ones unable to maneuver. Thus, they were quickly overtaken by Dreamfire, who dispatched them with a single powerful paw strike, leaving them unconscious. though this chaos resulted in the injury or death of several bystanders. Daniela had longed to establish a benevolent and compassionate image among the people of King's Landing, not wishing to incite animosity towards dragons and the royal family. However, witnessing the indifference of the populace as they observed their once-caring princess being hunted ignited an inferno of rage within her. If my life holds no value in your eyes, then I shall not concern myself with your pitiful lives. Daniela commanded Dreamfire to seize the 3 half-faceless ones and head towards the blacksmith's shop, where the final blood ritual for reforging the Valyrian steel sword was nearly complete. These faceless men are undoubtedly the finest materials for blood sacrifice, are they not? Your Highness, the blacksmith, upon observing the individuals brought by Dreamfire, instantly comprehended the princess's intentions. They are the faceless men of Braavos. He instructed the apprentices to strip them of their garments, meticulously searching every conceivable hiding place before securing them with chains. Yes, Your Highness, this blacksmith, a man of considerable experience in King's Landing, found himself momentarily unnerved by the sight of the 3.5 faceless men before him. Chapter 98. Malevolent Firefall. Much like the orphanage, the proprietor of this forge, known as Oren, is also Daenerys. The master blacksmith, Oren, was a distinguished craftsman lured from Coer by Daenerys, possessing the unparalleled skill to reforge Valyrian steel swords. While the facade of the forge appeared unremarkable, the expansive courtyard behind it extended from the foot of the Visenya hill to halfway up the slope. Daenerys acquired this substantial tract of land primarily because there lies a mountain spring at the hillside, known for its sweet yet modest flow. Although the spring's waters seeped into the mountainside before being discovered, it was a fortunate apprentice of the forge who stumbled upon it after its establishment, prompting Daenerys to secure the surrounding land. Thus, since that time, not only did the Red Keep enjoy a supply of refreshing spring water, but the forge also benefited from quality condensate. The spacious courtyard facilitated the descent and ascent of Dreamfire and other dragons. Master Oren was a man of ambition, dedicating his life to rediscovering the techniques of forging Valyrian steel. Daenerys aimed to exploit this ambition to entice him to King's Landing, where she constructed a large furnace in the courtyard, designed specifically for the dragons to assist in the smelting of iron. Although Daenerys possessed knowledge of how to forge Valyrian steel, the prospect of using dragon corpses did not sit well with her. She was not yet prepared to accept the notion of sacrificing innocent lives. During this period, she and Master Oren devised a novel approach to melt down the Sweet Widow and incorporate her essence into his alloy to ascertain whether it could yield a greater quantity of Valyrian steel. To this end, Daenerys even requested a dragon skeleton from King Jaehaerys. However, despite numerous attempts, they managed to create only 2 semi-finished products and some scrap. Yet, they knew that with just one more blood sacrifice ritual, these 2 Valyrian steel swords could be fully realized. She had contemplated employing the condemned prisoners within the Red Keep for the blood sacrifice, but had never mustered the resolve to do so. Today, the indifference of the people of King's Landing towards her and the merciless assassination attempts by these faceless men ultimately compelled Daenerys to extinguish the remnants of her former self, which had been nurtured beneath the banner of the Red. When the blacksmith apprentices presented the items salvaged from several faceless men, their sworn knight Harald arrived with the guards of the Red Keep. Your Highness, I failed in my duty to protect you. Please, punish me. With a face full of remorse, Harald knelt before the princess. Daniera waved her hand for him to rise and inquired, was there any disturbance at the charity event? Are Marjorie and Layla safe? They are well. I have escorted them back to the Red Keep, replied Harald. Today truly frightened me. Although the chaos in the cathedral square did not significantly affect the charity event, a child delivered a message saying that Princess Daniera was assassinated, which nearly frightened the soul out of me. Hence, I hastily brought Marjorie and the others back to the castle, leaving the food and fabrics behind, which were subsequently looted by the rabble. Harald immediately fetched 10 death row inmates from the dungeons of the Red Keep. If my great-grandfather inquires, inform him that the steel sword is ready. He will understand. Yes, I comprehend, Harald replied before departing. Once he was gone, Daniera carefully examined the items retrieved from the faceless men. They appeared rather impoverished, possessing only a bag of silver coins and a heap of copper stars, likely earned by the one masquerading as a Sweetwater vendor upon arriving in King's Landing. However, they carried an impressive assortment of human skin masks, at least 20 to 30, each pulsating with a potent magical aura. So this is the secret of the faceless men. Harald returned swiftly, bringing 10 death row inmates within half an hour. Meanwhile, several naked faceless men had awakened, including one who was only partially intact. Bring the half-alive, faceless man to the forge, Daniera commanded, as preparations were complete and time was of the essence. The half-living faceless man, though awake, was barely clinging to life, bound tightly by heavy chains and utterly immobile. Daniera approached him, drawing forth her Valyrian dagger, Firefall, and reciting an incantation as she slashed his face. Blood and fire, Firefall flows. The incantation was brief, yet upon its conclusion, the dagger glowed with a faint crimson light. Almost instantly, signs of decay began to manifest around the wound on the faceless man's face, and blood began to flow profusely. This dagger, named Firefall, possesses a terrifying trait. The wounds inflicted by it shall never heal and will continue to bleed indefinitely. Daniera's voice was cold and ominous. And that is not the most dreadful aspect. I am aware that the deities of the Faceless Ones instill in you a firm belief that death is a form of liberation. Yet, the souls that fall victim to the fiery demise are eternally imprisoned within the dagger of Firefall, enduring ceaseless torment. The more lives she extinguishes, the more formidable her power becomes, for it is fueled by the anguished wails and curses of countless tormented souls. Thus, Daniela paused momentarily, casting her gaze upon the three Faceless Ones, who now bore a hint of trepidation. Beneath the Firefall, even the faceless god you hold dear cannot save you. At that moment, Daniela's heart brimmed with resentment and fury, compounded by her prowess as a skilled sorceress. Her words had already left the apprentices trembling in fear, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Even the seasoned Master Oren found himself instinctively bowing his head. The three Faceless Ones, having undergone rigorous training, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Yet fear had begun to creep into their hearts. Master Oren, let us proceed to forge 2 Valyrian steel swords. Indeed, upon hearing this, Master Oren was instantly invigorated, for as a blacksmith hailing from Kohor, he had long been accustomed to the arcane arts of blood magic. Daniela summoned Dreamfire, Apophis, and Himmeroth. After more than 10 days of relentless effort, she finally gained the ability to command Apophis and Himmeroth. As Daniela chanted, the flames in the forge took on an otherworldly quality. By the time she completed her 3rd verse, the semi-finished Valyrian steel sword seemed to resonate with a peculiar energy. Master Oren immediately sensed this and unhesitatingly commanded his apprentices to cast 10 death row inmates into the forge. Chapter 99. Dawn of the Darkest Hour. Accompanied by the wails of the 10 condemned prisoners, Dreamfire unleashed searing dragonfire, reducing them to mere ash in moments. Meanwhile, Daniela's chant grew more fervent, and the 2 Valyrian swords emitted a resonant hum from within the forge, while the scrap metal nearby began to melt. As Daniela completed her 7th verse, a sudden clarity surged within her, prompting her to decisively kick the half-formed Faceless One into the forge. The once blazing flames and dragon fire were abruptly subdued upon igniting the Faceless One's body, causing the brilliant light to dim significantly. Observing this, Daniela's lips curled into a slight smile as she intensified her Valyrian incantation. Dreamfire, now in sync with Daniela, released a triumphant roar and spewed forth a torrent of dark blue dragon fire. Following suit, Apophis's bronze flames began to shimmer with a deep, shadowy hue, while Himmeroth's orange flames gradually transformed into a vivid crimson. The faceless entity, reduced to little more than a mere remnant of its former self, astonishingly clung to life beneath the searing heat, emitting heart-wrenching wails of despair. Eventually, its entire being disintegrated into ash, which then coalesced into a dark energy that seeped into a Valyrian steel sword, rendering it an inky black. The onlookers, including the blacksmith apprentices and herald, remained oblivious to this bizarre spectacle. Master Oren sensed something amiss, yet could not discern the full extent of it. However, the 3 faceless beings perceived the scene with acute clarity. As devout followers of the faceless god, they were intimately familiar with its energies. The sudden surge of power that had erupted was unmistakably that of their deity, and the very essence of their deceased master had been absorbed by the Valyrian steel sword. It seemed they could still hear the echoes of their master's anguished cries resonating within the blade. Herald, seize another Faceless One and cast it into the forge. Daniera commanded swiftly, taking advantage of a lull in the incantation. She resumed her chanting, and under her spell, the flames breathed forth by the Dreamfire dragons intensified in temperature. Without hesitation, Herald charged towards the 3 faceless beings, shattering their previously resolute spirits. No, don't take me. I beg you, do not choose me. Do not choose me. I was wrong, Your Highness. Forgive me, forgive me. The pleas fell on deaf ears as Herald unceremoniously grasped the one who appeared most defiant and hurled it headlong into the forge. Once again, an unusual force attempted to counter the might of the dragon flames, though this power was considerably weaker than before. Nevertheless, it still shielded the faceless being, preventing an immediate demise, and once more, the air was filled with its agonized wails. A few apprentices watching nearby were nearly paralyzed with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Master Oren's face gleamed with excitement. His murky old eyes sparkled with a terrifying intensity, reminiscent of a lecherous old man captivated by a tender young bride. "Harold, throw those human skin masks into the forge one by one," Daniera urged, her voice urgent. The masks, imbued with potent magic, had initially eluded her understanding, but it was now clear that the power of their deity had descended upon them. This realization revealed the profound energy of the faceless god entwined with the masks. Excellent. First the three-eyed crow, and now even the faceless god has come to play? Daniera's resentment surged within her, fueling a rapid amplification of her magical prowess, as if a wild force deep within her bloodline was awakening with fervor. Even as Harold, a figure of some renown in the Seven Kingdoms, grasped the grotesque human skin masks, an unsettling chill coursed through him. Nevertheless, he resolutely picked one up and hurled it into the forge. The once blazing flames dimmed significantly. Again, he commanded, following Daenerys' instructions, and cast another mask into the fire. It was quickly reduced to ash, its latent energy coalescing towards the yet unvanquished faceless man. "Ah, let me die, let me perish. Faceless god, I serve your mother. If there is a next life, I shall never believe in gods again." It was only after Harold had thrown 6 masks into the inferno that the unfortunate figure, still cursing in agony, was finally transformed into ash, merging into the essence of another Valyrian steel sword. Exhausted, Daenerys ceased her incantations, and Drogon too halted his fiery breath. As the flames dissipated, 2 extraordinary swords gradually emerged. One was as dark as night, adorned with silver-black rippling patterns. The other, a smoky hue, shimmered with hints of bright silver, reminiscent of dawn's first light. "Let the dark one be named Nightfall, and the other, Dawn," Daenerys instructed Master Oren. "Splendid names, truly splendid," Master Oren exclaimed, hastily attending to the finishing touches, a task only he could undertake. The old man, beaming with vigor, bellowed, "You lazy lot, move swiftly, or I shall kick your backsides. Mind your ears, eyes, and mouths. Otherwise, the next time I forge swords, I shall toss you into the furnace." These apprentice blacksmiths were slaves brought from Koa, raised under Oren's strict supervision. Though he had not rendered them mute, they were strictly forbidden from venturing outside or communicating with others. Many of Koa's craftsmen wielded blood magic, engaging in covert practices, necessitating the existence of such slave apprentices. "Your Highness, we were wrong. Your Highness, we were wrong," the 2 surviving faceless men pleaded, kneeling before Daenerys. Her gaze swept the surroundings, landing on a steel whip bristling with iron spikes and stained with blood, a likely instrument of punishment for errant apprentices. "This little tool will do nicely," Daenerys mused, picking it up and advancing towards the 2 faceless men, delivering swift and forceful blows as she shouted furiously, "Speak! Speak! I will speak! I will reveal all, Your Highness." However, Daniera offered them no opportunity to speak, relentlessly wielding her steel whip with unyielding ferocity against them. "Did you not hear me? I commanded you to speak." Chapter 100. The bright sword. Once she had vented her fury, Daniera instructed Master Oren to confine the 2 faceless men in an empty house in the backyard, compelling them to write confessions stating they were hired by the Valyrian and Hightower families to assassinate her. Satisfied with their confessions, Daniera further commanded Harold, dispatch someone to investigate how many innocent civilians were caught up in the chaos. Bring a bag of gold dragons. Compensate the wounded with 1 gold dragon each. And for anyone who lost their life, grant them a pension of 5 gold dragons. However, ensure they understand that it was the Hightower family who employed the faceless men from Bravos to perpetrate this tragedy. They may harbor resentment, but they must know precisely whom to direct their hatred towards. "Yes, Your Highness," Harold replied respectfully before departing. As the scabbards and embellishments had already been crafted, Master Oren quickly led the apprentices to complete the 2 newly forged Valyrian steel swords. Shortly after Daniera had released her anger upon the faceless men, Master Oren emerged, beaming with joy, cradling the 2 swords. "Your Highness, I have fulfilled my duty. Both Valyrian swords are successfully forged." The knight's blade, long and graceful, bore ancient Valyrian inscriptions that read blood and fire, resembling a slumbering black dragon, shimmering with a blue hue in the sunlight. The hilt was adorned with 7 magical gemstones, with the pommel intricately engraved with intertwining vines, symbolizing that the wielder must be fearless and undaunted in the face of adversity. The scabbard, Meticulously crafted from the finest whale leather, was embellished with a magnificent dragon motif outlined in gold thread, representing royal authority and showcasing status and honor. The Dawnblade, slightly shorter, yet exceeding 1 meter in length, was entirely forged from Valyrian steel, its surface refined through countless folds and hammering, creating delicate and intricate rippling patterns that danced in the sunlight, reminiscent of the Milky Way, breathtakingly beautiful. Though the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, it was extraordinarily sharp. The spine was adorned with relief carvings of ancient Valyrian legends, and the inscription "Walk with the Gods" was preserved. The hilt of the Dawnblade featured engravings of the various Valyrian goddesses, with a large purple diamond set in the pommel, nestled within the dragon motif. Its scabbard, similarly crafted from the finest whale leather, was adorned with exquisite patterns outlined in silver, with 7 large magical gemstones embedded on both sides. Your Highness, throughout the years, I have reforged numerous Valyrian weapons, yet I have never encountered such exceptional quality. Moreover, following this process of forging, the remnants have been transformed into Valyrian steel, sufficient to craft a slender sword or perhaps 3 to 5 daggers. As Daniela generously remarked, our success this time is largely due to that dragon bone and the widow's Valyrian sword. Please retain the remaining materials for further study. I hope next time you can truly forge a Valyrian sword with your own skill. Thank you, Your Highness. Master Aorn expressed his profound gratitude, acknowledging that although he had accumulated considerable wealth through his exceptional blacksmithing in Coer over the years and possessed a few Valyrian steel items, they were merely rings and bracelets. Never before had he experienced such a significant achievement. It seemed his decision to come to King's Landing was indeed fortuitous. Princess Daniela, despite being a woman, was certainly a leader worth following. With the task accomplished, Daniela had no reason to linger. She took the 2 swords and the faceless man's confession, soaring back to the Red Keep atop her dragon. At that moment, the entire Red Keep was enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme tension as the hand of the king, Otto, and all associated with the Hightower family had been imprisoned in the dungeons. Crows incessantly flew from the Red Keep, heralding an impending storm for the long peaceful 7 kingdoms. In the council chamber, King Viserys and the remaining counselors were engaged in a grave discussion regarding the fate of the Hightower family. The tense atmosphere eased only when Daniela entered, cradling the 2 swords. Great-grandfather, behold, our Targaryen family has acquired 2 new ancestral swords. As she presented the blades to King Viserys, she continued, "This darker-hued one I have named Nightfall, and the other is Dawn. At the darkest hour, dawn rises. Ah, splendid swords. A fine name. And an even finer meaning." As the counselors admired the swords, Viserys recounted the loss of the dragon egg to Daniela. She, in turn, detailed her encounter with the faceless man and presented the confession to them. This revelation brought a measure of calm to King Viserys, who had been incensed by the loss of the dragon egg and Daniela's assassination attempt. However, the counselors, who had hoped to downplay the gravity of the situation, found their aspirations dashed. Great-grandfather, since the dragon egg was lost on my island of sacred flame, and the Hightower family is now implicated in the attempt on my life, I propose to personally ride the dragon to Old Town and bring the Hightower family to King's Landing. Lord Linman Beesbury interjected, somewhat disapprovingly, "Your Highness, His Majesty has already sent crows summoning Count Hightower to King's Landing to personally offer his apologies. There is no need to go to Old Town. Moreover, should their intentions truly be nefarious, your safety would be compromised if the princess were to go." However, Lady Felenqui expressed a contrasting opinion, suggesting that it may not be unwise for the princess to visit the Hightower family if they are indeed wronged, as her presence could expedite their return and clarify the truth. If these matters are indeed intertwined with them, it would seem that the Old Town Lighthouse should indeed be subjected to the wrath of the dragon. The esteemed university official, Rintel, also opposed this notion, advising, "Your Majesty, the Hightower family has always been prudent in their dealings. Until the facts are verified, it is best not to act rashly. Furthermore, Old Town is the seat of both the faith of the Seven and the Citadel. It is hardly an opportune moment to exacerbate tensions, lest the decades of peace in the kingdom be shattered." King Viserys III, disregarding the debate among his courtiers, turned directly to Daenerys and inquired, "How would you treat the Hightower family if you were to go?" Daenerys, with a sense of propriety, responded, "Naturally, I would require them to settle their debts for riding the dragon, and then invite them all to King's Landing." The courtiers exchanged surprised glances, prompting Daenerys to quip, "What? Is that so strange? When Lord Hightower requested me to fly him twice around Dragonstone, he offered me 100,000 gold dragons. After all, the theft of the dragon egg is of great significance, and it is prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. It is imperative that the Hightower family arrives in King's Landing as soon as possible, and what could be swifter than riding a dragon? Daenerys further assured them. Moreover, I am fully aware that this journey is merely as a messenger, and I shall not instigate any conflict. I promise to bring the entire Hightower contingent to King's Landing. As for their fate, that shall be determined by your majesty and the esteemed lords. The financial minister, Lord Lyman Bisbury, expressed skepticism, aside from the Targaryen dragon riders. Can others truly ride dragons? Daenerys confidently replied, I cannot speak for others, but with Dreamfire, there is absolutely no issue. I have flown many people with Dreamfire without incident. At this moment, King Jaehaerys interjected. However, the testimony of the faceless men suggests that the Hightower family hired them to assassinate you. If you were to venture to Old Town, would you not be placing yourself in peril should they harbor ill intentions? After all, a dragon rider dismounting from their dragon is not invincible. Lady Felinqui then concurred. His Majesty is correct. Although the situation remains unclear, the Hightower family is certainly not innocent. Your journey to Old Town would be far too perilous. Daenerys, with a dismissive tone, remarked, Can the Hightower family truly pose a greater danger than the assassination attempts by the faceless men? The more sinister their intentions, the more imperative it becomes for me to hasten to their side. Should it be the case that they have indeed conspired, and now, with their scheme exposed, they attempt to flee, what then? If they possess a clear conscience, they ought to come to King's Landing to clarify matters. After all, both the theft of the dragon egg and the assassination attempts by the faceless men are serious affairs. These incidents not only involve the great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, but also implicate the free cities. Moreover, not long ago, the joint fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters prepared to take action against the pirates of the Stepstone Islands. We must remain vigilant with such matters at hand. The Seven Kingdoms have enjoyed a long period of peace, yet we must never forget that enemies may lurk both within our borders and on the distant continent of Essos. Ever watchful, Lady Violet continued to advise, though these matters are urgent, a few days' delay will not cause great harm. If they truly dare to escape Old Town, there will be no need for them to come to King's Landing for judgment. We can simply dispatch dragons to eliminate them entirely. Thus, I still advise against the princess risking herself unnecessarily, as it would be unseemly for her to be sullied by such foul deeds. The Grand Maester Rintel cast an annoyed glance at Lady Violet and interjected, having studied in the Citadel since my youth, I hold a degree of familiarity with Count Monty Hightower and Lord Monday Hightower, and I find it difficult to believe they are capable of such treachery. Upon hearing Rintel's words, Lady Violet swiftly countered, Your Grace, such assertions lack fairness. If we could rely solely on subjective judgments to discern right from wrong, what need would there be for laws and traditions? The assassination of the princess is substantiated by the faceless men's own testimonies, and the theft of the dragon egg by Lord Monday Hightower is an irrefutable fact. Whether this act is an individual transgression or a conspiracy with the Hightower family will only be determined after due process. Thus, your remarks are indeed most inappropriate. Daenerys, her voice cold and pointed, addressed Grand Maester Rintel directly. It is common knowledge that the Citadel is funded by the Hightower family. However, the knowledge and skills you acquire should serve to assist the lords of the Seven Kingdoms in governing their lands, not to uphold the interests of the Hightower family. As subjects, one may slowly hone their abilities. If wisdom is lacking, one may read more and heed the counsel of others. However, if one's allegiance is in question, that is absolutely intolerable. Daenerys' words rendered Grand Maester Rintel momentarily crimson with shame, yet he stubbornly retorted, Your Highness, you exaggerate. That was not my intention. This foolish old man merely wished to prevent any misunderstandings that may lead to unnecessary turmoil within the Seven Kingdoms. After all, the Hightower family has a long and venerable history, and since the conqueror Aegon set foot on these shores, they have remained steadfastly loyal to the Targaryen dynasty. Daenerys, witnessing the old man's continued reticence, decided to abandon any pretenses of civility. Could it be that a grand scholar, despite years of study, remains oblivious to the truth that one can know a person's face, but not their heart? Or perhaps this scholar approaches matters with utter disregard for evidence and clues, relying solely on personal biases and whims to form judgments? If the scholars of the Academy are all of your ilk, then they are nothing more than a bunch of charlatans. Should you be an anomaly, is it possible that the Academy deliberately sent you here to undermine the Seven Kingdoms? My visit to the Old Town will not only involve bringing members of the Hightower family, but also a thorough examination of the Academy to discern what manner of individuals dwell within. Or perhaps this affair implicates your esteemed institution as well. After all, is it not your penchant to delve into the unknown? How could the dragons of House Targaryen not stir the hearts of scholars like you? Runethel, incensed by Daniela's words, rose abruptly from his seat, yet found himself at a loss for words, merely gesturing angrily towards her. What do you mean, you? Daniela pressed on. Consult the records of your predecessors. Which scholar has not coveted the dragons of House Targaryen? In the ideal world that your academy espouses, there is no room for sorcery, prophecy, or the presence of glass candles, let alone dragons. Runethel, your disbelief in the divine does not negate the existence of the divine. Science is undeniably vital for humanity. However, not all magic is inherently malevolent. You may dismiss prophecies, yet we of House Targaryen possess the unique ability to glimpse fragments of the past and future. As her fervor escalated, Daniela stepped closer to the Grand Scholar, her voice unwavering. No, it is not that you do not believe. Rather, you desire to monopolize all knowledge, wishing for every precious and mysterious facet of the world to remain firmly within the grasp of your academy. No one can deny the pivotal role your institution has played in the advancement of civilization across Westeros. Yet, your so-called scholars proclaim that without the academy, the people of Westeros would be no different from swine. This reveals the extent of your arrogance. The achievements of the academy are the collective wisdom of countless scholars who have relentlessly pursued truth over millennia, earning the respect of lords and commoners alike throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Runethel, this is certainly not a privilege for any scholar to wield with self-satisfaction and disdain for others. Overwhelmed by shame and fury, the elderly scholar succumbed to a fit of rage, ultimately expelling a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. In the peculiar academic city of Hightower, a clang resounded as the unfortunate Lord Runtel fell abruptly onto the cold tiled floor. It was only then that the attendees of the council reacted to Daenerys' relentless verbal onslaught upon the Lord. Jaehaerys had always believed Daenerys to be a dreamwalker, and instinctively assumed that she must have uncovered some secrets of the academic city, thus prompting her heightened vigilance. Conversely, the other ministers at the royal council speculated that Princess Daniera had gleaned some undisclosed intentions of the academic city through the royal intelligence network and had rashly revealed them today. However, as rare minds within the Seven Kingdoms, they collectively derived a multitude of implications from Daenerys' fragmented remarks. In this fantastical dimension, the academic city appeared to be a bastion of rationality, dedicated to cultivating intellectuals well-versed in various disciplines for Westeros. Here, discussions of religion and politics were eschewed in favor of a principle that prioritized scientific inquiry, rendering it a veritable haven for knowledge. Yet, nestled within the ancient port town of Westeros, the academic city exuded an air of enigma. Strictly speaking, the academic city was not a city per se, but rather a complex of buildings. It shared its location with the towering edifices of the Great Tower and the Starry Sanctum, the residence of successive archbishops prior to the conquest. Its origins trace back to the time when the Hightower family still reigned as the lords of the Great Tower, initiated by a prince named Perry Moore. Known for his deformity and thirst for knowledge, the second son of King Uther of the Great Tower, this ailing yet inquisitive prince invited countless sages, teachers, priests, physicians, singers, and even sorcerers, alchemists, and mages to the old town. Upon Paramore's demise, his elder brother, King Ulgon, bestowed vast lands alongside the Honeywine River to Paramore's beloved pet, establishing the academic city upon this foundation. Much like the familiar Roman Curia, the academic city possesses its own governing body known as the Curia. All meetings of the Curia are shrouded in secrecy, conducted solely within the confines of the academic city, with attendance restricted to those who have attained the title of doctor, akin to the cardinals of the Roman Curia. Yet, the academic city lacks an absolute leader akin to the Pope. Instead, it annually selects a chancellor from amongst the doctors through a lottery to oversee the city's affairs. Many doctors perceive the responsibilities of the chancellor as a hindrance to their scholarly pursuits, striving in various ways to shed this burden. Naturally, not all who come to the academic city can achieve the status of bachelor, as it operates on a system that favors merit based on intellect. Those who consistently fail examinations must relinquish their aspirations of becoming a bachelor, returning from whence they came. Additionally, there are instances where individuals have been stripped of their bachelor titles for various reasons, such as the infamous Qyburn, who was expelled for engaging in vivisection and unethical experimentation during the Game of Thrones era. A man sent to the Academy City for education. Notably, the Academy admits only males, typically follows a certain trajectory in life. He begins as an apprentice, and through diligent study, he completes examinations to attain the rank of associate bachelor. He continues his education, earning rings on his bachelor's necklace that symbolize various disciplines. Once he amasses a sufficient number of these rings, he ascends to the status of a full bachelor. Bachelors are then dispatched to castles and territories, pledging fealty to their lords. Should a bachelor attain mastery in a particular field, he is awarded the title of doctor, which not only grants him a unique ring, scepter, and mask, but also the privilege to attend confidential meetings of the council. Additionally, every doctor possesses an ancient key that unlocks all doors within the Academy City. It is noteworthy that the Academy City is not an expensive private institution. Rather, it offers an education akin to a public service. Consequently, the sustenance of numerous scholars who engage solely in study necessitates substantial financial backing. Behind the Academy stands a significant benefactor, the Hightower family, one of the oldest clans in Westeros, who invested in its establishment and continues to be its foremost protector and sponsor. In addition to cultivating bachelors for the various families throughout the Seven Kingdoms, the Academy publicly serves two crucial functions. First, it appoints Grand Scholars to the Iron Throne's Council, who serve directly under the king, yet can only be appointed or dismissed by the Academy's council. Second, it monitors the changing of the seasons, dispatching White Ravens to inform the Seven Kingdoms of any seasonal shifts, such as the approach of winter. Old Town has long been the most significant port in Westeros, functioning as a trade hub where land and sea transport converge. Those familiar with world geography understand that port cities tend to thrive, being far more open than inland regions, as they are not merely conduits for goods and wealth, but also for vital information and ideas. The Hightower family's decision to establish the Academy in Old Town is laden with deeper significance. It is almost accurate to assert that without the Hightower family, there would be neither the Academy nor the widespread system of bachelors that pervades the Seven Kingdoms today. This illustrious family has maintained a remarkably discreet presence throughout the annals of Westeros, save for the tumultuous period of the Dance of Dragons. The Hightower family excels in subtlety. As one of the oldest families in Westeros, their lineage traces directly back to the first men. Unlike the Stark family, who remain secluded in the north, the Hightowers command territories in the southern region of the Reach, a coastal area that has historically been the front line for foreign invaders landing in Westeros. Rather than adopting the aggressive stance of Dorne, the Hightowers have preferred to avoid warfare, adhering to a principle of surrender for the sake of peace during invasions. Whether from the Undul's millennia ago or the more recent conquest, this policy of appeasement has allowed Old Town to maintain its status as the premier port of Westeros. And the Hightower family has reaped substantial rewards, preserving their privileged position for millennia, while simultaneously securing the immense wealth generated by Old Town's prosperous trade. If history imparts any wisdom, it is undoubtedly that the affluent must exercise discretion. As the denizens of Westeros incessantly chant that a Lannister always pays his debts, few are aware of the immense wealth amassed by House Hightower over millennia, a family capable of establishing and funding the Citadel to its current stature likely rivals, if not surpasses, the Lannisters, even should they exhaust the gold mines of the Westerlands. So, what could this exceedingly wealthy yet unassuming House Hightower possibly seek? To address this query, we need only observe the endeavors of House Hightower beyond mere profit. For thousands of years, they have unwaveringly dedicated themselves to three pursuits: funding the Citadel, supporting the Church, and safeguarding the towering Hightower itself. The Hightower, the ancestral stronghold of House Hightower, stands as the tallest edifice in the world of ice and fire, surpassing even the wall by a considerable height. It is said that on clear days, one can gaze upon the wall from its summit. The residents of Old Town and seafarers regard the Hightower as a beacon. Yet the question remains, why did House Hightower construct such a lofty structure? To signify their status? That would contradict their modest disposition. To bolster defenses? Old Town lacks the geographical advantages of the Eyrie, and in times of peril, descending from such heights would be arduous. As a hub of trade, Old Town naturally attracts merchants from across the continents of the world of ice and fire, bringing with them tidings from far and wide. Simultaneously, the Citadel cultivates scholars who serve all lords of Westeros, and the Church's influence permeates the Seven Kingdoms. Coupled with the unparalleled vantage offered by the Hightower, it is evident that House Hightower possesses a firm grasp of the information landscape of Westeros, which aligns with their acumen in trade, where the asymmetry of information often leads to wealth accumulation. In Westeros, scholars possess far less presence than knights, and the path to becoming a scholar entails the relinquishment of one's surname, seemingly offering little political promise. Nevertheless, they are indispensable to every noble house, serving as physicians, political advisors, and mentors to the next generation of lords. This multifaceted role signifies a profound infiltration into the noble families, and over the course of millennia, House Hightower has facilitated the acceptance, even reliance, on the scholarly system they established, to the extent that the tradition of only the small council being able to appoint the Grand Maester, who serves the king, has astonishingly been sanctioned by the Iron Throne. Time is the ultimate arbiter of success and failure. Millennia later, those who once compelled House Hightower to bow have long since perished, while House Hightower remains, steadfast as the Hightower itself, behind Old Town and the Citadel. The achievements of the Citadel are undeniably remarkable. Their role has garnered the recognition of all noble lords across the Seven Kingdoms, and they have never faced even a modicum of doubt. Even the faith of the Seven, bolstered by divine endorsement, has been met with skepticism and scrutiny from many. Both during the reigns of the Seven Kingdoms and after the Targaryen family unified them, there were significant bloody conflicts with the Church. However, no one has ever had a dispute with the Citadel, nor has anyone questioned the extent of its influence and threat to their rule. Today, Daenerys' brief remarks could hardly instill a sense of caution or skepticism regarding the Citadel. Yet, at the very least, they planted a seed of curiosity in the minds of these astute figures within the Seven Kingdoms. King Viserys was the first to recover from his stupor. He hastily instructed the Kingsguard, quickly take the Grand Maester below for treatment. This royal council certainly requires some fresh blood, otherwise, it consists solely of us old fellows who could collapse at any moment. If anyone were to meet with an unfortunate accident, it would hinder state affairs. Lion summoned the assistant maester to send a raven for Count Manfred Redwine to assume the role of Admiral of the Navy. Daenerys, the head of the orphanage you mentioned earlier, what was his name? For a moment, Viserys could not recall, and thus he turned to Daenerys for assistance. Ogion. His name is Ogion. Viserys then recalled, ah yes, he is quite renowned among the scholars in King's Landing and the flea market, albeit with a somewhat notorious reputation in others' eyes. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that he possesses knowledge of any information you seek. Let us invite him to the Red Keep as the head of intelligence. He is indeed an intriguing individual. Sir Lion, please personally escort him to the Red Keep. As you command, Your Grace. Sir Lion, the captain of the Kingsguard, is the third son of the former Admiral Manfred Redwine, while the current Count Manfred Redwine is the eldest son of his brother. Although the oath of a maester, Kingsguard, and Knight's Watch entails relinquishing one's surname, abstaining from marriage, and forsaking one's lands, how can the bonds of blood ever be diluted by an oath? Thus, the Redwine and Tully families re-entered the Royal Council, much to Captain Lion's delight, as the alliance between the Redwine and Tully families has seldom been severed. The current Count Redwine's wife is the biological daughter of Lady Florent, while the current Duke Tully's wife also hails from the Redwine lineage. It appears that King Viserys is preparing to incite internal discord among the four most prominent noble families of the Reach. The Tully family, as the de facto lords of the Reach, finds itself persistently overshadowed by the Hightower family, with no recourse to counter their dominance. Consequently, the Tully family has astutely forged a bond through marriage with the formidable naval power of the Redwine family, effectively safeguarding the Shield Islands against the marauding pirates of the Iron Islands. The Forsoe family, as descendants of the bloodline of the River Bay King, is an ancient and powerful lineage. Indeed, after the Conqueror eradicated the Gardner family, the Forsoe family emerged as the most legitimate heirs to the title of Duke of the Seven Kingdoms, a tradition upheld within the realm. Thus, the Forsoe family previously regarded the Tully family with disdain, until the Lady of Coldwater married into the Tully family and presided over it for many years, which subsequently eased the relations between the two houses. Regardless of the magnitude of the Heidel family's transgressions, the old king was prepared to initially leverage the other three prominent families of River Bay to suppress them. River Bay, known for its superior agricultural conditions and vast arable land among the Seven Kingdoms, is home to families affluent enough to sustain a prolonged conflict, making the instigation of their internal strife a prudent strategy. To confront the Heidel family, augmenting the number of seats in the Royal Council willing to cast stones into the well is undoubtedly a clever and efficient approach. Daniela, prepare to ride your dragon to Old Town and bring all members of the Heidel family to King's Landing, since Bachelor Rintel's health no longer permits him to fulfill his duties. You may also complete your studies and return with a new scholar. Daniela respectfully acknowledged, Yes, Your Majesty. Surely, today will be a day of great significance in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. On the 1st of May in the year 101 of the Conqueror's reign, the first female member of the Royal Council made her appearance. The Targaryen family acquired two more ancestral swords, Dark Knight and Dawn, and on this very day, the Heidel family audaciously stole 3 dragon eggs from Dragonstone. Moreover, Princess Daniera encountered an assassination attempt by the faceless men while distributing alms in King's Landing. However, Daniera wished to add an even more vivid stroke to this momentous day. After concluding the royal council, Daniera and King Viserys returned to the royal chamber, each grasping a Valyrian steel sword. Daniera, did you glimpse something concerning the citadel in your dragon dreams? Could it pose a threat to the Targaryen dragons? Daniera silently nodded, but soon spoke. However, it is inadvisable to draw conclusions about events that have not yet transpired. Many occurrences are precipitated by actions taken in anticipation of truths that, once known, ultimately lead to the fulfillment of prophecies. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. As long as we can preserve a sufficient number of dragons, all conspiracies will falter before their might. By the way, great-grandfather, I possess a method to directly hatch dragon eggs. Would you like to try it? Upon hearing Daniela's words, King Viserys was instantly filled with excitement. Really? As night descended upon the dragon's lair, Daenerys, commanding the Dreamfire, descended directly with King Viserys to the square before the bronze gates, where the dragon guards had long awaited their arrival. In one corner of the square, a pile of firewood had been erected, atop which were bound 3 individuals with their mouths gagged. Among them was the faceless man who had attempted to assassinate Daenerys during the day, a scholar from the University of Runeterra, and a young man with white hair. Upon seeing the king and princess approach, one of the dragon guards hurried forward, presenting a red-brown dragon egg. Your Highness, this is an ancient dragon egg that has been petrified, found as per your instructions, he announced. Daenerys accepted the egg, sensing the potent magic within, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this egg is a fine choice. She then approached the pile of wood, placing the dragon egg atop it, and signaling to Viserys that all was ready. The two then used the Valyrian steel dagger in Viserys' hand to cut their palms, allowing their blood to drip onto the egg while they recited an ancient Valyrian incantation. At that moment, the white-haired youth, having somehow freed himself from his gag, shouted, Your Majesty, I am your illegitimate son, Ulf. The faceless man's eyes widened with terror, unable to voice a response, only managing to emit pitiful whimpers. The scholar from Runeterra looked on in utter shock, his mind still reeling from the humiliation he had suffered at Daenerys' hands in a previous meeting, where he had fainted from rage. He could hardly fathom why the merciful King Viserys would treat him in such a manner. Indeed, within the scholarly circles, many esteemed doctors regarded the lords of the 7 kingdoms, including the king, with disdain, as their pursuits were solely devoted to truth and science. In their view, humanity was but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of history, and they sought to uncover eternal truths. The myriad troubles of the world, from the White Walkers to the conflicts of kingdoms, paled in comparison to their fervent dedication to knowledge. Yet, most of these expatriate scholars remained loyal to their lords, and the scholar from Runeterra had served the Targaryen dynasty with diligence, merely reporting the information he had gleaned to the university. Why then was he facing execution in secret today, bound alongside 2 bewildering individuals? The old scholar found himself utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the white-haired youth continued to rant. Is this how you captured my father, Gaemon? What do you intend to do? You are all utterly deranged. Yet, his outcry elicited no response from those present. As Daenerys and King Viserys fervently chanted the Valyrian incantation 7 times, their bleeding ceased. Dracarys, they commanded in unison to the 3 great dragons, Dreamfire, Black Blue, Bronze, and Crimson flames swiftly engulfed everything upon the pyre. In that moment, King Viserys and Daenerys distanced themselves from the conflagration. Daenerys hastily retrieved bandages and healing potions from her satchel to tend to both the king and herself. The youth who identified himself as Ulf could only emit a final, anguished cry before falling silent. Conversely, the faceless man, his mouth stuffed with rags, was consumed first by the flames, and amidst the searing agony, he raved and cursed. Yet, bound by heavy chains, he could scarcely move, ultimately succumbing to the slow embrace of ash. Daenerys, you wicked woman, await the relentless pursuit of the faceless ones. The downfall of old Valyria shall be the fate of you wretched dragons. He spat, Cursed faceless god, grant me death. I have long forsaken you. Remove your damned power from my being. Let me die. Let me die? Ironically, the most vociferous in his cursing was he who had once worshipped the faceless god. The scorching flames repelled all but Daenerys, who found an unsettling comfort in the heat. She approached the fire until the flames nearly ignited her garments, halting only then, yet extending her injured left hand toward the fierce blaze. The fire instantly engulfed her hand, yet Daenerys felt no pain. Rather, the wound from the dagger began to scab and heal at an astonishing rate. Unburnt, King Viserys exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing Daenerys before him. The fiery serpents danced around her wounds like ethereal sprites, their warm caress bringing her immense solace. Within the flames, Daenerys glimpsed a towering edifice adorned with black and white doors, behind which myriad somber faces peered through layers, all directed at her. Those faces, old and young, male and female, handsome and grotesque, were united by a chilling demeanor. A frigid energy coalesced around those visages, as if their gaze could freeze the very soul of a person. However, they were utterly powerless against Daenerys, who continued her incantation of the ancient Valyrian spell. The forces, upon encountering her, spiraled in retreat, converging towards the dragon eggs nestled within the flames. She also perceived a cluster of structures near a river's mouth, where numerous scholars clad in coarse linen toiled, each radiating various energies. As one gazes deeper into the heart of the architectural complex, an increasingly potent energy manifests. It is here that Daenerys beheld a bald scholar adorned with a chain of Valyrian steel around his neck. He abruptly turned, locking eyes with Daenerys across the void, only to be momentarily blinded by the flames that enveloped her. In that moment, she envisioned a scene where a magnificent chestnut dragon laid a chestnut egg. Unconsciously, Daenerys began to chant the ancient Valyrian melodies, her body inching closer to the flames of the fire pit. Within the blaze, she sensed the chestnut dragon's profound sorrow. In her perception, this dragon was even larger than the current Dreamfire, yet it bore grievous wounds for reasons unknown. The searing dragon blood stained its lair crimson as it excavated a deep burrow, concealing the 4 eggs it had just laid. It then unleashed Dragonfire, transforming the backfilled earth into a glassy black dragon crystal. Only the last laid chestnut egg remained sheltered beneath its body, as the dragon gradually closed its eyes. This dragon was likely Euryx's, one of the 5 dragons that legend says accompanied the Targaryens to Dragonstone alongside Balerion. Daenerys scrutinized the conditions of Euryx's lair, unknowingly stepping into the roaring flames. Suddenly, the silk of her garments could no longer withstand the intense heat and began to ignite. "Your Highness, be cautious," a nearby dragon guard exclaimed, rushing forth to assist her, but was swiftly halted by King Viserys. "Do not interfere. The flames cannot harm her." Indeed, while the fire scorched Daenerys' skin to a vivid red and ignited her beautiful silver hair, she appeared unfazed. Immersed in a myriad of illusions, Daenerys found herself naked, cradling the chestnut dragon egg as she squatted amidst the flames. Chapter 105. The 19th dragon of House Targaryen. Daenerys' clothing had turned to ash. Yet the Valyrian steel bracelet embedded with purple diamonds on her wrist and the silver necklace adorned with purple diamonds around her neck remained intact, albeit searingly hot. The purple diamonds twinkled with an even more dazzling brilliance. Unbeknownst to others, the fiery mark upon Daenerys' brow had transformed into a pulsating orb of purple flame. She carefully examined Euryx's dwelling, realizing it was an abandoned dragon lair atop Dragonmount. She pondered whether the 4 eggs she had buried had been discovered. If not, she could keep them hidden. After all, the Targaryen dragon eggs were meticulously recorded, and obtaining one required the king's consent. For Daenerys, who already possesses an abundance of dragons, the aspiration to acquire more dragon eggs is no trivial pursuit. The 3 visions materialized before her like a 5D projection, with the imagery of the red-brown dragon, Alax, growing more tranquil since her slumber. However, the scene of the Bachelor's architectural enclave at the river mouth becomes increasingly indistinct after her gaze meets that of the bald doctor adorned with Valyrian steel chains. In stark contrast, the myriad faces within the black and white edifice transition from coldness to fury, their chilling aura intensifying with each passing moment. Beneath these visages, a pool of inky poison manifests, morphing into a surging miasma that rushes toward Daenerys. Overwhelmed by fear, she instinctively cries out, "Dracarys." At that moment, a searing, reddish-gold flame erupts from her embrace, devouring the noxious vapors instantaneously. Simultaneously, a wave of alternating warmth and chill surges into Daenerys and the dragon egg cradled in her arms. Accompanied by a hoarse and fervent roar from a newly hatched dragonet, Daenerys fully awakens from the illusion. The reddish-gold egg has fractured into several pieces, from which a dragonet, no larger than a kitten, emerges. As it roars, its ethereal form, seemingly composed of flames, solidifies into flesh and blood. The dragonet surveys Daenerys with its brass-colored eyes. Its warm touch and rough scales, coupled with its claws attempting to scale her, eliciting a sensation akin to a gentle prick. Consequently, she places the dragonet upon her shoulder, while she crouches beside the still smoldering pile of wood, cradling her chest with both arms. Observing the reddish-gold dragonet before her, Daenerys realizes that her method of hatching dragon eggs has proven successful. The convergence of the Archmaester's conviction, the royal blood, fire, and magic, and the essence of the Dragon Lord's lineage has ultimately rekindled life within the petrified egg. However, should she wish to replicate this feat in the future, gathering these elements will not be so straightforward. While the scholars of the Citadel are relatively accessible, only the most distinguished doctors or those who have served as archmasters can meet her requirements. As for practitioners of magic, although scarce in Westeros, they are readily found in the eastern lands of Essos. Yet, to ensure their magical prowess reaches the level of the faceless men, they must be seasoned priests of the temples. Regardless of whether they are scholars or magic practitioners, those who meet the criteria are unlikely to be mere nobodies. Even though the Targaryen lineage has a multitude of dragons at its disposal, they cannot recklessly utilize these individuals for blood sacrifices to hatch more dragons, lest the reputation of the Targaryen dynasty be tarnished irreparably. At this moment, King Viserys had approached Daenerys, draping his cloak over her shoulders. Fortunately, he had chosen to wear the cloak today, as the old king found the wind upon the dragon's back rather bothersome. Perhaps due to the dragon egg's essence coursing through his veins, the young dragon displayed no aversion to his presence. Instead, it cocked its head curiously at the venerable monarch. This marked the 19th dragon of the Targaryen lineage still in existence. 1 Vhagar, ridden by Prince Aemond. 2 Vermithrax, slumbering in Dragonstone. 3 Vhagar, locked by the sea, unclaimed. 4 Dreamfire, rider Daenerys. 5 Silverwing, unclaimed. 6 Queen Meraxes, rider Princess Rhaenys. 7 Bloodworm Caraxes, rider Demon. 8 Sheepstealer, unclaimed. 9 Apophis, belonging to Daenerys. 10 Shamoros, belonging to Daenerys. 11 Amylosis, belonging to Daenerys. 12 Anthelos, belonging to Daenerys. 13 Syrax, belonging to Rhaenyra. 14 Young Balerion, belonging to Daenerys. 15 Vhagar, belonging to Daenerys. 16 Grey Shadow, belonging to Daenerys. 17 Sea Smoke, currently unclaimed, hatched by Laenor. 18 Meraxes, Daenerys' companion dragon. 19 Urax, currently cared for by King Viserys. Gazing upon the young dragon before him, all of King Viserys' frustrations dissipated in an instant. The number of dragons within the Targaryen family had reached an unprecedented historical peak, especially now that Daenerys had discovered a new method for hatching dragons. The dragon guards were equally exhilarated, for they would finally have dragons to tend to once more. Ever since Aemond had departed for Dragonstone, they had grown increasingly concerned about Syrax, who had not returned. Furthermore, for dragons, including Apophis, had been released by Princess Daenerys, leaving the guards to primarily skin sheep and roast lamb. They had also diligently checked the dragon eggs in the hatchery multiple times daily, for the young dragons were quite fragile and required constant guardianship and care. Now, they could finally engage in something meaningful. However, King Viserys soon shattered their hopes, as Daenerys' presence instilled in him profound doubts regarding the traditional methods of dragon keeping. Thus, he endeavored to cultivate a closer bond with the dragons, attempting to connect with them as Daenerys did. He softly beckoned the young dragon perched on Daenerys' shoulder in Valyrian. Come to me. The copper-hued dragon scrutinized the elderly man, sensing the familiar essence within him, and felt no distaste for King Viserys. It allowed him to embrace it within his arms. Meanwhile, Daenerys tightly wrapped her body in the cloak, yet tears threatened to spill from her eyes. For after a decade of nurturing her beautiful long hair, she now faced the prospect of it being singed away. At that moment, her head was completely bare, devoid of even a single strand. Grandfather, I beheld within the flames this dragon egg, which is said to have been sired by one of the 5 great dragons that once migrated from Valyria to Dragonstone. The illustrious Vhagar. It appears she has suffered grievous wounds. Do you know what transpired? King Viserys did not respond directly to Daenerys' inquiry, but solemnly reminded her that he had previously decreed that no one on the continent of Westeros should venture to explore the ruins of Old Valyria. You must adhere to this command, regardless of your curiosity. Do not risk going there. However, regarding Vhagar, this hatchling bears a striking resemblance to the legendary beast, both in hue and physical characteristics. Therefore, let us name this young dragon Vhagar. Chapter 106. The fate of the dragon egg. Since King Viserys preferred to refrain from further discourse with Daenerys, she chose not to press him for more information. Given her current capabilities, she would not dare to venture recklessly into the ruins of Valyria. Moreover, she wished to linger on Dragonstone a while longer to gather strength. At that moment, clad only in a cloak, Daenerys found it impractical to share a dragon with King Viserys. Thus, the old king placed Vhagar upon his shoulder and procured a horse from the dragon guard, setting off towards the Red Keep. To prevent any information from leaking regarding the night's events, Daenerys and King Jaehaerys were unaccompanied by their personal guards. For safety's sake, Daenerys allowed Jaehaerys to proceed ahead while she rode upon Drogon, soaring protectively above him until they reached the Red Keep. When the inhabitants of the Red Keep beheld the amiable, innocent copper-hued hatchling upon King Jaehaerys' shoulder, they were met with astonishment. The Targaryen family had not witnessed such a surge of new dragons in ages. Remarkably, within less than 3 months this year, 2 hatchlings had been born, accompanied by 7 juvenile dragons. This unforeseen proliferation sent shivers down the spines of the timid lords of the 7 kingdoms, who dared not act recklessly. Meanwhile, the highest echelons of nobility and the free cities of the eastern continent began to scrutinize the Targaryen royal family's activities with heightened vigilance, as their clandestine networks commenced urgent operations. After all, they could not permit the resurgence of another Valyria. The return of King Jaehaerys, with a dragon upon his shoulder, incited awe among the crowd. Conversely, Daenerys shocked them with her starkly pale, gleaming bald head and her soiled appearance. Swiftly, she called for everyone to turn away, hastening back to her chamber. "Oh gods! Your Highness, what has transpired?" Viserys exclaimed, gazing at the disheveled Daenerys, unable to contain her alarm. Sharera and Marjorie stood by, equally flabbergasted and unsure of how to respond. Only the usually composed Layla quickly gathered her wits, instructing Viserys to summon hot water at once. "Marguerite, let us first assist Her Highness, Princess Daenerys, with a brief cleansing, as evening has already fallen." Daenerys, who maintains a daily bathing ritual, soon had hot water prepared. After Marguerite and Layla had tenderly wiped the grime from Daenerys' skin, they assisted her into the bath. "Your Highness, are you truly comfortable?" Marguerite couldn't help but voice her concern, for Daenerys had instructed that hot water be poured directly into the bath without the addition of cold water, a temperature most would find unbearable. Before Daenerys could respond, Layla interjected, explaining that many members of House Targaryen are untroubled by high temperatures, so all is well. Daenerys gently patted Marguerite's hand, reassuring her, before shedding her robe and stepping into the steaming bath. The heated water, infused with the delicate fragrance of petals, enveloped Daenerys, providing a profound sense of relaxation. Marguerite gazed in disbelief at the scene before her, hesitantly extending her hand towards the water to test its true temperature. However, she was repelled by the intense heat radiating from the surface. Good heavens, could this be the trait of the true dragon bloodline? The following morning, Daenerys donned a simple yet striking ensemble of black and red leather armor, complemented by a black hat adorned with a splendid ruby, presenting herself as a dashing prince. Upon her arrival in the dining hall, King Jaehaerys had already been there for some time with Euryx. After a night spent together, the bond between Euryx and King Jaehaerys had evidently grown closer. Thus, early that morning, the king had the kitchen prepare a large platter of roasted beef, feeding it to Euryx piece by piece. "Good morning, great-grandfather. Good morning, my little prince," King Jaehaerys exclaimed, admiring Daenerys' appearance. "If you were indeed a prince, you would surely be the handsomest of House Targaryen." However, Daenerys did not seem comforted, as she was acutely aware of her long hair, which would take at least 3 to 5 years to grow back if cut. "I shall take that as a compliment. However, my long hair was sacrificed for the sake of our Targaryen dragons, so I expect a tangible reward." "Very well, speak your wish, whatever I can grant. I shall not dismiss." With his spirits lifted, King Jaehaerys readily agreed without hesitation. "Then grant me a few dragon eggs for experimentation." "What experiment?" At that moment, Daemon entered, looking travel-worn, and exclaimed, "Ah, my dear Daenerys, I hear you have commissioned 2 new Valyrian steel swords from the blacksmith. Do show them to me." Daenerys promptly rose and gracefully curtsied to Daemon. "Good morning, uncle. If you can provide suitable materials, I believe my master Aeon would be more than willing to assist you with the forging." After paying his respects to Jaehaerys, Daemon could not resist inching closer to the young dragon beside the old king, only to provoke a furious hiss from Euryx, clearly indicating his aloofness towards anyone other than Jaehaerys and Daenerys. This prompted King Jaehaerys to feel an increased fondness for the little creature. Observing the dragon's fierce demeanor at such a young age, Daemon could not help but express his admiration, remarking on the creature's impressive stance, reminiscent of the might of the bronze fury. "I find its crimson scales quite beautiful. Let us name it Red Copper Flame." Jaehaerys promptly replied, "I have already given her a name, Euryx, but the moniker Red Copper Flame suits him splendidly." Upon realizing that the young dragon was not inclined to befriend him and that its name had already been decided, Daemon lost interest and promptly took a seat beside Daenerys, wearing a charming smile. "Little Daenerys, how about lending me one of your Valyrian steel swords for a while?" Daenerys smiled in response. "Of course, That would be no problem. Demon was about to leap from his seat in joy, only to be met with an unexpected twist from Daenerys. As long as Uncle retrieves the 3 dragon eggs stolen by the Mound of Hightower, I shall gladly present the sword to you. What say you? Dare you accept? What is there to fear? Had I not discovered the joint fleet of the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters engaged in battle with the pirates of the Stepstones, fearing a misunderstanding, I would have already retrieved them. The thought of the dragon eggs diminished King Jaehaerys' good spirits considerably. Did you not manage to catch up? Viserys has already intercepted them with Vhagar on their path back to Volantis. At this, Demon reported with an irritated expression. Rhaenys and I searched the waters of the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters, but found no trace of them. They have likely mingled with the Stepstone pirates. Chapter 107. The 4 Dragon Egg Fossils. Given the involvement of other factions, we dared not act rashly. Rhaenys remained behind to continue monitoring the movements of the 3 Daughters' fleet and the Stepstone pirates, while I returned to consult the king on this matter. King Jaehaerys, observing Demon, typically impulsive and brash, taking such careful consideration in this instance, felt a sense of satisfaction and praised him. Indeed, you have handled this matter with great prudence. Our Targaryen dragons are growing in number. The 9 free cities must be increasingly concerned. Should we appear too dominant and aggressive, we risk inciting their discontent, potentially prompting them to unite against us. You need only to closely monitor the movements of both parties. Since the Kingdom of the 3rd Daughter has resolved to take action against the Stone Steppes Islands, they will undoubtedly uproot the pirates who have long occupied that territory. The eradication of those pirates from the Stone Steppes Islands will undoubtedly benefit the trading caravans of the 7 kingdoms, and when the time comes, we shall demand the return of Mond Hightower and others from the Kingdom of the 3rd Daughter. Understood, Demon replied softly. In truth, his own disposition inclined him toward directly entering the fray to capture those involved. At that moment, Daenerys interjected. Once the Kingdom of the 3rd Daughter has fully seized control of the Stone Steppes Islands, it may not necessarily bode well for the 7 kingdoms. However, remaining a passive observer of their conflict is indeed the wisest course of action. Her words prompted Jaehaerys to reconsider the situation with renewed seriousness, and for a time, the table fell silent as everyone focused on their breakfast. By the way, the audacity of Braavos to send faceless men to assassinate Daenerys cannot go unpunished, Demon exclaimed, his anger flaring. If the Sea King of Braavos cannot provide us with a satisfactory explanation, I would not hesitate to reduce the Sea King's palace and the House of Black and White to ashes under the might of Caraxes. At the mention of this matter, King Jaehaerys' expression turned grim. This affront would not be taken lightly. However, for now, we must first address the issues surrounding House Hightower. Let us resolve the internal conflicts within the 7 kingdoms, and afterward, we shall settle accounts with Braavos. It is evident that King Jaehaerys has amassed considerable ire towards Braavos, and once the Hightower matter is resolved, the old king will certainly not let Braavos escape unscathed. The incident involving Miss Famin from the Isle of the Fairies selling 3 dragon eggs of Dreamfire to the Sea King of Braavos has already caused King Jaehaerys great consternation. Although the Sea King had absolved the Targaryen family of their debts incurred during the construction of King's Landing, this matter has remained a thorn in the old king's side. Now, they have dared to dispatch 4 faceless men to assassinate a princess of the Targaryen royal family, igniting both old and new grievances within King Jaehaerys. After breakfast, Daenerys took to the skies aboard Dreamfire with Rhaella while Aegon and Viserys returned to Dragonstone. She first deposited Rhaella at the Holy Flame Tower of Dragonstone Castle to gather the necessary items for their journey. Daenerys then steered Dreamfire toward the cave where Varrox resided. As depicted in her visions, the caverns of Dragonstone's Dragon Mount are exceedingly intricate. Though the rock formations are sturdy, the dragons that dwell there often carve out new chambers for themselves. After much effort, Daenerys finally located the cave where Varrox was said to reside. Venturing deep into the cavern, she indeed beheld a vast expanse of rock, transformed into a black, glass-like substance by Dragonfire. Dracarys. The dreamlike azure and obsidian flames swiftly transformed the surrounding rocks into a semi-molten state. Daniela then commanded the Dreamfire to extend a dragon claw and began to search beneath the half-melted stones. Before long, she uncovered 4 exquisite dragon eggs that had already fossilized. One was a deep emerald, another a golden hue, the third a cerulean, and the last a delicate lavender. All were remarkably beautiful. Daniela carefully placed the dragon eggs on a nearby rock, gently caressing them to sense their condition. Regrettably, although the internal magical energy of these eggs was remarkably potent, it remained profoundly dormant. Furthermore, the shells of the eggs had begun to integrate with the surrounding rocks, exhibiting numerous protrusions. Daniela felt that had she not discovered them in time, these eggs would have gradually fused with the stones around them. Given this situation, hatching them would likely require considerable time. Once the temperature of the eggs had cooled, Daniela hastily transported them to the incubation chamber of the cremation tower. The defenses of the tower had now fully returned to normal, with the hounds and the skinning knights having settled into the chambers beneath the tower. Surrounding the cremation tower, several temples had also been completed. Today, the task of cremation at the pyre was being carried out by the young dragon, Viserys, who eagerly responded to the Dreamfire in the sky. In just a few days apart, Viserys had grown significantly larger, indicating that the fish leaf tree had indeed provided substantial assistance. After securing the dragon eggs, Daniela summoned her companions, Balorian and Amolos. This time, she intended to bring all her dragons to Old Town, hoping that the Hightower family would refrain from incinerating her in a moment of discord. Commanding her 9-headed dragon, Daniela fiercely returned to Dragonstone Castle, where she encountered her mother, Emma, and sister, Rhaenyra. She entrusted Rhaenyra with the responsibility of overseeing the cremation tasks at the pyre during her absence, with the assistance of her loyal Syrinx. Rhaenyra readily agreed, as she and Emma had also received news of the Hightower family's employment of faceless men to assassinate Daniela. This revelation filled them with deep dissatisfaction, bordering on rage, as they had never anticipated that this seemingly innocuous family would not only steal 3 dragon eggs from House Targaryen, but also conspire to eliminate Daniela. Now that Daniela was personally heading to Old Town to seek justice, although they could not offer significant aid, they were more than willing to alleviate some of her concerns. Meanwhile, Layla had prepared the items she intended to bring, which were considerable and were all secured onto Amolos' saddle. As most of Daniela's main forces had already departed for Tarth Island, she planned to rendezvous there with her subordinates and dispatch a contingent to Old Town. Once all preparations were complete, Daenerys commanded the 9-headed dragon, soaring majestically towards the direction of Dragonstone Island. Chapter 108. The sudden storm. The sight of Daenerys ascending with her 9 dragons immediately captured the attention of everyone on Dragonstone. Although the young nobles of the 7 kingdoms had grown accustomed to the presence of dragons over time, losing the initial thrill and passion they experienced upon first arriving at Dragonstone, the spectacle of the 9 dragons taking flight still stirred their blood. In the gardens of Dragonstone, Jason Lannister, who was idly sipping wine with his companions, gazed spellbound at the dragons overhead and remarked to his brother, Tyland, "If these 9 dragons could one day soar over the sunset sea outside of Casterly Rock, it would be a truly magnificent sight." Watching the sunset over the sunset sea from the gardens of Casterly Rock is one of the most beautiful scenes in Westeros. Tyland Lannister glanced at his elder brother and then shifted his gaze towards the formidable presence he had always aspired to reach. The tournament had been postponed, and Princess Daenerys had lately remained in King's Landing. Could it be that she was personally pursuing Mount Hightower? It was surprising that the cowardly Mount Hightower dared to steal a Targaryen dragon egg. It seemed that the Hightower family would soon find themselves in dire straits. With a dismissive air, Jason drained his cup and cursed, "Ever since we arrived on Dragonstone, that Mount Hightower has been at odds with us at every turn. Now he has foolishly resorted to stealing dragon eggs. He can forget about ever laying claim to the Targaryen princess." Their noble companions readily agreed, declaring that Mount Hightower's actions were indeed foolish. Could the Hightower family possibly hatch dragon eggs like the Targaryens? Perhaps not, for the nobles of the Reach were known for their cunning and scheming. Had they not also rescued 3 prisoners from Volantis? It was said that Princess Daenerys was currently in Volantis. After all, she is a true Targaryen. This was Daenerys' first experience commanding all 9 dragons in flight. Bathed in the blue sky and white clouds, gazing at the boundless azure sea, Daenerys felt elated and immediately conveyed a mental command to her dragons to fly at full speed. Dreamfire, utilizing her size advantage, let out an excited roar and flapped her wings vigorously, propelling herself to the forefront. Since forming a bond with Daenerys, Dreamfire's abilities had seen substantial enhancement. Once experiencing slow growth, she had now entered a phase of rapid development. Her scales, colors, and the potency of her fire had undergone significant transformation, greatly augmenting her overall strength. Moreover, after 3 years of training under Daenerys, her combat skills and instincts ranked among the finest of all existing dragons. Now, her form has not only become more agile, but her speed has also seen a remarkable enhancement, particularly in terms of explosive power. The sudden acceleration of Dreamfire almost caused Daniela to lose her grip on the dragon's saddle. Meanwhile, Layla, who had cautiously secured herself to the saddle, let out a startled scream. Daniela turned to see Layla, usually so serious, momentarily pale with fear, and couldn't help but laugh. However, The fierce winds soon prompted her to prudently close her mouth. Following closely behind Dreamfire were Malasis and Amolos. Amolo's dark green dragon wings glimmered under the sun like beautiful emeralds, and her time spent on Sacred Flame Island had fully restored her health, with her finely textured bronze scales taking on an even more metallic sheen. Daniela's companion dragon, Malasis, though only 2 months old, had grown to a size comparable to that of a 5-year-old dragon, possibly due to her consumption of the energy essence of the three-eyed crow. Her agility and speed were astonishing, enabling her to keep pace with the fully unleashed Dreamfire. Next in the second tier were the bronze dragon Anthalos and Apollos, followed closely by Little Balerion, Grey Shadow, and Waghana, with only the large-headed dragon Shimalos lagging behind. Reluctant to be left behind, Shimalos let out a resounding roar and began to flap her wings vigorously, significantly increasing her speed. She quickly caught up with Grey Shadow and the others. Seeing Shimalos catch up, Apollos and the others also began to emit high-pitched dragon roars, pushing their speed to new heights. This time, Shimalos managed to stay firmly behind them, not falling behind. Currently, the 4 dragons rescued by Daniela from their lairs, Apollos and his companions, had all regained normal vital signs under her careful nurturing, and their development had accelerated, thus avoiding the tragic fate of early demise that had historically befallen them. These dragons had never experienced the thrill of flying together in such a competitive manner, and this novel experience filled them with excitement and exhilaration. They challenged each other, which maximally stimulated their potential. They roared in excitement, vigorously flapping their wings. Normally close companions were now unwilling to yield to one another, each striving to soar at the forefront. The massive forms of the 9 dragons cleared a wide path through the increasingly dense clouds above the sea. Their shadows swept across the water, casting a vast shade over the fleet navigating near Tidehead Fortress, leaving them utterly astonished. Although dragons were not uncommon in the skies above Blackwater Bay, the sight of such a large assembly was virtually unprecedented. In the gardens of High Tide City, where Lanina Valerian was nurturing her bond with her dragon, the resounding roars drew her gaze skyward. My goodness, how can there be so many dragons? Beside him, the young dragon Hai Yin seemed equally captivated by the fervor of the great dragons, rising into the air with a fierce roar as he soared towards the gathering of dragons. This sudden development caused Lanino to leap to his feet in alarm. Although Hai Yin had already formed a preliminary bond with him, he had yet to truly become a dragon rider. Should any misfortune befall them, he would find himself utterly bereft. At that moment, his mother was already pursuing Mond Hyder on the Red Queen Melias, and if Hai Yin were to be taken, there would be no means to retrieve him. Now measuring 15 or 16 meters in length, Hai Yin, though still a young dragon, possessed considerable speed. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Dreamfire, with delicate silver-gray scales and pink wings that lent him an air of elegance. However, it was evident that Hai Yin's speed lagged behind that of the colossal dragons under Daenerys' command by the time he reached the heights. Dreamfire and the others had already sped far ahead. Undeterred, Hai Yin valiantly pursued them. Thanks to the full exertion of the dragons, they reached the tip of Cape Marseille in less than half an hour. The citadel of Stone Dance, perched upon the cliffs of the Marseille Peninsula, was now in sight. Meanwhile, a storm was beginning to take shape above the narrow sea. Chapter 109. The twins of House Marseille storms over the narrow sea are notoriously unpredictable, but fortunately, the stone dance of House Marseille lay just ahead. Thus, Daenerys hastily guided the dragons toward the castle of House Marseille. The castle, constructed upon a massive coastal rock, is a white stone fortress with a history spanning several millennia. Originally, Stone Dance fell under the jurisdiction of the Storm King Durrandon, but when Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, they aligned themselves with the Targaryens, with whom they had maintained a cordial relationship. Following the conqueror's establishment of the realm, the lands of House Marseille were directly incorporated into the royal domain. However, most of House Marseille's territory is enveloped by low hills and dense tropical rainforests, with the majority of their income derived from hunting, fishing, and livestock farming. The terrain around Stone Dance is undulating, surrounded on 3 sides by limestone hills, while the southeast faces the narrow sea, characterized by deep waters and wide harbors, devoid of treacherous currents. In truth, the port conditions of Stone Dance are exceptionally favorable, possessing the potential to supplant Tidehead Island as the new major maritime trade port outside Blackwater Bay. However, due to their limited resources, House Marseille only has a dozen or so small to medium-sized fishing vessels. Nevertheless, due to their familial ties with the Valerian family of Tidehead Castle, House Marseille has participated in overseas trade alongside the Valerian fleet, accumulating some wealth over the years. As Daenerys approached Stone Dance, she observed herds of goats, yellow cattle, and pack horses dotting the hills by the sea. Upon spotting the dragons soaring above, the livestock immediately began to flee in a frenzy. It is said that this region has long been plagued by sheep thieves targeting House Marseille's goats. Before the Wars of Conquest, much of the food for the dragons on Dragonstone was supplied by House Marseille. The Marseille family has always been a loyal vassal of the Targaryen dynasty, with two counts of Marseille having served as the Lord Chancellor of the Privy Council. The newly appointed Count Guillaume Marseille, being in his early 20s, has wed a lady from the Valerian family, who is said to hold a deep admiration for the sea snake, Corlys Valerian. Out of courtesy, Daenerys chose to leave her dragons outside the castle of the Marseille family. At that moment, the knights stationed at the castle had already opened the grand gates, leading soldiers out to welcome them. The leading knight was a young man in his 20s, tall and possessing striking features, with well-groomed, slightly curled chestnut hair and eyes that shone with clarity and resolve. Lucifer Marseille, presenting my respects to your highness, Princess Daenerys, he announced. The warriors behind him knelt on one knee in unison, greeting Daenerys with reverence. Lucifer Marseille approached Daenerys and explained, Your Highness, I have sent word to Lord Guillaume. He should be arriving shortly. I kindly ask for your patience. Daenerys slightly inclined her body in acknowledgement and replied, I appreciate your efforts, Sir Lucifer. My dragons have flown a considerable distance and are somewhat fatigued and hungry. I would be grateful if you could arrange for some livestock to be brought over. At that moment, Layla, who was busy unloading baggage from the dragons, presented a bag of gold coins to Lucifer, saying, Please, my lord, ensure that more livestock is sent. Here are 100 gold coins. Kindly accept them. Lucifer gazed at the pouch of coins, astonished. This is far too generous. It is enough to purchase 100 pack horses. Daenerys smiled gently and replied, Sir Lucifer, do accept it. My dragons have quite the appetite. And without at least 200 goats, they will remain unsated. Furthermore, a storm is imminent. If there are any excess funds, they should be bestowed upon those diligent servants. Seeing Daenerys' insistence, Lucifer reluctantly accepted the pouch and handed it to a nearby soldier, instructing, Hurry and make the arrangements. The soldier took the pouch and quickly raced towards the nearby herdsman. Just then, the dragon sea smoke had also caught up, albeit circling low in the sky, clearly hesitant to approach. At that moment, the social bandit, Viserys, took to the air again, flying towards sea smoke. Through their telepathic connection, Daenerys sensed Viserys' curiosity towards sea smoke, for he was the smallest dragon Viserys had ever encountered. Sea smoke, showing little wariness towards the young dragon, responded promptly to Viserys' call. Observing this exchange, Daenerys felt a wave of intrigue. Could it be that dragons communicate through calls? As the onlookers curiously observed the two young dragons interacting in the sky, Count Germain de Marseille had already gathered the inhabitants of the castle to greet the princess. Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness, and I hope you do not take offense, he remarked. Count Germain, in his early 20s, bore a striking resemblance to Lucifer de Marseille, though he appeared slightly more portly. I regret the intrusion. My intention was to travel to Dragonstone, but I was unexpectedly caught in a tempest, which compelled me to seek refuge in the castle of the Marseille family. At that moment, Count Germain personally presented salt and bread, and Daenerys took a small piece of bread and dipped it in salt before consuming it. This was a customary practice on the continent of Westeros. When a guest arrives, the host offers salt and bread as a symbol of protection for the visitor. By partaking of the salt and bread, the guest vows not to harm the host, a principle known as guest right. Violating this sacred right is regarded with the same disdain as regicide or fratricide on the continent. After consuming the salt and bread, Daenerys, under Count Germain's guidance, swiftly entered the Marseille family castle. However, upon crossing the threshold, a cacophony of anguished screams from a woman pierced the air. Daenerys cast a curious glance at Count Germain, who, with a worried expression, explained, Your Highness, it is my wife who is in labor. However, the maester suggests that due to the presence of twins, the delivery is proving difficult. As the impending storm cast a shadow over the castle, the atmosphere grew dim. Count Germain instructed the servants to light oil lamps and candles while the maidens brought forth an array of fruits, pastries, and fine wines. Yet, accustomed as she was to the kitchens of Dragonstone and the Red Keep, Daenerys merely sampled a morsel of food out of courtesy, preferring instead to sip her wine delicately. Nevertheless, the continuous cries of the Countess created an unsettling tension even within the Grand Hall. Just then, the castle servants brought in Daenerys' luggage, prompting her to urgently instruct her handmaiden, Riella, did we not bring some fire wine? Quickly, deliver a cup to the Countess. It may assist her during labor. Riella hurriedly retrieved the fire wine from the baggage and accompanied the maidens toward the countess's chamber. In no time, a torrential downpour began, and the gathered guests anxiously awaited in the castle hall, devoid of conversation. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, starkly contrasting the tempest raging outside, filled with thunder and lightning. After what felt like an eternity, the oppressive silence was finally pierced by the wail of a newborn. Instantly, joy erupted among the onlookers. Moments later, a maid joyfully emerged to proclaim, "It's a boy and a girl. Twins have been born." Chapter 110. The beaten sea smoke. Upon hearing this joyous news, the denizens of the castle hall collectively sighed with relief. Their previously somber atmosphere instantly transformed into one of vibrant celebration. "Congratulations, Count Marseille," exclaimed Daniera, raising her goblet and draining its contents in a single gulp, extending her heartfelt congratulations to the count. In this era, childbirth for women is akin to stepping onto a battlefield. It is noteworthy that even among the royal Targaryens, nearly half of the princesses have succumbed on the birthing bed. It is essential to recognize that royal princesses are afforded the finest sanitary conditions and assistance from distinguished midwives, which starkly highlights the dire mortality rates faced by ordinary mothers. Daniera, aware that Emma had also met her demise due to childbirth, had long been engaged in research on this matter. She discovered that aside from complications during labor, the majority of maternal deaths were attributed to infections arising from inadequate sanitary conditions during delivery, leading to puerperal fever. Thus, over the years, she had assisted Bachelor Digris in delivering numerous mothers, providing him with invaluable insights that significantly enhanced his midwifery skills, thereby saving many lives. Since incorporating the herbal remedies of the children of the forest, Daniera had further arranged for several maidens to study medical practices and birthing techniques under her guidance. The potions derived from the children of the forest exhibited remarkably miraculous effects, having already saved countless mothers and their children over the past few months. Before long, the maids returned to the castle hall, cradling the two newly born infants. Although the elderly bachelor was visibly fatigued, a radiant smile of contentment graced his face. He sincerely thanked Princess Daniera for the Dragonfire wine, which had rejuvenated the exhausted mother, enabling her to summon the strength to deliver her two children. Count Marseille, upon hearing this, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Daniera. "We must truly thank Her Highness. Had it not been for your presence in Stone Dance City, my wife and these two children might have faced an uncertain fate." With these words, the Count could not help but feel a twinge of fear and a sense of relief at having survived such a harrowing ordeal. At this moment, Count Marseille's brother, Lucifer Marseille, jested, "I believe you ought to extend your thanks to the tempest outside as well, brother. Had it not been for that timely storm, Her Highness would not have graced us with her presence in Stone Dance City." His remarks elicited laughter from all present, and at that moment, Layla, having gathered her belongings, produced a dragonbone dagger and a diamond necklace, presenting them to Daniera. Given the significance of the occasion, Daniera felt compelled to express her gratitude in kind. Furthermore, the Marseille family had always remained steadfastly loyal to the Targaryens, rendering these lavish gifts not only appropriate, but well-deserved. The tempest, having arrived swiftly, departed just as quickly, concluding within the span of a mere hour. As the storm dissipated, the sky emerged as clear and blue as if washed anew by water. After the rain had passed and the skies cleared, the servants of the castle drove in the flock of sheep, numbering over 200. The dragons, having just endured an intense flight and drenched by the storm for over an hour, were now ravenously hungry. Upon sighting the approaching sheep, they began to stir restlessly. However, without a command from Daenerys, they remained obediently in place, despite their strong desire to feast. Yet, the restless sea smoke, upon seeing the flock, was immediately inclined to pounce for a meal, only to be intercepted by the swift and small Miracis. Though diminutive in stature, Miracis possessed a piercing voice that caught the attention of the imposing red dragon, Shamoros. Nevertheless, the sea smoke, underestimating Miracis, charged forward to overpower her. This time, however, he miscalculated. Miracis, known for her fierce demeanor despite her size, was agile and quick to retaliate. When the sea smoke disregarded her, Miracis lunged at him, her sharp claws leaving deep gashes along his neck. In pain, the sea smoke roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames towards Miracis, who deftly evaded the attack. Miracis then executed a swift maneuver, positioning herself behind the sea smoke and releasing a blast of dragon fire directly at his head, causing him to stagger. The sea smoke's aggression prompted discontent among the trio of young dragons, Balerion, Grey Shadow, and Vagana, who regarded Miracis as their beloved companion and would not tolerate her being bullied. Thus, Balerion, Grey Shadow and Vagana spread their wings and launched a coordinated assault on the Sea Smoke. Realizing he was outmatched, the Sea Smoke attempted to flee. Yet he was no match for the speed of Balerion and Miracis, who relentlessly pursued him. After only a few hundred meters, Balerion caught up, diving to seize one of his wings while his claws savagely tore at the Sea Smoke's chest, spilling his fiery blood onto the ground. In the castle, Daenerys, alerted by the roars of the dragons, rushed towards them, only to witness the scene of the Sea Smoke being overwhelmed. Balerion had already easily subdued him, while the equally fierce Vagana had clamped down on his other wing. Grey Shadow and Miracis unleashed their flames upon his wings, igniting them in a blaze. Seeing this, Daenerys quickly used her telepathic abilities to halt their actions. However, the Sea Smoke had already sustained severe injuries, even as Balerion and the others ceased their onslaught. He let out a painful cry and plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the nearby grass. Fortunately, although the young Baelor and his companions were filled with rage, they refrained from inflicting serious harm. Otherwise, it is likely that Viserion would have been torn to shreds by now. Daenerys, unaware of Viserion's specific condition, hurried towards him. Each dragon is a treasured asset for the Targaryen family, and any mishap must be avoided. Thankfully, Daenerys halted a mere dozen meters from Viserion and observed that, despite his numerous wounds, none were life-threatening, though the sight of his bloodied form was indeed alarming. His wings, however, bore more significant injuries, suggesting he would need a period of recuperation before he could soar again. An injured dragon tends to be wary of its surroundings, and seeing that Viserion was not in grave danger, Daenerys chose not to approach him further, instead turning to her other dragons. Dragons are highly intelligent beings, and within their ranks, a strict hierarchy exists, naturally formed through interactions such as flying, roaring, and combat. Among the dragons under Daenerys' command, Drogon occupies the highest position. Whenever it comes to feeding, if Daenerys is not present to oversee the process, Drogon is invariably the first to partake. Chapter 111. The Isle of Sapphire. With Daenerys' permission, Drogon approached the trembling flock of sheep, and beneath the searing heat of his dragon fire, a dozen or so goats were charred to perfection. This was a conscious effort on Drogon's part to regulate the temperature of his flames, which were significantly lighter in hue than his usual dark blue. Yet he insisted on turning the goats to cinders. Although the flavor of these goats paled in comparison to the spiced lamb from Dragonstone, out in the wild, dragons could afford little concern for such matters. Drogon quickly devoured the 20 goats, and during this process, the social marauder Missylise snatched a couple for herself. Drogon and his kin were accustomed to her antics and displayed no signs of discontent. Such is the allure of a beloved companion. However, Drogon was only half sated by the goats, prompting him to unleash his flames once more, roasting another dozen goats. Within a mere quarter hour, he consumed them all and then contentedly retreated to rest. Next to take the stage was the bronze-brown winged dragon, Abraxas. This was hardly surprising, as Abraxas's formidable size and distinctive features rendered him a powerful contender. His scales, claws, and fire were among the finest seen in the younger dragons. As the bronze flames erupted forth, several goats were quickly roasted to perfection. Abraxas's appetite had notably increased, and in just 15 minutes, he devoured all the goats. Throughout this, Missylise did not forget to pilfer from him, which elicited a displeased growl from Abraxas, who wished for her to take the hint and depart. However, his actions startled the slumbering Dreamfire nearby. She opened her eyes and fixed her gaze directly upon Abosis, emitting a series of sharp warning sounds from her throat. This prompted Abosis to wisely disregard Miracis entirely. The third to approach was the Crimson Dragon, Himelos, perhaps due to her disproportionately large head. The flames she exhaled spread wide and exhibited a scattered spraying effect. A torrent of scarlet fire swept across the scene, leaving a mournful chorus of bleeding goats as approximately 20 to 30 were roasted alive. Once Himelos concluded her feast, Amolos and Antelos simultaneously advanced, unleashing their flames upon the remaining flock from 2 directions, thus completing their meal. Following suit were the 3 young Baelorins, who also finished their feeding in unison. Throughout this process, Miracis merely filled her belly by taking advantage of the situation. Yet, the 9 dragons had consumed only a little over 150 goats, leaving behind around 40 to 50. Daniela instructed the castle servants to herd the remaining goats closer to the Sea Smoke. Although Sea Smoke was injured and found flying temporarily challenging, he was unhindered in his crawling. Ignoring his physical pain, he lunged toward the flock. In the wake of his orange-red flames, several goats were quickly roasted, and he then settled down to feast with great delight. The members of the Marseilles family witnessed this breathtaking spectacle of dragon feeding for the first time and were thoroughly captivated. At that moment, Count Marseille approached Daniela respectfully and requested, "Your Highness, it is thanks to you that my 2 children were safely born today. Thus, I hope you will bestow names upon them, granting them your protection." Daniela felt a connection to the children and agreed. Born amidst a storm and emerging into clear skies thereafter, the boy would be named Robin, symbolizing courage and wit to face life's tempests. The girl would be named Elena, blessed to live a life as beautiful as sunshine, and may she bring warmth to all around her. Robin and Elena, such lovely names. "Thank you, Your Highness." Count Marseille bowed deeply in gratitude. "Your Highness, it is nearly noon, and the luncheon is prepared. Please, allow us to proceed to the dining hall." Although the fare at Marseille Castle was rather ordinary, it was considered respectable among the nobility of the 7 kingdoms. Given the abundant wildlife of the Marseille Peninsula and the rich seafood resources of the nearby waters, at the very least, the ingredients were commendable, and the meal allowed for a delightful gathering. After lunch, Daniela took a brief half-hour rest in her guest room, then paid a visit to Lady Marseille before reloading her luggage onto the back of the dragon in preparation for departure. The matters concerning the Hightower family had reached the ears of the Earl of Marseille and his companions, who thus did not press for an excessive farewell. After a hearty feast, the dragons, having digested their meal for an hour, regained their vigor. Daenerys and Riella ascended the saddle of Dreamfire, swiftly taking to the skies amidst the reluctant gazes of those left behind. As they watched the dragons disappear into the horizon, not only did the Earl of Marseille feel a twinge of regret, but even the quietly licking his wounds, sea smoke, exhibited a hint of anxiety. Though his wings could no longer sustain flight, with a heavy heart, he emitted a series of mournful roars in the direction of the departing dragons. The journey from Marseille to Tarth Island took less than an hour, and with the storm having just passed, the narrow sea lay in serene stillness. Following the downpour, many marine fish began leaping from the water to breathe or forage, rekindling a sense of delight among the onlookers. The boisterous socialite, Viserys, and the fish-loving Grey Shadow were particularly enthusiastic, diving swiftly towards the sea. With each plunge, they managed to catch sizable fish, which they would then toss into the air, roasting them with dragonfire before devouring them. Amorlis and Anthilos, witnessing this spectacle, promptly flapped their wings and joined the fray, their agility evident. Yet their fishing skills clearly in need of refinement. It often took several attempts before they succeeded, lagging behind the adept Viserys and Grey Shadow. However, they soon grasped the principles of fishing and seamlessly integrated into the group, shifting the competition from speed of flight to the swiftness of their catches. Before long, all the dragons, save Dreamfire, had joined the fishing endeavor. Yet, Shimos had difficulty maintaining balance with his large head near the water's surface, frequently ingesting seawater in the process. Thus, amidst the joyful frolic of the dragons, they swiftly approached Tarth Island. Tarth is a breathtaking locale, characterized by verdant mountains in the east, and abundant lakes and waterfalls scattered across the island, dotted with highland pastures and shadowy valleys. The livestock of Tarth is among the finest in all of Westeros, featuring the large-eared goats and the short-tailed sheep of the Iron Islands, the yellow mountain goats of the Westerlands, and the plump sheep and green mountain goats of the north. Due to the nearby azure waters, Tarth is often referred to as the Sapphire Island. Today, following the storm, the waters surrounding Tarth were particularly vivid, truly deserving of its Sapphire moniker. Chapter 112. The Dragon with 3 Heads. The castle of House Tarth, known as Evening Hall, stands majestically upon a coastal rock, offering a direct view of the expansive Tarth harbor below. In recent years, due to Daenerys' clandestine investments, the dock at Tarth Harbor has expanded several-fold, now accommodating 200 to 300 three-masted ships simultaneously. At this moment, the Taz dock was neatly arranged with over 123-masted sailing vessels and several hundred fishing boats of varying sizes, among which 80 belonged to Daenerys. However, the majority bore the flag of House Taz. The emblem of House Taz is a quartered pattern featuring a yellow sun on a rose background and a white moon on a sky-blue field, symbolizing the passage of day and night in their ancestral tongue. The sight of the Taz family flag incessantly evokes in Daenerys reflections on the family's imbalance of power, where the radiant yellow sun, akin to a woman shining like the noonday sun, starkly contrasts with the moon that suggests a waning male lineage. The daughters of House Taz have historically been numerous, yet their male heirs often dwindle. Nevertheless, they have managed to perpetuate their lineage through the practice of marrying into other families. Furthermore, the daughters of House Taz frequently give birth to triplets. During the age of Aegon, Queen Rhaenys assisted the triplet daughters of House Taz in finding suitable matches. This generation's Count of Taz has also welcomed triplet daughters, who are now 9 years old. While House Taz may not be particularly illustrious among the Seven Kingdoms, they share noble bloodlines through marriages with the Hightower and Valerion families. The successive counts and heads of House Taz are referred to as the Evening Star, which is also the name of their Valyrian steel sword, resonating strongly with the dawn of House Dane from Starfall. Following a rain that had just ceased, the skies above the narrow sea were clear and cloudless. Consequently, the inhabitants of Taz Island had noticed the great dragon on the horizon quite early. By the time Daenerys descended with her dragon at the main castle of the Evening Hall, the Count of Taz was already waiting at the castle gates with his wife, eldest son Budamer, and 4 daughters, along with the entire family. With Daenerys' covert assistance, the wealth of House Taz had multiplied several times in recent years. Thus the family welcomed her visit with immense enthusiasm. The members of House Taz all possess golden hair and blue eyes, while their features may be deemed ordinary. Both men and women are tall and statuesque. "Your Highness, may I touch your dragon?" inquired little Burnie, the Count's 6-year-old daughter, tugging at Daenerys' dress with eager anticipation. With her golden curls and sincere blue eyes, though not conventionally beautiful, Burnie exuded innocence and purity. At just 6 years old, she was hardly shorter than her 3 elder sisters. Of course, Daenerys affectionately took Burnie's small hand, leading her into the castle courtyard, where she summoned Meraxes. The pink-scaled dragon with elegant wings and a graceful form captivated the young girls. Not only did several of the girls immediately gravitate towards the beautiful Meraxes, but even the Countess and a throng of noblewomen found their gaze irresistibly drawn to the dragon. At that moment, Meraxes lay obediently in the courtyard like a large dog, emitting a contented rumble under Daenerys' gentle caress. Under the guidance of Daniela, little Brenny cautiously extended her small hand towards the dragon wing of Meraxes. After several tentative attempts, she finally dared to caress it, exclaiming in awe at its warmth, reminiscent of the flames in a fireplace. Upon arriving at Tars Island, Daniela immediately commanded Dax and his brothers to lead 100 unicorn mercenaries towards the Old Town. The journey from Tars Island to the Old Town required navigating around the entire Dorne territory, taking at least 2 to 3 days. However, with her dragons, she could make the trip in just half a day, though she felt confident venturing to the Old Town alone with such formidable dragons. Executing her forthcoming plans presented a certain inconvenience. That evening, Daniela was warmly welcomed by the Tars family, transforming the castle into a lively venue in honor of her arrival. The food prepared by the Count of Tars for the dragons consisted of succulent beef, as the island boasted numerous high-quality natural pastures, home to hundreds of thousands of goats and thousands of cattle and pack horses. Since most of Daniela's subordinates were stationed at Tars Island, she opted not to let the dragons feast on their fiery breath. Instead, her dragon guards selected several old cattle and horses, which were slaughtered and skinned before being presented to the dragons. The bones of the cattle and horses were far sturdier than those of goats. Except for Dreamfire, neither Amorlos nor Little Balerion could consume all the bones. In contrast, the mighty red dragon, Himelos, effortlessly crushed the bones with its exceptional strength, joyfully devouring them. The robust skulls of the cattle and horses were shattered like candy under Himelos' immense bite. The Tars family members were known for their exuberant nature, and Daniela found herself indulging in a few more drinks than usual, eventually feeling a bit dizzy. Thus, with Layla's assistance, she retired to her room to rest. The chamber arranged for Daniela by Count Tars featured grand floor-to-ceiling windows offering a direct view of the moonlit narrow sea. After a quick wash, she wrapped herself in a blanket and sat by the window, admiring the silvery sea under the moonlight. Enchanted by the breathtaking scenery, she gradually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Daniela sensed countless slimy, cold tendrils emerging from the ocean, attempting to pull her down into the depths. Yet, the bright moon above cast numerous enchanting beams of light, enveloping her. The moonlight, akin to silk, tightly wrapped around her, lifting her gently. Faint whispers, almost like a song, reached her ears. "O favored maiden of the light goddess, you shall be the singular radiance in the celestial temple. The moon goddess's compassion brings you hope, and a new moon shall rise once more in your hands. She is a paradox of fervor and coldness, yet her heart is a vibrant bloom. Remember, the dragon possesses 3 heads. You shall confront 2 choices. Light and warmth will illuminate your path. The ardor will elate the masses, whether it be steel or silk, cotton or gems, as dawn casts its glow ahead. The shadows from the depths of the ocean shall inevitably awaken. The stars weep crimson, dark tides entwining with white waves, green currents mingling with blood. Only the immortal night lion stands vigil for you, with but a singular truth: the blazing glory, or the chilling sorrow. In this peculiar melody, the ocean beneath Daniela began to churn wildly, transforming from inky black to a kaleidoscope of black, green, red, and white. The chaotic waves resembled grotesque monsters, eager to engulf Daniela. Above her, the moonlight morphed into a colossal dragon and countless lunar vessels, lifting Daniela ever higher. It was then that Daniela beheld, in astonishment, that the great dragon bore 3 heads. Chapter 113. The black stone of the tower. The moonlit dragon ascended with Daniela, and in this ascent, she felt as though she had lost all sense of time, uncertain of how long it had been. She did not know to what heights the 3-headed dragon had elevated her. She watched as the enigmatic waves receded further away, their formidable presence gradually shrinking in her view, until they appeared as a frenzied black hand. At the center of that dark hand lay something greasy, which made Daniela recoil in disgust and trepidation at a mere glance. Suddenly, Daniela felt a disorienting weightlessness, as if she had plummeted from a great height. Awakened with a start, her stomach churned, and she hurried to the basin by her bed to retch. Whether from intoxication or the dreams of dragons from the night before, her body felt as if it had been trampled by a train, aching and heavy. Her head spun, and she found herself utterly devoid of strength, the exhaustion surpassing even the first time she had depleted her magical essence, leaving her utterly drained. The commotion roused Layla, who had been keeping watch over her through the night. She quickly fetched fresh water and offered it to Daniela. "Your Highness, please rinse your mouth. It seems you truly were inebriated last night, speaking in your sleep and perhaps singing some verses. However, as you spoke in Valyrian, I could not grasp it fully. I only caught fragments about gods, the moon, dragons, and sea monsters. Did you have a nightmare?" Though Daniela's head was still muddled, she mustered the will to allow Layla to assist her with her ablutions before returning to bed, sinking back into slumber. It remains uncertain whether it was the intoxication from the previous evening's revelry or the enigmatic dream that had cast a shadow upon her. But Daniela languidly lay in bed for 2 consecutive days, sustained solely by milk and honey water. This unforeseen turn of events sent Count Tars into a paroxysm of fear, for the Targaryen lineage had already suffered the untimely demise of an heir, Prince Aemon, on Tars Island. Should anything befall the beloved Princess Daniela, cherished by King Viserys, the Count felt as though his own life would be forfeit. Thus, he hastily urged all the women of the household to the temple to pray fervently. Ultimately, it was Tar's second son, Sir Cameron, Daniela's sworn knight, who proposed that they gently carry the princess to the dragons. Having often heard Daniela speak of the dragon's capacity to bestow strength upon the members of House Targaryen, he believed this was their best course of action. In recent days, the 9-headed dragons had been indulged with the finest offerings of sheep, cattle, and aged horses, graciously prepared by the dragon guards, living in a state of unparalleled contentment. However, when they presented Daniela before the dragons, those who had once shared an intimate bond with her recoiled in distaste. In the end, it was Viserys who, suppressing her evident disdain, approached Daniela. With her amethyst-hued vertical pupils surveying the princess with a hint of contempt, the onlookers were taken aback when, to their astonishment, Viserys unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire directly at Daniela. Sir Cameron and the dragon guards were momentarily paralyzed by shock, but instinctively rushed towards the princess. Layla, Daniela's devoted handmaiden, unhesitatingly shielded her beneath her own body. Count Tars, completely aghast, fell to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, while the castle attendants and maidservants erupted into panicked cries. However, after several heartbeats, the anticipated dragon fire did not descend upon them. Summoning her courage, Layla glanced back, only to discover that although Viserys had directed the flames towards Daniela, they had instead struck the shadow cast by the princess. To their astonishment, a piercing scream emanated from the shadow itself, accompanied by a pale blue mist that twisted and writhed as it sought to escape. Viserys lunged forward, consuming the ethereal smoke with fervor. Had not the dozens of witnesses been present to behold this spectacle, they might have deemed it a mere figment of their imagination. Yet, it appeared that Viserys' actions bore fruit. The once dazed and disoriented Daniela fell into a deep, tranquil slumber. On the morning of the 3rd day, Daniela awoke from her prolonged sleep, feeling not only a hint of fatigue but a profound sense of restoration. Daniera had partaken of her breakfast and ascended onto the back of Dreamfire, soaring around the Isle of Tarth. After completing her flight, she felt a profound restoration of her vitality, which finally eased the worries of Lord and Lady Tarth. The slightly portly Lord Tarth could not help but grasp his wife's hand and whisper, "By the 7. It seems we ought to refrain from inviting members of House Targaryen to our Tarth Isle in the future. It is far too daunting." Could it be that our isle bears a curse against the Targaryens? Upon hearing this, Lady Tarth promptly pinched her husband's waist and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Not only is Cameron the most trusted sworn knight of Her Highness the Princess, but the vessels docked at our port are predominantly hers. Our connection with the princess can only deepen. This is merely a series of coincidences. Has not the princess already recovered splendidly? Spare me your unfounded speculations." Daniera had lingered on Tarth Isle for 3 days and nights. If Dax and the others were fortunate, they should reach Old Town today. Thus, she did not tarry. After satiating her dragons, she commanded them to rise into the sky, soaring over the rippling waters of Shipwreck Bay, the densely forested Windrath Point, the barren Dornish frontier, and the desolate Crimson Mountains. By midday, the towering spire of Old Town was clearly visible. Daniera extended no courtesy to House Hightower. She guided her dragons to land in a garden adjacent to the magnificent tower, where a grand weirwood tree grew. The dragons, now attuned to Daniera's will, charged into the beautiful garden. The noble women and servants meandering within, upon witnessing the approach of the dragons, shrieked and fled into the tower. When the dragons descended, the garden was devoid of any human presence. However, despite the garden's vastness, its vegetation was exceedingly dense. Except for Viserys, the other dragons found no foothold. Thus, they utilized their sheer size to topple ancient trees, flower beds, pavilions, and greenery. Those that resisted their might were incinerated by Dragonfire, and within a mere quarter of an hour, the garden lay almost entirely flattened, save for the weirwood and some foliage in the corners. Yet, when Daniera beheld the greasy black stone at the base of the tower, a familiar wave of nausea and dizziness began to wash over her once more. Chapter 114. Flourishing Hightower. The dragons of Daniera ravaged the Hightower garden like a band of marauders. They not only ignited trees, but also melted stones and tiles into a glassy state with their flames, subsequently crafting temporary resting layers upon the molten surface. Only Viserys landed directly upon the towering weirwood, as she found the great tree provided her with an extraordinary sense of comfort. A surge of enchanting power and a refreshing energy flowed continuously from the Fishmu into Viserys, swiftly lulling her into slumber. Dreamfire lingered nearby, equally attuned to the energy emanating from the Fishmu. The invigorating essence of the tree alleviated Daniela's discomfort significantly, prompting her to urge Dreamfire to draw closer. Breathing in the fresh energy that the Fishmu exuded, Daniela soon regained her composure. However, this also drew her attention to the black oil stones of the towering spire, which bore a striking resemblance to the black stones she had encountered in her dreams on Tar's Island. Through her senses, Daniela discerned that the entire spire radiated an intense magical resonance, influenced by these black stone bases. She had previously been unaware of such peculiar stones existing in this world, let alone containing such formidable energy. As Daniela curiously examined the black stones, Count Heidel emerged from the spire, leading a multitude of family members. Green was the emblematic color of the Heidel family, thus their armor and attire prominently featured this hue. Daniela observed that green could absorb the energy wafting from the black stones of the spire. The Heidel family had always been prosperous, and Daniela estimated that there were no fewer than 50 direct descendants present. Gazing at the garden ravaged by dragons, Count Heidel's expression twitched involuntarily. Yet he maintained a calm and respectful demeanor as he approached Dreamfire, bowing to Princess Daniela. "Greetings, Your Highness," he said. "Hello, my Lord Count," Daniela replied as she descended from Dreamfire's back to return the greeting. Subsequently, Countess Heidel, accompanied by her children and other family members, extended their respectful salutations to Daniela. Under the imposing presence of the dragons, although the Heidel family members felt apprehensive, they exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they radiated a spirit of fearlessness and a willingness to face death. Thus, no family with a lineage spanning millennia is simple, particularly among these elite aristocrats. Daniela directly presented King Viserys' royal decree to Count Heidel. "My Lord Count, this is the royal edict from His Majesty the King. I implore you to convene your family members promptly. I shall personally lead you to King's Landing on Dragonback." Count Heidel realized that his family was confronting an unprecedented crisis. Aware that resistance against the Targaryens' dragons would only lead to their complete annihilation, he recalled the lessons learned from the Harrowmont family's demise over a century ago, which still resonated in the memories of the noble families across the Seven Kingdoms. He understood that his only option was to ingratiate himself with the Targaryen royal family, placing his family's hopes on King Viserys' mercy. Thus, Count Heidel adopted a profoundly humble demeanor towards Daniela, accepting the royal decree with both hands and bowing respectfully towards King's Landing. "Thank you, Your Highness, for coming in person." Once I have arranged family matters, I shall promptly accompany you to King's Landing. I kindly invite your highness the princess to take a brief respite within the Tower of Celestial Heights. The two daughters of Count Hyder, Emily and Alessa, have graciously assumed the role of attendants for Daniela. Indeed, the tower is astonishingly tall, standing at an estimated height of 270 to 80 meters, making the ascent quite a formidable task. Thus, Daniela's belongings were carried up by several young lords of the Hyder family. Her chamber has been arranged in the middle section of the tower, featuring an outdoor area adorned with a small garden. Miss Emily, your Hyder family is truly blessed with a thriving lineage. Apart from the Fry family of the Riverlands, I have yet to encounter another household with such a multitude of members. Daniela remarked casually to Miss Hyder while comfortably seated on a swing chair in the garden after changing her attire. Emily, a quintessential noblewoman, exuded grace and gentility, consistently wearing her signature smile. The princess speaks truly. We are fortunate indeed, thanks to the blessings of the seven. Alessa, a lively young lady, chimed in proudly. This is largely due to the scholars in the Hyder family. Their medical expertise ensures that few children face untimely demise. Complications during childbirth, which terrify many noble women, are also remarkably rare within our family. Upon hearing this, Daniela immediately straightened herself, drawing Alessa closer, and whispered, "Is that truly so? My impression of scholars in medicine has been limited to leech therapy and the use of poppy milk for pain relief. The scholar from Dragonstone, Master Tigress, is familiar with some pharmacology, yet the aromas of those potions are quite abominable. Do the scholars of the Hyder family perhaps employ alternative methods?" Ha! Daniela's words elicited laughter from Alessa. The princess is correct. While the scents of those potions may be unpleasant, their efficacy can be surprisingly commendable. Moreover, I have heard that many scholars in the academy possess some surgical skills, although the risks involved are quite considerable. The two Hyder sisters were exceedingly talkative, allowing Daniela to glean much about the matters of Old Town and the academy. Just as Daniela was extracting information from the sisters, Count Hyder was convening the direct members of his family. Meanwhile, Dax and his fleet had also arrived at Old Town. As the fully armed Unicorn Warriors Brigade reached the Tower of Celestial Heights, Count Hyder's countenance darkened further. Consequently, Count Hyder personally approached Daniela, stating, "Your Highness, that scoundrel Mund has audaciously dared to steal dragon eggs. Our Hyder family shall surely bear the losses incurred by the Targaryen royal family. Thus, all adult males of our direct lineage willingly offer themselves to King's Landing to accept His Majesty's judgment." However, Daniela did not respond to Count Hyder's words, but rather interjected, "By the way, Count Hyder, let me first discuss the remuneration for escorting you all to King's Landing. Previously, while at Flame Island, I charged a fee of 100,000 gold dragons for each round of the island. Noticing that many from the Hightower family require passage to King's Landing, I am pleased to offer you a discounted rate of 200,000 gold dragons per person. The reason Dax and his Unicorn Warriors have come to Old Town is solely to assist me in safeguarding this sum. There is no ulterior motive, and there is no need for you, my lord the Count, to worry about them." 200,000 gold dragons. The Count of Hightower, incredulous, sought confirmation from Daniela once more. Daniela, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Did not Lord Munder Hightower himself pay me 100,000 gold dragons for a single flight? Surely, my lord, you are aware of this?" Daniela's words left the Count momentarily speechless. However, he still wished to advocate for the Hightower family. "Alas, I wish I had never birthed that scoundrel. Your Highness, I have just tallied that there are 32 direct members of the Hightower family intending to travel to King's Landing. My family cannot possibly produce such a vast sum of gold dragons at once. Could we perhaps?" Daniela interrupted with a cold laugh. "My Lord Count, are you attempting to take advantage of my youth? Old Town, as the largest city and trade hub of Westeros, is a veritable treasure trove, and as its lord, you dare claim that the Hightower family cannot muster a mere 10 million gold dragons?" At this juncture, Daniela rose from her seat, her demeanor icy as she approached the Count. "When a Targaryen still treats you with courtesy, I hope you recognize the necessity of discretion. After all, I would not wish to witness the once flourishing Old Town suffer the same fate as your Hightower Gardens. For, whether it be the theft of dragon eggs or the hiring of faceless men to assassinate a royal princess, both are ample grounds for your family's disgrace and demise." Daniela's formidable and frigid aura sent beads of cold sweat cascading down the Count's forehead. "Princess, we are innocent," he stammered. "We had no knowledge of Munder's actions, and we are certainly not involved in any plot to hire nameless assassins against the princess. That is precisely why we, the Hightower family, are bold enough to approach His Majesty in King's Landing and clarify everything." Emily quickly chimed in. "Princess, My father's words are entirely truthful. We were utterly shocked upon receiving the news. By the Seven, I swear, the Hightower family is absolutely loyal to His Majesty the King and the Targaryen dynasty. Alyssa, nervously grasping Daniela's hand, pleaded, Your Highness, the letter from my brother Munder, sent from Dragonstone, is filled with boundless praise and reverence for you. I believe your wisdom and kindness can surely perceive his sincerity. Thus, I implore you to assist our Hightower family. Please, I beg of you, Your Highness. The harmonious exchange among the father and daughter trio filled Daniera with a profound admiration, prompting her to soften her tone as she remarked, Indeed, I believe His Majesty the King granted you the opportunity to stand before judgment in King's Landing precisely because he harbors no doubts regarding the loyalty of House Hightower. Otherwise, beneath the flames of the dragon, even if the Hightowers were truly wronged, they would have no chance to prove their innocence. Furthermore, the incident involving House Hightower's theft of dragon eggs is indisputable. I sincerely hope that House Hightower will not squander the last act of mercy bestowed upon you by the Targaryen royal family. With a pointed gesture towards the towering structures of the Old Town, she continued, The Old Town is indeed a remarkable place, so vibrant and teeming with life. Starry Christmas and the Citadel represent the spiritual guidance of the Seven Kingdoms and monopolize the preservation of knowledge across Westeros, respectively. Surely, no one wishes to perceive the Hightower family, who governs these realms, as harboring ulterior motives, do they? Perhaps some extraordinary force has veiled the eyes of all Westeros, preventing them from recognizing the true strength of House Hightower? Daniera's words plunged the Hightower trio into a state of icy trepidation. This 10-year-old princess of the royal house diverged significantly from the rumors, revealing a likeness to the image portrayed in the letters from Mander Hightower. It appeared that Mander's admiration for Princess Daniera was not solely the innocent affection of youth towards a beautiful princess. This princess was indeed extraordinary. The rumors about her being highly favored by King Jaehaerys were not mere fabrications. Offending her would be a grave mistake. This realization struck the Earl of Hightower profoundly, leading him to refrain from further words, expressing gratitude to the young princess for enlightening this foolish old man. However, please rest assured of House Hightower's loyalty. We shall promptly arrange for the necessary gold dragons to be delivered to your fleet, the Holy Flame. Seeing that the Earl of Hightower had finally begun to comprehend, Daniera restored her warm and inviting smile. Although the Earl had intended to host a grand banquet in her honor, she graciously declined. After all, she was not a mere guest. As an unwelcome visitor, Daniera wished to explore the area first, seeking to uncover further troubles for House Hightower. The Earl's efficiency was commendable. Upon leaving Daniera's quarters, he promptly dispatched crates of gold dragons and ancient coins to the Holy Flame fleet. Perhaps in a deliberate show for Daniera, he personally arranged to borrow a considerable sum from the Starry Hall and various merchants. The total amount of gold coins delivered to the fleet amounted to an impressive 7 million. Thus, by afternoon, Daniera donned a male disguise, and under the protection of Dax and his companions, began her exploration of the bustling Old Town. The Old Town had always been one of the most significant ports among the Seven Kingdoms and served as the vital center for maritime and overland trade in the south. Vessels from both the eastern and western continents converge here, their routes sprawling across the entirety of the Western Summer Isles, the free trade city-states, and various distant shores of narrow seas. The port is perpetually bustling, teeming with an array of ships. The architectural style of the Old Town presents a unique charm. Situated at the estuary of the Mishu River, the city is interlaced with a network of waterways, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of the Jiangnan water towns. With gentle streams and mighty rivers, complemented by a labyrinth of canals and cobbled streets. Unlike the political hub of King's Landing, which has become a sordid den of power, the streets of the Old Town are impeccably clean and refreshing. Yet, its myriad alleys and lanes, with their delicate elegance and curling wisps of smoke, shape the Old Town into a charming maze of beauty. The influence of the faith of the Seven is palpable, as one can often spot monks and nuns traversing the streets. On the western bank of the Honeywine River stands the Grand Town Hall of the Old Town, a majestic edifice. The stable operation of such a town is greatly attributed to the governance of the officials within the town hall, comprised mainly of scholars from the Citadel, monks from the church, and knights from House Hightower. According to the intelligence gathered by Daenerys, these scholars and monks are often affiliated with House Hightower or their kin. Presently, Daenerys' hair has only just begun to grow back, her form displaying a hint of grace, yet concealed beneath the loose garments of a boy, remaining unnoticed by others. After spending an afternoon exploring only a fraction of the Old Town's attractions, They arrived at the vicinity of the seafarer's sanctum by the docks as twilight descended. The Hightower family has guarded the old town for millennia. We must trust in their noble virtues. We shall not permit the crown to judge our protectors with baseless accusations. That princess who commands the wretched dragon is nothing but a cruel mager. The wrath of the Seven shall surely befall her. Chapter 116. A Battle of Public Opinion? Upon hearing the old monk's slanderous remarks against Daenerys, Dax was immediately incensed, drawing his sword to confront him. Dax, do not stoop to his level. Since he is so devout, let him witness who will first incur the wrath of the gods. Reluctantly, Dax sheathed his sword, though the flames of anger in his eyes intensified. Meanwhile, Daenerys felt a surge of fury within her, never expecting to usurp her sister Rhaenyra's legacy at such a time. Maegor's cruelty? What a testament to House Hightower, masters of the art of public opinion. Sensing Daenerys' ire, her loyal companions, Drogon and Meleys, took to the skies, swiftly soaring towards the coastline under the cloak of night. Upon a rocky shore, they seized numerous massive stones and swiftly ascended into the sky, soaring to an altitude of several thousand meters. At such heights, even during daylight, their forms became difficult to discern. The two colossal dragons, attuned to Daenerys, soon reached the skies above the sailor's sanctum. Guided by Daenerys' mental connection, they released the boulders they held. This skill, Dreamfire, had been honed through arduous training over 2 to 3 years, yielding impressive accuracy. Although Myricys had practiced for a shorter duration, her extraordinary talent made her the most adept at throwing among Daenerys' dragons, a prowess likely linked to her heightened perception gained after consuming the energy of a three-eyed raven. Consequently, with a series of piercing sounds, the once loquacious old monk was suddenly obliterated by a colossal falling stone, reduced to a mere pulp. The crowd that had rallied beside him was similarly struck by the descending boulders. In mere seconds, dozens perished due to this calamity. Dax and the others at the periphery exchanged astonished glances, then turned their gazes toward Daenerys. True to his reputation for quick thinking, IG rushed to exclaim, "Heavens! The Seven are enraged." It seems the old monk's earlier proclamations were nothing but falsehoods. He maliciously slandered the royal princess and has now incurred the wrath of the Seven. He then exaggeratedly knelt, fervently praying, "O divine Seven, bear witness. The Hightower family has committed an unforgivable sin. We bear no connection to them. Great Seven, forgive our ignorance. Let your anger be directed towards the Hightower family who have erred." IG's over-the-top, yet sincere performance elicited empathy from those around him. After all, they were devout followers of the Seven, and the celestial stone that had fallen was indeed a miraculous omen. Thus, they all joined in kneeling and praying. Daenerys and Dax also crouched down, and she whispered a few words into the ear of the lookout. Understanding Daenerys' intent, the lookout produced a special hallucinogenic powder from her pocket. She placed the powder into a small bone bowl and began to softly chant the incantation of the children of the forest. Miraculously, the powder ignited without wind, releasing a subtle fragrance that wafted gently towards the crowd. Meanwhile, IG continued his provocative speech. "Do you all remember 50 years ago? The foolish poor rallied, and the sons of warriors, under the guise of our name, incited a conflict between the masses and the royal family. But what was the outcome? The corpses of the poor lined the streets from Old Town to King's Landing. How many families were torn apart? How many husbands and wives separated? Yet, what of the nobles who instigated the unrest? They still reside in the warmest castles, feasting on the finest delicacies and drinking the most exquisite wines. Let us observe the bishops of the Starry Chapel as they parade past us, the impoverished, adorned in garments lavishly embellished with gold and gemstones. Have they ever displayed even a flicker of compassion or sympathy when we find ourselves starving and shivering? The meager crumbs they bestow upon us are scarcely fit for their pampered hounds, mere loaves of stale bread. Now, that accursed monk, punished by the Seven gods, dares once more to invoke the divine name to deceive and incite us. Fortunately, even the Seven gods could no longer bear it, sending down celestial stars to smite him and those complicit in his charade. It is widely known that it was the heir of the Hightower family who pilfered the royal dragon eggs and, in shameless audacity, hired faceless assassins to dispatch our beautiful and noble Princess Daenerys. This sentiment echoed loudly among the comrades of IGG, who rallied in unison, "We all know." Yet, in spite of this, the benevolent King Jaehaerys merely dispatched Princess Daenerys to extend an invitation to the Hightower family to face justice in King's Landing. However, those insidious individuals have clandestinely incited us with fabrications. Do we, the impoverished, stand merely as pawns and contemptible beasts in the eyes of the Hightower family and those foolish monks? We are not. Cursed be the monks. Cursed be the Hightower family. Seeing the fervor of the crowd rising, IGG pressed on. Have you pondered why we have survived this time? I believe it is a divine opportunity bestowed upon us by the seven gods. Do you wish for their glorious favor to continue gracing us? Then we must ensure that those accursed monks pay the price. They must pay the price. They must pay the price. The simple populace is easily swayed. A single miracle and a few incendiary words can transform their existence, deemed as insignificant as ants in the eyes of the nobility, into a fierce flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. Daenerys understood that many others would gather in such a manner today. Thus, she led her followers toward the throngs of people. As anticipated, the Hightower family had long since manipulated the church to commence a war of public opinion. Surely, those in the citadel had also taken action, inciting the lower classes through the church to create a momentum in their favor. It was evident that the scholars serving in the various noble territories were rallying the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to support the Hightower family. Hightowers, I fear that the very weapons of public opinion you wield shall turn upon you like a boomerang. Daenerys and her lookout employed their previous tactics to orchestrate two miraculous events at two sizable preaching sites, resulting in the demise of those monks and some deserving victims. Chapter 117. The mob of the Old Town. During the latter two assemblies, it became evident that among his loyal guards, only Dax and Kai possessed the fervor akin to that of Ygay. Fortunately, with Daniela personally engaging in the gathering, and aided by the miraculous hallucinogenic concoction wielded by the Watcher, they ultimately succeeded in igniting the fervent emotions of the crowd, rallying them to converge upon the Star Hall. As the three streams of people merged under Ygay's leadership, they surged forward with great zeal towards the Star Hall. Meanwhile, Daniela, accompanied by a few remaining loyal guards, and the Watcher, hastened towards other assembly sites. However, this time they refrained from inciting the masses to assault the Star Hall, instead allowing the Watcher to utilize his hallucinogenic potion to further sway the surrounding populace. The elderly monk on the stage, despite his tattered garments, exuded a robust physique and vibrant health, unmistakably not a practitioner of harsh asceticism. He was likely a mouthpiece nurtured by the Hyder family. It is imperative to remember that the Hyder family has been the guardian of the Old Town for millennia. They have withstood the intrusions of the Iron People and aided us through every long winter. They are the glory of our Old Town. It must be said that the speakers on stage today possessed remarkable eloquence. We must safeguard the Old Town and the Hyder family. Even in the face of Dragonfire, we ought not to tremble. The seven gods shall protect us. Protect the Hyder family, slay those vile dragons. Suddenly, Daniela's voice rang out amidst the crowd, startling the speakers on stage, causing their hearts to quiver. Yet, there was no need for concern, as Daniela would not grant them the opportunity to continue their discourse. What if they had stolen 3 dragon eggs? Does the contribution of the Hyder family to the Seven Kingdoms not outweigh the value of those trifling eggs? If the Old Town were to have the guardianship of a dragon, would we not be safer? I surmise that the Hyder family endeavored to seize the dragon eggs for this very reason. Indeed. Daniela's loyal guards echoed her sentiments loudly. As for hiring faceless assassins to eliminate that royal princess, were they not unsuccessful? Why must the Targaryen royal family cling so tenaciously to this matter? Indeed. However, it was apparent that the denizens of the Old Town had witnessed their fair share of the world. Although they felt somewhat dazed, a nagging sensation lingered that Daniela's assertions might not be entirely accurate. At that moment, the loyal guards, having received personal guidance from Daniela, began to assert their influence. As they echoed her words, they questioned the crowd with growing dissatisfaction. What? Do you not trust the monks of the Star Hall, nor the Hyder family? Have you angered the seven gods, bringing down divine retribution upon yourselves? Under their probing, the surrounding people suddenly felt inexplicably guilty, and thus began to chime in with agreement. The rhythm gradually became skewed, and regardless of the thoughts swirling within the minds of these individuals, they all joined in the uproar. Under the influence of the hallucinogenic mist, even the elderly cultivator found himself involuntarily shouting alongside Daenerys. Since the Dawn era, the towering spire had stood sentinel over this land. We, the ancient guardians of the town, the Hightower family, are the undisputed sovereigns and shall not permit these malevolent dragons to disrupt our peace. Slay the dragons, defend the Old Town, for the sake of our brighter future. The hallucinogenic mist amplified the extreme emotions harbored within each individual, leading the crowd to become increasingly fervent, ultimately losing all rationality and transforming into mere puppets echoing one another's sentiments. At last, spurred on by Daenerys, the elderly cultivator's resolve to protect the Hightower family and his disdain for the dragons reached an uncontrollable crescendo, prompting him to lead the throng toward the towering spire. The grand assembly swelled as they picked up more followers along the way, and by the time they approached the spire, their numbers had swelled to several tens of thousands. Naturally, this commotion had alarmed the town's garrison, but most of their personnel had been dispatched by Count Hightower to transport gold coins. After all, to move 7 million coins required hundreds of chests. Moreover, safeguarding these treasures necessitated a watchful presence along the route. The old town possessed only a little over 1,000 soldiers, and with many engaged in transporting the gold and others stationed at the towering spire, fewer than 300 remained to patrol the town. Anyone daring to obstruct the crowd along the way was swiftly dealt with by Daenerys' personal guards. Meanwhile, under the incitement and leadership of IG, the throngs of impassioned citizens surged towards the starry cathedral. The high-ranking clerics and cultivators, accustomed to their elevated status, were infuriated to see such foolish commoners daring to assault this sacred domain of the seven gods. You truly have the audacity to disrupt the sanctuary of the seven, they thundered. Do you not fear the retribution of the seven gods? IG immediately retorted, the seven gods have already enacted their punishment. But it is directed at you self-righteous cultivators. Indeed, the punishment of the seven gods is upon you. As he spoke, the crowd prepared to charge into the starry cathedral. However, many of the cultivators were of noble lineage and had received rigorous knightly training. Although current laws of the Seven Kingdoms forbade the Church of the Seven Gods from maintaining armed forces, every cathedral housed a contingent of capable cultivators to protect the bishops and the faithful pilgrims. Thus, in the face of the belligerent throng, over 100 individuals swiftly formed a protective barrier around the starry cathedral. Yet, the fervor had already consumed the crowd, and IG, along with the hidden unicorn warriors, discreetly drew daggers from their waists. As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, IG manipulated his colossal eagle to snatch away the pure golden seven-star emblem from the pinnacle of the starry sanctuary. Did you see that? The seven gods have issued their decree. The starry sanctuary has lost their divine protection. In accordance with the will of the seven, eradicate these hypocritical bishops and monks. Annihilate them. In a fervor of righteous indignation, some among the already agitated crowd transformed into a mob, recklessly charging into the starry sanctuary. IG and the unicorn warriors led the charge, wielding daggers to swiftly sever the throats of any monks who stood in their path. The sight of blood sent the mob into a complete frenzy. Armed with sticks, stones, kitchen knives, hammers, and any makeshift weapon they could grasp, they fervently assailed the monks and bishops within the sanctuary. Chapter 118. The Starry Sanctuary, flowing with blood under the influence of the Watcher's hallucinogenic drug. The enraged mob from the old town descended into madness, seemingly devoid of pain and fear. With their rudimentary weapons, they recklessly attacked the adequately trained monks standing before them. The monks, most of whom had undergone professional knight training within their families, initially regarded the mob with indifference. A burly monk scoffed loudly, "Brothers, hold nothing back. Strike with all your might. These vermin, akin to ants, will scatter like rats the moment they taste blood." With that, he swung his massive fist at an elderly man wielding a kitchen knife, landing a blow that nearly obliterated the remnants of the old man's teeth. In the instant the elder was sent flying by his tremendous force, the monk deftly seized the elder's right hand, snatching the kitchen knife from his grip. He then flung the old man's body aside like a rag, sending several of those attacking him staggering backwards. Some frail individuals fell to the ground, incapacitated by the impact. Yet the crowd surged forward like a tide, trampling over the fallen. The burly monk, now armed with the kitchen knife, wielded it with ferocity. Each slash claimed a life or injured a mob member. Within mere moments, the ground around him was littered with corpses, significantly hindering his movements. Exhausted, he muttered curses under his breath. Have these wretches gone mad? Do they fear death not at all? Just then, a massive stone hurtled toward him, prompting the robust monk to dodge hastily. However, as he narrowly avoided the incoming projectile, a filthy pitchfork plunged into his left chest. The burly monk, racked with pain, instinctively seized the pitchfork and yanked the ruffian wielding it towards him. In a swift motion, he brought down a battered kitchen knife, nearly severing the man's neck. At that moment, the blade, worn and dulled, failed him, and the agony caused a wave of dizziness to wash over him. He could only watch helplessly as a stone hurtled towards him, striking him squarely in the face, leading him to succumb amidst the corpses surrounding him. This robust monk, one of the most formidable among his peers, had fallen swiftly to the hands of these once helpless rabble. One could only imagine the fate that awaited the other monks. Among those who charged forward, many had grown accustomed to relying on their considerable strength, exuding an air of arrogance. It was needless to say that they held little regard for the impoverished masses, nor even for the commoners among their own ranks within the starry sanctuary. Any defiance of their will would result in bullying, save for those who had ascended to the rank of bishop. They shared a similar belief with the burly monk. Once these commoners tasted blood or were sufficiently frightened, they would scatter like birds. Thus, they boldly pressed to the forefront. Yet, the rabble today exceeded their expectations. These ants, seemingly enchanted, displayed a reckless disregard for life and death. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. And in this case, the monks faced dozens of hands. In no time, those at the forefront met grim fates, either crushed by stones or old farming tools, or pierced by kitchen knives. Many who attempted to flee were overwhelmed and trampled by the enraged mob. Meanwhile, the bishops sheltered within the starry sanctuary were rendered utterly speechless by the bloody scene before them. Had they gone mad? This was a flagrant act of sacrilege. Did they not fear the wrath of the 7 gods? The leading bishop, a corpulent figure, trembled incessantly, his body vibrating as though it might burst forth with oil. The gold and jeweled adornments he wore clinked together in a cacophony of sound. The other bishops, still possessing a modicum of reason, hurriedly secured the doors and windows of the sanctuary, directing others to barricade the entrance with any available objects. "What shall we do, esteemed bishop? They are about to storm the church." Some timid monks quavered, their voices trembling. The corpulent bishop feigned calmness as he replied, "These rabble must have been incited by someone. Yet, with the ground outside awash in blood, I believe their courage will wane soon enough. They have long prostrated themselves beneath the glory of the 7 gods. Despite their ferocity outside, I am convinced they will not dare to breach the sanctuary. The grand entrance of our holy sanctuary is crafted from millennia-old fishmeal and encased in a robust layer of bronze. Without specialized equipment, the unruly mob would find it impossible to breach the sanctuary's defenses. However, despite the portly bishop's confident assertions, his shrewd eyes were incessantly surveying the surroundings. Noticing that the doors and windows had been nearly barricaded, the rotund assistant addressed the gathering, urging everyone to engage in earnest prayer within the sanctuary. He implored the 7 gods to bring down their wrath upon the unruly mob, reminding these ignorant souls who dare to desecrate the sanctity of the starry sanctuary that it is a hallowed and inviolable place. The bishop's behavior elicited derisive snickers from several plain-clad, common-born bishops. One particularly gaunt bishop could not restrain a disdainful huff, asserting that the 7 gods ought to punish those who blaspheme. Otherwise, the monks of the 7-god church would become mere lapdogs for the nobility. The bishops present appeared accustomed to the sharp tongue of their esteemed colleague, choosing not to react. Only the portly bishop's round visage twitched in response, as he slowly maneuvered his ample form toward the treasury of the starry sanctuary. As the highest-ranking figure of the sanctuary, he not only hailed from the noble Hightower family, but also oversaw its treasury, fully aware that it represented the safest haven within the sanctuary. An hour passed, and the monks outside the starry sanctuary lay fallen in pools of blood, while the marauding rabble from the old town commenced a frenzied assault on the sanctuary's gates. At that moment, a brilliant explosion of flames erupted from the direction of the towering spire. Chapter 119. The peculiar energy. What on earth is happening? At this juncture, Count Hightower gazed in terror through the spire's window at the throngs pouring toward the Fishoe garden. Hadn't he merely intended for his uncle and their associates to leverage the church's influence to create public pressure on the royal family? How had they incited a riot among the rabble? Quickly, gather all knights and warriors. We must protect the dragons. Should any misfortune befall them, the Hightower family would face utter ruin. At this moment, Count Hadel's eldest daughter, Emily, anxiously reminded her father, "Father, Princess Daniera has yet to return from her outing. If she encounters any misfortune on her way back, our family will be in grave peril." Emily's words caused the Count to stagger momentarily, and he struggled to regain his composure, determined not to embarrass himself before his family and subordinates. "Oh, 7 gods, we are in dire straits," he exclaimed. "Hobart, stop dawdling and organize a team to escort Princess Daniera back and safeguard the dragons." At this moment, Count Hightower was filled with a mixture of shock and fury, compelling him to shout loudly at his brother. Hobart Hightower, the overseer of the towering structure, demonstrated his considerable prowess by swiftly gathering the knights and soldiers stationed within the Sky Tower, totaling over 300. Several young knights from the Hightower family were also summoned, as failure to manage the situation that night would mean that the Hightower family would not need to face judgment in King's Landing. They could simply surrender there and then. However, many rioters had already surged into the Fishwood Garden. The dragon had completely taken over the Fishwood Garden and the knights and soldiers of House Hightower, stationed there, dared not linger, leaving the area undefended. Thus, the rioters brazenly made their way in. Meanwhile, Daenerys had already taken a shortcut, returning to the garden ahead of others, with Viserion and Molaise also having returned. At this moment, Daenerys was perched upon Viserion's back, chanting the Valyrian sacrificial incantation loudly. As life blossomed amidst the flames, blood for fire, fire for blood, essence of stone, flame of the earth, might of the gods, power of blood. Let the immortal creation coalesce. Blood and fire share a common source, exchanging fire for blood and blood for fire. As Daenerys chanted, the nine-headed dragon felt their very blood begin to boil, especially those who had previously forged a connection with the fishwood of the Isle of Sacred Flame, Viserion, Molaise. And little Baelor suddenly sensed a surge of vibrant energy emanating from the fishwood behind them, infusing their beings. Completely absorbed in her incantation, Daenerys was unaware that a potent, chilling energy surged from the black stone at the base of the sky tower, rushing towards her and the dragons. However, this energy was intercepted and absorbed by the fishwood, swiftly transforming into a more vibrant, nurturing force that continuously flowed into Viserion and the others. Faced with the unruly mob that had crossed the line, the dragons unleashed their furious roars, and the searing flames began to brew in their throats. Yet, the already frenzied rioters, under the influence of hallucinogenic substances, had awakened their deepest malice and brutality. In response to the dragons' roars, they hesitated but ultimately charged recklessly forward. Dracarys, with Daenerys' command, 9 streams of blazing, multicolored dragon fire engulfed the crowd. Viserion's dark blue flames were scorching and violent. Wherever the dragon fire passed, hundreds of square meters of people were ignited, with some individuals turning to char without even a scream. Molaise agilely soared into the air, targeting the densely packed areas of the crowd, unleashing torrents of pink flames. Molaise's dragon fire billowed like smoke and mist, appearing from a distance as if fiery clouds erupted among the throng. Moreover, it is rather peculiar that all those who perished from the flames of Dreamfire and the Myricus dragon would experience a surge of alternating hot and cold energy swiftly merging into their bodies. This energy bestowed upon them a profound sense of comfort, and as it coursed through their beings, both Dreamfire and Myricus perceived a notable enhancement in their stamina and magical potency. Particularly, their minds felt markedly clearer. Little Balerion, Vagana, and Grey Shadow ascended into the air, unleashing torrents of dragon fire upon the throng below from several dozen meters high. The emerald flames of Little Balerion were not only viscous, but also exhibited impressive propulsion. As they cascaded down from above, they erupted amidst the crowd like wildfire. Vagana's orange-red flames, though relatively common among dragons, were remarkable given her age and size, producing such intense heat. It is noteworthy that even the dragon fire of the likes of the Whimpering Clark and the Red Queen Melia's barely matched this intensity. Grey Shadow's ashen flames, akin to those of Myricus, possessed a wispy, vaporous quality, igniting individuals even if they were not directly struck by the dragon fire. Similar to Dreamfire and Myricus, those who were slain by the flames of the trio would also experience a surge of energy swiftly integrating into the colossal dragons. Amisos, Ameloth, and Telos, and Himelos stood guard at the flanks of Dreamfire, unleashing their dragon fire upon the encroaching mob. Under the onslaught of their flames, the flesh and blood of the rioters were instantly ignited, turning to char. The iron weapons clutched in their hands quickly melted into pools of molten metal beneath the searing heat. Faced with the dragon fire, augmented by Daenerys' incantations, the mob found it impossible to approach. Soon, a mound of corpses began to accumulate around the Goodwood Garden. The rioters could hardly even contemplate attacking the dragons, let alone traverse the scorching heaps of bodies. Meanwhile, the famished red dragon Himelos, lured by the scent of charred flesh, slowly crawled toward the pile of corpses, indulging in the feast of charred remains. Her immense jaws proved advantageous, capable of devouring several bodies in a single bite. As she consumed 100 or so people, an unusual energy began to spiral through her body from her stomach. Unlike the typical energy derived from consuming cattle or sheep, this strange energy imparted a sense of exquisite comfort and clarity, leading her to realize its immense potential benefit. Thus, despite already being satiated, Himelos crawled back toward the heap of corpses. Observing Himelos reveling in her meal, Apesos and the others joined in the macabre feast. Once the dragons discerned the substantial benefits these remains offered, their enthusiasm for consuming corpses intensified. Chapter 120. Flames erupting everywhere with Daniela continuously chanting spells to assist. The Yuliangmu relentlessly supplied energy to the Dreamfire and several colossal dragons, causing their dragon flames to seem inexhaustible. In less than half an hour, over 10,000 souls perished beneath the onslaught of the dragon's fiery breath. The surroundings of the Yuliangmu garden were strewn with the charred remains of the deceased. In the densest areas, the corpses piled up to over 2 meters high. Even though the rioters were undeterred by death, merely attempting to traverse these mountains of bodies proved to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, the acrid smoke billowing from the burning corpses obscured their vision, compelling them to instinctively follow the person ahead. By the time they navigated through the obstacles and approached the dragons, their garments had already ignited from the surrounding heat. The searing pain of the flames jolted many from the hallucinatory haze they had succumbed to. Amidst the sea of bodies, the rioters, whose flesh was ablaze, flailed about like headless flies, while the pervasive smoke and the omnipresent dragon flames began to instill a semblance of rationality in the increasingly frenzied mob. It was then that they realized not only were their clothes aflame, but their very feet were also in a state of half-cooked agony. The stone pavement beneath them had long since become scalding hot, with certain areas beginning to resemble molten lava. The iron weapons discarded by the fallen rioters had already transformed into rivers of molten metal. In such an environment, even those fortunate enough to evade the dragon's flames found themselves akin to ants tossed onto a hot skillet, with no avenue for escape. The once narrow streets were now choked with throngs of people. Even those who had regained their senses found themselves unable to retreat, pushed ever forward by the relentless tide of humanity behind them. Meanwhile, seasoned mercenaries and hired knights, who had long roamed the old town, had discreetly conspired since the onset of the tumult. These individuals were driven by greed, willing to engage in any act for financial gain. As the local garrison was drawn away by the rioters, these opportunists began their nefarious acts of pillage. In an instant, the merchants and affluent individuals, who had been merely spectators, found themselves besieged. Just as they reveled in the chaos, fully armed brigands surged forth before them. Consequently, within the wealthy district of the old town, cries of alarm and terror echoed, and soon flames erupted in numerous locations. Not far from the docks, in a luxurious and ornate 3-story residence, over 200 fully armed mercenaries initiated their assault on the merchant ships at the harbor. This establishment was none other than the Fire-Kiss Garden, a venture of the Holy Flame Island. The mercenaries were the most formidable hired knights meticulously selected by the proprietress of the Fire-Kiss Garden from among the wandering mercenaries in the old town during this tumultuous period. At the very moment these mercenaries took action, the unicorn warriors under Daenerys had already seized 2 lock towers in Old Town and were gradually raising the massive chains that spanned the waters of the Misty River, intended to intercept vessels. Emerging from the Fire-Kiss Gardens, the mercenaries donned green armor, indistinguishable from the knightly regalia of House Hightower in the night's shadows. They first approached a trio of 3-masted ships belonging to spice traders from Pentos. "We are knights of House Hightower. A disturbance has arisen within the city, and we are in pursuit of several important fugitives. Lower the gangplank and submit to inspection," the leading middle-aged mercenary bellowed to those aboard the ships. A few spice traders, initially engaged in revelry with their beloved courtesans while enjoying the spectacle of the towering flames, were taken aback by the unexpected turmoil in the typically tranquil old town. Observing the soaring fire, it was evident that a clash had occurred between House Hightower and the Dragon Princess. A conflict, indeed, was welcome, as chaos reigned across Westeros. The free city-states could profit from the ensuing discord. Rumor had it that the Dragon Princess could command multiple dragons. Let them fight. The fiercer the battle, the better. The intricate relationships among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms often led to an escalation of conflicts, dragging other families into the fray until no one remembered the reason for the war. "Ha ha, how astute your observation is," one trader exclaimed. "Moreover, I have heard that the Dragon Princess recently survived an assassination attempt by the faceless men of Bravos, yet the crown has attributed the act to House Hightower. Sometimes, one wonders how the minds of these Westerosi nobles work. Do they not grasp the significance of an intelligence network? Even the Targaryens are reduced to secretly purchasing information from us in Pentos. However, it seems the Dragon Princess is clandestinely establishing her own intelligence system. Isn't that what the Fire-Kiss Gardens represents? Fire-Kiss Gardens? Indeed, a fine establishment, yet the Dragon Princess has committed a grave error. The essence of an intelligence system lies in its discretion. The more understated, the less likely it is to be noticed. Information gathered in a blatant, well-known locale like Fire-Kiss Gardens can easily be exploited by the astute. As these Pentos spice traders engaged in their discourse, a sudden commotion arose from outside the ship. Though there were a few slave guards aboard, The merchants dared not confront the knights of House Hightower and reluctantly ordered the gangplank lowered to welcome the newcomers. These spice traders, notable figures in Pintos, had over 30 unsullied and 100 slave soldiers on board, which emboldened them to readily invite the visitors aboard. Confident that the knights of House Hightower would not pose a significant threat given their own formidable numbers, the leading spice merchant, with an air of arrogance, spoke up. "We are respectable businessmen, and our families have been engaged in trade with your Hightower family for centuries. I wonder what guidance you esteemed gentlemen have for us this time." The head mercenary feigned humility, replying, "We are indeed aware of that. However, this is merely a routine inspection. We appreciate your cooperation." He then commanded his subordinates, "You lot, take a few reliable men and inspect the cargo hold. Remember, do not clumsily damage anything, or I shall sever your hands and feet." "Yes, my lord." The spice merchants, witnessing this conduct, could not help but lower their guard. Yet, due to the limited space aboard the ship, the corpulent spice merchant found himself turning sideways as the mercenaries passed him. Suddenly, a diminutive soldier lost his footing and fell against the spice merchant. "My apologies, my lord. I slipped." Upon seeing this, the mercenary leader strode over menacingly and seized the fallen, frail man. "You spineless wretch, since your legs are so useless, perhaps I should relieve you of them." Just then, a gem-studded whip fell from the weak man's grasp. "What is this?" The mercenary leader swiftly picked up the exquisite whip. Feigning curiosity, who would be so foolish as to craft such an ostentatious whip? Meanwhile, the Pantos spice merchants felt their hearts leap into their throats, exchanging anxious glances at their corpulent companion. "My lord, I have heard of such things." The frail mercenary, still in the leader's grip, eagerly chimed in. "It is said that in the free trade city-states, slave masters use such whips to control their slaves. I've even heard that those slaves only recognize the whip, not the person wielding it." The frail man's words drained the color from the faces of the Pantos spice merchants, as they sensed the situation spiraling beyond their control. "Is that so?" the mercenary leader remarked with a wicked grin, releasing the frail mercenary. "Then I must give it a proper test." Raising the ornate whip high, he declared, "Everyone, heed my command. Bind those spice merchants immediately." The once guarding innocents and slave soldiers instantly turned their weapons toward the merchants. My lord, this jest must not be taken lightly," they pleaded. "These slaves are devoid of any intellect. Your jest could lead them to truly plunge their weapons into our bodies." Several spice merchants from Pintos, in a state of panic, stumbled before the mercenary chief, pleading fervently for mercy. However, the mercenary leader wore no semblance of respect. With a cold demeanor, he forcefully kicked the nearest spice trader away, expressing his contempt. "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourselves with me. I am here to deal with you informants from Pintos. Bind them all. But you cannot do this. We have established a good rapport with the Hightower family. Do you not fear incurring the wrath of all Pintos?" One merchant protested. The mercenary chief, Roga, retorted with disdain, "Do you truly believe that the Hightower family, who does not even regard the Targaryen's 9-headed dragon, would be concerned about a mere Pintos?" The faces of the spice merchants paled, their expressions turning ashen. "You Hightowers have truly lost your senses. The Targaryen family possesses over a dozen adult dragons. No power in this world can withstand their direct assault. You are foolishly awakening the wrath of the dragons, potentially jeopardizing years of peace in the Eastern continent. The Hightower family will undoubtedly be remembered as the villains of history." Yet Roga was uninterested in their tiresome lamentations. "Gag them securely, strip them of their clothing and adornments, and confine them in cages. Take all the women away, leaving 20 slave soldiers to guard the ships. The rest will accompany me." Upon disembarking, a dozen mercenaries carried the caged spice merchants, escorting a group of exquisite women toward a discreet inn not far from the dock. Roga, along with his 200 mercenaries, 30 newly recruited unsullied, and 80 slave soldiers, proceeded to search other vessels. Employing the same method, they adeptly subdued ships from Quarth, the Summer Isles, and other trade city-states. The armed forces of merchants in these regions were predominantly comprised of unsullied or slave soldiers. Seizing their whips made it effortless to commandeer their military might. Of course, some prominent merchants possessed formidable gladiators and mercenaries. During the capture of these merchant ships, Roga and his men suffered considerable losses. However, the most challenging endeavors yielded the greatest rewards. After losing several mercenaries and slave soldiers, they managed to capture a Dothraki gladiator, confiscating a Valyrian steel Dothraki curved sword from him. This towering and fierce Dothraki warrior had inflicted significant casualties upon Roga's forces with this very blade. As Roga's men confronted a few swan ships from the Summer Isles, they encountered fierce resistance. The individuals hailing from the Summer Isles are not only strikingly robust with their deep ebony skin, but they also possess remarkable archery skills. Particularly, their Goldheart longbows are of exceptional quality, enabling them to subdue their foes after incurring nearly 100 casualties. The ranks of Rouge's followers swelled to over 500 within less than an hour, making it exceedingly difficult for the merchants' guards, regardless of their prowess, to withstand their onslaught. As they commandeered an increasing number of vessels, their forces grew exponentially. The captured ships were consolidated under Rouge's command, while their owners were taken in batches to a mysterious inn. The first to arrive at the inn were a few spice traders from Pantos. After the mercenaries escorted them to the inn's entrance, they returned to the dock. Immediately, masked figures clad in black appeared within the inn, leading the spice traders and the women inside. The women were taken away separately, while the spice traders were extracted from their cages and brought into a room filled with the aroma of unknown spices. In the center of the room sat a woman veiled in black gauze, flanked by fully armed masked warriors. Time is of the essence this evening. I shall not waste words with you. Simply tell me, do you wish to live or die? If you choose life, sign this promissory note and affix your seals. Otherwise, before the masked woman could finish her sentence, the warriors dragged forth 2 bull-sized hounds, baring their teeth and preparing to pounce upon the Pantos spice traders. We will sign. We will sign. The traders, acutely aware of their precarious situation, hurriedly retrieved their pens to endorse the document. 500,000 gold dragons. An annual interest of 100,000 gold dragons. The rotund spice trader was taken aback by the figures inscribed on the note. We are merely ordinary spice merchants. We possess no such wealth. Even if we sold everything we have, it would not suffice. The masked woman, maintaining her composure, replied, just sign the promissory note. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, we shall not pursue repayment. Moreover, are not you Pantos traders renowned for your prowess in information trading? Should you provide us with valuable intelligence, it may indeed offset your debt. Do not attempt to placate me with empty words. I am well aware of your circumstances. For you, producing 100,000 gold dragons annually is hardly a daunting task. The world knows that debts to the Iron Treasury cannot be overlooked. Yet you must also understand that anything coveted by the Hathar family must be delivered. Chapter 122. The Sable Steel Torrent. Hobart displayed remarkable efficiency, gathering all the knights and warriors of the towering spire in less than half an hour. After spending yet another quarter of an hour, everyone was outfitted with fine armor and weapons, and then they charged out of the towering spire with great fervor. However, outside the spire, the scene had become nothing short of a hellish nightmare. Charred corpses nearly filled the path before the spire, and the thick smoke, coupled with the acrid stench of burnt flesh, caused many young knights and warriors to retch uncontrollably to the side. Amidst the chaos, 5 colossal dragons tirelessly unleashed their fiery breath upon the mob, with each blast claiming the lives of at least 100 rioters. Particularly cunning was the pink hatchling, which had melted all possible escape routes for the mob into molten lava with its flames. Those rioters who had regained their senses found themselves with no avenue for retreat. Thus, within the raging inferno and dense smoke, the wails of the mob rose to a heart-wrenching crescendo. The anguished cries of thousands resonated through the old town, echoing like a mournful chorus, prompting both children and stray dogs to join in the lamentation. Moreover, amidst the turmoil, bandits seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, further transforming the old town into a veritable hell on earth. The harrowing screams reverberated back to the towering spire, amplifying their terror within its lofty confines. All the ladies of the Hightar family had gathered with Lady Hightar in the chapel, praying fervently for the 7 gods to intervene and halt the appalling tragedy unfolding before them. Some timid young girls were so frightened that they wept quietly, unable to contain their sobs even within the sacred space. Count Haidar peered through the window, witnessing the infernos raging across the old town, and his spirits plummeted to an all-time low. His somewhat portly frame trembled, a blend of fear and fury coursing through him. Damn it! What in the world is happening? The Count felt as though everything had spiraled out of control. Uncle, do we still need to protect this dragon? It seems we cannot even escape. A young, handsome knight of the Hightar family trembled as he posed the question to the leader, Hobart Hightar. Hobart, surveying the grim scene before him, felt a lump in his throat. Oh, 7 gods. I wonder how the princess is faring right now. The horrific sights weighed heavily on his heart, and he feared that Daniela had become ensnared among the rioters. If that were the case, the Haidar family would be irreparably doomed. Just as Hobart longed for wings to soar and retrieve Daniela, a melodious voice reached his ears. Hobart, turning to the source of the voice, he beheld Princess Daniela safely perched upon the back of Dreamfire. The intensity of her spell casting had left her fatigued, prompting her to urge Dreamfire to lower itself for a brief respite. Seizing the moment, she called out to them, "Your Highness." At this moment, Hobart's heart was filled with excitement and relief. As long as Princess Daenerys remained unharmed, it seemed that these dragons would not encounter any unforeseen mishaps. The new crisis facing the Hightower family appeared to be averted. He hurriedly led his men on a detour towards Daenerys' direction. However, in his anxious state, Hobart failed to notice the cruel smile that had spread across Daenerys' face. Dracarys, just as they triumphantly, and after considerable effort, climbed over the mountain of corpses to reach the front of Drogon, they were met with Daenerys' voice, cold and chilling as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. The black-blue dragon fire instantly engulfed Hobart Hightower and the knights beside him, while the soldiers of the Hightower family, lagging behind, were not spared from the subsequent torrent of flames unleashed by Drogon. Their bodies were ignited in an instant, their armor and swords swiftly melting into pools of molten steel. Their flesh and blood soon merged with these molten remnants, intertwining with the charred remains nearby. With their demise, Daenerys, Drogon, and the other dragons ascended into the sky. The rioters were now entirely encircled. Daenerys prepared to conclude the night's operations. With the addition of her 5 adult dragons, the remaining rioters were incinerated by dragon fire within less than an hour, and tranquility finally returned to the vicinity of the arbor. Beneath the heaps of tens of thousands of rioters' corpses, the torrent of steel formed from their melted weapons gradually cooled. Yet, no one had noticed that this molten steel had turned a sooty black, and the energy contained within the towering black stones had been depleted by more than half. The energy that had once been evenly matched with the arbor was now completely dominated by it. The newly generated energy from the black stones was continually drawn towards the arbor to augment its power. Meanwhile, after several hours of battle, the dragons were growing weary. Daenerys called them back. The dragons, upon beholding the aromatic corpses strewn across the ground, began to feast without reservation, and Daenerys did not deter them. Connected to the dragons through a profound bond, she understood the significant benefits these corpses provided. Throughout the onset of the battle, Daenerys had been chanting blood incantations. Thus, in a sense, those rioters killed by their dragon fire had already undergone a form of blood sacrifice. The power of their souls and flesh would be absorbed by the dragons in a mystical manner. Unbeknownst to Daenerys, amidst her incantations, the energy generated from the blood sacrifice of these rioters was not only absorbed by the dragons, but also greatly benefited the arbor. It remained uncertain whether the dragons were fatigued from the night's exertions or if the blood sacrifice ritual was particularly potent. But after Drogon devoured 400 or 500 charred corpses, he still appeared unsated. Through the profound connection between her and Dreamfire, along with Daenerys' magical perception, it became evident that Dreamfire's magic surged with remarkable vitality, amplifying to twice its usual strength. The diminutive Miracis exhibited an even more dramatic increase, with her energy escalating by 4 to 5 times, having voraciously consumed several hundred charred corpses. Could it be that the blood ritual had enhanced their current digestive capabilities? Nonetheless, the ability to consume is undoubtedly advantageous, especially since corpses are abundantly available. Thus, their consumption by the great dragon serves as a form of resourceful utilization. After devouring 4,000 to 5,000 charred bodies, the 9-headed dragon finally felt satiated. Consequently, Daenerys guided Dreamfire directly to the chamber of Count Hightower, located in the towering spire, with Miracis closely following in tow. Upon witnessing Dreamfire barreling towards him through the window, Count Hightower hastily fled towards the door. Chapter 123. The Unequal Treaty. Daenerys commanded Dreamfire to unleash its dragon fire, obliterating the entrance to Count Hightower's chamber before descending into the small garden outside his room. The exquisitely lavish garden was instantly ravaged by Dreamfire's immense form. Daenerys stepped through the still-burning window into Count Hightower's chamber, with Miracis dutifully trailing behind her, ever vigilant. However, Count Hightower had already escaped, protected by the few remaining guards. Unhurried, Daenerys made her way to the study adjacent to Count Hightower's quarters, confident that numerous secrets of the Hightower family awaited discovery. The study was filled with a vast collection of books, many appearing quite ancient. Several ornate cabinets were locked, prompting Daenerys to instruct Miracis to claw them open. The presence of locks suggested that their contents were likely significant. Inside these cabinets were exquisitely crafted wooden boxes of varying sizes. Upon opening them, Daenerys found a trove of land deeds, property contracts, and various partnership agreements. A cursory mental calculation indicated that these documents were worth no less than several 100 million golden dragons. The land deeds and property contracts encompassed an extensive range, not only within the major cities of Westeros, but also extending to the free trade city-states and the Summer Isles, where the Hightower family had acquired numerous estates and shops. Their quantity and scale surprisingly surpassed those of the Targaryen family. Daniera was relatively acquainted with the Targaryen royal assets. Over the years, the Targaryens had also amassed a considerable number of estates and shops within the free trade city-states. Otherwise, given the barren lands of Dragonstone and meager tax revenues, how could the Targaryen family have accumulated significant wealth? In light of the Targaryens' eventual decline, it is plausible that their enterprises in the free trade city-states had suffered irreparable losses. The descendants of King Aegon IV, known as the Blackfire Pretenders, owe their repeated insurrections to a substantial economic foundation, closely intertwined with the enterprises established by the Targaryen family within the free trade city-states. King Aegon IV was even known to bestow the ancestral sword, Blackfire, upon his bastards, which underscores the significance of the Targaryens' holdings in these city-states. Daenerys, without hesitation, transferred all these assets onto the back of Drogon, securing them firmly with the ropes prepared on the dragon's saddle. To facilitate her journeys, Daenerys had the unsullied equip Drogon's saddle with various necessities, including large wicker baskets and ropes, as her fondness for traveling with her dragon necessitated adequate safety measures for her companions. The wicker baskets were particularly useful for storing treasures she might encounter during her excursions. Additionally, Daenerys discovered numerous confidential correspondences between the various earls of Hightower and other noble families, as well as the church and the citadel. As she perused the letters, her spirits lifted further, confirming her suspicions that Princess Rhaenys had indeed escaped Old Town with the assistance of the Earl of Hightower. To her astonishment, the Grand Council had been convened at the instigation of House Hightower, leveraging the citadel to incite the non-dragon lords to propose it. No wonder Otto Hightower had favored letters and ravens as instruments of warfare during the Dance of the Dragons. This was a matter of familial legacy. Contentedly, Daenerys stowed the letters into her whalehide satchel and placed it atop Drogon's saddle. Having gathered a considerable portion of the Hightower family's wealth and resources, it was time to conclude her endeavors. Meanwhile, at the enigmatic inn, several spice merchants from Pentos, having already pinned their IOUs, were respectfully escorted out. Though their garments had been returned, each was granted only a single golden dragon for their journey home. As they gazed upon the flames consuming Old Town, the merchants wore expressions of despair, uncertain of their next steps. Ultimately, it was the stoutest among them who regained composure first. He cast a resentful glance toward the towering spire and muttered, "House Hightower is indeed formidable. With Old Town in chaos, let us take refuge in the poorer districts until the situation stabilizes. We shall devise a plan to leave once the tumult subsides. It seems the trend is veering toward greater disorder, and the impoverished areas may prove significantly safer." Indeed, the others quickly concurred. Thus, these merchants, who typically relied on slaves to bear them in soft litters, supported one another as they swiftly vanished into the night. Following their departure, more individuals were escorted to the inn by mercenaries, and like the Pentos merchants, they too found themselves compelled to willingly inscribe IOUs, signing a series of inequitable treaties. For instance, merchants hailing from several gubernatorial families associated with Mill not only willingly inscribed promissory notes amounting to millions of golden dragons, but were also compelled to affix their signatures to an agreement that unconditionally provided 1,000 master artisans to the note holders. The masked woman, in a gesture of mercy, kindly informed them that they could likewise utilize these artisans to offset the interest on their debts each year. Additionally, a few princes from the Summer Isles, having signed promissory notes for millions of golden dragons, also entered into contracts to supply various rare local resources at modest prices. The Summer Isles are renowned for their rich deposits of gemstones, including emeralds, rubies, and sapphires, with their pearls being particularly famous. The islands boast flourishing forestry, with hardwoods, bloodwood, ebony, mahogany, purple heart, kapok, burl, tigerwood, golden heart, ivory wood, and other rare timbers being highly sought after by nations. However, the export of golden heartwood is strictly prohibited across the islands. The agricultural sector of the Summer Isles is equally prosperous, teeming with spices such as nutmeg, cinnamon, and pepper. They also trade monkeys, orangutans, leopard cubs, and parrots with noble families from various nations, while palm wine, fruits, and feathers are also in high demand. With this contract in hand, the merchant caravan under Daniela's command can secure resources at significantly lower prices while traversing the Summer Isles, particularly within the territories of these princes. Moreover, Daniela harbors no fears about their potential breach of contract, should they dare to renege. It would provide her with a legitimate opportunity to act, a prospect she eagerly anticipates. At the Old Town dock, the forces under Roga's command have been steadily growing. After 2 hours, the number of his subordinates has surged to over 1,000, considerably enhancing their efficiency in seizing merchant vessels. Several three-masted ships adorned with golden-bottomed fiery steel flags are swiftly approaching Daniela's Holy Flame fleet. Giovanni Roga, with a hint of concern, addressed his eldest son, Sandro Roga, stating, "I have received word that the unrest in Old Town today is due to the Hightower family plotting against the Dragon Princess. Is it not overly audacious for us to seek aid from her subordinates?" At 14, Sandro stands approximately 1.75 meters tall, boasting a mane of silvery golden hair and lavender eyes. Despite his youth, he possesses a composed demeanor, following the eruption of chaos at the Old Town dock. He promptly persuaded his father to steer their family's ship towards Daniela's Holy Flame fleet. Chapter 124. The Net Titans. After the valiant Count Hightower had evacuated all valuable possessions from his study, he returned to Mount Dreamfire and retrieved his Valyrian steel sword, Dawn. With Dawn in hand, he commenced the search for the whereabouts of the Hightower family. Given the gravity of the situation, Daniela was now entitled to demand an explanation and justice from the Hightower family. Typically, within the towering bastion of the Hightower family, the combined presence of members of the Hightower family, knights, soldiers, and servants exceeds 1,000 souls. Otto Hightower, in his haste to assume the role of Hand of the King in King's Landing, took over 200 individuals with him, leaving the population within the towering structure at a mere 800. Previously, Daenerys had vanquished over 300 knights and warriors, with another 200 engaged in tasks within Old Town. Thus, no fewer than 400 to 500 souls remained within the tower. However, after several moments of searching, Daenerys had yet to catch sight of a single figure, prompting her to hasten towards the Great September. In the realm of Westeros, particularly in the south, in times of calamity, noble women often flock to the September in fervent prayer. Given the recent upheaval in Old Town, Lady Hightower surely accompanied the noble women in supplication. Thus, wherever Lord Hightower might be hiding, as long as Daenerys located his wife and children, he would surely have no choice but to emerge. In alignment with Daenerys' intentions, Meleys soared ahead towards the September. To preclude any desperate actions from House Hightower, a formidable dragon by Daenerys' side provided her with a sense of security. After all, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. The September was not situated at a lofty elevation and occupied a considerable expanse. Outside, a sizable garden flourished, showcasing a variety of rare flora. At that moment, as Meleys descended from the sky, whether intentionally or inadvertently, her robust tail wreaked havoc upon the meticulously cultivated garden. The commotion alerted the noble women within, who gasped in astonishment. Consequently, Daenerys and Meleys approached the September, with Meleys' tail shattering the grand entrance into splinters. Amidst the outcries of the maidens, the few remaining guards and soldiers loyal to Lord Hightower hastily positioned themselves at the entrance. "What is this, Lord Hightower? Are you no longer even pretending? Do you truly believe that the foolish rabble, incited by a few eloquent words from the maesters, could dare to challenge a dragon and keep me and my kin confined to Old Town?" Daenerys unsheathed her blade, Lightbringer, and pointed its tip towards Lord Hightower. "Your folly today will lead the entire Hightower lineage to ruin." As Daenerys' icy proclamation resonated, Meleys unleashed a thunderous roar towards those within the September, the warm gusts of her breath sending the skirts of the ladies swirling. The maidens and servants of House Hightower had long knelt in submission upon Daenerys' entrance. Lady Hightower and her 2 daughters, Emily and Alessa, shielded the children of House Hightower protectively behind them. Count Hayter's eldest daughter, Emily, knelt before Daenerys, weeping, "Your Highness, in the name of the 7 gods and the honor of the Hightower family, I swear that what transpired tonight bears no relation to our family. We truly do not comprehend the events that have unfolded. As you can see, we are left with only these few knights and guards. The rest have long been dispatched to seek you out, so we might ensure your safety. Your Highness, you must trust us. The Hightower family is neither foolish nor deranged enough to dare harm a royal princess or your magnificent dragon. I vow by the 7 gods, should our family harbor such intentions, we would face complete annihilation. Your Highness, this entire situation is exceedingly strange. There must be hidden hands manipulating these events. We cannot allow those lurking in the shadows to succeed in their schemes. Furthermore, the individual capable of instigating such turmoil wields immense power. Should we fall into their trap, greater conspiracies await you. Your Highness, please remain calm. Reflect on today's events. Your keen intellect will surely reveal the anomalies present. Danila regarded Emily with a newfound appreciation. Intelligent yet humble, courageous, discerning when to advance and retreat, and possessing a silver tongue. These were the qualities befitting a true member of the Hightower family. At that moment, Alicia, who had enjoyed her time with Danila, rushed forward, imploring, "Your Highness, my sister Emily speaks the truth. The Hightower family will swiftly investigate the matter and provide you with an explanation." Count Hightower, recovering from his apprehension and shock, knelt on one knee before Danila, pressing his forehead against her right foot and swearing, "Your Highness, I, Ode Hightower, in the name of the 7 gods and the millennia of glory of the Hightower family, vow that we harbor no intent to target the royal family. Tonight's events are entirely unrelated to us." Observing the Hightower father and daughter in their submissive postures, Danila coldly withdrew her right foot and stated, "Sincere oaths, yet hypocritical tongues. I believe the unfolding events have indeed surpassed Count Hayter's expectations. However, you cannot deny that the followers of the 7 gods have been inciting public sentiment among the impoverished, attempting to exert pressure on the royal family to safeguard your house." Count Hightower was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "Your Highness, our actions were merely a pursuit of self-preservation. We never anticipated that malevolent individuals would exploit the situation, driving it to such a climax." At this juncture, Emily interjected, "Your Highness, indeed, this reflects a lack of foresight on the part of the Hightower family. However, we are merely acting in self-defense. If no unforeseen events occur, there should be no loss regarding the past. Yet, since the matter has transpired, we shall not shy away from our responsibilities. The Hightower family is willing to accept any punishment you deem fit." At this moment, Count Hightower, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily joined his daughter in fervently pleading with Daniera, "Indeed, Your Highness, if only Your Highness could believe in our innocence. The Hightower family is prepared to pay any price." Upon hearing their earnest declarations, a faint smile graced Daniera's lips. "Given your sincerity, let us find a suitable place to discuss this matter in detail." Chapter 125. Completely draining the Hightower on May 5th, year 101 of the conquest. In the lounge on the right side of the 7 Gods Hall within the Tower of the Gods, Count and Countess Hightower, along with the remaining members of the Hightower family, had gathered. The once prosperous Hightower family, now comprised solely of their numerous female relatives, the Count, and 4 young boys, stood together. As the eastern horizon began to lighten, Daniera, wielding the Sword of Dawn, gazed at the elderly and vulnerable around her and spoke, "My lord, perhaps it would be best for the ladies and children to rest first. With my dragon and me present in the tower, there is no danger. Once our discussions are concluded, I shall assist you in quelling the unrest in Old Town." Exhausted and fearful from the previous night's turmoil, the guests soon took their leave, with only Emily remaining under the pretext of attending to Count Hightower and Daniera. The hour was growing late, and the Count urged, "Now, let us see your sincerity. Old Town is engulfed in smoke, and innocent lives are lost every moment. The longer we delay, the more precarious the Hightower family's situation will become." Sharing a glance with his eldest daughter, Emily, Count Hightower resolved that should they gain the protection and support of the princess, the Hightower family would be willing to pay any price. Upon hearing this, Daniera's lips curled into a slight smile. "My lord, the Valyrian sword I hold is named Dawn, recently reforged. Accompanying it is another Valyrian steel sword known as Dusk, symbolizing the dawn that breaks through the darkest hour. If your family truly poses no threat to the Targaryen reign, I shall gladly rescue you from the shadows. Therefore, should the Hightower family fulfill my forthcoming 3 requests, I can assure you that your lineage will endure in Old Town." Count Hightower understood that the princess's demands would not be trivial. Yet even the most burdensome requests paled in comparison to the demise of the remaining members of his family at the hands of the dragons. Resolutely, he declared, "Whatever the Hightower family can accomplish, we shall strive to meet your highness's demands." "Excellent." Upon witnessing the astuteness of Count Hightower, Daenerys could not help but smile with satisfaction. The Hightower family has managed the Old Town for millennia, and observing the ceaseless flow of vessels at the docks reveals the immense wealth they have amassed. Furthermore, they have nurtured the faith of the 7 and the Academy, demonstrating their depth of influence without instilling fear in the past rulers of the Riverlands or the Targaryen kings, showcasing the finesse of their methods. The power of the mages and scholars has been deftly harnessed by the Hightower family. Daenerys' words caused a jolt of discomfort within Count Hightower, and even the astute Emily's expression darkened considerably. Thus, "My first condition is that you must relinquish all the wealth currently residing in the Hightower family treasury, as the operations of the Academy shall henceforth be directly funded by the crown. Additionally, You are to assist me in persuading the Academy Council to agree to the establishment of branches in King's Landing and on Dragonstone. Although Count Hightower had steeled himself for this moment, he was unprepared for the gravity of the first demand that could well cost him dearly. Your Highness, he began. While we are indeed the primary benefactors of the Academy, it operates independently, and the Council's obstinate members will not easily heed any counsel. Have faith in me, my lord, Daenerys retorted. Those scholars may appear stubborn before nobles and knights, yet when faced with bandits and rogues, their resolve tends to wane. The tragic events at the Starry Hall and the riots in Old Town will surely teach those clever students a lesson. Moreover, I am advocating for the benefit of your family. Only by relinquishing a potential threat to the royal authority can the Hightower family more readily gain the king's favor. Secondly, restoring order to Old Town cannot solely rely on my dragons and my current forces. Thus, I require the Hightower family to transfer the rights of defense over Old Town to me. This will grant me a legitimate position to reorganize the manpower needed to swiftly restore order. Count Hightower felt little impact from this proposal, as he remained unaware that the armed forces of the Hightower family had nearly all succumbed to the recent upheaval. He thought that regardless, the core personnel would still be under his family's control, making little difference whether he entrusted them to Daenerys or not. However, the perceptive Emily sensed an underlying nuance in Daenerys' words and sought clarification. Your Highness, do you refer to the rights of defense prior to the restoration of Old Town, or henceforth? Daenerys responded as if it were self-evident. Naturally, the rights of defense over Old Town will be entrusted to the crown moving forward. With the strength of the Targaryen dynasty, Old Town will surely become safer, will it not? Count Hightower now felt an overwhelming sensation akin to a mighty tiger stripped of its teeth and claws. However, in the face of the lives of his entire family, he could only reluctantly acquiesce. Meanwhile, Emily took out a piece of parchment and meticulously recorded each of Daenerys' conditions. Although the deceased rabble deserved their fate, it was indeed a pity for the wives, children, and elderly they left behind. Furthermore, with the current surge of banditry in the Old Town, countless families would likely face the prospect of disintegration. Thus, the subsequent compensation efforts would require a substantial amount of financial resources. I roughly estimated that the casualties in this civil unrest amounted to tens of thousands, thereby affecting numerous families. To maintain the stability and good order of the Old Town, it is evident that ongoing financial support will be necessary in the future. Therefore, let the tax revenue from the Old Town's docks be entrusted to the garrison. Naturally, I shall allocate 40% of the profits to the Hightower family. Daenerys' 3 conditions had already inflicted deep wounds upon the heart of Count Hightower. For the port taxes constituted the family's primary source of income. Now, the power to dictate terms lay in the hands of Princess Daenerys. Who could say how much would ultimately reach the Hightower family? Yet what could he do? The charges of stealing dragon eggs and attempting to assassinate the princess had yet to be cleared, and now the instigation of public opinion leading to the mob's attack on the dragon and the church was sufficient to strip the Hightower family of their lands and titles. If he could not appease Princess Daenerys, even if he commanded the dragons to raise the towering spire, the outside world would remain silent. Thus, Count Hightower, with a heavy heart, affixed his name to the contract and stamped it with the family seal. Chapter 126. The Trial by Stone. Just as Daenerys settled matters with the Hightower family, all the monks outside the Starry Cathedral and the guards of the Old Town who had rushed to the scene were thoroughly cleared away by the approaching mob. Over 100 guards provided the rabble with numerous sharp swords, which they zealously wielded against the massive bronze doors of the Starry Cathedral. However, even as they dulled their blades in the endeavor, they merely left unsightly scars upon the sturdy bronze facade. At that moment, IG shouted loudly, "It seems that swords and axes are ineffective against this bronze gate. To breach it, we must construct a small siege hammer." His suggestion was immediately met with consensus. For the ancient trees surrounding the Starry Cathedral, each over 100 years old, were ample enough to craft a suitable siege weapon. Among the mob were also skilled carpenters, so they quickly set to work. An hour later, as the sun once again illuminated the skies above the Old Town, the mob had completed their newly fashioned siege hammer. Under IG's command, 100 strong and robust individuals pushed the hammer forcefully towards the grand doors of the Starry Cathedral. With each collision, a resounding crash reverberated through the air, abruptly awakening the bishops who had only just managed to find a moment's respite within the Starry Sanctuary. As the impacts grew increasingly frequent, the very structure of the sanctuary trembled. Numerous shards of stained glass from the cathedral's lofty heights plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. The bishops of the 7 gods, accustomed to their elevated status, abandoned their reverent prayers to the divine statues, scattering in sheer panic like frightened rodents. Beneath the offering table, within the confessionals, behind the kitchen, and beneath the beds of the bishop's chambers, the once composed clergymen now mirrored the frantic behavior of terrified children, seeking refuge wherever they could conceal themselves. Yet, a handful of impoverished bishops and monks stood resolutely before the statues of the seven gods, calmly gazing upon the impending breach of the bronze doors. After enduring a multitude of violent impacts, the fortified bronze gates of the starry sanctuary finally succumbed to destruction. With the shattering of the doors, the dimly lit sanctuary was greeted by the dawn of a new day, confronted by the marauding throng. The remaining bishops and monks in the hall, despite their quaking legs, steadfastly met the gaze of the intruders. At this juncture, IGG urgently intervened, halting the mob intent on tearing the monks apart. Cease your actions. Observe the monks before you, clad in humble garb, clearly of modest means. They differ from the gluttonous bishops and are undoubtedly devoted adherents of the seven gods, much like ourselves. Let us first unearth those bishops who resemble the vile rodents scurrying in the sewers. The mob, already accustomed to IGG's leadership, heeded his counsel and began their search within the starry sanctuary. In a matter of moments, all the concealed bishops and monks were dragged out, treated like mangled beasts and brought into the hall. IGG approached the elegantly attired bishops and proclaimed loudly, "We have been summoned by the seven gods to purge you, hypocritical blasphemers. For the sake of wealth and status, you have become mere puppets of the Heidel family, using the faith of the seven gods to manipulate the hearts of the people, inciting them against the crown. Your transgressions have invoked the wrath of the seven gods. Today, the celestial bodies descend, and we shall serve as their judges to eradicate you. Judgment and eradication in the name of the seven gods. Eradicate them." The crowd as fervent cries nearly threatened to lift the ceiling of the starry sanctuary. At that moment, a tall, solemn bishop broke free from his captors, vehemently chastising the mob. "You have lost your senses to dare disrupt a place that honors the seven gods. You are the true sinners who deserve their punishment. What right do you, the commoners, have to judge us, the venerators of the seven gods? Indeed, we are the true emissaries of the seven gods in this world. You are merely a collection of coarse commoners, incapable of discerning the whispers of the divine." The other bishops, clad in their finery, echoed this sentiment in unison. At this moment, IGG could hardly comprehend their inability to grasp the gravity of the situation, a wry smile creeping upon his lips. This very night, the seven gods have manifested their miracles. The fragments of fallen stars have been gathered outside the cathedral. While we lack the authority to pass judgment upon you, the celestial shards bestowed by the seven gods certainly possess such power. Bring them forth and let them face the divine reckoning. Outside, the fragments of the fallen stars lay heaped together by the frenzied mob, numbering in the thousands. Do you see? This is the miracle of the seven gods. We shall each take a piece of the celestial fragment and hurl it towards you. Should you survive the onslaught of these starry shards without succumbing, it shall be proof of your genuine faith, earning you the forgiveness and understanding of the seven gods. Do you dare? The robust bishop bellowed at the crowd, maintaining his lofty demeanor. You wretches, release us at once, or you shall face the most severe punishment from the seven gods. IGG, weary of this verbal sparring, commanded his men to strip them bare, providing only a few burial shrouds salvaged from the celestial cathedral to cover their modesty. One by one, they were thrust into the crowd, urged to pick up the star fragments and hurl them with all their might. Clutching the charred, pitch-black stones, an overwhelming strength surged within them, as if the celestial shards truly contained the supreme power of the seven gods. Thus, when they launched the stones at the bishops, they did so with all their vigor, often striking the bishops' heads until they bled profusely. Some, with remarkable accuracy, even shattered the bishop's eyes, until every noble-born bishop lay lifeless. None could withstand the barrage of the thousands of star fragments. The most resilient among them endured only 100 or 200 before being reduced to a bloody pulp. By the time the executions concluded, noon was approaching. The once frenzied mob, having raged throughout the night, finally succumbed to exhaustion. IGG directed the gathering of all deceased rioters, monks, and guards, consolidating their remains. He organized the distribution of coins, fine garments, and precious items pillaged from the celestial cathedral, though these were but superficial spoils. For he and his subordinates had already located the hidden vault, where the majority of the cathedral's wealth was concealed. Blinded by the newfound riches, the unrefined mob, having acquired substantial wealth, eagerly rushed to reunite with their wives and children. Chapter 127. The chaotic old town after a night of relentless struggle. Rog and his subordinates successfully seized control of all merchant ships docked at the Old Town's wharf, capturing over 1,000 vessels of various sizes and an immeasurable amount of treasure. On the deck of an exquisite medium-sized sailing ship, Rog reclined languidly on a chaise lounge draped in shadowy lynx fur, idly toying with a Valyrian steel curved sword while listening to reports from his men. Chief, all the goods and treasures have been successfully transferred. Every storage facility at the wharf is now occupied and secured by our brethren. A mercenary, now clad in a new suit of armor and weaponry, reported while instructing others to carry boxes filled with gold coins into the ship's hold. However, a portion of the ships has already made its way near Her Highness's Holy Flame Fleet. Shall we pursue them? Rog waved his hand dismissively. Since they have wisely chosen to align themselves with the right side, we need not trouble them further. I understand that after a night of battle, everyone is weary. Let us arrange for shifts of rest. Tranquility may not last long. We must diligently guard the wharf and warehouses, as the entire Old Town is in disarray. We cannot be certain that the desperate brigands will not turn their attention towards us. Yes, boss. I will arrange for shifts of rest immediately. As for the roads leading to the wharf, I have already obstructed them with barriers, making it difficult for any brigands to approach us easily. Excellent work, my brothers. Your efforts are commendable. Rog nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for his men to withdraw, while he settled into a comfortable slumber on the chaise. Due to prior directives from his superiors, Rog was instructed not to harm the owners of the merchant vessels indiscriminately. As a result, aside from some casualties among enslaved soldiers and sailors during the seizure of the merchant ships, the vast majority of the shipowners emerged unscathed. To facilitate oversight, Rog conscripted the laborers employed by the merchants aboard the ships, instructing them to consolidate the treasures from the smaller vessels onto the three-masted ships or large flat-bottomed vessels. Following the orders received prior to departure, he also abducted the skilled sailors and laborers from the medium and small merchant ships to bolster his larger ships. Moreover, the formidable guards and mercenary knights were largely captured, numbering over 100. These individuals possessed commendable combat prowess, with a select few being as formidable as the elite Iron Guard of the Red Keep. Among them stood out a Dothraki gladiator wielding a Valyrian steel curved sword. Such a gladiator could not be acquired for less than several thousand gold dragons. After a night of bustling activity, Rog and his men gathered over 300 heavily laden ships together, assigning more than 300 unsullied to guard them. Furthermore, these deep draft vessels were moved far from the wharf, rendering any rescue attempts by terrestrial forces virtually impossible. The remaining small and medium-sized merchant vessels, along with their crews and sailors, were confined to the docks. Meanwhile, the contingent under Roga's command had swelled to over 500 individuals. However, due to the presence of more than 300 unsullied and over 500 slave soldiers, coupled with the survival of more than 200 of their original team members, the rapid increase in numbers did not pose significant issues. Through relentless plundering, these individuals had upgraded their armaments to a new level, with their armor and weapons nearly entirely replaced. Furthermore, apart from the unsullied and slave soldiers, nearly everyone else bore bulging waistlines, clearly having pilfered a considerable amount of valuables for themselves. The owners of those merchant ships were, without exception, sent to a hidden tavern at the docks to sign promissory notes and a series of inequitable treaties. These merchants, having weathered many storms and seen the world, despite their profound resentment and heartbreak, quickly regained their composure upon leaving the tavern and sought refuge in the chaos. For at that moment, nearly every affluent district and bustling street in the Old Town was engulfed in widespread looting and destruction. These merchants wisely chose to hide in impoverished neighborhoods or among the gathering of beggars, which, though chaotic, had become the safest place in the Old Town. Among these merchants, astute individuals like Lysandra were not in short supply. They deduced from limited clues that the Night's uprising was surely a consequence of the power struggle between the Hightower family and the Dragon Princess. Having witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of the Dragon Princess commanding her dragons, they harbored little doubt that the Hightower family could do her any harm. Additionally, it was evident that only the Hightower family possessed the armed strength capable of orchestrating such a large-scale looting of merchant vessels in the Old Town. Hence, if they wished to preserve their lives and fortunes, they had no choice but to seek the protection of the Dragon Princess. As Rogel's merchant convoy approached the St. Flame Fleet, the assembly of three-masted ships had already surpassed 30, all hailing from the free trade city-states. The leaders of the merchant caravans from noble families on the mainland of Westeros could scarcely believe that the perpetrators of the looting would be the Hightower family, with whom they had always maintained cordial relations. They believed that even if the Hightower family had committed such acts, They could appeal to the king for restitution of their losses. It was perplexing how the usually discreet and benevolent Hightower family had suddenly chosen to sever ties with the Targaryen royalty. Moreover, they had audaciously turned against those with whom they had shared years of camaraderie. Were they fearing retaliation from the Targaryens, preparing to seize their ships and wealth in flight? Surely, they could not be that foolish. Could their vessels outrun dragons? Perhaps they possessed some means to confront the Targaryens? It was difficult to say, for had not Dorne once slain a full-grown dragon? Perhaps the Hightower family had also acquired such formidable weaponry. Alas, I find it perplexing. Regardless of the reasons behind their conflict, what truly matters is the outcome. Once they determine a victor, we shall seek restitution from the triumphant side for our losses. Nevertheless, I genuinely hope that the Hightower family can, much like the Dornishmen, recreate the legendary tale of dragon slaying. It would relieve us from the oppressive fear of the dragons, allowing us to breathe freely, huh? You seem to take it lightly, but given the circumstances, we might as well embrace the moment and enjoy the spectacle of their battle. After all, the Seven Kingdoms have enjoyed a long period of tranquility, and such thrilling combat is a rarity. The nobles, adorned only with a golden dragon and extravagant attire, seem to maintain a commendable demeanor. It is evident that, in their eyes, the Hightower family is their trustworthy ally, while the Targaryen dynasty has devolved into a mere political instrument serving their interests. Meanwhile, the affluent district and commercial area of Old Town are descending into chaos, as many who typically dare not act are now seizing the opportunity to rise amidst the turmoil. Chapter 128. Lysa Sandor. The guards remaining aboard the burning fleet are few, numbering scarcely a dozen. A portion has accompanied the Wolf brothers to seize the Old Town's docks and the Iron Chain Tower, for that location is pivotal in controlling access to the harbor. The burning fleet remains anchored outside the Mad River's chains, as ships arriving at Old Town come in a steady stream. To prevent any leaks of information, the fleet is positioned to manage the vessels arriving behind them. Some personnel, disguised as brigands under Kay's leadership, have embarked on plundering the wealthy, while the remainder, led by Dax and IgG, incite the rabble to riot. Thus, when the Roga family's fleet approached, the guards promptly instructed the sailors to ready the specially crafted ballistae aboard their ships. These ballistae were conceived by Daenerys, drawing from memories of a past life and merging them with the most advanced crossbow technology of this world, alongside the craftsmanship of White Harbor's artisans. To maximize the performance of these ballistae, Daenerys exerted considerable effort, bestowing numerous advantages upon the crown to procure the dragon's sinew from the formidable dragon, Vhagar. Utilizing these sinews as bowstrings has indeed unleashed tremendous power. Daenerys has tested all advanced crossbows in this realm and has discovered that, given the current technological capabilities, none can directly slay an adult dragon, save for striking its eye. Perhaps, in 2 centuries, the scorpion crossbow developed by Qyburn may surpass the technological limits of this world. Or perhaps it is simply that Daenerys' dragon is still in its youth, rendering it vulnerable to such weaponry. Furthermore, through Daenerys' rigorous testing, even if such scorpion crossbows could slay young dragons, they would not obliterate a 3-masted ship in a single shot as depicted in the series. For the forces at play are reciprocal. To shatter a 3-masted vessel outright would require a level of strain on the bowstring far beyond what the commonly used sinew of cattle or whale could withstand. However, the colossal crossbow developed by Daniela indeed poses a significant threat to both dragons and 3-masted ships. With its current power, it is capable of penetrating the scales of dragons and the wooden hulls of ships. The 3-bow crossbow consists of 3 sets of bow arms connected through ropes and pulleys, with the primary bow arms and a single bowstring providing the main force, while the other 2 sets serve as auxiliaries, enhancing the speed and strength of the bowstring's recoil. The tremendous power of these crossbows is critically dependent on dragon sinews, particularly those of mature dragons like Balerion, which are exceedingly rare. The crossbow guards signaled the sailors to display flags prohibiting the approaching vessels from advancing. They commanded the archers to launch a massive bolt at the foremost 3-masted ship, creating a gaping hole in its side. Those at the bow, including Giovanni and others, were momentarily terrified. Lysandro seized the flag from the signalman and personally signaled towards the Holy Flame fleet. Remarkably, the noble merchant's son executed the signaling with skill rivaling that of a professional signalman. My lord, they claim they are willing to offer all their possessions to Her Highness the Princess, simply seeking her protection. The signalman hastily conveyed Lysandro's message to the guards. After a brief discussion among the leading guard and his comrades, they instructed the signalman to inform the approaching vessels to remain where they were, assuring him that in their current position, no one would dare to disturb them. As for whether to accept their surrender, It was imperative to report to Her Highness the Princess for her decision. Seeing that the Holy Flame fleet had finally ceased its aggressive maneuvers, Lysandro breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly conferred with his father, Giovanni, urging him to meticulously catalog the supplies carried by their convoy, preparing for the moment when the Dragon Princess would accept their allegiance. Despite being several hundred meters away from the Holy Flame fleet, no one approached to harass them, allowing these desperate yet clever individuals to feel a slight sense of security. As the tension eased, fatigue washed over them, prompting most to retreat to the ship's cabin for rest. Lysandro urged his father Giovanni and his brother Desilacco, "Father, brother, you should rest for a while. I will keep watch here. We must ensure someone remains alert and well-rested." Giovanni and Desilacco, indeed feeling quite weary, complied and returned to the cabin. Meanwhile, Lysandro faced the brisk morning breeze, gazing deeply at the still smoldering old town. Was this upheaval truly instigated by the Hightower family? Although the facts indeed present themselves in such a manner, the underlying logic does not withstand meticulous scrutiny. One must ponder whether the actions of the Hightower family are truly tantamount to digging their own graves, especially when considering the intelligence and acumen of their numerous descendants. The Risselgar family, much like the majority of the Riss, bears distinct characteristics of the ancient Guvaleria lineage. However, unlike the generally diminutive stature of typical Riss, the members of the Risselgar family are notably tall and imposing. Lysander, in particular, possesses a pair of deep-set, elongated, and melancholic lavender eyes, rendering his demeanor and appearance no less striking than those renowned for their beauty within the Targaryen family. Furthermore, he exudes a maturity and composure far beyond his years, enveloped in an air of unique melancholy that has captivated many noble young ladies of Riss, entrancing them with the allure of his violet gaze. Zarek, the second son of a noble merchant, and Lysander, the legitimate firstborn of a Riss noble merchant, alongside Prince Dorn, Prince Querce, and Prince Itchy, represent the aristocracy of the Golden Celestial Empire from the Eastern Continent. At this moment, Dax is leading his brothers, having just engaged in a retaliatory strike against a band of robbers who had recently plundered a wealthy household. They subdued the thieves, binding them and transporting both the captives and their ill-gotten gains to an unassuming yet expansive courtyard. This courtyard, though somewhat dilapidated, occupies a considerable area with 2 or 3 dozen rooms and an even larger yard, which houses a sizable stable in its southwestern corner. Presently, the courtyard is overflowing with treasures and goods, while the stable contains over 100 gagged brigands. After escorting the valuables and captives back, Dax and his comrades hastily proceeded towards the Starry Sanctuary, having received word from IG that the mob there had dispersed after claiming their spoils. Upon their arrival at the Starry Sanctuary, Dax and his companions found that IG and the others had already imprisoned all surviving monks. The treasure chamber of the sanctuary had also been located, yet it was securely locked by a corpulent bishop hiding within. Forcing the door would inevitably cause a considerable commotion, so IG refrained from taking unilateral action and instead sent word to Dax via his giant eagle. He meticulously documented the situation in a confidential letter, instructing his eagle to deliver it to Daniela. Chapter 129. The power of sacrifice. By the time Daniela received the contract personally signed and sealed with the Hightower family crest from Count Hightower, the dawn had fully broken. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Daniela returned to her chamber under the attentive care of Count Hightower's eldest daughter, Emily, intending to rest briefly before addressing matters in Old Town. Mirisis quietly stood guard outside Daniela's room, providing her with an unparalleled sense of security. After a brief morning cleansing, Daenerys collapsed onto the plush velvet bed. Her Valyrian sword, Dawn, and the dragonglass dagger, Fire's Embrace, lay beside her pillow. During yesterday's tumultuous assault by the mob on the dragon horde, Daenerys felt an intense warmth emanating from both weapons as she chanted the sacrificial incantation. Even now, they retained a warmth that seemed to pulse with life. The inscription with the gods on Dawn appeared more vivid, while the dagger bore the haunting phrase in ancient Valyrian, "Blood that never dries." The latent magic within them surged with newfound vigor. Daenerys understood that the transformation of her Valyrian weapons was a consequence of her incantation during the fiery execution of the mob. Yet the precise nature of this change eluded her comprehension. Overcome by exhaustion, Daenerys quickly succumbed to sleep. In her dreams, her consciousness seemed to sink into a chilling, dark ocean's depths, a shiver running through her as she suddenly awakened. To her astonishment, she found herself submerged in the inky abyss. Yet she could breathe freely beneath the waves. Nonetheless, an unsettling sensation gripped her, as if malevolent eyes were fixed upon her from the shadows. Panic surged within her, prompting her to swim upwards in a desperate bid to escape the dreamscape. Unexpectedly, the once tranquil waters roared to life, compelling Daenerys to hasten her ascent. At that moment, countless agile roots descended from above, entwining around her, propelling her swiftly towards the surface. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed behind her. Turning to glance back, she was startled to see a colossal azure sea serpent pursuing her, adorned with dragon-like spines and horns atop its head. Could it be the fabled sea dragon? Daenerys pondered. Though the serpent moved swiftly, it lagged behind the nimble roots. Shielded by their embrace, Daenerys soon broke free from the oceanic realm. In a fleeting moment, she found herself beneath a towering fishleaf tree, its roots firmly anchored in a massive black stone platform, continuously siphoning energy from the greasy rock. To her astonishment, she spotted the very sea serpent that had been in pursuit, now a desiccated husk, drained by the tree's voracious appetite. The scene shifted once more. The fishleaf tree had grown even taller, and the serpent's carcass lay buried beneath a thick layer of earth. A new tower had risen on the black stone platform, resembling the soaring structure of House Hightower. Strangely, Daenerys observed a flock of green dragons soaring above the tower. The vision continued to unfold. As monstrous figures lurking in the shadows began to converge upon this place, their true forms obscured from Daenerys' sight. As time progresses, this place gradually transforms into the visage of the ancient town we see today. Yet, at this moment, the entire old town is shrouded in an array of peculiar energies, exuding a chilling and eerie essence that renders Daniela profoundly uneasy. Moreover, whenever Daniela attempts to discern the forms of the monsters lurking in the shadows, an overwhelming force seems to impede her approach. Just as a sense of agitation begins to overcome her, a meteor streaks across the sky, trailing a tail of crimson flames. The meteor detonates above the old town, unleashing a dozen formidable fire dragons. Upon closer inspection, Daniela recognizes them as Dreamfire and his companions. Their length stretched to nearly 300 meters, and with wings unfurled, they exceed 500 meters. They unleash torrents of dragon fire upon the old town, incinerating the monsters concealed in the shadows, causing them to wail in agony. Even the towering green dragons soaring above are engulfed by the fire dragons. Following the searing flames, the frigid energy that once enveloped the old town gradually morphs into a warm essence, flowing towards Daniela and her companion, Yiliangmu. This sensation brings a wave of relief to Daniela, as she feels a surge of heat emanating from her hands. It turns out that the dawn sword in her right hand has ignited, while the firefall dagger in her left hand radiates a brilliant crimson glow. The piercing call of Myricus suddenly jolts Daniela from her strange reverie. Although she has only slept for less than an hour, she feels remarkably invigorated. Grasping the dawn sword and firefall dagger, she murmurs to herself, "Could it be that you two have gained from last night's blood ritual?" Just then, Myricus emits an even more urgent and high-pitched call, prompting Daniela to hastily don her attire and make her way to the small garden, where she discovers that a giant eagle, sent by IG, has delivered a message. After retrieving the message from the eagle's leg, it swiftly takes flight, seemingly frightened despite its familiarity with Myricus. Myricus watches the panicked eagle escape, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes, as she exhales a puff of warm air to express her feelings. While reading the message, Daniela gently strokes Myricus's dragon head, soothing her. Reflecting on their impressive efficiency in swiftly resolving matters at the Star Sanctuary and the docks, Daniela rushes back to her room to don a new set of leather armor. Wrapping her bald head, adorned only with a fine layer of down, in a deep purple scarf. As she exits her room, Emily, who had been dozing on the corridor bench, awakens with a start and expresses her concern. "Princess, will you not rest a little longer? I have already regained my strength." "Miss Emily, you should return and rest as well. I must attend to some matters. Farewell." After speaking, Daniela hurried towards the Fish Liangmu Square. Count Hyder, facing a severe shortage of guards at the towering spire, refrained from sending anyone outside to assess the situation in the old town. Instead, he instructed his students to dispatch ravens to his vassals, urging them to rush to aid in resolving the crisis at the old town. As Daniela emerged from the towering spire, she observed that the dragons were still devouring the corpses of the rioters in Fish Liangmu Square, with thousands of bodies already consumed. Strangely, she noticed that Amolos had excavated a large, deep pit near the Fish Liangmu. Without the hindrance of charred remains, Daniela swiftly approached the base of Fish Liangmu. The square now bore no trace of greenery, replaced instead by a landscape of cooled, glassy black rock. The bodies near Fish Liangmu had been entirely devoured by the dragons, leaving only a few cooled, smoky iron fragments upon the ground. Daniela picked up a piece, feeling its weight in her hand, and discovered that these iron fragments contained a profound surge of magical energy, akin to Valyrian steel. However, unlike Valyrian steel, which could contain such magic within, this iron emitted its energy gradually into the surroundings. It appeared that although weapons forged from these fragments could rival the performance of Valyrian steel, they would lack the latter's immortality. Fortuitously, there were quite a number of scattered iron pieces. After a rough calculation, Daniela estimated that they could forge at least 500 sets of armor and swords, each of exceptional quality, arguably the finest in the current world. While these weapons may not endure for millennia, they would certainly maintain their peak condition for a century or more. It was imperative to gather these iron pieces quickly, otherwise, if someone else claimed them, it would be a significant loss. After examining the iron fragments, Daniela made her way toward the cave. Meanwhile, Amelos, who had been busy consuming charred remains, anxiously crawled back upon seeing her, growling impatiently at Daniela. This provoked Mira, who had been trailing Daniela, to interject with a fierce roar, positioning herself protectively between Daniela and Amelos. Myra's actions warmed Daniela's heart. This child was truly her dearest. As Dreamfire, who had been indulging in a feast, paused upon hearing Myra's roar, he laboriously made his way towards Daniela, causing Amelos to halt, hesitating to advance further. Observing Amelos's peculiar demeanor, Daniela couldn't help but jest. "You seem quite anxious. Are you about to lay an egg here?" Amelos's behavior piqued Daniela's curiosity, prompting her to quicken her pace. When she reached the cave entrance and looked down, she was instantly taken aback. Before her lay the unmistakable remains of the sea serpent that Daniela had envisioned in her dreams. This creature was indeed a tangible entity, rather than merely a symbol of some arcane force. Moreover, Daniela sensed that this sea serpent might very well be the legendary sea dragon, a formidable artifact of ancient magic. Her gaze shifted towards the imposing fishlow, which undoubtedly was the very tree she had encountered in her dreams. Did this mean she possessed the latent potential of a green seer, enabling her to glimpse the past through the fishling moon? What then? Was the significance of the verdant dragon atop the towering spire? Could it be that the Hightower family also bore the blood of true dragons? With a mind swirling with questions, Daniela continued to peer into the cavern, only to discover, to her astonishment, 5 exquisitely crafted dragon eggs nestled at the base of the cave. It was no wonder Amelos had exhibited such anxiety. Daniela commanded Dreamfire to extract the sea serpent's remains from the cave. Despite the passage of countless ages, the bones of the sea serpent remained remarkably intact, measuring an impressive 70 to 80 meters in length. Unlike the blackened bones of fallen dragons, the skeletal structure of this sea serpent shimmered with the clarity of white jade, pulsating with a refreshing aura of magical energy. Within the eye sockets of the serpent's skull rested 2 sky-blue orbs, each the size of a chicken egg. Daniela surmised these were the fossilized remnants of the serpent's eyes, transformed through eons of evolution. As she held the orbs in her hands, she sensed a profound surge of magical energy contained within, an energy that felt both vibrant and dormant. The cool essence emanating from the orbs brought Daniela a sense of tranquility and elation. Recognizing their value, she carefully wrapped the orbs in a handkerchief and stowed them away in her satchel. Regrettably, Daniela noticed that, akin to the blackened iron fragments scattered about, the magical essence within the sea serpent's bones was gradually dissipating. Alas, at this rate of dissipation, the magical power contained within those bones would likely have long since been depleted. Could it be that the magic within the serpent's remains had been rejuvenated by the blood sacrifice of the thousands of rioters from the previous night? After all, it had indeed been a grand spectacle of bloodletting involving tens of thousands. Such an outcome was hardly surprising. She pondered whether forging weapons and armor from the sea serpent's bones, in conjunction with the iron shards, might rival the legendary Valyrian steel. After all, if this sea serpent truly was the fabled sea dragon, its life essence would be comparable to that of a dragon, suggesting its bones could serve a similar purpose. Once she had concluded her affairs at the starry sanctuary and the docks, she would hasten to conduct her experiments. The vicinity around the Fishrow Square had transformed into a forbidden zone of the old town, a place where, with dragons present, no one dared to tread lightly. Thus, Daniela set forth on Dreamfire towards the starry sanctuary. As the dragon's Dreamfire ascended into the sky, the vigilant figures of Roga, Lysandro at the estuary, and Dax, along with IG, immediately sensed its presence. Upon reaching the starry sanctuary, Daenerys swiftly commanded Dreamfire to unleash its dragon fire, forcefully breaching the vault's grand entrance. "Spare us, your highness," cried the portly bishop and his young acolytes, who were cowering within, falling to their knees in desperate supplication. Daenerys, indifferent to their pleas, merely exchanged a knowing glance with Dax, who promptly ordered their removal. It appeared that, irrespective of the realm, the church's wealth was unparalleled. As Daenerys surveyed the vault, filled with treasure upon treasure, even her seasoned eyes, accustomed to the Targaryen royal treasury, widened in astonishment. The value of the riches within the Starry Sanctuary's vault was undoubtedly in excess of 100 million golden dragons. Though much of it comprised antiquities and artworks not easily liquidated, several large chests overflowing with coins counted among them, amounting to at least 4 to 5 million golden dragons in liquid assets. Ensure that this place is well guarded. Under the cover of night, we shall discreetly transport these valuables to avoid any unwelcome attention or rumors, Daenerys instructed Dax softly. Before long, Rogo arrived, accompanied by over 300 unsullied and 1,000 slave soldiers. Your Highness, all vessels at the docks have been secured, and their owners have been sent to the Wildcat Inn. However, over 30 large ships have sailed towards the Holy Flame Fleet, so we refrained from pursuing them further. Daenerys nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Roga. You have proven your worth, and it was indeed wise of me to rescue you from the black cells of King's Landing. Bowing even lower, Roga reverently pledged, from the moment your Highness liberated me from the dark prison, my life has belonged to you. Chapter 131. The Black Rat and Mongo. Your Highness, the old town remains in disarray. Let these unsullied remain by your side. They are the finest protectors on the continent. After speaking, Roga presented Daenerys with several exquisite golden whips adorned with jewels, symbols of control wielded by the slave masters of the Free Trade City and Slave Bay. These masters employed brutal methods to brainwash and train captives from around the world into obedient slaves, utterly subservient to their cruel dominion. The mere thought of these whips filled Daenerys with revulsion and sorrow. Thus, she took the jeweled whips and cast them before Dreamfire, who incinerated them with a single breath of dragon fire. Stepping forward to address the unsullied, she proclaimed loudly, Westeros shall know no slaves. The lives of the common folk are scarcely better. From this day forth, I, Daenerys Targaryen, Princess of the Seven Kingdoms and Lady of Dragonstone, command you to remove the slave collars from your necks. You shall no longer be bound by these wretched whips. You are free. After Daniela decisively severed the slave collar of an approaching unsullied with her fiery dagger, she cast it forcefully to the ground. In the past, you were unable to freely choose the life you desired, but now, as free individuals, you possess the power to make your own choices. You may opt for a life of liberty, and I shall provide you with the means for your journey. Alternatively, you may choose to become my sworn protectors, pledging your loyalty to me as Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, safeguarding my safety. Daniela's actions momentarily astonished the unsullied, who exchanged glances before quickly responding. Kneeling before her in unison, their accented Valyrian resonating, we pledge our loyalty to my queen, Daniera Targaryen. Who among you is the leader? After a brief consultation, the unsullied swiftly elected a robust figure among them. Remove your helmet. Allow me to behold your visage. At Daniela's command, the unsullied adeptly lifted his helmet, revealing his true appearance. He possessed a flat, round face, dark skin, and gentle, almost golden amber eyes, embodying the typical features of a North Islander. What is your name? My queen, today I am called Black Rat. Today you are called Black Rat. Daniela was taken aback, aware that neither unsullied nor slaves typically bore commendable names. However, the subsequent revelation from Black Rat was astonishing. Indeed, my queen. We unsullied draw our names daily by lottery, Grey Worm, Red Flea, Black Rat, and we must accept these pestilent titles as our own, merely from the names of these unsullied. Daniela could envision the hellish existence of the slaves in the Bay of Slaves. Thus, she proclaimed with renewed fervor, you are free individuals now. Cast aside the shame imposed upon you by your former masters. You may reclaim the names given to you by your parents, or choose a name that instills pride within you. This is your liberty. At this moment, Black Rat remained steadfast, kneeling before Daniela, and declared with conviction, no, my queen. Though I have never forgotten the name my parents bestowed upon me over the past decade, recalling it is always accompanied by the dreadful and shameful memories of enslavement. Yet today, with the name Black Rat, I receive a new life bestowed by my queen, and it is the name I take the greatest pride in. Of course, that is your freedom, Black Rat. Daniela gently raised him to his feet and addressed the other unsullied with clarity. Regardless of the names you choose, that is your freedom. Furthermore, it is not merely your names. From this moment forth, you may make choices for yourselves as any free person would. Freedom, freedom, my queen, my queen. With over 300 unsullied by her side, Daenerys' safety was undoubtedly greatly enhanced. Soon, the Unsullied removed the slave collars from their necks and respectfully lined up behind Daenerys. In truth, both these Unsullied and the qualified slaves trained in the slave bay had fully adapted to the habits and mindset of servitude. Apart from their reliance on the strong, they were incapable of living as ordinary free men. Their loyalty was indeed a rare virtue. And although the slave trade was brutal and bloody, Daenerys purchased a considerable number of slaves from the slave bay for the development of her territory, ultimately restoring their status as free citizens. What essential difference exists between the subjects and slaves of Westeros? It is merely a matter of nomenclature. At the very least, Daenerys could ensure they lived in her domain in affluence, peace, and freedom. Blackrat, your next task is to assist Daxos and the others in guarding the Starry Hall, and gather the bodies of the rabble collected by the Silent Sisters for a centralized cremation ceremony that I will conduct shortly. Yes, my queen. At that moment, Yora brought forth a tall Dothraki man, presenting a Dothraki curved sword to Daenerys. Your Highness, I have 2 treasures to present to you. This Dothraki gladiator was remarkably valiant, and this Valyrian steel Dothraki blade was indeed a rare find. The scarred Dothraki stood nearly 2 meters tall, his filthy long braid dragging down to his knees. His bare upper body and stern visage appeared as if sculpted by the hands of a deity, exuding an overwhelming masculinity. Daenerys took the Dothraki sword into her hand. It was light, a commendable weapon forged from Valyrian steel, resembling the Egyptian khopesh in design. Inscribed in ancient Valyrian were the words Scarlet Steed, presumably the name of this curved blade. Furthermore, Daenerys had conducted some research on the Dothraki and found their way of life and behavioral patterns to be significantly different from all the nomadic cultures she had previously known. It seemed this fearsome prairie people had discarded all the virtues and noble traditions of renowned nomadic tribes while amalgamating their flaws and shortcomings, clearly embodying the extreme stereotypes of nomadic peoples held by the Martells or the Westerners. Warrior, do you wish to become my blood of my blood? Daenerys inquired in her still imperfect Dothraki. As my blood of my blood, I can grant you the finest steeds and the most potent wines. But in the face of formidable foes, you must be fearless. I require your courage and loyalty, unwavering under the stars and sun. Speak truthfully, prefer death over disgrace. I demand you protect the weak, without fear of divine retribution. This is your oath. Remember it well. After speaking, Daenerys sharply struck the Dothraki warrior across the face, asking, Do you accept this? In Chapter 132, Cleaning Up the Aftermath, Daenerys had undergone 3 years of rigorous nightly training. And with a significant surge of magical power over the past 6 months, her strength was formidable. The crisp sound of her slap left a distinct red mark on the bronze cheek of the Dothraki warrior. As Daenerys uttered the knightly oath, she infused a trace of Valyrian incantation, adding an enchanting allure to her words. She gazed intently at the Dothraki warrior, while Dreamfire, her majestic dragon, leaned closer, its regal black-blue slit eyes narrowing slightly. Despite Mungo's usual boldness, his heart raced uncontrollably. He promptly accepted the Valyrian steel Dothraki curved sword that Daenerys offered and reverently pledged. By blood of my blood, I, Mungo, vow to follow the dragon queen who rides the fiery steed. Even if the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, even if the seas dry up and mountains fall like withered leaves, even if the stars weep blood and poisoned waters drown the earth, my loyalty to you shall remain unwavering. With that, Mungo drew the blade across his palm, using his thumb to imprint his blood into Daenerys' palm, marking his fealty. Now, with over 300 Unsullied guarding the Starry Hall, Dax, IgG, and Rog led over 1,000 enslaved soldiers to cleanse the old town, eradicating the bandits, and continuously transporting the bodies of the fallen to the Starry Hall. Before their departure, Daenerys had instructed Dax and the others to convey her orders, to restore order to the old town swiftly and ensure the safety of all. Confiscate all armor and steal weapons. Given the warm season, all the bodies of the deceased were to be collected for cremation to prevent the outbreak of plague. Yes, Dax and IgG had awaited this moment, eager to cleanse the old town openly. With Dax's regular forces involved, the bandits proved utterly defenseless, easily swept away like autumn leaves. After toiling through the night, all the riches they had scavenged were gathered by Dax and returned to the Starry Hall. The residents of the old town, terrified by the chaos, had retreated into their homes, too afraid to venture outside. They remained oblivious to the specifics of the tumult outside. However, as Dax and his men subdued the bandits, they continuously proclaimed loudly, "We come at the behest of Princess Daenerys to quell the unrest. Everyone, please remain indoors today. By tomorrow morning, the old town shall return to normal life. I await the command of Princess Daniera. She harbors no desire to be an anonymous benefactor, for the ignorant masses are easily swayed. If she does not assert herself first, who knows how the Hyder family might besmirch her name in the future? After all, they are quite adept at waging a war of public opinion. Unfortunately for them, their opponent this time is Daniera, and it is destined that the double-edged sword of this media battle will ultimately cut against them. Following an afternoon of thorough cleansing, the old town has finally regained its tranquility. Dax and his comrades have captured over 500 bandits, and the number of armors and weapons seized from each household is beyond counting. The wealth they have amassed is astonishing, nearly filling half the grand hall of the Starry Sanctuary. Silks, jewels, antiques, gold and silver artifacts, coins, exquisite and luxurious armors, and swords are all present. Most of these armors and swords are adorned with gold and silver, embellished with various gemstones, often displayed in the halls of affluent families to signify status and glory. However, the night of upheaval has claimed many lives in the old town. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the square of the Starry Sanctuary had become a grim sight, piled high with the bodies of 5,000 to 6,000 victims. These corpses, along with the ordinary armors and weapons collected by Dax and his team, were heaped together. Thanks to Mongo and the Pure Ones guarding the Starry Sanctuary that afternoon, no other force dared to encroach upon this sacred place. Daniera, riding the Dreamfire, returned to the Yu Liangmu Square, transporting the dragon bones directly to the Starry Sanctuary. She placed them among the corpses of the victims and, chanting an incantation, commanded the Dreamfire to unleash its searing dragon flames. The deep blue-black flames ignited the bodies instantly, causing the surrounding steel equipment to slowly melt away. Empowered by Daniela's blood sacrifice spell, the might of the Dreamfire's dragon flames was significantly enhanced. Under the relentless onslaught of the flames, all the bodies were ultimately reduced to ashes, while the steel equipment melted into pools of black iron liquid. A substantial portion of the dragon bones also succumbed to the flames, merging with the molten iron. The intense heat melted the cobblestone floor of the Starry Sanctuary. By the time Dax and his companions had thoroughly cleansed the old town, it was already late into the night. After their meticulous efforts, the once tumultuous old town regained its former serenity. Aside from the towering flames of the Starry Sanctuary, the entire town was shrouded in a cloak of oppressive darkness. Survivors from both the impoverished and affluent quarters chose to conceal themselves in the shadows, rendering the old town nearly devoid of light. This circumstance provided Daniera and her companions with an excellent opportunity to discreetly transfer the treasures of the Starry Sanctuary. The followers of the Dragon Princess maneuvered numerous medium-sized vessels from the docks along the Honeywine River to the front of the Starry Sanctuary. They utilized these boats to transport the wealth plundered from the old town, along with the treasures from the sanctuary's vault, under the cover of night to the three-masted ship under their control. Although Dax and his companions had endured a grueling day and night of battle, fatigue was overshadowed by the exhilarating sight of countless treasure chests, invigorating them with boundless energy. Simultaneously, Daenerys led her team to gather the iron blocks from the Fishbeam Square, loading them onto the ship as well. Thus, on this fateful night, a significant portion of Old Town's riches was packaged and shipped away by Daenerys. With the situation in Old Town settled, Daenerys steered the Dreamfire to hover above the Sacred Flame Fleet. Lysandro and the others were filled with excitement upon the arrival of the Dragon Princess. Daenerys made a graceful descent onto the deck of a three-masted ship adorned with the banner of the Flame Sword. The weight of Dreamfire caused the vessel to sway violently. Unfazed, Lysandro, who had been waiting on the deck, bowed respectfully to Daenerys, proclaiming, "I am Lysandro of the Rysrogel family, honored princess. May your smile warm like the sun, illuminating every moment. Greetings, Lord Rysrogel. The crisis in Old Town has been averted. You may depart safely now." Upon hearing this, Lysandro's heart raced momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and sincerely stated, "We are grateful for your protection, Your Highness. We wish to offer all the goods we have brought as a token of our sincere appreciation, and to assist Old Town in its economic recovery following this upheaval." Daenerys regarded the handsome youth with admiration, replying, "As you wish, Lord Rysrogel. The Sacred Flame Fleet will escort some large vessels from here. You shall proceed together." Chapter 133, The Enigmatic Count Hightower. The Sacred Flame Fleet will ensure your safe arrival at Flame Island, where you will complete the handover and then depart in safety. Flame Island holds many intriguing wonders. I hope they bring you delight. With that, Daenerys piloted Dreamfire away, leaving Lysandro gazing in the direction of the departing dragon, lost in contemplation. It was not until Daenerys had vanished that Giovanni and Drazico emerged from the cabin, marveling at the beauty of the Valyrian dragon Queen's lineage. Giovanni could not suppress his admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, the beauty of the dragon princess surpasses that of the descendants of ancient Valyria in the free trade city-states. And her blue dragon is truly the most exquisite creation in the world." For the Risrogel trio, it was their first experience of such proximity to a dragon. Desirac couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, witnessing the dragon from such proximity ignites a fervor within my very veins. This sensation is truly extraordinary." Lysandra murmured to herself, "My curiosity about Flame Island has only intensified." During the tumultuous day and night of the upheaval in Old Town, the Flame Fleet intercepted several trade vessels en route to the town, which are now under the vigilant watch of the fleet. Daenerys, riding Dreamfire, soared directly above these ships. In the cloak of night, the immense wings of Dreamfire instilled a profound sense of pressure upon the onlookers. These individuals, accustomed to traversing the shores of the narrow sea, had often gazed at dragons in flight from afar, yet to have one gliding directly above them was a first in their lives. The powerful gusts generated by the dragon's wings tousled their hair and garments in disarray. Eventually, Daenerys alighted on the deck of a three-masted ship and proclaimed, "In the wake of the recent riot in Old Town, all vessels docked at the harbor have been thoroughly plundered. Although the insurrection has been quelled, restoring order will take time. For your safety, you should accompany the Flame Fleet to Flame Island. I trust you will find ample opportunities there." With the assurance of the Targaryen princess, the previously anxious crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had long heard tales of Flame Island's renown. Though trade routes to it had yet to be established, they regarded this as a splendid opportunity. With this thought, the gloom stemming from their setbacks in Old Town dissipated entirely, while Flame Island had forged frequent trade relations with many families across Westeros. The ongoing construction of the harbor and its limited capacity deterred large trading caravans from venturing there. Furthermore, some unique commodities from Flame Island were available through other major port cities, albeit at a higher price, yet the profits from transporting them to the eastern continent remained lucrative. After issuing her directives, Daenerys returned to the Starry Hall on the back of her dragon. With all the treasures gathered from Old Town and the hall now aboard the ships, 100 members of the Unicorn Knights, led by the Wolf brothers, unfastened the iron chains locking the river in Old Town. They then guided the Flame Fleet, escorting the vessels near the chains to depart first. Meanwhile, Dax and his remaining comrades commanded 500 adept slave sailors controlling over 200 large ocean-going ships laden with treasures, following the Flame Fleet in a grand procession away from Old Town towards Flame Island. The total value of the treasures plundered from the Starry Hall's vault and Old Town exceeded 13 to 14 million golden dragons, compounded by the 7 million golden dragons previously delivered to the Flame Fleet by House Hightower. This time, treasures worth over 20 million golden dragons will be transported back to the island of the Sacred Flame. The more than 200 large sea vessels, despite some showing signs of age, are also of considerable worth. Their total value certainly exceeds 15 million golden dragons. One could assert that Daenerys has effectively plundered the entire wealth of the Old Town, and this long-nurtured fat pig, raised for thousands of years, has finally been tasted by her. The properties and land deeds that Daenerys extracted from the Hightower family, located in various free trade city-states, combined with the molten steel she has summoned through blood sacrifice at the Hall of Stars, are the true highlights. Although the steel remains in a liquid state, Daenerys can already sense the vibrant magical energy contained within. Thanks to the incorporation of sea dragon bones, the magical energy generated from the blood sacrifice has not dissipated. However, Daenerys is still uncertain whether this refined steel qualifies as Valyrian steel. If it does, it would be sufficient to forge 500 sets of armor and weapons, with a value exceeding 100 million golden dragons. In the free trade city-states, both houses and land hold considerable value. The properties and land deeds Daenerys has seized from the Hightower family are worth no less than 10 million golden dragons, and all are akin to golden geese that lay eggs, wealth that cannot readily be purchased even with ample funds. One wonders what emotions will stir within Count Hightower upon discovering that all these have been taken by Daenerys. In truth, Count Hightower had already realized this. However, with the entire towering structure and most of the Hightower family's bloodline descendants under the vigilant watch of Daenerys' dragons, he can only pound his chest in silent fury. Too afraid to voice a louder cry, Countess Hightower and her eldest daughter, Emily, offer words of solace, reminding him that while these possessions are precious, they are ultimately mere material goods. The most important thing is that their family has managed to escape this calamity unscathed. Indeed, father, It is said that Princess Daniera holds significant sway before King Viserys, and she is the sole dragon rider of the Targaryen dynasty capable of commanding multiple dragons. With the might of her dragons, no one or force can withstand her wrath. I believe it is fortuitous that Princess Daniera has taken notice of the Hightower family's wealth. Otherwise, with the leverage she holds over us, she could annihilate our family and seize all these riches without anyone daring to oppose her. With his wife and daughter's comforting words, Count Hightower's anger finally dissipates, and he weakly responds, "How could I not know? While I may not be as distinguished as previous heads of the Hightower family, I have managed to maintain our lineage. Yet, I truly cannot fathom how our family has fallen to such depths." Chapter 134. The work of mourning. By the time Daniera returned to the Starry Sanctuary, Rouge and his companions had meticulously gathered the ashes of all the victims and interred them in the cemetery adjacent to the sanctuary. Moreover, a monument commemorating the recent upheaval had already been erected, bearing a clear account of how the monks of the Starry Sanctuary, under the instigation of the Hightower family, incited the populace to voice reactionary sentiments in an attempt to oppose the royal authority. Their actions provoked the wrath of the seven gods, who rained down celestial bodies, obliterating those heretics. The devout believers of the seven gods in Old Town, under the divine miracles, courageously eradicated those whose faith was impure. The grand inscription on the stone monument was carved by Mungo with his Valyrian curved blade, which certainly saved considerable effort. Gazing at the cemetery before her, Daniera's heart, though not overly tumultuous, yearned to do as much as she could for those lost. Thus, she instructed Rouge, "Please arrange for someone to tally the number of civilians who sacrificed their lives in the conflict at the Starry Sanctuary tomorrow. Each family shall receive 200 silver deer as compensation. Those households left with only the elderly, women, and children may collect a monthly living allowance of 30 silver deer from the Old Town garrison. Additionally, the garrison should keep a vigilant eye on their well-being and offer support to the clever and promising children as much as possible." Though Rouge was somewhat perplexed, he respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall ensure that these compensations are delivered safely and in full to the families." 200 silver deer constituted a substantial sum for an ordinary family, even though many of the bandits in Old Town had been largely dealt with. Yet, numerous con artists and thieves still lurked in the impoverished districts, easily targeting those families receiving compensation. Particularly vulnerable were those households that had lost their primary breadwinner. Lacking the protection of an adult male, their wealth could easily become a source of disaster for the women and children. If the Old Town garrison could extend their protection, it would at least serve to deter those unscrupulous individuals. Daniera's actions were not motivated by a desire for a favorable reputation, but rather by a pursuit of moral rectitude. Of course, should she manage to cultivate a positive image among the citizens of Old Town, that would be a commendable outcome. As night deepened, the skeletal remains of the sea dragon and the solidified steel in the plaza continued to emanate warmth. Daniera took a moment to carefully attune herself to these iron fragments, discovering that the magical essence within showed no signs of dissipating. This realization filled her with excitement, for it indicated that these iron pieces could be forged into armaments and armor comparable to Valyrian steel. After all, opportunities for such large-scale blood sacrifices were rare, and Daniera was merely seizing the moment. She could not, however, bring herself to disregard human life in pursuit of crafting the finest weapons. Observing the once vibrant Old Town, now dimmed with scarcely a flicker of light, Daniera understood that the concluding tasks ahead required utmost caution, for she must not afford the Hightower family any opportunity for resurgence. "Rog, tomorrow you shall enlist 300 young soldiers, bringing the total to 3,000, and swiftly establish a brand new garrison for the Old Town. The port operations can also resume normalcy by tomorrow." Through Rog's performance over the past few days, Daniera had come to recognize his capabilities, and thus she instructed him. "I anticipate that the vassals of the Hightower family will soon arrive, so it is imperative to secure all the surrounding roads of the Old Town. I do not wish for any upheaval to disturb the fragile stability we have painstakingly achieved." Upon hearing this, Rog's heart swelled with joy. The princess's words indicated that the management of the garrison and the port would likely be entrusted to him. Rog, a mere illegitimate son of a minor noble, had previously navigated life as a hired knight in King's Landing. Years prior, after a drunken brawl that left an opponent gravely injured, he found himself imprisoned in the black cells of the Red Keep. It was Daniera who rescued him, covertly supporting him to gather 200 followers in the Old Town. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, he had now emerged as a valuable ally to Daniera. "Understood, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements. By the way, how shall we proceed with the detained ships?" The charge of plundering had already been laid upon the Hightower family, and naturally, Daniera would need to present herself as the benevolent figure. Having contemplated the matter, Daniera replied to Rog. The vessels belonging to the families of the Seven Kingdoms should be returned to them in my name, and inform them that to compensate for their losses, they will be exempt from taxes on trade to Dragonstone for the next year. As for the ships from the free cities and others, let them redeem their vessels at half price. Given their current financial constraints, you may have them sign a promissory note in the name of the Old Town garrison. Rog's eyes gleamed at this revelation. Numerous ships were currently held at the Old Town port. Even if the merchant caravans from the free cities were to redeem their vessels at half price, it would likely yield at least 400,000 to 500,000 gold dragons. Moreover, the families of the Seven Kingdoms, accustomed to years of commerce, would surely feel compelled to offer some form of gratitude even if their ships were returned free of charge. By the way, isn't there a fleet of over 23-masted ships belonging to the Hightower family? Tomorrow, requisition 5 of them, and arrange for the delivery of those cold iron remnants and the sea serpent skeleton to King's Landing. Also, prepare 500 men to transport the gifts from the Hightower family to the royal family at the Towering Spire, and load them onto the ships for their journey to King's Landing. Yes, Your Highness, Rog replied. I am aware that everyone has worked tirelessly these past few days. I will convey to them to hold on a little longer. Once the matters of the Old Town are entirely resolved, I shall ensure they are generously rewarded. After Daniela and Rorge discussed the details of the matters she was to attend to next, they proceeded towards the Tower of the Skies, escorted by the Unsullied and Mungo. The distance from the Starry Cathedral to the Tower of the Skies was not far, merely a 20-minute walk. Daniela opted not to ride her dragon back, primarily because she wished to observe the current state of the Old Town up close. Along their journey, aside from encountering the patrolling guards of the Old Town, they did not see a single soul. The vast expanse of the Old Town was eerily silent, and apart from the torches held by the Unsullied, there was hardly any light along the way. This stark scene underscored the profound impact the recent uprising had on the Old Town. By the time they arrived at the base of the Tower of the Skies, the dragons had already feasted and were resting quietly. Only Amaloros remained, possibly still feeding on the carcasses due to having just laid dragon eggs. However, the charred remains in the Fishbeamwood Plaza had significantly dwindled, with only around 2,000 to 3,000 corpses left. In the past 2 days, nearly 20,000 bodies had been consumed by the dragons. Chapter 135. The Tragically Fortunate Hightower Family. 1. Vaggerl, riding Prince Viserys. 2. Vomisol, the Dragon Mountain Slumbers. 3. The Glutton Locked by the Sea, abandoned. 4. Dreamfire, Dragon Rider Daniela. 5. Silverwing, in an abandoned state. 6. The Red Queen, Melisandre, Dragon Rider Princess Rhaenys. 7. Bloodworm, Clark, Dragon Rider Demon. 8. The Sheep Thief, 2 dragon eggs secretly kept by Daniela. Abandoned. 9. Abrosis, Daniela's. 10. Shamoros has laid 5 new dragon eggs. Daniela's. 11. Amaloros, Daniela's. 12. Anthelos, Daniela's. 13. Syrax, Rhaenyra's. 14. Little Balerion, Daniela's. 15. Vagarana, Daniela's. 16. Greyshadow, Daniela's. 17. Seasmoke, currently abandoned, hatched by Laenor. 18. Miracis, Daniela's bonded dragon. 19. Uryx, currently cared for by King Jaehaerys. Daniela still possessed 3 dragon eggs from the royal family, 2 brought from Valyria, and 1 golden egg laid by Silverwing. The 4 dragon egg fossils of Uryx, and 2 of the sheep thief's eggs. Upon seeing Daniela return with over 200 Unsullied and a tall Dothraki guard, Count Hightower hurriedly welcomed her with his family. Your Highness, we are grateful for your return. You have worked hard. In Daniela's presence, Count Hightower adopted a remarkably humble demeanor, yet he could not help but glance behind her. Your Highness, did you not see Ser Hobart and the others outside? They went out to meet you last night, but they have yet to return. Moreover, what is the current state of the unrest outside? Upon hearing this, Daniela instantly displayed a look of regret. My lord, you may not be aware, but it is rumored that Ser Hobart, along with the knights of House Hightower and the Old Town guards, stirred the ire of the populace while plundering the merchant convoy at the Old Town docks. It is said they have been utterly annihilated, their bodies reduced to ash by the mob. What? Daniela's words struck the Heidel family like a bolt from the blue, leaving Count Heidel, with his corpulent frame, nearly unsteady on his feet. Fortunately, the Countess and Emily swiftly supported him, preventing him from making a public spectacle of himself. Meanwhile, Ser Hobart's wife fainted outright, and his daughter and youngest child were immediately engulfed in tears. This cannot be. This cannot be. At that moment, Count Heidel's face turned a ghastly shade, his mind clearly adrift, muttering incessantly. Daniela, with a slight smirk, continued, Moreover, I have heard they coerced those merchant caravans into signing substantial promissory notes. Yet it remains uncertain who has since acquired those notes. There are also rumors that they fled Old Town by ship after plundering those caravans. I suspect that Sir Bart may have hidden away with those notes, as he is quite familiar with the ins and outs of Old Town. In truth, I find it difficult to comprehend the audacity of the Heidel family, who brazenly insult the Targaryen royal family while simultaneously pillaging foreign merchant caravans without a shred of remorse. Were I not present in Old Town myself, I would scarcely believe such reckless behavior could emanate from a family known for its discretion and caution. It appears to me that there is a hidden force manipulating the Heidel family for some nefarious purpose. After all, during this upheaval, the Heidel family has gained nothing but has nearly sacrificed their millennia of accumulated wealth. Yet, amidst this misfortune, it is a stroke of luck that the mercenary knights led by Roga, in alliance with some ragtag forces from Old Town, have temporarily quelled the chaos, preventing the entire town from being engulfed in flames of war. Thus, I have formally authorized Roga to assemble a new garrison for Old Town, and the situation there has, for the time being, been stabilized. I can only hope that the vassals arriving to support the Heidel family have not unwittingly become pawns in someone else's game. Otherwise, the recently restored peace in Old Town may soon be shattered once more. At this moment, Count Heidel's mind was in disarray, utterly incapable of coherent thought. He had previously believed that, despite the tumult's grandeur, it was merely a trifling matter that could be suppressed and resolved. After all, in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms, no commoner's uprising has ever caused substantial upheaval. His sole concern had been that these rabble-rousers might provoke Princess Daniera, unleashing her wrath upon Old Town with a fury that could set it ablaze. However, the merchant caravans coming to trade in Old Town were backed by powerful interests that the Heidel family could ill afford to offend, for if Daniela's assertions hold true, then the Heidel family has effectively antagonized nearly all the affluent families of the Free Trade City and the Seven Kingdoms. Consequently, the Heidel family now faces the impending wrath and retribution of those they have wronged. I fear that the Hightower family's caravans will no longer be able to enter their sphere of influence for normal trade. This will undoubtedly deal a fatal blow to the Hightower family, whose primary income relies heavily on foreign trade. However, there is no need for the Count to be overly concerned. The situation in Old Town has been largely contained, and there will come a day when the truth is revealed. Moreover, with my presence, safeguarding your Hightower family should not pose a significant challenge. Let us all retire for the night, regardless of the magnitude of our troubles. The sun will rise anew tomorrow, will it not? Having spoken, Daenerys, under the attentive service of Alyssa, retired to her chamber for rest. Due to Mungo's serious injuries, Daenerys had already instructed the scholars of the towering spire to take him for proper treatment. With over 200 Unsullied guarding her and Myrcella stationed outside her window, Daenerys enjoyed a rare and peaceful slumber that night. The following morning, after breakfast, Rhaegar had already dispatched vessels to the towering spire. Despite his reluctance, the Count decisively opened the family treasury, entrusting all of the Hightower family's cherished collections to Daenerys. My lord, I suggest that the Countess and other members of the Hightower family depart for King's Landing at once. After all, human anger tends to intensify if left to simmer. It would be prudent to resolve the Hightower family's affairs in King's Landing as soon as possible, given the heavy losses the Hightower family has suffered. Perhaps this is not entirely a misfortune. His Majesty is known for his benevolence. Upon learning of the dire circumstances in Old Town, he is likely to extend his mercy. The Hightower Count had hardly slept the previous night. In just a few short days, the Hightower family, once seemingly invincible, had plummeted from grace. His eldest son, Mondo Hightower, had been foolishly persuaded to steal a dragon egg from the Targaryen royal family. Should this matter not be handled with care, the Hightower family might find themselves branded as traitors. Their intention had merely been to stir public opinion and apply pressure on the crown, yet they inadvertently incited a riot, resulting in the loss of nearly all their armed forces. Under Daenerys' coercion and enticement, the Hightower family's wealth had been nearly drained. Now, they stood precariously at the edge of a precipice, teetering on the brink of irrevocable ruin. Chapter 136. The Difficulty of Gaining Trust, Part 1. In stark contrast to the Hightower family's somber plight, Daenerys, having enjoyed a rare restful night, observed with a sense of ineffable satisfaction as chests of the Hightower family's treasures were loaded onto her grand ship. The sensation was akin to the dull blade of a knife cutting through flesh, a far more addictive pleasure than the reckless release of unbridled anger. The corpses of the thousands of rioters in the Fishleong Plaza had made it abundantly clear to the Hightower family the formidable power of the Targaryen dragons. Thus, They dared not misstep in their dealings with Daenerys. Count Hightower readily accepted Daenerys' suggestion and promptly instructed his wife to lead the family in packing their belongings and preparing several ships to hurry to King's Landing. It was evident that the pressure imposed by the dragons far outweighed the potential dangers they might encounter in their journey. Emily, once we arrive in King's Landing, I shall rely on you to take care of our family, Count Hightower whispered to his astute eldest daughter. You are a clever girl. See if you can get in touch with your uncle. After all, he is still the hand of the king. Emily solemnly assured him, Rest easy, father. With me around, everything will be fine. It is better for us to leave early. My younger brothers have been terrified watching the dragons devour the corpses of the rebels from the Great Tower, and they suffer from nightmares every night. Father, take care of yourself while we are away. Remember, it is best to refrain from taking any actions. The more one does at this time, the more mistakes one is likely to make. As the Hightower family packed their belongings, Daenerys, accompanied by Mungo and a group of Unsullied, arrived at the Square of the Weeping Trees. By that time, all the corpses in the square had been consumed by the dragons, leaving only the glassy, charred ground and a more robust weeping tree standing proudly. Amelys, who had just laid her dragon eggs, was carefully guarding her 5 precious eggs, providing warmth with her body heat. Daenerys approached Amelys, attempting to persuade her to reveal the eggs beneath her. However, while Amelys did not display aggression towards Daenerys, she was not particularly cooperative either. Daenerys was taken aback by Amelys' strong maternal instincts, as most dragons typically abandon their eggs after laying them. It was rare to find one like Amelys who diligently guarded and attempted to incubate her eggs. The Hydra, having consumed an abundance of corpses, lay languidly in the Square of the Weeping Trees, barely awake. Daenerys could distinctly sense a significant transformation in their energy, while the weeping tree continuously emitted a nurturing energy that invigorated the dragons. In contrast, the peculiar black stones at the base of the Great Tower seemed to be losing their energy at an accelerated pace. Daenerys made several attempts to approach the 5 dragon eggs, all of which were rebuffed by Amelys, leading her to eventually concede. After all, she would not be departing from Old Town anytime soon. She would allow Amelys to incubate them on her own. Following the blood ritual, Daenerys felt her bond with the dragons deepen as their telepathic connection grew stronger. After sharing heartfelt exchanges with each dragon, she and the Unsullied, along with Mungo, made their way back to Old Town. Today, the town had largely returned to normal order, and the streets began to fill with people again. Though it could not be compared to its former vibrancy, the signs of life and activity were gradually re-emerging. Today, the Old Town wharf is particularly bustling, as Rouge personally oversees the redemption of merchant vessels. The Fairy City, represented by the Furman family, approaches. Greetings, my lord. I am Blair Furman of the Furman family. Rouge casts a glance at the newcomer, noting the attire of his accompanying guards, which indeed bears the insignia of the Furman family from Fairy Island. He then produces a contract and states, the Furman family pledges 12 longships, 1 large sailing vessel, and 1 3-masted ship. Is there any dissent? No dissent, my lord. Not a single detail is amiss. Then please affix your signature to this contract. As he speaks, Rouge hands the document to Blair of the Furman family, adding, Princess Daniera is aware of the heavy losses you have incurred, and thus she has graciously approved a waiver of taxes for your trade with Holy Flame Island over the next year. Princess Daniera's kindness is greatly appreciated by the Furman family, even after Blair Furman and his remaining guards and sailors have boarded their vessels. He cannot shake the feeling of unreality. Our ships have been returned just like that. One of the knights exclaims excitedly, Indeed, my lord. This is all thanks to Princess Daniera. Blair, however, speaks with a tone that reflects relief mixed with despair. It is good that the ships are back. Though our cargo has been plundered by the Hightower family, leaving us with a debt, at least our crew is back in our hands, and we can start anew. Yes, my lord. And did not Princess Daniera assure us? For the next year, we will be exempt from taxes when trading at Holy Flame Island. With that, our losses can be recouped in no time. Indeed, let us hasten our preparations and set sail. I have no desire to return to this old town. The families of the 7 kingdoms are naturally elated, having reclaimed their fleets without cost and secured Princess Daniera's promise of a tax exemption for the year. However, some families gather to whisper among themselves, Do you find the recent upheaval in Old Town peculiar? It seems that after this turmoil, the Hightower family has become utterly infamous. While Princess Daniera's reputation has been solidified, is there perhaps more to this story? After all, the Hightower family does not seem like a particularly mad family. Sir Fry, it is wise to refrain from reckless speculation without evidence. The families of the 7 kingdoms are never short of lunatics. If the Hightower family is not mad, How could Mon Hightower dare to commit the audacious act of stealing royal dragon eggs? The newly appointed garrison of Old Town has dispatched 500 men to verify the identities of those who perished at the Starry Sanctuary. To distinguish the rioters attacking the Starry Sanctuary from those assaulting the Fishbeam Plaza, Rouge has dubbed the latter group the Divinely Favored. Due to the considerable number of rioters storming the Starry Sanctuary, the casualties were surprisingly few. By merely verifying with the surviving favored ones who participated in the uprising, it would be quite easy to ascertain which families had suffered losses. The once sorrowful commoners, mourning the death of their loved ones, immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the seven gods and to Daniela upon receiving news of the compensation from the former town guard, along with the promise of monthly allowances. Chapter 137. The Fragility of Human Sentiment. Part 2. The favored ones who attacked the Starry Sanctuary were predominantly impoverished individuals residing near the docks. Many families relied solely on the labor of their primary breadwinners, who toiled at the docks to make a living. Thus, the loss of such a pivotal figure would undoubtedly wreak havoc on their households. With the provision of 200 silver deer as compensation and a monthly allowance of 30 silver deer, these families could finally sustain themselves adequately. If they lived frugally, they might even save a little each year, fostering their deep gratitude towards Daniela. In this world, where calamities and misfortunes abound, the underprivileged had long grown accustomed to the inevitability of life and death. Their singular aim was to persist against all odds. Whoever offered them a glimmer of hope for survival would naturally earn their allegiance. However, unlike the impoverished near the docks who reaped benefits from the Starry Sanctuary, the rioters who assaulted the dragons faced a grim fate. None of those individuals survived, which translated to nearly 10,000 families mourning their loss. Consequently, a significant portion of the Old Town was engulfed in grief. Particularly distressing was the realization that, despite participating in the same insurrection, the rioters who attacked the Starry Sanctuary not only returned with treasures, but also received generous compensation and allowances. This disparity ignited a sense of injustice within the grieving families. As Daniela traversed the streets of the Old Town, she acutely perceived the hostile glares directed at her. Therefore, Mongo and the Purifiers instinctively placed their hands upon their weapons. Daniela, in turn, communicated with Dreamfire through her mind, instructing her to conceal herself in the skies above. Should these fools dare to act with malice, Daniela was more than willing to unleash another fiery wrath upon them. While passing through a small square, an elderly man, seemingly deranged, rushed forth and vehemently accused Daniela, exclaiming, "It is you, heretic, who has brought the dragon and disaster to the Old Town. You have turned it into a river of blood and a land of mourning. I shall accuse you, cold-blooded dragon rider, for you are more treacherous than a heretic, more terrifying than plague and calamity. It is you who has led the Old Town into decline, who has deprived it of the god's protection. You, the brutal dragon princess." Mongo immediately drew his Valyrian curved blade, commanding the Purifiers, "Arrest this madman." "No, let him be," Daniela swiftly interjected, her gaze both authoritative and resolute as she addressed the elder. "The scriptures of the seven gods instruct us not to regard the haters or the tempters, not to heed them, nor to drive them away. The unruly mob has transgressed the edicts of the seven gods, and the divine retribution that befalls mortals is indeed inescapable. The holy scripture of the seven gods proclaims that light invariably follows darkness." With her head held high, Daenerys boldly proclaimed to all, "In light of the turmoil wrought by the Hightower family upon Old Town, I shall personally expel this blight. Rest assured, a new garrison for Old Town has been established, and normalcy shall soon be restored." The so-called holy fool, taken aback by Daenerys' invocation of the sacred texts, found himself momentarily speechless, collapsing despondently to the ground. In this realm, individuals deemed disabled or mentally unstable often utter prophetic words or divine revelations, and such individuals are referred to as holy fools. Throughout the annals of the Seven Kingdoms, numerous uprisings of the impoverished have been instigated by these holy fools. Indeed, the historical onslaught against the Cold Dragon's lair was similarly influenced. As the day wore on, Daenerys strode confidently through the main thoroughfares of Old Town, under the watchful eyes filled with hatred from many of its residents. There is a saying by Tywin Lannister that Daenerys holds in high regard: "The lion does not concern itself with the opinions of sheep," and the dragons of House Targaryen have no obligation to heed the grievances of the common rabble. The power struggles among the Seven Kingdoms have always been the domain of the noble class. Neither in this world nor in the pages of history has there ever been a successful uprising among the lower classes. The advancement of the Western world has consistently been driven by those noble factions. As dusk descended, having traversed much of Old Town, Daenerys finally arrived at the docks. After a day of exertion, The fleets of the various noble families of the Seven Kingdoms had departed Old Town, leaving the docks rather desolate. Meanwhile, merchants from the free trade city-states and other continents congregated at the docks, attempting to negotiate with Rhaegar. Since the benevolent Princess Daenerys has graciously returned the fleets of the noble families without charge, why must we still pay a ransom? We have already been bankrupted, our goods plundered by the Hightower family, and we have been coerced into signing exorbitant promissory notes. Where shall we find the means to redeem our fleets? Rhaegar, having toiled at the docks all day, having barely eaten, found no patience for the merchants' lamentations. If you lack funds, do not expect to reclaim your vessels. The Targaryen royal family bears the duty of safeguarding the Seven Kingdoms, but we have no obligation to protect you. The hour grows late. If you wish to redeem your ships, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, once night falls and we conclude our work, your chances of redemption will vanish. Yet, the merchants, driven by greed, faced immense losses in Old Town. Since Princess Daenerys was willing to play the benefactor, they were determined to maximize their own gains. However, Rouge, a seasoned figure well acquainted with the bustling cities, would hardly regard those merchants he had pillaged. I counsel you to conserve your energy. I would prefer that you do not redeem those vessels. When the time comes, I shall sell them at their original price, and the expenditure of the entire Old Town's garrison over the past decade will be recouped. At that moment, when faced with the threats and temptations from the Hightower family, you did not exhibit such fortitude. What? Now, upon witnessing the benevolence of Her Highness the Princess, you find it impossible to suppress your sordid thoughts? Just as Rouge was embroiled in a war of words with the merchants, Daenerys arrived at the dock. The merchants, upon noticing her presence, hastily converged towards Daenerys, seeking to cultivate a rapport. However, at that moment, Dreamfire suddenly swooped down from above, creating an imposing barrier between them and Daenerys. The dragon's formidable presence and resounding roar caused them to halt abruptly, with some retreating in panic, while the more timid among them fell to their knees. I hope you will cease to test my mercy. Write the contract swiftly and depart from the Old Town with your fleet. Daenerys' voice was frosty and authoritative. She held no compassion for these sheep from other continents. For in the future, as she sought to expand her influence, they would likely become her adversaries. Chapter 138. The Sphinx's riddle. Faced with the dual pressure of Daenerys and the colossal Dreamfire, even the most silver-tongued merchants fell silent. The astute among them quickly lined up before Rouge, feigning eagerness to sign a promissory note. One must admit that those engaged in transcontinental trade possess extraordinary acting skills and an adeptness for shifting their facades, observing their current sincere and proactive demeanor. Who would recall their earlier indignation and fervent declarations of justice? In that moment, Daenerys gained a clearer understanding. As long as one is powerful enough, anything they utter may be considered profound wisdom. Of course, this presupposes that one does not leave themselves open to criticism. It is best to prepare justifications and cover stories in advance for any decision made. The game of power can indeed be rather sordid. A lavishly dressed young rotund gentleman emerged from the throng of merchants, dramatically falling to his knees before Rouge, exclaiming with feigned gratitude, "Praise the gods, praise Princess Daenerys. Thank you, Princess Daenerys, for liberating our vessels from the clutches of the Hightower family. I am Rhaegar, the eldest son of the Pantosneratus family, and I wish to sign this promissory note on behalf of the Loratus family. Rest assured, upon my safe return to Pandos, I shall bring a token of my gratitude to personally express my heartfelt thanks to Her Highness. It is the beautiful, noble, and mercifully brave Princess Daenerys who has shattered the Hightower family's schemes and dispelled the shadows over the ancient Old Town. Her kindness towards us runs deeper than the summer sea. From this moment forth, the wandering minstrel of the eastern continent shall flow seamlessly, heralding the great deeds of Princess Daenerys." Beside her, Mongo could not contain his disdainful remarks upon witnessing Negral's exaggerated demeanor, quipping, "He hardly appears to hail from Pantos. Rather, he seems to have stepped forth from the court of quarrels as a jester." Mongo's words nearly broke Daenerys' composure, prompting a genuine laugh from her. She was astonished to discover a humorous side to Mongo, who typically bore a stern and unyielding expression. Quarrels, a pivotal city bridging the east and west of the Essos continent, is renowned for its inhabitants' cunning rhetoric and fervent emotional expressions, which they proudly regard as hallmarks of civilization. Having transitioned from the Dothraki tribe to a gladiator in Meereen, one of the cities in the Bay of Slaves, Mongo gradually forged his path to become a bodyguard for merchants in Volantis. Thus he had indeed visited quarrels. The hypocritical mannerisms of the Corlesians left an indelible impression on Mongo, which prompted his sardonic commentary today. Suppressing her mirth, Daenerys softly remarked, "I find your words remarkably apt." With Daenerys and Drogon at the helm, those shrewd merchants swiftly signed the promissory notes. Although Ruga clutched notes worth over 10 million golden dragons, his stomach growled in hunger. Yet he remained elated. The merchants who had signed the notes approached Daenerys once more, expressing their heartfelt gratitude before hastily departing from the Old Town dock. Observing their hurried departure, it was evident that they would not return to the Old Town in the foreseeable future. As Daenerys gazed meaningfully at the departing ships, she mused, What I have secured from you is not merely a simple note when my dragons take flight. These documents will serve as undeniable evidence for my rightful claims against you. Await the day, for it shall not be long in coming." After addressing the merchants stranded in the Old Town, tranquility gradually returned to the settlement. Meanwhile, news of the upheaval had spread across the Seven Kingdoms, resulting in a significant decline in vessels arriving at the once thriving Old Town dock. This allowed Ruga's garrison ample manpower to devote to the aftermath of the riot and the fortification of the Old Town's land defenses. Additionally, 300 youths from the Blessed Families were integrated into the garrison. Though they lacked martial prowess, their youthfulness and eagerness to learn, coupled with their deep gratitude towards Daenerys, stood them in good stead. On the 11th of May, 101 AC, under the diligent efforts of the Old Town garrison, the settlement finally began to regain its former vibrancy. The populace gradually emerged from the shadows of the riot, and the once bustling Old Town began to breathe anew. It was then that Daenerys, under the escort of Count Hightower and her personal guards, arrived at the academy, which had remained quietly unassuming throughout the turmoil of the Old Town. The academic city is situated on a cluster of small islands along the banks of the Honeywine River, covering an expansive area. Dozens of islands are interconnected by bridges adorned with colorful stone arches, rendering the city's size comparable to that of a modest town. The towers and domes of the city are linked by these elegant stone bridges, with residential halls constructed atop them. Flanking the main entrance of the academic city are two towering green sphinx statues, creatures with the body of a lion, the face of a human, the wings of an eagle, and the tail of a serpent. One statue bears a male visage, while the other displays a female countenance. These statues differ significantly from the sphinxes that Daenerys beheld in the dragon's dream, where the wings were entirely those of dragons. Gazing at the sphinx before her, Daenerys felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Myricus, hovering above, seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly descended in front of Daenerys. At that moment, she, in a daze, reached out to touch the Sphinx statue, lost in a reverie. In her dreamlike state, Daenerys appeared to witness an unprecedented and harrowing personal tragedy. Fields of wheat wilted, livestock perished from disease, women suffered miscarriages, and despair spread like wildfire. The plague, a harbinger of doom, descended upon every corner of the world. The various churches received divine revelations indicating that the path to avert disaster lay in apprehending the murderer of the former king, Laius, and bringing him to justice. Consequently, public attention became fixated on the identity of the murderer. It was revealed that the childless King Laius of Thebes had once abducted Chrysippus, the youngest son of King Pelops of Pisa, leading to the latter's suicide. In vengeance, Pelops prayed to the chief deity, Zeus, to bring misfortune upon Laius. Thus, when Laius implored the gods for a son, they granted his wish while prophesying that his offspring would slay him and marry his mother. To evade the fulfillment of this prophecy, Laius and his wife, upon the birth of their son, bound his feet. The name Oedipus means swollen foot, and entrusted a servant with the task of abandoning him in a valley. However, the kind-hearted servant took pity on the child and delivered him to a shepherd of Corinth, resulting in Oedipus being adopted by the childless King Polybus of Corinth. As Oedipus grew, he eventually learned at a banquet that he was not the biological son of King Polybus. Seeking the oracle's guidance, he discovered his fate was to kill his father and marry his mother. To avert this grim destiny, he departed Corinth and arrived at the borders of Thebes. At a crossroads, he quarreled with an old man over the right-of-way, and in a fit of rage, he struck the old man dead with his staff. Unaware that this elder was his father, on his way to the Oracle of Delphi to seek a remedy for the Sphinx's curse. At that time, Thebes was besieged by the monstrous Sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the face of a human, and the wings of a bird. Oedipus approached the Sphinx and, without hesitation, skillfully solved her riddle. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? If answered correctly, the Sphinx would take its own life. Thus, the Sphinx plunged into the sea. Oedipus was hailed by the citizens of Thebes as their new king and wed the queen. In this manner, the prophecy of patricide and incest was fully realized. Chapter 139. The nature of prophecy. The tragic events surrounding Oedipus, who unknowingly killed his father and married his mother, have been widely interpreted by Freud as an embodiment of the innate Oedipal complex prevalent in the male psyche. However, the Oedipal complex, which forms the bedrock of Freud's theories, elicits a degree of skepticism from Daniera. Oedipus's fate was inexorably dictated by prophecy. The more he endeavored to evade the fulfillment of his destiny, the more he ensnared himself within its confines. This phenomenon illustrates the self-fulfilling nature of prophecy. Yet, the deeper essence of the story has already been elucidated by the British philosopher Karl Popper through his concept of the Oedipal effect. Predominantly, experiences and facts tend to align with theoretical predictions. It is only under the aegis of theory that one can observe phenomena. Even serendipitous discoveries are often relative to the failure of predictions. Those who make such discoveries initially do not seek the accidental, but rather aim to conduct experiments that validate a specific theoretical forecast. In simpler terms, it is often said that individuals are inclined to believe in what they choose to believe, whether it be prophecy or fate. Once certain so-called predetermined events are posited, individuals unconsciously seek evidence to affirm their accuracy. The world of Game of Thrones has repeatedly confirmed that prophecies possess a self-fulfilling quality. However, generally speaking, a person who truly understands themselves should possess the ability to sever the chains of tragic destiny and seize control over their fate. This embodies the concept of the observer's clarity and self-awareness. Upon arriving in this world, Daniera, with a clear understanding of her desires, swiftly established her influence. Despite the absence of significant changes in the world around her, the Hightower family, under her machinations, now finds itself precariously perched on the brink of collapse. The greatest threat to House Targaryen, the Old Town Black Hole, is now largely under her dominion, save for the Citadel. Daniera is aware that numerous descendants of the Hightower and their vassals still lurk within the Citadel. After all, the Hightower family is populous, and aside from the heirs to the titles, few have become knights sworn to protect the family. Many have either become powerful sorcerers or influential figures within the Citadel. Despite the upheaval in Old Town, they remain remarkably composed. This could imply either their profound cunning and remarkable strategies or that they have entirely transcended base desires, devoid of distinctions between family and outsiders. However, based on the information Daniera has previously gathered, even though the scholars of the Citadel have consistently claimed to renounce their lands, inheritance rights, and the privileges of marriage and procreation, the dynamics remain complex. However, within the scholarly city, the competition among various factions bound by familial ties is scarcely less intense than the bloody confrontations on the battlefields of the Seven Kingdoms. Only those truly of humble origins, the scholars, seem to escape the shackles of political allegiance and ancestral lineage. Yet, even these scholars, upon achieving academic success, do not hesitate to extend their assistance to their families of origin. At the anxious call of Malasis, Daniera swiftly emerged from her reverie, and the once magnificent Sphinx statues now appeared as mere ordinary bronze figures, aged and eroded in color. The vibrant waves of magical energy that had emanated from the statues were utterly undetectable to Daniera. Meanwhile, Malasis, standing protectively behind Daniera, glared fiercely at the two statues, ready to transform them into molten metal at a moment's notice should Daniera command it. With her senses restored, Daniera quickly turned to stroke Malasis' large head, soothing her emotions. Although she had intentionally brought Malasis along to assert her presence, she certainly did not wish to destroy the guardians of the city upon her arrival. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe whether anyone else might provoke her before taking action. Upon entering the gates of the scholarly city, one is greeted by a bustling square reminiscent of a lively marketplace. This is the site where assistant scholars offer their writing services to the public, serving as a scriptorium. Residents of the Old Town flock here when in need, seeking assistant scholars to draft wills or read letters, with most services provided free of charge. Simultaneously, this location serves as the largest book trading center in the Old Town, where assistant scholars transcribe various books and maps from the city's library for sale. This not only generates some revenue to support the daily operations of the scholarly city, but also facilitates the dissemination of knowledge throughout the continent of Westeros. From this perspective, Daniera holds a certain admiration for the city's administrators. At the very least, they have managed to avoid hoarding precious knowledge for themselves, allowing it to flourish instead. This has had an immensely positive impact on the spread of knowledge across the Seven Kingdoms. Out of curiosity, Daniera patiently wandered among the stalls at the scriptorium. Yet after nearly an hour of exploration, she found little of value amidst the towering piles of books. Most were merely various historical tales and accounts of extraordinary individuals transcribed by assistant scholars. Of course, Autobiographies and studies by some renowned scholars from the city's history also enjoyed popularity here. Daniera noted that the research conducted by previous chancellors on the Targaryen dragons was particularly sought after, especially among the visiting nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, who nearly all purchased a copy to take home. After all, in this world, the allure of dragons for knights and male nobles is no less fervent than the obsession of men in the previous world with luxury automobiles. However, it is evident that for those who recognize only the Targaryen bloodline, dragons are infinitely more precious than any luxury vehicle. Even to a certain extent, dragons are more precious than nuclear weapons. Beyond these tomes, Daenerys also uncovered numerous accounts detailing the private lives of the Targaryen royal family. Although the authors concealed their true identities, Daenerys found that the narratives within these books were far more aligned with reality and human nature than the official versions she had learned through royal education. For instance, regarding the demise of Maegor, the third king of the Targaryen dynasty, the official royal narrative claims that he suffered rejection from the Iron Throne due to his numerous acts of tyranny across the Seven Kingdoms and subsequently bled to death after being wounded by the throne while intoxicated. However, the books at the stall vividly recount how Maegor was jointly incapacitated by several of his forcefully wed queens, strangled, and then dragged to the Iron Throne to fabricate the illusion that he had perished from its wounds. The accounts written within these books read like an enthralling court novel, replete with intricate details and dialogues, with scene descriptions rendered with striking accuracy. Only someone profoundly familiar with the Red Keep, Maegor, and his queens could compose such an engaging and authentic tale. It appears that, regardless of the era or the world, these unofficial histories are far more captivating and readily accepted by the common folk than the official records. Moreover, often, even if certain apocryphal accounts lack truth, their sheer audacity can render them utterly believable. Chapter 140. A trove of old silver coins, Your Highness, behold. This is a compendium of my own compilation of navigational logs, encompassing nearly every locale's customs and traditions from the Shadowlands in the east to the Sunset Sea, from the Isle of Ibn in the north to the continent of Sithorios in the south. It consists of 3 volumes, available for merely 10 gold coins. As Daenerys was losing her desire to continue browsing, a fair-skinned assistant scholar enthusiastically pitched his wares to her. I am certain you will appreciate it, for I devoted several months to meticulously transcribing it, and this is the sole copy in the Citadel. Now that Daenerys' oceanic fleet was taking shape, she was poised to lead her ships on a grand voyage. Thus, she promptly purchased the 3 hefty navigational logs without hesitation. Mungo examined the logs several times before confidently handing them over to Daenerys, who, after casually flipping through a few pages, instructed Mungo to store them away with satisfaction. She had discovered the unique flame sigil of the Order of the Sacred Flame within the 2nd volume, assuring her that these logs were indeed legitimate. Since the inception of her covert power, Daenerys had been steadily infiltrating the Citadel and the Faith of the Seven by bribing individuals from various strata. Currently, her intelligence organization boasted over a dozen operatives successfully embedded within the Citadel as assistant scholars and scholars. Thus, apart from some exceedingly clandestine information, the superficial actions of those stubborn old traditionalists within the Citadel were now firmly under Daenerys' surveillance. Those members of the clandestine organization who have attained the ranks of assistant bachelor and bachelor, apart from vigilantly observing the activities of the academic city, primarily dedicate themselves to meticulously transcribing the invaluable tomes housed within the city's library, gradually transmitting them back to the Isle of the Holy Flame. Although the passage of time has been brief and significant results have yet to materialize, at least Daniela is not as oblivious to the happenings within the academic city as other nobles. She has gained a general understanding, particularly regarding the information pertaining to the doctors and esteemed bachelors. Crossing the long bridge behind the clerical desk leads one to the central island's administrative hall. Outside this hall is a storage chamber designed to confine those apprentices and assistant bachelors who commit minor infractions, such as pilfering from the kitchen. Within the hall, one finds a grand chamber with a stone floor and lofty arched windows. At the far end of the hall stands a dais where a sentinel is seated, tasked with receiving all who wish to meet the administrator. However, due to Daniela's unique status, especially as a savior of the old town, the obstinate elders of the academic city dare not act with disdain in her presence. Perhaps it is also due to Daniela's association with the formidable Viserys. As Daniela prepared to take another step forward, Mungo immediately proclaimed loudly, with an air of superiority, to the gathered assembly. Daniela subtly halted her advancing right leg and slightly raised her chin, casting a haughty gaze upon the obstinate elders of the academic city. How curious it is that Mungo suddenly adorned her with such numerous titles. Yet, it seems her own title pales in comparison to that of the Mother of Dragons. It appears she must strive further in the future. All hail, Her Highness the Princess. The scholars promptly knelt in reverence to Daniela. An elderly man adorned with a bronze chain tremulously approached her, his frail voice offering another bow. Your Highness, I am Vagram, the current administrator of the academic city, specializing in astronomy. Welcome to our city, and thank you for your contributions to the old town during this time. Beside Vagram stood a stern little old man with silver hair and murky purple eyes, and Daniela immediately deduced his identity. As a Targaryen, Vigan cannot be described as handsome. It is said that even in his youth, he possessed a long face and rounded shoulders. His lips were perpetually pursed, revealing a hint of sardonicism. This demeanor rendered him devoid of the extraordinary beauty characteristic of the Targaryen lineage, instead imparting a touch of coldness and acerbity. Dr. Vigan, out of respect for her predecessor, Daenerys offered him a slight bow. You surpassed the former Princess Daenerys by leaps and bounds. Who would have imagined that the illiterate Daenerys could produce a descendant such as yourself? Upon hearing Vigan's disparaging remarks about her grandmother in such a setting, Daenerys felt a surge of anger. However, she maintained a facade of calmness, scrutinizing Vigan before responding. From Dr. Vigan, I cannot discern even a trace of my great-grandfather or grandfather. Yet, my grandmother and I share one commonality. We both have hatched our own dragons. This time, Anthelos has also come to Old Town. Perhaps Dr. Vigan could pay her a visit. She has grown quite a bit. Like her siblings, she is now a formidable guardian of House Targaryen and the Seven Kingdoms. Daenerys' words rendered the entire hall of the cabinet tower momentarily silent. She continued, her expression unflinching. Oh, my apologies, Dr. Vigan. I forgot that you scholars and Night's Watchmen, like the King's Guard, have sworn to forsake your surnames, inheritance, and procreation. How could you possibly grasp the sentiments of family and country? With that, Daenerys promptly reined in her smile and addressed Vagram. Lord Steward, please lead the way. I shall require your assistance in the days to come. Vagram glanced at the visibly perturbed Vigan before smiling and guiding Daenerys and Count Heidel into the inner sanctum of the citadel. However, Daenerys only permitted Mungo to accompany her with 4 unsullied in tow. The citadel was relatively safe, and having their protection was deemed sufficient. Meanwhile, Viserys continued to circle above Daenerys, further darkening Vigan's already pallid complexion. His frail body seemed incapable of withstanding any additional tribulation. Chapter 141. Glass candles. Though the accommodations for the scholars at the citadel were modest, the core area was expansive. Chief Steward Vagram, accompanied by numerous scholars, guided Daenerys through the cabinet tower for over an hour. According to Scholar Tigris, the princess has had a passion for learning since childhood and is now well-read, having developed several intriguing inventions in Whitehill. Would it be possible for her to emulate the late Queen Alicia and hold a lecture upon her completion of studies? Accompanying Daenerys, Chief Steward Vagram observed that the princess was quite amiable, prompting him to make a suggestion. Daniela responded with a smile, expressing that there was certainly no issue. Though it was not her invention, she merely had an epiphany built upon the wisdom of her predecessors. Furthermore, it was merely a manifestation of her modest cleverness. While one may find it marvelous in its obscurity, once unraveled, it loses its allure. The more I delve into my studies, the clearer I become about a fundamental truth. The primary force that propels and sustains a kingdom, enabling a race to continually advance, is knowledge. Throughout the history of the Seven Kingdoms, the Citadel has borne the vital responsibility of knowledge transmission. Thus, should we wish to enhance the Seven Kingdoms, the development of the Citadel is of paramount importance. As the overseer of the Citadel, Vagram understood the profound implications of Daniela's words, leading him to gaze perplexedly at Count Hightower. Meanwhile, Count Hightower, who had long since pledged his loyalty to Daniela, was not one to let this opportunity slip by. Your Highness speaks truly. The significance of the Citadel within the Seven Kingdoms is well known. Should we be able to further develop the Citadel, it would indeed be a splendid achievement. Upon hearing Count Hightower's statement, Vagram's confusion deepened. It appeared he had truly aged, unable to keep pace with the thoughts of the two. Daniela then smiled gently, stating, Master Vagram, to enable the Citadel to exert a greater influence, we must swiftly expand its size and strength. While strengthening it cannot be accomplished overnight, enlarging it is considerably more feasible. At that moment, Vigan, who had been quietly following behind, interjected coldly, Surely you do not mean to establish a new citadel in King's Landing? Daniela quickly shook her head with a smile. Not at all. I merely suggest that we establish branches of the citadel in both King's Landing and Dragonstone. When the time is right, It would not be unthinkable for all major cities of the Seven Kingdoms to have their own branches. Vigan, upon hearing such a naive proposal, felt the frustration he had previously harbored dissipate significantly. Indeed, in this innocent and whimsical aspect, you are quite reminiscent of your grandmother. Daniela chose to ignore Vigan's lack of insight and turned her attention back to Master Vagram, inquiring, "Do you also find this idea implausible, Master Vagram?" Vagram nodded earnestly, stating, "Establishing a citadel is entirely different from building a castle or opening a shop. The citadel has existed for thousands of years, yet currently, aside from serving the various lords of the Seven Kingdoms, the total number of scholars and doctors within the citadel amounts to only 200 to 300. This illustrates just how challenging it is to cultivate a qualified scholar. The financial cost of establishing a branch may be the least of our concerns. The most daunting challenges lie in securing a competent faculty and educational resources. Otherwise, scholars would not be so scarce across the entirety of Westeros." As the conversation flowed, several individuals arrived at the threshold of a chamber adorned with enigmatic runes. "Your Highness," one of them began, "this room serves as the repository for the glass candles. Each aspiring scholar must spend a night here before they can officially attain the status of a scholar in the academy." At that moment, a bald, blind-eyed doctor draped in chains of Valyrian steel stepped forward to further enlighten Daenerys. Legend has it that a millennium ago, before the cataclysmic downfall of Valyria, 4 glass candles were transported to the academy. They are a singular green and 3 black, all elongated and twisted, though it remains uncertain if all share this peculiar form. It is said that igniting these glass candles unleashes an unsettling brilliance, transforming the surrounding colors in bizarre ways. The white glows as brightly as newly fallen snow. The yellow shines like pure gold, the red ignites into flames, and the black is so profound that it is mistaken for the void of the world. On the eve of their oath to become scholars, each aspirant must vigil in the cellar without any light, save for an obsidian candle. They must endure the darkness unless they can ignite that candle. This serves as a reminder to the newly appointed scholars that knowledge alone does not confer omnipotence. After the doctor finished, the steward Vagram introduced, "Your Highness, this is Dr. Galvin, an expert in the arcane." "Greetings, Dr. Galvin." Daenerys recalled that this bald doctor was the same one she had encountered during the hatching of Urak's descent into the realm of illusions. "The chains you wear are of Valyrian steel, are they not? Did you forge them yourself?" Despite his near-total blindness, a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes when he spoke of the Valyrian chains. "Indeed, Your Highness. To become a worthy scholar, one must possess the skill to craft a chain of metal that embodies one's unique attributes. As my focus lies in the arcane, I succeeded in forging this Valyrian chain after numerous attempts. Can you also ignite the glass candles?" Daenerys inquired, seizing the moment while Dr. Galvin basked in the glow of his accomplishments. A shadow seemed to cross his face at the mention of the glass candles. "I did indeed ignite the glass candle, but in that moment, I lost the light in my eyes forever. Alas, let us not dwell on that. Only knowledge reveals the truths of our world." Daenerys concurred, "Indeed, astronomy allows us to anticipate the changing seasons. Metallurgy and forging empower us with advanced tools to enhance productivity. Medicine can heal the sick and save lives. These fields of knowledge appear far more practical than the elusive mysteries of the arcane." Upon hearing Daenerys' words, the old stalwarts of the academy broke into smiles of satisfaction. "Thus, esteemed scholars, it is your paramount mission to thrive and excel. A destitute individual merely needs to contemplate how to satiate their hunger, yet a true scholar must not merely bask in the ocean of knowledge. Rather, one should devote their entire life to the propagation and elevation of knowledge, for that is the essence of truth." The academic city boasts a millennium of history, yet it has languished for far too long without resurgence, leading to the gradual dissipation of even its most ancient wisdom. It is perhaps time for a shift in your mindset. May you not become the transgressors of history in the academic city. Chapter 142, Astronomical Telescope. With but a few words, Daniela managed to rally the obstinate elders of the academic city. However, under the weight of her esteemed status and the formidable dragons at her command, these eloquent representatives of the entire continent of Westeros, despite their myriad counterarguments bubbling within, could only begrudgingly silence themselves. After all, as the most astute minds in Westeros, while they could not fathom the complete picture of the Hightower family's plight, they were acutely aware that it was undoubtedly intertwined with Princess Daniela. The rise of Flame Island, the dragons at Fishbone Square, and the turmoil in Old Town. While outsiders may overlook the connections, the scholars of the academic city could discern the underlying threads. Adhering to the principle that those who benefit are the orchestrators, the apparent cause of the Old Town upheaval, attributed to the Hightower family's negligence. Might very well be a result of Princess Daniela's clandestine machinations. However, the majority of these scholars primarily focus their energies on the pursuit of knowledge and truth, exhibiting little interest in the conflicts and rivalries among the Seven Kingdoms. Provided that the transcendent status of the academic city remains unscathed, they are disinclined to intervene. The Hightower family's influence within the academic city is indeed substantial, yet the scholars of the Cabinet Tower are under no obligation to bow to their whims. Consequently, during the Old Town riot, the academic city promptly unified its voice, opting for prudent self-preservation. They were not inclined to invite unforeseen calamities upon the academic city. So despite their reluctance, they all managed to keep their tongues in check. Only the self-important Dr. Wiggin, propped up by his special status as a senior figure of Daniela, and known for his acerbic remarks, once again emerged as a bold voice. The academic city's millennia-old legacy has its own mature operational protocols, beyond the reach of royalty or deities. Upon hearing this, Daniela could not help but smile slightly and remarked, "Is that so? As the prospective patron of the academic city, do I not possess the right to offer constructive suggestions for its development?" Her words prompted the collective gaze of the assembly to shift towards Count Hightower, particularly those scholars and doctors who hailed from the Hightower family, and its vassals widened their eyes in disbelief. One particularly indignant, tall scholar of Hightower lineage directly rebuked Count Hightower, exclaiming, "Omen, the academic city has always been sustained by the Hightower family's patronage. How could we impose such burdens upon Her Highness the Princess?" Faced with such a direct inquiry, Count Haidar felt an overwhelming sense of shame, compelling him to respond in a subdued tone. The Haidar family had reached a consensus with Her Highness Princess Daniela that future funding for the academy would be deducted from the tax revenue of the Old Town's docks. The specific implementation of this arrangement had been entrusted to the newly appointed garrison. As the current administrator of the academy, Wago Vaglum promptly articulated his stance. "Your Highness, even if you become the academy's foremost benefactor in the future, you shall not interfere with its operations. This is the academy's rule and a tradition upheld by the Seven Kingdoms." Daniela, however, countered with disapproval. "I have no intention of meddling in the internal affairs of the academy. I merely wish to contribute to the establishment of 2 branch campuses. How you manage them or cultivate talent is entirely your prerogative. Nevertheless, the establishment of new branches is imperative. As the new guardian of the Old Town and a princess of the Seven Kingdoms, I will not permit any individual or force to obstruct such a momentous decision. The costs of building the new branch campuses will be borne solely by me. All you need to do is appoint 2 branch heads and ensure that there is sufficient faculty to guarantee their effective operation. Should anyone dare to shirk their inherent responsibilities or fail to recognize the significance of this matter, I believe it is indeed time for a thorough overhaul of the academy. For true scholars are not found solely within its walls." At this juncture, Wagging darkened his expression once more, remarking, "Tyrant Megar caused chaos in the realm by interfering with the teachings of the 7 gods. Daniela, you are merely a royal princess. Do you truly wish to incite bloodshed once again across the 7 kingdoms?" In response to Wagging's brusqueness, Daniela approached him with a serious demeanor and disdainfully retorted, "Humph. Regarding events from decades past, I, as a junior, hold no authority to pass judgment. However, I am well aware that it was only after the 7 Gods Church disbanded its armed forces that the 7 kingdoms experienced decades of stability and peace under the wise rule of King Jaehaerys. Therefore, sometimes it is wise to enact the right changes." At this point, Daniela paused slightly, her gaze towards Wagging growing colder. She then turned to address the assembled scholars. "Among you are many esteemed historians. I believe that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth, a concept you should understand far better than I, a mere child. I am the one providing the resources for the establishment of the new branches, while you merely need to continue your daily duties in a different setting. If there are no ulterior motives at play, I cannot fathom any valid reasons for your refusal. The higher one stands, the further one can see. It is said that from the towering spire, one can glimpse the northern Great Wall of Despair. I trust that your extensive knowledge equips you with a broader vision and more far-sighted thinking." In the academic city, a newly developed instrument known as the astronomical telescope has emerged, capable of observing greater distances. Surely, you must be more knowledgeable about how to gaze higher and further with the appropriate means. Are you acquainted with the astronomical telescope? Dr. Vagram, an expert in astronomy, inquired with curiosity upon hearing Princess Daniela mention the telescope. After all, it was the latest creation of his team, not yet a publicly known secret within the academic city. However, Princess Daniela was well aware of this. leading the astute scholars to quickly realize that she had already delved deeply into the inner workings of the academic city. Daniela whispered knowingly into his ear, "Isn't the ability to see the lands of all 7 kingdoms a requisite skill for every player on this chessboard? I have always aspired to craft a telescope suitable for use while riding dragons, which is why I have been particularly attentive to this area. Might I trouble you, Dr. Vagram, to grant me a tour of your astronomical telescope? I am curious to see whether it offers a broader view than that from atop a great dragon." Thus, Dr. Vagram led Daniela to a tall tower, where a magnificent telescope made of a gold-copper alloy stood prominently. The wooden support of the telescope was crafted from rare hardwood. Through the finely tuned instrument, Daniela discovered that its magnification was quite impressive, making it suitable for observing constellations. The clarity it provided for terrestrial observations was remarkable, allowing her to discern figures on ships many miles away. This astronomical telescope is indeed remarkable. If it could be installed in the castle and on ships, it would serve an even greater purpose, Daniela remarked while meticulously examining the surroundings of the old town through the telescope. Dr. Vagram, I wonder if it would be possible to create a similar astronomical telescope for the Red Keep and my future Holy Flame Castle? I am more than willing to discuss any terms you may require. Dr. Vagram responded with a somewhat forced smile. This astronomical telescope is quite costly, yet it merely serves my purpose of observing celestial bodies and determining seasonal changes. Therefore, Your Highness, it is truly unnecessary to waste resources and effort to construct 2 more. After all, many subjects in the 7 kingdoms still endure great hardships. If you enjoy this pursuit, you are most welcome to ride your dragon to my location for an ample viewing experience. At last, Daniela grasped the eloquence of these cultured individuals. Their ability to morally manipulate and distort truths was indeed more seasoned than her own. As a respected figure in the academic city, Dr. Vagram ought not to be swayed by hearsay. I, Daniera Targaryen, am not one to indulge in frivolity and pleasure. Should you identify a region where the subjects live more prosperously than the citizens of my humble Ares town, I shall henceforth remain silent on the matter of the astronomical telescope, never to mention it again. Daenerys' words rendered him utterly speechless. Moreover, the Academy has always advocated that scholars dedicate their lives to serving the nation and its people. Their wisdom should genuinely be employed for the welfare of humanity, rather than allowing so-called rules and traditions to obstruct those who endeavor to propose practical solutions. Would you not agree, Dr. Waharam? The relentless march of history cannot be halted. Any force that attempts to impede its progress will inevitably be crushed. Should the Academy one day find itself unable to encompass the 7 kingdoms, it is not inconceivable that a new organization may rise to take its place. If given the chance, Doctor, you ought to visit my Isle of Sacred Flames and engage with my scholars. Their knowledge and vision have greatly enriched my understanding. In truth, the Academy harbors considerable interest in many matters pertaining to Whitehorn Town and has repeatedly sought to send scholars from Dragonstone to investigate, yet to no avail. It is crucial to recognize that whether it is the fine porcelain, the treasures of Dragonstone, or the continuously optimized grains, fruits, and livestock from the Isle of Sacred Flames, these are all exceedingly vital strategic resources in today's world. However, the entrenched traditionalists of the Academy are loath to admit their inclinations. We have indeed heard whispers of some novelties from the Isle of Sacred Flames. Her Highness the Princess possesses a wealth of remarkable ideas. Yet, Daenerys' direct address to Waharam left no room for doubt. Doctor, there is no room for hesitation. You simply need to choose to trust my counsel. You must believe that the Targaryen princess, capable of commanding dragons, is not lacking in strength or means. With that, Daenerys stepped between Waharam and Vigan, softly declaring, "The sovereignty of kings is supreme and must not be desecrated." With a screech, Viserys soared swiftly overhead, the wind from its wings nearly knocking some of the older, friar doctors to the ground. Meanwhile, the dragonless Vigan gazed up at the pink hatchling, Viserys, his expression one of bewilderment. "I see a remarkably tall fishbeam tree on the island to the right. That must be Crow Island," exclaimed one of the middle-aged scholars, adorned with black iron chains, as he advanced to report to Daenerys. "Greetings, Scholar Rui." Daenerys initiated. "I have heard you are the most distinguished scholar of crow studies at the Academy. I would very much like to learn from you." The assembly was taken aback by Daenerys' effortless mention of an ordinary scholar's name, causing the elderly doctors to exchange glances filled with astonishment. For the Academy, renowned as the most comprehensive institution of knowledge across the continent of Westeros, had failed to perceive that Princess Daniera had deeply embedded her intelligence within its confines. This revelation stripped them of any lingering condescension towards the 10-year-old princess. simultaneously invoking a sense of trepidation regarding her cunning and intellect. For this princess, who commanded 9 mighty dragons, could be said to be beyond the reach of any force that might seek to constrain her power in this world. It is widely acknowledged that the sagacious King Viserys regards Princess Daenerys with a unique appreciation, thanks to her benevolence and wisdom. However, the most astute minds on the continent of Westeros seem to have discerned a more profound essence. It has finally dawned upon Vagon why his father did not convene a national assembly immediately upon his suggestion. It is evident that Daenerys must have played a pivotal role in this matter. As the hour is still early, might I accompany you, esteemed Dr. Vagon, for a stroll on Crow's Island? Daenerys directly addressed Dr. Vagon beside her. Initially taken aback, Vagon swiftly nodded in agreement. Of course, Your Highness. Daenerys nonchalantly inclined her head. Then it shall be my pleasure. Crow's Island is connected to the eastern shore by a weathered wooden bridge, and the towers upon the island bear the scars of time. Only the towering fishleaf tree at the center of the isle flourishes vibrantly, its foliage dense and lush. Viserys was immediately captivated by this colossal fishleaf tree and soared towards it, causing the crows perched upon its branches to scatter in alarm. The cacophony of 1,000 cawing crows erupted, transforming the entire scholarly city into a tumultuous clamor. The main building, the Crow Tower, where the scholars train the ravens, is situated on the island's left side and is the oldest structure in the citadel. Legend has it that during the Age of Heroes, the Crow Tower may have served as a fortress for a band of pirate lords who plundered boats drifting downstream. Now, moss and vines envelop the tower's walls, and an ancient fishleaf tree occupies the courtyard, where countless ravens of various breeds typically roost. However, under Viserys's imposing presence, all but the fledglings have long since taken flight. Some trained ravens, confined within their cages, now cower in silence, scarcely daring to breathe. The White Raven nest is perched atop the West Tower, and Daenerys has always held a particular fascination for the white ravens of the citadel. Thus, after a brief tour of the courtyard, she followed Scholar Ray to the White Raven nest. Currently, the citadel boasts only a handful of white ravens, totaling just over a dozen. These white ravens, with feathers as pure as snow and bright, intelligent eyes, are notably more astute and larger in size than their ebony relatives, with adults measuring over half a meter in length. In Westeros, these white ravens serve solely to convey messages regarding the changing of the seasons. Chapter 144. Feeding the young white ravens. The fishleaf tree on Crow's Island is the largest Daenerys has encountered, nearly 1.5 times the size of the one in the fishleaf square. Its immense canopy nearly envelopes the entire isle. Beneath its moss-covered, exposed roots, remnants of broken, desiccated black oil stones can be seen, though the magical essence they once contained has long since dissipated. Perhaps it is precisely the black oil stones, drained of their magic, that imbue this magnificent fishling with such vigorous vitality and pulsations of magical energy. This phenomenon has also given rise to the uniquely distinctive magical creatures known as the black and white crows within the scholarly city. Upon sensing the rich magical essence contained within the fishling, Melissus unceremoniously reclined beneath the grand tree. The ancient and lush natural power of the fishling enveloped her in profound comfort, and here, Melissus felt her inner strength become remarkably invigorated. Reminiscent of her previous experience beneath the fishling on the Holy Flame Island, under the guidance of Scholar Reuven, Daniela arrived at the White Crow Tower, which was impeccably clean, devoid of the usual acrid odor found in typical crow towers. Perhaps this was due to the relatively small number of white crows being nurtured here. Your Highness, we are currently caring for a total of 16 adult white crows. Following the method you provided, our attempts have indeed proven effective. Just a few months ago, we successfully hatched 2 nests of young white crows, 9 of which have survived. At present, only Reuven and 2 young apprentices, whom Daniela had arranged to enter the scholarly city, accompanied her. Through the discreet information and specially prepared feed relayed by Daniela, Reuven had, over the past 2 years, honed his exceptional nurturing skills and crow training abilities, ultimately becoming the overseer of the Crow Island. Following his ascension to this role, Reuven promptly opened the gates, allowing many of Daniela's entrusted individuals to enter the academy. Most of the apprentices on Crow Island were impoverished orphans he had selected from outside. Thus, to a certain extent, Crow Island had come under Daniela's influence. Oh, no wonder you ascended to the position of Crow Island's overseer so swiftly. The breeding of white crows is no easy task. Your ability to sustain 9 of them is a significant contribution to the scholarly city. Although Scholar Reuven was not originally placed in the scholarly city by Daniela, he had provided considerable support and assistance during his days of being marginalized and oppressed. Furthermore, Daniela had successfully relocated his family from the Riverland to White Sheep Town, ensuring they lived a prosperous life. Thus, Reuven is now regarded as a key benefactor of Daniela within the scholarly city. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the area where the young white crows were being nurtured. Among the 9 young white crows, the smallest had already grown considerably larger than an ordinary pigeon. Though their feathers had yet to fully develop, revealing patches of tender pink flesh, their bright, intelligent eyes conveyed their cleverness. Daniela accepted the feed box containing large green caterpillars from an apprentice, skillfully using long bamboo chopsticks to present a plump caterpillar to one of the young white crows. Upon seeing this, the little creature eagerly opened its mouth wide, swiftly swallowing the caterpillar whole. Its siblings, witnessing the event, squawked excitedly and rushed over, their pink mouths agape and anxiously awaiting Daniela's feeding. Finding the bamboo chopsticks too slow for her liking, Daniela decided to forego them entirely, opting instead to directly hand-feed the adorable little white crows with the caterpillars. Seeing Princess Daniela fearlessly face the large caterpillars, which typically send noble ladies into shrieks of terror, the scholars, including the esteemed Raven, could not help but marvel in admiration. The little white crows exhibited a voracious appetite, swiftly devouring an entire box of caterpillars, yet they continued to gaze longingly at Daniela. As crows are omnivorous, the apprentices quickly presented a mixture of pork, breadcrumbs, and eggs, shaped into perfectly sized morsels, which Daniela graciously accepted to feed the little white crows. At that moment, a plump rat suddenly darted into view. Instinctively, Daniela grasped her fire-forged dagger and hurled it with precision, pinning the creature to the floor. Observing the writhing rat, a mischievous grin spread across Daniela's face, as she thought it would be an excellent opportunity to provide the little white crows with a sumptuous meal. Approaching the rat, she unsheathed her Valyrian steel dagger and deftly sliced it into pieces, using chopsticks to serve the morsels to the eager crows. Perhaps tasting blood for the first time, the little white crows displayed an unusual exuberance, yet the ample rat quickly satiated their hunger. I've noticed quite a few rats in the academic city. Since the little crows enjoy them, why not capture more to feed them? It would rid us of pests while nourishing these young crows. Daniela jested as she accepted a flask of Dragonfire wine from Mongo to clean her hands. At that moment, Raven presented a simple wooden box, bowing slightly as he spoke. Your Highness, within this box are 12 freshly laid white crow eggs, a secret known only to me. Daniela joyfully accepted the box, placing it in her satchel. In truth, while the breeding rate of the white crows is not low, their fertilization rate is quite minimal. Moreover, the intelligent white crow mothers are not particularly nurturing. Even if they lay eggs, they do not necessarily incubate them. Even when chicks occasionally hatch, the mothers are often reluctant to rear them, which explains the stagnant population of white crows in the academic city. Thanks to the artificial incubation techniques provided by Daniela, Raven had managed to successfully hatch and raise 9 white crows over several months, albeit at the cost of nearly 50 eggs. Gently caressing her satchel, Daniela pondered how many chicks might emerge from these 12 eggs. She cherished the environment of Crow Island and harbored a keen interest in crow studies. However, despite the affection shown by Bachelor Tigress, he remained reticent in imparting knowledge about this field. Thus, Daniela spent a considerable amount of time on Crow Island today, learning invaluable skills from the distinguished Raven, a leading figure in the study of graffiti in the academic city. As night fell, the crows that had been startled away by Malasis cautiously returned to Crow Island once more. Upon realizing that Viserys harbored no intentions of aggression, they cautiously settled upon branches far removed from her presence. When Daniela, in a state of contentment, descended from the upper levels, she was astonished to witness the energy of the slumbering Viserys intricately entwined with that of the towering fishwood tree in the courtyard. Consequently, Daniela made an immediate decision. I shall rest beneath the fishwood tree tonight. You may attend to your own affairs. Without further elaboration, she approached Viserys, gracefully ascending onto her back and entering a meditative state. Chapter 145. The Natural Pact. As Daniela succumbed to a profound meditative trance, she seamlessly transitioned into the realm of dragon dreams. In this dreamscape, she remained seated upon Marassus's back, who had transformed into a magnificent lavender-hued dragon, her body extending over 100 meters in length. The exquisite scales of Viserys shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a brilliance akin to the hues of twilight. Yet, her lower half had metamorphosed into a colossal crimson tree, its life force and magical essence flowing ceaselessly within Viserys. In this moment, Daniela, connected to Viserys through a bond of mutual understanding, perceived echoes of an immensely distant past. Through Marassus's eyes, she beheld giants galloping across the land atop woolly mammoths. Forest dwellers riding shadowy bobcats, wielding dazzling magical prowess, lions of formidable stature rivaling elephants, and colossal eagles with wingspans exceeding several meters, white deer adorned with vibrant antlers, and fearsome bears capable of lifting massive stones. These wondrous beings had united in solidarity, for a profoundly malevolent and dark force had descended upon their world. At the principal maritime gateways of this realm, obsidian palaces of oily stone rose from the earth, harboring throngs of monstrous beings with human torsos and fish tails. Their sizes varied dramatically, from diminutive figures a mere few feet long to towering entities exceeding 100 meters. Regardless of their grotesque or alluring appearances, each possessed eyes of unfathomable wickedness. Armed with staffs crafted from assorted bones, they incessantly unleashed chilling dark water magic, attempting to engulf the entire expanse of land in shadows. As the frigid waters of darkness surged from the oceans onto the land, the verdant vitality that once flourished began to wither into oblivion, consumed by the encroaching shadows. This dire turn of events incited discontent among the once contented inhabitants of this bountiful land. Swiftly, they rallied together, a formidable force advancing towards the aquatic monstrosities. Regrettably, despite their united front and fervent assaults, the land's denizens were ultimately devoured by the dark magic of the sea creatures, their forms gradually coalescing into greasy, black stones under the influence of the fish-like entity's sorcery. Through the gaze of Melissus, Daniela beheld the unfolding tragedies across the globe. The anguished roars of desperate and enraged beings reverberated throughout the continents, their boundless resentment seemingly causing the very world to tremble. At that moment, one of the two moons encircling the sun erupted violently, sending countless fiery shards hurtling toward the earth. As they penetrated the clouds, these fiery fragments transformed into ferocious fire dragons. Thousands of these blazing dragons charged forth, targeting the grotesque marine creatures. Under the searing onslaught of their dragon flames, those sea beings were reduced to ashes in great swathes. The palaces erected at the estuaries were likewise obliterated by the dragons' collective might. In the face of the relentless assault of the formidable dragons, the oceanic monsters dwindled rapidly. Yet, the once tranquil sea now roared like an enraged deity. Waves towering hundreds of meters high surged forth as if to sweep away the dragons. However, before these creatures, masters of the skies, the waves proved utterly ineffective. The dragons swiftly ascended, effortlessly evading the tumultuous deluge. Meanwhile, the beings on land began to chant the ancient song of the earth, their overwhelming and profound terrestrial power sealing all estuaries, forcing the ravenous waves to retreat futilely back into the ocean's depths. At that moment, a colossal creature, stretching over 1,000 meters in length, surged forth from the ocean's abyss. This monstrous entity bore a striking resemblance to the ancient deities of the Cthulhu mythos, its body adorned with thick, writhing tentacles, exuding a nauseating aura, its massive form slick with oozing slime. Its tentacles lashed wildly, each movement conjuring fierce winds. Every gesture stirred titanic waves, and each bellow birthed terrifying storms upon the sea. Under its influence, a significant portion of the world seemed to succumb to unending darkness. Sensing the threat posed by this creature, the fire dragons swiftly congregated, merging to form an even larger dragon of flames, its wingspan exceeding 2,000 to 3,000 meters. With each flap of its mighty wings, it summoned relentless, dry, and searing winds. The light emitted by the fiery dragon illuminated the world. Nearly engulfed in darkness by the monstrous presence, the fire dragon unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, causing the dense clouds to disperse, allowing the sun's rays to finally break through and illuminate the earth once more. The fire dragon then directed its searing breath towards the Cthulhu-like monstrosity, unleashing a torrent of molten black-red flames that surged forth like colossal waves, overwhelming the creature in their fury. With a peculiar sound emanating from its mouth, the creature retaliated fiercely, unleashing a torrent of black smoke from its countless appendages. The collision of the inky haze and the dragon's flames ignited a violent explosion, the resounding roar seemingly drowning out all the sounds of the world. Deprived of the melodic essence that sustained their lives and energies, the magical beings felt their strength swiftly waning. The earth began to crack, rivers started to dissolve, and all living things began to wither and decay, while torrents of dark water surged forth from the depths of the ocean, breaking through the earth's barriers to reclaim the land. At that moment, Melissus, carrying Daniela on his back, could not afford to hesitate and began to chant the song of blood and fire in a powerful voice. Daniela's incantation infused Melissus and the colossal tree beneath them with a radiant brilliance. The magical energy within the ancient tree quickly synchronized with the magical frequencies of Daniela and Molasses. As she waved her branches, a new rhythm came alive, spreading rapidly across the land. Once again, the world resonated with sound, and all beings joined in the harmonious chant. A new, formidable, and vibrant energy began to manifest between heaven and earth, merging with the dragon's power, which surged dramatically, transformed into a blazing inferno of myriad colors. The dragon charged directly at the creature. Although formidable, the beast was unable to withstand the assault and was ignited in an instant. With a reluctant roar, it sank slowly to the ocean's depths, and tranquility returned to the world, awakening Daniela from her dragon dream. Chapter 146. You need only to obey, remember. You are now part of history. A gentle voice echoed in Daniela's mind as she awakened. I am part of history. She murmured this phrase repeatedly, lost in contemplation. The dawn was still young, with only a few innocents guarding the periphery of the fishbeam tree, reminiscing about the harmonious chorus of beings in her dragon dream. Daniela could not help but softly recite a new incantation from her domain, the natural covenant. As Daniela chanted, the energy within her resonated with Molasses' vibrant fire attribute magic and the cool energy of the fishbeam tree, intertwining and merging harmoniously. The fiery essence of Molasses and the refreshing energy of the tree flowed through Daniela like a gentle stream, bestowing upon her an indescribable sense of refreshment. Harnessing this entwined energy, Daniela's gaze seemed to pierce through the annals of history, as vivid scenes flashed before her eyes. She witnessed the decline of ancient indigenous beings upon this continent. She beheld the Hightower family migrating from the west to establish their own kingdom here. She also observed the ceaseless wars and intrigues that spanned millennia on this land. Yet, these images flickered by with such rapidity that they scarcely afforded Daniela the chance to scrutinize them closely. During this process, the crows perched upon the fishleaf tree seemed to have been influenced by the surrounding energy, becoming unusually gentle and quiet. Even their fear of Viserys had diminished somewhat. It was not until Molasses' delightful voice roused Daniela from her dreams that she became aware of the sun having risen, its warm rays filtering through the lush foliage of the fishleaf tree, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon Daniela and Viserys. At that moment, Viserys, having been nourished by the energy of the fishleaf tree, exhibited a soft pink hue to her scales, now tinged with a hint of crimson. Upon noticing Daniela's awakening, Viserys eagerly expressed her intentions. Daniela slid down from Molasses' back and gently patted her head, saying, "Go on. The innocents in the fishleaf square must have prepared breakfast for you." The bodies of the rabble had long been consumed by the dragons, prompting the Old Town's garrison to requisition vast quantities of cattle and sheep from the Hightower family daily to feed the dragons. The innocents now primarily engaged in slaughtering and skinning the livestock. Nevertheless, the substantial income from selling hides, amounting to hundreds of silver deer each day, brought them considerable satisfaction. Although the innocents had been trained to be devoid of desires, they still felt a sense of accomplishment in the fruits of their labor. Ever since Daniela had conducted a blood ritual using the rabble, the appetite of Dreamfire and her kin had become rather formidable, requiring a consumption of at least 200 to 300 goats and 40 to 50 cattle daily to feel satiated. Fortunately, the Hightower family possessed vast lands, raising a significant number of cattle and sheep. However, even so, they had exhausted several of the Hightower estates in recent days. Additionally, due to the unrest, trade in the Old Town had yet to resume, leading to a noticeable decline in the local livestock. Reluctantly, Viserys nudged Daniela with her head before unfurling her wings and soaring towards the fishleaf square. In the morning light, Viserys shimmered with a radiant lavender hue, an exquisite sight to behold. "Your Highness, look at that fishleaf tree," exclaimed Raven, who had arrived with an apprentice carrying toiletries, suddenly pointing in astonishment at the tree behind Daniela. Turning her gaze, Daniela observed that the tree's pristine white trunk had developed black and white patterns, reminiscent of the tree on St. Flame Island, and its red leaves had elongated considerably. "It's nothing to worry about. The fishleaf tree on St. Flame Island underwent a similar mutation due to Viserys, which should greatly assist you in the future with training the ravens." "Indeed, Your Highness." Raven understood that while Daniela's support was crucial for his ascent to the position of the leader of the Crow Island, it was ultimately his own intelligence and interpersonal skills that mattered most, and he knew precisely how to navigate this situation. Now, the entire Crow Island is firmly under his control. Other scholars and doctors have little interest in visiting this usually foul-smelling isle. Should any bachelor require passage over the crows, he would personally arrange for an apprentice to escort them to the academic city. Thus, it is not particularly challenging to keep this secret for the time being. Even if it is discovered later, no one would connect it to Princess Daniera. They would merely assume that the ancient fishwood had undergone some mutation over time. After a brief wash, Daniera shared a modest meal with Mungo and the others, having brought her own provisions. She held a profound disdain for the peculiar, sticky concoction served in the academic city's cafeteria. Meanwhile, Count Hightower, dining with the doctors in the cafeteria, felt a deep yearning for death. Accustomed to luxurious attire and exquisite cuisine, he found it unbearable to consume the sludgy mixture of yellow and green vegetables. However, out of respect for the nobility and the institution, he could not refuse. After a few moments of mental preparation, he lifted his spoon, closed his eyes, and took a bite. To his surprise, it was soft and slightly bitter, far more tolerable than it appeared. It had been some time since Dr. Vagram and Bachelor Rintel had passed away. One wondered if the academic city had appointed new candidates. Dr. Vagram did not respond immediately. Instead, he finished his meal and rinsed his mouth before speaking. After deliberation among the esteemed doctors, we have elected Dr. Melrose as the next bachelor. Once he has addressed certain topics at hand, he will promptly journey to take office in Kylan. Oh, Count Hightower remarked, feeling somewhat uneasy as he cautiously probed. However, I have heard that Princess Daniera has been entrusted by King Viserys to personally select qualified scholars. Historically, the selection of bachelors has always been the prerogative of the Academic Council, as per the established customs of the Seven Kingdoms. Does Princess Daniera possess the authority to intervene? A doctor from the Hightower family slammed his plate down on the table, roaring in anger. Naturally, Count Hightower dared not speak further against the elder of his family. Yet, the other doctors were less forgiving. A blind, bald doctor adorned with Valyrian steel chains scoffed, "Obama, why such anger over breakfast? Even if Princess Daniera intends to intervene, do you dare resist her? Let us not forget that the entire academic city is funded by her. If she wishes to select a more exceptional bachelor, what right do you have to object? After all, who among the past scholars of the Towering Spire was not the epitome of medical skill and knowledge? Am I mistaken?" Haha. Chapter 147. The choice is mine this morning. Dr. Calvin truly liberated himself, as his primary focus of study revolved around the arcane arts within the academic city. Many years ago, while investigating glass candles, he inadvertently lost his sight. Throughout his life in the academic city, he faced considerable ostracism and suppression, particularly from the Hightower faction, who regarded the study of mysticism as their exclusive domain. Nevertheless, Dr. Calvin, endowed with remarkable talent, managed to achieve some breakthroughs despite the numerous obstacles. However, he often endured scornful remarks from other scholars, predominantly those affiliated with the Hightower family. With the Hightower family's downfall, many scholars who typically adhered to their whims have now distanced themselves from them. The influence of the Hightower faction has plummeted to a historic low. Thus, seizing this rare opportunity, Dr. Calvin would not refrain from unleashing his criticisms upon them. Dr. Vagram, the current administrator of the academic city, maintained a relatively cordial relationship with the Hightower family and, thus, disapproved of Dr. Calvin's attacks. He interjected, reminding him that the scholars from each castle in the Seven Kingdoms are elected by the academic city's council and advised Dr. Calvin to refrain from making potentially misinterpreted statements in the future. No one could deny that the academic city is a sanctuary for the pursuit of knowledge and truth. It is entirely natural for differing opinions and perspectives to arise in the quest for truth. Having renounced their familial surnames and worldly identities, it is prudent to devote less energy to the feuds between families. Dr. Calvin scoffed disdainfully, remarking that the scholar's rhetoric mirrored that of a courtesan's conduct. He carelessly discarded his tray onto the table and, with the assistance of his aide, stormed out of the academic city's dining hall in a fit of indignation. After breakfast, Daniera briefed Scholar Ruin on several matters before returning to the cabinet tower with Mongo and the Innocents. Dr. Vagram, along with several other scholars, had been waiting for some time. He greeted her, expressing hopes that she had a delightful night on Crow Island. Daniera acknowledged with a gentle bow, remarking that her night on Crow Island had indeed been quite extraordinary and unforgettable. "That is all I wish for, Your Highness," Dr. Vagram replied, introducing a middle-aged scholar beside him. "Your Highness, this is Scholar Melrose, the newly elected Grand Scholar by the Academic City's Council." Scholar Melrose hailed from Hygiene's coastal city and wore a bronze chain emblematic of historical studies. He was indeed a gentle, rational, and erudite individual. "Your Highness, Princess Daniera," he greeted respectfully. Scholar Melrose had no ties to the Hightower family and held a degree of admiration for Princess Daniera, who hailed from royal lineage, thus displaying an attitude of utmost reverence. "Greetings, Scholar Melrose." Daniela harbored a certain level of satisfaction towards Bachelor Melrose. However, for Tar, who was fervently determined to reform the system of university scholars, one Melrose could hardly suffice to fulfill her aspirations. Consequently, she approached Dr. Wagram. Yet the Red Fortress required not only a premier scholar proficient in medicine, but also a seasoned educator adept at imparting knowledge. Simultaneously, my forthcoming project, the Sanctum of Flames, necessitated a scholar specializing in architecture and a sagacious instructor. Ideally, I would appreciate the addition of a scholar well-versed in mysticism. Thus, I must trouble Dr. Wagram to lead the council in selecting these individuals for me. Daniela's airy remarks made it seem as though procuring a scholar from the academic city was as simple as choosing a gown or an ornament, inadvertently offending and insulting many of the doctors present. Dr. Wagram exerted considerable effort to maintain an unperturbed demeanor as he responded, "My apologies, Your Highness. Forgive my age and confusion. I seem to have misunderstood your intent. Are you suggesting that we select 3 scholars for the Red Fortress and 3 for your Sanctum of Flames?" Daniela nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, you have not misheard. That is indeed my intention. Moreover, I require that my demands be met, Doctor. To be precise, I intend to bring back 3 candidates for the position of university scholars to the Red Fortress, and ultimately, it will be up to His Majesty the King to choose who shall become the scholar. As for my Sanctum of Flames, it indeed requires 3 exceptionally capable scholars to assist, as this will greatly aid in the future establishment of a branch of the academic city." No. Dr. Wagram's tone finally turned stern. "Princess Daniela, I believe you have misunderstood. The academic city has an obligation to dispatch scholars to the Red Fortress and other noble castles. Yet the decision of who shall be sent is determined by the academic council. Furthermore, we select a suitable scholar for each castle." Daniela promptly interrupted him, exclaiming, "I have no intention of circumventing the academic council to select scholars. However, as one in need of scholars, I should not be stripped of the right to voice my demands, should I? The purpose of dispatching scholars to assist the nobles in managing their territories is to ensure these domains thrive, is it not? Yet, the scholars at the Red Fortress must not only assist the king in managing the affairs of the 7 kingdoms, but also safeguard the health and education of the royal offspring. Do you truly believe one individual can shoulder such a burden? Had it not been for the mediocrity of the scholar Luntel you dispatched last time, Prince Belron would not have met an untimely demise due to mere abdominal discomfort. Are you unaware of the vital importance a scholar's medical expertise holds for the family they are to assist? With the Targaryen royal family being so numerous, without a dedicated scholar specializing in medicine, the academic city would be treating their lives as trifles. Furthermore, regarding the education of the royal offspring, the absence of a competent scholar to provide guidance would not only be a disservice to the royal family, but, indeed, a grave responsibility towards the 7 kingdoms. My intent is quite straightforward, and I trust you can comprehend it. I hold the operational mechanisms of your academic city in high regard. However, concerning the needs for the branches of the academy and the royal scholars, it suffices for you to furnish candidates in accordance with our requisites. As long as you remain on the soil of the 7 kingdoms, you are obliged to fulfill the demands of the royal members. And there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Dr. Wagram, it is imperative for you to grasp this truth. Only those who truly wield power possess the luxury of choice. I expect your academic institution to conduct its affairs appropriately. Otherwise, any threat to the sovereignty and the reign of House Targaryen becomes utterly unwarranted. Chapter 148, The Commanding Princess. In the end, Daniera had exhausted her patience for verbal sparring and unveiled her formidable side. Coincidentally, Viserys, having just indulged in a hearty meal, returned to the academic city. Sensing Daniera's emotions, she soared above the administration building, emitting a resounding and piercing roar, followed by a stream of searing dragon fire into the sky, showering down sparks. The scholars were immediately reminded that the Dragon Princess was one capable of commanding legions of dragons, thus they quickly adopted a more submissive demeanor. Those few scholars who had dared to meet Daniera's gaze with hostility now bowed their heads deeply in humility. Dr. Wagram's ascension to the position of head of the academic city, alongside his commendable performance, can be attributed largely to his political acumen and tactful demeanor. Recognizing that Daniera's victory was inevitable, he moderated his tone, stating, "Since Her Royal Highness insists, we at the academic city have no grounds to oppose further. I shall promptly organize a council of scholars to nominate a suitable candidate." Daniera was naturally pleased with his current disposition and, in turn, bestowed upon him a gentle smile. "Then I shall leave it in the capable hands of Head Wagram and the esteemed scholars. I will not intrude further and will await your favorable news at the Tower of the Sky. At this juncture, Daniera turned her gaze towards the distant figure of the bald, blind Dr. Calvin. Ah, Dr. Calvin, perhaps I could remedy your blindness, though it would require the assistance of glass candles. If the academic city is willing, do bring the glass candles to the Tower of the Sky to meet with me. With that, Daniera departed the academic city in the company of Mungo, the Unsullied, and Count Hightower. Upon returning to the Fishwood Plaza, Daniera took a moment to observe the 5 dragon eggs. Now, Amalrose was not as vigilant towards her as before. While he still did not permit her to approach too closely, he at least no longer obstructed her. The emerald-green wings of Amalloth shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to that of mother of pearl. The silver patterns on her finely textured bronze scales became increasingly pronounced, enhancing her beauty. Daniera gently caressed Amalloth's scales and wings, guiding her to relax gradually. Ever since giving birth, perhaps due to the presence of the dragon horde, Amalloth had frequently been in a state of heightened tension. Consequently, Daniera devoted extra attention to her daily, for when a mighty dragon loses control of its emotions, predicting its actions becomes a daunting task. After consuming a substantial amount of corpses, both Dreamfire and Amalloth found their internal energy more vibrant, yet they had grown somewhat lethargic, spending the majority of their days in slumber, a necessary phase for digesting the energy within. Under Daniera's meticulous care during this time, Amalloth and Apollos had fully recuperated and entered a vigorous growth phase once more. Except for Amalloth, who showed little change possibly due to her recent motherhood. The other 3 dragons had significantly matured. The large-headed red dragon, Himaloth, had shed much of her black scales, revealing a more vibrant crimson hue. Her spines, teeth, and claws had sharpened considerably, exuding an air reminiscent of the Red Queen. However, Himaloth's head was considerably larger than that of the Red Queen, particularly her gaping maw, making her a formidable opponent in close combat. Daniera pressed her forehead against Himaloth's massive head, attentively perceiving the whispers of her heart. The deep rumbling from Himaloth's throat produced a continuous gurgling sound, a distinctive trait of hers. Whenever she felt relaxed and comfortable, she would emit a purring sound reminiscent of a large cat. Clearly, Daniera's closeness instilled a profound sense of comfort in Himaloth. Apollos, whose physique was already robust, had not only expanded dramatically but also fortified his metallic gloss scales and spines, rendering them even more resilient. Although Apollos did not boast a size advantage among the dragons of House Targaryen, in close combat, aside from the overwhelmingly large Vargurul, Wormesol, and the Glutton, few dragons could easily surpass him. Despite his fiery temperament, Apollos displayed a docile demeanor before Daniera. She gently shook the spines atop his head, finding them exceedingly sturdy. To her subtle gesture, Apollos showed no sign of disdain, instead wearing an expression of enjoyment. Since her recovery, Anthelos had thrived. Her elegantly streamlined form afforded her impressive speed, augmented by her resplendent bronze scales and violet-red wing membranes, bestowing upon her an extraordinary presence. Since that fateful night of the blood ritual, Daenerys has sensed a significant increase in her rapport with the 4 mighty dragons. Although they have yet to achieve the profound telepathic connection shared by Malaise and Dreamfire, they are now able to accurately perceive each other's emotions. The somewhat bashful dragon, Antheels, is the most gentle of them all, resembling her sister, Silverwing, in temperament. Just as Daenerys was deepening her emotional bond with the dragons, Rhaegar arrived with the old town's garrison, brimming with vigor. "Your Highness," he proclaimed, "I must inform you that Count Kuiper of Yongyong has descended upon the old town with his retainers and knights." Rhaegar's voice was laced with excitement, seemingly eager for a genuine confrontation with the noble lord. "How many have they brought?" Daenerys, already clutching evidence capable of obliterating the Yongyong house, felt a flicker of anticipation at their arrival. "Your Highness, there are a total of 20 knights, 200 cavalry, and 300 infantry. I have already stationed men to block their advance at the southwestern gate of the old town." "Excellent. I shall indeed wish to meet with them. They have come to me voluntarily." She instructed, "You proceed ahead. I shall soon ride forth on my dragon." Returning to her chamber, Daenerys retrieved some confidential correspondence between the Yongyong and Hightower families before mounting her formidable red dragon, Shimmerloss. With a thunderous roar, Shimmerloss, renowned for her impressive vocal range and distinctive large head, descended before the forces of Yongyong, sending shockwaves of fear through their ranks. Count Kuiper, startled by his horse, was unceremoniously thrown from his steed, landing face first in the dirt, his dignity thoroughly compromised. "Count Kuiper," she began, "now that the unrest in the old town has been quelled and order restored, what is your purpose in bringing your men here?" Count Kuiper, a robust middle-aged man, quickly regained his composure despite his earlier mishap. As a vassal of the Hightower family, his presence here was, of course, to pledge allegiance to our lord, the Hightower family. Daenerys, observing the seemingly earnest Count Kuiper, could not help but express a hint of regret. Your loyalty to the Hightower family is commendable. Yet, while loyalty is indeed a virtue to be admired, should it be wielded as a pretext for illicit endeavors, it becomes a grave misstep. Count Kuiper, do you not remember your allegiance to the Hightower family? How is it that you have so readily cast aside your loyalty to the crown? Unbeknownst to him, Count Kuiper was oblivious to the substantial evidence Daenerys held that could easily lead to his downfall. Though her name had resonated throughout the Seven Kingdoms, at her core, she remained merely a 10-year-old princess. Thus, for the old-fashioned Earl of Key, he truly did not regard Daenerys highly. For the Key family, loyalty to the Hightower family naturally translates to loyalty to the crown. This is the legal principle of the Seven Kingdoms and a customary practice on the continent of Westeros. As a court lady, the princess was, of course, unaware of the intricacies of these rules. Ha! The Earl's words elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Daenerys. It seems that his demeanor represents the true caliber of many noble lords in the Seven Kingdoms. The feudal system, unchanged for millennia, has severely constrained their modes of thought and vision. My lord's lord is not my lord. Daenerys had finally encountered such rhetoric once more. In Westeros, many lords, aside from indulging in feasting and revelry or honing their martial skills, possess little to no political insight or broader perspective. Many of them are illiterate, let alone familiar with the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. They often believe such knowledge should rest solely with scholars. It is evident that the Earl of Key and Boros of Storm's End are of the same ilk. So, Earl Key, to whom do you pledge your loyalty by taking Princess Daniera out of Old Town and sending her to Lys? I am quite intrigued to know what kind of loyalty drives you to commit such an act of treason. I am equally curious about the nature of this loyalty that allows you to disregard the fate of the Key family and audaciously attempt to elevate the illegitimate offspring of Princess Daniera to the position of heir to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, what kind of loyalty permits you to overlook the well-being of House Key and personally travel to Bravos to hire the faceless men to assassinate me, a royal princess? Daenerys' words struck like swords, piercing directly into the Earl's heart. Shock and fear filled him, leaving him blushing with rage, unable to utter a single word. Daenerys then waved her hand, summoning the scholar beside her, and instructed him to lower himself as she passed the letter through Mungo to the old scholar. Upon opening the letter, the old scholar was immediately taken aback by its contents. This, Daenerys, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired of the scholar, Master Doran. You are most familiar with the Earl of Key's handwriting. You should know better than anyone if these letters originate from his hand. The old scholar, staring at the letters in his grasp, could not help but tremble. I must report to your highness, indeed, this is undoubtedly the handwriting of the Earl of Key. And the seal on these letters is unquestionably that of House Key. Some of the letters were even sealed by my own hand. As long as Master Doran can testify, it will prevent accusations of injustice against the Key family. After speaking, Daenerys collected the letters once more. She instructed the scholar to rise and address the knights and warriors of House Key loudly. The evidence is now irrefutable. House Key has committed 3 acts of treason. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, I, Daenerys Targaryen, in my capacity as princess of the Targaryen royal family and the Prince of Dragonstone, hereby render the following judgment. First, the title of Earl and the ancestral castle of House K shall be stripped away, along with all properties and lands owned by its members. Second, all males of House K aged 12 and above shall be exiled to the Night's Watch at the Wall. Third, all female members and young children of House K shall be expelled from Westeros, banished to the Stepstones to fend for themselves. Upon hearing Daenerys' harsh decree, Earl K was utterly unhinged. I refuse. You are merely a royal princess. What right do you have to judge me? I demand a trial by the 7. He shouted, brandishing his steel sword in a fit of madness. Dragonfire. Daenerys harbored not a shred of mercy for House K, for they were not only the most loyal sycophants of House Hightower, but also guilty of heinous crimes beyond dispute. It was indeed House K that, under the direction of House Hightower, sent Princess Daniera to Lys to become a courtesan. Daenerys could not believe their actions stemmed from any sympathy or benevolence towards Princess Daniera. Rather, they sought to revel in the misfortunes of the Targaryen royal family. After all, Princess Daniera's very existence posed a significant stain upon the reputation of House Targaryen. Daenerys had initially intended to pin the blame for hiring the faceless men on House Hightower. However, to her astonishment, Earl K had indeed traveled to Bravos to hire them. Although his correspondence with Earl Hightower did not explicitly state that the faceless men were to assassinate Daenerys, it was a cruel twist of fate that they acted against her at this very moment. Thus, they could not escape the consequences of their actions today. The scorching crimson flames of Viserion engulfed Earl Kay and several knights attempting to rescue him, along with their steeds. Accompanied by the cries of the dying, Viserion lashed his tail, sending several soldiers who foolishly charged forward flying through the air. At this moment, Ser Jorah bellowed, "Drop your weapons and kneel. Anyone who dares to strike at Her Highness shall face death, without mercy." Meanwhile, Mungo had already led the Unsullied towards the restless warriors of House K. Ser Jorah also commanded the garrison from Old Town to encircle the hundreds of warriors from House K. Although House K was not devoid of valiant souls, those who had acted previously were the core members of the family. With their noble titles stripped away by Daenerys, they had no path of retreat. However, the ordinary soldiers were different. They were merely conscripted commoners from the town of Sunspear. There was no intention of mutual destruction with the Key family, as they had never shown them any kindness. Consequently, several hundred ordinary soldiers promptly surrendered their weapons. Thus, the farce orchestrated by the Key family came to an end in less than half an hour. Aside from a handful of Key family members who fell victim to the dragon's wrath, the rest yielded without hesitation. Daenerys commanded Mungo to lead 100 Unsullied along with 300 to 400 newly recruited warriors from the Key family, as well as 200 from the old garrison, to eradicate the Key family in Yangwu City. Yangwu City was a commendable earldom, with its castle perched on a cliff by the sea, providing an ideal landing spot for the dragon. Daenerys intended to recommend to her great-grandfather that this location be reserved as a fief for future members of House Targaryen. Chapter 150. The ingenious use of glass candles. The Key family, fiercely loyal to House Hightower, hastily rushed to Old Town, yet they did not even encounter Count Hightower. Instead, they left behind the charred remains of a few knights and their steeds, obliterated by Daenerys. In the presence of a dragon, ordinary knights and soldiers stood no chance of resistance. Common arrows inflicted no harm upon the dragon, failing even to pierce its wings. Once the expedition to Yangwu City had departed, Daenerys summoned her dragons to devour the charred corpses and fallen steeds. The metal armor of these knights had fused with their remains, and the dragons consumed both in one gulp. The dragons possessed formidable digestive capabilities, easily processing metal ores. However, although they digested part of the melted armor, a significant portion was still excreted. Recently, Dreamfire and the others had perhaps ingested too many armed rebel corpses, as their excrement contained substantial metal residues. Daenerys discovered that the metal expelled by the dragons was remarkably pure, suitable for forging high-quality steel. She instructed Regal to gather over 100 blacksmiths from Old Town, as a large forge was being constructed to the east of Fishbone Square. Following the suppression of the Old Town rebels, the blood sacrifice had induced significant changes in the melted steel, endowing it with qualities reminiscent of Valyrian steel. Daenerys planned to forge a batch of equipment from this steel, and thus she sent word for Master Oren from King's Landing to come personally. Upon returning to the towering citadel, Daenerys promptly instructed the maester to convey her judgment regarding the Key family to King's Landing via Raven. Simultaneously, she placed handwritten copies of letters that could substantiate the Key family's crimes onto the saddle of Anthalos, instructing her to fly directly back to King's Landing. Daenerys sought to experiment with utilizing dragons for communication. Anthalos, swift and gentle in nature, would be manageable by the dragon guards upon her return. Before her departure, Daenerys embraced Anthalos's dragon head, engaging in a fervent mental communion, urging her to return swiftly. After dinner, Daniela prepared to take her Dreamfire for a stroll nearby when an unblemished attendant approached with news. "Your Highness, Dr. Galvin has come to pay a visit." Shortly thereafter, with the assistance of an academic aide, the bald, blind Dr. Galvin ambled over with unsteady steps. "I salute your Highness," he declared, bowing deeply as he tremulously produced a green glass candle over a foot long from his cloak. "This is the glass candle. It was during one of my contemplations of it that a flash of fire robbed me of my sight." Taking the glass candle from Dr. Galvin's hands, Daniela had him seated in the chair beside her. "How long have you been without your sight?" Dr. Galvin's vacant eyes seemed to drift into a troubling memory. "Alas, it has been over a decade. Before that, I perceived some illusions, flames devouring a bronze giant and a dark shadow, and from the fire, a dragon was born. Just as I sought to discern everything clearly, a blinding light instantly snatched away my vision." Hearing Dr. Galvin's account, Daniela felt a sense of intrigue, for he had witnessed the blood sacrificial rites of Rintel and the hatching of Ulax by the Faceless. To think he had seen it over a decade ago suggested that the timeline of this world had already shifted before her own arrival. Or perhaps this realm had diverged from its original temporal dimension, leading her to ponder whether she might not be deemed an aberration by the will of this world. Regardless, this seemed a fortuitous development for Daniela. Casting aside her musings, she recognized that Dr. Galvin's ability to bring the glass candle indicated his considerable influence within the academic city. Dr. Galvin, did you forge your Valyrian steel chain yourself? Upon her inquiry, Dr. Galvin appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, responding respectfully, "Indeed, Your Highness, I crafted it based on the records of the academic city. However, its quality cannot compare to the ancient Valyrian steel that has been passed down through the ages. It is merely a hollow imitation, lacking the indestructible essence of true Valyrian steel. I suspect I have missed some essential steps in the process." Seeing the sincerity in Dr. Galvin's words, Daniela offered her insight. "It is likely due to the absence of the baptism of blood and fire." Blood and fire. Dr. Galvin's interest was piqued at her words. However, Daniela chose not to delve further into that topic. "If the opportunity arises, I shall allow you to witness the true forging of Valyrian steel. But for now, let us focus on restoring your sight." With that, Daniela instructed everyone to leave the room, leaving only herself and Dr. Galvin behind. Grasping Dr. Galvin's hand, she held the green glass candle together with him and began to chant the ancient Valyrian incantations. As Daenerys' incantation echoed through the air, the green glass candle was suddenly ignited, casting a ghastly green glow that enveloped the room. Within this verdant illumination, the illusion of Daenerys hatching the colossal dragon, Euryxus, once again materialized. However, the individuals present manifested themselves through various energies. The embodiment of King Viserys appeared as a swirling golden flame, to which Daenerys endeavored to convey a message. "Great-grandfather, Anthelos shall carry my tidings. If there is any news, let it be relayed through him." Daenerys' own essence radiated as a source of light, having usurped the brightness from Dr. Galvin's eyes. Harnessing the power of the glass candle, Daenerys experienced the illusion of controlling a realm of time and space. Just as the light surged towards Dr. Galvin once more, Daenerys successfully halted its advance. In Dr. Galvin's perception, that radiance transformed into the visage of Princess Daniera. As the glow of the glass candle gradually dimmed, Dr. Galvin's eyes were finally restored to clarity. "I see. My sight has returned," exclaimed Dr. Galvin, who had been blind for over a decade, overwhelmed with emotion. He deeply bowed to Daenerys, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for restoring the light to my eyes. From this day forth, I shall heed your commands." Pleased with Dr. Galvin's perceptiveness, Daenerys subtly hinted, "I hope, in the future, when you establish a branch of the Academy, you might lend me your support. I believe your name will be etched into the annals of the Academy's history." In conversing with an astute individual, one need not squander words. With but a few succinct phrases, Dr. Galvin and Daenerys reached an unspoken understanding. Rejuvenated by the return of his sight, Dr. Galvin's steps became noticeably lighter. As he departed from the towering spire, Daenerys' voice unexpectedly resonated in King Viserys' ears, who was listening to Audra Red in the distant Red Keep. Great-grandfather. Chapter 151. The prosperous city of Sunhouse Mongo and Roga, leading their entourage, marched urgently. Arriving at the foot of Sunhouse's mountain in the town of Kuei by midday on the third day. Kuei Town, the sole settlement within the domain of the Earl of Sunhouse, boasts a history spanning a millennium, with a population exceeding tens of thousands. While the town may not be particularly prosperous, it encompasses a variety of trades. Moreover, due to its advantageous geographical location, the inhabitants of Sunhouse live relatively affluent lives. To the southeast lies the Sea of Sunset, which, influenced by the maritime climate, bestows a warm and humid atmosphere upon the Earl's territory year-round. This has fostered the flourishing of agriculture and pastoralism in the already fertile lands of Sunhouse. Additionally, in proximity to the Redwyne family's Qingting Island, the Kuei family has established numerous vineyards in the hilly areas near the coast, dedicated to providing high-quality grapes for the production of golden wine for the Redwyne family. This singular endeavor yields an annual profit of no less than 200,000 to 300,000 gold dragons for the Kuei family. In addition to the income from other agricultural products, Yangyu City generates an annual revenue of at least 400,000 to 500,000 gold dragons. The Kuei family possesses its own ocean-going fleet, comprising over 20 vessels, including 3-masted sailing ships and flat-bottomed boats, alongside a fishing fleet of around 40 to 50 boats operating in nearby waters. These ventures have significantly enhanced the family's wealth. placing the Kuei family among the upper echelons of the earldoms in the Seven Kingdoms. The Kuei family wisely aligned themselves with the formidable Redwyne family's fleet at Qingting Island. Although a substantial portion of their profits must be paid as tribute to the Redwyne family, they have benefited from the protection offered by the Redwynes, encountering few adversities. Thanks to this accumulated wealth, the Kuei family can sustain over 40 knights and more than 800 standing soldiers, all equipped with the finest weaponry. To demonstrate loyalty, Count Kuei nearly took the entire armed force of his earldom with him, leaving Yangyu City with merely 10 knights and 100 guards. The remaining 10 knights and 200 warriors were tasked with safeguarding the family fleet as it engaged in overseas trade with the Qingting Island fleet in the eastern continent of Essos. When Mungo and his entourage entered Kuei town, the townsfolk mistakenly believed their lord the count had returned in triumph, and thus they rushed into the streets with flowers to welcome them. News reached Yangyu City, prompting the castle gates to be opened wide in jubilant preparation for the arrival of the Kuei army. However, upon seeing that the leader was a fearsome Dothraki warrior, the knight commander Kirin Kuei immediately sensed something amiss and hurried to secure the gates. Yet, Mungo would not grant him the opportunity. He swiftly drew his bow and shot down 2 soldiers attempting to shut the gates. Wielding his Dothraki curved blade, he charged towards the entrance with unstoppable speed. Surrender or perish. The Kuei family has been stripped of its title and lands for treason. Do not engage in feudal resistance, Mungo shouted, brandishing his blade mercilessly as he felled those still armed. At that moment, Rog led a cavalry charge, swiftly dispatching all 10 knights of the Kuei family. Seeing the inevitable downfall of the Kuei family, the remaining soldiers guarding the city laid down their arms in a bid for survival. Subsequently, Mungo and Rog pressed on, imprisoning all male members of the Kuei family in the dungeons. The female members were confined to an empty house, under the personal watch of the Unsullied. The current Countess Kuei, a daughter of the Redwyne family, was astute and formidable. Upon the fall of Yangyu City, she promptly led the women of the family to don common attire and remove all valuables. With unwavering composure, Lady Redwyne approached Mungo and Rog, presenting them with the city's ledgers and the keys to the storeroom. Here are the accounts of Yangyu and the keys to the treasury. I kindly ask the 2 lords to accept them. As Princess Daenerys has rendered her judgment, the Kuei family will duly accept its fate. However, I implore you, esteemed ladies, not to trouble us, the womenfolk. Rouge, taking the ledger and keys, gracefully performed a noble bow before Lady Redwyne. Her Highness the Princess had expressly instructed us to treat all kindly, thus you may rest assured, madam. Prior to the princess's arrival, you may remain comfortably in your chambers. I shall ensure that servants attend to your needs. After the capture of Yangyu City, Mungo, aided by a multitude of scholars, meticulously audited the storerooms and confiscated the spoils of war. Meanwhile, Rouge swiftly led the enlisted soldiers to occupy the docks of Kuei town, beginning the inventory of vessels in accordance with Yangyu's records. It is imperative to note that these ships represent the principal source of wealth for Yangyu City. Should they receive word and flee, the losses would be substantial. In a timely manner, Scholar Dolan dispatched a raven to inform Daniela of the Kuei family fleet's impending journey to the eastern continent for overseas trade, accompanied by the Qingting Island fleet. Upon receiving this intelligence, Daniela immediately sent a missive to the Redwyne family, sternly instructing them to safeguard the Kuei family fleet. She made it clear that any losses incurred would result in her direct pursuit of restitution from the Redwynes. In response, Count Redwyne promptly utilized his channels to alert his family fleet, emphasizing the necessity of vigilant oversight of the Kuei family vessels. The bloody lessons learned from the Hightower and Kuei families were fresh in their minds. The Redwynes dared not offend Daniela lightly. Furthermore, the Redwyne family had historically maintained a cordial relationship with her, and Count Redwyne was currently strategizing for his ascension to the new Minister of Maritime Affairs. Securing the princess's support would undoubtedly enhance his prospects, especially since recent correspondence from his cousin, Sir Lion, captain of the Kingsguard, indicated that the Dragon Princess now held significant influence before King Viserys. Daniela's decisive actions regarding the Kuei family spread rapidly across the Seven Kingdoms within days, prompting numerous noble lords to voice their protests at the Royal Council. However, once King Viserys presented evidence of the dragon, and Theros brought back to King's Landing, the dissenters fell silent. After all, the 3 counts of treason against the Kuei family had been solidly substantiated. The confiscation of their estate and the obliteration of their lineage was well-deserved. King Viserys fully endorsed Daniela's measures against the Kuei family and temporarily entrusted the governance of Yangyu City to her. With the fall of the once mighty Hightower due to the chaos in Old Town and the near extermination of the Kuei family, all discerning noble lords of the Seven Kingdoms began to regard Daniela with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Princess Rhaenys, hurrying back to Driftmark due to the disappearance of Sea Smoke, engaged in discussions with her husband, Lord of the Tides, about Daniela's actions in Old Town. To her astonishment, this mere 10-year-old girl had managed to bring down both the Hightower and Kuei families, maintaining a moral high ground throughout. It seems this Targaryen princess is indeed remarkable. Princess Rhaenys took a sip of her exquisite wine and smiled, remarking, "Isn't that splendid? The Targaryen and Valerian families have intermarried for generations. Our only endeavor is to secure her hand on Tide's Head Island." Lord of the Sea Serpent shares this sentiment, yet he does not harbor the same optimism as his wife. Do you truly believe that Daenerys can be swayed by others regarding her marriage? Chapter 152. Daenerys' holdings in Old Town. Over 10 days have passed since the turmoil in Old Town. Thanks to the combined efforts of Daenerys, the Old Town garrison, and the newly arrived acolytes of the Starry Hall, this ancient city, steeped in millennia of history, has finally returned to normalcy in both its production and daily life. The streets once again buzz with the sounds of its populace. With the suppression of the Kyrian family, land routes in Old Town have been fully restored. This resurgence of terrestrial trade has alleviated the skyrocketing prices and scarcity of goods caused by the unrest. However, the lives of many among the lower class in Old Town have undergone a profound transformation. Those who chose to follow Daenerys' followers in their assault on the Starry Hall acquired a significant amount of spoils, leading to an unexpected affluence. They have also received additional support from the Old Town garrison, leveraging their newfound wealth to engage in small enterprises, subtly hinting at the emergence of a new affluent class. Conversely, those who opted to attack the dragons have not only become prey themselves, but have also plunged their families into a dire predicament due to the loss of their primary breadwinners. Yet, both the Starry Hall and the wealthy of Old Town have endured substantial losses during the upheaval and can barely maintain their basic livelihoods. Few possess the means to extend assistance to those in need. The fact that the Old Town garrison, under Daenerys' control, has refrained from troubling them is already an act of great mercy. It is hardly likely they would offer further aid. Consequently, the streets of Old Town have seen a surge in new vagrants and beggars, while the impoverished districts have become increasingly crowded. Fortunately, trade activities at the Old Town docks have somewhat revived, albeit at a scale reduced by nearly half of its former glory, yet still managing to restore a semblance of prosperity to the city. This has provided numerous job opportunities for the destitute. However, in the face of the formidable Old Town garrison, these individuals cannot stir any tumult. Should they engage in illegal activities, they would swiftly face severe punishment from the garrison. Within a mere fortnight, over 100 individuals have been apprehended for petty crimes, and their families exiled to the Steppes Islands. During the chaos, many wealthy individuals fell victim to the marauding mobs, losing vast treasures, land deeds, and property titles. Yet, none of these marauders escaped Old Town. Ultimately, they were all captured by Daenerys' subordinates and brought to justice. Aside from those killed on the spot, over 500 were arrested, and all were dispatched to the Steppes Islands as laborers. Not long ago, the Holy Flame warship under the command of Daniela, accompanied by 2,000 troops, departed from Taz Island and seized an unnamed islet within the Stairway Isles, subsequently naming it Dreamfire Island. Presently, there is an urgent need for manpower to establish defensive structures on this island, prompting Daniela to unhesitatingly dispatch a group of robust ruffians to the task. During this period, she also took the opportunity to lead a contingent of dragons to assist in forging a substantial quantity of Dragonstone. With the availability of this high-quality material and an ample workforce, Dreamfire Island swiftly witnessed the erection of a new dock and fortress, gradually taking the form of a burgeoning town. Although the Stairway Isles receive abundant precipitation, the limited size of the islands, predominantly rocky, results in sparse vegetation and significant soil erosion. Daniela ordered the construction of several large reservoirs at the highest point of the island. Laborers and warriors worked in unison, and within a few days, they extracted a considerable amount of stone from the elevated terrain. With the assistance of the dragons, the stone was efficiently transported to the dock and construction site, greatly expediting their progress. Daniela, harnessing the dragon's flames, melted the vast craters left by stone extraction into a glass-like state. Once cooled, these formed natural reservoirs. To ensure the quality of drinking water on the island, she instructed the craftsmen to design extensive aqueducts, layered with gravel and fine sand. This filtration system ensured that the fresh water from the reservoirs would be pure and hygienic. After resolving the water supply issue on Dreamfire Island, Daniela directed the craftsmen to construct several large wind-powered water wheels along the coastline. The strong sea breezes of the Stairway Isles facilitated the easy drawing of seawater onto Dreamfire Island. She also encouraged the craftsmen to build large salt evaporation facilities near the water wheels. In the world of Game of Thrones, edible salt primarily comes from well salt and mountain salt, with only regions like Dorne, the Riverlands, and the coastal valleys producing sea salt, albeit at low efficiency, relying heavily on manual labor and fire for purification. Drawing from her memories of a past life, Daniela guided the craftsmen in developing a method for purifying brine. This innovation not only conserved a significant amount of firewood, but also yielded a higher quality sea salt. The laborers dispatched to Dreamfire Island, now hardly distinguishable from slaves, found themselves transformed into salt workers. Although they had lost their personal freedoms, they at least enjoyed 3 hearty meals a day on the island, and their living conditions improved alongside the burgeoning facilities. The sudden emergence of this armed force heightened the vigilance of the Kingdom of the Third Daughter and the pirates of the Stairway Isles, who were actively engaged in conflict near Bloodstone Island. Daxus sent envoys to clarify their position, asserting that their occupation of Dreamfire Island was solely for the exile of wrongdoers from the Old Town and that they would not involve themselves in the ongoing skirmishes. Regardless of the explanations provided, neither the naval commanders of the Three Daughters Kingdom nor the pirates of the Stone Steps Islands held much belief in them. However, upon observing that this armed group had no intention of interfering in their conflicts, they soon lowered their guard, though they still dispatched personnel to monitor the movements on Dreamfire Island. Daenerys secured numerous land deeds for estates near Old Town, as well as property deeds for houses and shops, from the hands of the marauders. She returned most of these to the wealthy, not merely to win their favor, but primarily because the restoration of prosperity in Old Town hinged significantly on their involvement. After all, the tax rights of Old Town were now under the control of its garrison, making the swift revitalization of this golden goose a paramount objective. The assets and businesses of those unfortunate nobles who had been annihilated by the marauders were seized by Daenerys, who utilized her privileges to negotiate a series of exchanges while returning the deeds. In doing so, she consolidated the scattered estates. Presently, Daenerys had acquired 5 large estates surrounding Old Town, encompassing an area exceeding 30 square kilometers, with over 50 shops established in Old Town. With such land at her disposal, Daenerys wasted no time. She promptly imparted the techniques for producing organic fertilizer to the estate managers and arranged for the transportation of the recent droppings from the dragons at Fish Liangmu Square to the estates. Samwell from White Sheep Town also delivered the latest supplies of grain and pasture seeds, ensuring that high-yield crops and fodder would be planted in the upcoming season across her estates. Chapter 153. Northward with Hightower. A few days after seizing the Hightower family's residence in Sun House, Daenerys estimated that the vessels transporting the wealth and personnel of House Hightower should have already arrived in King's Landing. Thus, she prepared to escort Count Hightower to the capital. The Count, aware that this day was inevitable, had arranged matters concerning the towering keep and the countship well in advance. Fortunately, with the presence of a remarkable scholar from House Hightower, even in the absence of the family members, the affairs of the territory could be efficiently managed. Regrettably, although House Hightower had paid the passage fees for dozens, only Count Hightower himself benefited from this arrangement. Early in the morning, Daenerys set forth on Dreamfire, accompanied by the 3 young ones from House Baelish and Miss Miracis, heading toward King's Landing. Count Hightower sat atop Dreamfire, gazing at the magnificent landscape below. Initially filled with excitement, his anticipation soon morphed into sorrow as he contemplated the uncertain future of his family. Setting out from Old Town, Daenerys and her companions traversed the towering Crimson Mountains, passed through the domain of Count Tarly, and upon flying over the Red Peaks, beheld the greatest river of the Reach, the Mander. Following the course of the Mander northward, they reached the domain of Count Merryweiss by midday. The Merryweiss family was among the noble houses of the Reach, with their fief's great hall situated at the confluence of the Mander and the Blueburn rivers. The Merryweiss family, with its abundant resources and vast estates, holds a position of considerable wealth and influence among the nobility of the 7 kingdoms. Their family crest features a golden cornucopia overflowing with apples, carrots, plums, onions, leeks, turnips, and various fruits, all set against a white background and framed in gold. The family motto, "Behold our bounty," reflects their prosperity. The verdant landscapes and herds of livestock serve as a testament to the richness of the Merryweiss lands. The castle's great hall is perched on a hill overlooking the Mand River, just above the bustling city of Merryweiss, which boasts towering walls and a population exceeding 100,000. The Duke of Bayeux, with the largest populace in the Seven Kingdoms, has a densely populated domain, particularly in affluent areas like that of the Count of Meerweiss. As Dreamfire swiftly glided over the Mand River, the dragon's wings stirred ripples upon the water's surface. The guards of the Great Hall, upon spotting the majestic creature, hurried to inform Count Meerweiss. By the time the 5 dragons of House Targaryen descended onto the grassy expanse outside the hall, Count Meerweiss had already gathered his family to greet them. The lush green meadow outside the hall was home to numerous cattle, horses, sheep, and a herd of black pigs, all of which began to scatter in a frenzy at the arrival of the dragons. The herdsman, startled by the spectacle, momentarily failed to contain the chaos, resulting in a scene of disarray. Presenting Her Highness, Daenerys commanded Dreamfire to lower its body, gracefully sliding down the dragon's wing alongside Count Hightower. My apologies, Count Meerweiss. Lady Jennifer. Nonsense. It is our honor for your highness to grace the Great Hall. Your presence illuminates our humble castle. The robust Count Meerweiss, seemingly rugged, surprised all with his eloquence. Historically, he met his demise for his unwavering loyalty to Rhaenyra Targaryen, even under the threat from Aegon II. His son, Marco Meerweiss, was fortunate enough to be chosen as one of the 3 regents for Aegon III, albeit for a brief year, indicating the family's standing within the Seven Kingdoms. Naturally, Daenerys sought to forge an alliance with such a prominent family, thus exhibiting a warm familiarity. It is said that the long table in the Great Hall is adorned with the most sumptuous delicacies in all the Seven Kingdoms. I am fortunate to partake today. Count Meerweiss has 2 sons and 3 daughters, all of comparable age to Daenerys. His eldest daughter, Mary, age 13, is a poised and dignified young lady. The second daughter, Maria, at 11, is tall and sharp-eyed. The eldest son, Marco, is a good-natured little plump boy of 10. The youngest daughter, Marilyn, is 7, embodying innocence and charm. And the youngest son, Malin, merely 3, is doted upon by Lady Jennifer, who cradles him in her arms. Although Daenerys is but 10 years old, her unique Targaryen lineage grants her a stature akin to that of a girl of 14 or 15. With regard to Daniela's actions over the past 6 months, few still perceive her as a mere child. The Meerweiss family warmly welcomed Daniela and Count Hightower into their castle. It is no wonder that their castle is renowned for its grand long table hall. For within the Meerweiss castle's grand chamber lies an immensely large table crafted from an entire fishwood tree. This table, said to possess a history spanning several millennia, measures over 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, and despite the passage of time, it remains as pristine as jade. At present, the long table is laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, particularly an abundance of delectable fruits that nearly form a small mountain, filling the castle hall with the sweet fragrance of ripened produce. Daniela has been seated at the upper right end of the long table, facing Count Hightower. Lady Jennifer and her daughters eagerly attend to Daniela, personally preparing various fruits to present before her. Unlike the melancholy Count Hightower, both Daniela and Count Meerweiss aim to forge a bond during this gathering, resulting in lively conversation among the attendees. Particularly, the second daughter of Count Meerweiss captivates Daniela's attention. Though she may not possess striking beauty, she exudes wisdom and decisiveness. When engaging with Daniela, she maintains a demeanor that is neither subservient nor overbearing, skillfully balancing her words and actions to ensure that she neither overshadows her sisters nor bores Daniela. Miss Maria, the embroidery on your handkerchief is exquisite. Did you create it yourself? Daniela inquires, admiring the intricate floral and avian patterns on Maria's handkerchief. Indeed, Your Highness. You flatter me, however. My sisters merely occupy their time with such pastimes, she responds, presenting a handkerchief she has just completed. This one is new and unused. If Your Highness does not mind, please take it. Daniela joyfully accepts the handkerchief and, with a hint of regret, remarks, Thank you, Miss Maria. After having seen such a delicate handkerchief, I fear that others will pale in comparison. Upon hearing Daniela's sentiments, Count and Countess Meerweiss quickly grasp her meaning. Lady Jennifer, with a hearty laugh, declares, That is easily arranged. Let Maria serve the princess. Her embroidery being appreciated by Your Highness is indeed a source of pride for the Meerweiss family. That would be splendid. I am in need of a skilled embroiderer as a personal attendant. Would you be willing to join me, Miss Maria? In response to Daniela's olive branch, Maria, though exhilarated, maintains a composed demeanor as she respectfully curtsies before Daniela, stating, It would be Maria's honor. While Daniela and the Meerweiss family engage in delightful conversation, a throng of servants from the long table hall brings forth a multitude of livestock, particularly a conspicuous group of black pigs. In their daily routine, The Dreamfire primarily tended to the feeding of cattle and sheep, while the fattened pigs received scant attention. Consequently, they eagerly roasted the black pigs with a breath of dragon fire. Chapter 154. The Guardian of the River Bend. As Daniela and Count Marwise indulged in a sumptuous luncheon at the Long Table Hall, they placed an order for a selection of fruit tree saplings and livestock. The varieties of fruit trees and the quality of livestock available in the hall were commendable, promising to significantly enrich the biodiversity of Flame Island. Moreover, Daniela intended to extend her efforts to the Stone Step Isle shortly, necessitating a substantial quantity of saplings to cultivate those desolate islands effectively. The fruits of River Bend indeed lived up to their illustrious reputation, a testament to the blessings of Greenhand Gars. My Lord Marwise, Flame Island, being so remote, is in dire need of a considerable number of saplings. I kindly request you to arrange for a generous supply, as I am willing to pay handsomely for them. Daniela never relied on her royal status to shy away from discussing financial matters. She fully understood the principle that economic foundations determine the superstructure. Furthermore, Flame Island possesses its own valuable resources, and she assured the Lord that favorable prices would be offered. Naturally, if any of the Lord's allied families wished to join in this venture, they would be welcome. Count Marwise, eager to cultivate a rapport with Daniela, readily acquiesced. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take care of it. I guarantee that this year, the fruit trees from River Bend will flourish across all of Flame Island. Greenhand Gars, also known as green-haired Gars, or simply Gars, is a legendary figure believed to be an ancestral king of the first men and regarded as the progenitor of many families in River Bend. His eldest son, Gars the Gardener, founded the Gardener family and became the first king of River Bend. Legends depict him donning a crown of flowering vines, which brought prosperity to the land. According to lore, Greenhand Gars was a supreme king who led the first men across the Arm of Dorne. In other tales, Gars arrived in Westeros before the first men, becoming the first and only human of that time. He coexisted with the children of the forest and giants. Some legends exalt him as a deity, while others refer to him as the oldest god who demanded blood sacrifices from his followers in exchange for bountiful harvests. In various accounts, he is described as having green hands and hair, with his skin also bearing a green hue, adorned with antlers akin to those of a stag. Daniela speculated that he must have possessed a unique bloodline, perhaps akin to the Druids. It is said that Gars was the first to teach humanity the art of agriculture, bestowing upon them seeds and instructing them in the practices of sowing, tilling, nurturing crops, and harvesting. Some narratives recount his attempts to teach the children of the forest and giants the ways of farming, only to be met with stones thrown by the giants and mockery from the children, who had their needs fulfilled by the forest long before. Thus, Gars's bloodline spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, while giants and the children of the forest have nearly become extinct, whether as individuals or as a race. Those who cannot swiftly embrace and adapt to new realities often face the grim fate of obsolescence. It is said that wherever Greenhand treads, the farms, villages, and orchards thrive with renewed vitality. He always carries a bag filled with seeds, scattering them wherever he goes. According to legend, this bag contains the seeds of all the trees, grains, fruits, and flowers in the world, boundless and eternal. The Greenhand Gars not only enriches the soil, making it fertile and productive, but also sows the seeds for many women, enabling the barren to conceive once more. Even elderly women, who have long since ceased to menstruate, find themselves capable of bearing children again. Maidens mature in his presence, and mothers, blessed by him, conceive twins or even triplets. Young girls transform into blossoming maidens beneath his smile. Wherever he travels, both nobility and commoners alike are eager to offer their chaste daughters to him, believing that this will ensure bountiful harvests and abundant fruit from their orchards. The maidens who have been touched by him are destined to bear strong sons or beautiful daughters. In some myths, he is contemporaneous with Bran the builder of House Stark and the much-despised Doran, while other tales suggest he is their ancestor. Yet to the learned, he remains merely the leader or petty king who guided the first settlers across the Arm of Dorne. An oak tree planted by Gars was later fashioned into the oak throne of the Gardener King. Gars has numerous descendants. Indeed, more than half of the nobility in the Reach can trace their lineage back to him, including the Tyrells and Florence. His many progeny include Gars the Gardener, the ancestor of the Gardener line, Oak John, the forebear of the Oakhart family, Vine Gilbert, the ancestor of House Redwine, Fox Floris, the progenitor of the Florent, Bull, and Peak families, Maiden Maris, who wed Uther of the Tall Tower, Archer Fossaway, the forebear of House Fossaway, Bloodblade Brandon, the ancestor of the Builder Brandon and House Stark, though some legends suggest the Starks disagree. Oakshield Owen, who conquered the Shield Islands, Hunter Harlan and Horn Holleth. Ancestors of House Tarly, Destroyer Boros, the forebear of House Bulwy, Rose of the Red Lake, the ancestor of House Clane, Sweetest Aelin, the progenitor of House Beesbury, and Goldtree Rowan, the ancestor of House Rowan. Regardless of which account is closer to the truth, Daenerys is certain that Greenhand Gars possesses extraordinary powers. For within the castles of many of his bloodline descendants in the Reach, she can indeed sense a unique natural energy that bears a striking resemblance to magical forces. Although it may not be a grand affair, this transaction has at least established a trade connection between Dragonstone and the Long Table Hall, fostering a nascent friendship between Daenerys and Count Marwise. After lunch, Daenerys instructed Count Marwise to allow Count Hightower to rest. For flying the dragon is no trivial task for him. Daenerys then joined the Hightower family beside the Dreamfire, and with her presence, their dining became much more orderly. In this era, the dragons have developed an insatiable appetite. Dreamfire could consume 100 goats daily without hesitation. Even the smallest among them, Myricus, was capable of devouring a dozen hefty sheep. It seems that in the future, I could harness the dragons to visit affluent families and reap the benefits, thus saving considerable expenses while effectively diminishing the resources of those noble houses, mused Daenerys, observing the dragon's unquenched desire for more. Count Marwise was astonished by the dragon's voracity. Dozens of livestock were devoured in mere moments, prompting him to summon another herd hastily. Having savored the delectable black pigs, the dragons eagerly surged towards the newly arrived swine, with Myricus boldly positioning herself at the forefront, fiercely guarding her prize as she roared at Dreamfire and the others. Fortunately, Dreamfire and Little Balerion were quite indulgent towards her. Had it been a Posos, a fierce competition would have surely ensued. After gorging on 10 or more plump pigs, Myricus contentedly approached Daenerys, nuzzling her affectionately. Daenerys gently stroked her head, coaxing her to lower herself and inviting the children of House Marwise. Would you like to pet her? Is that really possible? Exclaimed the chubby Marco, his eyes lighting up, a mix of excitement and trepidation evident on his face. Fear not. With me here, Myricus will not harm you. Come. Daenerys encouraged Marco while soothing Myricus through their mental connection. With Daenerys present, Myricus behaved as obediently as a large dog, allowing the Marwise children to cautiously and eagerly caress her. For the children of Westeros, dragons represented the embodiment of their childhood dreams, and now, the chance to interact with one up close had Marco already fantasizing about how he would boast to his friends later. Meanwhile, Count and Countess Marwise, witnessing the dragons indulge in their feast, displayed a sense of pride, albeit with a twinge of sorrow for the livestock consumed. Though the Long Table Hall was affluent, the Marwise couple lived relatively modestly. Dreamfire and her kin devoured over 100 black pigs, 40 to 50 goats, and 10 yellow cattle in a single meal, nearly matching the Hall's typical consumption over 2 weeks. Count Marwise swallowed hard, contemplating, while the dragons were indeed formidable. Their appetite was beyond what an ordinary family could sustain. After the dragons had feasted and rested for an hour, Daenerys took her leave. Following the flow of the Mander River northward, they finally arrived at King's Landing before dusk. Maria, riding a dragon for the first time, felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. By the time Daenerys helped her dismount from Dreamfire's back, the little girl's face had turned pale. Although she was currently experiencing severe dizziness, she still managed to maintain the poise of a noble lady. Daniela found herself admiring her even more. Since Daniela had landed the dragons directly in the gardens of the Red Keep, Shire and Bethany, who remained there, soon approached. Daniela instructed the guards to escort Count Hightower away and turned to Bethany, saying, Bethany, Shire, this is Miss Maria from House Marwise of the Great Hall. She will be your companion from now on. Please take her downstairs to rest while I pay a visit to His Majesty the King. Yes, Your Highness. Bethany first regarded Maria with curiosity before enthusiastically taking her hand and leading her back to Daniela's chambers alongside Shire. King Jaehaerys had long grown accustomed to Daniela's presence, and after such a prolonged separation, he felt a pang of longing. Little Danny, you have finally returned. The Hightower family had arrived in King's Landing yesterday, and he had also received the goods you sent back. I heard you stirred quite a commotion in Old Town during your absence. Haha. Although what Daniela sent to King Jaehaerys were merely trinkets from the Hightower family treasury, their worth amounted to several million gold dragons, which naturally pleased the old king immensely. As long as your great-grandfather is satisfied, I believe the wealth of House Key from Sun House will not be lacking once it is tallied. It will greatly enrich the royal treasury. Though House Key had perished at Daniela's hands, its assets were to be confiscated, while Daniela could intercept a portion. The majority would still be allocated to the royal coffers. King Viserys had long been curious about how Daniela managed to lead both the Hightower and Key families to their current plight. So he forewent small talk and directly requested that she recount the details of the process. Daniela, however, did not conceal anything. By the time she arrived in Old Town, the intricate web she had woven was already prepared for consolidation, and all her actions were simply a matter of seizing the moment. Aside from the fact that she had actively orchestrated the theft of dragon eggs by employing the Watcher's secret arts to deceive Lord Hightower, everything else was a result of her calculated understanding of the Hightower family, leading them step by step into their own downfall. The Hightower family was particularly adept at leveraging the influence of the Citadel and the Church to create a favorable narrative. Thus, when they prepared to manufacture public pressure to mitigate their culpability, Daniela seized the opportunity to incite the populace, resulting in a riot in Old Town. This allowed her to position herself as a victim, using the dragons at her command to forcefully plunge the Hightower family into the abyss. Yet, even before King Viserys, Daniela only recounted the general course of events, withholding the myriad of intricate plans she had laid out in advance. Yet, one cannot overlook the undeniable excellence of King Viserys. After listening to Daenerys' narrative, the elder could not restrain himself from jesting. Your words imply that everything is merely a series of coincidences. What then do you say about the contingencies you set in Old Town? I cannot believe such occurrences are mere happenstance. When an event is laden with coincidences, it ceases to be coincidental. You have stationed quite a number of individuals in Old Town. Otherwise, how could you have swiftly seized control of the entire town? In response to King Viserys' probing, Daenerys offered no explanation, instead responding with an innocent demeanor, who says I only set contingencies in Old Town. Perhaps, if I wished, countless families would find themselves in dire straits. While fortunate coincidences may be rare, luck often favors those who are prepared, does it not? Her words rendered Viserys momentarily speechless before he erupted into hearty laughter. You are absolutely right. Regardless of how well-crafted a trap may be, whether the prey falls into it depends upon their own nature. Then, shifting the topic, King Viserys inquired, what are your thoughts on how to deal with House Hightower next? Without hesitation, Daenerys replied, naturally, we shall adhere to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, allowing the small council to render a fair judgment and verdict. After all, House Hightower has been nearly stripped bare. Perhaps showcasing the crown's mercy would not be ill-advised. After all, controlling a great house with leverage in hand is far more manageable. Though the Citadel and the Church may struggle to take action in this matter, should they be offended too deeply, they are known to harbor grudges. King Viserys expressed his satisfaction with Daenerys' response, declaring her the most exceptional princess of House Targaryen in centuries. However, he added, those old foxes in Old Town are merely momentarily subdued by the uprising and the dragon's imposing presence. When they regain their composure, there will be more battles to fight. In light of Viserys' praise, Daenerys humbly replied, Grandfather, I am not as remarkable as you suggest. I consider myself rather mundane, driven by the pursuit of wealth and reputation. I believe that in the face of absolute power, any scheme is but a paper dragon, destined to turn to ash with a single flame. After a long and heartfelt conversation, Daenerys eventually lulled the weary old king to sleep late into the night. On their way back, Audrey whispered in Daenerys' ear, Your Highness, Princess Alicent has been getting quite close to Prince Daemon lately. Prince Daemon has even flown back to Dragonstone several times to support her, fearing that she might suffer due to the Hightower family's affairs. Alicent and Daemon. Goodness, this script has taken a turn. Since when did Daemon find interest in Alicent? Chapter 156. The dragon with a mind of its own. After recuperating for half a month outside the Marsails family's castle, the dragon Haen's wounds had nearly healed. His damaged wings and scales not only returned to their original state, but appeared even more resilient. During this time, he had consumed a considerable amount of livestock from the Marsails estate, much to the distress of Count Marsails. Initially, the presence of such a magnificent dragon lounging outside their castle filled the family with excitement. However, as time passed, they found it increasingly inconvenient, needing to exercise utmost caution whenever they ventured in and out, fearful that an inadvertent movement might provoke the dragon and lead to their ruin. With an ample supply of fat sheep and cattle to feast upon each day, Haen had grown significantly over the past weeks. Now that he had regained his ability to fly, he was eager to pursue the direction in which the other dragons had departed. As he passed the waters near Sun House City, he suddenly felt a stirring within his bloodline, a sensation that was both peculiar and compelling, prompting him to follow this instinct. How perplexing it was that, despite possessing a dragon egg, one would not seek to hatch it oneself. After all, Not only did he carry the blood of House Targaryen, but he was also a descendant of the ancient Valyrian dragon kings, which afforded him a considerable chance of success in hatching the egg. On a dilapidated three-masted sailing ship, the lanky captain, Macris, toyed with the silver dragon egg in his hands while urging Sivan to consider the possibilities. With a dragon, the vast world would be ours to conquer. Establishing our own kingdom would be within reach. If you lack the ambition, why not sell me the egg? Though my dragon king's bloodline has thinned, who knows what blessings the gods might bestow? Macris, clad in a once silken outfit now tattered and soiled, displayed a bare chest, revealing his somewhat angular physique. His long, curly silver-golden hair, either dampened by the sea or greasy from neglect, was in a state of disarray. Yet, he bore an alluring countenance, with elongated eyes hinting at mischief, a pronounced nose, and sharply defined facial features. His lips, perpetually curling slightly upward at one corner, added an air of nonchalance and striking beauty to his demeanor. Sivan, concealed beneath his hood, paid little heed to Macris's incessant chatter, instead focusing intently on polishing his newly acquired long-handled axe. Look, a dragon. My heavens, look! It was Han, responding to his instinct, rapidly approaching the sailing vessel. Initially, the sailors and crew were thrilled to witness the dragon. But as they realized the creature's focus was on their ship, a wave of anxiety swept over them. They hastily lowered the sails and scrambled toward the cabin. Although dragons were rarely known to attack vessels, what if today he was in a foul mood? Humanity possesses an instinctive fear of all things formidable. This is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. This sentiment transcends worlds and eras, remaining a universal truth. Marcus hastily secured the dragon egg within a wooden chest, arranging it carefully before joining Sevan on the deck. Although he too felt a surge of anxiety, as the captain of the Wandering Prince, he maintained his composure, directing everyone to swiftly evacuate to the ship's cabin. Han, sensing the pulse of something significant aboard the vessel, circled the Wandering Prince restlessly. Observing the dragon's reluctance to depart, Marcus could not help but jest with Sevan, saying, "Sevan, could it be that this creature has sensed your dragon egg? Perhaps you should present it to him? We wouldn't want him to grow impatient and incinerate us with a breath of flame." While Sevan felt a twinge of apprehension, he remained skeptical that the colossal dragon sought the egg. Dragons seldom attend to their own eggs, let alone express interest in those of others. It seemed merely coincidental. Marcus countered, "But what if it is not a matter of care, but rather a desire to consume?" Having long resided on the Steppes Islands, Marcus was quite familiar with the affairs of Westeros. He had heard tales of a dragon on Dragonstone named the Glutton, known for devouring young dragons and their eggs. Surely, you are aware of this, given the scars you bear are a testament to the glutton's ferocity. At this, Sevan felt an unsettling itch beneath his scars. Despite having fully recovered thanks to the forest children's herbs, he sensed a marked change in his healing abilities. The scars from Dragonfire had faded significantly, and he perceived a notable enhancement in his strength, agility, and perceptive acuity. With a resounding thud, Han descended upon the deck after circling the ship several times. Though the dragon was not quite 20 meters in length, its considerable weight caused the aged three-masted vessel to sway alarmingly. The crew, unprepared, were momentarily disoriented by the sudden impact. On the deck, Marcus and Sevan found themselves unceremoniously seated on the planks. "I never anticipated that I, Marcus the Wandering Pirate King, would find myself in such a predicament," he mused, self-deprecatingly. Han extended its colossal head, sniffing intently at Marcus and Sevan. It confirmed that the source of the pulsing sensation in its bloodline emanated from these two individuals. Sevan, having narrowly escaped death from the glutton's flames in his attempts to tame it, now felt a resurgence of pain in the areas where he had been scorched, as if flames were rekindling deep within his veins. As Marcus encountered the colossal dragon for the first time at such proximity, an overwhelming sense of fear surged within him. Yet, at that moment, he felt as though the very essence of his blood was boiling. The rapid rise of adrenaline swiftly eclipsed his terror, awakening an unexpected yearning for the magnificent creature before him. Similarly, Sevan found himself captivated. As the dragon's head drew ever closer, his fear dissipated entirely, replaced by an insatiable desire that reached its zenith. "Become my companion. Let us soar through the skies, and share in glory henceforth," Sevan boldly called out in Valyrian to the dragon. Upon hearing his words, the dragon, Sea Smoke, lowered its massive head before Sevan, imparting an immense pressure that caused beads of sweat to trickle down his brow. Yet, he stood undeterred, his gaze resolute. Within the dragon's enormous vertical pupils, Sevan's reflection began to emerge. At that moment, stripped of all trepidation, Sevan, almost entranced, instinctively reached out to gently caress Sea Smoke's draconic snout. Chapter 157. The Trial of House Hightower. The day after Daenerys returned to the Red Keep, a public trial for House Hightower convened before the court. This was a significant event for the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, prompting many of them to gather at the Red Keep early in the morning. The grand throne room soon filled with people, who whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the potential punishments that awaited House Hightower. Most of them harbored a sense of schadenfreude, eager to witness the unfolding drama, while a few appeared anxious, knowing that treachery lurked among the nobility of other realms. In the throne room, King Viserys sat majestically upon the Iron Throne, with Daenerys and Audrey respectfully attending to him on either side. Below the Iron Throne, the Minister of Justice, Lady Felicity, and the Minister of Finance, Lord Beesbury, took their seats. "Bring them forth," commanded King Viserys to the captain of the Kingsguard, Lane, nourished by the essence of Dragonfire wine. The aged king's health had considerably improved, allowing his voice to resonate powerfully. As the king's voice echoed through the hall, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Shortly thereafter, under the escort of the Kingsguard, the adult male members of House Hightower were ushered into the throne room. Otto Hightower, having endured over 20 days in the dungeons of the Red Keep, appeared disheveled, with unkempt hair and beard, looking quite forlorn. His once elegant attire had become tattered, and a foul odor emanated from him, causing the noblewomen in attendance to instinctively cover their noses and mouths with their hands. Count Hightower and the other adult males of the family displayed drooping expressions, exuding an air of defeat. In the crowd, Lady Hightower and the women of the family felt their eyes welling with tears, their hearts heavy with worry and trepidation. Not long ago, the Kuya family faced a fate that instilled terror among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. A powerful noble lineage that had flourished for millennia was utterly annihilated, its estates confiscated, and its members exiled to the perilous Stairs Islands, plagued by pirates. Such severe repercussions for aristocrats are indeed a rarity in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. And what dire consequences await the Hightower family, who bear even graver charges? As the presiding judge of this trial, King Viserys wasted no time and spoke with an imposing authority. Count Monto Hightower, the heir of the Hightower family, Mond Hightower, seized the opportunity presented by the tournament at Dragonstone to slay a royal guard and abscond with 3 dragon eggs. "Do you confess to this crime?" Trembling, Count Hightower approached the Iron Throne and knelt, his voice breaking with emotion as he implored, "Gracious Majesty, please believe in the loyalty of the Hightower family to you. In the name of the 7 gods, I swear that the Hightower family was completely unaware of Mond Hightower's foolish actions and had no part in them whatsoever. While we are perplexed by his transgressions, the Hightower family is prepared to accept any punishment you deem fit. We hope you might show mercy and clemency, and we shall repay the royal family's leniency with the utmost loyalty and humility." Lady Florent, known for her assertiveness, could no longer restrain herself as she regarded the Hightower count, who feigned innocence. Whether the Hightower family was aware or not is of little consequence. The knights and attendants who assisted Mond Hightower were of your lineage, and the 3-masted ship he used to escape belonged to your family as well. Based solely on these 2 points, the Hightower family cannot evade culpability, even if you were truly unaware. You still provided the necessary means for Mond Hightower to commit such a grievous crime. Thus, at the very least, you stand as accomplices. Moreover, how can you prove your ignorance and lack of involvement? In response, Count Hightower protested, "It is well known that only those of Targaryen blood can hatch dragon eggs. What use would the Hightower family have for such eggs? Our foundations lie in Old Town. The act of stealing dragon eggs is a monumental offense that could obliterate our family. Why would we engage in such folly? It serves us no benefit." "Is that so?" Lady Florent replied, unfazed. "Is it not true that the blood of the descendants of the Dawn Kingdom flows through your veins? Moreover, your ancestors have a history of intermarriage with the Valyrian nobility. Thus, your bloodline may not be entirely incapable of hatching dragon eggs. Furthermore, are there not numerous descendants of ancient Valyria residing in the Free Cities? Did not Mond Hightower flee towards the Free Cities after pilfering the dragon eggs? If he truly hatches a dragon, will your House Hightower still remain docile in Old Town? Surely, the Hightower family's enterprises extend across the continent of Essos and the Summer Isles, do they not?" With that, Lady Varys cast forth evidence that Lady Daenerys had previously returned, laying it before Count Hightower. The Count, having mentally prepared himself, feigned a cursory glance at the documents, and then, with tears streaming down his face, prostrated himself before the Iron Throne. "Your Majesty, the merciful King, we do not deny the transgressions committed by House Hightower, yet I beseech you, In light of our family's unwavering loyalty to the crown over the years, to grant us clemency. King Viserys, having ruled the Seven Kingdoms for decades, possessed a heart of steel, forged by the trials of sovereignty. He would hardly regard the Count's theatrics with any seriousness. Loyalty? 20 years prior. Your family conspired with House Velaryon to send Princess Celis to Lys, thus bringing disgrace upon the Targaryen dynasty and diminishing the respect of the Seven Kingdoms. Is this what you claim to be loyalty? It appears that the fidelity of House Hightower is steeped in treachery. Furthermore, during this latest incident where Daenerys was dispatched to Old Town to retrieve you, you audaciously incited those heretical zealots to stir the rabble into insurrection, resulting in the tragic loss of countless innocent lives and wreaking havoc upon the order of Old Town. Your actions have not only yielded no benefit to House Hightower, but have also inflicted great suffering upon the townsfolk. Such foolishness bears no distinction from Lord Hightower's theft of dragon eggs. I fear your family may have awakened some madness and folly within your bloodline. What right do such a family possess to govern a vast earldom? The words of King Viserys ignited a fervor among the nobles in the throne room. Heavens! To think that the unrest in Old Town was orchestrated by House Hightower. Indeed, the king's assertion rings true. Perhaps they have indeed awakened some strange lineage. Why engage in such self-defeating deeds? Did you not hear Lady Varys mention that they are descendants of the bloodline from Dawn's kingdom, a place notorious for its monsters and madmen? Chapter 158. An unpleasant commotion as the atmosphere in the throne room grew increasingly fervent. Count Hightower scrambled to the steps of the Iron Throne, trembling as he implored, "Your Majesty, House Velaryon has already been stripped of their titles and exiled." While there was indeed negligence on the part of House Hightower regarding that incident, we did not partake in it. At that time, I had yet to inherit the family title and was entirely unaware of the matter. At this juncture, the former hand of the king, Otto, interjected, "Indeed, Your Majesty. At that time, Princess Celis was under the church's custody. House Hightower was not privy to the specifics. Upon discovering her disappearance, we exerted all our efforts to assist in the search. I believe both Dr. Vagon and the late Sister Magna can attest to our diligence." King Viserys felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing Otto mention his other two children. As his only surviving son at the age of 39, Vagon had severed ties with the Targaryen royal family since he entered the Citadel for his studies. Even when King Viserys sought to glean information through him or arrange for assistance to infiltrate the Citadel, he was met with failure. Following the death of Prince Balon, King Viserys promptly gauged Vagon's stance, for his age and intellect seemed well suited for the role of the next heir apparent. However, Vagon outright rejected King Viserys due to the Citadel's regulations and proposed that the next heir be elected by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms collectively. Had it not been for the emergence of Daenerys, King Viserys deemed this a commendable approach. At the very least, such a selection would garner broader support for the next heir, positively influencing his future reign. Yet, the old king had already made his decision and was no longer inclined to convene a grand council. Magna was the sixth child of King Viserys and Queen Alysanne Targaryen. In her youth, Princess Magna was gentle, quiet, and exceptionally intelligent. It was said that she would read the seven-pointed star every night before bed. Aspiring to take the vows of a nun one day, she possessed a profound kindness and a remarkable aptitude for healing. As a child, Magna was often found clinging to her sister, Princess Alicia, reminiscent of the way young Alicia would trail behind Prince Balon. Alicia, in her attempts to evade Magna, often scolded the little girl tugging at her skirt. Eventually, Magna became a guiding star for her sister, Daenerys. In 73 AC, at the age of 10, Magna commenced her apprenticeship in the church as per agreement and ultimately became a nun. A decision that Queen Alysanne proclaimed was to express gratitude for the multitude of children bestowed upon her by the mother. At that time, Daenerys' grandmother, Princess Daenerys, struggled to find a suitable husband, prompting Queen Alysanne to consider sending her to the church as a nun. However, Magna informed her mother that Daenerys could not devote herself to the church, as she was illiterate and unable to read the seven-pointed star. Consequently, Queen Alysanne reluctantly arranged for Princess Daenerys to wed the aged Duke of the Vale, who tragically passed from puerperal fever shortly after siring Daenerys' mother, Aemma. Following the scandal involving Princess Sanella, Magna was tasked with overseeing and guiding her sister in becoming a silent sister. It was said that during Sanella's escape, she received assistance from Princess Magna. Within the church, Magna held a position of considerable esteem and, in her brief life, fostered a closer relationship between the royal family and the church, nurturing a cadre of church members loyal to the crown. In 87 AC, Magna departed from the convent to accompany her grieving mother, for Queen Alysanne had lost 3 daughters in a mere 5 years, Alicia, Daenerys, and Visenya. In 89 AC, King Viserys visited Old Town to see his daughter during the period of discord with Queen Alysanne over Princess Sanella. Subsequently, it was indeed Magna who advised her father, King Viserys, to wed Rhaenys to the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon. This council fostered a thawing of relations between Viserys and Alicent, ultimately culminating in their reconciliation in 90 AC. Following a second discord between the king and queen in 92 AC, Magna played a significant role in mediating the conflict. At that time, King Viserys had overlooked his niece, Rhaenys Targaryen, in favor of appointing Magna's brother, Balon Targaryen, as the heir, an act that incensed Queen Alicent, who believed the king should not show favoritism towards males. In 94 AC, it was Magna who encouraged a reconciliation between the two, quelling the dispute. As one of the Lady Abbesses, Magna frequently tended to numerous children afflicted by the dreaded grayscale, ultimately succumbing to the illness herself in 96 AC. Thus, due to Princess Magna's contributions, the relationship between the church and the royal family significantly improved, while also fostering a cadre of devoted nuns loyal to the crown. King Viserys, having lost nearly all his children before him, developed an unhealthy attachment to familial bonds. Had it not been for Daenerys' arrival, providing him with a final glimmer of warmth, the aging monarch might have met a fate akin to that of his predecessors. Consequently, his children became his greatest taboo, and Otto's mention of his 2 offspring only deepened the chill in Viserys' heart. Meanwhile, Count Hightower continued to lament, "Your Majesty, our Hightower family has suffered the gravest losses in this Old Town uprising. Our finest kin have been nearly annihilated, and the millennia of accumulation in our storerooms has been entirely consumed to mitigate the losses incurred by this insurrection. To demonstrate our family's innocence, I promptly entrusted the command of the Old Town garrison to Princess Daenerys. Although the Hightower family has always been the principal benefactor of the Citadel and the Starry September, we have never intruded upon their internal affairs. This uprising was entirely instigated by the clergy of the Seven, with no ties to the Hightower family. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth." Upon hearing this, King Viserys could not suppress a slight smile and turned to the watching archbishop, saying, "Your Grace, Count Hightower asserts that the Old Town uprising was entirely incited by the clergy of the Seven. Do you have any counterclaims?" The corpulent, bald archbishop, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was taken aback as the scrutiny suddenly shifted to him. He stepped forward, the ornate silk of his robe chiming with the jewels adorning it. "Your Majesty, Count Hightower's assertions are utterly preposterous. The High Septon of the Starry September has already communicated the situation. Those instigating the riots were all closely associated with the Hightower family. Without their endorsement, they would never have acted in such a manner. Therefore, the root of this matter lies within the Hightower family, who seek to manipulate the church to incite public sentiment, thereby intimidating the crown in hopes of mitigating or absolving themselves of punishment. I beseech your Majesty to see clearly." Chapter 159. The Elder's Wisdom. It appears that whether among nobles, cultivators, or scholars, the art of evasion is a skill they all possess. However, when it comes to verbal sparring, women inherently hold an advantage. The current Minister of Justice, Lady Philenqui, promptly interjected with righteous fervor, "Your Excellency, the Archbishop. From a legal standpoint, all 7 churches are under your command. Therefore, Your Excellency, it is your obligation to oversee all cultivators and churches. Consequently, any transgressions committed by the Starry Sanctuary, the Great Cathedral, or any other branch of the 7 Gods Church will ultimately implicate you." This assertion was undeniably valid, akin to the fact that all branches of the 7 Gods Church are required to proportionally remit their church taxes to the Great Cathedral. Thus, regardless of the crimes they commit, a portion of responsibility must inevitably rest upon the Archbishop. Count Bisbury, the Minister of Finance, concurred at this juncture. With a discerning ear, King Jaehaerys recognized the underlying intentions. The astute Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance quickly grasped that His Majesty was poised to direct this conflagration towards the 7 Gods Church as well. Count Hightower, with his intention to deflect blame, realized that his subtle machinations had borne fruit, and having surmised some of King Jaehaerys' motives, he promptly shifted the focus, stating, "The Hightower family, to demonstrate loyalty to the royal family and express our apologies to Her Highness Princess Daniela, has transferred the funding rights of the Academy City to the royal family. If the 7 Gods Church truly wishes to prove itself, it must exhibit some sincerity to be persuasive." The Archbishop was not one to yield easily. His faction had initially sought the position of Archbishop of the Great Cathedral through all available connections due to long-standing discord with the Hightower family as cultivators. After generations of effort and covert support from the Targaryen royal family, they had finally supplanted the Starry Sanctuary as the nominal leaders of the Seven Gods Church. Yet, even then, they remained shackled by the influence of the Starry Sanctuary. Recently, news of a significant upheaval within the Starry Sanctuary had delighted him, making him feel as though he could hear the whispers of the Father in his ear. He had intended to seize this opportunity to completely suppress the Starry Sanctuary. His visit today was to witness the downfall of the Starry Sanctuary and the Hightower family. Little did he expect that, while indulging in the spectacle, the attention would suddenly turn towards him. The bald archbishop thundered at Count Hightower. "Montauk, His Majesty is currently judging your family's treasonous crimes. What purpose does your inexplicable interjection serve? I suspect your Hightower family suffers not only from a tainted lineage, but perhaps also from the worship of some malevolent deity. Such madness is truly unfathomable." Princess Daniera observed the exchange of barbs between these venerable figures, finding herself somewhat astonished. It seemed that when it came to their fundamental interests, the lofty dignitaries were not so different from the common rabble. With tears, uproar, and the spreading of malicious rumors, one can discern a familiar pattern. At this moment, the once magnificent archbishop, now bereft of his usual lofty demeanor, wielded his scepter like a bludgeon, vehemently berating Count Hyder. The count, not one to retreat, harbored a simmering resentment from having recently humbled himself before the commanding presence of Daniera, and now seemed to unleash his pent-up fury. Their heated exchange, laden with accusations, captivated all present in the throne hall, who eagerly absorbed the unfolding drama. "You Hyder family, who knows how many morally bankrupt scions you have embedded within the Seven Gods Church and the Academy? It is likely that the domains of the great nobility across the Seven Kingdoms are now riddled with your spies. Communications among the esteemed families will undoubtedly first circle around your towering spire." The archbishop's words struck with considerable force, swiftly aligning the Hyder family with the antagonism of the entire noble class. The glances directed at the Hyder family by those in the throne hall had irrevocably shifted. The prevailing sentiment was a resolute determination to thoroughly investigate their scholars and nuns upon returning home. After all, the education of nearly every noble boy was entrusted to scholars, while their daughters were nurtured by nuns. The mere possibility of ulterior motives within these relationships sent shivers down many spines. In unison, they pondered a singular thought: the Hyder family must not be allowed to remain. King Viserys, sensing the moment was ripe, intervened to quell their discord. "Enough. Silence, Your Grace. The recent disturbances in the Old Town are inextricably linked to the Seven Gods Church. As its archbishop, you must bear the corresponding responsibility. Count Hyder has made a valid point. When mistakes are made, sincerity must be demonstrated." With the king's pronouncement, the two adversaries found themselves silenced, their tempers quickly tempered by the interruption. Regret washed over them as they reflected on their earlier emotional outbursts. Meanwhile, Daniera discreetly gestured for the incense-bearing Bashani in the corner of the hall to depart. Suddenly, King Viserys turned to Daniera and inquired, "Daniera, you are the most affected by the disturbances in the Old Town. Do you have any comments?" Daniera, with utmost respect, executed a proper noble bow before responding. Regarding the unrest, the clerics incited the populace primarily by invoking the dragons. If the Seven Gods Church harbors no ulterior motives, or if its clergy do not regard the citizens of the Seven Kingdoms as mere cattle, then they must indeed demonstrate a measure of sincerity to gain the people's trust. Thus, I propose that the expenses for the care of the royal dragons be borne by the Seven Gods Church. Simultaneously, the church could establish voluntary educational classes in various chapels to impart fundamental knowledge to the populace, which would indeed be a significant act of virtue. This was the rapid calculation of the bald archbishop, who noted that according to the current royal standards, the annual cost for a single dragon, along with their dragon rider subsidy, amounts to 300,000 golden dragons. Presently, the Targaryen royal family possesses nearly 20 dragons, meaning the yearly expenses would start at an astonishing 6 million golden dragons, nearly the entire surplus of the Seven Gods Church for 2 to 3 years. If this continues, the church will inevitably be drained of its resources. As for establishing free learning classes, it would not pose a challenge for them. However, the only individuals qualified to teach are the senior clergy of the Seven Gods Church, which would undoubtedly hinder the church's missionary work. Thus, the bald archbishop swiftly organized his thoughts, addressing the princess. "Your Highness, establishing free educational classes is indeed feasible. However, this will lead to a shortage of clergy members, which will inevitably affect the church's revenue. leaving insufficient funds to sustain the dragons. Chapter 160. Promoting new paper. Moreover, if basic education were to be widely implemented, the cost for parchment and ink would be substantial. The Seven Gods Church truly struggles to bear such burdens. As the Archbishop painstakingly formulated his words, he carefully observed the reactions of King Viserys and Daenerys. The king, who had ruled the Seven Kingdoms for decades, displayed no emotional fluctuations, showing no inclination to speak. "Do not worry, Archbishop, I have my own solutions. Before that, allow me to introduce something remarkable," Daenerys exclaimed, clapping her hands. Immediately, Maria, who had been waiting nearby, entered, carrying a stack of the latest new paper, followed by Shireen with ink and quills. "Maria, please distribute these sheets to the esteemed guests present." As Maria handed out the papers to the gathered nobles, King Viserys leaned in to quietly inquire of Daenerys. These two conditions could completely deplete the Seven Gods Church. They may not easily agree or compromise. Daenerys, with a confident smile, replied, "Grandfather, I believe they will be eager to accept my terms shortly. You have already used the new paper. Would you prefer to continue using parchment?" Viserys immediately grasped Daenerys' intention and quietly remarked, "This certainly benefits those charlatans." The Archbishop was the first to receive the paper, and after trying it with the ink and quill in Shireen's hands, he exclaimed in awe, "Oh, Seven! This paper is truly a divine gift. It is simply perfect, white, light, and writing upon it is smooth and effortless." After expressing his admiration, the bald Archbishop quickly turned to Daenerys, inquiring flatteringly, "Your Highness, I assume the production cost of such a quality is quite exorbitant?" Uncertain of how many gold dragons a single decree would require, the nobles present could hardly contain their excitement as they borrowed the ink and quill from Shireen to experiment with the new paper. They were all pleasantly surprised by the texture of this novel material, while the ladies of the court were particularly enchanted by the faint fragrance that wafted from the sheets. Noticing the opportune moment, Daenerys raised her voice to proclaim that the production cost of this paper was rather modest, with a decree priced at merely 5 silver moons, which translates to approximately 1 silver coin per A4 sheet. In the currency system of the realm, the hierarchy is as follows. First tier, gold dragon, worth approximately 30 silver moons, 210 silver stags, or 760 copper coins. Second tier, silver moon, worth 7 silver stags, or 392 copper coins, silver stag, worth 7 silver stars, or 56 copper coins. Third tier, silver star, worth 8 copper coins, copper wheat, valued at 4 copper coins, half copper wheat, worth 2 copper coins, and copper penny, valued at half a copper coin. Copper coins possess the purchasing power equivalent to 1 silver coin. The mere requirement of 5 silver moons astounded all present, as the low cost of the new paper dawned on them, leading many nobles to recognize its strategic significance. Throughout the millennia of Westerosi history, the exorbitant price of paper has been a significant barrier to the dissemination of knowledge. With Daenerys now producing a high-quality and affordable alternative, the consequences on the course of the Seven Kingdoms' history would undoubtedly be profound. Some scholars and learned individuals present contemplated the far-reaching implications of this innovation, their extensive knowledge allowing them to foresee that the advent of this new paper would likely bring about monumental changes in their world. In the eyes of the assembly, this new paper was as precious as gold. The astute nobles quickly discerned that Daenerys and King Viserys were clearly signaling their intentions with the introduction of this new paper. Whether they could partake in its lucrative prospects would depend on their performance. Continuing her discourse, Daenerys remarked, "Surely, I need not elaborate on the tremendous benefits this new paper will bestow upon all of you. The rights to manufacture and distribute this paper would belong to the Targaryen royal family and the Isle of Flame, with eligible lords granted the opportunity to obtain a franchise through royal approval." As her words concluded, a noble could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Your Highness, how can one acquire the rights to this new paper?" To which, the finance minister, Count Bespelry, cleared his throat and responded, "In truth, obtaining the franchise for this new paper is not a daunting task. Firstly, one must demonstrate unwavering loyalty to the Targaryen royal family, for the crown retains the authority to revoke any granted rights at any moment. The new paper quota for the first year will be assessed based on the size of the territory and the total amount of taxes submitted to the crown. Furthermore, to acquire the franchise for the new paper, one must bear the expenses of establishing training programs by the Seven Gods Church. Each year, the crown will organize specialized evaluations, adjusting the new paper allocations for the following year based on the training outcomes." At this moment, Count Stragvoris, who had been arranged among the crowd by Daniela, stepped forward and proclaimed, Your Majesty the King, Your Highness the Princess. In truth, the civilian training programs need not be exclusively organized by the church. Since the costs are borne by the local lords, it would suffice to dispatch some scholars from the academy to serve as instructors. I believe our families could also undertake this initiative. The bald archbishop, who was previously contemplating how to garner benefits from the new paper, was suddenly alarmed by Count Stragvoris's assertion. Count Stragvoris, you cannot say such things. The scholars from the academy are few in number compared to the vast array of clergy from the Seven Gods Church, who are widely distributed. Moreover, the grassroots clergy maintain excellent relationships with the populace across various territories. It is most fitting for the Seven Gods Church to handle the civilian training programs. After saying this, he quickly turned to appease Daniela and King Viserys, saying, Your Majesty the King, Your Highness the Princess. Rest assured that the Seven Gods Church is willing to undertake the preparations for the civilian training program, and we shall execute it diligently. However, I wonder if the Seven Gods Church could also obtain the franchise for the new paper? Hearing this, Daniela suppressed a smile and directed her gaze towards King Viserys, clearly indicating, You see, he has begun to plead with us. King Viserys, appearing unfazed, responded, This is not out of the question. After all, the Seven Gods Church will also bear the responsibility of nurturing the dragons in the future. It is a reasonable request to provide you with an additional stable source of income. The bald archbishop was instantly elated upon hearing this. Thank you, Your Majesty the King. Thank you, Your Highness Princess Daniela. At this moment, Daniela spoke again. Your Excellency the Archbishop, I have another suggestion. Since the Seven Gods Church has already taken on the obligation of nurturing the dragons, why not designate the dragons as the guardian beasts of the Seven Gods Church? After all, the dragons safeguarding the Seven Kingdoms is akin to protecting the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Dragons possess immense wisdom and would never harm humans lightly. If the Seven Gods Church can convey this understanding to the populace, I believe it would hold significant positive implications for both the ordinary citizens and the church. A church capable of manifesting miracles in the world would undoubtedly wield greater influence. Chapter 161. The Judgment on the Hyder Family. The astute bald archbishop discerned the underlying message in Daniela's words. Unlike the churches on the eastern continent of Essos, which frequently exhibit miracles, the Seven Gods Church, despite its long history, has never showcased any miraculous phenomena. Consequently, aside from the branch of the Seven Gods Church in Bravos, no successful establishment of a Seven Gods Chapel has occurred elsewhere. In the present day, should it be possible to designate the majestic dragon closest to the divine as the guardian beast of the Seven Gods Church, it would undoubtedly enhance the church's influence and facilitate the propagation of the Seven Gods faith. Thus, even if it requires a considerable annual expenditure of gold dragons, the venerable archbishop, with resolute determination, respectfully addressed King Viserys and Princess Daenerys, proclaiming that the Seven Gods Church is willing to undertake this obligation. Furthermore, it shall ensure that the world recognizes the greatness of the dragon and the benevolence of the Targaryen dynasty. Both Viserys and Daenerys nodded in agreement, and the archbishop returned to his original position, albeit with a discerning gaze fixated upon the members of House Hightower. Your Majesty, he declared, the Hightower family has committed such a grievous offense that it is perhaps inappropriate for them to remain in Old Town. As they say, when one errs, it is imperative to demonstrate sincerity in atonement. The Archbishop's remarkable ascent to the nominal highest leadership of the Seven Gods Church, surpassing House Hightower, was indeed extraordinary. It was only through their complete severance from Old Town that the Starry Hall and the Academy could achieve purity. Otherwise, one could not foresee when those sacred places might once again become instruments of certain factions. The Archbishop's words immediately garnered the approval of the nobles in the throne hall, who expressed their outrage, insisting that the Hightower family must be expelled from Old Town. Indeed, this is the only way to liberate the Academy and the Starry Hall from their influence. Among them, some noble families, whose fleets had been pillaged in Old Town, joined forces to protest, questioning how many scholars and mages of Hightower descent still lingered in the castles of the Seven Kingdoms. They argued that these individuals should also be cast out, lest their presence disturb the peace. Indeed, the insidiousness of this family was profoundly alarming. Their schemes had infiltrated the Seven Kingdoms for millennia without our notice, a testament to their formidable capabilities that must be guarded against. Absolutely, we cannot risk our lives and fortunes for their unjust grievances. Observing the collective condemnation of House Hightower, even the eloquent Count Hightower and Otto Hightower felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The evidence before them was irrefutable, having ignited the ire of the majority of the nobility in the Seven Kingdoms, and no one dared to speak on their behalf. In the heat of the moment, Count Hightower recognized that their only hope lay with Princess Daenerys, the very one who had led them to this precipice. Thus, he knelt before her, pleading, "Your Highness, please save House Hightower." Daenerys, taken aback by this gesture, found herself at a loss for words, contemplating the difficulty of addressing such a public display of desperation. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Daenerys, causing her to feel an acute sense of discomfort, akin to sitting on pins and needles or having a lump in her throat. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and proposed to King Jaehaerys, great-grandfather. While the Hightower family has indeed committed grave offenses, they have also supported the faith of the Seven and contributed significantly to the establishment and funding of the Citadel over the millennia. I believe it would be prudent to grant them an opportunity for redemption, though they are no longer suitable to remain in Old Town. Perhaps we might select a new territory for them, allowing them to continue to shine and contribute. King Jaehaerys initially intended to exile all the male members of House Hightower to the Night's Watch and send the women to the Stepstones. Daenerys had already informed him of her endeavors in claiming and developing a small island in the Stepstones. The old king was quite pleased with his great-granddaughter's foresight and decided to discreetly lend her his support. Henceforth, should any family heir, they would be exiled to the Stepstones. Now, hearing Daenerys seemingly advocating for House Hightower, he inquired, "What do you imply?" Daenerys smiled and clarified, "The newly acquired lands near the wall are currently suffering from a lack of manpower for their upkeep and have become quite desolate. This new territory lies 50 leagues south of the wall, permanently granted to the Night's Watch to aid their efforts. It is protected by both the Night's Watch and Winterfell. To the east of this land stretches vast, rolling plains, reaching towards the shivering sea, while the west gradually rises into wooded hills and mountains, extending to the Bay of Ice. It is said that the builder Brandon gifted the land 25 leagues south of the wall to the Night's Watch as a means of sustenance. Brandon's gift has been cultivated for thousands of years, but as the number of the Night's Watch dwindled, many structures and orchards fell into neglect. Compared to the more fertile lands further south, Brandon's donation is rocky and barren, yielding little even after a year of arduous labor. In the year 58 AC, King Jaehaerys Targaryen I, accompanied by his sister wife, Queen Alicent Targaryen, embarked on a royal tour of the north. Alicent, riding her dragon Silverwing, was the first to visit Lord Rickard Stark of Winterfell, whose attitude towards the queen gradually improved during her stay. Scholar Gildan's records assert that as Jaehaerys delayed his arrival, Alicent grew increasingly impatient, prompting her to visit Lord Commander Rayleigh of the Night's Watch at the Black Castle. Alicent held the bravery of the Night's Watch in high regard and, upon returning to Winterfell, persuaded her husband, Jaehaerys I, to double the land allocation, extending it an additional 25 leagues, thus encompassing 50 leagues in total. This new territory became known as the New Gift. Duke Rickard approached the idea of the new gift with caution, as the Northerners who already possessed the land would oppose its confiscation. According to Bachelor Gurdon, Alicent ultimately persuaded Duke Stark to acquiesce to the plan, with reports suggesting that the Stark family was quite willing to assist the Night's Watch. However, as per Bachelor Adar, not all members of House Stark were in agreement with this grant. The Stark family of Winterfell, having been compelled to relinquish their territory, was greatly incensed, believing that the Night's Watch ought to direct their focus beyond the wall rather than on newly bestowed lands. The Duke's brother sought legal protection from the scholars of the Citadel, attempting to render this forced donation null and void, but to no avail. This resentment towards Jaehaerys and Alicent may have prompted Alod Stark to support Corlys Velaryon and Rhaenys Targaryen at the Great Council of 101 AC. Chapter 162. The Hightower family goes north newly bestowed lands? King Jaehaerys recalled his beloved Queen Alicent upon hearing Daenerys mention the new territories. Alicent had exerted considerable effort to ensure a better life for the Night's Watch. Yet, in a mere few decades, her endeavors began to fade into neglect. The beautiful, wise, vivacious, and compassionate Alicent garnered unanimous acclaim from the Seven Kingdoms through her exemplary actions. King Jaehaerys was able to usher in an era of prosperity for decades, largely thanks to Alicent's contributions. Indeed, even the Deep Lake House, meticulously crafted by Alicent, was rumored to be nearing desolation. The Night's Watch endured harsh living conditions. The land bestowed upon them was intended to improve their plight. If the Hightower family could manage it well, it would serve as a means of redemption. Let them oversee Crown Guard and the new lands, for there stood a tower where Alicent once rested. Perhaps this was the design of the gods. It seems the Hightower family truly has a connection to the tower. O benevolent majesty, the wall is beset by unforgiving cold, yet we men fear not. However, the women and children of House Hightower, accustomed to the warm climate of Old Town, may perish there unnecessarily. Though the Count of Hightower felt fortunate to have preserved his life, he boldly beseeched King Jaehaerys for the sake of his family, imploring, "Please, allow them to remain." King Jaehaerys remained unmoved, asserting that it was best for the family to stay united. Without their protection, their well-being would not be assured even if they stayed. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that all descendants of House Hightower are reunited with you. The learned scholars serving noble families and the clergy of the Seven are knowledgeable individuals. With your combined efforts, even in the desolate northern lands, bountiful harvests can be sown." My lord, Count Hightower wished to press further, but King Jaehaerys had grown weary of further discourse. "Enough. Take the Hightower family below. Let them rest well today, for tomorrow we shall embark northward. Let us gather provisions during this long summer, for the winters of the north are far more fearsome than those of Old Town." The royal guards promptly escorted the members of the Hightower family away. Meanwhile, within the throne room, there was little interest left in their presence. The minds of those gathered were preoccupied with the urgent task of rooting out the Hightower spies lurking within their ancestral domains. Simultaneously, they conspired on how to acquire a greater share of the new paper sales quotas. As for a family that had fallen from grace, who would still keep them in mind? With the decline of the Hightower family, a vigorous campaign to cleanse the bloodline of Hightower traitors commenced across the Seven Kingdoms. However, due to King Jaehaerys' decree that these individuals were to be sent to Crown's Landing, no one dared to harm them. Daenerys, having effectively absorbed the vast wealth accumulated by the Hightower family over the years, dispatched 5 wagons filled with provisions and fur garments for their journey. These supplies ensured a relatively smooth settlement for them in Crown's Landing. This was not merely an act of benevolence on Daenerys' part. She was acutely aware of the true enemies beyond the wall. From Aegon I to the era of Jaehaerys, the Night's Watch had consistently maintained a force of over 10,000 men. Under their vigilant watch, the wildlings beyond the wall did not dare to engage in any rebellious acts. However, in the original course of history, with the arrival of the first winter following the Dance of Dragons, the villagers of the Gift migrated southward in droves, never to return. This led to the Gift being nearly abandoned. Consequently, the numbers of the Night's Watch began to dwindle. Yet, subsequent kings showed little concern for the plight of the Night's Watch. By the time of the events in Game of Thrones, their ranks had diminished to a mere 1,000. With their combat efficacy severely compromised, composed predominantly of thieves and criminals. Genuine knights among the Night's Watch were exceedingly rare, and few in the Seven Kingdoms took pride in becoming a member of the Night's Watch. Though the Hightower family had lost Old Town and their overseas assets were seized by Daenerys, as King Jaehaerys had noted, the Hightower bloodline remained widespread. Their presence would surely lead to fruitful development, even in the barren lands of the Gift. With the intellect of the Hightowers, once they established themselves, they would likely engage in active trade, potentially bringing a breath of spring to the frigid north. The efficiency of the great houses was remarkable. Barely had the Hightower family set forth when numerous descendants, scholars, practitioners, and even married daughters were dispatched to join their northern expedition. These newcomers arrived bearing ample supplies, causing the originally modest caravan of 5 wagons to swell in size. Watching the departing Hightower family, Daenerys exhaled deeply, relieved to have eliminated the greatest threat that had incited the Dance of Dragons. History would undoubtedly be altered by this turn of events. In the following days, besides accompanying King Jaehaerys and handling state affairs, Daenerys spent nearly all her time at Aemon's blacksmith shop. The iron blocks collected from Fishmonger's square had been delivered, and under Master Aemon's meticulous craftsmanship, these blocks were forged into steel that indeed possessed the qualities of Valyrian steel. Your Highness, this sword appears indistinguishable from a Valyrian steel sword in terms of its exterior and sharpness, yet I sense it lacks a certain ethereal essence, Master Aemon remarked as he scrutinized the newly forged steel sword. Daenerys, however, could distinctly perceive the magical energy obtained from the blood sacrifice gradually dissipating from the blade. You are correct. This sword does not yet embody the immortality of Valyrian steel. Upon hearing this, Master Aemon felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Immortality. Oh, now I understand. No wonder it is essential to incorporate dragon bones when forging new Valyrian steel. His realization was further illuminated by Daenerys' mention of the numerous massive beast bones that had been transported back. To avoid detection of the bones being remnants of sea dragons, Daenerys had instructed the dragons to dismantle them while removing them from Old Town, ensuring that no one could discern the origin of these formidable bones. Thus, the nature of these bones remained a mystery. Only dragons and great whales could possibly account for their size. Historically, dragon bones were black, while those of great whales were white, yet never had she encountered such a hue akin to white jade. Daenerys chose not to elaborate further on Master Aemon's inquiries. And upon sensing her reticence, he ceased his probing. With Daenerys' guidance, Master Aemon hastily instructed his apprentices to toss the white jade-like sea dragon bones into the furnace. As Daenerys chanted incantations, she directed Dreamfire and the other 4 dragons to unleash their flames upon the furnace. Since this batch of steel had already undergone the blood sacrifice ritual, no further sacrifices were necessary. Under the searing dragon fire, the sea dragon bones melded seamlessly with the steel. To ensure absolute success, Daenerys entrusted Master Aemon with a half-complete Valyrian armor set she had confiscated from Sevon, instructing him to restore it. Fortunately, he succeeded on his first attempt, completing the entire set of Valyrian armor in just 1 day. To highlight the preciousness of the Valyrian steel armor, Daenerys procured several magical gemstones from the Isle of Sacred Flames. The restored Valyrian armor featured a fist-sized red magical gemstone embedded at the heart's position. This newly crafted Valyrian armor was named Black Flame by Daenerys, pairing it with House Targaryen's Blackfire sword. When Daenerys presented Black Flame to King Viserys at the Red Keep, the elder was so elated that he spent the entire night awake, tenderly caressing the armor as if it were a treasured possession. "Dany, you always manage to surprise me in delightful ways. Pray tell, how would you like me to reward you?" Danila gently pouted while playfully shaking the old man's arm. "How about bestowing Old Town and Dragonstone upon me?" King Viserys found nothing excessive in Danila's request, yet could not resist a quip. "Are these 2 places not already entirely under your dominion? I refuse to believe that anyone possesses the capability to wrest Old Town and Dragonstone from your grasp. For now, let those territories remain in your stewardship, as the matter of titles is of grave importance. Without compelling reasons to win the allegiance of the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms, I fear that granting you a title at this juncture may yield no advantage." Danila, having already acquired the title of the Prince of the Sacred Flame and the formally recognized territory of Flame Island, felt no need to dwell on the matter, for those places were effectively under her control. After all, within the Targaryen dynasty, one must possess one's own lands and titles. To be granted Old Town and Dragonstone at this moment would indeed be detrimental to the unity of the royal family. Although Danila's contributions to the family far surpassed those of her peers, each member tends to view matters from their own perspective. Others in the royal line would undoubtedly question why, as fellow princes and princesses, only Danila should enjoy her own lands and titles. In the following days, through the collaborative efforts of Master Aeon and his apprentices, 2 brand new Valyrian steel armor sets were successfully forged. "Your Highness, look! These 2 suits of armor are indeed genuine Valyrian steel," exclaimed Master Aeon, his heart swelling with excitement at the prospect of having crafted new Valyrian armor with his own hands, thanks to the guidance and support of the princess. The intricate details of the 2 suits were meticulously crafted by him, both designed as female Dragon Knight armors for Danila. One set was fashioned in a deep crimson hue, inspired by Marashi's, while the other was a rich violet, reminiscent of Dreamfire. To achieve the desired coloration, Master Aeon invested considerable effort, yet his extensive experience, coupled with Danila's abundant resources, proved fruitful. This style of Dragon Knight armor was a collaborative design between Danila and Master Aeon. The helmet's faceplate featured a high-transparency crystal, particularly enhanced at the eye region with an apparatus akin to a telescope. By simply lowering it, Danila would be able to see much farther, a significant boon during her dragon-riding flights. The helmet and breastplate were adorned with numerous gemstones, not only amplifying the armor's luxurious aesthetic, but also allowing Danila to sense that these gems were continuously channeling energy into the armor. The weight of Valyrian armor is significantly lighter than that of ordinary armor, thus wearing it does not induce much fatigue. Adorning oneself in such armor undoubtedly bestows a considerable advantage in battle. Moreover, Valyrian armor is truly impervious to blades and arrows. Even wielding a sword forged from Valyrian steel may not suffice to breach its defenses. Currently, the 3 sets of armor belonging to the Targaryen family are the only complete Valyrian armors extant in this world, coupled with the unique magical gemstones embedded within. Daenerys believes that even during the ancient Valyrian era, no family could have presented 3 such sets of Valyrian armor. This heritage is precisely the grandeur befitting the House of the Dragon. Daenerys has aptly named her 2 sets of Valyrian armor Mirasys and Dreamfire. Upon bringing these armors back to the Red Keep, King Viserys' eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. To showcase the Targaryen family's Valyrian armor to the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, King Viserys organized a grand exhibition, extending invitations to all the prominent nobles across the realm. To expedite the proceedings, he instructed Daenerys to summon all the dragon riders and have them retrieve the nobles from distant lands. While Daenerys and her companions busily attended to the transportation of the esteemed nobles, Master Oren, possessing the experience of crafting 3 sets of armor, diligently forged an additional 36 brand new sets of Valyrian armor and steel swords over the ensuing days. These 36 new armors were embellished with unicorn and dragon motifs, while the Valyrian steel swords were adorned with dragon engravings. However, by the time these armors and swords were completed, all the remains of sea dragons and the massive dragon carcasses obtained from King Viserys had been entirely utilized, making it challenging to forge new Valyrian weapons in the near future. Daenerys secretly transported all 36 sets of Valyrian armor and swords back to Dragonstone, as even the mere presence of 3 sets had already caused a stir across the 7 kingdoms. Thus, it was prudent to handle the remaining items with discretion. After all, an abundance of fine goods diminishes their value. Although the forging of Valyrian armor and swords would be difficult for some time, the remaining iron could still be fashioned into equipment of comparable quality. While these new armaments may not possess immortality, their excellence would rival that of Valyrian armor and swords for a century. Though the magical essence within these iron armors and swords may fade over time, they would still represent the pinnacle of weaponry in this world. Should Daenerys acquire the remains of extraordinary creatures or dragons in the future, she could yet forge them into Valyrian equipment. Chapter 164. The Dragons of House Targaryen. Vhagar, the hornless green dragon with the protagonist's assistance. Vhagar was tamed by Prince Aemon and shares a commendable rapport with her. Its overall attributes may be average, yet its formidable size renders it currently invincible. After acquiring the Valyrian incantations, Viserys, accompanied by Vhagar, performed daily cremations, thereby enhancing her abilities through the forging of Dragonstone. Vhagar, the bronze dragon, slumbers upon Dragonstone, belonging to King Viserys. Currently, it ranks 2nd in overall strength, yet its growth has stagnated due to its prolonged slumber. The Glutton, a black dragon, remains shackled by the seaside, effectively under the control of Daenerys, albeit in a state of abandonment. Since being bound, its growth has significantly slowed, and presently, only Vhagar possesses the might to overpower it. Dreamfire, a blue dragon, under the guidance of the dragon rider Daenerys, is experiencing rapid development, significantly bolstered by her support. Over the past 3 years, under Daenerys' training, its combat prowess has markedly improved, with its Dragonfire proving to be more formidable than that of the average dragon. Silverwing, a silver dragon, exists in a state of abandonment, belonging to the royal family. The Red Queen, Melisandre, commands the Red Dragon, known as the swiftest, yet it has now been matched by Myrcys, Shamoros, and Anthalos. Bloodworm, a red dragon, under the command of Daemon, does not exhibit the same prowess as in historical accounts. Due to Daenerys' influence, many dragons have undergone enhancements. The Sheepstealer, a mud dragon, remains unclaimed and under Daenerys' control, with 2 remaining dragon eggs secretly kept by her. Apophis, the bronze dragon, is currently the mightiest among dragons, possessing the most resilient scales and the sharpest claws under Daenerys' dominion. Under her care, it has resumed a state of rapid growth, its physique being fortified, promising to become a formidable tank among dragons. Shamoros, the large-headed red dragon, excels in close combat and is under Daenerys' control. After escaping the confines of its lair, it has returned to a state of swift growth. Its uniquely large head grants it the largest and sharpest teeth among dragons, with a terrifying biting force. Amalauros, distinguished by its green-winged bronze scales, has birthed 5 dragon eggs and is under Daenerys' control. Its swiftness and graceful form, coupled with its emerald-hued wings, are notable. Anthalos, a bronze dragon with purplish-red wings, is also remarkably swift and under Daenerys' guidance. Syrax, a golden dragon, is ridden by Rhaenyra and is projected to be the most prolific dragon in the future. Little Balerion, a black dragon, is a hybrid of Balerion and the Glutton, resembling Balerion in form while possessing the Glutton's Dragonfire, under Daenerys' control. With Daenerys' nurturing, Little Balerion is rapidly maturing, destined to become a top-tier dragon. Bagarna, a smaller variant of Vhagar, is also under Daenerys' command. Grey Shadow, a grayish-white dragon, is swift, cautious, and timid, yet under Daenerys' training, it is becoming considerably braver. Seasmoke, another grayish-white dragon, hatched by Laenor, has willingly acknowledged its master, becoming a future guardian for Daenerys. Myrcys, a pinkish-purple giant dragon, is Daenerys' companion dragon, having consumed the energy of the three-eyed raven and formed a pact with the fish tree, thus growing at an extraordinary rate. It currently stands as the swiftest and most agile dragon. Currently, The dragon Euryx is being nurtured by King Viserys, yet it is under the control of Daenerys. As Daenerys invoked the blood sacrifice ritual to facilitate its birth, the lineage is exceptionally potent. Daenerys possesses a total of 14 dragon eggs, 3 obtained from the royal family, 2 brought from Valyria, 1 golden egg from Silverwing, 2 from the goat thief, 4 from Euryx, which have since turned to fossils, and 5 from Ameloth. Were 3 of them stolen? Given that Daenerys can command the largest number of dragons, she has naturally taken on the most arduous task of escorting the nobles. The prominent nobles from the distant Westerlands and north have been entrusted to her care. It is now your responsibility to bring these nobles listed to King's Landing. As King Viserys handed the prepared list to Daenerys, he seemingly casually inquired, "This new paper is indeed much more convenient to use and has significantly lower production costs. Can the yields from Dragonstone and Storm's End keep pace?" Upon receiving the old king's list, Daenerys glanced over it and replied, "Have I not been entrusted with the management of Old Town and Sunspear? I can establish several more paper mills there." Such a clever one. King Viserys was well aware that Daenerys had discerned his intent, so he proceeded directly. "I have received intelligence that the production of new paper necessitates a substantial amount of fast-growing timber and mixed vegetation, ideally situated near rivers. Do you not think that the banks of the Blackwater and the Kingswood are particularly suitable locations? Furthermore, with the populous King's Landing, a few copper coins can easily recruit a multitude of workers. Why toil to cultivate those orphans in the flea bottom?" Daenerys recognized that the intelligence network of the venerable king, who had maintained a stable rule over the 7 kingdoms for decades, was undoubtedly formidable. He was even aware of her endeavors to gather orphans to construct mills. Thus, she feigned reluctance and said, "What? Is my great-grandfather offering me land for free? I certainly would not refuse, but I shall not take it without recompense. I can allocate 30% of the profits for royal expenditures. However, the land within a 10-mile radius of the paper mill shall belong to me." "Ha ha ha, splendid." King Viserys readily agreed. "Little Daenerys, I must admit, I find it perplexing why you are so fervently attached to land. None of the other royal members wish to personally manage estates. The royal subsidies suffice for them to lead the most extravagant lives." Feigning sorrow, Daenerys replied, "Perhaps it is my profound love for this land. With greater power comes greater responsibility. I merely wish for everyone on my land to live a life free from want." Ha ha. With Daenerys around, Viserys always manages to maintain a cheerful disposition. Yet, he often secretly laments, "Why was he not born a prince?" "Then you may select the location yourself. Whatever place you desire, I shall designate it in your name." In the eyes of King Viserys, the astute and capable Daenerys commands his unwavering trust. Naturally, he is inclined to assume the role of a generous great-grandfather, keen to win the affections of his great-granddaughter while reaping the rewards of their bond. "Ah, little Dany, no matter how clever you are, you cannot outsmart this old man." Feeling the joyous atmosphere shared between the two, young Vhagar let out an excited call. In less than a month, Vhagar had grown to over half a meter, his growth rate second only to that of Meraxes. This prompted the old king to take him everywhere he went, with guards always on standby with roasted beef and lamb, ready to cater to Vhagar's appetite. Daenerys tossed a piece of beef into the air, calling out, "Vhagar, catch." The little dragon swiftly soared up, deftly snatching the meat and swallowing it whole. After devouring the morsel, Vhagar eagerly flew to Daenerys' side, affectionately nuzzling her with his small head. Observing the tender exchange between Vhagar and Daenerys, King Viserys couldn't help but express a hint of jealousy. "That ungrateful little creature. I've cared for him daily without fail for the past month. Yet he has never shown me such affection." Sensing the king's mood, Vhagar let out a few playful chirps, instantly brightening the old man's spirits, only to immediately turn back to Daenerys in search of more beef. "How shameless." He chuckled. "It seems his affection lies solely with the meat. His appetite rivals that of Meraxes when he was young." Daenerys had already fed Vhagar over 10 pounds of beef, yet the little dragon still seemed unsatisfied. "He eats well, grows quickly. Never in the history of House Targaryen has a dragonling grown so fast as Meraxes and Vhagar." Unable to contain himself any longer, Viserys positioned himself between Vhagar and Daenerys, personally feeding the dragon. "You should gather the lords you need to escort as soon as possible." Daenerys nodded with a smile. "Very well. We shall depart immediately, so as not to interrupt your bonding time with Vhagar." In order to accommodate more passengers, Daenerys chose not to bring her personal maid this time, instead flying solo on Dreamfire alongside young Baelor towards the north. Clad in armor crafted by Master Orn from crocodile leather and Valyrian steel chains, her breastplate and helmet adorned with large, crimson magical gems, Daenerys felt a sense of empowerment. Over the past month, her hair had grown several inches, though it was still in a rather unkempt phase, giving her a somewhat boyish appearance. After departing from the Red Keep, Daenerys piloted her dragon over the eye of the God's Lake, having flown for over an hour. Beneath the radiant sun, the tranquil surface of the lake sparkled, resembling an expanse of glimmering copper foil. Daenerys had never before encountered such a vast lake. From the heights above, its boundaries seemed to vanish into the horizon. The Eye of God Lake is a grand body of water located at the southern boundary of the Riverlands. Heldenberg and its governed town, Helden, rest upon the northern shore of the lake, while an unnamed hamlet lies to the south. At the heart of the lake lies an island known as the Isle of a Thousand Faces, where the children of the forest and the ancients forged a pact of truce. The plains, mountains, and rivers belong to humankind, while the forests are the domain of the children of the forest. The waters of the Eye of God Lake are a vibrant green and pleasantly warm, teeming with freshwater fish, and home to flocks of rare waterfowl such as black swans. It is the richest repository of freshwater fish species among the Seven Kingdoms. The Biwa stream feeds into the lake, while an unnamed tributary flows out, eventually merging with the Blackwater River, which traverses King's Landing before spilling into the sea. Thus, in a sense, the Eye of God Lake can be considered the source of water for King's Landing, nurturing the noble families of the realm. However, this place does not seem to extend the same hospitality to the Targaryen family. During the reign of Maegor, Aemy's eldest son, Aegon, rose in rebellion to reclaim what he believed was his rightful throne. Ultimately, he met his demise in the battle beneath the Eye, and his dragon, Silverflash, perished alongside him. In the bloody civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, numerous battles erupted in this region. The Battle of the Lakeside ignited on the western shore, while the Battle of the Stone Ridge took place to the south of the Eye. Prince Aemon and Prince Daemon, mounted on their respective dragons, Vhagar and Caraxes, clashed in aerial combat above the Eye of God Lake, ultimately falling to their fates. Yet, despite the rivers of blood shed upon its banks, the lake remained untouched, its waters ever serene and profound. As they soared above the Isle of a Thousand Faces, Myrcus suddenly sensed something amiss, issuing a warning to Daenerys. Observing the towering fish beams upon the island, Daenerys too felt an unusual surge of magical energy emanating from the isle. However, time was of the essence, and she forcefully summoned Myrcus to depart. Though reluctant, Myrcus complied without dissent, obediently following Dreamfire as they ventured towards Heldenberg. Heldenberg, once constructed by the Riverlands king, Blackheart Helden, stands as the most magnificent castle in all of Westeros, casting a proud shadow over its rivals. It took tens of thousands of laborers and 40 years to complete. Thousands of captives from other kingdoms perished in the quarries or upon the 5 colossal towers. Countless fish beams were felled to provide supports and beams. Upon completion, King Helden boasted that his new fortress was impregnable, and indeed it appeared so. However, he did not reckon with the conqueror Aegon and his dragons. Dragons cannot be deterred by high walls and towers. Ultimately, Helden met his fiery end in the highest tower, which henceforth was known as the Dragonfire Tower. Due to the intense heat, the castle bears the appearance of being charred and melted. As they soared over Harrenhal, Daenerys inexplicably felt an intense chill of malevolent energy surging towards them, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Since the Conquest War, Harrenhal had seemingly transformed into a burden, its sheer size rendering its maintenance exorbitantly costly. Following the death of Harren, the castle had changed hands multiple times, with each noble family that acquired it meeting with a tragic fate. It is said that due to Harren's tyrannical reign, the castle is cursed and haunted. Legends speak of Harren mixing human blood with clay to construct its walls. The curse has thwarted any individual's attempts to possess the castle indefinitely. All families that once claimed Harrenhal have perished. The Hall family, who once held Harrenhal, perished in flames during the Conquest War. The Corrines family, who possessed Harrenhal from 1 AC to 37 AC, fell victim to the massacre orchestrated by the Red King Harren. The Holloway family, in control from 37 AC to 44 AC, faced extermination at the hands of Maegor. The Targaryens of Harrenhal, who held it from 44 AC to 61 AC, met untimely ends. The widow Queen Rhaenys Targaryen occupied Harrenhal from 61 AC to 73 AC until her demise. The Stout family, who held it from 73 AC to 131 AC, saw the last of their lineage executed by Cregan Stark. Alysanne, during the regency of Aegon III, was the sorceress queen who possessed Harrenhal. The Rostan family claimed Harrenhal starting in 151 AC, only to be extinguished during the reign of Maegor. The Heian family maintained possession of Harrenhal for 3 generations, and in 298 AC, Lady Shira Hien surrendered to Duke Tywin Lannister. The Shrynt family briefly held Harrenhal in 299 AC, only to be slaughtered thereafter. The Baelish family was granted Harrenhal in 299 AC, with their demise coming at the hands of Arya Stark. Historically, individuals who held Harrenhal also met grim fates. Shira Hien died shortly after surrendering Harrenhal to Tywin Lannister. Genos Shrynt, the Earl of Harrenhal, though he never truly possessed it, was later executed by Lord Commander Jon Snow of the Night's Watch. Tywin Lannister met his end at the hands of his son, Tyrion Lannister, who shot him with a crossbow. Sir Amory Lorch was fed to bears by Vargo Hoat. Though Roose Bolton held Harrenhal for a time without immediate misfortune, Vargo Hoat was slain by Ser Gregor Clegane. Gregor Clegane was killed by a poisoned spear wielded by Prince Oberyn Martell. Polliver, appointed as Lord of the Castle after Clegane departed for King's Landing, was subsequently murdered by Sandor Clegane. Chapter 166. Only those with thick skin can feast at the banquet. Having passed Harrenhal and journeyed northwest along the Trident River, Daenerys, riding her great dragon, arrived near the town of Lannisport by midday. Influenced by the tales of the Game of Thrones, Daenerys instinctively harbored a dislike for House Frey of Lannisport. The Frey family stands as one of the younger houses in Westeros. Approximately 6 centuries ago, the founder of this house was granted land and a title. This visionary patriarch resolved to construct a bridge across the Green Fork, a tributary of the Trident, and commenced the ambitious project. Ultimately, it was his grandson who completed the bridge, erecting wooden fortifications at both ends. Over successive generations, the Freys gradually replaced the timber with stone, unifying the castles with the bridge, which they named the Twins. At the center of the Grand Bridge, a towering structure known as the Moat Tower was established, equipped with arrow slits, murder holes, and iron gates, overseeing the river and the roads. Owing to the strategic significance and robust fortifications of the Twins, the Freys were able to levy substantial tolls on travelers, thereby amassing considerable wealth. In a short span, they emerged as one of the wealthiest and most influential families in the Trident region, their rapid ascent often eliciting disdain from other houses, who regarded them as newly affluent upstarts. Following the Conquest Wars, the Frey family, alongside other river lords, pledged fealty to House Tully. During the time of the Dance of Dragons, they were supporters of the Black faction. In the ensuing history, due to the numerous offspring of Lord Walder Frey, the Frey family flourished significantly during his reign. Their wealth stemmed from exorbitant tolls, as the Twins served as the sole river crossing within days' journey. With their affluence and burgeoning population, they became one of the most powerful vassals of House Tully, capable of mustering an army of 4,000 men. Throughout the War of the Five Kings and the subsequent rebellion, the Freys, under Lord Walder's governance, adeptly exploited their advantages, twice delaying their response to House Tully's summons until they confirmed their own benefit. During the Northern Campaign against the Lannisters, Lord Walder forged a marriage alliance with Robb Stark, seeking to intertwine his lineage with the royal blood of the North. However, Robb ultimately forsook the betrothal for a young nurse from Volantis, which Walder perceived as a grave insult. Consequently, he conspired with House Lannister and betrayed the Starks and Tullis at the infamous Red Wedding. Ultimately, the entire family met their demise at the hands of the faceless man, Arya Stark, as Daenerys soared over the southern castle of the Twins, passing the towering Moat Tower. She alighted before the northern gate of the Frey stronghold. The ever-prepared Lord Frey awaited her arrival with his extensive family. Observing the 30 or 40 members of the Frey clan before her, Daenerys could not help but muse silently. While the Frey family bore an unremarkable appearance, their prolific nature was undeniable. "Welcome, Your Highness," exclaimed Lord Frey, a man in his 30s, tall and robust despite his ordinary visage. His years of holding power lent him a certain gravitas. "Greetings, Lord Frey. I have been tasked with journeying to the north to escort esteemed lords to His Majesty the King's Valyrian Armor Appreciation Gala. Passing through the castle of House Frey, I take this opportunity to pay my respects. It is indeed a privilege for House Frey, Your Radiant Highness. The Frey family has also received an invitation from His Majesty the King, and King Jaehaerys has specifically instructed us to prepare for the transit and reception of the Northern Lords. To enhance the efficiency of their arrival, King Jaehaerys has commanded that Lady Daenerys need only ensure the northern nobles reach the town of Loon River. From there, they can make their way to King's Landing within 3 to 5 days. This arrangement will allow for a more synchronized arrival of the 7 kingdoms in King's Landing. My lord, my dragons have flown from King's Landing to this location and are now quite fatigued. I kindly request that you prepare some livestock for their sustenance." Presently, the appetite of Daenerys' dragons is quite remarkable, and she has made preparations to frequently visit the homes of various nobles to feast on their provisions. As I anticipate Her Highness may pass through Loon River in the coming days, I have already instructed my servants to prepare seasoned beef and lamb." The ever-prepared Lord Fry waved his hand, and a throng of servants promptly approached, bearing dozens of roasting spits laden with the freshly slaughtered and marinated livestock, an impressive quantity of 4 or 5 dozen. The dragons of Her Highness particularly relished the livestock roasted with the special spices from the Isle of Flame. Although House Fry may not possess such exquisite spices, they have procured some from White Sheep Town. Lord Fry then explained to Daniera that these animals were marinated with the spices acquired from White Sheep Town, hoping the dragons would find them to their liking. Daniera was pleasantly surprised by House Frey's efforts, which altered her perception of them. However, reflecting on House Frey's past, aside from their infamous betrayal of Robb Stark in collusion with the Boltons and Lannisters during the notorious Red Wedding, it is noted that after the War of Conquest, they maintained a cautious demeanor, often appearing rather mercenary. Once they committed to a cause, they fought fiercely to the end. Historically, House Fry was loyal to the Black Party, sacrificing numerous members, including Lord Fry's son, who perished in the battle by the God's Eye, although at this time, he was merely a slender 13-year-old boy. As the eldest son of Lord Fry, he accompanied his father closely behind Daniera. "Your Grace is most considerate." To save time, Daniera directly commanded the dragons to roast the livestock using their flames. Among the dragons accompanying Daniera, Vagor and Greyshadow emitted relatively lower temperatures, so they were assigned the role of temporary cooks. Under the fiery onslaught of the 2 dragons, it took mere minutes to thoroughly roast the entirety of the livestock, leaving the members of House Fry in astonishment. After all, this was their first close encounter with the magnificent dragons and the awe-inspiring might of their flames. Viserys, without hesitation, was the first to charge forward, seizing a plump sheep and devouring it in mere moments. Dreamfire's length had now approached 70 meters, allowing it to consume an entire yellow cattle in a single bite. "Bring forth another batch of cattle and sheep at once." Marquis Fleury, observing the voracious appetites of the dragons, realized that the 40 or so livestock would hardly suffice to satiate them, prompting him to hastily summon his servants to prepare more. The vicinity of Luanha City boasted fertile lands, with the lush Green Fork River providing abundant water sources, contributing to its rich resources. The Fleury family and its affiliated houses raised hundreds of thousands of livestock. With a large household, the Fleury family consumed a substantial amount of meat daily, ensuring that Luanha City was never short of livestock. Chapter 167. The unique Fleury among all the nobles hosting Daniera. Marquis Fleury was the sole one to slaughter livestock before presenting them to the dragons. This clearly indicated that the Fleury family's wealth was not merely amassed through miserliness and avarice. The Marquis had a knack for living well. By slaughtering the livestock, they not only demonstrated their respect and sincerity towards the dragons and the Targaryen royal family, but also avoided wasting the valuable hides. While other nobles might dismiss such trivial sums, it could easily cover the annual expenses of several ordinary families. Perhaps it was the Fleury family's relatively recent rise that kept them mindful of the struggles faced by those at the lower echelons of society. Although the Fleury family was not held in high regard among the nobility, the lives of their subjects were quite satisfactory. Whenever war broke out, the Fleury family could readily muster 3,000 to 4,000 warriors. This was one of the key reasons they were among the few to be granted a marquis title. There is a saying that goes, "Only by respecting wealth will wealth be inclined to seek you." Today, Dreamfire and the others had yet to partake in any meal, and faced with the succulent livestock, they were filled with ravenous delight, feasting for nearly an hour. Dreamfire alone consumed over 50 goats and several yellow cattle. Young Baylor and the others also indulged generously. Despite Viserys's relatively modest size, its appetite was surprisingly grand. The 5 dragons devoured approximately 300 goats and over 30 yellow cattle. This left a smile on the normally frugal Marquis Fleury that was beginning to waver, for this feast nearly equated to the Fleury family's meat expenses for half a month. What these dragons consumed was not merely livestock. It was akin to the very flesh and blood of his kin, was it not? A tall and striking lady behind Marquis Fleury teased him softly in his ear. The Marquis, upon hearing this, murmured somewhat awkwardly, "As long as Her Highness is pleased, I would gladly offer even more. I wish for everyone to know that the Fleury family is not in any way inferior to those venerable noble houses. Pray tell, if Her Highness the Princess truly takes a liking to your rather unattractive son, how long would the livestock of the Freelay family suffice to satiate her dragon?" The tall figure of Veda, donned in knightly attire, is the sister of the Marquis of Freelay. Now in her 20s, she remains unwed. A source of great concern for the Marquis. He had once believed that his sister's beauty would surely secure her a match with a prominent family. However, little did he expect that she would embody none of the grace and gentleness expected of a lady. Instead, she preferred the art of combat, her prowess unmatched within the Freelay lineage. Thus, even in the highly patriarchal environment of the Freelay family, none dared to compel her into marriage. With her formidable skills, Veda has even raised a personal militia of 200 men. Instead of exchanging playful banter with me, you would be better off contemplating how to win the favor of Her Highness. Have you not always prided yourself on being no less than a man? Why not consider serving under the princess? She is the first royal princess to acquire her own fief. Perhaps in her service, you too could one day ascend to the rank of a lady lord. At this moment, Daenerys was preoccupied with overseeing the dragons as they fed, blissfully unaware of the conversation between the siblings. The other members of the Freelay family were equally engrossed in the spectacle of the dragons dining, oblivious to the verbal exchange. The Marquis's eldest son, Philister, was evidently more captivated by Daenerys than by the dragons themselves. His gaze scarcely strayed from her face, every nuance of her expression engrossing his entire being. As the eldest son of the Marquis, he was subjected to rigorous nightly training and frequently accompanied his father to the estate to oversee the labors of the peasants. Consequently, he bore the appearance of a youth with sun-kissed skin, although it was evident that he was already in a state of heightened excitement. Daenerys had long grown accustomed to the behavior displayed by young noblemen in her presence, so she thought little of it. Instead, she began to contemplate which affluent household she might visit next for a sumptuous feast. Once the dragons had finished their meal, the Marquis warmly invited Daenerys into his family's main keep. The Freelay family, known for their frugality, maintained a spacious yet sparsely adorned great hall. Aside from a few coarse banners, the furnishings consisted of dull-hued, solid wood pieces, except for the enormous fishbeam dining table reserved for the Marquis. The remaining tables and benches were constructed from ordinary timber, presenting a rather rough appearance. As a royal princess, Daenerys was naturally seated at the head table alongside the Marquis, his wife, and his sister Veda. The Marquis's wife, hailing from the coastal city of Huggian, possessed a modest beauty. However, their offspring were rather ordinary in appearance. Only Veda, the sister of the Marquis, stood out as a striking beauty, exuding an undeniable air of confidence and grace. Today's luncheon was exceedingly substantial, with the table laden with an abundance of fish and meat, accompanied by seasonal fruits. The Marquis of Falera generously presented an array of exquisite wines from his family's cellar. Your Highness, the Falera family may lack the profound heritage of others, who can craft various exquisite dishes, yet we certainly offer ample portions to satisfy your appetite. Is there anything here to your liking? Although the Marquis had laid out every culinary delight his family could muster, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Having heard of the renowned delicacies from the island of Sacred Flame, celebrated throughout the Seven Kingdoms for their exquisite flavors, the Falera family had long endured disdain from other nobles, and their past heads of the family had gone to great lengths to forge alliances with ancient families in hopes of integrating into the noble circles of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, hosting Princess Daenerys was of utmost importance to him, for her standing in the realm was second only to His Majesty King Viserys. The once mighty Hightower family had collapsed, and the astute nobles recognized the influence wielded by the young princess. Moreover, Daenerys had defied the Targaryen tradition of singular dragon riding, mastering multiple dragons in just 3 years, transforming a desolate island into a prosperous principality. The wines and dragon porcelain from the island of Sacred Flame were akin to golden geese, and the discerning nobles never underestimated her youthful prowess. It was said that the heads of the Falera family were all mercantile and base, skilled in calculation yet devoid of noble integrity. However, Daenerys perceived a rare authenticity and sincerity in them. Perhaps their unabashed pursuit of self-interest was apparent. Yet they were indeed prepared to bear the costs of their ambitions. They actively faced the scorn and derision from other nobles, seeking every possible means to entwine their family within the veins of the great houses. For reasons unknown, Daenerys found herself harboring a flicker of fondness for them. Chapter 168. Veda and her private army. Your Highness, do sample this honeyed wine. The Falera family's honey, mead, and wine are indeed commendable. While the confessors from Silent Isle are famed for their honeyed wine, the Falera's offering is not to be dismissed. Of course, it pales in comparison to the Dragonfire wine of Sacred Flame Island, but it is drinkable. Standing at the ready, the ladies of the Falera family promptly poured a cup of sweet honeyed wine for Daenerys in a golden goblet. This honey wine, crafted from honey, was particularly favored by the noble women of the Seven Kingdoms. Daenerys took a delicate sip, finding its flavor sweet and refreshing, indeed a superior vintage of honey wine. The taste is delightful. It is the finest honey wine I have ever tasted. The status of women in the Fallera family was notably low, with only the Marchioness, Veda, and a few moderately attractive young ladies seated at the main table with Daenerys, while the others served in the role of attendants. The men of the Frey family treated the women as if they were mere servants, which caused Daenerys to furrow her brow in discontent. The perceptive Marquis of Frey seemed to sense her discomfort and immediately exchanged a knowing glance with his sister, Willa. Willa then raised her goblet, addressing Daenerys with exuberance. "Welcome, Your Highness. Your presence has rendered the dreary and odorous town of Riverrun far less repugnant." Her words caused the Marquis's expression to sour and the men of the Frey family to murmur restlessly. However, Daenerys admired Willa's boldness and candor, smiling as she lifted her own goblet. "I have heard countless toasts, yet Miss Willa's words are truly refreshing. Thank you." After downing her sweet mead, Daenerys continued, "At times, for a woman, courage and decisiveness may allow us to experience life's pleasures more vividly than mere conformity." Willa's eyes sparkled momentarily at Daenerys' affirmation, prompting her to eagerly volunteer. "Your Highness speaks the truth. Had I not practiced horsemanship since childhood and trained 20 female warriors, I might have found myself in the bed of some repugnant noble. Much like my sisters, I refuse to live my life merely beneath men or on a birthing bed." She then lamented the lackluster fare of Riverrun, suggesting, "Let my warriors perform a battle dance we have choreographed to entertain Your Highness." Although her words may not have pleased the Frey men, they held their tongues upon witnessing Daenerys' approval, for their foremost aim was to cultivate a connection with her, to provide ample space for Willa's warriors. The Marquis promptly ordered a portion of the tables to be cleared, creating a vast, open area. Shortly thereafter, 8 female warriors clad in leather armor and wielding steel swords entered in procession. After paying their respects to Daenerys and her companions, they quickly formed their ranks. The warriors exuded a commendable vigor, their gazes resolute and movements agile, indicative of their rigorous training. While the battle dance comprised relatively simple movements, the warriors executed each action with seamless fluidity. In this world, the social significance of dance far outweighs the mere enjoyment and emotional release it provides. Nobles attending a ball must adorn themselves in attire befitting their status. Men typically don long robes and fitted garments, while women wear flowing dresses and adornments. Such attire not only showcases noble lineage but also reflects respect for the occasion. At the ball, nobles are expected to maintain graceful comportment. Men should embody the chivalrous demeanor of knights, while women ought to reflect the modesty and nobility of true ladies. In the realm of dance, the conduct and demeanor of the dancers are governed by strict regulations to ensure the solemnity and elegance of the performance. When inviting a lady to dance, a gentleman must not impose, but rather seek her consent, demonstrating respect and courtesy towards her. Typically, the host leads the dance, and prior to the guest's entrance, servants announce their names followed by their titles. During the dance, participants are required to adhere to specific steps and gestures, with music usually performed by a select few instruments, such as the flute, which carries the main melody. Throughout the dance, ladies are expected to exhibit the grace and dignity befitting their status, while gentlemen should display the charm and poise characteristic of knights. At the conclusion of the dance, ladies must perform a curtsy as a sign of politeness and respect. Of course, whether at various banquets or during harvest celebrations, individuals may occasionally be moved to engage in spontaneous dance. However, such expressions are still bound by the constraints set forth by the Church, and any deviation may invite reprimand from ecclesiastical authorities. War dances, a form of dance evolved to inspire morale and invoke victory, are predominantly performed by selected warriors before battle, and they are relatively rare in ordinary banquets. After the performance, Daniela immediately retrieved a substantial handful of gold coins from her handbag to reward the dancers. "Today has truly opened my eyes. I had not anticipated that the women of House Frey would be so remarkably valiant. Quickly, pour these warrior maidens a fine wine. I observe that their foundational skills and combat prowess are certainly on par with their male counterparts. It is indeed worth finding an opportunity to engage in true battle alongside men, showcasing to the 7 kingdoms that we women are no lesser than they." In response to Daniela's words, Lord Frey awkwardly concurred, "Your Highness speaks most accurately, indeed." Yet, at that moment, Varda, her eyes alight with determination, promptly rose and respectfully knelt before Daniela, adhering to the male custom. "Your Highness, while there may be no female knights in Westeros, I aspire to lead my women warriors in loyalty to you, becoming your sharpened blade and steadfast shield against enemies." With Varda's gesture, the female warriors who had performed the war dance along with other members, knelt behind her in solidarity. Although Daniela was surrounded by numerous capable attendants and skilled knights, she lacked a female warrior who could stand vigilantly by her side. Her great-grandmother, Queen Alysanne, had once been accompanied by a formidable woman known as Red Shadow, who was tasked with ensuring her safety. Thus, drawing her Valyrian sword, Dawn, Daniela proclaimed, "Varda, draw your sword, and let me see if you possess the merit to guard my side." Daenerys' actions momentarily startled the already tense Veda, for in her recollection, although the princesses of House Targaryen could command dragons, none had wielded a sword in battle except for Visenya, the sister and wife of Aegon the Conqueror. Chapter 169, A Duel of Swordsmanship Among Beauties. Over the past 3 years, Daenerys had never ceased her training in swordplay and horsemanship, considering her skills to be quite commendable. Furthermore, the Valyrian sword Dawn in her grasp would undoubtedly bolster her prowess. Upon witnessing Daenerys draw her sword, Veda quickly realized that the Targaryen princess before her was no mere ornament. Excitedly, she had her own sword brought forth. Grasping the steel blade, Veda, unable to conceal her excitement, first performed a graceful flourish with her sword before raising it high above her head. Addressing Daenerys, "I apologize, Your Highness, but I shall not hold back." With a confident smile gracing her lips, Daenerys replied, "There is no need for formality. I urge you to give it your all." Veda shouted a battle cry and initiated her assault. Although she was a woman, her movements were bold and expansive, standing nearly 6 feet tall. She possessed strength rivaling that of an average adult male. Her sword sliced through the air with the speed of lightning as she aimed for Daenerys. Unperturbed, Daenerys deftly sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting Dawn upward towards Veda's wrist. Aware of her disadvantage in raw strength, Daenerys had prioritized agility and speed during her training. Her instructor, Boron, had imparted some techniques from the Braavosi water dancers, rendering her swordsmanship fluid and unpredictable, embodying the principle of yielding to overcome strength. The initial exchange between them drew enthusiastic applause from the onlookers. Veda hastily defended herself, using her steel sword to intercept Daenerys' strike, the blades clashing together and sending sparks flying. However, Veda's finely crafted sword suffered a notable dent from the impact. Daenerys shifted her stance with nimble footwork, her blade weaving deftly to disrupt Veda's rhythm. Yet, Veda's gaze remained steadfast, closely tracking Daenerys' movements, successfully parrying each of her attacks, while seeking opportunities to counter. Each of Veda's strikes was precise and resolute, executed with a clean finesse that compelled Daenerys to respond cautiously, resulting in a noticeable drain on her stamina. Realizing that prolonging the contest would be to her detriment, Daenerys, after successfully evading one of Veda's attacks, swiftly maneuvered to her side, aiming Dawn at Veda's waist. This unexpected move sent a chill of alarm through Veda, prompting her to exert herself to evade. Veda's ability to stand her ground in the male-dominated House Frey was solely attributed to her exceptional swordsmanship. None of the men in House Frey had yet managed to defeat her, instilling within her a sense of pride in her skills. Unexpectedly, today, the young Princess Daniela, barely over 10 years of age, found herself engaged in such a strenuous battle, prompting her to intensify her focus. Her swordplay grew increasingly fierce. With both hands grasping her sword, she leapt high into the air, executing a series of powerful downward strikes. Daniela was compelled to raise her sword in defense, the force of the blows causing her arms to tingle slightly. Quickly, she distanced herself from Varda and then surged forward, employing her agility and flexibility to engage in close combat. This approach momentarily placed Varda, accustomed to broad and sweeping techniques, at a disadvantage. Over the years, Daniela had honed her close-range tactics by integrating the techniques of the water dancer with principles from her past life, martial arts, and Tai Chi. This strategy effectively neutralized Varda's advantages for the time being. However, Varda's combat experience far surpassed Daniela's. She swiftly adapted her approach, leveraging her long limbs to initiate a brawl. Daniela, with her petite frame, skillfully evaded Varda's punches and kicks. Yet, Varda's strength was formidable. Each punch created a gust of wind that left Daniela feeling apprehensive. Whenever Daniela attempted to create distance, Varda pounced upon her with the swiftness of a leopard. With Daniela already at a disadvantage in terms of strength, she found herself increasingly forced away, allowing Varda's swordsmanship to flourish at a distance. Consequently, their contest reached a stalemate, enduring for a full quarter of an hour without a clear victor. The spectacle was captivating, drawing enthusiastic cheers from onlookers. Many youths present were mesmerized by the beautiful, intelligent, and skilled Daniela, particularly Fleister, the eldest son of Marquis Froey, whose gaze sparkled with admiration for her. Varda thought to herself, surprised by Daniela's remarkable prowess. Clearly, She could not be underestimated. It was essential for her to display her own abilities if she wished to become the princess's guard. Thus, Varda feigned a vulnerability. Upon noticing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Daniela's eyes, and she immediately thrust her sword forward. To her astonishment, Varda swiftly sidestepped and seized Daniela's wrist. Twisting it forcefully, pain surged through Daniela, causing her to nearly drop her sword, the onlookers' hearts racing with concern. Fleister clenched his fists, poised to intervene and rescue Daniela. Yet, she remained composed amidst the crisis. Leveraging Varda's pull, she leaned forward and delivered a kick to Varda's knee. Unprepared for the maneuver, Varda buckled slightly, allowing Daniela to free her wrist and retaliate with another strike. Varda barely managed to roll backward to evade the blow. Both combatants were now breathless. Varda's expression grew increasingly cautious, and her respect for Daniela deepened. Never before had Daniela experienced such exhilaration in battle, though fatigue set in. Her blood felt as though it was boiling, filling her with an invigorating thrill. The two opponents readied themselves once more, charging towards each other, their blades clashing with a resounding, crisp sound. Just when everyone thought the fierce battle would continue for a prolonged duration, Varda seized the moment and delivered a decisive blow that caused Daniela to lose her balance. Varda deftly positioned the tip of her sword against Daniela's lower back. After a brief silence, the surroundings erupted into thunderous applause. Well done, Varda. Despite her defeat, Daniela felt a surge of joy, knowing that having such a skilled protector by her side greatly ensured her safety. Swear your allegiance, Varda Vley. Daniela solemnly placed her shining sword upon Varda's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Although Varda and her female soldiers were not knights, Daniela honored the knightly oath of loyalty. Accepting their fealty, this act not only displayed respect for Varda and her soldiers, but also conveyed a message that in her heart, they were no different from the knights of the Seven Kingdoms. The fact that a member of her own family, an old maid, could serve under the illustrious Targaryen princess was indeed a momentous occasion for House Vley, igniting excitement among them all. Particularly, Florist, standing by, had begun to blush anew. However, the assembled company remained oblivious to this detail. In their perception, this ordinary-looking, dark-skinned young man was unworthy even to serve Princess Daniela. Chapter 170. The Perilous Neck. With Varda's pledge of loyalty accepted, the atmosphere of the banquet naturally transformed into one of greater harmony and fervor. The members of House Vley were undoubtedly pleased to have successfully established a connection with Daniela. Especially after witnessing her impressive skills, their respect for her grew immensely, prompting many to approach her with toasts. Although the members of House Vley were of unremarkable appearance and did not particularly pique Daniela's interest, the lively ambience encouraged her to indulge in a few more drinks. Though young, Daniela held her liquor well, and the mead, being quite mild, allowed the festivities to be enjoyable for all, as Daniela would soon be welcoming the great nobles of the north to Lwana City. Preparing for their joint journey to King's Landing, she politely addressed Marquis Vley as the banquet neared its conclusion. My Lord Vley, I shall ensure that all the prominent nobles from the north are brought here promptly. During this time, I will rely on your assistance. It is my honor, Your Highness. Marquis Vley replied sincerely. Were it not for the king's decree, we in Lwana City would scarcely have the opportunity to host so many noblemen from the north at once. Those rough-hewn lords, who pride themselves on their ancient lineage, often look down upon us late-blooming upstarts. This time, thanks to His Majesty, our House Vley shall finally showcase its true heritage. Observing the Marquis's nonchalant demeanor and self-deprecating humor, Daniela felt increasingly convinced that the prosperity of House Vley was indeed well-deserved. In the face of the family's survival and strength, superficiality and reputation may serve as mere embellishments. However, to regard them as fundamental could very well lead to one's own demise. After the banquet concluded, the dragons had also rested sufficiently. Daenerys bid farewell to the members of House Frey and continued her journey northward with Vhagar. Daenerys first settled Vhagar upon the back of Dreamfire. Having forged a bond with this dragon for over 3 years, Daenerys had gained the ability to command Dreamfire entirely. Thus, even in her absence, Dreamfire could allow those whom Daenerys approved to temporarily ride upon her back. Daenerys herself climbed onto the back of young Balerion. Since the 3 young dragons were still quite small, they had yet to be fitted with their own saddles. Hence, Daenerys had no choice but to grasp a few of the spines along his neck and sit upon his warm back to ride. Although many dragons were adorned with spines, the area between the neck and shoulder blades remained smooth and devoid of spikes, making it the most suitable place for a saddle, ensuring no discomfort while seated. Moreover, the body of a dragon radiated warmth, alleviating any concerns of frostbite even at high altitudes. As the dragons grew larger, The spacing between the spines was sufficient to accommodate an adult rider, and these spines could also assist in securing one's body. This was Balerian's first experience of being ridden, and he appeared quite exhilarated. Upon taking flight, he surprisingly surged ahead of the others, showcasing a dazzling array of aerial maneuvers and demonstrating his remarkable flying prowess. In contrast to the composed flight of Dreamfire, Vhagar, Grey Shadow, and Myricles seemed somewhat envious of Daenerys' choice to ride Balerion. They all vied to surround him, constantly changing their positions, perhaps hoping to impress Daenerys with their superior flying skills. Especially Myricles, the smallest among them, utilized her speed and agility to dart around Balerion, frequently surprising him by landing on his back and playfully stepping on him. The dragons frolicked together, soon soaring above the neck. This region marked the boundary between the northern and southern realms of Westeros. Legend has it that during the ancient conflicts between the Undulls and the First Men, the latter, unable to prevail, called upon the power of the Children of the Forest to conjure water magic, transforming the area into a marshland to halt the advance of the Undulls. Indeed, this was the case. The lands of the north encompassed more than half of Westeros. Prior to the War of Conquest, the southern kingdoms had nearly exhausted themselves in conflict, yet no one ever attempted to invade the north. The treacherous geography of the neck made it easy to defend, and the northern fortress at the Bay of Crabs could withstand tens of thousands with a mere few hundred soldiers. Thus, it inadvertently allowed the various kingdoms of the north to endure. In contrast to the cold and arid climate prevalent in much of the north, the weather near the neck was notably warm and humid. In the neck marsh, one can discover an array of colossal blooms and lush vegetation. The dense thickets are perpetually immersed in mire, with curtain-like fungi cascading from the branches, creating an environment teeming with serpents, insects, and rodents. Here dwells a formidable creature known as the lizard lion, a hybrid reminiscent of both crocodiles and lizards. Their scales are a premium material for crafting leather armor. However, capturing them is a daunting task due to their swampy habitat. Moreover, the lizard lions are exceptionally ferocious, with some adults reaching lengths of over 10 meters. Given the weaponry available in this world, few, aside from the mighty dragons, possess the capability to hunt them. Above the neck marsh, Daniela indeed sensed a vibrant surge of magical energy. Yet, this magic was a chaotic tapestry, interwoven with the life force of verdant flora, the chilling essence of water, and occasional flickers of searing fire. Predominantly, however, there lingered an aura of decay and rot. Consequently, both Daniela and the dragons were disinclined to linger in this odorous locale, hastening their departure. Only Myricles exhibited a peculiar inclination. She appeared to sense something and broke away from the main group, diving downwards into the mist that perpetually enveloped the marsh. Shortly thereafter, the neck marsh erupted in a conflagration, evidently ignited by the recklessness of Myricles, who, while exhaling dragon fire, had ignited the marsh gas. Daniela held no concerns for Myricles' safety, as the flames posed no threat to her. Thus, she urged the young Balerion to accelerate towards the northern expanse of the marsh. Soon, an excited dragon's roar echoed from behind. Upon glancing back, Daniela discovered that Myricles had captured a lizard lion measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, straining to pursue her companions. Given that Myricles was currently less than 10 meters in length, dragging such a sizable creature proved laborious. Daniela hastened to guide Balerion towards Myricles, accepting the captured lizard lion. The creature was already partially cooked from Myricles' fiery breath. However, after relinquishing the lizard lion, Myricles excitedly veered back, clearly not yet satiated in her playful endeavors. Daniela, uninterested in her antics, quickly commanded the dragons to quicken their pace. During their flight over the neck marsh, Myricles astonishingly managed to capture 3 adult lizard lions, the largest nearing a length of 10 meters. Upon reaching the northern shore of the marsh, Daniela alighted on a dry patch beside the King's Avenue, where she and Varda began the task of skinning the lizard lions. Chapter 171. Lizard Lion. Daniela instructed Dreamfire to drag the 3 lizard lions beneath a nearby fishbeam tree. This tree, relatively young and standing at about 10 meters, was lush yet lacked any faces. With a mischievous intent, Daniela produced the firefall dagger and began to carve the visage of a beautiful woman into its trunk. With the dawnblade, she severed the throat of the smallest of the great lizards and painted her visage with its crimson blood. In pursuit of experimentation, Daenerys sang the blood sacrifice incantation, eager to observe the effects of the lizard's blood on the fishleaf tree. For the lizard bore within it a faint pulse of magical energy. Regrettably, until the lizard's lifeblood was fully drained, the fishleaf tree exhibited no discernible change. Observing the formidable lizards, Daenerys passed the Valyrian dagger, Firefall, to Veda for her to attend to the finer details, while she herself wielded the Dawnblade with ease, slicing through the lizard's armored scales. It is said that the blood of the lizard is a rare magical ingredient, highly coveted by the children of the forest and sorcerers alike. Daenerys filled her silver flask with 2 full vessels, a treasure worth considerable gold dragons. The remaining blood, under her soft incantations, continued to be offered to the fishleaf tree. The lizard's elongated and robust form was cloaked in scales as hard as armor, each scale seemingly refined by nature's relentless forge, arranged in a diamond pattern that shimmered with a cold, ethereal glow under the sun or moon. This armor forged an impenetrable defense for the lizard, repelling enemies while also reducing resistance in the water, allowing it to glide effortlessly through its domain. The lizard's head was a meticulously crafted instrument of slaughter, broad and flat like a heavy stone, with eyes that bulged high upon either side, resembling embedded jade. Their depths cold and unyielding. When lurking beneath the water's surface, the lizard revealed only its eyes, silently surveying its surroundings, pinpointing the trails of prey, whether fish weaving through the weeds or animals approaching for a drink. None could escape its piercing gaze. Within its elongated jaws lay a multitude of sharp fangs, canine teeth as robust as short swords, interlaced in a deadly arrangement. When they snapped shut, it was as if the gates of the underworld had swung wide open, with an astonishing bite force capable of piercing flesh instantaneously, firmly grasping, dragging its victim into the depths to drown in a brutal struggle, bloodshed and savagery serving as stark annotations of its survival ethos. Daggers and short blades crafted from lizard teeth gleamed like jade, remarkably sharp and exceedingly costly, each fetching no less than several hundred gold dragons. A single lizard possessed over 120 teeth. Throughout Westeros, numerous daggers and broken blades fashioned from lizard teeth have emerged, though most were created from naturally shed teeth. Both lizards and crocodiles experience continual dental growth throughout their lives, shedding thousands of teeth over their extensive lifetimes. However, due to the perilous nature of their habitats, the opportunity for humans to acquire these fallen teeth is exceedingly rare. The House of Reed, guardians of the neck, may well collect a significant number, yet this family has historically preferred minimal interaction with the outside world. Moreover, they hold a reverence for nature and worship the old gods, perhaps believing that the lizard's teeth should return to the earth rather than be exploited as resources. The lizard's limbs are robust and powerful, surpassing those of a crocodile in length, explaining why the swamp kings of yore could ride them into battle. The limbs of the lizard lion allow it to gallop across the land with the grace of a warhorse. Its webbed toes, a remarkable adaptation, enable it to navigate both aquatic and terrestrial realms with ease. On land, its robust limbs support its hefty body, though its steps may appear somewhat unsteady. They conceal an explosive power that allows it to swiftly ambush creatures emerging from the riverbank. Upon entering the water, the webbing propels it gracefully, and with the aid of its sturdy, elongated tail, it glides through murky waters like a phantom, elusive and enigmatic. Thanks to the unique geographical features of the neck marsh, an abundance of frogs, lizards, venomous snakes, and other creatures provides a rich source of sustenance for the lizard lion. Even beasts and humans that inadvertently stray into the marsh fall prey to it, sustaining the lizard lion's formidable stature. Female lizard lions meticulously construct their nests, often selecting sunlit, concealed sandy riverbanks. After laying their eggs, they diligently guard them, incubating them with their body heat. When the hatchlings emerge, they instinctively flee into the water, embarking on a harsh journey of survival that perpetuates the lineage. While Danila and Varda were eagerly butchering a lizard lion, Malasis returned with 2 enormous lizards measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. Malasis, come back. If you continue this way, you will drive the lizard lions of the neck marsh to extinction. Danila urgently interjected, observing Malasis preparing to charge back into the marsh. However, Malasis, typically attuned to Danila's sentiments, did not comply as she usually would. Instead, she seemed to convey an anxious message, indicating she had yet to retrieve something significant. Resigned, Danila allowed her to go but cautioned her against further hunting. Before long, Malasis returned, excitedly chirping, and astonishingly, she had brought back 5 live lizard lion pups, each only half a meter long. In a display of pride, she dropped them at Danila's feet. The pups, thoroughly terrified, lay motionless on the ground, paralyzed by fear. After landing, Malasis nuzzled Danila affectionately, resembling a child eagerly awaiting praise. Danila wiped the blood from her hands with nearby hay and, with a touch of affection, patted Malasis' head, saying, Well done, Malasis. I shall reward you shortly. Meanwhile, Varda had finished processing one lizard lion, beyond its valuable hide and teeth. Its meat is also highly nourishing, particularly the liver, kidneys, heart, and brain, which are considered delicacies. Daniela fashioned several fine cords from grass to tie the lizard lion's heart, liver, and kidneys, hanging them on a wooden beam. She wrapped the brain in leaves from the same timber and carved off several pounds of the most tender lizard meat, stringing it together for easy transport. She then directed Malasis to take the already processed lizard lion aside for her meal. Low-magic creatures provide significant benefits to dragons, not only accelerating their growth, but also enhancing their physical constitution. Even Dreamfire cast envious glances towards the ravenous Viserys, who was devouring the feast. Daniela and Wada hastened their efforts, soon preparing the largest of the 5 lizard lions for consumption, which Dreamfire promptly devoured. Under the dragon's searing flames, the entire lizard lion was roasted to perfection, leaving not a single bone behind, as it was entirely consumed by the colossal beast. By the time they had processed all 5 lizard lions, Daniela and Wada were breathless from exhaustion. Yet, gazing at the abundant pile of lizard lion hides, teeth, and the flesh and innards laid out on the wooden platform, they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Chapter 172. Training the little lizard lions. Though the lizard lions were not small in stature, they were effortlessly torn apart under the sharp teeth of the dragons, swiftly dismembered and swallowed whole. Even the lizard lion's tough skull and spine were crunched with ease in the mouths of little Balerion and his companions, the sound echoing like the cracking of candy. In the end, not a single fragment of bone remained. Particularly impressive was Dreamfire, whose head was comparable in size to a small cart. With a single bite, she shattered the lizard lioness skull and slowly consumed the entire creature, measuring 10 meters in length. Perhaps due to the meager magical essence contained within the lizard lions, Daniela could distinctly sense a surge of magical energy pulsating within the dragons after their feast, as if a bucket of oil had been poured onto a blazing fire. After consuming an entire lizard lion, Viserys soon found herself drowsy, unable to keep her eyes open, and promptly settled beneath the wooden platform to slumber. Before long, little Balerion and the others also began to feel the heaviness of sleep, and even Dreamfire seemed unusually fatigued. Observing this, Daniela expressed her resignation to Wada, saying, "Wada, it appears we shall be spending the night outdoors." The dragons, having feasted on the lizard lions, were no longer fit for flight. Wada, returning from fetching water, though puzzled by the situation, did not inquire further. Instead, she handed the water jug to Daniela and said, "Your Highness, please wash up first. I will gather some branches to construct a makeshift shelter. The nights in this region can be quite chilly and are frequented by insects and snakes. We must make some preparations." Daniela accepted the water jug and replied, "Wada, just fetch some more water and gather dry firewood. We can take shelter beneath Dreamfire's wings, ensuring we remain warm. Besides, I have stored ample supplies on Dreamfire's back, sufficient for a comfortable night's camping." Although Daniela had previously used hay to wipe off the blood splatters from her hands and face, she still felt a lingering scent of iron, prompting her to climb onto Dreamfire's back. She removed the blanket and waterproof tarp, setting them aside, followed by the cooking utensils, cutlery, various seasonings, and her personal toiletries. After a brief wash, Daniela finally felt refreshed. When Veda returned, burdened with a bundle of dry firewood, Daenerys had already spread waterproof cloth and blankets beside Dreamfire. With the warmth of Dreamfire and the protection of his wings, neither the cold nor the creeping creatures could approach them. The two quickly set up a grill and a copper pot, retrieving 2 lizard hearts and several pounds of lizard meat from the fish throat. Slicing the meat and placing it on the grill to roast, Daenerys sprinkled the prepared seasonings evenly over the heart slices. "Your Highness, how is it that you carry so many items when venturing out?" Veda had initially found it strange to see the numerous bundles on Dreamfire's back, only to discover they were all supplies for living. "Better safe than sorry," Daenerys explained nonchalantly. "When I ride a dragon, I might encounter unexpected circumstances, so I prepared some supplies on his back. This way, even if we have to sleep outdoors, it won't be too miserable." Veda was momentarily left speechless, thinking to herself, "That makes perfect sense, but why haven't I seen other dragon riders doing the same?" She also found plenty of wild vegetables nearby, and after cutting off 2 pounds of lizard meat, she simmered a pot of vegetable lizard soup. Thanks to the top-notch seasonings Daenerys had brought, even the simplest roasted meat and vegetable soup proved to be a delightful feast for them. As they savored the grilled meat and sampled various fine wines, they felt utterly content. In a moment of joviality, they even engaged in a friendly sword duel. By the time the moon rose, The two noblewomen had consumed 2 lizard hearts weighing 4 to 5 pounds each and several pounds of lizard meat, leaving not a drop of the vegetable lizard soup behind. Oh dear, I truly cannot eat another bite. Daenerys lamented, rubbing her round belly. Veda, her face flushed with inebriation, proudly declared, "Your Highness, it seems your combat prowess is not as great as mine, and your appetite cannot compete either. At least there are 2 areas where I can hold my own. Indeed, my appetite pales in comparison to yours, but I can test your claim regarding strength. Just wait. Within 2 months, I shall surely bring you to your knees." Though Daenerys remained lucid, a slight intoxication fueled her determination not to concede. As they feasted heartily around the campfire, indulging in meat and wine, 5 lizardlings that had been feigning death in the distance finally stirred. They began to crawl slowly towards the neck marsh, inching along the ground. Yet, despite Daenerys feeling a bit lightheaded, her senses were heightened. Moreover, the faint magical fluctuations within the lizardlings made their movements detectable to her. With a sly smile, Daenerys set down her cup and rose slowly to her feet. Veda, sensing something amiss, immediately stood as well, swiftly brandishing her sword. Shaking off the remnants of her earlier drunkenness, Daniela swiftly approached a few small lizard cubs, raising her long leg to kick at their heads. With a series of loud thuds, the diminutive creatures, each only half a meter in size, were sent flying, landing several meters away with painful groans. Among them, one particularly robust lizard cub immediately sprang up, baring its teeth and emitting low growls towards Daniela. Narrowing her eyes, Daniela took a step forward and delivered a swift kick, sending it tumbling once more. The other lizard cubs, sensing the situation, promptly lay flat on the ground, motionless, despite feeling as though its entire skeleton might shatter. The cub that had been kicked continued to hiss defiantly at her. "Ah, I do appreciate your spirit," though it seemed somewhat beneath her to bully such a small creature. It provided a delightful diversion. Thus, this unfortunate lizard cub became a mere plaything to pass the time. Eventually, all 5 lizard cubs lay trembling on the ground, too frightened to act further. As magical beings, their intelligence was not lacking. Although young, they possessed far greater wits than ordinary beasts. Daniela knelt before the remaining cub, gently stroking its rough skin, while the creature's eyes were filled with terror, rendering it motionless. "Your Highness, be careful," Veda called out anxiously. Daniela glanced back with a smile. "No worries." Seeing that they had finally settled down considerably, she instructed Veda to retrieve another lizard heart from the fish beam and cut it into small pieces. The heart was the source of their magical essence, and given that lizard cubs had a tendency to consume their own kind, the 5 little ones could not resist the temptation, eagerly rushing to devour the morsels. End of part 1.